I live on the farthest edge of Sunagakure, in a humble little house made of sand and clay. At this very moment, I'm sitting in a creaky old chair, studying my own arm with the rapt attention of a teenager obsessed with new technology. Don't get the wrong idea. This isn't some story of a reattached limb. No, what I'm examining is a meticulously crafted, high-tech prosthetic. Behind me stands a captivatingly beautiful female puppet. Her appearance is so lifelike, she could easily pass for a real person in disguise. As I tinker with my prosthetic, I mutter to myself, at last the missile module is installed. That was more complicated than beating the hardest level in a game. If I hadn't seen Azura Path Pain use missiles before, I would have sworn it was all triggered by explosive tags. Now, with a missile embedded right in the arm, you can't even tell it's there. This design is flawless. I examine the prosthetic arm with a satisfied gaze, pride written all over my face, as if I'm a hidden master of technology. But soon I let out a sigh. Still, just one missile isn't enough. If I remember right, Sasuke in the future has some kind of ninja tool summoning jutsu. He just touches a mark on his arm and can instantly call forth all sorts of tools. If I ever get the chance, I have to learn that technique and incorporate it into my inventions. That way, I could keep up a steady barrage of firepower. My name is Kamishiro, and I'm a genin of Sunagakure. Though truth be told, the title of genin is a bit of a misnomer. I never attended the Ninja Academy, nor did I pass any official exams. It's only because of my uncle's connections that I got the rank at all. Honestly, I never wanted to be a ninja. I just wanted a quiet life at home, throwing myself into my various inventions. By the way, my uncle is the third Kazekage of Sunagakure. As a member of his family, I was born with the Kekkai Genkai of magnet release. Unfortunately, I have almost no memory of my parents. They died on a mission when I was not even 2 years old. After that, the third Kazekage took me in, though it was more like letting me fend for myself. Every day, someone would bring me food to make sure I didn't go hungry. I still remember those tough, dry flatbreads from my childhood, so hard I nearly choked and only managed to swallow them with plenty of water. Sometimes, I think it's a miracle I survived it all. But I can't really blame my uncle. He was just too busy to look after me himself. I remember when I was 3, he visited once and handed me 3 scrolls. One for chakra training and basic ninjutsu, one for magnet release techniques, and one for puppetry. After that, he left me to figure things out on my own. From then on, I was lucky if I saw him even once a year. I was very much like someone with social anxiety, spending my days holed up at home. When someone brought me food, I would only ask them to leave it at the door, waiting until they were long gone before retrieving it. I couldn't help it. This world was just too dangerous. Anyone could become a casualty at any moment, and the thought that a single careless mistake might cost me my life terrified me. Luckily, I was blessed with some talent. Even without a teacher, I managed to teach myself how to refine chakra, and I had mastered both magnet release and puppet techniques. Especially with puppetry, I had my own unique insights, and in the world of ninja, I was considered something of a prodigy. But what does being a prodigy matter? What good is it to possess the magnet release bloodline? In the end, I was still just another expendable character. In this world, what mattered most was your background. The protagonists were so powerful, yet even geniuses like Niji could die without warning. As the battles grew more and more outrageous, craters the size of meteors appeared, mountains were flattened in an instant, and some could even split the moon in two. In a world like this, I simply couldn't play at that level. So, I decided to leave the fighting to the main characters. All I wanted was to quietly improve myself, do everything I could to stay alive, marry 2 gentle and beautiful wives, and live a peaceful life of my own. When I turned 6, my uncle came to visit. He saw the puppets I had crafted and was thoroughly impressed, saying my work was on par with Sasori, the puppet prodigy of the hidden sand village. He believed I was exceptionally gifted and wanted me to gain battlefield experience. Those words terrified me. I was only 6. How could a child of 6 be sent to war? At the time, it was the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War. Local skirmishes were already breaking out everywhere, and war was nothing but a meat grinder for human lives. If I went, there was no chance I would come back alive, so I refused no matter what. Originally, I had wanted to show off my magnet release technique to my uncle, but I quickly gave up on that idea. If he found out I had such a rare ability, he would surely force me onto the battlefield. Honestly, I didn't feel any real attachment to the hidden sand village. My parents had died long ago, and I'd been left to fend for myself, living on the fringes of the village like an outsider. I could count the people I knew on one hand. There was only one friend I had. I wasn't prepared to sacrifice myself for the village. All I wanted was to keep growing stronger so that someday I could protect myself. So I quickly pretended to be sick and lied, claiming I had hemophobia and couldn't stand the sight of blood. I insisted I couldn't fight at all, not even able to learn basic ninjutsu, and that puppet making was the only thing I could do. I even went so far as to hide away. But none of it worked. My uncle soon found me and gave me a stern scolding. He put me through a test, and I deliberately failed every ninjutsu attempt, even faking clumsy moves when controlling puppets. That finally did it. My uncle lost all hope in me, thinking I had a bit of talent for puppet making, but was otherwise useless. In the end, he gave up the idea of sending me to the battlefield, allowing me to stay in Sunagakure to craft puppets for the puppet master ninja. He even started hoping I'd have several children with a magnet release bloodline to strengthen Sunagakure's future. But I was already overwhelmed by my own puppet research and creations. How could I possibly have time to make puppets for others? Up until now, I've only crafted 2 puppets for other ninja. Still, my workmanship is exceptional. Even a puppet I put together in a single day far outshines the creations of most puppet masters in Sunagakure. Carefully, I picked up an arm from the table and attached it to the female puppet standing behind me. Once the installation was complete, I nodded in satisfaction and said, "Perfect." This female puppet had an alluring figure, and her face was modeled after my own, redesigned with feminine features. Truth be told, I'm certain I'll grow up to be a strikingly handsome man, so this feminized face turned out especially captivating. I named this puppet Kaminezuki, a name that closely resembles my own. At this moment, Kamidai was at home, circling around and examining his work, Kaminezuki, from every angle. Just like a human, Kaminezuki was built with a metallic skeleton, allowing her to move with remarkable precision. The left arm I had just installed concealed a miniature missile, while the right arm housed a ninja dagger coated in deadly poison. Hidden in her joints were spring-loaded poison blades and various mechanisms triggered by ninja scrolls. Inside Kaminezuki's chest cavity, I had stored a large number of poison-tipped kunai. I also packed her body with iron sand, all infused with my chakra, letting me control her as effortlessly as if she were my own hand. What I'm proudest of, though, is the skin. I developed a material nearly identical to human flesh, so that Kaminezuki looks almost indistinguishable from a real person. Still, if you look closely, you'll notice the difference. Real human skin has pores, while this artificial material does not. Drawing on the limited knowledge I had acquired in the village hidden in the sand, along with my own insights, I developed a propulsion device, a control system, and a power source for Kaminezuki, and successfully installed them within her. In other words, as long as she's fully charged, Kaminezuki can operate with a certain degree of autonomy. However, this system is still riddled with flaws. For now, it can only execute simple commands, far from granting Kaminezuki true independence. What's more, a 10-hour charge only gives her 3 minutes of operation. Just want a long list of problems. Given the current circumstances, this is already the limit of what I can achieve. The research conditions here are simply too poor. I have no way to further refine or improve these designs. Yet I'm not content with things as they are. I hope that one day I can create a true scientific ninja tool, one that stores the chakra needed for jutsu within the device itself and loads miniature scrolls containing various techniques. That way, it will be possible to release sealed jutsu directly, far more efficiently and conveniently than with traditional ninja scrolls. If I could master this technology, it would dramatically increase Kaminezuki's capabilities. But what troubles me is my lack of the necessary knowledge and resources. Even if such information existed, the village hidden in the sand simply can't support my research. The village is just too impoverished. At present, only Sasori is capable of crafting human puppets. More precisely, only Sasori can create human puppets equipped with chakra cores, and this is something I find especially intriguing. Sasori can transform the dead into human puppets with chakra cores. He is the sole puppet master able to use chakra cores in this way, enabling his puppets to retain the chakra they possessed in life. That means his human puppets can fully inherit the ninja techniques and bloodline abilities of the deceased, with the chakra core being the crucial component. This is the greatest advantage of his creations. Yet, from my perspective, although Sasori's puppets preserve the abilities of the dead through their chakra cores, in other respects there are still gaps. Compared to my Kaminezuki, Sasori focuses more on the strength the puppet possessed in life, while I care more about the puppet's inherent potential. I wouldn't dare approach Sasori directly. After all, the crafting of human puppets is a closely guarded secret. If I rush to seek him out, I might well be putting myself in danger. Besides, the process of making human puppets must be steeped in bloodshed and brutality. That in itself fills me with dread. Sigh, I really wish I could meet Orochimaru. He may be ruthless too, but he's capable of creating something like Mecha Naruto. With a scientist of his caliber, if I could talk with him, I might gain incredible insights. With a deep breath, I let out a sigh. I had never thought of myself as lonely before, but at that moment, I felt a sudden pang of solitude, yearning for someone with whom I could share my ideas and dreams. Feeling somewhat weary, Kamishiro ate a few bites of his rations, drank a little water, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. Meanwhile, a meeting was underway in the Kazekage Tower of Sunagakure. The third Kazekage, Chiyo, Ebizo, and the village's top officials were all present. With a heavy tone, Ebizo spoke. According to reports from the intelligence networks I've established in the major nations, the entire ninja world is now seething with hidden currents. It's been many years since the last Great War, and each of the major countries has recovered their strength. It seems they're all preparing for a new conflict. The third, Kazekage, frowned. Are they getting ready to go to war again? If that's the case, then these recent skirmishes are likely to escalate into a full-scale war very soon, aren't they? Ebizo nodded. Exactly. All it would take is a single spark for an all-out war to break out at any moment. Chiyo let out a sigh. It's only been a few years since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, and now a new war is about to begin. Our land of wind is different from the other great nations. Our environment is harsh, resources are scarce, and we still haven't fully recovered. Under such conditions, how are we supposed to face another war? The third Kazekage's expression grew darker than ever. Though the land of wind was counted among the 5 great nations, in truth, it was the weakest of them all. In terms of population, military strength, economy, and resources, they simply couldn't compare with the others. To make matters worse, after the Second Great Ninja War ended, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind had proposed cutting back their military forces. Although the third Kazekage did everything in his power to oppose it and managed to preserve the ninja core, the end result was still far from ideal. Because the feudal lord was only willing to provide the bare minimum in military funding, the rest of the expenses were left for the third Kazekage to find a way to cover. The third Kazekage knew all too well that only by ensuring the treatment and training of the ninjas could Sunagakure maintain its strength. To raise money for the military, he often found himself unable to sleep through the night. No matter how difficult or exhausting the work, he was willing to do whatever it took if it meant another chance to earn funds. At this thought, the third Kazekage suddenly slammed his hand on the table in anger, unable to stop himself from shouting, "That short-sighted fool is truly unforgivable." The upper echelons of Sunagakure were all startled by this outburst. They looked at the third Kazekage in confusion, not understanding why he had suddenly lost his temper. Chiyo asked cautiously, "Lord Third, what's wrong?" Gritting his teeth, the third Kazekage replied, "If the feudal lord had been willing to provide more than just the bare minimum in military funding, we could have long since built a capable ninja force. This third great ninja war should have been our opportunity. The other 4 great nations would never attack us first. In fact, they'd rather cooperate with us. As long as we participate in the war, not only would we be paid, but we could also gain enormous additional benefits. Yet now we're forced to stand by and watch such a perfect opportunity slip through our fingers." Only now did Chiyo and Ebizo truly understand why the third Kazekage was so furious. Because the Land of Wind was so barren, even if the other 4 great nations attacked, they would gain little from it. As a result, they were reluctant to make a move against the Land of Wind. On the contrary, the 4 great nations feared a sudden assault from the Land of Wind, and thus each sought ways to maintain cooperative relations with it, hoping to avoid surprise attacks from the ninja of Sunagakure. After all, the side with nothing to lose often becomes the greatest threat. Even the smallest gain would be a huge victory for them. However, Sunagakure had not yet recovered its strength. Military funds were lacking, and the existing ninja forces could not directly participate in the war. Precisely because of this lack of funding, Sunagakure had to watch helplessly as it missed out on opportunities that could have brought enormous benefits. This was the very reason for the third Kazekage's intense anger. Inside the conference room of the Kazekage building, the third Kazekage found it increasingly difficult to calm himself after the feudal lord's refusal to provide funds had cost Sunagakure a golden opportunity. A senior advisor asked, "So, are we going to take part in this war?" The third Kazekage answered through clenched teeth, "Of course we are. Even if there's no opening, we must create one ourselves. Our neighbor, Konoha, is rich in resources. Once an all-out war breaks out, Kumovikure and Awagakure will surely make Konoha their main target. We must look for the right moment to seize a share of the spoils while they're locked in fierce battle." Ebizo continued, "Your reasoning makes sense, third. But now Konoha has the Yellow Flash, a formidable ninja. He has clashed on the battlefield with both the Raikage Sun and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, matching them blow for blow, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. And that's not to mention the many other strong shinobi in Konoha. If we try to reap the reward from the sidelines, we may end up paying a heavy price. The third Kazekage replied firmly, "We can't afford to worry about that now. As long as our gains outweigh our losses, there's no reason to back down." Ebizo offered a suggestion. "I think we could send a ninja to infiltrate Konoha as a spy, earn their trust, and gather intelligence, especially about their advanced jutsu and secret techniques. If we could get information on Konoha's Kekii Jinkai, then when the time comes to invade, this undercover agent could give us a direct advantage, helping us obtain exactly what we want." A glimmer of light flashed in the third Kazekage's eyes. This seemed like an excellent idea, but soon he frowned again. "The plan is sound, but carrying it out will be extremely difficult. How can we successfully plant someone inside Konoha? Even before full-scale war has erupted, tensions with Kimogakure are already high, and Iwagakure is watching for any opportunity. Konoha must be on the highest alert for spies." Ebizo's tone dropped low. "That will depend on your resolve, third." The third Kazekage looked intently at Ebizo. "Advisor Ebizo, if you have any suggestions, please speak plainly." Ebizo nodded. "What would interest Konoha most are powerful jutsu or secret techniques, but with the strength of our Sunagakure, those may not impress them. That leaves only one thing that could truly capture Konoha's attention, Kekii Jinkai. If you are willing, Lord Kazekage, we could send a ninja with a Kekii Jinkai to infiltrate Konoha as a spy." The third Kazekage's expression grew grave. "Kekii Jinkai? There aren't many ninja in Sunagakure who possess such abilities. Even if Konoha were truly interested, given the tense climate, sending someone over so proactively might not only fail to win their trust but also arouse suspicion." Ebizo shook his head and explained, "Of course, we can't simply hand someone over. We need a more subtle approach. I have an idea, and I ask that you consider it carefully, Lord Kazekage. At the moment, Iwagakure has its eyes fixed on Konoha, and Konoha is certainly on guard against them. We could take the initiative and propose an alliance to Iwagakure, offering to exchange resources as a sign of goodwill. Specifically, we could suggest trading a ninja with a Kekii Jinkai for some of Iwagakure's ninja tools, kunai, explosive tags, and so on. Inoki of Iwagakure is known for his greed. The borders between the land of wind and the land of earth are separated by just a few small countries, so we're close neighbors. If war breaks out, he'll have his own concerns about us. If we offer not only an alliance, but also a rare Kekii Jinkai ninja, and convince him that we won't attack Iwagakure, he won't refuse. A few supplies are a small price for him to pay. But during the handover of the Kekii Jinkai ninja to Iwagakure, we'll make sure that Konoha's ninja accidentally catch wind of our plan. They'll know we're preparing to send a rare ninja as a bargaining chip to Iwagakure. Once Konoha learns of our alliance negotiation, they'll try everything to interfere. If Konoha manages to intercept the transfer, the Kekii Jinkai ninja will end up as their prize, which means our spy will have slipped into Konoha under the perfect cover. That way, Sunagakure not only acquires a cache of resources with little effort, but also successfully plants an undercover agent in Konoha. Iwagakure, when thwarted, will vent its anger on Konoha for interfering, not on us. Afterwards, we can simply sit back and observe the changing situation, waiting for the perfect moment to make our move against Konoha. The third Kazekage and the other Sunagakure elders pondered Ebizo's proposal in earnest. Chiyo calmly sipped her tea. She had always taken pride in her younger brother Ebizo's keen mind. This plan was already thorough. As long as the third Kazekage made his decision, their chances of success would be high. The third Kazekage pondered for a moment, his mind already made up. The current strength of Sunagakure was too weak. Whenever an opportunity arose, they had to seize it. He nodded and said, "I agree with Elder Ebizo's proposal. What do the rest of you think?" Chiyo set down her teacup and replied, "I agree." The other advisors voiced their agreement as well. The third Kazekage immediately announced, "We'll proceed according to Elder Ebizo's plan. After the meeting, I'll draft a letter proposing an alliance to Iwagakure and send it to Inoki as soon as possible." Ebizo reminded him, "Third Kazekage, there's one more thing. The ninja we choose for the Kekii Jinkai mission must be absolutely loyal to Sunagakure. Furthermore, to prevent Konoha's shinobi from probing their memories through jutsu, we should make preparations in advance." Chiyo added, "If we want to prevent memory intrusion, we can use the mind sand manipulation technique. Considering the current tense situation, we need our agent to send us intelligence from Konoha, so it's best to set the technique as a trigger. If anyone tries to invade their mind and read their memories, the jutsu will automatically be dispelled, and our agent will regain their memories." Ebizo nodded in agreement. "Let's do it that way. So, third Kazekage, do you already have someone in mind?" The third Kazekage thought for a while, a suitable candidate gradually coming to mind. Just as he was about to say the name, Ebizo quickly interjected. This matter should be known. Only to you, third Kazekage. The fewer people who know the agent's identity, the better for security. Otherwise, if word leaks out, our agent will be in even greater danger. Likewise, please choose the escort for the agent and the envoy to a Wagakure very carefully. Do not reveal the agent's true identity to them. Just let them know. They are to conduct a transaction with the Wagakure. To ensure the agent can infiltrate Konoha successfully, we may even need them to make sacrifices if necessary. The third Kazekage nodded. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. This meeting is adjourned. Back at home, Kamishiro was sleeping soundly. When he woke, he sat up in bed, feeling hungry. Glancing at the time, he figured the food should have arrived by now. I hope today's meal isn't dry biscuits again. The water here is so bitter and sour, and paired with those dry biscuits, it's almost impossible to swallow. Rubbing his eyes, Kamishiro muttered to himself as he shuffled toward the door. He opened the door, and to his surprise, someone was standing outside. His heart jumped with alarm. Could someone be here to assassinate him? Because if it were the third Kazekage, he would never wait outside. He would barge right in and get straight to the point. Kamishiro instinctively tried to close the door, but the person outside reached out and blocked it, refusing to let him shut it. Just as Kamiyo was about to strike back, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, it's been a while. You're still as shy as ever, aren't you? Kamiyo looked up and saw someone standing in the doorway, his only friend in the hidden sand village, Yakura. Relief washed over Kamiyo at once. It couldn't be helped. This world of ninja was so fraught with danger that he'd grown rather jumpy. He asked in confusion, weren't you out on a mission? Yakura rolled her eyes. Obviously, I only came back because the mission's done. And I brought you something tasty, too. Yakura swung a bag of food in her hand, then, without the slightest hesitation, pushed open Kamiyo's front door, set the food down on the table, and plopped herself right onto his bed. No sooner had she sat down than Yakura noticed the puppet, Kaminazuki, standing at the foot of the bed, a puppet with a striking figure. Casting a glance down at herself, she grumbled, Can you not fill your head with such weird ideas? Puppets are meant for combat, not for other purposes. Why not make a male puppet instead? That'd be much better. Kamiyo, eyeing the food Yakura had brought, retorted, Aren't you overthinking it? What's wrong with making my puppet look a bit nicer? There's nothing wrong with that. If I made a male puppet, now that would be strange. I'm a guy myself. If I made a male puppet, people would start talking. Isn't it fine as it is? If the puppet looks nice, it cheers me up when I'm feeling down. He added, and I'm not antisocial. I'm just cautious. Seeing Yakura's offering, Kamiyo's eyes lit up. It was a box of sushi. Unable to resist, Kamiyo picked up a piece of sushi with his hand and popped it into his mouth. Getting to eat something so delicious every now and then made him feel truly happy, almost to the point of tears. After eating several pieces in a row, Kamiyo asked, How long will you be staying in the village this time? Yakura answered, Not long. If something urgent comes up, I might have to leave on another mission as soon as tomorrow. Kamiyo asked in surprise, That's soon? Yakura replied helplessly, Even someone like you, who barely leaves the house, must have heard by now, right? The whole ninja world is on edge. The situation here in a land of wind is so tense that war could break out any day. Kamiyo gave a crooked smile. War in a land of wind? Unless ninjas from other countries have lost their minds, why would they come fight over a place with nothing to offer? Yakura, full of pride for the hidden sand village, shot back. The land of wind is not barren at all. We actually have plenty of resources. Kamiyo asked, Like what? Like. Itsong's voice grew softer and softer, and after a long while, she still couldn't come up with a single example. Seeing Itsong like this, Kamishiro didn't laugh at her. Instead, he merely let out a gentle sigh. Itsong was 6 years older than Kamishiro. This year, Kamishiro was 10 years old, while Itsong was already 16, and she had already become a jonin. Their acquaintance had been a complete coincidence. It happened when Kamishiro was 4. His house had accumulated too much trash, and he was too scared to take it out during the day, so he had to sneak out at night. That night, as Kamishiro moved furtively in the shadows, he was spotted by Itsong, who was then just 10 years old. Mistaking Kamishiro for someone up to no good, Itsong immediately rushed over and pinned him to the ground. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, the two gradually became familiar with each other, eventually growing into friends. Itsong cared for Kamishiro like a little brother, while Kamishiro regarded Itsong as his closest friend. Kamishiro knew all too well that Itsong's fate would be unbearably tragic. Whenever he saw the pride and sense of belonging Itsong now felt towards Sunagakure, worry gnawed at him. If one day Itsong discovered that her beloved village had betrayed her, how devastated would she be? With deep concern, Kamishiro advised her, Don't always charge headfirst into danger just because someone tells you to. Think more about it. Your own safety should always come first. Do you understand? Yitsong retorted, a little disgruntled. You talk as if I'm some kind of fool. Don't underestimate me. I'm a renowned ninja now, you know. I am Yitsong of the Scorch Release. Impressive, right? Pride and satisfaction lit up Yitsong's face as she spoke of her title. Kamashiro's lips curled in a faint smile, and he replied absent-mindedly, all right, you're the greatest. Yitsong didn't catch the perfunctory tone in Kamashiro's voice. Instead, she beamed with delight at his praise. She pressed on, what about you, Kamashiro? You're so strong, but you always keep your abilities hidden, and you won't even let me tell anyone. Right now, Sunagakure needs shinobi like you. If you wanted, we could protect the village together. You'd be a hero for sure. But Kamashiro waved his hand with a look of utter disinterest. No thanks, I'm not interested. I'm terrified of war. My legs turn to jelly on the battlefield. And I might even faint. How could someone like me become a hero? Being a hero's not my dream anyway. My dream is to have 2 wives someday. If you want, you could maybe be my second wife. Yitsong's eyes widened in indignation. Why would I be the second wife? Kamashiro answered matter-of-factly, because you've got a bad temper. If you were the first wife, you'd never let me have a second one. So my first wife has to be gentle. That's the rule. At this, a look of longing appeared on Kamashiro's face. If you say Kamiyo is greedy, he only wants 2 wives, no more, no less. But if you say he isn't greedy, he feels that one simply isn't enough. Any more than that, and he knows he wouldn't be able to handle it. Yitsong's face flushed bright red as she shouted, in your dreams, I'd never be your concubine. No, I wouldn't even be your wife. I've always seen you as a little brother. Kamiyo cast her sidelong glance, barely able to hold back a chuckle. All right, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Yitsong was so angry that her fists clenched tight. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer. She leapt down from the bed, strode over to Kamiyo, and slapped him hard across the face. At last, a wave of relief washed over her. After delivering that resounding slap, Yitsong stormed out, leaving Kamiyo standing there, stunned and bewildered. By the time he came to his senses, she was already long gone. Fuming, Kamiyo stuffed 5 pieces of sushi into his mouth in one go, trying to vent his frustration. This is just too much. I've been racking my brains to help her get through the crisis ahead, and this is how she treats me? What if her slap knocks the sense out of my brilliant mind? Yet no matter how angry Kamiyo was, he knew he'd never actually go looking for Yitsong to get revenge. He finished off the remaining sushi, then stretched out on his bed, legs crossed, letting his mind wander. So boring. Wait, there should be television in the ninja world by now, right? Too bad Sunagakure is so poor. No one even sells TVs here. If I could buy one, I'd definitely make a few puppets and earn enough money. But in this place, even if you have cash, there's nowhere to spend it. It's just dull. There's nothing to do for fun. Kamiyo lounged on the bed for a while, then moved to the chair and began fiddling with some parts on the table. Days passed, one after another. Since that day, Yitsong hadn't come by again. Kamiyo guessed she must have been sent out on a mission. If she were still in the village, she would have visited him every day without fail. Half a month later, on a certain night, Kamiyo was sound asleep on his bed when suddenly the door burst open. The traps in his room were triggered, and needles coated with poison shot toward the entrance. Kamiyo jolted awake from his dreams. Who's there? He immediately used chakra threads to control his puppet, Kamigetsu. The puppet's eyes, previously shut, snapped open. When he finally saw who was standing in the doorway, he instantly released the chakra threads, putting on a fawning smile. Oh, it's Uncle Kaido. What brings you here? The third Kazekage stood in the doorway, eyeing the poison needles scattered on the floor with a helpless expression. Why do you have so many traps set up in your own house? Kamiyo answered with a dry chuckle. It's just to be on the safe side, Uncle Kaido. You know, I'm not very strong and don't have much talent. If I'm not careful, I could easily get myself into trouble, so I have to be extra cautious. But why have you come to see me so late? Is there something you need? The third Kazekage stepped into the room and said, Get up for now. There's something very important that only you can do. A sense of foreboding suddenly tightened Kamiyo's heart. He was just an insignificant nobody. How could there possibly be anything important for him to do? Did they want to send him into battle again? Uneasy, Kamiyo got out of bed and sat down at the table. The third Kazekage took the seat opposite him, his expression grave. Kamiyo, now is the time for you to contribute to Sunagakure. Hearing these words, Kamiyo's anxiety intensified. He realized instantly that whatever the Kazekage was about to say would be anything but simple. He hurried to reply. Uncle Kaido, I think it's high time I did my part for the village too. I'll put in extra hours making puppets and help our puppet masters get stronger. Right now, Kamiyo was only thinking about how to cleverly talk his way out of this. But the third Kazekage waved his hand, cutting him off. That won't be necessary. From now on, you won't need to make any more puppets. I've decided to send you to Konoha as an undercover agent. Kamiyo's mind went blank, a dull roar ringing in his ears. He could hardly process what he'd just heard. Send him as a spy? An undercover agent? Did that mean sneaking into Konoha and living under some bridge as a spy? When he finally gathered his wits, Kamiyo jumped up, his voice trembling with agitation. UNC, Uncle Kaido, I can't be a spy. I can't even sleep in a different bed, let alone handle living in a new place. I get sick from the change in the environment. If I went to Konoha, I'd probably just fall ill and never get the job done. And besides, Uncle Kaido, you know better than anyone how weak I am. Even an academy student could beat me without breaking a sweat. Sending me as a spy would only be a burden to the village. I really can't do it, absolutely not. The third Kazekage's voice was low and unyielding. Kamiyo, you don't have a choice this time. You are a shinobi of Sunagakure, and you're also my junior. The village needs you to go undercover now, so you must go. You won't have to fight. All you need to do is successfully infiltrate Konoha. Kamiyo was on the verge of tears. I really can't do it, Uncle Kaido. I'm terrible at lying. They'll see right through me the moment I arrive. Please, can't you find someone else? I beg you. Though Kamiyo did feel a certain curiosity about Konoha, it was nothing more than that. To go undercover in Konoha at a time like this was practically a death sentence. With the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Cloud villages already at war in several places, how could they possibly allow a stranger to enter their village? Even if he somehow managed to sneak into the Hidden Leaf village, the Third Great Ninja War had not yet erupted in full force. Once the war truly broke out, prosperous villages like the Leaf would inevitably become prime targets. At that point, the Leaf would be short on manpower, and they might well resort to forcibly conscripting strangers to the front lines. Someone like him, with an unclear background, would never be able to slip through the cracks. He couldn't go, absolutely not. The third Kazekage slammed his hand down on the table and barked, Kamiyo, do you even know what you're saying? As a ninja, shirking your duty like this is nothing short of desertion. Kamiyo protested, looking genuinely aggrieved. But I never wanted to become a ninja in the first place. It was you, Uncle Kugutsu, who forced me into becoming a genin. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the third Kazekage's face. Back then, he had granted Kamiyo the title of genin outright because he'd recognized Kamiyo's extraordinary talent for crafting puppets. The Kazekage had assumed that Kamiyo would prove equally skilled in other areas, so he'd bypassed the formal process and made him a ninja directly. Traditionally, becoming a ninja required several years of study at the academy and passing rigorous examinations before earning the title. Reality, however, had taken the Kazekage by surprise. Aside from his puppet-making prowess, Kamiyo's abilities in other respects left much to be desired. But the awkwardness vanished quickly from the Kazekage's face. He fixed Kamiyo with a stern look and said, This isn't up for discussion. It's an order. Even if you're not a fully qualified ninja, you're still a member of the Sand Village and a member of my clan. That means when the village calls on you to make a sacrifice, you must obey. That's your duty. Kamiyo stared at the Kazekage in disbelief. He hadn't expected the man to use the weight of duty and family to pin him down like this. But they were only distantly related. Wasn't this demand a bit much? Besides, he had contributed to the Sand Village in his own way. The two puppets he'd designed, though made almost absent-mindedly, contained techniques that, if studied by other puppet masters, would surely boost the village's overall strength. Kamiyo wanted to protest further, but the Kazekage didn't give him the chance. The Kazekage's voice turned cold. I've already made myself clear. This is an order. You have no choice. Or if you insist on calling it a choice, then here it is. Either you go to the Leaf Village as an undercover agent, or you're branded a deserter and locked away in the high-security prison for good. He laid out Kamiyo's options in no uncertain terms. Go to the Leaf on a covert mission, or spend the rest of his days behind bars as a traitor to the sand. Kamiyo stared at the Kazekage in shock. He hadn't imagined that refusing the mission could mean being thrown into the most dreaded prison in the Sand Village. The high-security prison of the Hidden Sand Village is a place that strikes terror into the hearts of all who hear of it. Nestled deep within the mountain, it has no individual cells. All prisoners are locked up together. Resources in the village are extremely scarce, especially during times of war, so there is never enough food in the prison. In that place, horrors such as cannibalism among the inmates have even occurred. With a body like his, he would never survive even a single day inside. He knew the third Kazekage was not making empty threats. His uncompromising style made it all too likely that this threat would become reality. If he didn't want to be sent to prison, he had to offer something to negotiate. The only bargaining chip Kamishiro had was the power he had long kept hidden. But if he revealed his true abilities, he would inevitably be sent to the front lines. He had never received any formal ninja training. All his ninjutsu was self-taught, and he had no real combat experience. Though he possessed considerable power, fighting was not his strength. Compared to going undercover in the Hidden Leaf, being sent to the front lines might be even more dangerous. Kamishiro asked in confusion, "Uncle Kagutsu, why me? Surely there are others in the village who are more suitable for this task." Seeing Kamishiro's question, the third Kazekage understood that he had more or less agreed. Shaking his head, the third Kazekage replied, "No. In the entire Hidden Sand Village, you are the most suitable. You rarely go out, and hardly anyone in the village knows you. You possess a Kekkei Genkai, which is crucial. Besides, we're from the same clan. I trust your loyalty." Kamishiro pressed his lips together. Loyalty? The third Kazekage might have misunderstood. It was already a stretch for him not to betray the village. With a solemn expression, the third Kazekage said, "Kamishiro, I understand you may be afraid, but there is no one better suited for this than you. First of all, this undercover agent must remain extremely low profile. Although this mission isn't a secret infiltration, Konoha will know you're from the sand. Fewer people in our village who know about it, the better. Since Konoha will be aware of your origins, the undercover candidate must have something to pique their interest. An ordinary ninja wouldn't do. The candidate must be special. You know how things are in our village. Konoha doesn't care about our ninjutsu or puppet arts. The only thing that truly commands their attention is a Kekkei Genkai." Kamishiro asked in disbelief. "Konoha will know I'm from the Hidden Sand? Then why would they even let me into Konoha?" The third Kazekage then explained Chiyo's plan to Kamishiro in detail. Kamishiro's expression turned peculiar. "So, you're using me as a pawn to deceive Konoha? Will that really work?" The third Kazekage replied, "Right now, Konoha is on high alert. There's no way we can get in by normal means. That's why this method actually has a higher chance of success. Konoha has no ninja with a magnet-release bloodline and knows nothing about this ability. If they confirm you're not a threat, they may take you in and won't be so quick to let you die." Jindai asked with some concern, "But what if they treat me like a test subject and start experimenting on me?" The third Kazekage reassured him, "Don't worry about that. Like I said, Konoha has never seen a ninja with magnet release before. You'll be the first one they encounter with this power, so they'll most likely treat you as a valuable resource. After all, a bloodline limit can only be inherited, and there's a chance your descendants could awaken the same ability." Jindai's expression grew even more complicated. "So what you're saying is, you want me to become some kind of breeding tool? No way. I won't accept anything like that. Not without a real emotional connection." The third Kazekage's face darkened. "You brat, are you actually planning to settle down and start a family in Konoha?" Jindai touched his nose awkwardly. No, that's not what I'm thinking at all." The third Kazekage continued. "Once the plan succeeds, you must see yourself as one of Konoha's own. You need to show genuine resentment for being used as a bargaining chip by the sand. Whatever Konoha asks of you, do your best to cooperate and earn their trust. Your main mission is to gather intelligence on Konoha, everything from their ninjutsu to their secret arts. When the plan officially begins, I'll cast a triggered sand manipulation, brain seal jutsu on your mind, in case Konoha tries to probe your memories. This technique works by sealing your memory center with ultrafine needles temporarily, blocking certain memories. Don't worry, it's safe. When the jutsu is released, the needles will disappear on their own and your memories will return. If Konoha ever investigates your mind, the brain seal will automatically deactivate." Jindai couldn't help but shudder. Good heavens, the thought of having needles stuck in his brain was terrifying enough on its own. His whole life depended on his wits. What if something went wrong during the jutsu, and he ended up brain damaged? Jindai said carefully, "Uncle Kugutsu, maybe Konoha won't actually check my memories? Is it possible to skip this brain seal?" The third Kazekage shook his head. "No, it's absolutely necessary. Since Konoha knows you're from the sand, they're sure to investigate your memories. It's unavoidable. This is just to protect you. Don't worry, I'm very skilled in this jutsu. There's no chance of a mistake. Besides, it will only seal memories from today onward. Your earlier memories will remain untouched." Internally, Jindai couldn't help but grumble. How could he not be worried? He was the one who'd have a needle driven into his brain. No wonder the third Kazekage could talk about it so casually. The third Kazekage continued, "When the war breaks out in full, we'll look for an opportunity to attack Konoha. At that time, your job will be to guide us in and lead the assault. In addition, I'll give you a ninja hawk. You'll sign a summoning contract with it, and from now on, whenever you acquire critical information about Konoha, you are to alert me immediately through the hawk. Finally, Only I know about your identity as an undercover agent. No one else in the entire Sand Village is aware. All you need to do is focus on. Before the third Kazekage could finish, Jindai interrupted. Uncle Kaido, did you just say that only you know about my undercover identity? The third Kazekage looked puzzled. Yes, is there a problem? No, absolutely not. Jindai insisted, repeating himself 3 times. Uncle Kaido, at least a few others must know I'm undercover. If not, I refuse to go. In Jindai's memory, it was during the Third Great Ninja War that the third Kazekage was killed by Sasori and turned into a human puppet. If only the third Kazekage knew Jindai's true identity, then the moment he died, that secret would die with him, leaving Jindai as someone without any official status. The third Kazekage was baffled by why Jindai wanted more people to know he was a spy. By all accounts, the fewer people knew, the safer it should be for an undercover agent. Although it seemed odd, the third Kazekage eventually agreed to Jindai's request. After all, it wasn't a difficult thing to arrange. Once the third Kazekage gave his consent, Jindai finally let out a sigh of relief. Though he never felt much fondness for the Sand Village, he had lived here for many years, and he still felt attached to this shabby little house. If his undercover mission in Konoha failed, and he was left without any official identity, he wouldn't even be able to return to this worn-out home. The third Kazekage stood up and said, "Get yourself ready. We'll begin tomorrow." Resigned to his fate, Jindai sighed and replied, "Understood." The third Kazekage whistled, and a ninja hawk swooped into Jindai's house. Under the third Kazekage's guidance, Jindai signed a contract with the hawk. Jindai then asked, "Uncle Kaido, can this hawk help me find other people?" The third Kazekage nodded. "As long as it gets a whiff of the person you're looking for, it could track them down by scent. Now, I have other matters to attend to. You get ready, and I'll come for you at noon tomorrow." As the third Kazekage was about to leave, Jindai couldn't help but remind him, "Uncle Kaido, you need to watch out for Sasori." The third Kazekage paused, turned around, and asked with a puzzled look, "Why should I be wary of Sasori?" Jindai answered hesitantly, "It's just, I had a dream that felt incredibly real, a dream where Sasori did something terrible." He didn't know how to explain everything to the third Kazekage. He couldn't possibly say outright that Sasori had never let go of his parents' murder, and now that Konoha's White Fang, the man who killed them, had already taken his own life, all of Sasori's hatred had shifted to the Kazekage himself. Sasori believed that as the leader of Sunagakure, the Kazekage's negligence had allowed Konoha to invade the village, resulting in his parents' deaths. Though the third Kazekage had always kept a loose rein on Sasori and rarely interacted with Shindai, so they weren't exactly close, he was still one of the few people Shindai knew. For that reason, Shindai sincerely hoped the Kazekage would remain safe. Yet, Shindai truly had no idea how to make the third Kazekage believe him. To begin with, he didn't actually know Sasori, not even a single meeting. Moreover, Sasori was the grandson of Chiyo, a senior village advisor. He enjoyed deep trust and was known as a genius puppet master. Finally, all Shindai knew was that the third Kazekage's death happened around the time of the Third Great Ninja War's outbreak. He suspected the Kazekage's death might even be the spark that set off the war, but he didn't know the exact date, nor how Sasori would carry out the killing. Even if Shindai knew the precise time and Sasori's method, he understood that the Kazekage still might not believe a word he said. The Kazekage spoke in a low, grave voice. "Shindai, Sasori is Advisor Chiyo's grandson. There's no way he would betray the village. You mustn't cast baseless suspicion on your own comrades." Shindai's face fell at once. He had only meant to warn the Kazekage out of genuine concern, yet instead, he was being reproached. After the Kazekage left, Shindai felt deeply wronged, and a touch of tears stung his eyes. Everything had happened so suddenly. He'd been thrust into the role of an undercover agent without the slightest warning. If he refused, he'd be thrown in prison. Not even a moment to brace himself. It was all so hard to accept. Shindai rubbed his face with both hands, trying to comfort himself. "Since I've come this far, I'll just have to go with the flow. I'm strong. If I'm exposed, I'll find a way out. I know I can do this." He stood up from his chair, walked to the bedside, and reached underneath to pull out a scroll. This scroll was something Shindai had prepared especially for Yi-Song. It contained things he'd spent a great deal of time making, things that would help Yi-Song survive the crisis looming ahead. Although these items were not yet perfect, Shindai had been working to improve them all along, which was why he hadn't handed the scroll over before. Still, even unfinished, they should be enough to help Yi-Song face the dangers soon to come. Now, with his undercover mission to Konoha about to begin, it was finally time to give the scroll to Yi-Song. Yi-Song was not in the Hidden Leaf Village, but before this, the third Kazekage had arranged for Kamiyo and the Ninja Hawk to establish a contract. This allowed the Ninja Hawk to deliver the scroll directly into Yi Song's hands. After writing a letter, Kamiyo found an old jacket that Yi Song had once left in his room. He let the ninja hawk get a good whiff of it, then tied the scroll and the letter securely to the bird. He patted the hawk's head and said, "Go on now. Make sure you deliver the scroll and the letter safely. If you lose them, I just might have to cook you for dinner." Creatures like ninja hawks, ninja dogs, and ninja cats all possessed remarkable intelligence and could understand human speech. Hearing Kamiyo threaten to eat it, the ninja hawk shrank back in alarm, its eyes wide with panic. Kamiyo shot a stern look. "Well, what are you waiting for? Or do you really want to end up in my stew?" With a sharp cry, the ninja hawk flapped its wings and soared out the window. After sending the hawk off, Kamiyo closed the door and lay back down on his bed. Sleep would not come. His thoughts churned restlessly. Life was always full of unexpected twists, impossible to predict. Only a few hours earlier, Kamiyo had intended to sleep in the next day, then get up in the afternoon to refine some ideas for improving his Shimuzuki project. But now everything had changed. Tomorrow, he would be heading to the Hidden Leaf Village on a covert mission. The sudden shift left him too anxious to sleep. "What rotten luck," he muttered. Yet worse luck still awaited him. After the third Kazekage left, he was supposed to have Kamiyo inform the others about his upcoming undercover mission. But when Kamiyo brought up Sasori's scheme, it completely derailed the conversation, and the plan was entirely forgotten. The next day, at noon, Kamiyo hadn't slept a wink. He lay there, tense and on edge, waiting for the third Kazekage to arrive. His bags were already packed, and Shinmuzuki had been sealed away in a scroll. Other than that, there was nothing else he needed to bring. As he waited, Kamiyo's mind wandered down strange paths. What if the third Kazekage suddenly fell ill and missed the departure? That way, he wouldn't have to go at all. Or maybe the third Kazekage had already chosen someone else for the undercover job. But in the end, fate has a way of catching up with you. The third Kazekage appeared in Kamiyo's room, flanked by two ninja. As soon as he entered, the Kazekage said, "Kamiyo, the time has come." Kamiyo couldn't help but grumble. "Uncle Kaido, can't you say it differently? The time has come. It sounds like I'm being marched to my execution." Already tense, Kamiyo felt his nerves fray even more. The third Kazekage simply ignored his protests. He produced a slender needle and said, "Come here. I'm going to use the deep mind sand technique to seal away your memories." Kamiyo trudged over in defeat. "Uncle Kaido, please be careful. My brain is my livelihood, you know." The third Kazekage waved his hand dismissively. "I've used this technique countless times. There's no way it will go wrong." Jindai turned around, exposing the back of his head to the third Kazekage. With lightning speed, the third Kazekage plunged the needle into the back of Jindai's head. A sharp pain shot through the back of Jindai's skull. The third Kazekage quickly formed a series of hand seals, then placed his hands firmly on top of Jindai's head. Secret art, sand brain manipulation. A string of mystical symbols shimmered across Jindai's forehead, only to vanish a moment later. Jindai's eyes turned dull and vacant, but after a short while, clarity returned to his gaze. He looked around the room in confusion at the third Kazekage and the two other ninja. "Huh, Uncle Kido, what are you doing here?" But the third Kazekage didn't answer. Instead, he struck Jindai's neck with a precise karate chop, knocking him unconscious. Jindai's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the floor. The third Kazekage turned to the two ninja behind him and gave command. "Proceed as planned. There will be allies waiting for you in the land of rivers. They'll help you reach Iwagakure. Once you've finished the deal with Iwagakure, return to the village with the supplies immediately." "Understood." One of the ninja hefted Jindai onto his shoulder, and together with his companion, they vanished from sight in a flash, using the body flicker technique. The third Kazekage remained in Jindai's room for a long time, his brow deeply furrowed. "What did Jindai ask me to do last night? Forget it. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember. It probably wasn't anything too important." The land of rivers lies at the border between the land of wind and the land of fire, a small, neutral territory caught between the two great nations. To guard against sudden attack from Sunagakure, Konoha has always stationed ninja in the land of rivers to keep watch. At the same time, sand ninja from Sunagakure were also active in the land of rivers, leading to frequent clashes and skirmishes with Konoha's forces. Yet at this moment, the yellow Flash Minato Namikaze, who should have been fighting on the front lines against Kimobikure, appeared in the land of rivers. Minato's arrival was prompted by the presence of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera, who were stationed there. As the Yellow Flash, Minato was always at the heart of the fiercest battles against Kimobikure, charging into the most dangerous situations. Because the level of combat Minato engaged in was so high, Kakashi and the others rarely had the chance to join him, making it difficult for him to guide them personally. So, during this brief lull in the fighting with Kumogakure, Minato accepted a mission in the Land of Rivers. Within its borders, Sand Ninja were constantly harassing the Konoha forces stationed there. Minato's arrival was meant both to intimidate Sunagakure and to seize the opportunity to mentor Kakashi and his team. Just as Minato arrived in the Land of Rivers, a Konoha ninja hurried over to find him. Lord Minato, a few days ago, we acquired some vital information, which we've already reported to the Hokage through our ninja beasts. The Hokage replied saying that you have arrived in the Land of Rivers, and the next phase of the mission is now yours to execute. Minato Namikaze asked, "What information did you obtain? What mission has the third Hokage assigned to me?" The Konoha ninja reported, "Previously, we captured a suspicious ninja from Sunagakure. He tried to destroy a scroll, but we stopped him. Afterwards, the Sand Ninja committed suicide. The contents of the scroll reveal that a Wagakure is willing to form an alliance with Sunagakure, and is prepared to exchange military supplies for a ninja who possesses the magnet release Kekkai Genkai in order to strengthen their cooperation. The Hokage's order for you is to stop the alliance between Sunagakure and a Wagakure at all costs, and if possible, bring the ninja with a magnet release Kekkai Genkai back to Konoha. We have already stationed our shinobi at key locations throughout the Land of Rivers. The moment a Wagakure ninja is spotted entering the country, you will be informed right away, Lord Minato." Minato's expression grew increasingly grave. At this moment, with Sunagakure choosing to ally with a Wagakure, Minato could not believe that Sunagakure was acting without ulterior motives. Sunagakure had always coveted Konoha's resources. Although a Wagakure had not yet taken any overt action, during Konoha's conflict with Kumogakure, a Wagakure had already dispatched numerous ninjas to spy on Konoha, ready to intervene at any moment. If Sunagakure and a Wagakure truly formed an alliance, there was a real chance they would join forces to launch an assault on Konoha. In that scenario, Konoha would find itself facing the pressure of three major ninja villages, Kumogakure, a Wagakure, and Sunagakure, all at once, plunging the village into grave peril. Therefore, the alliance between Sunagakure and Iwagakure had to be stopped. As for the ninja with the magnet release, Kekkai Genkai, Minato understood why Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to use him as a bargaining chip. After all, a Kekkai Genkai was extremely rare and valuable in the shinobi world, and the magnet release of the third Kazekage was especially formidable. The third Kazekage was renowned throughout the shinobi world for his mastery of the Iron Sand technique, earning the title of the strongest Kazekage. Minato turned to the Konoha ninja beside him and said, "Very well. To avoid alerting the enemy, news of my arrival in the Land of Rivers must not be leaked under any circumstances. If they find out I'm here, they might change the location of the exchange at the last minute." The Konoha ninja responded at once, "Right now, only a handful of us know you've arrived in the Land of Rivers. I'll make sure to alert them and guarantee that no information slips out." Minato nodded. "Good. Go handle it right away. I'll stay at the outpost and wait for your updates." With that, the Konoha ninja departed immediately to deliver the orders. 3 days later, the two Sand Ninja, escorting Kamiyo, had already entered the Land of Rivers and successfully rendezvoused with the waiting sand reinforcements. In fact, the scroll that the Leaf Ninja had obtained was deliberately allowed to fall into their hands by Sunagakure. If the Sand truly wished to conduct a secret deal with a Wagakure, they could have easily chosen the Land of Birds, much closer to both the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, instead of the Land of Rivers, which bordered the Land of Fire. Now, all that remained was to wait for the Stone Ninja to enter the Land of Rivers to carry out the transaction. Once that happened, Konoha's operation could officially begin. 2 more days passed before a 5-man squad from a Wagakure crossed into the Land of Rivers. The moment they crossed the border, they were spotted and tracked by Konoha's shinobi. Since the Stone Ninja were most likely to enter from the north, Konoha had stationed the majority of their forces there. As soon as the IWA squad was detected, the Konoha ninja immediately relayed the news to Minato Namikaze. Upon learning that the Stone Ninja had entered the Land of Rivers, Minato wasted no time in summoning Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera. "We're heading out on a secret mission. Get ready to leave at once." Minato's team swiftly departed from the Konoha base, moving toward the area where the enemy had been located. When Kamiyo regained consciousness, he found himself tightly bound, slung over a companion's shoulder, being carried to an unknown destination. At this moment, Kamiyo dared not utter a word. Over the past few days, every time Kamiyo tried to speak, someone would strike him with a swift chop to the neck, knocking him out cold. His nape throbbed with a dull ache, swollen and sore. Kamiyo was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand why the third Kazekage had rendered him unconscious, why nothing had been explained, or why he had been forcibly taken from Sunagakure without a word. The environment was obviously no longer the land of wind. The ground was no longer sand. Rivers and woodlands now surrounded him. The last few times he'd regained consciousness, Kamiyo's first question was always about his whereabouts and destination. But these two ninja never answered him. Whenever he tried to speak, the only reply was another silent blow to the neck. This time, Kamiyo kept silent, trying instead to piece together what mistake he could possibly have made to deserve such treatment. He replayed events in his mind, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. He rarely left his house in the first place. He never even had the chance to get into trouble. Kamiyo tried to wriggle free of the ropes binding him, only to find they were tied so tightly that he couldn't move a muscle. He felt utterly helpless. If only he'd taken the time to learn rope escape techniques back then. Rope escape was a fundamental skill every ninja was supposed to master. It involved untying knots behind one's back or dislocating joints to slip free, a detailed process, yet one that didn't require chakra. But Kamiyo had always avoided it, since the idea of forcing his joints apart made him shudder. He'd been too afraid of the pain. When it came to learning jutsu, Kamiyo had always been left to his own devices. No one ever forced him to learn anything he didn't want to. As for skills like escaping from restraints, commonplace, yet painful, he had never paid them much mind. Now, when he needed it most, he realized he didn't know how to do it at all. Suddenly, Kamishiro noticed that it wasn't just the two sand ninja beside him anymore. 3 more had joined them. He overheard their conversation. The stone ninja have already arrived in the land of rivers. Let's head over now for the exchange. Has everyone been notified? Yes, the Hidden Stone Village has already received the scroll for our alliance with the Hidden Sand. They've sent many ninja to the north of the land of rivers, clearly to keep track of the stone ninja's movements. Good. As soon as we get the military supplies, we'll retreat immediately. Having lost his memory, Kamishiro was completely confused by what he heard. This place is the land of rivers? The Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand are forming an alliance? What are they trading? Military supplies? The alliance scroll ended up in their hands? Who exactly are they? And why did they bring him along? Right now, Kamishiro felt as if his mind was shrouded in fog. He simply couldn't make sense of what was unfolding before him. After traveling for a while, the 5 sand ninja came to a sudden stop with Kamishiro in tow, pausing in a wooded grove. One of the sand ninja called out, "Come out." From the ground, 5 stone ninja slowly emerged and appeared before them. A sand ninja addressed them. "This man possesses the magnet release bloodline limit. As agreed, we're handing him over to you. So, where are the things you prepared?" The stone ninja unfurled 6 scrolls and summoned 6 large chests. "Here, 2 crates of kunai, 3 crates of shuriken, and 1 crate of explosive tags. These are the military supplies we promised." Hearing this, a chill ran down Kamishiro's spine, leaving him frozen in place. So this was a transaction? The stone ninja were trading these crates to get him in return? Could it be that the 3rd Kazekage had decided he was of no further value and chose to send him to the stone village in exchange for military goods? No matter how he tried to reason it, this seemed to be the only explanation for what was happening. Kamishiro was overwhelmed by despair and sorrow. He had always avoided combat, feigned weakness, holed up at home, spending his days studying ninjutsu or working on puppets, all in hopes of living a peaceful life. He never imagined that, despite all his careful efforts to hide, he would still end up as a sacrificial pawn. Seething inwardly, Kamishiro made a silent vow. Once he reached the stone village, he would prove himself, show that he was far from useless, and let the 3rd Kazekage and the others see just how valuable a talent they had lost. The 5 sand ninja opened the 6 crates one by one, inspecting the contents with care. After confirming everything was in order, they resealed the crates back into the scrolls. The sand ninja placed Kamishiro on the ground, signaling to the stone ninja that they could take him away. As the sand and stone ninjas conducted their secret exchange, 4 pairs of eyes quietly watched from the shadows nearby. These 4 were none other than Minato Namikaze's squad. Minato used hand signals to direct Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin nodded in unison, then dispersed to take their positions, ready to move. As a medical ninja, Rin's combat abilities were limited, so she would not be joining the fight directly. Kakashi had already reached his designated spot. However, as Obito made his way to the location Minato had assigned, he accidentally stepped on a loose rock and tumbled forward, landing flat on the ground. The noise from Obito's fall immediately caught the attention of the sand and stone ninjas. "Who's there?" 2 sand ninjas and 2 stone ninjas rushed toward the source of the sound. Kakashi, Rin, and Minato all pressed their hands to their foreheads in exasperation, their faces full of disbelief. What a hopeless idiot! Without hesitation, Kakashi activated his body flicker technique, appearing instantly behind one of the sand ninjas. With a swift motion, he drove his short blade into the ninja's back, splattering blood across his own face. The other sand ninja quickly pulled out a shuriken and hurled it at Kakashi. Kakashi yanked his blade free and leapt backward, deftly dodging the flying kunai. Meanwhile, the two stone ninjas launched a fresh assault on Obito. Caught up in the chaos, Obito's hands trembled as he formed the necessary hand signs. Barely managing to finish before the enemy closed in, he steeled himself. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Obito gathered his chakra at his throat and exhaled a blazing fireball straight ahead. Earth style wall. One of the stone ninjas rapidly formed hand signs, slammed his palms to the ground, and raised a thick wall of earth to block the incoming flames. With the fire stopped, the other stone ninja charged at Obito, forcing him to draw his kunai in a panic. From her hiding place, Rin shouted a warning. Obito, behind you! At that moment, a stone ninja suddenly erupted from the ground behind Obito, a kunai flashing as he lunged for Obito's throat. This ambusher was the same stone ninja who had charged at Obito earlier. While his comrade raised the earthen wall, he had secretly used the earth style, earth dragon concealment technique, transforming the soil to fine sand with chakra, tunneling underground to close in on Obito unseen. Bursting from the earth, the stone ninja caught Obito completely off guard. Paralyzed with fear, Obito could only watch as the kunai closed in on his neck. Frozen in terror, Obito's eyes lost focus, his body numb and unable to dodge the attack. At the very last second, a shadow dropped from above, 2 feet crashed down on the stone ninja, slamming him back into the ground. In the same instant, a short blade flashed and pierced the ninja's throat, ending his life. Immediately after, Kakashi hurled his short blade with a swift motion. The blade nearly grazed Obito's head before striking true, hitting another Idomenin right in front of him. With a biting tone, Kakashi said to Obito, "Hey, coward, if you're so scared that you can't even move, then go hide with Rin. The way you are now, you're just holding me back. It's a real headache." With that, Kakashi picked up his ninjato and leapt back into the fray. Obito slowly snapped out of his daze, his fists clenched tight. Kakashi's words, calling him a coward, telling him to hide, echoed in his mind, filling him with frustration and defiance. "I'm not a coward. I'm an Uchiha." Suddenly, Obito burst into action. He drew a kunai and charged straight at the Suna and Idomenin. Nearby, Kamadai was left utterly stunned by what he saw. The white-haired youth with the mask, who carried himself with an air of cold confidence, and the other, with wild hair and clunky goggles, awkward yet earnest. These two left a deep impression on him. Could they really be Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito? If that was true, then things had just gotten a whole lot worse. Oh no, that means the Yellow Flash, Namake's Minato might show up here too. It's far too dangerous, terrifying even. I have to escape while I still can. If Minato really did arrive, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. Right now, there was nobody watching him, a perfect chance to make a run for it. Damn it, how do you use this rope escape technique again? Kamadai struggled desperately against his bonds, but the more he fought, the tighter the ropes dug in. With no other options, he could only twist and squirm, trying to inch himself farther away from the battleground. He moved at a snail's pace, but at least he was making progress. Driven by a fierce will to survive, Kamadai crawled across the ground like a cocooned insect, inch by painful inch. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito found themselves surrounded by enemies. There were 10 ninja from the sand and stone villages in total. Kakashi had already taken down 4, leaving 6 still standing. As for Obito, he was mostly making things even tougher for Kakashi. Even though Obito was fighting with everything he had, his strength hadn't improved much. His only advantage was his fighting spirit. Back to back, Kakashi and Obito fixed their serious gazes on the circle of enemies closing in. Obito was drenched in sweat. Anxiety etched across his face. "Kakashi, what do we do now?" Kakashi didn't answer. He simply charged forward, trying to break through the encirclement. But 3 Sunanin blocked his path, forcing him to retreat. Finish off these brats quickly. The other Leaf Ninja could arrive at any moment. All together attack. Just as the 6 Suna and Idomenin prepared to close in on Kakashi and Obito, a uniquely shaped kunai suddenly fell from the sky, embedding itself in the ground right before them. In the next instant, Namake's Minato appeared at the spot where the flying Thunder God kunai had landed. When they saw Minato and Namake's, all 6 sand and stone ninjas wore expressions of terror. They had recognized him at a glance. "Minato and Namake's? Weren't you still fighting the Cloud Ninja in the land of hot springs?" One of the stone ninja was so flustered that his voice quavered and changed pitch. Minato's face bore a gentle smile. As you can see, I'm here in a land of rivers now. Even I need a little rest from time to time. But to the sand and stone ninja, that smile might as well have belonged to the Grim Reaper. Though they hailed from different countries and villages, in that instant they made the same decision. Run. The name, Yellow Flash of a Leaf, had already echoed throughout the entire shinobi world. With just their few numbers, standing against Minato Namikaze was utterly impossible. The six of them split up and fled in all directions. One of the stone ninja even tried to take Kamiyo with him. But Kamiyo, having transformed into a pupa, had already hidden among the tall grass. Unable to find him, the stone ninja could only retreat and save himself. But how could their speed possibly compare to Minato's? Minato drew 6 flying thunder god kunai and hurled them toward the fleeing sand and stone ninja. In the next instant, he activated the flying thunder god technique. 6 golden flashes erupted through the air, so swift they seemed to flicker in and out of existence. His unmistakable blonde hair was the only sign to onlookers that Minato had made his move. If not for that striking hair, his speed alone would have rendered his actions nearly invisible. By the time Minato returned to stand beside Kakashi and Obito, blood was already spurting from the necks of the 6 enemies as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With Minato's intervention, the battle was over in the blink of an eye. He first turned to Kakashi and praised him. Kakashi, your performance on this mission was outstanding. Your reactions and sense of timing were spot on. Kakashi's expression remained calm, as if he had expected nothing less. Then Minato's gaze shifted to Obito. Obito looked up at him, full of hope and anticipation. Yet Minato's tone grew stern. Obito, you still need to improve your composure in battle. When 2 enemies charged you and blocked your jutsu, only one was left to continue the attack. You should have realized this, and prioritize retreat. If you can't determine the enemy's position, you can't act recklessly. But you lost focus. Even after Rin reminded you, you froze up. If Kakashi hadn't saved you, you would have been in real danger. Hearing this, Obito lowered his head in shame. He knew all too well how far his performance lagged behind Kakashi's. But then Minato's tone softened and he smiled, continuing, still, Obito, your courage is admirable. You didn't lose your fighting spirit. The purpose of this mission is for you all to gain experience. As long as you grow from it, everything will have been worthwhile. Hearing the praise, Obito looked up at Minato Namikaze in surprise, not expecting to receive such recognition. Minato pointed at Obito's shoulder and said, all right, Obito, hurry and find Rin. Let her help you treat your wounds. Only then did Obito notice the cut on his shoulder, with blood still trickling down. He shouted in Rin Nohara's direction, Rin, the battle's over. You can come out now. I'm hurt. Please help me treat it. It really hurts. Rin emerged from her hiding place and quickly walked over to Obito, tending to his injury. Minato turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, check those bodies. I'll go bring him here. Kakashi nodded in reply, yes, sensei. Hidden in the tall grass, Jindai held his breath, doing everything he could to avoid making a sound, silently praying over and over that he wouldn't be discovered. But when that flash of yellow appeared in his field of vision, Jindai's heart clenched with fear. Forcing a strained smile, Jindai stammered, hello, I'm just a passerby, nothing more. Do you believe me? Minato raised an eyebrow at those words, a hint of amusement in his expression. In the next instant, a sharp pain shot through the back of Jindai's neck. As consciousness faded, his final, indignant thought was, why is it always my neck that gets hit? Shindai had been knocked unconscious by Minato Namikaze, who now carried him in one hand. Kakashi had already finished searching the bodies of all the sand and stone ninjas. Obito's wounds had been treated with Rin Nohara's medical ninjutsu and were now carefully bandaged. The Minato Namikaze squad gathered together once more. Obito looked with curiosity at Shindai, who was dangling from Minato's hand. Sensei, who is he? Minato glanced at the unconscious Shindai in his grip and replied, he's the primary target of our mission, the possessor of the magnet release bloodline limit. The Sand Village traded him to the Stone Village as a bargaining chip, hoping to secure an alliance. Rin Nohara could hardly believe it. What? They used a person as a bargaining chip? And he's one of their own ninjas? Minato speculated. The impoverished Sand Village probably had nothing of real value to offer the Stone Village for an alliance. That's why they decided to use a rare bloodline ninja, hoping to seal the deal. Possessors of bloodline limits have special abilities, and all the great nations and villages take them very seriously. Some bloodlines can even turn the tide of battle. Take, for example, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan in our own Leaf Village. It can see everything within a kilometer's radius. That means nothing and no one within that range can hide. We can observe enemy movements and plan our operations, greatly increasing our chance of victory. As for the magnet release bloodline, the user can freely manipulate gold or iron particles in sand and earth using magnetic force. In fact, the third Kazekage of the Sand Village was famous for this ability. He was even hailed as the strongest Kazekage in Sand's history. Even after Minato's explanation, Rin still found it hard to accept treating a person as a mere commodity. Looking at Shindai, who seemed about their own age, Rin felt a pang of sympathy. Minato turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, did you find anything on them?" Kakashi shook his head. "No, aside from some ninja tools, there was nothing of value." Minato announced, "In that case, let's take the 6 scrolls containing the military supplies and get out of here." Kakashi picked up the 6 scrolls, which the stone ninjas had intended to trade for supplies. Minato, carrying Shindai, left the area with Obito and Rin, heading for the Leaf's outpost. 2 hours later, Shindai slowly regained consciousness, blinking as he took in his surroundings. He was inside a tent. It was clear to him he had been taken prisoner. Shindai wanted to cry, but had no tears left. He hadn't done anything. How had things ended up like this? While he was lamenting the injustice of fate, the sound of 2 sets of footsteps approached. Shindai quickly shut his eyes tight. Minato Namikaze looked at the unconscious Jindai lying on the ground and said, "You can stop pretending. I know you're already awake. Your breathing is all over the place." Startled, Jindai immediately held his breath, stubbornly keeping up the act. Both Minato and his companion raised an eyebrow in unison. This kid is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Minato and his companion merely stood there, quietly watching Jindai. As the seconds ticked by, Jindai, now red in the face from holding his breath, began to grow dizzy from lack of oxygen. Minato spoke up to remind him, "If you keep holding your breath, you really will pass out again. There's no point in doing this. You're within the Konoha encampment. You're not getting away. As long as you cooperate, we won't harm you." Pushed to the brink, Jindai gasped for air as soon as he heard Minato promise not to hurt him if he cooperated. Catching his breath, Jindai shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'll cooperate. Absolutely, I'll cooperate. From this day on, I'm turning my back on the darkness. Forget Suna. I was loyal to Sunagakure, but they knocked me out and dragged me here just to trade me in a bunch of junk with those IWA bastards. From now on, I'm your guy. If you say go east, I won't even glance west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I won't go after a chicken. Just don't kill me, please. I'm actually really useful. It'd be a waste to kill me." Minato gave Jindai a look, a complex mix of amusement and sympathy. It was obvious. Jindai was both furious and terrified. Minato turned to the man beside him and asked, "Shuchi, do you have a moment?" "Ido." "Minato, you want me to check his memories, right?" "Exactly. We have to be careful, just in case." This Shuchi was a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. Full name, Yamanaka Shuchi. Shuchi nodded and said, "All right. Should I do it now?" "Go ahead," Minato replied. Jindai stared at Shuchi, horrified. This guy was really going to read his memories? Before Jindai could even beg for mercy, Shuchi swiftly formed a hand sign and pressed his palm to Jindai's head. Ninja art. Mind-reading technique. Jindai felt his thoughts grind to a halt as Shuchi began sifting through his memories. Half an hour later, Shuchi released the mind-reading jutsu. At that very moment, the subconscious sand manipulation technique embedded in Jindai's mind was undone. The needles that had been inserted vanished, and his missing memories came flooding back. Jindai stared blankly at Minato and Shuchi, struggling to process the truth, that he was actually an undercover agent. Shuchi turned to Minato, excitement in his voice. "Minato, we might have just struck gold." Minato looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yamanaka Kuchi explained, "This child is a prodigy. With no one to teach him, he managed to master magnet release and puppet techniques just by studying ninja scrolls. His skill with magnet release is exceptional, and while I'm not an expert in puppetry, the puppets he creates seem to far surpass those made by the puppet masters of Sunagakure." But Minato Namikaze frowned deeply. "Kuchi, that doesn't quite add up. How could Sunagakure bear to hand over such talent to the IWNine?" Kuchi smiled. "Hear me out, I was just getting to that. Apparently, this child is terrified of battle. He's so afraid that his uncle, the third Kazekage, will discover his talent and send him to the front lines that he's kept his abilities hidden all along. As a result, the Kazekage may have written him off as useless, and so he was used as a bargaining chip to trade with a Wagakure for military supplies and an alliance treaty." At Kuchi's words, Minato's brow relaxed a little as he studied the dazed boy before him. "If that's the case, then this child we intercepted from the IWNine could be of great value to us in Konoha." Kuchi nodded firmly. "That's exactly what I think. Losing this child is a huge blow for Sunagekure. For us, he could prove extremely valuable. Snapping back to awareness, the boy, Shindai, overheard Kuchi and Minato's conversation and instinctively pressed his lips together. It sounded as if things were going rather smoothly. Now free from the subconscious sand manipulation technique, Shindai's memories had all returned. But even so, Shindai was truly terrified inside. Minato Namikaze, one of the most renowned and powerful shinobi in the entire ninja world. If Minato wanted him dead, it would take barely the flick of a finger. Though Shindai had been forced into the role of a spy, this was his first time acting as one. He had no experience at all and no idea what to do next. The third Kazekage had said that once the plan succeeded, he should consider himself a member of Konoha and then gather intelligence about their secrets, jutsu, and forbidden techniques. Becoming a true Konoha shinobi, easier said than done. Right now, he felt more like a thief who'd been caught red-handed, unable to convince himself he really belonged. His nerves weren't nearly that strong. As for gathering information about Konoha's secrets and techniques, that would only be possible after he was actually accepted into the village. And no one had said a word about letting him join yet. Suddenly, Shindai felt lost and uncertain. He thought being a spy would be better than going to war, but now it seemed that life on the battlefield might actually be easier than undercover work. The psychological pressure on Kamiyo was overwhelming. His life was no longer in his own hands, and he was facing an incredibly powerful presence directly. The stress was so intense that Kamiyo's mind was on the verge of shutting down. He could barely think at all. Minato Namikaze had been watching Kamiyo closely, and when he saw Kamiyo in this state, a subtle frown flickered in his eyes. The change in Kamiyo's demeanor was rather drastic. Just moments ago, he had been full of energy, desperately begging for mercy. But after Yamanaka Aiki had glimpsed into his memories, Kamiyo suddenly became lost, racked with tension and anxiety. Minato spoke up, asking, "Are you all right?" When Kamiyo heard Minato's question, he glanced up with a guilty look, stammering, I'm fine." Minato narrowed his eyes as he looked at Kamiyo, then smiled and said, "As long as you're all right." Taking out his kunai, Minato cut through the ropes binding Kamiyo, setting him free. He then turned to Yamanaka Aiki and said, "Aiki, report this matter to the third Hokage immediately." "Yes, right away." Yamanaka Aiki didn't dare delay for a second. He hurried off, eager to share this stroke of good fortune, something almost like a gift from the heavens, with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once Yamanaka Aiki had left, Minato turned back to Kamiyo. "What's your name?" Kamiyo. "Kamiyo, is it? I assume you understand what's happened. You've become a pawn in the alliance between Sunagekure and Iwagakure. Now that you've been intercepted by us, the people of Konoha, what are your thoughts on the matter?" As Minato asked his question, Kamiyo tried to steady himself, forcing his mind to calm down enough to form a response. After a brief pause, Kamiyo put on a look of anger and replied, "I'm furious. I'm so angry. I never imagined Sunagekure would treat me this way. Since you, Lord Minato, were the one who saved me, I want to ask you to take me in. I don't want to go back to that heartless village ever again." Minato was now almost certain there was definitely something off about Kamiyo. His expression was far too stiff, and his words, despite a few forced emphases, lacked any real trace of anger. So, Kamiyo was only pretending to be furious. Minato couldn't figure out how Kamiyo had managed to fool Yamanaka Aiki's mind-reading jutsu, but perhaps Kamiyo had come on a secret mission from Sunagekure, hoping to infiltrate Iwagakure. Still, there was one thing Minato couldn't understand. Why would Sunagekure choose a child like Kamiyo for such an important task? The boy was obviously inexperienced. His suspiciousness was practically written all over his face. Minato recalled all the details from the moment he and Yamanaka Aiki had entered the tent and first encountered Kamiyo. Kamiyo's first reaction had been to beg for mercy at the top of his lungs, insisting that he was willing to cooperate. After Yamanaka Shuchi read Jindai's memories, Jindai's demeanor changed drastically. He stood there in a daze for a long time, then seemed utterly uneasy, as if plagued by guilt. Namikaze Minato considered a possibility. Yamanaka Shuchi had indeed accessed true memories from Jindai. However, some of Jindai's memories were missing and hadn't been read. Those lost fragments might very well be the key to why Jindai had ended up as a sacrificial pawn. And now, after Shuchi's memory reading, it seemed as if those missing memories had come rushing back to Jindai. That could explain why his personality shifted so suddenly and so dramatically. Minato discovered another suspicious detail. It was about the meeting place chosen for the transaction between Sunagekure and Iwagakure. Why had they chosen the Land of Rivers? To the west of the Land of Rivers lies the Land of Wind, and to the east, the Land of Fire. If the goal was to trade with Iwagakure, then wouldn't the Land of Birds, connecting the Land of Wind with the Land of Earth, be a much safer choice? Another possibility dawned on Minato. Perhaps Jindai's true intention wasn't to carry out a mission in a Wagakure at all. Perhaps his real target was Konoha. With this, Minato's sharp analysis was already brushing up against the truth. Jindai now sat in anxious silence. Because during Minato's wordless pause, Minato's expression had shifted several times. Now, Minato suddenly looked at him with an appraising, almost piercing gaze, making Jindai's heart skip a beat. Could it be he wouldn't be allowed to join Konoha? But hadn't that Yamanaka clan member just said he was of great value to Konoha? Even with such value, it still wasn't enough? Was Konoha always this strict? Unaware that his cover as a spy was already on the verge of being exposed, Jindai could barely sit still. After a long silence, Minato finally broke into a gentle, warm smile and said, "There's no rush to join Konoha. After all, you were once a shinobi of Sunagakure, and the process for joining us is quite complicated. Outsiders need to make a significant contribution to Konoha, and someone must vouch for them as well. By the way, Shuchi said you're highly skilled in magnet release. Would you mind giving us a demonstration?" Jindai's slender body shuddered. Did this mean Minato wanted to test his abilities before sending him to the battlefield to earn his place? No, that wouldn't do. The whole reason he became a spy in the first place was to avoid the battlefield. If Minato insisted on sending him into combat, wouldn't he end up fighting on the front lines as a spy anyway? What would be the point of coming here then? Back then, he might as well have revealed his strength before the third Kazekage and gone to war openly. But since Yamanaka Shuchi had already read his memories, Minato now knew that his skills were far from weak. There was no way he could fool Minato anymore. Shindai looked utterly defeated, his face long as he pleaded, "Lord Minato, I'm more of a technical specialist. I'm really not cut out for fighting. My ninjutsu is all for show. It might look impressive, but it's actually weak and can't really hurt anyone." Now, Namikaze Minato was convinced that Shindai's reaction was genuine, and it further confirmed that Yamanaka Shuchi had indeed read Shindai's true memories. From those memories, Shuchi had discovered that Shindai was deeply afraid of combat. He dreaded the third Kazekage learning about his talents and sending him out to fight, so he had always hidden his abilities. Apparently, the third Kazekage truly had no idea about Shindai's potential. Otherwise, he would never have risked sending such a talented but utterly inexperienced ninja on a secret mission. Because if Shindai were truly untalented, then even his death would mean nothing to Sunagakure. Minato could see that Shindai was terrified of battle, but he still wanted to confirm the nature of Shindai's magnet-release jutsu. Minato reassured him gently, "Shindai, there's no need to be nervous. For now, I have no intention of sending you into battle. I only want to see your magnet-release technique, that's all." Shindai looked at Minato with pitiful eyes. "For now? So you'll make me fight later, won't you?" Minato's tone remained kind. "That depends on how you perform. You just said you're a technical specialist, right? If your skills are truly what Konoha needs, then you won't have to fight. So, can you show me your technique now?" With a pout, Shindai nodded, then began forming hand seals with exaggerated slowness before pressing his palms together. Magnet release, iron sand trident. Drawing on the power of magnetism, Shindai gathered a mass of iron sand from the earth and shaped it into a three-pronged spike. After maintaining it for a moment, the trident crumbled, the iron sand clattering to the ground in a dull heap. Shindai began panting dramatically. "Phew, Lord Minato, that's my limit. I can't squeeze out another drop of chakra. I'm exhausted." The corner of Minato's eye twitched involuntarily. Who is he trying to fool? Panting that hard. Just how feeble is he supposed to be? If you're going to fake it, at least make it convincing. Whoever saw someone gasping for breath without a bead of sweat, with cheeks glowing and healthy as ever? Minato couldn't help but wonder, how on earth had Shindai managed to fool the third Kazekage into thinking he was a useless ninja? Could the Kazekage really have been fooled by such a clumsy act? With a soft sigh, Minato said, "If you're tired, Shindai, then take a rest. This tent will be your quarters for now. It's getting late anyway, so you should get some sleep." Once Minato had left the tent, Shindai let out a heavy sigh of relief. Minato, for all his gentle speech and easy manners, was not someone to be underestimated. But just standing there was enough to put an indescribable pressure on Kamishiro, making him unbearably tense. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind not to reveal his identity as an undercover agent and managed to fool Minato Namikaze without raising suspicion. But now, the next problem was how to actually join Konoha. Kamishiro didn't want to go to the battlefield, so he'd have to make sure Konoha valued his skills. However, the third Kazekage had already told him that Konoha didn't care for puppet techniques at all. And now, with Orochimaru, Konoha's top scientist, on their side, there were bound to be other scientists as well. The techniques Kamishiro prided himself on might seem advanced in Sunagakure, but in Konoha, they could very well be outdated. Kamishiro felt troubled, completely at a loss for what to do. Oh well, I'll just lie down and get some sleep. I am exhausted. Maybe things will look better after a nap. With that carefree thought, Kamishiro lay down directly on the bedding spread across the ground, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. When Minato Namikaze left the tent, he gave a silent signal to the two ninja standing guard at the entrance. The two sentries understood immediately and followed Minato into the shadows. Minato gave his orders. From now on, don't stand guard at the tent entrance. Hide in the dark and keep him under surveillance. If he makes any suspicious moves, notify me at once. Yes, sir. Minato returned to his own tent. Inside, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were all waiting. As soon as Obito saw Minato come back, he asked, "Sensei, what about that guy? Is there anything suspicious?" Minato's expression grew serious. There is, and it's not a small matter. He's very likely not a mere pawn sacrificed by Sunagakure. His true purpose might be to get close to Konoha. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were all visibly shocked. Huh? To get close to Konoha? Does that mean the deal between Sunagakure and Iwagakure was fake? Minato shook his head. At this point, it's just a suspicion. But there's definitely something off about that boy. It's possible Sunagakure sent him to Iwagakure through a deal to carry out some secret mission. But there's an even greater likelihood that Sunagakure deliberately let us intercept him, so that he could get close to Konoha. I'm also starting to think that the alliance scroll we intercepted before, the one between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, might have been something Sunagakure intended for US to find. Rin could hardly believe it, letting a kid our age get close to Konoha. Minato Namikaze gave a stern reminder, Rin, don't underestimate him just because he's around your age. Take Kakashi, for example. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. As long as someone is a ninja, even a 3-year-old shouldn't be taken lightly. In fact, that kid might even be stronger than any of you. Kakashi asked coldly, Sensei, do you want me to kill him? Minato recalled how completely inexperienced Kamiyo had seemed and shook his head. No, not for now. His motives are still unclear. We need to do everything we can to find out what he's really after. We might even get some valuable intel out of this. That's why I've had the ninja watching him withdraw for now. If he really has no ulterior motives, when he realizes no one is guarding him, he'll definitely try to escape. But if he is up to something and his target is Konoha, then even if he gets a chance to run, he won't take it. At the same time, I plan to arrange for a ninja to disguise themselves as someone from Iwagakure late tonight and sound him out. If his goal is Iwagakure, he'll follow that ninja and leave with him. With that, Minato set the plan in motion, determined to test Kamiyo's true intentions. Obito spoke up, asking Minato, Sensei, can we watch when you probe him? You said that guy is stronger than us. I can't believe someone my age could be more powerful than me. Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glance and said, So if I don't speak, you just forget I exist? Obito retorted, annoyed. Don't tell me you think you're a match for me. Kakashi let out a mocking laugh. Have you ever beaten me? Obito's face flushed bright red, and he protested stubbornly. That's only because I was holding back before. If I went all out, you wouldn't stand a chance, Kakashi. Seeing the two about to start bickering again, Rin quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, you two, cut it out. Obito and Kakashi exchanged a glare, then both huffed and turned away from each other. Minato gave a helpless smile and said, Well, since you want to watch, Obito, I'll bring you along. What about you, Kakashi? Rin. Kakashi nodded. Sensei, I'd like to see it too. Since both Kakashi and Obito were going, Rin chimed in. I'll go as well. Minato agreed. All right, then the three of you can come with me. Meanwhile, inside his tent, Kamiyo tried to sleep, but after half an hour, he was still wide awake. The reason? He was starving, absolutely ravenous. Kamiyo rummaged through his pockets, but found nothing at all, except for the scroll that stored Kanazuki. If I'd known, I would have brought a few soldier pills. I am starving. Am I a prisoner now, or something else? Judging by Minato Namikaze's attitude, he seems pretty nice. If I ask for some food, he probably won't refuse. Jindai stood up and walked out of the tent. Huh, why isn't there a single person around? Where did everyone go? This is way too careless for guards. Inside Minato Namikaze's tent, the ninja assigned by Minato to keep an eye on Jindai from the shadows arrived to report. Lord Minato, that prisoner has left his tent, but his behavior is rather odd. Minato asked at once. What exactly did he do that was strange? He's been calling out, asking if anyone's there. Looks like he's searching for us. We didn't dare act rashly, so we came to report to you immediately. Hearing the report, Minato's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. After a brief pause, Minato made up his mind. Oishi, disguise yourself as an Awagakure ninja and pretend to take him away. If he refuses to go with you, attack him, but don't kill him. Yamashina Oishi accepted the order and left the tent to carry out his mission. Minato then turned to Kakashi and his two teammates. Come with me. Make sure to stay completely hidden. Yes, sensei. Jindai called out outside his tent for quite a while, but still no one showed up. With a deep frown, Jindai muttered, Seriously? This doesn't feel right. This is the Konoha camp, isn't it? The guards shouldn't be this lax, should they? Maybe they're still suspicious of me. Worried I'll snoop around and try to figure out the situation here, so they put my tent on the outskirts of the camp. But even if I'm a prisoner, they should at least have a couple of guards posted outside my tent, right? Just for show. Are they really being this disrespectful? Or have they already started treating me like one of their own, so they didn't bother with guards? Jindai was completely baffled. Surely, they couldn't trust him that quickly, could they? Forget it, I'll put that question aside for now. Jindai planned to summon his ninja hawk and try to negotiate with the third Kazekage, see if he could be switched out from this undercover mission. If he had to be both a spy and a fighter, Jindai would rather just go back to Sunagakure. Besides, he honestly had no idea how to win Minato Namake's trust and get himself accepted into Konoha. The pressure was overwhelming. Jindai felt like he'd lost a ton of hair already. He definitely didn't want to be bald at his age. Just as he was about to walk a little farther away, halfway to his destination, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At first, Jindai thought it was a Konoha ninja who'd heard him calling out and came over. But as he got a clear look at the person in front of him, his pupils contracted sharply. Standing before him was someone wearing an Awagakure forehead protector. Ishiyama Daisher had wrapped his face tightly, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. With his mouth muffled by the cloth, Ishiyama Daisher spoke in a low, stifled voice. You are the Kekkei Genkai ninja the Sand Village traded to us. Come with me immediately. Shindai stared at the ninja before him in utter disbelief. Seriously, what is wrong with the Stone Village? They actually sent a ninja here to the Leafs camp to fetch him. Are they out of their minds? Minato Namake's is stationed here, for crying out loud. Suddenly, Shindai glanced to his left and called out, Oh, Lord Minato, you're here. Instinctively, Ishiyama Daisher turned to look to the left. But not a soul was there. The moment Daisher turned back, Shindai had already taken off, sprinting toward the Leafs encampment. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi watched as Shindai ran toward the Leaf base and confirmed quietly. Looks like Sensei was right. 9 times out of 10, his real target is Konoha. Obito asked in confusion. Huh? That's all it takes to be sure? Kakashi explained. First, no one's keeping an eye on him, and when he left the tent, he called out for a ninja. Now, when this stone ninja came to take him away, he didn't follow, but instead ran toward the Leaf camp. That tells us he doesn't want to return to the Sand Village, nor does he want to go to the Stone Village. So, his goal must be Konoha. Obito ventured a guess, but what if he's really switching over to our side? Kakashi rolled his eyes dramatically at Obito. You really are too naive. Defecting to our side? Think about it. He was just brought back by us yesterday. Who would switch? Allegiances that fast? And if it were you, would you run around shouting for help in a place you don't know? Especially when the Leaf and his village aren't even on good terms. Obito thought it over and shook his head. I wouldn't. Minato nodded in agreement. Kakashi's analysis is spot on. It seems this child's purpose is to get close to Konoha. Next, we'll have to see what he's capable of, perhaps even peek into his memories. This child is a prodigy, after all. When Ishiyama Daisher saw Shindai running for the Leaf camp, he instantly realized Shindai was trying to call for backup. But, as a sand ninja, isn't it a bit much for Shindai to go and get Leaf ninjas to deal with him? Earth style, Earth flow wall. Daisher quickly formed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground, conjuring a solid wall of earth in the path of Shindai's escape, blocking his way. Earth style, ground splitting technique. Focusing his chakra into his palm, Daisher struck the ground, causing the earth to crack open and launch an attack at Shindai. But Shindai only dodged, making no move to fight back. With Daisher relentlessly attacking, Shindai simply kept running. Because he wasn't familiar with the Konoha outpost, as he kept running, Kamishiro gradually strayed farther away and soon found himself deep within a forest. Uyama Daisher continued his relentless pursuit of Kamishiro. Meanwhile, Minato Namake's led Kakashi and the other two, trailing behind as they quietly observed the ongoing fight. Seeing that Kamishiro was only focused on evading, Obito felt a surge of confidence. Is that it? Sensei, you must have misjudged him. That guy only knows how to run away. He must be really weak. But Minato shook his head, his expression serious. No, Daisher is an elite chunin. If Kamishiro were truly weak, do you think he would have lasted this long under Daisher's unyielding pursuit? Kakashi's face was grave as well. That's right. His movements may look frantic and disorganized, but he always manages to dodge the attacks. Still, why isn't he fighting back? Other than us, there's no one else around. If he wanted to hide his strength, there's no reason to hold back here. Watching Kamishiro weave through the forest, constantly using the trees as cover, Minato said, from what Yamanaka Soichi glimpsed in his mind, he's terribly afraid of battle. Indeed, Kamishiro was terrified at this moment. He dared not risk his life. Any fight could mean danger. As long as there was a chance to escape, he would take it. There was no need to gamble with his life. But now, Kamishiro found himself surrounded on all sides by earthen walls, with nowhere left to run. He didn't want to fight. He just wanted to escape. But now, Uyama Daishi's 4 earthen barriers blocked every exit. After being chased for so long, with Daishir sticking to him like glue, Kamishiro's patience had worn thin. Anyone would have lost their temper by now. As Daishir prepared to charge through the walls and finish Kamishiro off, Kamishiro, fuming, unfurled a scroll and pressed his hand onto it. Summoning, a cloud of smoke billowed out, and Kamishiro's puppet, Keminazuki, appeared with a flourish. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that a summoning technique? He can summon a person? And she's a stunningly beautiful lady, too? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Kamishiro's scroll. That scroll, it looks like a storage scroll for objects. Minato studied Keminazuki closely. That's not a human. That's a puppet. Rin, too, was astonished. A puppet that realistic? Minato recalled what Yamanaka Soichi had said after peering into Kamishiro's memories. Kamishiro's craftsmanship far surpassed the puppet makers of Sunagakure. Yet, as Minato looked at Keminazuki, the first thought that flashed through his mind was, his own teacher, Jiraiya, would probably be very fond of this particular puppet. Minato rubbed his forehead, exasperated with himself. What am I even thinking? However, when it came to puppet techniques, Minato Namikaze didn't think much of them. In fact, no one in all of Konoha really valued them. From Minato's perspective, the problem with puppet techniques was that their lower threshold was low, but so was their potential. The low threshold meant that as long as someone could use chakra threads to connect to a puppet, they could immediately command it in battle. But the limited potential lay in the fact that a puppeteer's strength wasn't judged by their own abilities, but by the strength of their puppets. If the puppet was formidable, then the puppeteer seemed formidable as well. But no matter how strong, there was always a ceiling. Should a puppeteer lose their puppet, their abilities would plummet dramatically. The greatest flaw of puppets was their reliance on chakra threads for control, an obvious weakness that could be easily exploited. Because of these limitations, very few people ever became truly powerful through puppetry alone. So even when Yamanaka AI mentioned that Jindai's creations seemed to far surpass the puppets of Sunagakure's puppet masters, Minato wasn't particularly impressed. What caught his eye instead were Jindai's magnet release bloodline and his magnet-based ninjutsu. Jindai gathered his chakra, and 10 threads of energy extended from his fingertips, latching onto Keminazuki's body. With a subtle movement of his ring finger, Keminazuki's eyes snapped open, and a ghostly green, poison-coated ninja blade materialized in his right hand. Uyama Daisuke formed a hand seal and pressed both palms to the ground. Earth-style, Earth uplift spears. From the earth burst forth a forest of jagged stone spikes, all surging toward Jindai. Jindai, controlling Keminazuki, had him scoop Jindai up with his left arm and leap onto a tree trunk, deftly avoiding the deadly stones below. Then, with a sharp flick of Jindai's wrist, Keminazuki, brandishing his blade, shot forward like a missile toward Uyama Daisuke. Earth-style, earth bullets. Uyama Daisuke gathered chakra, launching a barrage of solid earth projectiles straight at Keminazuki. But under Jindai's control, Keminazuki moved with uncanny agility, weaving through the hail of earth bullets in midair. In the blink of an eye, Keminazuki was upon Uyama Daisuke. Keminazuki's ninja blade swept toward Uyama Daisuke in a deadly arc. Uyama Daisuke whipped out a kunai, meeting Keminazuki's blade with a ringing clash. But Keminazuki's body was made entirely of metal. His strength was immense. The impact sent Uyama Daisuke stumbling several steps backwards. Jindai gave him no chance to recover, manipulating Keminazuki to close in again, slashing with his ninja blade. Uyama Daisuke once again parried with his kunai. But suddenly, from Keminazuki's right toe, a razor-sharp blade shot out, and with a sudden upward kick, he sliced toward Uyama Daisuke. Startled, Uyama Daisuke threw his head back, barely dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He retreated quickly, forming hand seals as he moved, his eyes fixed warily on Jindai, who stood poised atop a nearby tree, orchestrating Keminazuki's every move. It was a well-known tactic when dealing with a puppet master. There was no need to battle the puppet's head on. As long as you could capture the puppet master, victory was within reach. After all, the puppets were merely weapons. Without their masters, they were powerless. Puppet masters themselves were rarely formidable in direct combat. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Kamiyama Daisher possessed both fire and earth chakra natures. Though his specialty was earth-style jutsu, he was no stranger to the art of fire. With a rapid sequence of hand seals, Daisher unleashed a straight torrent of flames, which surged toward Kamiyo at breakneck speed. In response, Shinazuki immediately opened his mouth, revealing a pipe concealed within. From it, a powerful jet of water burst forth, colliding with Daisher's fire and shielding Kamiyo from harm. This jet of water was not a natural feat, but a product of a ninjutsu scroll embedded within Shinazuki's body. However, the water summoned from the scroll was far from impressive, just a standard stream, nothing extraordinary. Kamiyo had asked the third Kazekage for help in acquiring it, but he hadn't managed to get many. Compared to Sasori's scroll of Inferno Prison or scroll of Corrosive Torrent, this was hardly worth mentioning, and, worse still, it couldn't be sustained for long. Now that the water scroll inside Shinazuki had been depleted, he closed in on Kamiyama Daisher once more, darting forward with lethal intent. The ninja blade in his hand flashed and struck with blinding speed. At the same time, hidden blades would occasionally spring from Shinazuki's joints, launching surprise attacks, while a concealed compartment in his chest would open to fire kunai at random intervals. So many tricks that Daisher could barely keep up. Sweat broke out across Daisher's brow. He was on the defensive now, completely overwhelmed and unable to counterattack. Obito stared in shock at Shinazuki's relentless assault. Wow, what an incredible puppet, he gasped in amazement. Kakashi's eyes never left Kamiyo, brimming with anticipation and fighting spirit. Minato smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Thinking of giving a try?" Kakashi nodded vigorously. "Then disguise yourself well. Don't give yourself away." "Thank you, sensei." Without hesitation, Kakashi performed a transformation jutsu and took on the appearance of an IWNE. He then used the body flicker technique and vanished instantly from sight. Minato turned his attention back to Kamiyo. Kamiyo's puppet skills were certainly impressive, but what Minato really wanted to see was his magnet release ninjutsu. As Kamiyo focused on maneuvering Shinazuki, he suddenly sensed several flashes of light streaking toward him. He looked closely. Kunai, glinting in the moonlight, were flying straight at him. Kamiyo sprang back, narrowly dodging the deadly projectiles. The very next instant, Kakashi's short blade slashed through the spot where Kamiyo had just been standing. Had Kamiyo hesitated even for a split second, he would have been struck down. Kamiyo saw yet another IWNE before him, and for a moment, genuine fear gripped him. Kakashi's sudden attack had rattled Kamiyo so much that he failed to direct Shinazuki to attack Daisher at the critical moment, giving Daisher the chance to catch his breath and put distance between himself and the puppet. Once he recovered, Kamiyo's fear gave way to anger. "Are you all going to keep this up forever? I'm not some object you can just take as you please, you bunch of bastards." With a slight twitch of his index finger, Kamishiro made a cut appear on Kaminazuki's smooth back. A torrent of iron sand poured from inside Kaminazuki, suspending itself in midair. Magnet release. Iron sand drizzle. After forming a hand seal, Kamishiro sent the iron sand flying out like a barrage of stones, shooting outwards at incredible speed. Seeing the iron sand spread out in a wide, scattershot attack, Uyama Daisher and Kakashi both used earth release techniques to shield themselves from the oncoming assault. Kamishiro manipulated Kaminazuki, drawing the puppet back to his side. It hovered behind him, the iron sand swirling protectively around his body. Kamishiro glared furiously at Uyama Daisher and Kakashi. "This isn't over between us today, not by a long shot." He was truly seething now. Did they really think just because a tiger stays quiet, it's turned into a sickly cat? As Kakashi and Uyama Daisher continued to fend off the iron sand drizzle with their earth release jutsu, Uyama Daisher, hiding behind a rock, shot Kakashi a wary look. He still thought Kakashi was an IWNE, here to snatch Kamishiro away. But then Kakashi glanced over at Uyama Daisher on his left and called out, "Let's work together." In that instant, Uyama Daisher realized this IWNE was actually an ally. Meanwhile, Kamishiro was already preparing his next move. Magnet release. Iron sand spear. He compressed the iron sand into high-density, razor-sharp spears that floated in the air, then launched them with a powerful thrust. The earthen wall in front of Kakashi and Uyama Daisher was instantly pierced through. Both men rolled out of the way, just in time, narrowly dodging the iron sand spears. Uyama Daisher quickly formed a series of hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Channeling his chakra into the earth, he summoned a dragon of mud that opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of earth in Kamoshiro's direction. Kamishiro responded by shaping his iron sand into a wall, blocking the earth flow spewed by the dragon. But just then, the ground beneath Kamoshiro's feet trembled. Only a step away, Kakashi burst up from underground. Kakashi had used Earth Release, tunneling Fong to burrow beneath the earth, launching a surprise attack as he erupted from below, kunai in hand, aimed straight for Kamoshiro. Kamoshiro's 10 fingers danced rapidly, and in a flash, Kemonozuki moved to shield him. All its joints snapped open, blades springing out as it lunged at Kakashi without a hint of hesitation. If Kakashi chose to press on with his kunai attack, even if he managed to hit Kemonozuki, he'd be cut by those blades in return. And every one of those blades was coated with poison. The poison wasn't especially lethal, but it took effect quickly, enough to give Kakashi a serious problem. Kakashi decided not to risk it. Instead of pushing the attack, he opted to retreat. After all, trading blows with a puppet, especially when it meant both sides taking damage, was hardly a wise move. After all, a puppet only knows how to attack, but never truly gets hurt. Even if his kunai struck the puppet, it wouldn't inflict any real damage. Shindai's hands moved rapidly, forming seals in a blur. Then he clapped his palms together. Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Method. Shindai manipulated the iron sand to create a giant, spiked barrier in the air. Kakashi felt every hair on his body stand on end. With an almost impossible twist of his body, he narrowly dodged the attack. Still, Kakashi came away with several fresh scrapes and scratches. Seeing this, both Obito and Rin, who had been watching the battle, felt their hearts clench with worry. Obito nearly rushed forward, but Minato Namikaze held him back. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to Kakashi. To be honest, Minato himself had almost leapt into action just now. But when he saw that Kakashi had already anticipated the danger and was prepared to dodge, Minato managed to restrain himself. Minato's gaze was fixed on Shindai. There was no doubt, in Minato's eyes, Shindai was a genius. Despite the combined efforts of Daisher Ueyama, an elite Chunin, and Kakashi, a Chunin, neither could gain the upper hand against Shindai. In other words, Shindai's strength exceeded that of both Kakashi and Ueyama. From Minato's perspective, Shindai's abilities were already at the level of a Jonin. However, Shindai couldn't bring out his full potential. It was obvious, Shindai's lack of real combat experience showed clearly. Shindai's Iron Sand World method had completely restricted Kakashi's movements. If Minato were in Shindai's place, he would have used the puppet to pursue Kakashi relentlessly, or tried every method to press the attack. Yet Shindai did no such thing. His puppet remained faithfully by his side. All Shindai did was casually fling a few kunai, testing Kakashi with half-hearted attacks. Against such a feeble assault, Kakashi had no trouble blocking them with shuriken of his own. Such a golden opportunity wasted. Minato couldn't help but feel regret on Shindai's behalf. And then, Minato watched as Shindai continued to edge away, step after step, unable to hide his exasperation. All that bravado about not letting you two off today, it had been pure bluff. It was painfully clear that Shindai had no intention of truly fighting Kakashi and Ueyama. Escape was still his top priority. Minato was at a loss for words. Shindai had the upper hand, didn't he? Minato's guess was spot on. Escape was indeed still Shindai's first choice. Setting aside the fact that this was his first real battle, and he was nervous and frightened, Shindai couldn't even tell whether he had the upper hand or not. In his mind, he was at a disadvantage. After all, he was facing two opponents, and he considered himself only 1.5 people. After all, Shinkazuki, his puppet, only counted as half a person. Once again, it comes down to this. Fighting always carries risks. What if, in the heat of battle, you get distracted for just a moment and end up injured? Getting hurt might be the least of your worries. If it's a fatal blow, that's the end of the line. And just now, the sudden appearance of Kakashi had truly startled Kamiyo. Kamiyo couldn't be sure if there were more hidden IWNing lurking nearby. If he foolishly charged forward to clash head-on with these two IWNing, wouldn't that just be offering himself up on a silver platter? Even if, by some miracle, he managed to defeat these two IWNing. So what? They clearly looked like low-level grunts, disposable pawns. Killing them would mean nothing at all. For the sake of safety, it's best to avoid a fight whenever possible. There's no sense in taking unnecessary risks. Right now, the most important thing is to find the Konoha ninja and let them handle the dangerous tasks. Kamiyo had his own code as a shinobi. Only by enduring what others cannot endure can one achieve what others cannot achieve. Since that's the shinobi way, then endurance is the bare minimum. Some might call this cowardice, but Kamiyo was a weakling right now. So, failing to endure the small things only invites disaster. Cowardice, in fact, is the source of a weakling's strength. Earlier, Kamiyo had been furious when ambushed, but now, having calmed down, he resolved to run. As long as he could reach Konoha's outpost, the IWNine wouldn't dare pursue him. And even if they did, the Konoha ninja would surely help him deal with the IWNine. If the Konoha ninja are willing to fight for him, why would he risk his own life and exhaust himself to the brink of death? That would just be plain stupid. Meanwhile, Kakashi, with the help of Oyama Daisher, had already escaped from the Iron Sand Barrier. Now, Kakashi and Oyama Daisher were separated from Kamiyo by some distance. A sharp glint flashed in Kamiyo's eyes. Now was the perfect opportunity. He immediately began forming hand signs. Magnet release. Iron Sand Giant Spear. Kamiyo compressed the iron sand into several high-density, razor-sharp spears, then sent them hurtling toward Oyama Daisher and Kakashi. Oyama Daisher and Kakashi desperately dodged the incoming spears. But the spears were magnetically charged, allowing Kamiyo to control them at will. As Oyama Daisher and Kakashi continued to evade, Kamiyo manipulated Shinmuzuki. Shinmuzuki's left hand aimed at Oyama Daisher and Kakashi, and the left arm began to transform rapidly, revealing a missile embedded within. With a flick of Kamiyo's finger, the missile launched straight at Oyama Daisher and Kakashi. Although neither Kakashi nor Oyama Daisher knew exactly what it was, a sense of mortal danger washed over them, and they dodged at once. The missile struck the ground and exploded with a deafening blast, sending debris and smoke billowing in all directions. Seizing the chaos, Kamiyo turned and fled without a second glance, vanishing into the depths of the forest. The battle had clearly tilted in Kamiyo's favor, yet he showed no desire to keep fighting. Seizing the right moment, he unleashed a missile barrage at Kakashi and Oyama Daisher, then disappeared without a trace. Kakashi, swift and practiced in the body flicker technique, managed to escape the blast zone in time. Though his clothes were now tattered and he looked a bit worse for wear, he had come through unscathed. Oyama Daisher wasn't so fortunate. His speed couldn't match Kakashi's, and though he quickly used Earth Release, Earth-style wall in hopes of shielding himself from the missile, the hastily conjured barrier was obliterated in an instant. The explosion's aftershock still caught him. Blood smeared Oyama Daisher's left arm, leaving it mangled, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Kakashi was about to give chase after Kamiyo when, in a flash, Minato Namikaze appeared before him, blocking his path. "That's enough, Kakashi. You done all you could. Going after him alone won't help. His strength surpasses yours," Minato said calmly. Kakashi chafed at Minato's words, but he couldn't argue with them. He had noticed it himself. Kamiyo was an adept puppet master, but his own fighting style was terribly immature. It seemed Kamiyo rarely fought, or perhaps had never truly battled before. His formidable power was left untapped, unable to reach its full potential. Because if Kamiyo had possessed even a bit more combat experience, after unleashing his Iron Sand World method, Kakashi would have been far more than merely scratched. Turning to Obito and Rin Noara, Minato gave his instructions. "Rin, tend to Daisher and Kakashi's wounds right away. Then the two of you take Daisher back to base for treatment. I'll keep an eye on Kamiyo." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato vanished. Rin immediately set to work on Oyama Daisher's more serious injuries. Obito, feeling helpless, could do nothing but watch as Kakashi hung his head, assuming his teammate was deeply upset. After all, Kakashi was the renowned prodigy of a Leaf Village, and yet the Kamiyo they just faced, someone nearly their own age, had proven even more formidable. Obito reasoned that Kakashi must be feeling crushed by defeat. So, trying to comfort him, Obito said, "Kakashi, sure, you're not as good as me, but you're still pretty strong. Losing this time doesn't mean you'll always lose. Next time, I'll help you get your revenge." Kakashi stood up, rolling his eyes at Obito. "I don't need your pity, thanks. And I'm not upset. I was just replaying the fight in my mind, analyzing what happened." Obito, wearing a knowing look, replied, Yeah, I get it. You're not bothered. No need for comfort, right?" A vein throbbed on Kakashi's forehead, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. He knew all too well. Any protest would only encourage Obito further. Minato Namikaze had already caught up with Kamiyo, but he didn't show himself right away. As Kamiyo moved farther and farther away from the Konoha camp, Minato found himself increasingly baffled by Kamiyo's actions. Was Kamiyo trying to escape, or did he actually not want to leave at all? Sweat was pouring down Kamiyo's forehead. Where exactly was the Konoha camp again? With nothing but trees all around, Kamiyo couldn't make out which way to go. "Is anyone there? Hello? Are there any Konoha ninja around?" Completely lost, Kamiyo could only shout at the top of his lungs, hoping someone might hear him. Minato was at a loss, speechless at the scene. Perhaps he'd overestimated Kamiyo's cunning. Had the third Kazekage of Sunagakure lost his mind? How could he have sent someone like this? Just as Minato was about to step out, Kamiyo's mumbling caught his attention and made him pause. Forget it, I'd better notify Uncle Kido first, then go look for the Konoha ninja. Kamiyo performed his summoning jutsu, calling forth a ninja hawk. Once the hawk appeared, Kamiyo asked, "Did you deliver the item to Hakura?" The hawk couldn't speak, but nodded to indicate the task was done. Good. If you hadn't, I swear I'd have stewed you for dinner. Could use a change in my diet. The hawk shuffled back a couple of steps on its talons, clearly uneasy. What rotten luck to end up with a summoner like this. Kamiyo pulled out a blank scroll, wiped his finger on the ground, and started writing on it. When he finished, he tied the scroll securely to the ninja hawk. He gave the hawk detailed instructions. When you find Uncle Kido, you have to act like it's an emergency. Like I'm in deep trouble, got it? The hawk looked at Kamiyo in confusion, not understanding his intentions. Kamiyo elaborated, just imagine your master, me, is on the verge of death. You're devastated, and if Uncle Kido doesn't let me come back, I'm done for. You need to look as urgent as possible. Suddenly, the hawk's eyes shone with delight. He's going to die? That's fantastic. In a flash, Kamiyo smacked the hawk sharply on the head, grumbling, "Why do you look so happy? Think you'll be free if I die? Don't worry, if I go, I'll summon you to the afterlife with me. We'll die together." Immediately, the hawk's expression turned pitiful and aggrieved. Seeing this, Kamiyo became excited and said, "Yes, that's it. That's exactly the face I want you to make when you see Uncle Kido. Remember, use that look when you hand him my scroll. Now, go on. Hurry up." The hawk couldn't wait to take off. At Kamiyo's signal, it flapped its wings and soared away as fast as it could. As the ninja hawk soared through the sky, its vision suddenly went black, and it lost consciousness. The one responsible for the hawk's fainting was Minato Namikaze. Minato carefully removed the scroll from the unconscious bird and unrolled it to read. "Uncle Kido, I can't keep up this undercover act anymore. It's just too much for me. The Konoha ninja hung me up and beat me, tormenting me every single moment. But rest assured, Uncle Kido, I kept my mouth shut. I didn't reveal a single bit of Sand Village intelligence to the Konoha ninja." The very first line made Minato's eyebrow twitch involuntarily. When did they ever hang up Kamiyo and torture him like that? Still, it confirmed what he suspected. Kamiyo was planted in Konoha as a spy by the Sand Village. Minato continued reading. "Uncle Kido, the Konoha ninja don't trust me at all. They know that the Sand Village's magnet release bloodline ninja are related to you, so they've decided to kill me just to humiliate you. I can bear it, but I don't think you could, Uncle Kido. Wouldn't that be a real slap in the face for you? Uncle Kido, I'm actually really strong. I've just been keeping a low profile. I've contributed plenty to the Sand Village before, too. Remember when I guarded the village gates, keeping every enemy at bay? Please believe me, Uncle Kido, I'm not trying to survive for myself. I want to live only for the sake of our Sand Village. Uncle Kido, my life is hanging by a thread now. The Konoha ninja could kill me at any moment, so please, send someone to rescue me immediately. Just give me a chance to serve the Sand Village with everything I am, to burn bright for our village." After reading the whole letter, Minato could only sum it up in 4 words. Nothing but lies. He finished reading Kamiyo's message, intended for the third Kazekage via the ninja hawk. This scroll was nothing more than an attempt to quit the mission. Minato was at a loss for words about Kamiyo's shamelessness, pure nonsense, and not a shred of truth. Still, it seemed likely Kamiyo had been forced into this spy role. Looking down at Kamiyo, who was now calling out to the Konoha ninja below, Minato fell into deep thought. Kamiyo was a genius. That much had been clear from his recent battle with Kakashi and Oishi Kamiyama. And from the scroll, it was obvious Kamiyo felt no sense of honor toward the Sand Village. All he wanted was to go home. No desire to fight, no desire to serve the Sand Village. Though Kamiyo was a spy, he clearly resented that role with every fiber of his being. This sparked an idea in Minato's mind. Perhaps keeping Kamiyo here would be a good thing after all. Let's set aside Kamiyo's personal value for a moment. Even just having Kamiyo's ninja hawk provide the direct link to the third Kazekage, and that alone is incredibly significant. In other words, as long as Kamiyo is kept alive, whatever information they want Sunagakure to know can be sent directly through him. With this, if there's ever friction or even war with Sunagakure in the future, having Kamiyo on their side would allow Konoha to seize the initiative. Minato Namikaze didn't go down to meet Kamiyo in person. Instead, he took Kamiyo's ninja hawk and the scroll back to the Konoha headquarters, and then dispatched 3 Konoha shinobi to bring Kamiyo in from the forest. Left alone in the tent, Minato took out a blank scroll. Mimicking Kamiyo, he rubbed his finger on the ground, and then began to copy Kamiyo's handwriting onto the new scroll. Uncle Kido, I've successfully infiltrated the Konoha camp. After discovering my magnet release, Kekii Genkai, the Konoha shinobi didn't harm me. In fact, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, is stationed here in the Land of Rivers, and he seems to value me highly. He's already reported my situation to the third Hokage. If nothing goes wrong, the undercover mission should go smoothly. Please rest assured, Uncle Kido, I will do my best to remain undercover, gather as much intelligence as possible, and report everything to you. Minato glanced at the writing on the new scroll, then compared it to Kamiyo's original script. Yes, nearly identical. Perfect. He then tied the scroll back onto the ninja hawk, left the Konoha outpost, and returned to the woods. Placing the hawk on a tree branch, he quietly slipped away. When the ninja hawk awoke, it looked around in confusion. Had just blacked out? Maybe it was overworked lately? Or perhaps Kamiyo had threatened it again, leaving its nerves a little frayed and causing it to faint. Either way, it was all Kamiyo's fault. The hawk checked its back. Its scroll was still there. Since the scroll hadn't been taken, why worry about it? It didn't matter. With a beat of its wings, the ninja hawk soared into the sky, heading straight for Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Kamiyo had already been found by the Konoha shinobi and brought back to the Konoha camp. Now, Kamiyo was sitting in a tent, wolfing down food with desperation. Konoha was truly Konoha. Even in the midst of war, their food was so delicious. Minato Namikaze entered Kamiyo's tent. As soon as Kamiyo saw Minato, he immediately started wailing, "Oh, it hurts, Lord Minato. I'm in so much pain. Just now, two IWNine ambushed me, but thanks to my quick thinking, I managed to escape. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now. Luckily, your Konoha shinobi found me in time, or I'd be a goner for sure. Konoha has treated me so well. From now on, I'll work tirelessly for Konoha, give it everything I've got, and when my time comes, I'll die for Konoha too." Although Kamiyo exaggerated in the scroll he sent to the third Kazekage, claiming he was distrusted, tortured, and beaten if the third Kazekage chose to ignore him and let him continue as an undercover agent, then he would have no choice but to follow the Konoha ninja and leave his fate to chance. Moreover, Kamiyo knew in his heart that, given the third Kazekage's temperament, the likelihood of agreeing to his request was extremely low. After all, the third Kazekage was notoriously forceful and ruthless in Sunagakure. So for now, he had no choice but to flatter Konoha as best he could. The more convincing his flattery, the safer he would be here. Minato Namikaze pulled at the corner of his mouth, having noticed that in Kamiyo's scroll he had also written about his willingness to work tirelessly for Sunagakure, to shine and contribute. One moment he was pledging himself to Sunagakure, the next to Konoha. This boy's loyalty and eagerness to please were certainly flexible. Minato turned to Kamiyo and said, "I plan to take you back to Konoha tomorrow." Kamiyo's face stiffened. Huh, so soon? He hadn't even received a reply from the third Kazekage yet. If, by some twist of fate, the third Kazekage suddenly decided to let him come back to the village, wouldn't leaving from Konoha become much more difficult? Seeing Kamiyo's current expression, Minato could more or less guess what he was thinking. It was nothing more than worrying that, should the third Kazekage send someone to rescue him, slipping away from Konoha would be no easy task. By now, Minato could already piece together some of the thoughts running through Kamiyo's mind. With a gentle smile, Minato said, "Yes, my main reason for coming here was to give my students some field experience. But now, your situation has become much more important. So, I intend to bring you back to Konoha to meet our Hokage." Although Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't replied to his message yet, Minato guessed that the Hokage would support his decision to take Kamiyo back to Konoha. After all, Kamiyo possessed the magnet release Kekii Genkai, a very valuable asset. Knowing he had no real say in the matter, Kamiyo could only force a rather awkward smile and reply, "That's wonderful. I've always admired the Hokage, and to be honest, Lord Minato, I'm a huge fan of his. He's my idol." Minato gave Kamiyo a look of subtle amusement. "Is that so? That's good to hear. The third Hokage is my idol as well." Kamiyo instantly jumped in with a sycophantic grin. "What a coincidence. To share the same idol as you, Lord Minato, is truly an honor." Minato felt nothing from Kamiyo's flattery, and simply said, "There are only 2 or 3 hours left until dawn. Kamiyo, you should get some rest. There'll be someone standing guard outside the tent tonight, so there's no need to worry about anyone attacking you. I'll come wake you when morning comes, so I won't disturb your rest any longer." Minato Namikaze left the tent. Inside the tent, Jindai was eating while letting out a deep sigh. All he wanted was to live a comfortable, peaceful life. Why did it have to be so difficult? Still, judging by Minato Namikaze's attitude toward him, things didn't seem too bad. His journey as an undercover agent was going rather smoothly. As long as his identity remained undiscovered, it counted as a victory. This was the only thing that brought Jindai some measure of comfort. Oh well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. I'll just have to endure things for now. After leaving Jindai's tent, Minato Namikaze headed toward the tent where Kakashi was staying. Kakashi's wounds had already been bandaged, but Rin Noara was still carefully checking him for any other injuries. Obito, looking annoyed, said, "Rin, even Kakashi himself said there aren't any more injuries. Why are you still checking him so thoroughly?" Rin replied with a serious look, "We still need to be cautious. That puppet called Jindai, its blades seem to be coated with poison. So right now, I have to make sure Kakashi hasn't been poisoned." Obito frowned as he examined Kakashi. "He doesn't look like someone who's been poisoned, though." Kakashi chimed in, "Yeah, Rin, I don't feel unwell at all." Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over Kakashi, and he nearly collapsed. Obito quickly caught him. "Hey, Kakashi, don't tell me you actually got poisoned." Kakashi tried to stay stubborn. "I'm not poisoned. I just feel a little tired. It's all because of you, Obito. You've been making such a racket next to me. It's wearing me out even more." Obito stared at him in disbelief. "What? How is this my fault?" "All right, Kakashi, don't say anything more. I found the wound," Rin announced. She had spotted a small, darkened cut on Kakashi's ankle. Without delay, Rin began treating the tiny wound on his ankle. Obito eyed the injury curiously. "That cut. Kakashi, how did you get it?" Kakashi was puzzled as well. He had no recollection of when he'd received that injury. His ankle shouldn't have been exposed to any attacks. Minato Namikaze entered the tent just then, offering a possible explanation for Kakashi's injury. This probably happened during the earlier fight. When Kakashi used Earth Style, Fisher Fong to try and ambush Jindai, but didn't succeed, he got cut by the puppet's blade as he retreated. Minato then turned to Rin and asked, "How is it, Rin? Can you neutralize the poison? If it's too troublesome, I can go fetch one of the medical needs station here to help." Rin Noara shook her head and said, "No need to trouble them. This poison isn't too complicated. Normally, it would act very quickly, but fortunately Kakashi was only grazed and barely affected, so the symptoms are just now appearing. We just need to inject a standard antidote, and Kakashi will be fine in no time." As she spoke, Rin had already administered the antidote to Kakashi. After a short while, Kakashi gradually regained his strength. Kakashi asked, "Sensei, has that guy Jindai been brought back yet?" Minato Namikaze nodded. "Yes, he's been brought in. Once dawn comes, we'll take him back to the Leaf Village with us." Kakashi frowned, his tone serious. "Sensei, this Jindai is hiding his true abilities. He never leaves the Konoha outpost, even when he has the chance. He's clearly up to something. He must be here for Konoha. Are we really doing the right thing by bringing him back?" Minato smiled and replied, "This is the best course of action. Besides, it's now confirmed. He's an undercover operative sent by the Sand Village." Obito was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. "What? We know he's a spy, and that's good," Minato explained, "because he's able to communicate directly with the Kazekage of the Sand Village through his ninja falcon." Obito was still puzzled. So what? Kakashi had already caught on to Minato's intentions and shot Obito a look. Think about it. If his falcon can communicate directly with the Kazekage, that means we can use him to gather intel from the Sand Village, or even feed them false information. Obito's eyes lit up with sudden realization, though he bristled at being called out. "Of course I knew that." Kakashi didn't bother to argue with Obito's stubbornness. Minato continued, "Earlier, I intercepted the scroll he was trying to send to the Kazekage. The whole message was just him begging to return to the Sand Village. I destroyed that scroll and forged a new one that says, his mission as a spy here is going very well. That's why we need to keep him close. As long as he stays with us, like Kakashi mentioned, we can send misleading information to the Sand Village and gain the upper hand. Besides, he's not an undercover agent by choice, and he's really not very good at it. When you interact with him, make sure he doesn't realize we're onto him." The truth was Minato hadn't originally planned to tell Kakashi and the others about Jindai being a spy. But while it might have been possible to fool Obito, deceiving Kakashi was almost impossible, and even Rin would likely see through it. One could say that Minato Namikaze had never seen an undercover agent with such abysmal skills. It was as if the words, "I'm suspicious," were written all over his face. No, it wasn't just poor skills. This guy didn't have any undercover skills at all. So, it was probably best to give Kakashi and the others a little heads up in advance. As dawn broke, Minato brought Kakashi and the other two to Jindai's tent. Jindai was sprawled on his bedding, sleeping in the most unrestrained posture imaginable. His sleep style made the corners of Minato's and the others' eyes twitch uncontrollably. He was sleeping so soundly that even with all of them standing right beside him, he hadn't stirred. How big a heart did this guy have? Minato crouched down next to Jin-dai and gave his shoulder a gentle shake. Jin-dai, wake up. It's time to head out. Jin-dai was truly exhausted. After staying tense all night, he had only just managed to fall asleep, and now he'd barely had any rest at all. So when Minato patted him, Jin-dai, deep in slumber, didn't wake up at all. Minato gave him another, firmer shake, and only then did Jin-dai groggily wake. Still half asleep, Jin-dai sat up and rubbed his eyes. His vision was blurry from rubbing his eyes, and he didn't recognize Minato in front of him. His mind was muddled, teetering between dream and reality. Uncle Kato, I'll do my best to go undercover. Please, don't really throw me in jail, he mumbled. Minato, Kakashi, and the other two stared at Jin-dai, dumbfounded. Hey, he was supposed to be undercover, and yet here he was blurting out right in front of everyone. Was this really okay? Wasn't this just a little disrespectful? Suddenly, Jin-dai's mind cleared. He finally saw Minato and the others in front of him, and froze. Wait, what did he just say? He'd been dreaming about being in Sunagakure, stubbornly refusing to go undercover, and the third Kazekage threatening to throw him in prison. He'd begged for mercy. Could it be that he'd said all that out loud? Panic began to spread across Jin-dai's face. Minato gave a dry cough and said, Jin-dai, what did you just say? You were mumbling. You'll have to speak up. Kakashi, did you hear anything? We didn't hear a thing. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all quickly turned their heads away, struggling to keep straight faces. Jin-dai thought he had just revealed his undercover mission, and he felt completely at a loss. But when Minato and the others insisted they hadn't heard a word, Jin-dai let out a huge sigh of relief. He'd really thought he'd blown his cover. Next time, he'd have to make sure not to sleep so deeply. This was enough to scare him to death. Shindai forced a strained, awkward smile and tried to bluff his way through. I didn't say anything just now. It's just that I'm about to go to Konoha, and I'll get to meet my idol, Lord Hokage. I'm really looking forward to it. I can hardly wait to shine and contribute to Konoha. Minato Namikaze and his team nearly rolled their eyes at his performance. At that moment, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin finally understood why Minato had been so insistent that, when interacting with Shindai, they must never let on that they knew about his undercover identity. This guy could accidentally blow his own cover at any moment. Who could possibly keep up with that? With a smile, Minato said, Since you're so excited, let's get going right away. Come on, Shindai. Shindai got up and followed Minato and the three others, leaving the Konoha outpost behind as they set out for the village. 3 days later, Shindai's ninja, Hawk, finally returned to Sunagakure. The third Kazekage retrieved the scroll tied to the Hawk, then began to read its contents. When he read that Minato Namikaze was also in the Land of Rivers, the Kazekage was quite surprised. No wonder the ninjas who had been trading with the Iwagakure shinobi had vanished without a trace. It seemed that Iwagakure supplies had been intercepted by Minato. What a pity. As he continued reading and saw that Minato placed great value on Shindai and had already reported Shindai's situation to Konoha's third Hokage, the Kazekage couldn't help but smile when he realized that, barring any surprises, Shindai's undercover mission would proceed smoothly. I only meant to give it a try, but it turns out Shindai actually has a knack for going undercover. He's found his calling, it seems. As long as he catches Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention, Shindai will be like a nail firmly hammered into Konoha, impossible to pull out. Still, the process of being an undercover agent can't be easy. It must be tough for him, especially since it's his first time. Maybe I should send him a little encouragement, a few words of praise. The third Kazekage wrote a letter, tied it to the ninja Hawk's leg, and sent it off to deliver the message to Shindai. It had now been 6 days since Shindai left the Konoha outpost. By now, they had entered the Land of Fire, and were about to arrive at Konoha. For the past 6 days, Shindai had obediently followed behind Minato and the others. Aside from Minato, who would occasionally chat with him, Kakashi and his two teammates had barely spoken a word to Shindai. After all, Shindai was an undercover agent and, in their eyes, an enemy. The less they said, the less likely they were to give themselves away. Minato would sometimes ask about Shindai's past, but even he had stopped probing too much. After all, on several occasions, Shindai had nearly blurted out, I'm a spy, without even realizing it. Shindai himself didn't think much of it, but Minato was constantly on edge, worried sick. Because if Kamiyo realizes he's been exposed, what if he tries to run away? Kamiyo is a real prize. If he's gone, where could they ever find another clever spy like him? Especially one who can communicate directly with the leader of Ninja Village? Meanwhile, Kamiyo felt he was hiding perfectly. Just look at Minato Namikaze. How warm and friendly he is. Whenever there's food or drink, Kamiyo is always the first one he asks. Minato keeps checking if he needs a break too. What a good person. If Minato Namikaze knew he was a spy, would he still treat him so well? If he found out, he'd probably strangle him on the spot, not serve him delicious food and drinks. Night fell. Minato Namikaze stopped and turned to Kamiyo and Kakashi, saying, "We're not far from Konoha now. Let's camp here for the night and set out again tomorrow. We should reach Konoha by tomorrow afternoon." Everyone set up camp right where they were, preparing to rest. Deep into the night, leaning against a tree trunk, Minato Namikaze suddenly opened his eyes and glanced up at the sky. Then, he looked over at Kamiyo, who was sleeping soundly. Without a sound, Minato vanished from where he sat. Meanwhile, a ninja hawk carrying a letter from the third Kazekage was flapping its wings, flying straight toward Kamiyo's direction. The next instant, the hawk's vision darkened, it lost consciousness and dropped. Minato had already placed a marker on this hawk. As soon as it drew close enough, he could sense its presence. Minato removed the letter from the hawk, opened it, and began to read. "Kamiyo, you did an excellent job this time. Since you're about to meet Hiruzen Sarutobi, make sure to earn his trust. Keep me updated with any intelligence you gather. You won't have to remain undercover for too long. Once the war starts, and we coordinate from inside and out to seize Konoha's jutsu and secret techniques, your mission will be complete, and you'll be celebrated as a hero of Sunagakure. Work hard. I have high hopes for you." After reading the letter, Minato raised an eyebrow. Now he finally understood Kamiyo's true mission as an undercover agent in Konoha. Minato took out the letter and revised only the opening sentence. "There's no room for discussion about your undercover mission. As a ninja, you must endure even under torture, and you must do everything you can to earn the trust of Konoha's ninjas, sending me any intelligence you obtain without delay." Once he was done editing, Minato reattached the letter to the hawk and quietly left. He returned to camp and leaned back against the tree as if nothing had happened, resuming his rest. Half an hour later, the previously unconscious hawk woke up. Its small, sharp eyes were filled with confusion. What has happened? Had it blacked out mid-flight again? This had never happened before. Unable to figure out, the ninja hawk blamed everything on Kamiyo. After all, the last time it lost consciousness, it was carrying Kamiyo's scroll, barely airborne before it fainted. Now, it was about to reach Kamiyo's location, and the same thing happened. If Kamiyo wasn't the reason, what else could it be? The ninja hawk felt it must have accumulated terrible luck over 8 lifetimes to have run into Kamiyo. But the mission still had to be completed, so the ninja hawk could only keep flying toward Kamiyo. Kamiyo, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly felt something pecking at his head. He snapped his eyes open and, seeing the ninja hawk, was overjoyed. "You're finally back." The ninja hawk shot Kamiyo a look of utter disdain. It had called out several times not far away, but Kamiyo hadn't responded at all. With no other options, it had risked flying closer to him. Kamiyo snuck a glance at Minato Namikaze and the others, relieved to see they were all asleep with their eyes closed. He led the ninja hawk behind a nearby tree. Kakashi and Rin Noara suddenly opened their eyes and looked over at Minato. As for Obito, he was sleeping just as soundly as Kamiyo had been a moment ago. Minato cracked his eyes open and shook his head slightly, signaling to Kakashi and Rin not to worry. Kakashi and Rin had actually woken up when a ninja hawk started calling out in the woods. The hawk's cries were just so obvious, as if it was determined to wake everyone up. But it was true. No one woke up. Look at Kamiyo, sleeping like a log. The ninja hawk had to fly over and peck his head, clearly out of desperation. You had to feel sorry for that ninja hawk, ending up with a master like Kamiyo. Meanwhile, Kamiyo, now at a distance, opened the letter and began to read. The very first line made his blood boil. "Who does that? I've been tormented enough, and you're telling me to endure even more suffering? Do you have any humanity at all? Who wants to be a hero, anyway? If anybody wants to be this so-called hero, let them. If I didn't think the battlefield was even more dangerous than undercover work, I wouldn't be here either." Fuming, Kamiyo threw the letter to the ground and stomped on it several times. Sensing the bad mood, the ninja hawk, afraid Kamiyo might actually cook and eat it out of anger, took flight at once. Obito, startled out of a deep sleep, sat up with a jolt. Who's yelling? Are there enemies nearby? Rin covered her eyes, unable to watch any longer. Kamiyo's roar had even woken Obito. It was clear just how loud he'd been. As an undercover agent, did he really not care about keeping their cover at all? Kakashi whispered, "Hey Obito, don't give us away." Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. "Give what away?" Minato, hearing approaching footsteps, didn't have time to explain. He picked up a stone and flicked it, hitting Obito squarely on the head. Obito rolled his eyes and passed out on the spot. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, and Rin Noara immediately shut their eyes, pretending to be asleep. Fuming, Jindai stormed back to where he had been lying just moments ago. The contents of that letter still gnawed at him, fueling his frustration. Did his safety really mean so little to anyone? Granted, there wasn't much affection between them, but they were still family, no matter how distant. Worked up as he was, Jindai couldn't get a wink of sleep, and so the night dragged on until morning. When Minato woke up, he opened his eyes and glanced at Jindai, who was still awake and sulking. "You're up early, Jindai." Jindai forced a smile. No matter how annoyed he was, he still had to look out for himself. There was no point in getting on Minato's bad side. "That's right. We'll be meeting Lord Hokage soon, so I'm super excited." Minato gave him a subtle smile. "Is that so? Well, you'll get your wish today. Kakashi, wake Obito up. Once we're ready, let's get going." Kakashi walked over to the still unconscious Obito, grabbed him by the collar, and hoisted him up. "Hey, wake up." After a few aggressive shakes from Kakashi, Obito slowly came to. He blinked in confusion at Kakashi. "Oh, it's you. Wait, last night." Just as Obito was about to say something, Kakashi shot him a deadly glare. "Nothing happened last night. We're on the move now, so get ready." To keep Obito from saying anything that might give Jindai the wrong idea, Minato chimed in as well. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Jindai can't wait to meet the third Hokage, so the sooner we're back in Konoha, the sooner his wish will come true. Isn't that right, Jindai?" Jindai could only laugh awkwardly. "Yes, exactly. Honestly, I wish we were already in Konoha." After packing up, the group set out once again for Konoha. Around 2 in the afternoon, Obito stretched with a yawn. "Finally home. Feels like the last time I came back to Konoha was, well, the last time." Rin, picking up on something odd in Obito's words, tilted her head. "Obito, that sounded like you didn't say anything at all." Kakashi didn't miss a beat. That was pointless. As Jindai gazed at the gates of Konoha before him, he couldn't help but compare them to those of Sunagakure. The gates of the sand village, battered by years of wind and dust, looked worn and dilapidated. But Konoha's gates stood tall and imposing, exuding strength and grandeur. Minato smiled warmly. "All right, let's head in." Jindai followed Minato, Kakashi, and the others as they entered Konoha without a hitch. Once they reached the village streets, the crowds proved overwhelming for Jindai. He felt stiff and uneasy, his limbs awkward, unsure what to do with himself. But truly, Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village are worlds apart. Some are starving in poverty, while others drown in riches. No wonder the Hidden Sand Village covets Konoha so much. The aroma wafting from all those food stalls made Jindai swallow repeatedly, unable to resist. Minato Namikaze noticed Jindai's odd expression and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Jindai?" Jindai gulped and replied, I'm fine. It's just, there's so many people. I'm not really used to it." Obito looked puzzled. "Are you socially anxious?" Jindai straightened his back defensively. "No way. How could I be socially anxious? Back in the Hidden Sand Village, everyone called me the king of socializing." Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead and hunched his shoulders a little. "It's just, I've never seen this many people in the Sand Village, so I'm a bit overwhelmed." Minato recalled what Inoichi Yamanaka had discovered when probing Jindai's memories. It seemed Jindai had lived alone since childhood, barely ever stepping outside. Thinking back to how flustered and tense Jindai just looked, blushing, heart racing, unable to meet anyone's gaze, Obito's guess might not be far off. Jindai probably is socially anxious. Minato also noticed Jindai eyeing a tempura shop, swallowing hard several times as he stared. Minato smiled and said, "Now that we're in Konoha, why don't we eat first before meeting the third Hokage? There's no rush. My treat. How about some tempura?" The moment Jindai heard Minato was treating into tempura no less, the very thing he'd been craving, he burst out, Yes, yes. Thank you, Lord Minato. You're too generous. It's no trouble. Let's go." Minato led Jindai and the others into the shop, choosing a private room just for them. He handed the menu to Jindai. "Here you go. Order whatever you like." Jindai's eyes sparkled as he looked up at Minato. "Really? Anything I want?" Minato nodded with a warm smile. "Of course. Anything. After all, how much could a 10-year-old possibly eat?" Minato wasn't worried in the slightest. But soon, Minato's calm expression began to crack. "I'll start with 10 orders of sea bream tempura to whet my appetite, and another 10 of oyster tempura. Ooh, the crab tempura looks delicious. Let's make that 15 orders." Minato's eye twitched. He wanted to take back his words about ordering freely. Why was this kid ordering everything by the dozen? Who does that? Wasn't this just asking to bankrupt your host? Kakashi and the others were stunned as well. How could anyone eat this much? Inside the Konoha tempura shop, Jindai was going through the menu with gusto, ticking off order after order. Yet every time Shindai checked off another dish, Minato Namikaze's heart would skip a beat. Ill tempura, Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Let's order that too. Just as Shindai was about to mark off the next item, Minato couldn't hold back any longer. He reached out and stopped Shindai's hand, which was holding the pen. Forcing a smile, Minato said, "Shindai, you've already ordered quite a lot from the menu. Let's eat what we have first. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Wouldn't it be a shame to waste food if we can't finish it all?" Shindai nodded in agreement. "You're right, Lord Minato. You really do think of everything." Minato called over the waiter and made a special request. "Please don't bring everything out at once. After we finish the tempura on the table, bring out the next batch for us." The waiter replied, "Of course." Minato figured that Shindai had ordered more than he could possibly eat, so anything that hadn't been fried yet could still be canceled later. With Shindai ordering like this, Minato's wallet was feeling the strain. Soon, the first round of tempura arrived. Shindai gazed at the dishes with eager anticipation, then looked to Minato for permission. After all, since Minato was treating, it wouldn't be polite to start eating without his go-ahead. Only when Minato said it was okay could he begin. Minato smiled warmly. "All right, everyone, let's dig in. Tempura isn't nearly as good once it gets cold." Shindai picked up a piece of sea bream tempura and took a bite. The crisp coating and the delicate flavor of the fish were so delicious that, for someone like Shindai who'd rarely tasted fine food, he almost felt like crying with happiness. To hell with manners. For food this good, etiquette could wait. Shindai began devouring the meal with astonishing speed. Because he was short, sitting down made it hard for him to reach some dishes, so he simply stood up to eat. Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stared in shock at Shindai as he wolfed down the food, their chopsticks frozen midair. Obito was so astonished he could barely get the words out. Didn't he already eat something on the road today? Why does it look like he hasn't had a meal in 800 years? Kakashi speculated, maybe he's never had food this good before. The land of wind is all sandstorms. There aren't even many plants, let alone rivers. Supplies are scarce, so the only thing that matters is whether the food fills you up and keeps you going. They probably don't care much about taste. That's right. It's so delicious, I could cry from happiness. With his mouth stuffed full, Shindai's words came out barely understandable. Rin watched as Shindai, his mouth already packed, kept trying to cram in more food. She gently reminded him, "Shindai, be careful not to choke. There's plenty, so take your time. No one's going to take it away from you." A faint sadness settled over Minato's heart. At the rate Shindai was eating, even if he couldn't finish everything, the bill was still going to be hefty. He was starting to have some regrets. 1 hour later, "I really can't eat another bite, Kamashiro's mouth was so full that the food was nearly stuck in his throat. He almost threw up just trying to speak, but in the end, he forced it all back down. Minato Namikaze and the other two, Kakashi among them, stared at Kamashiro with dull, dead fish eyes. No matter how delicious the food was, did he really need to eat like this? Sigh. Minato let out a long breath. In the end, Kamashiro had practically finished all the food they'd ordered by himself. When it came time to pay, Minato felt as if his heart were bleeding. After slipping his now-thin wallet back into his pocket, Minato said, "All right, that's settled. Let's go. It's time to meet the third Hokage." Kamashiro, cradling his round belly, waddled along slowly behind Minato. It wasn't that Kamashiro didn't want to walk faster, but if he picked up the pace even a little, he feared the food in his stomach might come rushing right back up. He'd finally had a chance to eat something so delicious. He wasn't about to let it go to waste. What should have been a half-hour walk to the Hokage Tower ended up taking a full hour. When they finally arrived at the tower, Minato turned to Kakashi, the other two, and Kamashiro, saying, "Wait for me here in the main hall. Once I've reported the mission and Kamashiro's situation to the third, I'll come get you." Minato then headed to the Hokage's office alone. He knocked on the office door, and a powerful, resonant voice answered from inside. "Come in." Minato pushed open the door. Sitting in the chair was Hiruzen Sarutobi, his chin adorned with a small patch of black beard, dressed in the white Hokage robe over a red ninja outfit. Seeing Minato, Hiruzen smiled. "Ah, Minato." Minato addressed Hiruzen respectfully. "Lord Third, I've brought the child back. He's waiting in the main hall of the tower now." Hiruzen's expression immediately grew serious. "Is this the child with the magnetic release bloodline? I've already read Xiangyi's letter. According to his mind-reading jutsu, the child's memories seem clear enough, so I plan to let him join Konoha to become one of us. What do you think, Minato?" Minato shook his head. "Lord Third, in truth, that child is an undercover agent sent by Sunagakure. He may have been subjected to a secret technique. He's missing the most crucial part of his memory, so Xiangyi didn't detect it. His real purpose is to spy on Konoha, to gather information on our ninjutsu and secrets. The Kazekage Kagutsu is planning to invade Konoha when the war breaks out fully. He intends for the boy to lead the way, so they can steal our ninjutsu and secret arts. The moment Minato revealed that Kamishiro was a spy, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze turned sharp and piercing. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi still sensed something amiss. Minato, then how did you know that child was a spy? Minato Namikaze carefully explained his earlier deductions, his subsequent tests, and the letter from the Ninja Falcon, recounting every detail to Hiruzen Sarutobi. At first, Hiruzen's expression was grave and his brow deeply furrowed. But as Minato continued his account, the sternness faded, the lines between his brows eased, and what replaced them was a rather peculiar look. Puzzled, Hiruzen asked, so the child agreed to be a spy because he thought it would be easier than fighting on the battlefield? But now he finds being a spy even harder and wants to go back, so he wrote to Kikudo? But why would that guy Kikudo choose a completely inexperienced child for such dangerous work? Minato offered his own analysis. I wondered the same at first. Why would they send someone like Kamadai, who has absolutely no experience, on a mission like this? Then I realized there might be a reason. Because Sunagakure is short on elite fighters, and ninja with Kekkai Genkai are generally stronger than average. The Kazekage wouldn't risk any of his truly gifted bloodline ninja just to lure us in. But to him, Kamadai, despite having Kekkai Genkai, is a talentless child. So in his eyes, if Kamadai could actually infiltrate Konoha, that would be best. But if he was discovered and lost, it wouldn't matter much. Sunagakure wouldn't really lose anything. And Kamadai is painfully shy, the kind who never leaves home, so he knows next to nothing about Sunagakure's secrets. We couldn't get any valuable intelligence out of him even if we tried. On top of that, Kamadai is from the same clan as the Kazekage. The Kazekage likely trusts his own kin not to betray Sunagakure, so in the end, he decided to send Kamadai to Konoha as a spy, just to see what might happen. Having listened to Minato's reasoning, Hiruzen found it made a great deal of sense. After reflecting on Minato's analysis, Hiruzen agreed it was a sound conclusion. He took a thoughtful puff from his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and asked, so, although the child is technically a spy, we can more or less consider him a disposable pawn to Sunagakure. Precisely because he's so unimportant, Kikudo sent him here to Konoha. After all, it's not unusual for the 5 great ninja villages to send spies to each other. Even if we know this kid is a spy, there's no way we could use him to get any real leverage or information from Sunagakure. Minato nodded in agreement. Exactly. Besides, the child doesn't know anything truly valuable about Sunagakure anyway. And on the surface, this kid was supposed to be a bargaining chip in a deal between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, but we intercepted him. Sunagakure will never admit he was a spy. If anything, they might even team up with Iwagakure and use the boy as an excuse to cause us trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew a touch more serious. It seems this child has become quite a hot potato. That Inoki fellow surely won't be content to let a boy with the magnetic release bloodline fall into our hands. He's probably already preparing to make a move against us. Minato, what do you think we should do with this child? Minato Namikaze replied earnestly, Third Hokage, I don't think this child is a hot potato at all. In my eyes, Kamiyo is incredibly valuable and precious to Konoha. First, although this child is an undercover agent, we're already aware of it. His ninja hawk can make direct contact with the Kazekage, which means we can use him to send misleading information to the Sand Village. Secondly, Kamiyo is exceptionally gifted. Back when we were at the Konoha outpost, I had Oishi and Kakashi test him. Kamiyo held his own in battle without falling behind at all. I suspect he already possesses the strength of a jonin. Hiruzen's expression turned to one of surprise as he asked, How old is this child? Minato answered, I asked Kamiyo myself. He's 10 years old, the same age as Kakashi and the others. Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. 10 years old, with jonin-level strength? If he didn't know how meticulous Minato was, Hiruzen might have thought Minato was exaggerating. But Minato shifted the conversation. The child is very afraid of combat. It's obvious he's never experienced real battle. During a fight, his focus isn't on defeating his opponent. Even when he has the chance to deal a heavy blow, he's thinking about how to escape. So, despite his abilities, he can hardly bring out his full strength and relies almost entirely on raw power alone. Just recalling Kamiyo's fight left Minato at a loss for words. If it were him, as long as he could suppress his opponent, he'd never give them a chance to recover. If he did, he'd consider it his loss. Minato continued. What's more, that child doesn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Sand Village. That's why I believe we can help Kamiyo feel at home in Konoha and have him truly become one of us. So, Third Hokage, I hope you'll allow me to take Kamiyo under my wing. I'll do my best to help him embrace Konoha's ideals and become part of our village. And I also want to help him overcome his fear of battle. If we succeed, Then when the day comes that Kamiyo truly calls Konoha home, our village will gain a powerful shinobi. Hiruzen didn't hesitate for a moment before agreeing to Minato's suggestion. Very well, Minato. I'll leave the child in your hands. He saw no reason at all to refuse Minato's proposal. As long as Minato Namikaze succeeds, Konoha will have its very first ninja with a magnet release bloodline limit. Not only that, but once Jindai settles down in Konoha, there's even a chance that a whole clan with a magnet release bloodline might develop in the future. Now, that would be truly wonderful. A heartfelt thanks to the third Kazekage of Sunagakure for sending over such a remarkable bloodline limit. With a smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Well then, Minato, why don't you bring that child to see me?" Minato nodded. "All right, I'll call him up right now." After leaving the office, Minato made his way down to the lobby of the Hokage Tower, where he found Jindai and the others. "Jindai, the third Hokage wants to see you. Come with me. Kakashi, after you finish your mission report and handover, you can all head home and get some rest." Kakashi, Obito, and Rin left to report in and complete their task. Meanwhile, Jindai, feeling a mixture of nervousness and excitement, followed closely behind Minato as they headed toward the Hokage's office. Stepping into the Hokage's office, Jindai finally came face to face with the highest authority in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jindai's first impression of Sarutobi was surprisingly warm. He didn't seem stern at all, but rather wore a friendly smile as he looked at him. With a cheerful grin, Minato introduced him. "Jindai, this is the Hokage you admire so much." Stammering, Jindai tried to greet Hiruzen. "Hello, Lord Hokage. I'm your idol." "No, wait, you my idol." "Actually, that's not right either." "Anyway, you my admirer." "No, that's not it. You get what I mean." Minato looked at Jindai, utterly speechless. What kind of nonsense was that supposed to be? Hiruzen, however, didn't seem to mind in the slightest. He chuckled warmly and said, "Jindai, Konoha welcomes you. Here, you should feel just like you're at home. There's no need to be so reserved." Hearing Hiruzen say it was just like being at home, Jindai's eyes brightened. "Lord Hokage, does that mean I've officially joined Konoha now? Can I stay here for good? I promise, if you let me stay in Konoha, I'll work hard and diligently. You could assign me to research like ninjutsu or secret techniques or anything. Really, actually, it'd be great if you'd let me study Konoha's current technology archives. I swear, I'll help bring Konoha's technology to the next level. As for my salary, it doesn't have to be much, just enough for 3 good meals a day is fine. I really don't ask for much. But if you insist on giving me a research budget, I suppose I could accept that, too." Minato and Hiruzen stared at Jindai, mouths agape. How thick-skinned did one have to be to say something like that? If that's what he called not asking for much, what would he consider a lot? Was he truly that oblivious about his own situation? Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat and said, "Kamiyo, I personally welcome you to join Konoha. However, even though I am the Hokage, I can't just ignore the rules. We still have to follow proper procedures. For now, you'll act alongside Minato. When the time is right, I'll make arrangements for you to officially join Konoha." Now, it was Kamiyo's turn to be dumbfounded. So all that talk from Hiruzen Sarutobi earlier about treating Konoha as his own home was just empty words. When Hiruzen Sarutobi told Kamiyo to team up with Minato Namikaze, Kamiyo instantly panicked. After all, Minato Namikaze, now famous across the shinobi world as the Yellow Flash, would surely be heading straight into danger wherever it lurked. If Kamiyo followed Minato, wouldn't that mean he'd be facing danger too? He hurriedly protested, "Lord Hokage, as much as I'd love to follow Lord Minato, I honestly can't keep up. I've been frail since childhood, just walking a few steps leaves me gasping for breath. Lord Minato knows it too. Even when I try to use ninjutsu, I can barely manage a moment before I collapse, utterly drained. If I go out on missions with Lord Minato, I'll just be a burden to him. For the sake of not holding Lord Minato back, and not dragging down Konoha, I think I'd better stay here in the village." Kamiyo spoke with a tone of utmost righteousness, as if his only concern was the good of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a subtle glance at Minato Namikaze. Minato looked back at Hiruzen with a helpless expression, as if to say, "See, this is exactly what he's like." Setting down his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke to Kamiyo in a gentle but earnest tone. "Kamiyo, if you were an ordinary civilian from another country who wished to join Konoha, I could approve it right away. But your previous identity was as a shinobi from Sunagakure. As a ninja, you can't be treated the same as ordinary civilians, especially now, when the shinobi world is teetering on the brink of war, and Konoha has already clashed more than once with the Hidden Cloud. Right now, Konoha is under total lockdown, preparing for battle. Because you were once a Sunagakure ninja, there's no way for you to join Konoha directly. Minato should have told you. If a ninja from another village wants to join, they must contribute to Konoha and have a guarantor before they can be accepted. Your memories have already been checked and found clear, and Minato has agreed to vouch for you. But you're still not a member of Konoha, so you can't stay in the village for long. By the rules, you're only allowed to remain in Konoha for 3 days before you must leave. You can't stick around to make contributions from within. Therefore, the only way you can prove your worth to Konoha is by making contributions from outside the village. Don't worry, Kamiyo. Minato will keep you safe. He won't let anything happen to you. As long as you meet the requirements for contributing to Konoha, I'll approve your membership immediately. Kamiyo frowned and looked at Minato Namikaze. It seemed that, if he wanted to join Konoha, he'd have to stick close to Minato. But following Minato was certainly better than following anyone else. At least Minato was incredibly strong. If he could just stay by Minato's side, there shouldn't be much danger. In the future, when Obito or Rin met with tragedy, it was always because Minato wasn't there to protect them. Besides, the all-out war hadn't started yet. If he stayed with Kakashi and the others at this point in time, surely nothing bad could happen, right? With no better choice, Kamiyo could only agree. Understood. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you, Lord Minato. Lord Minato, I'll be relying on you from now on. Minato gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Kamiyo. I won't let anything happen to my comrades. As Kamiyo listened to Minato's words, he couldn't help but admire how cool and dependable Minato sounded. He radiated a sense of security. But in the end, it hardly mattered. Because, ultimately, only Kakashi would be left alive. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Minato and said, Minato, you and your team might not have much time to rest. The Cloud Ninja in the land of hot water have already noticed your absence and started a new round of attacks. I need you all to depart for the land of hot water first thing tomorrow. Minato nodded. Understood. Tomorrow morning, I'll take Kakashi, the others, and Kamiyo to the land of hot water. After leaving the Hokage's office, since Kamiyo had nowhere to go, Minato decided to let him stay at his place for the time being. At this point, Minato was still a bachelor, so there was no need to worry about any inconvenience. Minato turned to Kamiyo and said, It's already evening. Kamiyo, you should rest at my place for now. There's food in the fridge, and if you're bored, you can watch some TV. I have to step out for a bit. Kamiyo raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Lord Minato, are you going to meet your sweetheart? Minato's face instantly flushed red. And no, it's not like that. Anyway, it's getting late. I'll be back soon. With that, Minato vanished in an instant. Still, Minato hadn't completely let down his guard around Kamiyo. After all, this was Konoha, and Kamiyo was, for now, still an undercover agent. So Minato summoned a toad to keep an eye on Kamiyo from nearby. But Kamiyo had no intention of going out anyway. He much preferred the cozy feeling of staying home, going nowhere at all. Ninjutsu, secret arts, and the like, none of that interested him right now. At the moment, Kamiyo was most intrigued by the television. But it wasn't the programs that drew his attention. It was the TV's inner workings that truly fascinated him. The ever-curious Kamiyo, unable to resist, had already loosened the screws on the television using his magnetic powers. Muttering to himself, he said, I'll just take a look inside. I'll put it back together afterwards. Minato Namikaze arrived near a house located far from the center of Konoha. As Minato approached the entrance of the building, 2 Umbu shinobi appeared before him in a flash. I'm here to visit Kushina, Minato said to the 2 masked ninja. The Umbu nodded briskly and, without hesitation, vanished with a body flicker. Because the Ninetales was sealed inside Kushina Uzumaki, and she was not yet able to fully control its power, Kushina now lived in a secluded area, far from the village center, her residence surrounded by a protective barrier. This barrier was not only to prevent disaster should Kushina lose control and endanger Konoha, but also because, within its bounds, the barrier's power helped her suppress the Ninetales inside her. However, as a Jinchuriki, Kushina could not leave the confines of the barrier. Stepping outside might weaken the seal, so her world was limited to the area within the barrier, with the building at its heart. Anyone could pass through the barrier, but not just anyone could enter the building itself. The 2 Umbu from before were specially assigned to guard both the building and Kushina Uzumaki. Of course, Minato Namikaze could come and go as he pleased. The moment Minato stepped through the front doors, he saw Kushina rushing towards him. Seeing that Minato had come to visit, Kushina's face lit up with joy. Minato! At the sight of Kushina, Minato couldn't help but smile. Kushina! After rushing up to him, Kushina pouted and complained, Minato, it's been ages since you last came to see me. Minato apologized quickly. I'm sorry. I've been away from the village on missions, and only just returned today. Kushina's unhappiness faded as quickly as it came. Instantly, she was brimming with excitement again. Minato, Tell me everything that's happened to you lately. I'm so bored stuck in here, I'm about to go crazy. Grabbing Minato by the wrist, Kushina led him inside the building. Now, the two of them sat together in the living room. Minato recounted the stories and experiences he'd had during his time away, while Kushina listened intently. When Minato mentioned Kamiyo, Kushina couldn't hold back a laugh. Could there really be a kid that clueless? Sounds like he's even dumber than Obito. After thinking for a moment, Minato Namikaze said, "Clumsy? I wouldn't say Kamiyo is clumsy. It's just that he's not good at pretending. According to what Shangi told us, this child hardly ever goes out, and he doesn't interact with people at all. So, Kamiyo has no experience being an undercover agent. And since he barely communicates with anyone, he doesn't even know what kind of expressions to use in different situations. That's why every attempt he makes to lie looks so stiff. It's obvious at a glance when he's not telling the truth. What's even more important is that, deep down, this kid is really resisting the idea of becoming an undercover agent. He's also opposed to fighting. So even if we hadn't discovered his true identity at first, he would have ended up exposing himself sooner or later." Kushina Uzumaki, a little curious, asked, "Minato, why do you sound like you know this kid so well?" Minato Namikaze replied helplessly, "It's not that I want to know him so well, it's just that Kamiyo is really easy to figure out. He just can't keep anything hidden." Kushina, throwing caution to the wind, burst out laughing. "Listening to you, Minato, it sounds like that kid is really interesting. Now I'm curious to meet him, too." Minato's lips curled into a smile as he said, "He is interesting, that's for sure. I've already asked him to join my squad. I hope he'll come to accept Konoha and become one of us. Once he does, I'll bring him to meet you. But for now, since he's technically still an undercover agent, he can't come see you." Kushina cheered Minato on. "All right, then do your best, Minato. Try to get that interesting kid to join Konoha." "I'll do my best," Minato replied, rising to his feet. "Well, it's getting late, so I'd better head back. I have to leave for the land of hot water tomorrow morning. Besides, Kamiyo is staying at my place right now, and I'm a little worried about leaving him alone. Why get back to Konoha next time? I'll come see you again." Hearing that Minato was about to leave, Kushina felt reluctant to part, but she still said goodbye. Minato left the building where Kushina was staying and made his way home. But for some reason, his right eyelid wouldn't stop twitching. At Minato Namikaze's house. Why are there so many extra screws and parts? That can't be right. I reassembled it exactly the way I took it apart. Kamiyo stared at the screws and parts scattered on the floor, lost in thought. He hadn't just taken apart Minato's television. Kamiyo had dismantled practically every appliance in the house that he could get his hands on. He was truly amazed by these devices. Back in Sunagakure, there were hardly any electrical appliances. Life there felt almost primitive. But here, in Minato's home, taking these appliances apart made Kamiyo feel as if he'd suddenly entered the modern world. However, because all the parts were mixed together, Kamishiro couldn't figure out which piece was which. He just grabbed whatever he saw and put it in, which resulted in a massive pile of screws and spare parts accumulating before him, leaving Kamishiro completely at a loss. At that very moment, Kamishiro heard the sound of the door opening. He cursed inwardly and rushed to hide the screws and parts scattered on the floor. But it was too late. Minato Namikaze had already walked in. Kamishiro immediately jumped in front of the heap of parts, trying to block Minato's view. With an awkward laugh, Kamishiro said, "Lord Minato, what brings you here?" Minato was a bit taken aback by the question. "Well, this is my home, isn't it? Or am I wrong?" Kamishiro's face froze. Minato did have a point. And there was another issue. Given Kamishiro's height and build, he couldn't possibly hide the pile behind him. Minato had already seen everything. Pointing at the parts behind Kamishiro, Minato asked, "What are all these?" A bead of sweat slid down Kamishiro's forehead. These are, right? These are just some trash I swept up. I couldn't just freeload at your place without helping out Lord Minato, so I noticed it was a bit dirty and decided to tidy up. I didn't expect to sweep up such a big pile of junk." Minato stepped forward and picked up an antenna from a pile. "Why does this look a lot like the antenna from my radio?" Kamishiro tried to bluff his way through. "You must be mistaken, Lord Minato. Anyone can see that's just a toothpick." Minato frowned. "Who would use something this thick to pick their teeth? This is definitely an antenna." Suddenly, Minato stiffened and hurried over to the cabinet, grabbing his radio. The antenna was gone, and the weight was clearly off, much lighter than before. Minato darted over to the television, grabbed the remote, and tried to turn it on. Of course, nothing happened. He proceeded to check every single appliance in the house. Without exception, none of them worked anymore. And who was the culprit behind all this? Minato stared, dead-eyed, at Kamishiro, who was now lying on the sofa pretending to sleep. Who else could it be but this kid? Minato looked down at the pile of parts with a pang of regret. Each of these appliances had been bought one by one with the mission rewards he'd worked so hard to earn. they held real meaning for him. Take that radio, for example. He'd bought it with the reward from the very first mission he completed as a ninja. Or that television. He'd saved up for half a year, finally buying it after much hesitation. Now, all of it was gone, destroyed in just a few hours away from home. Kamishiro, still feigning sleep on the sofa, cracked his eyes open just a sliver and quietly glanced toward Minato. When Minato Namake's expression grew slightly grim, Jindai quickly shut his eyes again. In hindsight, he wished he'd sorted the parts as he dismantled them. Minato let out a sigh. Well, he thought he didn't need those appliances for now anyway. Tomorrow, he was leaving Konoha for a mission. So what if they were taken apart? It wasn't as if they were broken. Once reassembled, they might just work again. Still, Minato made a silent vow to himself. If Jindai ever visited his home again, there was no way he would leave him alone in the house. Jindai had such a knack for taking things apart that Minato worried if he ever took his eyes off him, there would be nothing left of his home but rubble. Turning to Jindai, Minato said, "Stop pretending to be asleep. Go sleep in the guest room. I'll tidy up the bed for you. It won't take long." Realizing there was no point in faking sleep, Jindai opened his eyes. He felt genuinely embarrassed. He'd taken apart all of Minato's appliances, and Minato hadn't even said a harsh word to him. Jindai scratched his head and apologized. "Sorry, Lord Minato. I just wanted to see how they worked inside. I promise I can put everything back the way it was." But Minato quickly waved him off. "No need. Really, it's not a big deal. Come on, let's get you settled in the guest room." Minato worried that if Jindai tinkered any further, what could have been fixed with a simple reassembly might end up truly beyond repair. The next day, Minato gathered with Jindai at the gates of Konoha. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara arrived to meet them, and were visibly surprised to see Jindai. From the look of things, it seemed Jindai was about to join them on their mission. In their minds, Jindai was supposed to be an undercover agent. He should have been kept in Konoha under surveillance, fed with false information, and then sent to relay it to the third Kazekage of the Sand through the messenger hawk. Minato smiled at the three and explained, "The third Hokage has given his approval. Starting today, Jindai will be working with us. I've decided to vouch for him myself. As long as Jindai proves his loyalty through his actions, he'll become a true member of Konoha, one of us in every sense. Although Jindai was once a ninja of the sand, I hope you can all treat him as a genuine comrade." The three nodded in understanding. They figured the Hokage and Minato must have their reasons for bringing Jindai along. Then let's move out. Jindai, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin followed Minato on their journey to the land of hot water. 6 days later, the group arrived at Konoha's outpost in the land of hot water. The outpost was under the command of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade was there as well, but due to her hemophobia, she couldn't fight directly. The mere sight of blood left her terrified, making it impossible for her even to heal others. Thus, Tsunade's main role here was to guide the medical ninja in treating the wounded. As for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the commanders, neither of them would personally enter the fray. After all, skirmishes with the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village were still considered minor clashes. The time had not yet come for them to fight directly. Besides, in their eyes, the Third Great Ninja War was looming on the horizon, and Konoha was very likely to become the target of multiple ninja villages. For now, the three legendary Sannin of Konoha were only temporarily gathered together. Once the war broke out in full, they would inevitably split up and each fight on different fronts. When Jiraiya saw his star pupil return, a broad smile spread across his face. He strode over to Minato Namake's, clapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Minato, you're finally back. Once the Cloud Ninja realized you were gone, they attacked us with the energy of a pack of wild dogs." Minato apologized. "Something unexpected happened, and my activities in the Land of Rivers were exposed. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, for causing you all trouble." Jiraiya waved it off. "No worries, no worries." Orochimaru led a surprise attack with a unit of ninja on the Cloud's camp, forcing them to pull back and defend. Their offensive has been dealt with. While Minato and Jiraiya conversed, Kamishiro curiously studied Jiraiya. Kamishiro had always imagined Jiraiya to be rather lecherous, but at first glance, he actually looked quite handsome. Jiraiya's gaze soon shifted to Kamishiro, and he turned to Minato with a question. "Minato, who's this child?" Minato explained, "I rescued this child during my mission in the Land of Rivers. Originally, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure planned to form an alliance by sacrificing this child, who possesses a Kekkei Genkai, and exchanging him for some military supplies from Iwagakure, using him as proof of their alliance. But our allies in the Land of Rivers got wind of their plan in advance, and since I happened to be there, I intercepted the child. Now, he's with me and will be working alongside Kakashi and the others." Jiraiya looked at Kamishiro in surprise. "Oh, Akekei Genkai. Sunagakure is really going all out, offering someone with a bloodline limit to forge an alliance with a Wagakure. Kamishiro greeted Jiraiya a little nervously. "Oh, Lord Jiraiya, hello." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, you know who I am." Before Kamishiro could answer, Minato sighed and called out, "Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya felt a bit awkward. Right, Minato had just called him Jiraiya-sensei a moment ago. Minato turned to Kakashi and the others. "Take Kamishiro and help him find an empty tent where he can settle in. I'd like to have a private word with Jiraiya-sensei." Kakashi and his two companions led Jindai away. Jiraiya, watching Jindai's departing figure, asked, "Minato, is this really all right?" Minato Namikaze knew exactly what Jiraiya was referring to, but didn't answer him right away. Instead, he said, "Jiraiya-sensei, let's talk in your tent." Jiraiya immediately realized there might be something unusual about Jindai, so he and Minato made their way to his tent. Once inside, Minato turned to Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, that child is actually a spy that Sunagakure planted in Konoha." Jiraiya wasn't surprised. On the way to the tent, he had already suspected as much. He asked, "Since you brought the child here, I take it you already informed the old man when you were back in Konoha? Is it the third Hokage who asked you to bring him here?" Minato shook his head. "No, it was my own request to the third Hokage." Jiraiya was puzzled. "Your own request? Why? Is there something special about this child?" Minato proceeded to explain everything to Jiraiya, recounting the whole story. When Jiraiya finished listening, a look of interest appeared on his face. "So that's how it is. If a ninja with such innate talent and a rare magnet release bloodline joins Konoha, it would certainly be a great boon for us. But Minato, are you confident you can win that child's loyalty?" Minato smiled gently. "I believe I can. Jindai's greatest problem is his lack of a sense of security. If we treat him well, let him feel the warmth he never had in Sunagakure, and allow him to finally feel safe, I believe he'll come to accept Konoha as his home." Seeing Minato's confidence, Jiraiya couldn't help but trust his student as well. A touch of pride welled up in his heart. After all, Minato was the outstanding disciple he had trained. Minato asked, "So, Jiraiya-sensei, what's the situation in the land of hot water now?" Jiraiya replied, "While you were away, the Cloud Ninja launched a sudden attack, but Orochimaru managed to fend them off. Since then, they've been much quieter, though there's no telling how long that'll last. This war is really the stage for your generation. Now, Minato, to the Cloud Ninja, your name is practically invincible. After this war, it wouldn't be surprising if the title of Yellow Flash surpasses even the fame of the Sannin." Minato let out a sigh. To be honest, there's a certain peace in being unknown. After all, it means living in peaceful times. Hearing this, Jiraiya mused, "That's true. After all, our reputations were earned through bloodshed." Meanwhile, Jindai followed Kakashi and the others to a tent. This tent was set up right next to theirs. Kakashi explained to Kamishiro, "This tent will be your living quarters from now on. There are many ninja patrolling the Konoha outpost, and several areas are off-limits, so unless you have something urgent, it's best not to wander around. If you need anything, you can come to me, Obito, or Rin. If we have a mission, we'll let you know. You should always be prepared, because as soon as there's a mission, we'll have to head out immediately. You're working with us now, so naturally, you'll be coming along." Kamishiro pulled a long face and asked, "Lord Minato's enemies must be incredibly powerful. You guys are all strong enough that you'd never hold him back, but I'm really weak. If I go with you, I'll be the one dragging the team down. How about this, Kakashi? Maybe you could ask Lord Minato to let me stay here as support staff. Don't be fooled by my looks. I'm great at logistics. I can cook, clean, do laundry, you name it. If anyone's tired, I can even give professional-level massages." Kakashi did his best to restrain himself, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. But behind him, Obito and Rin couldn't hold it in any longer. They were already rolling their eyes in exasperation. Just how thick-skinned was Kamishiro to shamelessly suggest staying behind to do laundry, cook, and give massages? If they didn't already know how strong Kamishiro really was, they might have actually believed him. No, even if they didn't know, he wouldn't have fooled them. Kamishiro was the very picture of someone who valued his own life and wanted to stay out of danger. After taking a moment to calm himself, Kakashi said to Kamishiro, "Our teacher's enemies are indeed formidable, which is exactly why we don't act alongside him. Our assignments are mostly reconnaissance, so direct combat is rare. Besides, we have plenty of support staff here. We don't need you in logistics, and we certainly don't need massages. If you want to join Konoha, what you need to do is earn merit. None of those things will count as actual contributions." Kamishiro let out a helpless sigh, then quickly switched to flattery, saying, "Kakashi, Obito, Rin, even though we're not that close yet, you're all so strong, so impressive. I've never seen anyone our age as capable as the three of you. I can say with certainty, at your age, you three are unstoppable. So if anything dangerous happens, you've got to protect someone as weak as me. Since there was no escaping missions with Kakashi's team, and since Minato wouldn't be acting with them, Kamishiro decided to redirect his flattery toward Kakashi and the others. If a fight did break out, he'd just let Kakashi's team lead the charge while he hung back, cheering them on from a safe distance. Anyway, there's no way anything will happen to Kakashi and the other two right now, so using them as a shield shouldn't cause any trouble. Kakashi and Rin Noara were at a loss for words. They had never met anyone as shameless as Jindai. Yet, Obito was completely taken in by Jindai's act. Scratching the back of his head, Obito said awkwardly, "I'm not as amazing as you say, really. But don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll definitely protect you." In unison, Kakashi and Rin's eyes went flat and lifeless. "As if he needs your protection? Uchiha Obito, there's no saving this guy." Minato Namikaze entered Jindai's tent and addressed Jindai along with the three others. "Jindai, from now on, you'll be moving with Kakashi and the team. Don't worry, the missions you'll be doing rarely involve any fighting. There's almost no danger." Minato made a point of reassuring Jindai, worried he might run off at the first sign of trouble. Then Minato continued, "Kakashi, Obito, Rin, let me remind you once more. From now on, Jindai is one of us. We're a team. That means you all need to look out for each other and support one another. Understood? Jindai, that goes for you too. I know you're afraid of fighting, but if you keep running from it, you'll lose your fighting spirit. Sometimes that spirit is crucial. If one day you find yourself with no way to escape, without the will to fight, you won't stand a chance. Yes, battle is dangerous, but each of us must have courage and conviction to fight for what matters most to our hearts, not just to survive for the sake of living." Jindai looked at Minato with a strange expression. To be honest, Minato's words went in one ear and out the other, because right now, Jindai simply couldn't grasp what Minato was saying. In Jindai's mind, surviving came first. Only after that could there be good days ahead. If you die, then there's nothing left. Still, Jindai nodded obediently and said, "Understood, Lord Minato. I'll take your words as my motto, carve them into my mind, and follow your guidance to the letter." Minato's mouth twitched slightly. Although Jindai agreed so readily, that was about all he did. One look at his face made it clear he hadn't taken any of it to heart. But Minato hadn't expected Jindai to truly understand right away. Gaining his trust in Konoha and making him feel like one of the village would take time. Minato and the three others left Jindai's tent. Obito and Rin each returned to their own tents, while Minato stayed behind with Kakashi. Minato led Kakashi to his own tent. Minato Namikaze spoke to Kakashi. "Kakashi, I'm about to head out on a mission. From here on, you'll need to operate on your own. You'll remain in charge of all operations, as before. There are a few things I need to tell you before I go." Kakashi nodded gravely. There was no need to guess. What Minato was about to say was surely related to Jindai. Minato laid out his instructions for Kakashi. "From now on, your main task is to keep an eye on Jindai. I placed a marker on Jindai's ninja hawk. In a moment, I'll teach you how to sense this marker. As long as the hawk comes within a certain range, you'll be able to detect it. Once you sense the hawk, whether Jindai is sending or receiving a letter, you're to stun the hawk, inspect the mail, and if necessary, alter it to mimic Jindai's handwriting. You need to make the Kazekage believe that Jindai's mission as an undercover agent is going smoothly, and let Jindai himself feel that there's no way for him to return. His only option is to remain in Konoha. If Jindai tries to report any information to the Kazekage, use your own judgment. If the intelligence isn't important, you don't need to change anything. But in all likelihood, Jindai won't have access to any crucial information. Also, Kakashi, both the third Hokage, and I agree that Jindai is someone worth recruiting. That's the real reason I've kept him with us. When I say you should treat him as a true comrade, I mean it." Kakashi looked at Minato in surprise. He had thought that Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze had some special plan for Jindai, which was why they brought him along. He hadn't realized they genuinely wanted to win Jindai over. Kakashi never expected that Minato truly intended to recruit Jindai, rather than simply having some hidden agenda. Minato continued with his instructions. "Kakashi, if you run into any problems, you can go to Jiraiya-sensei. He's already aware of the situation with Jindai, and I've briefed him as well. My upcoming mission will take me deep into enemy territory, so I may not return for quite some time. Take care of yourselves." Kakashi nodded in response. "Understood, sensei." Minato gave him a gentle smile. "Kakashi, I'm counting on you. Now, let me teach you how to sense the marker." After Minato taught Kakashi the method for sensing the marker, Kakashi left the tent. Without missing a beat, Minato gathered a squad of jonin and departed from the Konoha encampment to carry out his mission. Now, Minato's task was to send a clear message to the Cloud Ninja. The yellow flash has returned. Jindai remained at the Konoha base for 3 days. During those 3 days, the only times he left his tent were for meals, when Kakashi and the others called him out. Other than that, he never set foot outside. In less than 3 days, Obito and Kamiyo had already become quite good friends. At this moment, Obito sat across from Kamiyo, watching with curiosity as Kamiyo tinkered with Shimizuki. Obito asked, "Kamiyo, this puppet looks incredibly lifelike. Did you make it yourself?" Kamiyo puffed out his chest with pride. "Of course. Shimizuki is entirely my own work. I'm not exaggerating. When it comes to puppet making in Sunagakure, if I say I'm second, no one would dare claim first." Obito exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, Kamiyo, you're really amazing." Then, gazing at Shimizuki's face, Obito asked with interest, "Kamiyo, this puppet's face looks a lot like yours." Kamiyo replied smugly, "How could it not? After all, this face was modeled after me. Isn't it absolutely beautiful?" Obito's excitement faded instantly. He had thought the puppet was quite pretty, but once he learned it was based on Kamiyo's own features, it seemed rather ordinary. Obito's eyes darted as he lowered his voice and asked, "Kamiyo, could you make a puppet for me? Not the combat kind, just something like a doll." Kamiyo gave Obito a strange look. "Obito, are you asking me to use Rin as a model and make you well, not an inflatable doll, but a puppet?" Obito's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. No, I didn't mean it like that. I never said that. I was just joking, just messing around." Kamiyo addressed Obito sternly. "Obito, I have principles, you know. I absolutely refuse to make that kind of puppet. My creations are legitimate combat puppets, not something to satisfy your desires." Obito pouted and bowed his head in disappointment. "All right, I get it." Just then, a tall figure stepped into the tent. It was Jiraiya. At first glance, at Shimizuki, Jiraiya's expression turned unmistakably lecherous. "Wow, now that is one fine puppet." He turned to Kamiyo and asked, "Kamiyo, did you make this puppet yourself?" "Lord Jiraiya, I'm really not good at much, but puppet making is my one little talent. It's just a hobby of mine. Unfortunately, no matter how well I craft my puppets, they're useless in battle. My combat skills are just too lacking." Kamiyo was startled to see Jiraiya himself enter the tent. He hadn't expected such a big name to visit him personally. Caught tinkering with Shimizuki in front of Jiraiya, Kamiyo quickly played down his abilities, emphasizing how unremarkable he was. Hearing this, Jiraiya regarded Kamiyo with a subtle expression, just as Minato Namikaze had said. Jiraiya chuckled and said to Kamishiro, "Minato's already told me about this. But being weak isn't such a big deal. If you put in the effort, even with little talent, you can still become a formidable ninja in your own right." In a sudden flash, Jiraiya was right at Kamishiro's side, hooking his right arm around Kamishiro's neck, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he whispered, "Hey Kamishiro, can you take custom orders?" Kamishiro immediately caught Jiraiya's meaning, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Of course, Lord Jiraiya. However you want it, I can make it happen. Shape, looks, you name it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Jiraiya let out a low, knowing laugh. "Seems like we're on the same wavelength. I'll think carefully about what I need, and you. Make one for me. It doesn't have to be a puppet for battle, just something that can soothe my lonely soul on those quiet nights." Kamishiro thumped his chest in assurance. "You can count on me, Lord Jiraiya. I'll make sure it's perfect, something that will definitely lift your spirits whenever you're feeling lonely." "Wait, hold on a second." Obito, who had been staring at them in disbelief, finally found his voice, cutting off the exchange between Kamishiro and Jiraiya. Obito looked at Kamishiro, then pointed at Jiraiya and asked, "Kamishiro, isn't the puppet Lord Jiraiya wants you to make just like the one I asked for earlier?" Kamishiro nodded. "That's right." Obito was incredulous. "Then why, when I asked you, did you insist you had principles and absolutely wouldn't make that kind of puppet, but suddenly it's fine when it's for Lord Jiraiya? What happened to your principles?" Kamishiro waved his hand dismissively. "Principles should be flexible too. Lord Jiraiya works so hard for Konoha, toiling every single day. So what's the harm in making a puppet for him? If I make a puppet for Lord Jiraiya, it'll cheer him up. When he's in a good mood, everything he does will go twice as well, and he'll be able to contribute even more to Konoha. And by making Lord Jiraiya happy, I'm also helping Konoha in my own way. So, really, I'm doing this for Konoha." Obito was left speechless by Kamishiro's logic. It wasn't just Obito who was stunned. Even Jiraiya was left a little dumbfounded. How did this suddenly turn into something all for the good of Konoha? But it actually made sense. Obito quickly argued, "If that's the case, then making one for me would also be a contribution to Konoha, right?" Kamishiro rolled his eyes at Obito. Honestly, Obito, you've got a lot of nerve. How can you compare yourself to Lord Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin, a powerhouse who's made outstanding contributions to Konoha. He's a ninja among ninjas, my idol. And you? Obito stared blankly at Jindai. But, Jindai, isn't the Hokage your idol? Jindai shrugged. There's no rule that says I can only admire one idol. I look up to the Hokage, to Lord Minato, and to Lord Jiraiya. What's wrong with that? Jiraiya clapped his hands together with enthusiasm, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Jindai. Jindai, you're truly something. I have high hopes for you. The more Jiraiya looked at Jindai now, the more he found himself liking the kid. It was as if he'd found a kindred spirit. Still, it felt a little strange for a 10-year-old boy to be his kindred spirit. Meanwhile, Obito crossed his arms, cheeks puffed out in a sulky expression. Jindai was just too much of a double standard, and so shameless too. Why would Jiraiya allow to get what he wanted, but Obito wasn't? He, Uchiha Obito, was also a Konoha ninja, also making his own contributions to the village. When he was in a good mood, he could get twice the results with half the effort. He'd be able to contribute even more to Konoha. Obito had originally planned to ask Jindai to make him a life-sized Rin Noara puppet, so he could hug it as he slept at night. What a dream that would be. But now, Obito let out a heavy humph. He was absolutely fuming. All right. So, Lord Jiraiya, those are all your requirements for the figure's build, right? What about the face? Do you have any ideas for that? Jindai was already deep in discussion with Jiraiya, jotting down all of Jiraiya's requests as he listened. At the mention of the face, an image popped into Jiraiya's mind. A breathtakingly beautiful face, marked with a diamond-shaped seal on the forehead. A faint blush crept up Jiraiya's weathered cheeks. Jindai noticed that flush right away and instantly understood. There was no doubt about it. The person occupying Jiraiya's thoughts was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, just like him. Jindai grinned slyly. So, Lord Jiraiya, it seems you have someone in mind. Who could it be? Jiraiya wanted to explain, but the words caught in his throat. He simply didn't know how to describe her. After a moment's thought, Jiraiya said, How about this? I'll take you to meet her later. Just don't let anything slip, okay? She's got a nasty temper. If she finds out, I don't even want to imagine what might happen. Jindai gulped at Jiraiya's warning. Of course Tsunade had a bad temper. If she found out, he'd be in for a serious beating. And who knows, maybe even his life would be at risk. Jindai made a suggestion to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, maybe you could just describe her features a little, and I'll make it as close as I can. That way, if you ever get found out, you can at least try to talk your way out of it. Jiraiya's face creased into a frown. You make a good point, but I don't really know how to describe her. So, I'll just take you to meet her in person. Just make the puppet resemble her as closely as you can. Kamiyo nodded in agreement. As far as he was concerned, as long as he didn't get dragged into trouble, everything else was fine. Suddenly, Jiraiya slapped the table hard. Oh no, I forgot the main reason I came here. Kamiyo and Obito both jumped in surprise and blurted out in unison. What is it? Jiraiya turned to Obito and said, Obito, go get Kakashi and Rin. I actually came to give you all a mission, but I got so caught up talking with Kamiyo that I completely forgot. The moment Obito heard there was a mission, he dashed out of the tent, excitement all over his face, heading off to find Kakashi and Rin Noara. Right now, Obito was still inexperienced and playful. His skills were nothing special. Still, he was eager for missions, especially those that promised some fighting. Meanwhile, Kamiyo watched Jiraiya, his eyes darting with thought. It seemed he was getting along pretty well with Jiraiya. They just had such an enjoyable conversation. And now he'd even agreed to make a puppet for him. If he put forward a small request, surely Jiraiya wouldn't turn him down, would he? A fawning smile spread across Kamiyo's face. Lord Jiraiya, I happen to know a superb set of massage techniques. Would you like to give it a try? Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. Oh, you know how to do that as well. Kamiyo rubbed his hands together. Yes, it's true. I don't have much talent for fighting, so I picked up some other skills to get by. The more you know, the better your chances. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and grinned. All right then, let's see what you can do. Kamiyo got to work, putting on an exaggerated air of professionalism as he started to massage Jiraiya's shoulders. But the moment Kamiyo laid hands on him, Jiraiya could tell. Kamiyo had no real technique at all. He was just kneading Jiraiya's shoulder muscles with brute force. Not professional in the slightest. After all, Jiraiya had frequented more pleasure houses than Kamiyo had eaten hot meals. When the girls there massaged him, that was true relaxation. But Kamiyo, let's just say it was better than nothing. Jiraiya figured he should just be grateful Kamiyo wasn't charging him for this. Based on his experience, Jiraiya guessed Kamiyo would soon ask for a favor. And from what Minato Namikaze had told him about Kamiyo, Jiraiya could already imagine what was coming. Kamiyo forced another ingratiating smile. Lord Jiraiya, are you enjoying it? Instead of answering the question, Jiraiya asked, Kamiyo, is there something you want to discuss with me? Kamiyo flattered him with a servile tone. As expected of the wise and heroic Lord Jiraiya, nothing escapes your sharp eyes. There is indeed a small matter I'd like to bring up with you, if you wouldn't mind hearing me out. Anyway, I wouldn't be much help with Kakashi's mission, so I think I should stay behind and help Master Jiraiya finish the puppet. What do you think? A faint smile curled on Jiraiya's lips, just as he had expected. Before Jiraiya could respond, Obito entered the tent with Kakashi and Rin Noera in tow. The three of them paused in surprise when they saw Kamiyo massaging Jiraiya. Obito glared at Kamiyo, gritting his teeth. That guy was such a bootlicker. He looked at him with utter disdain. Kakashi recalled how Kamiyo, just to avoid going on missions with them, insisted on staying behind as support and even claimed he could give massages. So Kamiyo hadn't given up on buttering up Jiraiya to stay as support after all. Yet, why did Kamiyo and Jiraiya seem so familiar with each other now? When they first arrived at the Konoha camp, wasn't that the first time Kamiyo and Jiraiya had ever met? Ignoring Kamiyo, Kakashi turned to Jiraiya and asked, Lord Jiraiya, what is our next mission? Jiraiya got straight to the point. This time, your task is reconnaissance. According to our intel, about 15 kilometers to the southwest, a group of Cloud Ninja are secretly stationed. Your mission is to verify this information. If the Cloud Ninja really have set up a secret base there, it poses a serious threat to our Konoha camp. We must dismantle their covert base immediately. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. We'll set out at once. Obito, Rin, Kamiyo, let's go. Kamiyo shot a pleading look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, Kamiyo, the mission takes priority. You can work on the puppet any time after you finish your task. Now that you're part of Minato's squad, I can't interfere. That's settled then. I'll be going. With that, Jiraiya vanished in a flash, leaving Kamiyo utterly bewildered. He tried to get something for nothing, but Jiraiya hadn't helped at all. All that massaging for nothing. What a waste. With Jiraiya gone without a trace, Kamiyo stood there, mind reeling. Obito sneered sarcastically. Some people really aren't very good at sucking up, are they? Kamiyo clicked his tongue and turned to Rin. Rin, let me tell you, just a moment ago, Obito tried to make me. Realizing what Kamiyo was about to say, Obito shrieked and rushed over, clapping his hand over Kamiyo's mouth. Don't you dare. If you say another word, I'll never forgive you. Rin looked at the two of them in confusion, completely at a loss as to what was going on. Rin Noera looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Kakashi just shrugged. He had no idea what strange tricks Kamishiro and Obito were up to this time, either. Clever as ever, Kamishiro had come up with yet another brilliant idea. Suddenly, Kamishiro rolled his eyes back and collapsed limply to the ground. Obito jumped in shock. Why did he faint all of a sudden? Hey, this has nothing to do with me. Rin was startled as well and was just about to step forward to check on Kamishiro, but Kakashi stopped her. With his ever-indifferent gaze, Kakashi looked at Kamishiro and said to Obito, Obito, carry him on your back. We're heading out for the mission. Obito was stunned. Huh? But he's unconscious. You still want us to bring him along? Inside his unconscious state, Kamishiro couldn't help but feel elated. Obito was playing along perfectly. But Kakashi, who had already seen through the act, left Kamishiro no room to maneuver. That's right. He'll probably wake up along the way. Either way, for this mission, we're taking him with us. No arguments, even if he's dead weight. Obito recalled Minato-sensei's instructions and remembered Kamishiro's undercover status, so he nodded. All right then. Just as Obito was about to hoist Kamishiro onto his back, Kamishiro suddenly sprang up and pointed at Kakashi in outrage. You heartless guy. I actually fainted, you know. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Kamishiro. Well, since you're awake, let's get moving right now. Obito and Rin stared blankly at the now lively Kamishiro. It was obvious to both of them that Kamishiro had been faking the whole time. Obito was at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he finally managed, Kamishiro, you really are relentless. Rin shook her head helplessly, utterly resigned to the situation. All of Kamishiro's plans had failed, and he could only slink after Kakashi and the others as they left the Konoha outpost. Led by Kakashi, with Obito, Rin, and a thoroughly unwilling Kamishiro, the team set off toward the location 15 kilometers southwest of the Konoha base. After traveling for some time, Kakashi's squad finally reached their destination. However, the area was completely deserted. There wasn't a soul in sight. Seeing this, Kamishiro was secretly overjoyed. Looks like Jiraiya-sama's intel was wrong. There's not a single person here, let alone any Cloud Shinobi. Guess we can head back now, right? Kakashi ignored Kamishiro and leapt down from the tree trunk, landing on the grass below. He crouched on the ground, busy with something none of them could see. Obito, Rin, and Kamishiro followed him down. Rin asked, "Kakashi, did you find something?" Kakashi pointed to the grass and analyzed. "Look here, the grass is pressed down, and you can clearly see footprints. That means someone's been here and trampled the grass. Moreover, the grass here has been bent in several places, and the footprints on the ground vary in size, which means that quite a few people have passed through this area. What's more, the footprints are fresh, so they must have come by recently." Jindai looked at him with a peculiar expression and said, "The footprints are fresh? Did you actually catch a whiff of their foot odor or something?" Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. He couldn't be bothered to respond to Jindai. Obito ventured a guess. "Kakashi, do you think these footprints were left by Cloud Ninja?" Kakashi nodded seriously. "That's right. This place is remote and deserted, and it matches exactly with the location that Lord Jiraiya described for our mission. So, it's almost certain these footprints were left by Cloud Ninja. If the Cloud Ninja really have set up camp here, that means they must be nearby." Jindai was left a bit speechless by this analysis. He had to admit, Kakashi's mind was really sharp. His powers of observation and analysis were spot on. No wonder he was the one leading the team. Kakashi began to form hand seals, then pressed his palms to the ground. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke puffed up, and when it cleared, a ninja hound appeared. "Guruku, sniff around here and lead us to them." The hound named Guruku lowered its head and sniffed carefully at the grass. After picking up the scent, it barked once at Kakashi and darted off in a particular direction. Kakashi turned to the others. "Follow him." The four of them hurried after Guruku, and before long, Guruku came to a halt and barked twice at something ahead. Kakashi stared forward. "We found them." Ahead, there was a small hill, and, at the base, a cave entrance. Standing guard outside the entrance was a ninja wearing the forehead protector of the Cloud Village. "Good work, Guruku." Kakashi scratched Guruku's head, and the hound gave a short bark before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Jindai was struck by disbelief. Was the mission really already over? That was far too easy. There hadn't been any difficulty at all. A smile spread across Jindai's face. "All right, our mission's done. Let's head back." But Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all remained rooted to the spot, making no move to leave. Jindai's right eyelid twitched violently, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. "You three, you're not thinking of causing trouble, are you? Come on, our mission was just to confirm whether the intel was true or not. We don't know how many Cloud Ninja there are, or how strong they might be. If we go in, aren't we just asking for trouble?" Kakashi replied earnestly. "Our mission isn't finished yet. We're supposed to verify the intel and confirm whether Cloud Ninja are stationed here. But so far, we've only seen one Cloud Ninja. One person doesn't fit the definition of a stationed unit, because it's entirely possible that the other side is trying to confuse us here, deliberately luring us Konoha shinobi into a trap. If we report such vague and uncertain information and something goes wrong, we'll be held responsible. So we need to confirm their numbers, at the very least, to make sure there's more than one of them." Obito, a little too excited, chimed in, "Kakashi's right. Since we're already here, let's get to the bottom of this before we leave." Rin Noera didn't say anything, but it was obvious she supported Kakashi and Obito. Kamishiro scratched his head in frustration. This was really giving him a headache. Kakashi wanted to confirm the number of Cloud Shinobi, since so far he'd only seen one person standing guard outside the cave. He suspected it could very well be a trap. With a sour expression, Kamishiro asked, "So, how are you planning to confirm it? Don't tell me you're just going to charge in. If that's really what you want to do, I'm out. I have no intention of throwing my life away." Kakashi replied, "Of course we're not just going to rush in. This is a recon mission. Unless absolutely necessary, we avoid combat. If we try to draw them out to see if they're stationed here, we risk alerting them. So the best way is still to sneak in and check. If we spook them, they might just pack up and move somewhere else, and that would mean Lord Jiraiya's intelligence would go to waste, along with our chance to eliminate these Cloud Shinobi." Obito asked seriously, "Kakashi, what's your plan?" After thinking for a moment, Kakashi said, "Rin, you stay here and stand by. Obito, you and Kamishiro quietly lure the guard away. I'll use a transformation jutsu to take his form and slip inside to observe. Once I've confirmed what's inside, I'll withdraw immediately and we'll all pull back." Kamishiro couldn't believe his ears. "Wait, what does this have to do with me?" Knowing Kamishiro's abilities, Kakashi replied, as if it were obvious, "Of course you're involved. I wouldn't feel comfortable sending Obito alone, so you'll go with him to draw that Cloud Shinobi away." Kamishiro shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, no, no. What if we fail to lure him away and a whole group comes rushing out? Besides, I might just end up slowing you down. Kakashi looked at Kamishiro seriously and said, Kamishiro, as teacher Minato always tells us, we're a team now. Even though you're not officially a Konoha shinobi yet, right now you're a teammate. You need to believe in yourself and in your comrades. The three of us believe you can do it. We're a team, and there will be many more missions we'll tackle together. You can't keep holding back forever, Kamishiro. It's time for you to have confidence in yourself. Obito echoed Kakashi's words, encouraging Jindai. That's right, Kakashi is correct. We're teammates now. Rin Noera chimed in as well. I believe in you too, Jindai. Jindai looked at Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, his expression conflicted. Apart from Ikura, this was the first time anyone had ever told him they believed in him, and the feeling was strange and unfamiliar. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, only managed alright okay. Kakashi let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Minato Namikaze had been right. Minato had specifically instructed Kakashi that if Jindai ever tried to back out of a mission, encouragement might be the way to go. Having spent some time with Jindai, Minato had gotten to know him a little. He believed Jindai responded to kindness rather than force. If you try to push him, he would tune you out completely. He might even find a way to slip away. After all, ever since Jindai had gone undercover, he had successfully infiltrated Konoha, yet he still spent every day dreaming of going home. Because Jindai had been forced into this mission, he resisted it with all his heart. So, tough love was useless for him. Gentleness and coaxing were the only way. And now, it seemed to be working. Kakashi continued, All right, then let's get ready to move. Wait. Jindai suddenly spoke up, making Kakashi's eyelid twitch. Was he about to start some new mischief? Jindai glanced upward, guilt flickering in his eyes, and said, I know a jutsu that can let us scout safely. But you all know I don't have much talent for ninjutsu, so I can't keep it up for long. Kakashi immediately asked, What jutsu is it? Jindai explained, I can create an extra eye to scout inside the cave. The images it sees are transmitted directly to my own eyes. Obito, annoyed, punched Jindai lightly on the shoulder. You've been hiding a jutsu like that? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Jindai chuckled awkwardly. Like I said, I can't keep it up for very long. I was afraid I'd mess things up, so I didn't mention it. Kakashi's eyes brightened. If Jindai had such a technique, their reconnaissance would become much safer, with far less risk involved. As for Jindai's claim that he couldn't maintain it for long, Kakashi let that go in one ear and out the other. He wasn't buying it for a second. It seemed that only when absolutely necessary did Jindai reluctantly show a glimpse of his real abilities. Kakashi turned to Jindai. All right then, Jindai, let's begin. Jindai nodded and began forming hand seals. Once he finished, fine grains of iron sand gathered together, coalescing into a third eye. The third eye drifted toward the direction of the cave, while Kamiyo pressed his left hand against his own left eye, channeling the visual feed from the third eye directly into it. Because the eyeball was so small, under Kamiyo's deft control, it easily slipped past the blind spots of the Cloud Ninja, standing guard at the entrance, and slipped into the cave. Through this third eye, Kamiyo could now see the situation within the cave. There's a passage inside, and it's empty. No one's there. I'll keep going. Guiding the third eye, Kamiyo delved deeper into the cave. The tunnel wasn't long, and soon enough, he reached the end. From behind a rock, Kamiyo's third eye covertly surveyed the interior. At the very end of the passage, there's something that looks like a base. There are a lot of Cloud Ninja inside. Let me count 1 to 15 in total. There's a map on the table, covered with all sorts of markings. A short while later, Kamiyo ended the jutsu, and the third eye dissolved into grains of iron sand, scattering onto the ground. Kamiyo released his hand from his left eye and turned to Kakashi. That's everything I saw. I think the mission's basically done. Can we leave now? Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all stared at Kamiyo's technique with astonishment. Stealthy, hard to detect, perfect for reconnaissance. With just this one jutsu, Kamiyo could easily make into the reconnaissance corps. Noticing the trio's stunned expressions, Kamiyo raised an eyebrow and decided to put on a little act. Obito, help me up. Kamiyo suddenly went limp, grabbing Obito's shoulder for support. Obito caught him, concern written on his face. Hey, Kamiyo, are you alright? Kamiyo replied in a weak, feeble voice. I've run out of chakra. My whole body feels like jelly. Obito, still holding Kamiyo, asked in confusion. Huh? But you seemed fine just a moment ago. Kamiyo coughed twice in an exaggerated manner. It's the aftereffects, comes on late. Didn't feel anything at first, but now my legs won't even move. Kakashi and Rin's eyes twitched. That was the worst acting ever. Who would buy that? Oh, I see. Then let me carry you, Kamiyo. You really worked hard. Obito said, ever considerate, and hoisted the weakened Kamiyo onto his back. Kakashi and Rin could only watch, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Well, Obito's a bit of an idiot. He's a special case. Obito, ever thoughtful, carried the exhausted Kamiyo on his back. Pretending to be completely spent, Kamiyo addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, now that the mission's done, let's get going. I need some rest. Chakra exhaustion feels terrible. With a dark cloud over his face, Kakashi nodded. Let's go. Back to base. After returning to the Konoha encampment, Kamiyo suddenly became energetic again. After a hearty meal, he immediately went back to his tent to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, Kakashi sought out Jiraiya to report on their mission. Lord Jiraiya, the investigation is complete. 15 kilometers to the southwest, there is indeed a group of Cloud shinobi stationed there. They're hiding in a cave on a small hillside. There's one guard at the cave entrance, and 15 more inside, 16 Cloud shinobi in total. Jiraiya looked a bit surprised. You finished the investigation so quickly, and with such detailed information. Kakashi answered honestly. It's all thanks to a certain jutsu of Kamiyo's. Kakashi then explained to Jiraiya how Kamiyo had used a jutsu to create a third eye for reconnaissance. Jiraiya stroked his chin, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Such a convenient jutsu exists? This kid really is something special. Kakashi continued, his tone growing serious. Lord Jiraiya, there's something else that's been bothering me. In the Cloud Shinobi's encampment, Kamiyo saw a map laid out on the table, covered with many markings. Jiraiya asked immediately, do you know what kind of map it was, or what those markings represented? Kakashi shook his head. Kamiyo pretended to be exhausted from chakra overuse right after. It was only later that I remembered what he said about the map, and started to suspect there might be more to it. So I haven't had a chance to ask yet. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then said, well, I don't have anything urgent right now. Let's go have a word with him. If the map on the Cloud Shinobi's table is marked up like that, those marks might indicate targets they plan to attack, or perhaps other encampment locations. Either way, it's best to confirm the details with Kamiyo, just to be safe. Kakashi and Jiraiya headed to Kamiyo's tent. Kamiyo, full in content, was sleeping soundly, until suddenly he felt someone shaking him vigorously. Groggy and half awake, Kamiyo opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a huge face looming in front of him. Startled, Kamiyo jolted upright in bed. Whoa, what is this ugly thing? Jiraiya, who had been leaning in close to Kamiyo's face, straightened up, clearly displeased. Hey, watch your mouth, brat. I'll have you know I'm famous for my good looks in the village. A lot of pretty girls look up to me. Kamiyo looked blankly at the two figures standing by his bedside, confused. Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi? Why are you two in my tent, spying on me while I sleep? Kakashi twitched the corner of his mouth. Who would want to watch this guy sleep? Kakashi pointed to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya's the one who wanted to see you. He has some questions about the map you saw. Jindai looked even more bewildered. Map? What map? Jiraiya explained. Kakashi told me that when you were scouting the Cloud Ninja, you discovered a map with markings in their possession, right? Do you remember what that map looked like? Jindai thought for a moment before answering. I did see it, and I glanced at it several times. At the time, those Cloud Ninja were gathered around the map, discussing something, but I didn't really try to memorize it, so I'm not too clear on exactly what it looked like. Jiraiya took out several maps and spread them out in front of Jindai. Jindai, do you think the Cloud Ninja's map resembles any of these? Jindai picked up the maps one by one, examining them closely. When he reached the third map, his eyes lit up. It's this one. That's the map. Jiraiya and Kakashi both turned to look at the map in Jindai's hands, their gazes sharpening at the same moment. The map Jindai held was a regional map of the area where the Leaf Base camp was located. The Cloud Ninja had a map of the region with the Leaf Base, and they'd marked it up and were discussing it, which could only mean they were planning something against the Leaf's camp. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he asked, Jindai, do you remember where the markings were on the map? Jindai looked troubled. How could I possibly remember all of them? I only glanced at the map a few times. There were 7 or 8 marks in total, but I do recall 2 or 3 of them. I can't guarantee their accuracy, though. Jiraiya nodded. That's fine, Jindai. Just mark the ones you remember. Jindai climbed out of bed and walked over to the table, spreading the map flat. At the time, I was looking at the map from this angle. One mark was here, another was over here, and the third one, I think it was around here. Jindai quickly marked the 3 locations he recalled on the map. Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at the map again. One of Jindai's marks was to the side of the Leaf Base, while the other 2 were both behind it. Jiraiya's expression grew even more serious, and he left the tent without a word. Jindai, confused, asked, Kakashi, what's wrong with Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi replied, Lord Jiraiya probably thinks the Cloud Ninja are planning an attack on our base. Jindai's voice rose in alarm. What? They're going to attack here? Then we should run for it. Kakashi shot Jindai an exasperated look before saying, Run? Why would we run? We have Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, and Lady Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, holding this position. And besides, the rest of us Leaf Ninja aren't exactly pushovers either. What's more, now that Jindai has marked the map, Lord Jiraiya has become more vigilant. He must have gone to discuss it with Lord Orochimaru by now, so there's really nothing to worry about at the moment. Hearing Kakashi say this, Jindai let out a sigh of relief. If the Cloud Ninja launched a full-scale attack here and things descended into chaos, it would be extremely dangerous. But another idea struck Jindai. He turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, if that's the case, then I'll go back to sleep for a bit. Kakashi waved him off. Yeah, go ahead and get some more rest, he said, and then left the tent. After Kakashi was gone, Jindai took out paper and pen and wrote a letter. Quietly, he slipped out of the tent and went to a secluded spot where he summoned his ninja hawk. The moment the hawk saw Jindai, it was visibly uneasy, shuffling back a couple of steps. Jindai's face darkened. Why are you backing away? Do you think I'm going to eat you? Get over here. The hawk was genuinely alarmed. Wasn't that exactly what it was afraid of? Jindai tied the letter to the hawk's leg. All right, take this to Uncle Kido. Go on. The hawk shot into the sky, fleeing from Jindai as fast as its wings could carry it. Jindai had sent the hawk off with his message. But the hawk hadn't been flying for long before. Once again, its vision went dark and it fainted midair. This time, it wasn't Minato Namikaze who knocked the hawk out, but Kakashi. The instant Jindai summoned the hawk, Kakashi, using the marker Minato had left on it, sensed what was happening. Kakashi removed the letter from the hawk and began to read. Uncle Kido, I am currently inside the Konoha encampment in the land of hot water. Through trials and tribulations, risking my lifetime and again, I have obtained extremely important intelligence, information about the ongoing conflict between Konoha and the hidden cloud in the land of hot water. The Cloud Ninja are planning a full assault on Konoha's encampment here soon, with the intention of wiping out all Konoha ninja in one fell swoop. I believe this intelligence is of utmost importance to Uncle Kido, so I'm reporting to you immediately. My own situation is also extremely dire. Because I'm not trusted, I've been kept bound and under guard. If the Cloud Ninja launch a total offensive against Konoha's camp, my life will be in grave danger. I might not survive. I believe I have rendered great service with this information. I hope Uncle Kido will allow me to retire with honor and return to the village. Kakashi stared at the letter for a long moment of silence. At last, he muttered in disbelief, Is this guy out of his mind? How could the Cloud Ninja possibly be planning a full-scale assault on the Konoha encampment? Right now, things were only at the stage of minor skirmishes. As far as Kakashi was concerned, that map just showed that the Cloud Ninja were probably only planning a sneak attack on Konoha's camp. Nothing more. After all, Jiraiya had once said that after Minato Namikaze and his team left, the Hidden Cloud took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, only to have Orochimaru send a squad of ninja to ambush the Cloud's rear base. That's why Kakashi believed the Cloud Ninja were, in all likelihood, simply looking to get back at the Leaf. Besides, even if the Cloud did plan to launch a full assault on the Leaf's outpost, what business would that be of the Hidden Sand? Would the Sand really send their own people all the way across the country to the land of hot springs just to stir up trouble? Do they really think the Leaf ninjas stationed in the land of rivers are just pushovers? Most importantly, if someone was supposedly tied up and restrained this whole time, how could he have written a letter, summoned his ninja hawk, and even made a great contribution? Retiring after a job well done? That's just plain nonsense. Kakashi picked up pen and paper, studied Jindai's handwriting carefully, then, after some thought, began to write. Uncle Kido, I have now completely gained Minato Namikaze's trust. I've followed him to the Leaf's outpost in the land of hot springs and have successfully met Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya hasn't suspected my identity at all. I'm currently working on gaining his trust as well. The undercover mission is going very smoothly, so please rest assured, Uncle Kido. After finishing the letter, Kakashi checked it over, slipped it into an envelope, tied it back onto the ninja hawk, and left. 10 minutes later, the ninja hawk slowly regained consciousness from its stupor, but remained perfectly still, as if frozen in place by a binding spell. 3 more minutes passed. Suddenly, the ninja hawk lashed out in frustration, tearing the bark off a nearby tree with its talons. There, that felt better. The hawk imagined the tree was Jindai himself. If the earlier bouts of unconsciousness were just a suspicion, now there was no doubt this had everything to do with Jindai. After all, nothing like this had ever happened before, but ever since becoming Jindai's contract summon, every encounter left the hawk in a daze. So, deep down, the hawk had settled on a firm conclusion. Jindai is toxic. In truth, the hawk had once wondered if someone else had knocked it out. But since the letter it carried was always untouched, The hawk had ruled out that possibility. Though filled with indignation, it couldn't just refuse to deliver the letter. Muttering complaints to itself, the hawk took off into the sky once more. Inside Orochimaru's tent at that moment, Jiraiya had already explained the whole situation to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I really think there's more than just one group of cloud ninja hiding near a leaf outpost. Jindai said he saw 7 or 8 markers. So it's possible there are 7 or 8 cloud squads lurking nearby. I think we need to act immediately and wipe out the cloud ninja in the area. Orochimaru gazed at the map, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. There's no need to wipe them out. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru in surprise and asked, puzzled, why not? Orochimaru began to analyze the situation. I agree with your suspicion. There's no way the cloud ninja only have one outpost near the Leafs camp. They're definitely planning to retaliate for our raid on their rear base. But we only know the location of one of their outposts. If we start searching for the others, it'll alert them, and we'd have to send a lot of ninja to scour the area. That would leave our own camp vulnerable, which is exactly the kind of opening they'd be waiting for. There are 16 cloud ninja in that single outpost. 16 of them couldn't hope to launch a sneak attack on our camp. But if there are 7 such outposts, each with the same number of cloud ninja, that would be nearly 100 of them combined. That would be enough to threaten us. That's why we absolutely can't afford to split our forces right now. On the contrary, we need to concentrate our strength, ready to fend off any surprise attack the cloud ninja might launch. Jiraiya frowned slightly. So, we're just supposed to sit and wait for them to attack. We already have a good idea of their plan. Why don't I let a team myself? We still have a few Hyuga and Inuzuka ninja in the camp. I could take them to secretly search for the cloud ninja outposts. Orochimaru dismissed Jiraiya's suggestion, a cold, cruel smile curling on his lips. No need. That approach is too slow. Besides, if they realize we've uncovered their plan, they'll just pull back. But what I want is to catch them all in one fell swoop. We already know the location of one cloud ninja outpost, don't we? All we have to do is keep an eye on it. When they make a move, that means all the hidden cloud ninja will start acting as well. And we can prepare in advance. Trap every single one of those would-be attackers and kill them all right here. 100 cloud ninja dying here. I imagine the hidden cloud village would feel that loss for a long time. Jiraiya shuddered a little at the sinister smile on Orochimaru's face. He couldn't help but grumble. Orochimaru, can't you smile like a normal person? That gives me the creeps. Orochimaru's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a blank expression as he glanced sideways at Jiraiya. About that sand village spy you mentioned. Interesting. In that case, let's assign the job of monitoring the cloud ninja outpost to them. With that, Orochimaru decided to entrust the surveillance of the cloud ninja outpost to Kamadai and his team. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then nodded. That works. Kakashi and his group don't have any urgent missions right now anyway. Let's give them this one. After Jiraiya and Orochimaru discussed how to capture the cloud ninja in one fell swoop, they left the tent and called for Shindai, Kakashi, and the others. Inside Jiraiya's tent, Shindai turned to Obito with curiosity. Obito, do you know why Lord Jiraiya had someone summon us here? Obito shrugged. I have no idea, but since all of us were called together, there's probably a mission waiting for us. Shindai was shocked. Seriously? We just got back from a mission, and there's already another one. Obito replied matter-of-factly. That's normal, isn't it? Shindai, we didn't really think we'd get a few days off just because we finished one mission, did you? Rin Noera chimed in. Sometimes, if there are no missions, we can rest. But when there are missions, there's no downtime. You have to move on to the next one right away. I remember once, we did 3 missions in a single month without a single day off. Obito recalled. Yeah, that was the time we had 2 back-to-back recon missions and then a surveillance one. We barely finished reporting before getting handed the next task. That month was brutal. With his signature deadpan stare, Kakashi looked at Shindai and said, Don't worry, Shindai. Like I told you before, most of our missions don't involve fighting. Usually, they're reconnaissance or surveillance. Jobs that are all about observation. Shindai sighed. But what if we do get into a fight? That would be awesome. Obito clapped his hands in excitement. I'd love to get a combat mission. My fighting spirit is burning up. Both Shindai and Kakashi rolled their eyes at Obito. Shindai couldn't help but tease him. You? I remember when we were hiding in the grass back in the Land of Rivers. You completely froze up in fear. Kakashi had to save you. Obito's face flushed bright red. In no way. That's not true at all. Kakashi was just overreacting. I had everything under control. Those sand and stone ninja were nothing. I could have taken them all myself. Kakashi let out a cold chuckle, but said nothing. But that laugh was enough to rile Obito. He slammed his hand on the table, leaning in close to Kakashi, and snapped, Kakashi, what are you laughing at? Kakashi just stared at Obito, silent, but the mockery in his expression was obvious. Rin pressed her fingers to her temple, exasperated. Here they go again. Rin had always been the peacemaker between Kakashi and Obito, and by now, she was an expert at breaking up their arguments. She'd done it more times than she could count. Just as Rin Noera was about to persuade Kakashi and Obito, something unexpected happened. Wow, Kakashi, that look on your face is just begging for a punch. Obito, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to stand it. If it were me, I'd have already socked him right in the face. Shindai fanned the flames with gusto, his tone brimming with mischief, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Shindai meant no harm. He simply couldn't resist stirring the pot when things got so tense. Egged on by Shindai, Obito's right fist clenched tightly in an instant. Kakashi, meanwhile, actually lifted his chin a little, as if daring Obito to try it, his expression practically inviting a punch. That look was just too much for Obito to bear. Hey, I've got a short fuse, you know. He made as if to go for Kakashi, but Rin was quick and grabbed Obito's arm before he could make a move. Obito, don't do this. Obito struggled to break free. Rin, let go. If I don't punch Kakashi today, I'm not an Uchiha. Shindai clapped enthusiastically, really playing up his role as the instigator. Obito, you're a real man. Truly a genius among the Uchiha. I think I'm starting to admire you. If there were girls here, I'd bet they'd be impressed too. Obito couldn't help but glance at Rin. So, did that mean Rin was impressed by him right now? But Rin shot Shindai a glare and said, Shindai, stop egging them on. Kakashi suddenly muttered, idiot. That single word lit a fire under Obito all over again. Kakashi, I swear on the Uchiha name, I'm going to take you down today. Rin sighed helplessly. Kakashi, you're not helping either. At that moment, Jiraiya entered the tent. He took in the scene and exclaimed in surprise, wow, things are lively in here. Shindai dashed over to Jiraiya's side like an eager little sidekick. No, he was exactly like a sidekick and started tattling. Lord Jiraiya, Obito, and Kakashi are arguing again. I tried everything to mediate, but nothing worked. Honestly, nothing. Pains me more than seeing comrades fight. It's just so bad for team spirit. Lord Jiraiya, I'm heartbroken over this. I don't think I belong in such a disunited team. I'd like to apply to be your personal guard, to protect your safety from now on. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all stared in disbelief at Shindai, who was now putting on a show of righteous indignation. Wasn't Shindai the one who started all the trouble in the first place? How could he say, with a straight face, that he tried everything to mediate? Obito pointed a trembling finger at Shindai, so shocked that he couldn't get a word out. Shindai looked sternly at Obito and said, Obito, I know you're ashamed, but I can't forgive you or Kakashi. I simply can't bring myself to work with a team that can't get along. I've had it with you, you shameless jerk. I'm not holding back anymore. Obito's face, already flushed red, now darkened with streaks of anger as he lunged toward Shindai, ready to land a punch. Rin Noera, who had been holding Obito back, let go of him on her own accord. Her intentions were perfectly clear. For the first time, Kakashi actually sided with Obito, landing a heavy punch right on Shindai's face, as if to test just how thick-skinned he really was. Shindai darted behind Jiraiya, crying out, Master Jiraiya, they've lost it. They're trying to gang up on me. Save me, quick. Jiraiya's mouth twitched in exasperation. In truth, he'd already pieced most of it together. Trying to talk sense into Shindai was a lost cause. Judging by the look on Obito and the others' faces, Shindai was likely the one who'd been stirring up trouble all along. He really would go to any lengths just to stay safe at the Konoha outpost. Jiraiya grabbed Obito, who was charging forward, by the scruff of his neck. All right, enough with the commotion. I don't need anyone worrying about my safety. I have a mission for you now. After setting Obito down, Jiraiya addressed them with a solemn tone. This is a surveillance mission. The Minato team is to set out immediately. Head to the Cloud Shinobi encampment you scouted previously. Watch their every move. If they so much as twitch, report back to us without delay. Jiraiya assigned the mission to Shindai, Kakashi, and the team. They were to keep a close eye on the Cloud Shinobi encampment they had investigated earlier. But then, Shindai's attitude changed dramatically. Yes, sir. I will carry out Master Jiraiya's orders with unwavering resolve. Even if it costs me everything, I will see this mission through. Jiraiya and the others stared at Shindai in astonishment. Wasn't he supposed to kick up a fuss, drag his feet, maybe even pretend to be weak or pitiful? This certainly wasn't his usual routine. Yet here was Shindai, his gaze so fierce and determined, it seemed he could pierce through any obstacle. Was this really Shindai? Could it be an imposter? Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Shindai smirked inwardly. Foolish Konoha shinobi. How could they possibly understand Lord Shindai's way of thinking? To Shindai, watching that Cloud Shinobi camp was the safest job they could get. All they had to do was hide and observe from a distance. If the Cloud Shinobi made any moves, just come back and report. No fighting involved. Why refuse this mission, only to get stuck with something dangerous later? Anyone who didn't take this opportunity had to be a fool. Jindai's sudden seriousness left Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others at a complete loss. Jiraiya forced a laugh and said, "Jindai, I'm glad to see you're so committed. This mission is yours. Head out immediately." Jindai straightened up, his expression grave. "Understood. I swear to complete the mission and live up to Master Jiraiya's trust and the expectations of Konoha." Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara all shuddered suddenly, goosebumps prickling their skin. Obito frowned and tried to reason with him. "Kamiyo, can you act normal for once?" Kamiyo shot Obito an exaggerated eye roll and let out a dismissive grunt. "You're the one who's not normal. For the sake of Konoha, does it matter if I die at the hands of our enemies? I love this village so deeply, I'd gladly sacrifice myself for it. No regrets at all." As soon as Kamiyo declared his deep and abiding love for Konoha, Jiraiya and the trio were struck speechless, left in awkward silence. Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly. Kamiyo, it's just a surveillance mission. There's really no need to get so dramatic." Kamiyo straightened his face, replying in a grave tone, "No, you're mistaken. As a member of Konoha, I must always be ready to lay down my life for the village. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, with me, I can hardly wait to make my sacrifice for Konoha." With that, Kamiyo strode boldly out of the tent. Jiraiya and the other three exchanged bewildered glances. Jiraiya asked in confusion, "What's gotten into him?" Kakashi just shrugged. "Who knows? Still, at least we won't have to argue with him about this. That saves us a lot of trouble. So then, Master Jiraiya, we're heading out." Jiraiya nodded. "Right. Be careful. Once you spot any movement from them, you must report back to us immediately. That will mean they're about to make a move, and we'll need to be ready. Orochimaru plans to wipe them out in one fell swoop." Kakashi's expression turned serious in an instant. If that was the case, the responsibility for this mission weighed heavily on them. Once they observed any signs of movement from the Cloud Ninja, they need to rush back and report to the Konoha camp as quickly as possible. If they were even a moment too late and the Cloud Ninja attacked first, they'd lose the upper hand. At the same time, they had to make sure the Cloud Ninja didn't spot them. If they were discovered, all the preparations their comrades made at the Konoha camp could be wasted. "Understand, Master Jiraiya. We'll head out now. Let's go, Obito, Rin." Kakashi led Obito and Rin out of the tent, found Kamiyo waiting not far away, and the group once again set off toward the Cloud Ninja's encampment in the southwest. To avoid detection, Kakashi chose a spot far enough from the Cloud camp that they could barely make out its location, just close enough to keep it under surveillance. Kakashi kept a vigilant watch through his binoculars, never letting the camp out of his sight. When he grew tired, Obito or Rin would take over, each keeping a careful eye on the enemy's movements. As for Kamiyo, he found a comfortable spot, leaned back, and promptly took a nap. It was already a blessing if Kamiyo didn't stir up trouble, and this mission was important. Kakashi couldn't rest easy leaving it to Kamiyo, so as long as Kamiyo behaved and stayed put, Kakashi didn't bother to interfere with whatever he was up to. Day by day, time slipped by. This was already the third day of surveillance. "Ugh, I'm so bored," Kamiyo muttered, a blade of dogtail grass dangling from his mouth as he lounged lazily along a tree branch, his eyelids drooping, looking thoroughly listless. Since they couldn't light a fire and hadn't brought any rations, they had to make do with soldier pills to stave off hunger. Anyone who knew the taste of those pills understood. There was no need for words. They were even worse than the hard, dry flatbread Kamiyo used to eat in Sunagakure. So bad, even the dogs would turn up their noses. Ever since he'd been captured by Minato Namikaze and his team, Kamiyo had been eating little more than coarse bran every day. Now, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic for those times. Kakashi and Obito ignored Kamiyo entirely. After all, they'd already listened to his complaints for 3 straight days. Rin Noara, unable to help herself, turned to Kamiyo and said, "Kamiyo, that's just how surveillance missions are, tedious and dull. It's only been 3 days. Our longest mission lasted a whole month." Kamiyo was shocked. "What, a whole month?" "A month of eating nothing but these soldier pills that not even a dog would touch." Obito replied, "That's right. What else could we eat? By the way, Kamiyo, you haven't eaten for nearly a whole day, have you? Want a soldier pill?" Kamiyo quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead and have them." Truth be told, soldier pills really did stave off hunger well. Eat one, and you pretty much didn't need another meal all day. So unless his stomach was growling in protest, Kamiyo wouldn't touch them. Just then, Kakashi, who was observing the Cloud Ninja encampment, spoke in a low, alert voice. "Something's happening." Obito, Rin, and Kamiyo immediately gathered around Kakashi. Kakashi kept watching as he explained. 2 cloud ninjas have just arrived. They've gone into the cave. Kamiyo asked curiously. And then? Kakashi answered. They haven't come out yet. Kamiyo couldn't help but comment, how is it something happening? I thought they were about to make a move or something. Kakashi responded seriously. Looks like they're about to act. Everyone from inside the cave is coming out. 1, 2, 3, 16, 17, 18. The count matches up. The 2 who just arrived, plus the original 16. 18 cloud ninjas in total. Kakashi handed his binoculars to Obito, who took a look and then passed them to Rin. Finally, the binoculars reached Kamiyo. Kamiyo took a look through them himself. Just as Kakashi had said, all 18 cloud ninjas were now lined up outside the cave. But all of a sudden, Jindai narrowed his eyes. Hey, it looks like someone's watching us, and pointing right at us too. When Kakashi heard Jindai say that someone from the Cloud Ninja side was looking their way and even pointing at them, his heart skipped a beat. What? Let me see, quick. He snatched the binoculars from Jindai and peered toward the Cloud Ninja encampment. What he saw made his blood run cold. 3 Cloud Ninjas were charging straight toward their position. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine. He lowered the binoculars in a hurry and called out, "We need to fall back. We been SP." Before Kakashi could even finish his sentence, a dark figure shot out in a blur. It was none other than Jindai. The moment he heard Kakashi say to retreat, Jindai knew they'd been discovered. Without a second thought, he bolted. There was one thing Jindai firmly believed. When a squad retreats, whoever runs the slowest becomes the bait, drawing all the enemy fire. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were stunned for a split second by how fast Jindai moved, but they wasted no time and dashed after him. The 3 Cloud Ninjas gave relentless chase. Rin, being a medical ninja, was the slowest. She was about to be caught. One of the Cloud Ninjas hurled a kunai at her. Rin dodged to the side, but had to land on a slender tree branch. With a sharp snap, the branch gave way under Rin's weight and broke. Rin! Obito skidded to a halt, spun around, and rushed to catch Rin as she fell, managing to set her down safely. But that brief delay allowed the Cloud Ninjas to catch up. One of them flashed forward with the body flicker technique, appearing right in front of Obito and Rin. Cloud-style, crescent moon slash. The Cloud Ninja drew his sword and unleashed a powerful, crescent-shaped strike at Obito and Rin. Obito shoved Rin out of harm's way. Frantic, Rin began to rapidly form hand seals. But her hands were no match for the speed of the Cloud Ninja's blade. The sword was about to strike Obito. In that split second, Kakashi appeared like a guardian spirit, his white fang-short sword intercepting the enemy's attack. Kakashi. Obito stared in disbelief at Kakashi standing before him. He never expected Kakashi to come back. Ever since Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, passed away, Kakashi had become obsessed with missions and the rules. Given the situation, Kakashi should have left him and Rin behind, returning to the Leaf Outpost to report to Jiraiya without hesitation. But Kakashi's gaze was intense as he said to Obito, "Snap out of it. Fight while we retreat." 3 Cloud Ninja charged simultaneously at Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera. All 3 of them used the body replacement technique at the same time, then fled in the direction of the Konoha encampment. As they ran, Obito asked, "What about Kamiyo? Did he just leave us behind and run away?" Kakashi answered with remarkable calm. "What else would you expect? Do you really think he'd come back to save you? After all, he's not from Konoha. Besides, he's a pretty timid person. He's bound to put his own life first and would never take such a risk." Obito, a little upset, grumbled, "Seriously? I thought of him as a friend. He sure can run fast, though." Kakashi commanded, "Save your complaints. They're catching up. Use your jutsu to slow them down. Rin, don't stop. Keep running ahead." Kakashi and Obito stopped abruptly, spun around, and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Obito gathered chakra at the back of his throat and spewed a massive fireball forward. Though it missed the Cloud Ninja, the ensuing explosion managed to delay their pursuit, if only for a moment. Meanwhile, Kakashi created a shadow clone. The clone, short blade in hand, charged directly at the Cloud Ninja. Once their techniques were unleashed, Kakashi and Obito resumed their retreat. Under the assault of all 3 Cloud Ninja, Kakashi's shadow clone was dispatched almost instantly. "Remoda, you're the fastest. Get up there and cut them off." Remoda landed heavily on a tree branch, legs bent to the limit, and then sprang forward like a coiled spring released. Obito, feeling smug, said, "Kakashi, looks like we lost them. Those Cloud Ninja aren't so tough after all." His answer came in the form of a swift kick from Kakashi. Kakashi's foot sent Obito flying through the air. Obito tumbled across the ground twice before coming to a stop. rubbing his sore backside. He was just about to complain when suddenly he saw Kakashi hurled backward as well. Kakashi crashed into a tree trunk and hit the ground, blood streaming from his right leg. Just moments earlier, when Kakashi had kicked Obito away, Ramoda's blade had struck his leg. Fortunately, Kakashi had managed to pull his leg back just in time. Otherwise, he would have lost it. Kakashi pushed himself up from the ground, cold determination in his eyes as he faced Ramoda. Ramoda charged at Kakashi. Among the three, it was obvious Kakashi was the greatest threat. Obito grabbed a kunai, urgently trying to rush to Kakashi's aid, but he was too far away. Ramoda was already much closer to Kakashi, making it impossible to intervene in time. Summoning Jutsu. Rolling log. A puff of smoke appeared in front of Kakashi, and a section of log shot out, hurling toward Ramoda. Ramoda had no choice but to abandon his attack on Kakashi, slicing the rolling log cleanly in two with a single stroke. This section of the story unfolds as follows. The log rolling across the ground had been unleashed by Rin Noera. Although she was supposed to be up ahead, Rin couldn't stop worrying about Kakashi and Obito. Unable to put her mind at ease, she doubled back, arriving just in time to witness Ramoda's attack on Kakashi. Obito hurled several shuriken at Ramoda, who sprang to the side, deftly dodging each one. With a grave expression, Obito called to Rin. Rin, you take care of Kakashi's wounds. Leave this guy to me. Kakashi frowned. Obito, you're no match for him. Who says so? I am Uchiha Obito. Don't underestimate me. Obito leapt into the air, forming hand seals before bringing his left hand up to his mouth. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A burst of flames shot from Obito's mouth, scattering in every direction as they surged toward Ramoda. Ramoda sprang and swerved, evading the flames with ease. Seeing Ramoda dodge the fire, Obito quickly pulled out a pair of kunai and flung them. But his aim was wildly off. Ramoda didn't even bother dodging, and the kunai flew harmlessly past. Ramoda's main target was still Kakashi. He had no interest in Obito, intending to deal with Kakashi first. At that moment, Kakashi was receiving emergency treatment on his right leg from Rin. If the wound went unattended, it would seriously hinder Kakashi's movements, and there were still two Cloud Ninja lurking nearby. Seeing Ramoda ignore him and focus on Kakashi, Obito grew frustrated. I told you, don't underestimate me. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Obito formed seals and released a swift, straight jet of fire toward Ramoda. Ramoda dodged the attack with a body flicker technique, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Obito. Realizing that Obito could become a serious obstacle, Ramoda decided to deal with him first. After all, his two comrades were almost there. Once they arrived, the three of them could handle Kakashi and Rin together. Because Obito kept interfering and preventing Ramoda from finishing off Kakashi, Ramoda made up his mind. He would defeat Obito first, then, together with his teammates, finish off Kakashi and Rin. Ramoda shot forward at incredible speed, charging straight at Obito. Obito's heart pounded with tension, but he gripped his kunai tightly, eyes never leaving Ramoda. When there were only a few steps between them, Ramoda swung his blade at Obito. I see it. Obito spun his kunai into a reverse grip. With a metallic ring, Obito's kunai blocked Ramoda's sword. Obito couldn't help but feel a grin tug at the corner of his mouth. Maybe this opponent wasn't so tough after all. He'd blocked that attack with ease. But before that smile could fully form, his expression froze. Cloud style, Rising Dragon. Ramoda's elbow shot out in a direct strike, smashing into Obito's face. Obito was sent flying, crashing face first into the ground and tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Obito! Rin Nohara's heart leapt in alarm. She hurriedly stopped treating Kakashi, quickly pulling a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag from her ninja pouch and hurling it straight at Ramoda. Just as Ramoda was preparing to retreat and dodge, the explosive tag detonated, sending a fierce blaze erupting outward. At the same moment, Rin threw a wind release tag. The wind release tag worked on the same principle as the ninja scrolls that could unleash various jutsu. A whirlwind spun into existence from the wind release tag, and when it swept into the flames from the explosion, the two forces merged, transforming into a swirling inferno. The fire's reach expanded in an instant, catching Ramoda completely off guard. Flames clung to him, igniting his clothes. As Ramoda flailed to extinguish the fire, eager to counterattack, he suddenly felt his body constricted. In the next instant, he found himself tightly bound. Ramoda stared in disbelief at the threads coiling around him. He was being restrained by thin strands. He whipped his head toward Obito. Obito's right cheek was swollen, but a triumphant grin spread across his face. Transparent threads glinted, coiled around Obito's hand. Obito spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and sneered. Did you really think I missed with those two kunai just now? I'm an Uchiha. I never miss. Those shots were deliberate, you fool. Those kunai that had appeared to miss earlier were in fact trailing transparent threads from their ends. Up till now, Obito hadn't had a chance to use them, but with Rin's timely help, he had finally seized the opportunity to trap Romoda with the threads. Rin called out to Obito, her voice brimming with excitement. Amazing Obito! A faint smile curled beneath Kakashi's mask as well. Obito straightened his back with pride. Right now, he must look truly impressive. For Romoda, an elite Chunin, the situation was both humiliating and infuriating. He'd initially dismissed Kakashi's team as mere kids, never imagining his carelessness would lead to such a blunder. It's over, Obito declared. Forming hand seals, he drew in a deep breath. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball burst from Obito's mouth, roaring straight for Romoda. Romoda's pupils shrank to pinpoints. In that instant, convinced his fate was sealed, Romoda suddenly felt the threads binding him go slack. His comrades had arrived. Romoda's teammates swiftly slashed the threads restraining him and whisked him out of the fireball's deadly range. Obito froze in disbelief as he spotted Romoda and two Cloud Ninja not far away. Had his brilliant finishing move just failed? Romoda shot Obito a Venomosgladi. That brat is mine. I'll cut him down myself. One of his teammates cautioned. Let's wrap this up fast. We only have an hour before our operation begins. There's no time to waste on these three kids. Hearing that there was only an hour left before they acted, Kakashi's eyes narrowed sharply. An hour ago, they saw the Cloud Ninja assembling at their camp, so it's very likely that an hour from now the Cloud Ninja will attack the Leaf's encampment. This message has to be relayed to the Leaf base immediately. But right now, Kakashi's brow was tightly knit. If he ran off now, Obito and Rin Noera would never make it out alive. Remota's strength far surpassed both Obito and Rin Noera. A moment ago, it was only because Remota had underestimated them, and thanks to Rin's timely cooperation, that Obito managed to restrain Remota. That kind of chance only comes once. There won't be another. And now, there's still two more Cloud Ninja to deal with. Even if either Obito or Rin tried to escape right now, Kakashi couldn't possibly hold off all three Cloud Ninja. They were still some distance from the Leaf base, and everyone knew the Cloud Ninja were famed for their speed. At Obito's or Rin's pace, they'd definitely be caught. Reason told Kakashi that abandoning Obito and Rin now and rushing back to the Leaf base alone was the most logical choice. But Kakashi's legs felt like they were weighed down with lead. He simply couldn't move. After wrestling with himself for a moment, Kakashi took a deep breath, his gaze growing steely with resolve. He pulled out a smoke bomb and tossed it to the ground. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him. Within that haze, Kakashi's hands flashed through a series of hand signs, and he pressed his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. The ninja hound, Guruko, appeared once more. Guruko, head back to the Leaf base at once, and tell them the Cloud Ninja are about to launch a sneak attack. With a sharp, urgent bark, Guruko charged out of the smoke and sped off toward the Leaf encampment. Kakashi then gripped his short blade tightly and burst from the smoke, launching himself straight at Remota and the other two Cloud Ninja. With things as they were, retreat wasn't an option. The only chance was to go on the offensive and look for an opening to escape. Seeing Kakashi take the initiative to attack, Obito and Rin immediately moved to support him, and together they struck out at the three Cloud Ninja. Meanwhile, some distance away from the battlefield, Jindai stood frozen in place, his expression torn with inner conflict. Am I really going to abandon the three of them? Kakashi is the future sixth Hokage. Obito will one day wield the power of the six paths. And Rin, she'll become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. For them, a crisis like this should be nothing. They'll handle it with ease, won't they? Yes, that's right. There's no need to agonize over this. Jindai took a few steps, but then stopped again. He just caught the sounds of battle drifting over from afar. Shindai's expression grew increasingly conflicted. But what if I end up dead? To tell the truth, Konoha has actually treated me pretty well, especially Minato Namikaze. I've taken apart every single appliance in his house, and he's never said a word to me about it. Kakashi and the others consider me one of their own. If I just abandon them like this, wouldn't that make me a terrible person? But if I go help them, my true abilities will be exposed. I've hidden myself so well, wouldn't it be a shame to give all that away now? Shindai hesitated, caught in the struggle, until suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. I've got it. If I do it this way, nobody should be able to find out. Unfurling the scroll that stored Shimajetsu, Shindai summoned his puppet companion. Then, he hurried off in the direction of Kakashi and his team. At that moment, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were locked in a desperate struggle. All three bore wounds of varying severity. But it was Kakashi who was hurt the worst. Deep gashes ran along his left arm and across his back, blood steadily oozing from the wounds. With heavy, ragged breaths, Kakashi turned to Obito and Rin. "You two need to fall back now, immediately." "Kakashi." Obito and Rin cried out his name in perfect unison, clearly unwilling to leave him behind and run. Kakashi spoke in a low, resolute voice. "If this keeps up, none of us are getting out of here alive. Split up and run. If even one of you escapes, that's enough." Not giving Obito and Rin a chance to argue, Kakashi tossed 2 smoke bombs in their direction. Obito and Rin were quickly engulfed in thick smoke. 3 Cloud Ninja closed in, one charging straight at Kakashi, while the other 2 veered into the smoke, intent on stopping Obito and Rin from escaping. Kakashi hurled a kunai at the 2 Cloud Ninja, vanishing into the smoke, then raised a short blade, preparing to counter the one advancing on him. Suddenly, all 3 Cloud Ninja abruptly jumped back. Several kunai thudded into the ground where they just stood. Had they hesitated for even a moment, those blades would have found their mark. Kakashi and the Cloud Ninja all glanced toward the smoke. The kunai had come flying out of the haze. Kakashi's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that Obito and Rin hadn't left after all? This is madness. He'd been willing to sacrifice himself to buy their chance at escape. As the smoke cleared, 2 new figures appeared, a tall one and a short one. Their faces were impossible to make out. Both wore cloth wrapped tightly around their faces, the smaller one with 2 holes cut out for the eyes, and the larger one with a solid black cloth covering everything. But their identities were obvious. It was Shindai and his puppet, Shimajetsu. This was the solution Shindai had come up with. As long as no one saw his face, no one would recognize who he was. "Kamiyo!" Obito called out in surprise and delight. Kamiyo's scalp tingled, and he looked at Obito in disbelief. "No way. You recognize me even like this?" Obito replied, puzzled. "You're easy to spot. Besides your face, nothing else has changed. By the way, why are you covering your face?" Kamiyo rolled his eyes at Obito, helplessly. "Obito, you're making things difficult for me here." He hadn't expected his flawless disguise to be seen through by Obito so quickly. Kakashi, seeing Kamiyo's return, let out a huge sigh of relief. With Kamiyo here, their safety in the coming fight was all but assured. But Kamiyo was now conflicted. Should he reveal his true strength in front of Kakashi and the others? That might not be a good idea. If Kakashi and his team reported his abilities, he could end up being assigned much more dangerous missions in the future. Noticing Kamiyo's troubled expression, Kakashi guessed that he was debating whether or not to reveal his power. If only Obito had pretended not to recognize Kamiyo just now. Kakashi called out to Kamiyo, "Kamiyo, we can't see anything right now." Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. "But I can see fine. Rin, you can see too, right?" Rin, already catching on to Kakashi's hint, quickly chimed in, "Right, I can't see a thing either." "Obito, you can't see anything now either." Obito felt completely lost. What was going on? Seeing Kakashi and Rin's meaningful stares, he could only mutter, I can't see anything either." Hearing their words, Kamiyo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. From the way Kakashi said that, was he trying to cover for him? Otherwise, why would Kakashi say, "We can't see anything"? It was obvious he was trying to keep something under wraps. But he hadn't even done anything yet. Kakashi and the others still had no idea how strong he really was. So why say that? Could it be that Kakashi had already sensed his aura as a powerful ninja? That had to be it. There's an old saying, after all, great minds think alike. The strong always recognize one another. Because he was so powerful, Kakashi must have sensed it. Kamiyo nodded in satisfaction. "Kakashi, you really know what's going on. It's best if you can't see anything. Otherwise, I'd have to run." Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for his quick thinking. If Kamiyo had run off again, the 3 of them would really have been in grave danger. Still, Kakashi hadn't expected the usually timid Kamiyo to turn back and help. Just as Kamiyo was about to brag some more, 3 Cloud Ninjas burst onto the scene. 2 of them charged toward Kaminazuki, and 1 came straight for Kamiyo. Kaminazuki's disguise was so convincing that the Cloud Ninjas hadn't bothered to check with their senses. They simply assumed he was a real person. Since Shinryu had the physique of an adult, the enemy naturally assumed he was the primary threat that needed to be dealt with first. Shinryu Needle Rain. A hatch opened in Shinryu's chest, and from within, a torrent of swift and densely packed Senbon needles shot out. The 2 Cloud Ninja charging at Shinryu were shocked when his chest opened, and the moment they saw the barrage of needles, they immediately leapt aside to evade. Yet the attack was so sudden that 1 Cloud Ninja was a split second too slow, and several needles pierced into his body. Shindai's Senbon, of course, were all laced with poison. The toxin took effect rapidly, and the ninja struck by the needles soon found his limbs growing numb and unresponsive. Still, the poison wasn't particularly potent or deadly. After a short time, its effects would fade, so the paralysis would only last a little while. There wasn't much choice. Shindai had little expertise with poisons, and these particular toxins had been procured for him by Hakura. Because Shindai spent all his time alone at home, rarely setting foot outside, Hakura worried that if he accidentally ingested or pricked himself with something truly lethal, no one would notice in time. So she never dared supply him with anything truly dangerous. As luck would have it, the Cloud Ninja charging at Shindai was none other than Ramota, and he was already within striking distance, sword raised for a slash. Shindai yanked his right hand sharply. In an instant, Shimiyu sped back to Shindai's side. Under Shindai's control, Shimiyu's right hand snapped open, revealing a ninja blade that neatly blocked Ramota's slash. Shimiyu, blade maelstrom. Blade sprang from every joint of Shimiyu's body. Shindai's fingers danced with precision. Under his command, Shimiyu spun and twisted in ways no human could manage, his limbs contorting as the joint blades whirled like a deadly cyclone, all bearing down on Ramota. At first, Ramota tried to stand his ground and parry the assault. But the ferocity of Shimiyu's attacks, coupled with those bizarre and unpredictable angles, made it clear almost instantly that he couldn't hold out. Without hesitation, he chose to retreat. Seeing that Shindai wasn't under too much pressure fighting the Cloud Ninja, Rin Noara dashed to Kakashi's side, tending to his most serious wounds with urgent care. As for Obito, he simply watched. There wasn't much he could do to help. Shindai was single-handedly holding off all three Cloud Ninja. Initially, his plan had been to draw the three away, giving Kakashi and the others a chance to escape, then make his own getaway. But judging by Kakashi's injuries, he wasn't going anywhere fast. And with Obito in his current hot-blooded, reckless state, if Kakashi stayed, he would too, no matter what. As for Rin Noara, if Kakashi and Obito refused to retreat, there was no way she'd leave them behind. This was turning into quite the predicament. It was obvious from the start that these three Cloud Ninja weren't to be taken lightly. 3 against 1, and they were badly outnumbered. Kakashi saw that although Jindai had already driven Ramota back, he didn't let Kaminazuki pursue, but instead hesitated in place. Kakashi immediately realized that Jindai was torn. As for what he was torn about, what else but running away? Kakashi called out to Jindai, "Jindai, they're not that strong. You can beat them." Jindai retorted irritably, "Not that strong? If they're so weak, how come the 3 of you haven't finished them off yet? It's easy to talk when you're not the one fighting." Jindai's words left Kakashi momentarily speechless. He truly had no comeback for that. So Kakashi knew he had to give Jindai a stronger push. Otherwise, Jindai simply wouldn't have the will to fight. Kakashi shouted again, "Jindai, the Cloud Ninja are already closing in from all directions. We have to finish this quickly. Kill them now, or if we get surrounded and chased, we won't have any chance of escaping." Jindai stiffly turned his head to look at Kakashi, his face twisted as if he were about to cry. "Hey, do you really expect me to just leave you all behind and run?" Obito complained, "Hey Jindai, you already ditched us once. Are you going to do it again?" Jindai shot back, "I didn't ditch you. I was just scouting ahead for you guys, that's all." Kakashi reminded them, "Enough with the chatter. Jindai, we have to move fast. Even if you try to run now, it's too late. Our only hope is to take out those 3, then we can retreat." Jindai took a deep breath. "Seriously, you guys are going to be the death of me." But his eyes had changed. He understood that unless he killed these 3 Cloud Ninja, they'd never get away. If he wanted to escape, he had to take them down. Jindai's gaze settled on the Cloud Ninja who had been paralyzed by his poisoned Senbon. The paralysis should still be in effect, which meant that target had to be eliminated first. Jindai's fingers twitched, and he retracted all the blades from Kaminazuki's joints. At the same time, a panel on Kaminazuki's back slid open, releasing a torrent of iron sand from within. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. As Jindai finished weaving his signs, a storm of iron sand shot forward, pelting the 3 Cloud Ninja like a hail of flying stones. Ramota immediately rolled behind a tree for cover. The paralyzed Cloud Ninja, panic in his voice, called out to his comrade, "Kero, help me." Kero wanted to help his immobilized companion, but Jindai was already sending Kaminazuki charging straight at them. If Kero tried to help, he'd have to block Kaminazuki's ninja sword. But if he did that, he'd have no way to avoid the incoming iron sand barrage. After sizing up the situation, Kero made a snap decision and dashed behind a nearby tree to dodge the onslaught of iron sand. Given the current situation, there was simply no time to save anyone. Attempting a rescue now would likely only result in injury or even death. The paralyzed cloud ninja stared in shock as Kalat darted behind a tree, unable to believe he had just been abandoned. Now, both Kaminozuki and the iron sand were closing in on him. Even if he somehow survived the dense barrage of iron sand, he would still fall prey to Kaminozuki's attack. Is this the end? A fierce will to live surged within the paralyzed cloud ninja, causing the numbness in his body to fade rapidly. Before the iron sand and Kaminozuki reached him, all feeling had returned to his body. This unexpected recovery filled him with hope and delight. Earth style, earth flow wall. The cloud ninja quickly formed hand seals, slamming both palms onto the ground. Instantly, a wall of earth rose up before him, blocking the incoming iron sand. However, some of the iron sand still struck his body, and blood began to trickle down his wounds. But compared to dying, a few injuries seemed like a small price to pay. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt something winding around his legs. Glancing down, every hair on his body stood on end. It was black iron sand, coiling tightly around his legs and climbing upward at a frightening speed. He struggled to break free, but the iron sand clung to him with relentless force. There was no escape. In the blink of an eye, the iron sand had reached his waist. Worse still, Kaminozuki was now looming directly above him. Kaminozuki lunged, his ninja blade slicing down toward the cloud ninja. The cloud ninja tried to parry with his own blade, but his upper body was already bound tight by the iron sand. He couldn't move an inch. All he could do was watch, wide-eyed, as Kaminozuki's blade fell and severed his head. His head thudded to the ground. As his consciousness faded, the cloud ninja's final thought was, perhaps it would have been better not to recover from the paralysis. At least then death would have come swiftly. At that moment, Kamiyo's iron sand drizzle technique came to an end. Upon seeing that Kamiyo had slain a cloud ninja, Kakashi and his two companions were instantly filled with hope and renewed vigor. As long as Kamiyo still had the will to fight, there was hope. Behind the tree, Ramota and Kalat found themselves troubled by Kamiyo's sudden appearance. At first, they had been caught off guard because they didn't realize Kaminozuki was a puppet. Their comrade had been struck by a poisoned senbon and paralyzed. If it had only been a puppet, things would have been manageable. They could have had two people hold off the puppet while the third attacked Kamiyo. But they hadn't counted on Kamiyo being a magnetic release bloodline ninja as well, which left them completely unprepared. Ramota and Kalat exchanged glances. Kalat gave Ramota a quick nod, then dashed out from behind the tree. Ramota's heart skipped a beat. What was he doing? Why'd he just nod and charge out like that? He hadn't understood what Karo meant at all. Karo charged straight toward Kamiyo. Kamiyo immediately summoned Kanazuki and took up a defensive stance. Lightning style, thunder slash. Karo unleashed a surge of electricity, sending it crackling toward Kanazuki. Kamiyo and Kanazuki dodged the electrical attack together, but as Karo sent out the current, he instantly used the body flicker technique, appearing right beside Kamiyo and swinging his blade down at him. Kakashi and his two companions gasped in shock. The blinding arcs of electricity obscured their vision so completely that they couldn't track Karo's movements. The lightning attack was merely a feint. The real killing move was using the intense flashes of light to mask his body flicker, allowing Karo to deliver a devastating strike at Kamiyo from point-blank range. A predatory grin twisted across Karo's face. Got you now. His ninja blade slashed directly across Kamiyo's chest. Kamiyo, Kakashi, and the others couldn't help but cry out. But the triumphant grin on Karo's face froze in place. The expected spray of blood never came. Instead, Kamiyo's entire body turned pitch black, dissolving into a stream of iron sand that flowed down to the earth. Karo's heart skipped a beat. Was that an iron sand clone? He had struck Kamiyo with his blade, never expecting that what he'd hit was nothing more than an iron sand doppelganger. Kamiyo's voice rang out from above. Fool, as if I'd ever let myself be caught in a dangerous spot like that. At that moment, Kamiyo stood balanced atop a tree branch. He had already finished weaving his hand seals, now opening his palm and aiming directly at Karo. Magnet style, iron sand coffin. The iron sand from the dispersed clone, now lying on the ground, surged toward Karo at incredible speed. Although Karo's reactions were swift, dodging immediately, he was simply too close to the iron sand. Kamiyo skillfully manipulated the sand, and it wrapped tightly around Karo's ankles. Karo lost his balance and toppled to the ground. The iron sand raced up his body, spreading quickly. Panic flashed across Karo's face as he roared at Ramota, who was still hiding. Ramota, what are you doing? I told you to back me up. Why are you still hiding? Are you just going to watch me die? Ramota's eyelid twitched. So that's what Karo's earlier nod meant. Shadow lightning thrust. Electricity burst from Ramoda's entire body as he used the lightning to stimulate his muscles, propelling himself toward Kero. He aimed to slice through the iron sand binding Kero with his ninja blade. Naturally, Kamiyo had no intention of letting Ramoda get away with the rescue. Kamiyo drew 3 kunai and hurled them at Ramoda. But Ramoda, moving at lightning speed, sidestepped 3 times in quick succession, easily dodging all the kunai. In no time, Ramoda was at Kero's side, raising his sword high, ready to strike down. Carrot shut his eyes and dared not move a muscle, terrified that Ramoda's blade might go astray. Yet instead of hearing the whistle of Ramoda's strike, Carrot was startled by the muffled groan that escaped Ramoda's lips. Carrot's eyes snapped open, disbelief flooding his gaze as he looked at Ramoda. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Ramoda's face twisted in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. 3 kunai were now buried in his back. Without hesitation, Kamishiro took control of Kanazuki, dashing toward Ramoda with his ninja blade flashing down in a swift arc. Ramoda, ignoring the agony from his wounds, quickly raised his own sword to block the blow. But before anyone could catch their breath, the situation changed again. As Kanazuki's blade came slicing down and met Ramoda's horizontal block, the edge of the blade suddenly extended, stabbing straight into Ramoda's throat. Clutching his neck, Ramoda's lips moved as if to speak, but not a sound escaped. He collapsed to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then lay still, life slipping away. Carrot was utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Why? Why had 3 kunai struck Ramoda from behind out of nowhere? There was no 5th person present. Who could have thrown those kunai? The 3 kunai embedded in Ramoda's back were, of course, Kamashiro's handiwork. They were the very kunai Kamishiro had thrown earlier, which Ramoda had managed to dodge. But how had the kunai returned to strike Ramoda from behind? The answer lay in Kamishiro's use of the magnetic release, magnetization technique before throwing them. With this technique, Kamishiro could magnetize anything he touched or transfer that magnetism to other objects, using magnetic force to attack his enemies. Earlier, Kamishiro had touched the kunai, infusing them with magnetic power. And because Kamishiro himself was magnetized after using the technique, the kunai, once dodged by Ramoda, were drawn back by Kamashiro's own magnetic field, driving them straight into Ramoda's back. Finally, Kamishiro caught Ramoda off guard by extending Kanazuki's blade to pierce his throat, bringing Ramoda's story to an abrupt end. Kakashi stared at Kamishiro in astonishment. He hadn't expected Kamishiro, once resolved to fight, to possess such tactical brilliance. Meanwhile, Carrot's entire body was now encased in iron sand, the dense material pressing in so tightly that he could barely breathe. Kamishiro extended his palm toward Carrot once more. Magnetic release. Iron sand burial. The iron sand encasing Carrot compressed inward, the muffled sound of bones snapping filling the air. Crushed by the relentless force of the sand, Carrot died a brutal death. All 3 Cloud Nin had been taken out by Kamishiro. Wiping imaginary sweat from his brow, Kamishiro took a deep breath and said, "That was an exceptionally tough battle." Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera looked at Jindai, momentarily at a loss for words. Difficult? From the looks of it, this battle didn't seem challenging for Jindai at all, did it? He had dominated from start to finish, overwhelming the opponents. What was so difficult about that? By now, Kakashi had a pretty clear understanding of Jindai's strength. If Jindai wasn't planning to run away and fought like he just did, he absolutely had the skills of Jonin. Of the 3 Cloud Ninja, only one was an elite Chunin, and the other 2 were just regular Chunin. Against a Jonin-level opponent like Jindai, they didn't stand a chance. But if Jindai intended to escape instead, then his performance might not be so reliable. Jindai walked up to Obito, who was closest to him. Seeing Obito's cheeks swollen high from blow, he couldn't help but sigh. "Obito, you look absolutely terrible right now, like a squashed pumpkin." Obito shot back, annoyed. "You're the pumpkin. If you'd come to help us sooner, we wouldn't be hurt like this." Jindai immediately retorted, "Hey, don't pin this on me. Kakashi was the one who ordered retreat. I was just following his command." Obito rolled his eyes at Jindai, then hurried over to Kakashi's side and asked Rin Noera, "Rin, how's Kakashi doing?" Rin looked worriedly at Kakashi's injuries and said, "Kakashi's pretty badly hurt. I can only do some emergency treatment right now to stop the bleeding. The real healing will have to wait until we're back at the base." Jindai also came over to Kakashi. Seeing how battered Kakashi looked, he remembered Kakashi's earlier warning that they were already surrounded by Cloud Ninja. Growing anxious, he urged, "Rin, are you done yet? We need to get out of here now. If the Cloud Ninja catch up, we're doomed." Rin nodded. "I'm done." Jindai gave Obito an order. "Obito, you carry Kakashi. Let's make a run for it." Obito pointed at himself in disbelief. Hey, I'm injured too. Jindai, you're not even hurt. Can't you carry him for once? Jindai replied, full of conviction. Me? I've used up all my chakra. I'm running on fumes here. Come on, stop arguing. If we don't leave now, I'm taking off and leaving you behind. Obito grumbled, yeah right. You sure don't sound worn out if you can yell like that. He muttered complaints under his breath, but still hoisted Kakashi onto his back. Kakashi, a bit weak, managed to say, let's get moving. I've already sent Guruku back to the base with our intel. Lord Jiraiya and the others should be on the move by now. With that, Jindai, Obito, carrying Kakashi, and Rin Noara hurried off toward the Konoha base. On the road, Kamiyo turned to Kakashi to confirm, Kakashi, you remember what you said earlier. None of you saw my fight just now, right? Kakashi replied helplessly, I get it. When we report back, I'll say that we escaped from the Cloud Ninja's pursuit, and you didn't take part in the battle, okay? Kamiyo nodded in satisfaction and reminded him, but you still have to give me some credit. After all, you know I need achievements if I want to join Konoha. When the time comes, you can say that I braved danger to find you all injured, and then managed to help you escape. Oh, and when we're almost at the base, Obito, hand Kakashi over to me, so I can carry him. The faces of Kakashi and his two teammates instantly darkened. What a shameless person, Obito asked in confusion. But Kamiyo, if you want credit, wouldn't it be a bigger achievement to report that you killed those 3 Cloud Ninja and saved us? Why bother making up something smaller? Kamiyo couldn't help but scold him. Obito, you're really hopeless. I'm doing all of this for you 3. Not only was Obito baffled, even Kakashi and Rin Noara were a bit stunned. How did this suddenly become for their sake? Kamiyo cleared his throat and began to bluff. No. To explain, think about it. I'm moving with you now, so I'm part of Minato's squad, right? Obito nodded. Right, you're one of us now. Kamiyo snapped his fingers. Exactly. If people know how powerful I really am, they'll start giving me harder and more dangerous missions. And since I'm a member of Minato's squad, you'll have to come along with me on those missions. Wouldn't that put you all in danger too? So, keeping my strength a secret is actually for your own good. Do you get it now? Kakashi and Rin's eyes had turned glassy, utterly deadpan. If you just don't want trouble or don't like fighting, just say so. Why drag them into it? Yet Obito was moved and said to Kamiyo, so that's it. Kamiyo, you're such a good person. Kamiyo patted Obito on the shoulder and, sticking out his tongue, burst out laughing. Of course. Waha. Hearing Kamiyo's infectious laughter and Obito's naivete, both Kakashi and Rin twitched their lips in clear annoyance. Soon, they hurried back to the Konoha base. Upon returning, Kakashi noticed that there were far fewer people than before. He guessed that Guruku must have already passed on the information, and the Konoha ninja station here had started to act. At this moment, it was Kamiyo who was carrying Kakashi on his back. Jindai shouted at the top of his lungs, I've brought Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara back. We've all suffered extremely serious injuries. Someone come help us quick. Obito's cheeks flushed bright red as he whispered to Jindai, Jindai, stop shouting. You're making us look bad. Jindai replied firmly, look bad? We bled for Konoha's sake. We should be proud. Kakashi couldn't hold back a jab. You're not even injured. Jindai immediately retorted, no, I am hurt. I suffered serious internal injuries, saving you too. You just can't see them. Rin Noara interjected, all right, enough shouting. Let's hurry and get Kakashi to the medics. And Obito's wounds need treatment too. Jindai carried Kakashi, following Obito and Rin as they rushed toward the medical ninja station. At the southeastern edge of the Konoha camp was the medics outpost. Many medical ninja were busy tending to the wounded. Most of these patients have been injured during missions. Rin exchanged a few words with a medical ninja, then hurried back to the group. Okay, follow me. The 3 of them followed Rin into a tent. Rin directed Jindai to lay Kakashi on one of the beds. She also told Obito to lie down on the other bed. Jindai pointed to himself in confusion. Where am I supposed to lie down? Rin rolled her eyes nearly to the ceiling. There are only 2 beds, and you're not even hurt. Just stand for a bit, all right? Jindai was about to protest that he was injured too when a medical ninja entered the tent. Rin spoke to the medic. Could you please take care of Kakashi? He has several serious wounds. I've done emergency work to stop the bleeding. I'll handle Obito's injuries myself. The medic nodded and immediately moved to Kakashi's side, unwrapping the bandages and revealing wounds that were truly shocking. The medic washed Kakashi's injuries, and then, hands glowing with green chakra, began the healing process. Rin started tending to Obito's wounds as well. Obito's face was glowing with a rosy blush. Rin was healing him herself. Her hands were so gentle and soft, he felt wrapped in bliss. If only every day could be like this, he thought. He wouldn't mind getting hurt daily. But just then, someone had to spoil the moment. Obito, You look so creepy right now. What on earth are you imagining Rin doing to you? Obito's face turned beet red as he shouted. Don't say nonsense. I wasn't thinking anything like that. Before Rin or Jindai could respond, the medic scolded from across the tent. No loud voices in here. Rin Noera, clearly displeased, said to Obito and Shindai, medical ninjutsu requires intense concentration. If you two want to bicker, at least wait until the treatment is over. At once, Obito and Shindai fell silent, looking like children who had been caught doing something wrong. After all, doctors are revered. One mustn't offend or distract them. Only a few minutes into the treatment, the medical ninja frowned and said to Kakashi, who was sitting up, the healing has only just begun. Don't move around. Kakashi replied seriously, I understand, but there's something I must confirm. He was anxious to ensure that his message had been delivered accurately. Earlier, Kakashi had been completely drained of strength, but after the medical ninja's care, he felt just a bit stronger. So now, he had to check without delay. Kakashi asked the medic, Excuse me, is Lady Tsunade at the camp? She's here, the medic replied. Lady Tsunade is in her tent. Kakashi turned to Shindai. Shindai, come help me. If the information has been delivered, Lady Tsunade should know by now. Shindai stepped forward to assist Kakashi off the bed. Yet the moment Kakashi tried to stand, his legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. You can hardly walk. I'll help you get there, Shindai offered. Kakashi, aware of his own condition, nodded. All right, sorry for the trouble. With Shindai's support, Kakashi left the tent. Following Kakashi's directions, they headed towards Tsunade's tent. It was a short walk. Before long, they arrived. Kakashi called out weakly, Lady Tsunade, Chunin Kakashi Hataki reporting. But his voice was so faint that there was no response from within. It seemed she hadn't heard him. Kakashi coughed and called again, but still, there was no sign of movement. Unable to bear it any longer, Shindai raised his voice and shouted, Lady Tsunade, this is Shindai, a member of Minato Namike's squad. I have something important to report. A few seconds after Shindai's words echoed out, the tent flap was thrown open. Whoa, that's huge, he blurted out. Because of his height, Shindai couldn't see her face at first glance. His eyes landed somewhere they shouldn't. Suddenly, Shindai felt a chilling wave of murderous intent. He looked up to see Tsunade's forehead veins bulging, her face dark as a thundercloud as she stared at him. What did you just say? A cold shiver shot up Shindai's spine to the crown of his head. He straightened up and stammered, I said Lady Tsunade's stature is truly imposing, worthy of one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. There was a resounding thunk. Shindai immediately dropped to a squat, clutching the massive lump swelling on his head, tears of pain welling in his eyes. Tsunade blew on her fist, her tone dismissive. Kid, next time, it won't just be a bump on your head. Because Jindai had released him, Kakashi was swaying unsteadily, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. Tsunade frowned as she took in Kakashi's pale face and the blood seeping through his bandages. Her fists clenched tightly, trembling slightly with barely contained emotion. Just as Kakashi began to fall, Tsunade reached out and grabbed the back of his collar, hauling him into the tent with one swift motion. Jindai, rubbing the lump on his head and feeling the pain subside, shamelessly followed them into the tent. Tsunade placed Kakashi gently onto a small cot, draping a black cloth over him to hide the bloodstains. Then, she began to administer medical ninjutsu to treat his wounds. As she worked, Kakashi reported, Lady Tsunade, when we were monitoring the Cloud Ninja encampment earlier, we discovered they planned to attack our base in about an hour. The Cloud Ninja should already be on the move towards us. I sent my ninja dog back to report, but I don't know if Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru have received the message yet. Tsunade replied calmly, You don't need to worry about that. Jiraiya and Orochimaru have already received the intel and taken people out of the camp. They'd set up an ambush beforehand, so even without your message, nothing would have gone wrong. At this, Jindai immediately protested, grumbling, What? If it wasn't important, why did you send us to monitor them at all? That's just pointless busy work. Both Tsunade and Kakashi turned their eyes on Jindai at the same time. Feeling their gaze sharp and uncomfortable, Jindai shrank back and muttered, All right, I'll shut up now. After a while, Tsunade finished her medical ninjutsu and said to Kakashi, I've taken care of your wounds using the healing palm technique, but you've lost quite a bit of blood. You'll need a rest for a while. Jindai, unable to contain his excitement, pumped his fist in victory. Rest for a while? Yes, that's great news. Once again, Tsunade and Kakashi both looked at Jindai. Tsunade's gaze grew increasingly dangerous as she asked Kakashi, Has this brat from Sunagakure always been this annoying? Kakashi nodded. Yeah, you could say that. Jindai grew anxious and immediately protested. Hey Kakashi, How can you say that? Who was it that risked everything to rescue you from the enemy? It was me. Tsunade looked Jindai up and down, her eyes filled with curiosity. Oh, if you managed to save Kakashi even when he was this badly injured, does that mean you're stronger than he is? Shindai immediately deflated, forcing a laugh. It's not like that. I just said I was helping Kakashi and the others escape. I waited for the moment when the Cloud Ninja were off guard, picked up Kakashi, and ran. That's how I saved him. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, studying Shindai. She had already heard about Shindai from Jiraiya long ago. So Tsunade was well aware that Shindai was a little undercover agent, and that his skills surpassed Kakashi and the others. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi gave her the slightest shake of his head, and Tsunade immediately understood. With a mocking smile, Tsunade said, "So, you're just a kid who only knows how to run away? How boring. All right, help Kakashi out of here." Shindai obediently walked over to Kakashi, shot him a fierce glare, then helped him up and left Tsunade's tent. 5 kilometers outside the Konoha encampment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood side by side, waiting for the Cloud Ninja to walk right into their trap. Back when Shindai and the others left to monitor the Cloud Ninja's camp, Orochimaru had already arranged for many ninja to lie in ambush and position sensory ninja in well-concealed spots to keep constant watch. Just as Tsunade had said, even without the intelligence provided by Kakashi and his team, the Konoha base would have been safe. The real purpose of sending Kakashi and the others to observe was to see if the Cloud Ninja made any unexpected moves. After all, the Cloud Ninja's plan to attack the Konoha base was only a guess based on the map that Shindai had seen. It wasn't a confirmed fact. Gazing into the shadowy woods, Jiraiya said, "According to the information Kakashi's ninja hounds brought back, the Cloud Ninja should arrive any moment now." No sooner had Jiraiya finished speaking than a ninja came running up to report, "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, we have a situation. Large numbers of unidentified individuals have appeared just ahead of our ambush positions." A cruel smile curled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. "Don't act rashly. Wait until they step into the designated zone, then strike at once. No need for prisoners. Kill them all." The reporting ninja's expression changed noticeably. He glanced at Orochimaru with a hint of fear, then immediately bowed his head. "Yes, sir." Jiraiya asked, "Are you sure you don't want to keep a few alive for questioning?" Orochimaru replied coldly, "It's pointless. These ninja won't know much about Cloud Village's secrets. At best, a few outposts in the land of hot water. If we kill them all and toss their bodies back at their comrades, that's what will really make them feel pain. That's the only thing that matters. Once they see the consequences, the Cloud Ninja will be too intimidated to act recklessly again." Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. Although he understood that Orochimaru's orders were correct, he still felt uneasy about Orochimaru's ruthless approach. So, Jiraiya fell silent as well, waiting to see how the battle would unfold. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja, still unaware that their plan had been discovered, walked straight into the ambush set by the Leaf Shinobi. As soon as the Cloud Ninja reached the designated spot, the Leaf Ninja sprang into action. Explosive tags buried underground, shuriken, kunai, traps, ninjutsu, all rained down upon the Cloud Ninja in a deadly barrage. In an instant, the area erupted with bursts of flame, and the air was filled with anguished screams. The Cloud Ninja were stunned. They had come to launch a surprise attack on the Leaf encampment, only to find themselves caught in a counter-ambush. Under the first wave of this ferocious attack, a great number of Cloud Ninja were slain immediately. Now, less than 1/5 of the Cloud Ninja remained alive on the battlefield. In other words, over 100 Cloud Ninja had been instantly reduced to just a couple dozen survivors. "Retreat! Fall back now!" The Cloud Ninja shouted desperately, each of them trying to escape. But Orochimaru had given strict orders. Not a single Cloud Ninja was to be left alive. Now, with only about 20 Cloud Ninja scattered and in disarray, they posed little threat. The Leaf Ninja wasted no time in giving chase. Minute by minute, the pursuit dragged on. For the Leaf Ninja, time was of no consequence. They were the hunters, after all, and the Cloud Ninja were the prey. But for the Cloud Ninja, every second felt like an eternity. The agony of being hunted was almost unbearable. Dawn was beginning to break. The pursuing Leaf Ninja regrouped and made their way back to where Jiraiya and Orochimaru awaited them. A ninja stepped forward to report, "In this battle, we killed a total of 92 Cloud Ninja. 9 were confirmed to have fled, and it's possible a few more managed to escape without us noticing." Orochimaru's brow furrowed. Even with the advantage of surprise and allowing them deep into our trap, 9 still managed to get away. Faced with Orochimaru's question, none of the Leaf Ninja dared to respond. Jiraiya chuckled and said, That's already an impressive result. Only 9 managed to escape. Wiping them all out is no easy feat. And who knows, perhaps some among them specialize in fleeing. This is a resounding victory for Konoha. Orochimaru, satisfied, had no intention of pressing the matter further. His question was out of curiosity, not reprimand. He then gave his next command. Gather the bodies of the Cloud Ninja. Collect all usable supplies and equipment from them. Then dump the remains 30 li away in the wilderness. Yes, sir. The Leaf Ninja immediately set about carrying out Orochimaru's orders. 2 days later, at the Cloud Village encampment in the land of hot water, the future 4th Raikage, currently the son of the 3rd Raikage and a Jonin of the hidden Cloud Village, slammed his palm down on the table in anger. The table shattered instantly beneath A's tremendous blow, splintering into pieces. Those despicable Leaf Ninjas, how dare they? O was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with rage, clearly infuriated. At present, the command in the land of hot water rested with Killer Bee, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud. Killer Bee's expression was equally grim. After all, nearly 100 Cloud Ninja had perished in a single blow. Such a loss would be hard for anyone to accept. A's face twisted with fury as he turned to Killer Bee and said, "Let me take a squad to attack the Leaf's encampment." Killer Bee replied in a deep voice, "Don't be reckless, A. Right now, Minato Namikaze is operating nearby, constantly ambushing our forces. We need to deal with him first. Being harassed like this can't go on." I shot back, still bristling with anger. "So we're just supposed to let this go?" With a somber look, Killer Bee answered, "For now, we have to hold back. The 3rd Raikage has said it himself. The entire ninja world is on the brink of war, just waiting for a single spark. We can't afford to be that spark, or every other village might target us next. We'll put this score aside for now. Once open war breaks out, we'll settle it with the Leaf then." Meanwhile, in the hidden sand village, the 3rd Kazekage had just received a reply from Jindai. Reading the letter, the Kazekage's face brightened with delight. Oh, he's already gained Minato Namikaze's trust, and now he's working on Jiraiya? I never imagined Jindai would have such a talent for undercover work. He's truly exceeded my expectations. Just as the Kazekage was rejoicing over the smooth progress of Jindai's infiltration, someone else was harboring a grudge against him. In the basement of Sasori's home, Sasori was at work on a corpse, blood splattering across his face. This body had belonged to a ninja Sasori himself had slain. Now, Sasori was in the process of transforming the body, preparing to turn it into a human puppet. This was not Sasori's first attempt. He'd experimented several times before. But every previous effort to create a human puppet had ended in failure. This time, however, Sasori was confident that success was within his grasp, or rather, he had already succeeded. He had finally overcome the greatest challenge in making human puppets. That was the chakra core. The most crucial element, the chakra core, had at last been crafted successfully. Now, Sasori was focusing on installing the mechanical components into the puppet. And this very first human puppet, on the verge of completion, already had a name. Hiriko. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Once I finish crafting Hiriko, I'll go and kill that man. He who, as Kazekage, neglected his duties and caused your deaths. I'll turn him into a human puppet, too." Behind Sasori, a pair of puppets, one male, one female, stood in silence, as if watching over him. They were the first puppets Sasori ever created, made in the likeness of his own parents. Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was at his wit's end. The consequences of intercepting Kamadai had finally arrived. Inoki, the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, had already sent a letter condemning Konoha for seizing a magnet-release bloodline ninja who should have belonged to them. If Konoha did not hand Kamadai over, Iwagakure would declare war. Hand over Kamadai? Konoha had never had a magnet-release bloodline ninja before. Kamadai was the first. If they gave him up, what would become of Konoha's future magnet-release shinobi? But if they refused, Iwagakure would march to war. That would be all the spark needed for an all-out war. If Iwagakure declared war on Konoha, Sunagakure would surely follow, joining forces against Konoha. At that point, Konoha would be facing simultaneous attacks from 3 of the great shinobi villages. And Kirigakure, given the 3rd Mizukage's notorious Bloody Mist policies, their shinobi had become battle-hardened fanatics. Who's to say they wouldn't join in the chaos as well? Konoha could never withstand the assault of all 4 great shinobi villages at once. No matter how strong Konoha was, that would be too much. Was there truly no choice but to hand over Kamadai? Hiruzen's heart was heavy with reluctance. He had hoped to use Kamadai to form an entire squad of magnet-release shinobi for Konoha's future. He smoked in frustration, turning over countermeasures in his mind. Suddenly, A spark of inspiration flashed across Hiruzen's thoughts. He had found a solution, one that would let him keep Kamadai and resolve Inoki's accusations from Iwagakure. A smile blossomed across his face, as bright as a chrysanthemum in full bloom. He immediately penned a letter and summoned a ninja to his side. This letter, make certain it reaches Jiraiya or Minato as soon as possible. Yes, sir. The ninja accepted the letter and promptly departed Konoha, setting out for the land of hot water. 3 days had passed since the last battle. Kamadai was sprawled on his bed, legs crossed, humming a tune. As for what he was humming, he wasn't quite sure. He'd only heard Yi Tsong hum it before, and the melody sounded cheerful enough. Because of the intense battle 2 days earlier, Kamadai was exhausted, so he'd holed up in his tent ever since, refusing to go anywhere else. When it came to meals, Obito handled it. Obito came by his tent nearly every day, so Kamadai simply asked him to bring food. Meanwhile, inside Kakashi's tent, now that the matter with the Cloud Ninja had been resolved, Jiraiya had come to visit Kakashi after learning that he had been injured. Kakashi, how are you feeling? Are you alright? After 3 days of rest, Kakashi no longer looked as pale as before, but he still seemed a bit weak. Leaning against the headboard, Kakashi replied, I'm alright. Thanks to Lady Tsunade's treatment, a few days' rest should be enough. Jiraiya nodded. That's good. When I saw your ninja dog come to report that day, I guess you might have run into trouble. I immediately sent a team of ninja to rescue you, but not long after, I heard you'd already made it back to camp. I'm glad everything turned out fine. Thinking back to that day, Kakashi still felt a lingering sense of fear. If Kamiyo hadn't come back to save us, things would have ended badly for us. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh, he came back to rescue you? So at first, you didn't retreat together? Kakashi remembered how Kamiyo had dashed off at the start, leaving them behind, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he answered Jiraiya. That's right. As soon as the Cloud Ninja discovered our position, I hadn't even finished saying we should retreat before Kamiyo had already taken off. After that, 3 Cloud Ninja caught up with us, and we were locked in a desperate struggle. I was seriously injured, and Obito was hurt pretty badly too. If Kamiyo hadn't come back, we'd all have been wiped out. Later, Kamiyo returned to save us and kill those 3 Cloud Ninja. That's how we survived. At first, though, Kamiyo tried to hide his identity. He covered his own face and his puppet's face with 2 black cloths. But Obito saw right through it immediately. Kamiyo was hesitating about revealing his strength, but I promised to keep his secret. I told him that only by taking out those 3 Cloud Ninja could we escape safely. Only then did Kamiyo truly join the fight. Against a fully committed Kamiyo, those 3 Cloud Ninja were no match at all. He took them down one by one and led us back to safety. After listening to Kakashi's account, a subtle expression flickered across Jiraiya's face, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Stroking his chin, Jiraiya mused, so, even though Kamiyo ran away at first, he chose to come back and save you. That means he sees you as his comrades. And because he's undercover, he doesn't want to reveal his strength. Kakashi interrupted him, Jiraiya-sama, I don't think Kamiyo hides his strength because he's undercover. It's just that he really dislikes trouble, and he's afraid of fighting and danger. Jiraiya's hand froze on his chin, and an awkward silence filled the tent. With a dry chuckle, Jiraiya said, well, it seems Kamiyo is quite cautious. But that just shows even someone as cautious as him was willing to come back for you. It proves that he truly values his comrades. Kakashi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kakashi was prepared to sacrifice himself in order to give Obito and Rin Noera a chance to survive. And even so, their chances of making it out alive were slim. The fact that Kamiyo, who had run away, actually came back showed that he truly regarded them as comrades. Otherwise, Kamiyo could have easily left them behind. Kakashi cautioned, Lord Jiraiya, let's not tell him the truth. Officially, let's say he took advantage of the Cloud Ninja's distraction and let us out of their hands. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, understood. Even though Kamiyo treats you as comrades, he's still a Sand Village spy for now. I'll play my part until the day Kamiyo truly becomes a Leaf Ninja. Suddenly, Jiraiya changed the subject, a sly grin spreading across his face, one that made Kakashi feel uneasy, as he asked, so, Kakashi, does that mean Kamiyo has already met Tsunade? Caught off guard by Jiraiya's sudden question, Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, but then answered, yes, he's met her. Jiraiya's smile grew even wider and, if possible, even more mischievous. Well then, Kakashi, get some rest. I won't keep you any longer. I'll be off now. After leaving Kakashi's tent, Jiraiya immediately headed to Kamiyo's. He found Kamiyo lying in bed, humming a tune. Jiraiya greeted him. Well, you look rather comfortable there. Kamiyo shot up from the bed as if on cue, and, eager to please, supported Jiraiya's arm as he guided him to a chair. Lord Jiraiya, I'm truly touched that you came to visit me personally while I'm still recovering. It's not that I'm seeking pity or trying to claim credit, but these past few days have been agonizing. I suffered terrible internal injuries rescuing Kakashi and the others from the Cloud Ninja. Cough, cough. But even though I'm hurt, I have no regrets. I'm a part of the Leaf. When my comrades are in danger, even if it means risking my life, I'll charge in without hesitation. Cough, cough, cough. Kamiyo coughed so violently it seemed as if he might cough up a lung, looking utterly frail and exhausted. Jiraiya's eye twitched in disbelief. He thought back to how Kamiyo had leapt from the bed just moments ago, energetically rushing to help him sit down. Hardly the behavior of someone on the brink of collapse. And how many people with serious internal injuries have such a healthy glow in their cheeks? Not seeking pity, not trying to claim credit. He might as well have the words seeking pity and claiming credit written on his face. Jiraiya seemed to catch Kamiyo's contagious theatrics, letting out a cough himself before saying, Kamiyo, I've heard from Kakashi. He told me how clever you were, how you took the opportunity when the Cloud Ninja let their guard down to rescue the badly wounded Kakashi and led Obito and Rin to safety. You did well. The Leaf will remember your contributions. Hearing Jiraiya say this, Kamiyo broke into a wide grin. As long as he could earn some merit, he'd be one step closer to joining the Hidden Leaf. Once he became a member of the Leaf, he could finally go undercover within the village. He'd actually been worried that Kakashi might be stringing him along, but it seemed Kakashi really knew how things worked. Jiraiya offered Kamiyo warm praise for his courageous rescue of his comrade. Then, Jiraiya pulled a chair over and, switching roles, almost ingratiatingly urged Kamiyo to sit down. Seeing Jiraiya act like this, Kamiyo's first instinct was to be on guard. After all, he was a professional when it came to playing the toady, so Jiraiya's fawning demeanor could only mean he wanted something. Kamiyo immediately stood up and forced a laugh, saying, Master Jiraiya, what are you doing? Somewhat am I standing? How could I possibly sit with you? Jiraiya grabbed Kamiyo's arm and firmly pulled him back into the seat. Hey now, Kamiyo, what's with all this formality? There's no need to be so stiff. Kakashi told me you've already met Tsunade, right? Kamiyo froze for a moment, instantly understanding what Jiraiya was implying. He let out a silent sigh of relief, so it was about that. He thought Jiraiya wanted something else. A sly smile crept onto Kamiyo's face as he raised his eyebrows at Jiraiya. Yes, I've already met her. So, Master Jiraiya wants me to make a puppet for you, is that it? Jiraiya gave Kamiyo an approving pat on the shoulder. Ah, Kamiyo, you really do get me. Well then, is it possible? Kamiyo shook his head. No, it isn't. Jiraiya was puzzled. Huh? Didn't you meet Tsunade already? Kamiyo sighed. Master Jiraiya, I already have the full process mapped out in my head, but I don't have the materials. Oh, is that all? Just make a list of what you need. I'll get it all for you. Jiraiya thumped his chest in assurance, as if to say, leave it to me. That's wonderful. As long as I have materials, I'll only need 3 days, no 2 days, to craft a lifelike puppet, one that can soothe Master Jiraiya's loneliness on those quiet nights. Kamiyo's grin nearly stretched to the back of his head. He could skim a little off the top. Jiraiya probably didn't know much about puppets anyway. If Kamiyo exaggerated the quantities or added a few unnecessary items, Jiraiya would never notice. And there was something else, something quite important, that he could use this opportunity to ask Jiraiya for. Kamiyo rubbed his hands together, looking a bit embarrassed. Master Jiraiya, actually, I've always had a dream. Jiraiya's eyelid twitched. Kamiyo's sudden mention of a dream immediately put Jiraiya on high alert. He'd been through this many times before. In hostess clubs, when the girls suddenly start talking about their dreams, it usually means they want you to spend more money. Right now, Kamishiro was acting exactly the same way. Of course, Kamishiro wasn't a hostess trying to get him to spend money, but she definitely wanted something from him. Jiraiya probed cautiously, what dream is that? With a look of longing on her face, Kamishiro explained, Lord Jiraiya, becoming a ninja was never my dream. I only became one because I possess the magnet release bloodline limit. No matter how weak I am, I have no choice but to become a ninja. In truth, my real dream is to be a scientist. I want to invent things that would make life easier for everyone in the ninja world, technology that could bring happiness to all. But unfortunately, the Hidden Sand Village pays little attention to science and technology. It's so backward that there are barely any places with electricity in the entire village. Even though I dream of becoming a scientist, there's just no way for me to realize it. I heard that our Hidden Leaf Village is extremely advanced in science and technology. Lord Jiraiya, could you possibly share some basic scientific materials with me? Just a few to study, to help support my dream? When Jiraiya heard Kamishiro's request, he realized it was nothing serious after all. It was just some basic technical information, something he could easily decide on himself. He could let Kamishiro look at whatever he wanted. In Jiraiya's eyes, Kamishiro would sooner or later become a part of the Leaf, with no way back. Even if Kamishiro wanted to leave, they wouldn't let him go. So, Jiraiya agreed readily. Sure, I'll hand over those materials and documents to you along with everything else. The moment Jiraiya agreed, Kamishiro immediately began to flatter him. Lord Jiraiya, you're truly kind. I'm not surprised you're my idol. You're the model of all idols, a legendary role model, the very best idol anyone could hope for. In truth, Kamishiro also wanted access to Orochimaru's research, but the chances of Orochimaru willingly sharing that were slim to none. Besides, Kamishiro's foundation was still lacking. Even if Orochimaru did hand over his research, Kamishiro wouldn't be able to understand it. At this point, Kamishiro's knowledge was limited to puppetry. Although he'd installed a drive system, control circuitry, and power supply in Shimizuki, he'd only managed it using a handful of outdated tech documents. Inherited from the third Kazekage, what little the hidden sand village possessed. It was all obsolete, riddled with flaws, and not very practical. That's why Kamishiro needed the Leaf's basic scientific materials to study. He believed that, even at the most fundamental level, the Leaf's technical knowledge would be advanced enough for him to learn from for a long time. As the saying goes, learning never ends. Knowledge is power. Kamishiro was determined to study hard. He loved learning. Jiraiya left, satisfied, and Kamishiro contentedly lay back on his bed. It was clear that Jiraiya was feeling both urgent and excited about what was to come. Because just 2 days ago they discussed this, today Jiraiya brought over the materials and the basic technology information that Kamiyo wanted. As for the materials, Kamiyo's requests weren't particularly rare. They were all fairly common items. When it came to the basic technology information, Jiraiya had asked Orochimaru for help. Orochimaru didn't care much about these basic data. When Jiraiya asked, he didn't even question the reason. He simply handed over a copy. Once Jiraiya had gathered everything Kamiyo needed, he couldn't wait to deliver it all to him. Eager to know, Jiraiya looked at Kamiyo, who was just as impatiently studying the scroll in his hands, and asked, Kamiyo, how long do you think it'll take to finish? Kamiyo answered with confidence, Lord Jiraiya, when it comes to making puppets, I'm a professional. I told you 2 days, and I meant it. Come back at this exact time the day after tomorrow, and I guarantee it'll be ready and waiting for you. Jiraiya nodded with anticipation. All right then, Kamiyo, I'll let you get to it. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. After Jiraiya left, Kamiyo wasn't in a rush to start working on the puppet for him. After all, it wasn't a combat puppet, just an ordinary one. Kamiyo could finish it in a day, so there was no need to hurry. Right now, Kamiyo was completely absorbed in reading the basic technology scrolls Jiraiya had brought him. There were a lot of scrolls, and their contents were quite complicated, but Kamiyo found them fascinating and worked hard to understand them, bit by bit. As Kamiyo was lost in thought, Obito walked into the tent, and, noticing materials scattered everywhere, asked curiously, Kamiyo, what's all this? Without even looking up, Kamiyo replied absent-mindedly, These are materials that Lord Jiraiya asked me to use to make an inflatable doll. Obito grew even more puzzled. An inflatable doll? What's that? Something like a balloon. It was only then that Kamiyo snapped back to reality. Seeing that it was Obito, he frowned in annoyance. Why didn't you knock before coming into my tent? Obito glanced at the tent flap, then looked back at Kamiyo and spread his hands helplessly. I want to knock, but it's just a piece of cloth. Even if I tried, you wouldn't hear a thing. Obito stepped into Kamiyo's tent, still curious and pressing him about what exactly this inflatable doll was. Kamiyo wanted nothing more than to get back to his reading, but with Obito around, there was no way to concentrate. Reluctantly, Kamiyo climbed off his bed, rolled his eyes at Obito, and asked, Where's my food? Obito set the lunchbox on the table. Here, ramen today. I brought you a big bowl. Kamiyo sat down at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and started to eat. Obito took the seat across from him, still unwilling to give up. Come on, Kamiyo, just tell me. What exactly is an inflatable doll? After swallowing his mouthful, Kamiyo asked, Do you really want to know? Obito replied irritably, Obviously. Why else would I keep asking if I didn't want to know? Actually, you misunderstood. I didn't say anything about an inflatable doll. I was talking about a puppet. These materials were given to me by Lord Jiraiya. He asked me to help him craft a puppet. Kamiyo answered this time, mainly because if he didn't, Obito would keep pestering him with that dogged determination to get to the bottom of things, which Kamiyo found rather troublesome. Obito's eyes lit up instantly, and then his cheeks started to flush. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, Kamiyo, there's so much material here. Do you think you could use some of the scraps to make one for me too? Please. Obito stood up from his chair and bowed to Kamiyo at a 90-degree angle, his sincerity practically overflowing. Kamiyo let out a sigh. Obito, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I really can't do you harm. Obito looked puzzled. Dumiya? What do you mean by that? Kamiyo started to explain, or rather, to spin a tale. Obito, if you wanted to make a puppet for you, I bet you wanted to make it look like Rin, right? Obito's face reddened even more, and he waved his hands frantically. No, no, I never said I wanted it to look like Rin. Kamiyo nudged Obito with his elbow. It's just you and me here. Who are you trying to fool? Anyone can tell you like Rin. You wear it on your sleeve. Obito's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Is it really that obvious? Kamiyo nodded seriously. It's very obvious. Like I said, even an idiot could see it. Obito was so embarrassed that he curled his toes against the floor. If even an idiot could see it, does that mean Rin's noticed too? Kamiyo found himself stumped by Obito's question. Does Noira Rin know that Obito likes her? Definitely not. So does that make Noira Rin an idiot? Clearly not. Right now, Obito was just a hot-blooded fool, and Rin was much smarter than he was. Don't worry. Rin doesn't know you like her, Kamiyo reassured him. Obito asked in bewilderment. But Kamiyo, didn't you just say even an idiot could see it? Kamiyo coughed lightly. That's not important. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you go on like this, you'll never win Rin's heart. Obito, still confused, asked, but what does me not being able to win over Rin have to do with you making a puppet for me being harmful? Kamiyo put on a serious face and said sternly, let me explain how this all connects. You're not like Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya has been a regular at those pleasure houses for years. Everyone knows he's a notorious flirt. So even if people find out, nobody cares, and neither does he, because his skin is thick as leather. But you're different, Obito. Right now, you're just an innocent, pure-hearted boy. If anyone finds out you have something like this, what would they think of you? In their eyes, you'd be nothing but a creepy little brat, and Rin would see you as someone utterly disgusting. Originally, you had a 10% chance of winning Rin's heart, but if you get caught, that chance drops to a negative 100%. Obito was stunned. Wait, there's such a thing as negative odds. Shindai answered matter-of-factly, of course. Because Rin would see you as something dirty and want to stay as far away from you as possible. Now tell me, isn't that even worse than zero? Obito thought about it for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I guess that does make sense. Shindai, a little dissatisfied, pressed on. Hey, what do you mean make some sense? That's exactly how it is. So, tell me, by making you a puppet, am I helping you or hurting you? Obito nodded again. Seems like you're hurting me. With a heavy sigh, Shindai patted Obito on the shoulder. That's why I'm really doing this for your own good. By the way, if you want to pursue Rin, I can give you some advice. Interested? The moment Obito heard that Shindai could help him win Rin's heart, he lit up with excitement. Of course. Yes, please. Shindai looked Obito up and down. If you want to win Rin over, honestly, you don't stand a chance right now. First of all, there's Kakashi in the team. An outstanding guy. If I were Rin, I'd definitely pick Kakashi. Not to mention, there's an even more brilliant guy me. That makes your odds even slimmer. Obito, deliberately ignoring the even more brilliant me comment, grumbled, what's so great about Kakashi anyway? I think he's way worse than me. Shindai let out a short, mocking laugh. You're certainly confident, I'll give you that. Looks like I need to give you a wake-up call. Obito immediately covered his cheeks. Why are you going to slap me? Shindai gave him a deadpan look, one just like Kakashi's emotionless stare. I don't mean literally. Then Shindai started listing Kakashi's strengths. Kakashi is smart, mature, and calm, decisive and efficient. Among ninjas, he's an absolute genius. Brains, strength, and a cool, mysterious vibe. Girls these days eat that up. Next, Shindai pointed out Obito's shortcomings. And you? I won't even start on your IQ. You're immature and impulsive, always making things messy and never decisive. You're weak, yet all day long you brag about being an Uchiha. No brains, no skills. Unless a girl's blind, she won't look twice at you. Obito's face turned green with embarrassment. Am I really as hopeless as you say? Are you telling me I don't have a single redeeming quality? Kamiyo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Your strengths, huh? Obito gazed at Kamiyo with anticipation, hoping to finally hear some praise from him. But half an hour went by, and Kamiyo seemed to be stuck, still frozen in that chin-rubbing pose, as if lost in deep contemplation. Obito's mouth twitched. Is it really that hard to think of even one good thing about me? Kamiyo squinted and pondered some more before finally saying, well, I suppose there's one. For example, well, you're a pretty nice guy. Obito gave up. Now he finally understood what Kamiyo meant by a slap in the face. Even though his cheek hadn't been struck, it was burning all the same. Hearing Kamiyo's analysis, Obito felt utterly defeated. According to Kamiyo, he seemed to have no redeeming qualities at all. The worst part was, deep down, he couldn't help but feel Kamiyo was right. Obito spoke with a hint of discouragement. If that's how it is, I can't compare to Kakashi at all. How am I supposed to pursue Rin? I am doomed to fail, arente e. Camille looked Abito straight in the eyes and said earnestly, "Don't lose heart, Abito. Like I said, I'll help you win Rin over. Sure, you might not have much going for you right now, but from this moment on, with my guidance, you can start improving, until even Kakashi can't compete. So, Uchiha Abito, do you have the confidence? My training is no joke." Camille's sudden, booming declaration jolted Abito to attention. A spark of determination ignited in Abito's eyes. "I have confidence. Camille, help me. I'll follow your lead, no matter what." Camille clapped his hands together with gusto. "Good. That's the spirit I want to see. So, let's start making changes right now. First up, your appearance." Abito looked down at himself. "My appearance? How am I supposed to change that?" Camille gave Abito a thorough once-over, critiquing as he went. "First of all, your clothes. They're way too plain. They make you look totally unmotivated. You definitely need a new wardrobe. And that ridiculous pair of goggles. Take them off. With those on, anyone would think you're heading down to the river for a swim." Abito shook his head quickly. "No, I can't. The goggles are to protect my Sharingan." Camille rolled his eyes dramatically. "Sharingan? Show me one, then." Abito grew embarrassed. I haven't awakened my Sharingan yet. But one day I will, and before that, I have to protect my eyes." Camille couldn't help but grumble. Typical. Students who don't do well always have the most school supplies. If someone really wanted to attack your eyes, do you think those goggles would actually protect you? Stop fooling yourself. All they do is make you look foolish. Take them off. Didn't you just say you'd follow my every instruction? And now, you're already refusing. Abito reluctantly took off his goggles. "I've been wearing these for so long. Without them, it feels like I'm running around naked." "Hold on a second." Jindai rummaged through the materials Jiraiya had given him, found what he needed, and immediately got to work. In no time at all, a pair of sunglasses was crafted in Jindai's hands. "Here, try these on." Jindai handed the sunglasses to Abito. Abito put them on and said, "Jindai, if I wear these at night, I won't be able to see anything. What am I supposed to do in a fight?" Jindai let out a sigh. "Use your head. If you can't see during a fight, just take them off, can't you?" Abito replied awkwardly. "That actually makes a lot of sense." Jindai continued. "Next up, your hairstyle. That spiky look just screams overexcited kid. Since you're wearing sunglasses from now on, you need a slick back style to match. Trust me, it'll look great." He spat into both his hands and started styling Abito's hair. "Ugh, spit. Jindai, what are you doing? Don't put your spit in my hair." "Hold still." Abito felt utterly wronged. First, they wouldn't let him wear his goggles, and now his head was being smeared with spit. What had he gotten himself into? He was seriously regretting asking Jindai for help on a whim. After a few more moments, Jindai finished working on Abito's hair. He stepped back a couple of paces and studied Abito. Now you're starting to look the part. But your clothes are dragging you down. Do you have a Uchiha clan outfit?" Abito nodded miserably. "Yeah, it's in my backpack back at my tent." "Wait here. I'll go get it for you." Jindai was suddenly full of enthusiasm, enjoying the unexpected satisfaction of a makeover. In a flash, Jindai returned with the Uchiha clan uniform in hand. "Hurry up and put it on. Let me see." Abito obediently took off his clothes and changed into the Uchiha clan outfit. Once he was dressed, Jindai gave him another once-over. Slick back hair, sunglasses, and the crisp, sharp lines of the Uchiha uniform. Abito looked seriously cool. Jindai pulled out a mirror. "Take a look at yourself now. What do you think?" Abito stared into the mirror, eyes wide with shock. "Whoa, is that really me? I look awesome." Jindai lifted his chin in smug satisfaction. "Well, didn't I tell you? Aren't you way cooler than before?" Abito couldn't stop checking himself out in the mirror. "Way cooler? I look like a whole new person. Hey Jindai, what if I wore a mask too? Wouldn't that make me even cooler?" Shindai couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "Idiot, I'm begging you. Can't you use your brain for once? The moment you put on that mask, you're just copying Kakashi. At best, you're nothing but a poor imitation. If Rin looks at you, it's like she's looking at a second Kakashi. What you need now is your own style, not to mimic Kakashi. Do you get it, you fool?" Abito shrank his head, cowed by Shindai's scolding. He quickly admitted his mistake, saying, "You're right, Shindai. I shouldn't be copying Kakashi. I need to have my own style." Rubbing his temples, Shindai continued, "And another thing, you need to change the way you talk. Right now you sound like a big dummy, which totally doesn't match your look. From now on, keep your sentences to no more than 6 words." Abito looked troubled. "Huh? Less than 6 words? How am I supposed to talk like that?" Shindai waved a hand. "Just try talking to me now. I'll show you how it's done." Abito mulled it over and then asked, "Shindai, how are you planning to make a puppet of Lord Jiraiya?" "None of your business." Abito's mouth hung open as he stared blankly at Shindai. With a cool expression, Shindai said, "Keep going. Ask more." After thinking for a moment, Obito asked, "Shindai, is there anything fun or interesting to see in Sunagakure?" "Just sand and wind." Obito's lips twitched as he racked his brains. He was determined to make Shindai say more than 6 words today. "Shindai, what do you want to eat tomorrow?" "Something tasty." "What time will you sleep tonight?" "At night." "What kind of person do you think Lord Jiraiya is?" "My idol." "What do you think, Abu?" Before Obito could even finish, Shindai cut him off. "A complete idiot." Obito. Unwilling to admit defeat, Obito asked one last question. "If you were the one reporting that Cloud Ninja will attack our post in an hour, how would you do it?" Shindai paused. Sensing victory, Obito immediately gloated. "Huh, you're stumped now, aren't you?" Shindai just glanced at Obito with a look of disdain and replied, "Cloud Ninja. 1 hour. Incoming." Obito opened his mouth, but in the end, he surrendered. After thinking through all kinds of questions, he realized that with Shindai's way of answering, every response could be kept under 6 words. Thanks to Shindai's remodeling, Obito had already undergone a huge transformation. But his way of speaking still hadn't changed. That couldn't be helped. A person's habits aren't something you can change overnight. Shindai reminded him, "It's fine to talk normally most of the time, but when you see Rin, you have to remember, keep it short, keep it cool, and keep a straight face." "Got it." Obito straightened his right thumb and index finger, making a gesture under his chin. "Cool, Shindai, do I look cool now?" Shindai's right eyebrow arched almost involuntarily. "I wouldn't say cool. If anything, I'd say you look pretty abstract. But never mind. Take your time. You can't rush these things. All right, off you go. Make sure you remember this look. You're stuck with it now. Don't change it." Obito adjusted his sunglasses and nodded seriously. "All right." With that, Obito left the tent. Shindai let out a sigh of relief. Now it's finally quiet. I can actually enjoy some reading. He picked up a scroll and began to read again. As Obito left the tent, he kept replaying Shindai's advice in his mind. "Speak concisely. Be cool. Don't show any emotion." Lost in thought, Obito unknowingly wandered over to Rin Nohara's tent. He came to a halt, then smoothed back his pompadour. "Someone as stylish as me. Of course Rin should be the first to see it. Rin, are you there?" He hadn't bothered knocking at Shindai's tent, but now, standing outside Rin's, he called out. But there was no response from Rin. Rin just headed over to Kakashi's tent. She's probably checking up on him. A passing ninja overheard Obito and kindly offered an explanation. "Oh, I see. Thank you." Expressing his gratitude, Obito set off toward Kakashi's tent. The ninja eyed Obito with a puzzled look. "By the way, who are you? I don't think I've seen you around before." Obito pointed at himself with his thumb. "I am Obito. Uchiha Obito." "Oh, you're Obito? What's with the new look? I almost didn't recognize you." "That's because..." Obito was about to explain, but then Shindai's instructions echoed in his mind. "Speak concisely. Be cool. Don't show any emotion." Obito cleared his throat and replied, "Just changing things up." Without another word, he strode off. The ninja watched Obito go, muttering in confusion. "Changing things up? That's a bit odd." Obito arrived at Kakashi's tent. The moment he stepped inside, he wanted to call out, but it was as if Shindai's voice was right beside him, nagging, "Obito, if you shout, you're a fool. The biggest fool there is. Rin will never like you." Obito forced himself to hold back, then walked over to where Rin was examining Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi, he asked in his best cool voice, "How are you feeling?" Both Kakashi and Rin stared at Obito in shock, taking in his dramatic new look. Rin, ever curious, asked, "Obito, what's with your outfit?" Obito answered curtly, "Just trying out a different style." Rin Nohara looked him up and down, then commented, "Honestly, I have to say you actually look pretty cool." "It's nothing special," Obito replied. The corners of Obito's mouth involuntarily curled upward, but he desperately tried to fight back the smile. He had to look cool right now. No smiling. "Hold it in." Kakashi watched as Obito's mouth twitched uncontrollably and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you having some kind of mouth spasm?" Obito's fingernails instantly dug into his own palm, and he almost let out a curse. With a blank expression, Obito asked, "What about you? How are you doing?" Looking at Obito now, Kakashi found it a bit odd, but he still answered, "After a few days of rest, I've basically recovered." "That's good," Obito replied. Kakashi, still puzzled, said, "Why are you so quiet today? You're usually pretty talkative. Normally, with your personality, the moment you came into the tent, you'd be shouting both our names to announce your grand entrance." Obito pushed up his sunglasses with his middle finger and replied, "That was the old me. No need for that anymore." Kakashi's eye twitched. "Obito is really laying it on thick." Rin asked with concern, "Obito, is something bothering you?" Obito pouted. Looking this cool, he deserved a shower of compliments, not questions about whether something was wrong. Maintaining his persona, Obito simply said, "I'm fine. Everything's good." Kakashi's nose twitched beneath his mask. "We're having ramen today, sure, but Obito, you really reek of it. The smell is way too strong." Rin leaned in for a careful sniff. "Yeah, you're right. It smells like it's coming from your head. Wait, Obito, why is your hair so greasy and shiny?" Obito's face instantly darkened. Why did he smell like ramen? Why was his hair so greasy and shiny? All thanks to Jindai. His slick-back hairstyle was the result of 2 generous spits from Jindai. Now that he thought about it, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He really wanted to wash his hair. "I'm out of here." Obito stuffed his hands in his pockets and turned to leave without another word. Rin watched him go, puzzled. What's up with Obito today? Kakashi shrugged. Who knows? But he and Jindai get along pretty well. Maybe this sudden change has something to do with Jindai. Rin thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's very possible. The reason Kakashi and Rin thought this way was because, compared to the two of them, Jindai and Obito really did get along better and had a closer friendship. Inside the tent, Jindai had spent the whole day reading. The next morning, after freshening up, Jindai began sorting through the materials on the ground, preparing to craft a puppet for Jiraiya. First, the framework. Jiraiya's strength is definitely impressive, so it needs to be sturdy enough. But it can't be too sturdy. If it breaks and he comes back for repairs, I can skim a little off the top each time. Next, the stuffing. It should be soft, close to the elasticity of real human flesh. Yes, this material will do. And then the skin. Skin is my specialty. I'm sure Jiraiya will be absolutely amazed by the texture. As he worked on the puppet, Shindai devoted himself completely, pouring his heart and soul into the craft. During this time, Obito stopped by once to bring Shindai a meal. Shindai told him to just leave the food on the table. Obito lingered for a bit, watching, but soon realized he had no idea what was going on. Finding it a little boring, he left. The night wore on. Shindai finally let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow. The puppet was finished. Shindai picked up a piece of cloth, sewed together an outfit, and dressed the puppet. After clothing it, he stepped back several paces, taking in the sight of his freshly crafted creation. The puppet before him had a body as sensuous and alluring as Tsunade herself. And that face that looked like Tsunade, in some ways, yes, especially around the eyes and brows. But in other ways, it didn't. Tsunade's features were all mature and commanding, while this face was an enchanting blend of poise and sweetness. In short, Shindai had captured the essence as closely as humanly possible. Nodding in satisfaction, he praised himself. Not bad at all, if I do say so myself. Shindai had completed the puppet for Jiraiya. Feeling a bit worn out, he finished off the now-cold meal, then lay down to rest. The next day, sunlight was already streaming in by the time Shindai woke up. He hadn't been up long before Jiraiya burst into the tent in a whirlwind of excitement. Jiraiya couldn't wait. Shindai, well, is it done? Shindai jerked his chin toward the side. Jiraiya's gaze followed the subtle gesture. And the moment he saw the puppet Shindai had made, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Right now, Jiraiya's eyes were practically shining like searchlights. He hurried over, reaching out a trembling hand to touch the puppet. But the moment his fingers got close, he jerked away as if shocked. Jiraiya circled the puppet again and again, examining every detail with awe. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is a true work of art, Shindai. You're a genius, an absolute genius. His admiration for Shindai knew no bounds. To craft something so lifelike, it had to be the work of a genius. Oh, it's nothing really. There's still plenty of room for improvement, Shindai replied modestly, though his proud smile gave him away. Suddenly, Jiraiya clicked his tongue. But about this face? Shindai asked in confusion. Is there something wrong with this face? I modeled it after Lady Tsunade's mature features, but gave it a touch of sweetness. They only resemble each other a little around the brows and eyes. I think this face looks pretty nice. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. Tsunade was violent as a child, sure, but she was also very sweet. The style of this face is incredibly similar to hers back then. Seeing it now really takes me back to Tsunade's childhood. Looking at this, it's almost uncanny how much it resembles her younger self. Shindai raised an eyebrow. So that's how it is? Well, I can make some changes, but... A sly grin spread across Shindai's face as he suggested. But, Jiraiya, since you remember Lady Tsunade's childhood face so clearly, you must have liked her since you were kids, right? Before I change it, how about you steal a kiss? Might as well fulfill a childhood dream. Jiraiya's face flushed as he stammered. Tish, this isn't really appropriate, is it? Hands on hips, Shindai retorted confidently, why not? It's just the two of us here. If neither of us says a word, no one will ever know. Besides, I'll turn away while you do it. Problem solved. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, then suddenly let out a mischievous laugh. Catching on instantly, Shindai turned around. Gazing at the tent, he put on a show of admiration. What fine craftsmanship on this tent. Truly impressive. Jiraiya, equally in on the act, looked at the puppet's face, so strikingly similar to young Tsunade's, and felt a flutter he hadn't experienced in years. Ah, the feeling of first love. Blushing, Jiraiya puckered his lips and slowly leaned in toward the puppet's mouth. Shindai, not one to behave, slyly turned his head just enough to watch Jiraiya's movements out of the corner of his eye. Oh boy, this is really something else. Lady Tsunade, I just saw Lord Jiraiya enter Shindai's tent. Rin Nohara's voice suddenly called from outside. Just as Jiraiya's lips touched the puppets, the tent flap was abruptly lifted. Shindai whipped around to find Tsunade and Rin standing at the entrance. At the same time, Jiraiya's gaze shot to the doorway, though his lips hadn't caught up, still pressed to the puppet. 8 eyes met, and in an instant, the atmosphere inside the tent turned unbearably awkward and heavy. Already, Jiraiya and Shindai's legs began to tremble. Rin stared, wide-eyed, at Jiraiya kissing the puppet's tiny mouth. Tsunade stood with arms crossed, eyes narrowed, fixing Jiraiya with a piercing, intimidating glare. Jiraiya's face went pale in a flash. He scrambled backward, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the puppet. Jiraiya began to stammer, his words tumbling over themselves. Tsunade, let me explain, it's not what it looks like. Tsunade regarded Jiraiya with clear disgust, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, it's not what I saw. She glanced at the puppet Shindai had made. Well, it does look quite a lot like me, doesn't it? Without hesitation, Jiraiya threw Shindai under the bus, pointing at him. No, it's not that. It's Shindai. He just made a new puppet and asked me to help test its performance. Shindai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiraiya. Seriously? Is this really something a person would do? Tsunade let out a cold laugh. Is that so? And your performance test went as far as the lips, did it? Jiraiya fumbled for words, unable to find a way to justify the kissing. He was completely at a loss. A chill ran down Shindai's spine. Even though Tsunade wasn't looking at him, he knew all too well, once she was done with Jiraiya, he'd be next on the chopping block. He had to save himself. If Jiraiya was shameless enough to sell him out, why should he keep his dignity? Gritting his teeth, Shindai shouted, Lady Tsunade, don't let Lord Jiraiya deceive you. I'm a victim here too. He saw that my puppet Kaminazuki looked just like the real thing, and forced me to make it. I tried to refuse, but under Lord Jiraiya's overwhelming authority, I had no choice. Jiraiya stared back at Shindai, equally stunned. Is he trying to get me killed? Shindai glared fiercely at Jiraiya, his expression saying loud and clear, You betrayed me first, so don't blame me for fighting back. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Tsunade began to applaud. Bravo, truly impressive. The two of you are quite the pair. She pulled out a strip of cloth and tied it around her head, covering her eyes. Jiraiya looked at her in horror. Tsunade, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Tsunade flashed a dazzling smile at Rin Nohara, who stood nearby. Rin, go fetch a few medical needs. Tell them we're about to have 2 new patients with serious injuries. The moment they heard Tsunade's words, Jiraiya and Shindai bristled with fear, quite literally, as if every hair stood on end. Rin Nohara wanted to speak up for Shindai and Jiraiya, but Tsunade's voice was gentle as she said, Be good, hurry along. That gentle tone sent a shiver down Rin's spine. She gave Shindai and Jiraiya a sympathetic look, then turned and dashed off to find the medical need. Jiraiya and Shindai began edging backward in terror, pleading desperately. Tsunade, calm down. Please calm down. Lady Tsunade, I'm just a kid. Tsunade flexed her wrist and, in a voice as soft as silk, offered Jiraiya and Shindai a gentle reassurance. Don't worry, I've already called for medical need. You two aren't going to die. Tsunade, eyes blindfolded, cracked her knuckles as she strode toward Shindai and Jiraiya. It was obvious to anyone, even the blind, that today Tsunade was out for blood. She was going to give them a beating, and not the kind you'd walk away from unscathed. Shindai felt like crying. He was just a puppet maker. Whatever the client wanted, he made. How was any of this his fault? With a powerful leap, Tsunade's feet slammed against the ground, cracking it as she raised her fist and swung it straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine and dodged away in an instant. Tsunade's fist landed on a puppet, and it shattered like tofu, crumbling to pieces in a heartbeat. Her fist then crashed down onto the ground. There was a thunderous crash. A massive crater opened up beneath her fist. Shindai and Jiraiya stared, wide-eyed, at the gaping hole in the earth. Shindai sucked in a sharp breath. If he took a hit like that, he'd be in agony for weeks. Jiraiya's scalp tingled as he yelled at Tsunade, Hey, isn't that a bit much? There's no need to use your monstrous strength. He saw Tsunade straighten up, facing him again. In a panic, Jiraiya immediately pleaded, I was wrong, Tsunade. Calm down. Don't do anything rash. Tsunade brushed the dust off her right hand with a flick, then smiled at Jiraiya and said, You? Wrong? How could you ever be wrong? No, it was my mistake. Back. When you were peeping at the women's bath, I should have beaten you to death instead of just breaking 6 of your ribs. Today I'm going to fix that mistake. With that, Tsunade charged at Jiraiya once more. Jiraiya shuddered. This time, she really meant business. He spun around, tore open the tent, and tried to make a run for it. Seeing Tsunade chasing after Jiraiya, Jindai immediately bolted in the opposite direction. If he didn't run now, a beating would be the least of his worries. Jiraiya's legs spun wildly as he fled. But Tsunade was already airborne, her left leg bent, right leg extended, launching a flying kick straight at Jiraiya. Take this. Her right foot landed squarely on Jiraiya's back with a resounding thud. Blood spurted from Jiraiya's mouth as he tumbled across the ground like a rag doll. He crashed through several tents and toppled a few trees before finally coming to a stop. Lying on the ground, blood trickling from his lips, Jiraiya's mind flashed with memories. Is this my life flashing before my eyes? He muttered weakly, feeling as if he was breathing out more than he could breathe in. If only he had another chance. Just one more chance. He'd have Jindai make a puppet that was a perfect replica of Tsunade. If he was going to get beaten anyway, he might as well go all out. Tsunade stood beside Jiraiya. With a cloth wrapped over her eyes, she couldn't see the blood streaming from Jiraiya's wounds. A gentle smile never left Tsunade's face as she spoke to Jiraiya. Don't worry. The medical ninja will be back soon to treat you. You're not going to die. Jiraiya struggled to speak, his voice weak. I have something important to tell you. Tsunade. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Then say it now. After you've finished, I still owe your face a couple of punches. Don't worry, I won't use my monstrous strength this time. With great effort, Jiraiya lifted his hand. Over there, that brat Kamiyo. I just saw him running away. Hurry, go catch him for me. Jiraiya, still bearing a grudge, thought back to how Kamiyo had claimed that he had only made the puppet under the threat of Jiraiya's lecherous tyranny. The memory made Jiraiya grind his teeth in irritation. Granted, Jiraiya had thrown Kamiyo under the bus just a little earlier, but did the kid really have to say it like that? And besides, it was Kamiyo who urged him to kiss that puppet in the first place. Jiraiya never intended to do it. If Kamiyo hadn't said those things, maybe Jiraiya would have gotten off with fewer injuries. Now, after being punched so hard by Tsunade that his life was flashing before his eyes, she still wanted to land a couple more blows. On his face, Jiraiya, without hesitation, decided to throw Kamiyo under the bus again, hoping Tsunade would go after him instead. Following the direction of Jiraiya's trembling finger, Tsunade spotted Kamiyo's little legs churning faster than Jiraiya's had moments before as he dashed off into the distance. Kamiyo was terrified now. The kick Tsunade had delivered to Jiraiya earlier. If it had landed on him, it wouldn't just be a matter of pain, but a question of survival. He desperately needed someone to protect him. Unfortunately, Kamiyo didn't really know anyone at the Konoha outpost. The only one who could have had his back, Minato Namikaze, wasn't there either. Damn, that lecherous Jiraiya. He was going to get him killed. Jiraiya's interruption had successfully shifted Tsunade's attention to the fleeing Kamiyo. The commotion drew the eyes of many, including Kakashi and Obito. Thinking there was an enemy attack on the Konoha camp, Kakashi and Obito rushed outside. Obito forgot all about playing it cool and shouted, "What's going on? Are we being ambushed by Cloud Ninja?" As he looked ahead, he noticed a small figure running toward them at full speed. Thankfully, it was broad daylight, so even with sunglasses, he could see clearly. Wait, is that Kamiyo? Obito stared at the frantic Kamiyo in confusion, noticing the tears and snot streaming down the boy's face. He looked absolutely terrified. Obito called out, "Kamiyo, what happened to you?" Seeing Obito, Kamiyo wasted no time and cried out for help. "Obito, help me. Please, save me." Obito's expression immediately turned grave. He was sure now, the camp must truly be under attack. He could sense that Kamiyo was genuinely terrified, consumed by fear. Obito drew a kunai and asked seriously, "Kamiyo, where are the enemies?" As Obito drew closer and closer to Kamiyo, a shadow suddenly appeared between them, blocking his way. Seeing this figure, Kamiyo's eyes filled with utter despair, while Obito was left completely stunned. Obito asked in confusion, "Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade lifted the cloth covering her eyes just a little and turned to Obito, her voice calm and indifferent as she asked, "What is it? Are you here to save this brat?" Obito instantly broke out in goosebumps. Though Tsunade's tone was flat, he felt certain that if he answered yes, he'd be in for a world of trouble. In that moment, Obito's mind worked at lightning speed. He realized the camp was never under attack at all. Kamiyo must have provoked Tsunade somehow. Obito's eyes darted upward, his voice nervous. Ah, Lady Tsunade, I don't know anything. I was just passing by. Kamiyo hadn't really been counting on this idiot Obito to save him, anyway. Now, trembling, Kamiyo's eyes flickered around desperately as he tried to figure out how to survive this catastrophe. He spotted Kakashi not far away and immediately called out Ka. But before Kamiyo could even finish shouting his name, Kakashi had already vanished, slipping away without a trace. Tsunade turned her head back and sneered. Go ahead, scream all you want. Even if you shout until your voice breaks, no one will come to your rescue. At that moment, Tsunade's beautiful face struck Kamiyo as utterly terrifying. She scoffed at Kamiyo's pleas for help. Who here would dare stand in her way? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, whose eyes were ringed with exhaustion and who was now receiving emergency treatment from 2 medical nin, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Although Tsunade had landed a couple of punches on his face before leaving, at least he was still alive. Having just survived such an ordeal, Jiraiya felt so moved he could almost weep. On the other side, Kamiyo was crying too, especially when he saw Tsunade pull the black cloth back down over her eyes. His sobs grew even louder. In a panic, Kamiyo lunged forward, clinging desperately to Tsunade's leg, begging her for mercy through his tears. Lady Tsunade, I'm just a kid. What evil intent could a child possibly have? It was Lord Jiraiya who forced me to be his puppet. I couldn't refuse. Please, for the sake of my age, let me off this time. Lady Tsunade, you can ask Obito. Wasn't it Lord Jiraiya who made me do it? Obito was dumbfounded by what he heard. What did this have to do with him? Tsunade turned her head toward Obito again. Even though she said nothing and her eyes were still covered by that black cloth, Obito couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. A voice devoid of emotion came from Tsunade. Tell the truth. Obito immediately stood up straight and answered honestly. That day, it really was Lord Jiraiya who came into Kamiyo's tent. He suddenly asked if Kamiyo could customize something, and Kamiyo said of course he could customize anything at all. Obito spilled everything he knew, not holding back a single detail. Listening to this, Kamiyo felt numb all over, cursing Obito in his heart for being such a blabbermouth. The way Obito told the story made it sound as if he and Jiraiya were partners in crime. Although, come to think of it, they kind of were. But couldn't he at least sugarcoat it a little when answering? Kamiyo hurriedly pleaded with Tsunade for mercy, quickly interrupting Obito's explanation. I promise from now on, if Lady Tsunade says east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to chase chickens, I'll never hit dogs. From now on, I'll be your most loyal servant. Tsunade ignored Kamiyo and instead beckoned Obito over with a wave of her hand. Obito, clueless and naive, walked right up to Tsunade without hesitation. Tsunade smiled and said gently, Relax, it'll all be over soon. Still unaware of how serious the situation was, Obito asked in confusion, Huh? What'll be over? But he understood soon enough. Tsunade's fists, as big as iron pots, landed on both Kamiyo and Obito, striking from left and right. The two of them let out howls of pain that could chill anyone to the bone. Even though Tsunade hadn't used her monstrous strength, her punches still hurt like hell. Obito was completely dazed by now. Why? Why was he getting beaten up too? What did this have to do with him? A crowd had gathered around to watch Tsunade beat up Kamiyo and Obito, each person gasping in shock at the scene. Just looking at it made people wince. But no one dared to step in. Who would dare? Anyone who tried to intervene was basically asking for trouble. They just end up face down, getting pummeled by Tsunade too. After 15 minutes, the brutal beating finally came to an end. Kamiyo and Obito's heads had swollen up like pig snouts, and their whole bodies looked puffed and battered. Blood dripped from their noses and the corners of their mouths. They looked absolutely miserable. Ah, that's better. Tsunade let out a long breath, feeling completely refreshed. She waved over to the medical ninjas, and 2 of them hurried over at a jog. Tsunade gestured and said, Take these 2 troublemakers and patch them up. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The 2 medical ninjas glanced at Kamiyo and Obito, battered and bruised, and could only shake their heads helplessly. Of all people to provoke, why did they have to pick Tsunade? The 2 medical ninjas hoisted Kamiyo and Obito off to the medical tent for treatment. Tsunade took off the black cloth covering her eyes, then suddenly froze in place. She patted her forehead, realizing, oh no, I forgot about the letter the old man wanted Jiraiya or Minato to see. Tsunade had come to Jindai's tent, naturally looking for Jiraiya. Earlier, a Konoha ninja had hurriedly arrived at the Konoha encampment. This was the same ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent to deliver an urgent message. However, He had been injured along the way. The borderlands of the land of hot water, now a battleground between Konoha and the hidden cloud, were riddled with traps. The messenger had accidentally triggered one, sustaining a rather serious wound. After stumbling into the camp, he collapsed from blood loss and slipped into unconsciousness. The medical nin stationed at the camp quickly discovered him and rushed him off for treatment. When a ninja finally awoke, his first instinct was to get up and deliver the message to Jiraiya in person, for the letter was meant only for Jiraiya or Namake's Minato. But his injuries were severe, and the medical nin tending him refused to let him out of bed. Their commotion caught the attention of Tsunade, who happened to be passing by. Upon learning about the urgent letter, Tsunade promised to deliver it to Jiraiya herself and urged the messenger to focus on his recovery. Trusting Tsunade completely, the messenger handed the letter over to her care. Tsunade then made her way to Jiraiya's tent, only to find it empty. There she ran into Rin Noera, who mentioned she'd just seen Jiraiya heading in the direction of Jindai's tent. And so, Rin led Tsunade to Jindai's tent, setting these events into motion. Tsunade wasted no time and entered the tent where Jiraiya was now staying, eager to hand him the letter. Jiraiya's wounds had been cleaned, and the medical nin were still tending to him. Tsunade asked, "How is he?" His right scapula is fractured, his right arm is broken, and he suffered several internal injuries. One of the medical nin replied, still visibly shocked after checking Jiraiya's injuries. The extent of the damage was astonishing. Anyone unaware of the circumstances might have thought there was a deep grudge between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade pressed her lips together, then asked, "Is he awake?" "He's still unconscious," came the answer. Tsunade felt a headache coming on. If she'd known, she'd have gone a little easier, or at least let him read the letter first before doing anything. Just as Tsunade was about to tend to Jiraiya's wounds herself, she heard voices drifting in from outside the tent. "Minato's back." "Yes, I just saw him. He's as handsome as ever." "Oh, if only I could be Minato's girlfriend." "No way. I'm going to be Minato's girlfriend." Hearing this, Tsunade immediately gave up on treating Jiraiya for the time being, left the tent, and approached the group of young medical nin who were chattering excitedly about Namake's Minato. Tsunade asked, "Where's Minato?" A few female medical ninja, seeing it was Tsunade, immediately straightened up and became very formal. "Lady Tsunade, Minato should be with Lord Orochimaru right now, reporting on his mission." Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, then headed toward Orochimaru's location. At that moment, Minato Namake's was indeed in the operations command tent, delivering his report to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, since the Cloud Ninja assembled their forces to hunt us down, we concluded our mission early. However, it seems they have no plans to send more ninja into the land of hot water for now. We ambushed their supply convoys twice. Since we couldn't take the supplies with us, we destroyed them on the spot." Orochimaru nodded. "It appears the Cloud Ninja aren't acting rashly and don't intend to retaliate immediately. We should have a brief period of respite." The fact that the Cloud Ninja had gathered a force specifically to deal with Minato meant that they didn't have more pressing concerns elsewhere. They simply wanted to put an end to the constant harassment he'd been giving them. With nearly 100 Cloud Ninja lost, they'd suffered enough for now, and there likely wouldn't be any more major clashes in the near future. After finishing his report, Minato bowed out. As he stepped out of the command tent, he ran into Tsunade, who was coming to find him. "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade spoke quickly. "Minato, you came back at just the right moment. The old man sent an urgent letter for you." She handed the letter to Minato. He immediately opened it and began to read. As he read through the contents, his expression grew grave. Seeing the change in his face, Tsunade frowned in concern. "Has something happened in Konoha?" Minato nodded. "This isn't the place to talk. Lady Tsunade, do you know where Jiraiya-sensei is?" Tsunade replied awkwardly. "Jiraiya is currently unconscious. The medical ninja are treating him." Minato stared in disbelief. "What? Treating him? Jiraiya-sensei is injured? By whom?" "All the notorious Cloud Ninja are still in their encampment. Did the Hidden Cloud send another powerful ninja to the land of hot water?" Tsunade averted her gaze, clearly uneasy. "Minato, it was me. Don't ask for details right now. Since this is urgent, come with me to see Jiraiya. I'll handle his treatment personally and wake him up as soon as possible." Minato was left speechless. Could it be that Jiraiya was caught peeping on women bathing again, and Tsunade caught him in the act? Honestly, had he already forgotten how she once broke 6 of his ribs? With a resigned sigh, Minato followed Tsunade to see Jiraiya. Inside the tent where Jiraiya was being treated, Minato was startled at the sight of his teacher's pale, ashen face. It looks like this injury is about as serious as the time he broke his ribs. Could it be that this time Jiraiya wasn't just peeping on one girl bathing, but a whole group of them? Tsunade turned to the medical ninja who were tending to Jiraiya and said, "All right, you all can take a break. I'll handle the rest." "Yes, ma'am." The medical ninja withdrew, and Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, immediately channeling her chakra to begin the healing palm technique on Jiraiya. The healing palm technique is no ordinary jutsu. It's an advanced medical ninjutsu, capable of astonishing recovery speed for both internal and external injuries through the applied chakra. After more than half an hour, Tsunade finally stopped. Minato Namikaze asked, "Lady Tsunade, how is Master Jiraiya?" "Don't worry, he'll wake up any moment now." Before her words had fully settled, Tsunade gave Jiraiya a hearty slap across the face. A sharp gasp escaped Minato, and he couldn't help but flinch as if the blow had landed on his own cheek. Under the impact of Tsunade's slap, Jiraiya regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. The moment he saw Tsunade standing over him, his spirits perked up at once. Reflexively, Jiraiya tried to dodge, but the movement tugged at his wounds, making him grit his teeth in pain. Tsunade snorted coldly, then addressed Minato. "He's awake. If you have anything to say, now's the time." Jiraiya turned to Minato in surprise. "Hey Minato, you're back." Minato sighed helplessly. "Master Jiraiya, you're not getting any younger. Isn't it time you acted your age? Please, stop peeping on girls while they're bathing." Jiraiya looked puzzled. "Peeping on girls bathing? Which time are you talking about? I didn't do it this time." "If not, then why would Lady Tsunade?" Minato's words trailed off, and he shot a somewhat embarrassed glance at Tsunade. Realizing Minato had misunderstood, Jiraiya knew he couldn't offer an explanation. After all, being thought of as a peeping Tom was far less troublesome than Minato finding out about his puppet that looked so much like Tsunade. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare, then said to Minato, "I'll leave you two to it." But Minato quickly stopped her. "Lady Tsunade, please stay and listen as well." Taking on a serious tone, Minato said, "The third Hokage sent a letter. Iwagakure is putting pressure on Konoha. Either we hand over Kamiyo, or they'll declare war." At Minato's words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade grew solemn. Jiraiya spoke gravely. "If Iwagakure gets involved, then the third great ninja war will have truly begun." Minato Namikaze nodded and said, "That's right. The third Hokage mentioned in his letter that we can't hand over Kamiyo, but at the same time, we can't allow Iwagakure to declare war on us. If Iwagakure does decide to attack, then Konoha will be facing assaults from three great ninja villages, Cloud, Stone, and Sand. The pressure would be enormous. The key to preventing that." Jiraiya picked up where Minato left off. "The key is Kamiyo, right?" Tsunade asked in confusion. "That little pervert is the key? What impact could he possibly have on Iwagakure's decision just by being here?" Minato raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "A little pervert? Kamiyo? How did Tsunade end up calling Kamiyo that just because he stepped out for a bit?" Jiraiya explained to Tsunade. "Kamiyo has a ninja hawk. That hawk can make direct contact with the third Kazekage's puppet, Kuroto, and Sunagakure. I think the old man's idea is to use Kamiyo's hawk to send false information to Kuroto, so Kuroto can help us resolve this crisis." After he finished, Jiraiya turned to Minato and asked, "Minato, did I guess right?" Minato nodded. "You did. That's exactly what the third meant. He also mentioned that we have only a month. If it doesn't work out, we'll have no choice but to give up on Kamiyo." Jiraiya frowned. "A month? We're in the land of hot water, separated from the land of fire, and Sunagakure is all the way in the land of wind. Even for a ninja hawk, it would take days to fly there, and we also have to factor in the time it took for the message to get to us from Konoha. There really isn't much time left." Minato agreed. "Exactly. I just did the math. We need Kamiyo to summon his hawk within a week. Then we'll intercept it and swap in the false information." Minato and Jiraiya fell into thought, recalling all of Kamiyo's actions up to this point. This task actually seemed pretty straightforward. Inside the tent, Minato and Jiraiya discussed how to get Kamiyo to summon his ninja hawk. Minato suggested, "We could casually fabricate some information about our plans against Sunagakure. I'm sure Kamiyo would immediately summon his hawk to inform the third Kazekage." Jiraiya agreed. "Let's do that, then." Minato stood up from his chair and said to Jiraiya, "Well then, Jiraiya-sensei, you could get some rest. I'll go to Kamiyo's tent right now and settle this as soon as possible." "Wait, Minato." Jiraiya and Tsunade both called out to stop Minato at the same time. Minato turned around, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Jiraiya answered awkwardly. "Right now, Kamiyo probably isn't in his own tent. Am I right, Tsunade?" With a blank expression, Tsunade replied, "Yeah, that kid is right here." Minato Namikaze exclaimed in surprise. "Jindai is here too? Did he come here to dodge his missions and ended up running errands?" Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly. "No, that's not it. Jindai got injured. He's here to recuperate. Minato's mind was now full of questions. Jindai got injured? Judging by Jiraiya's hesitant tone, it seemed like Jindai's injuries might have something to do with Jiraiya and Tsunade. What exactly had happened while he'd been away? Minato decided not to dwell on it for now. He turned to Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, could you take me to see Jindai? After that, I'll need your cooperation for something." Tsunade nodded her agreement and led Minato toward the tent where Jindai and Obito were staying. Before they even stepped inside, Minato could already hear Jindai and Obito arguing. "What does this have to do with me at all? This is all your fault, Jindai. Because of you, I got beat up by Lady Tsunade. How is that my fault? You're the one who blurted out the whole truth without thinking. Couldn't you have dressed it up a little and pinned everything on Lord Jiraiya? As long as he took the blame, neither of us would have gotten beaten. In that situation, who knew what to say? Besides, is it wrong to tell the truth? It was clearly you and Lord Jiraiya who caused all of this. I'm completely innocent. Innocent, my foot. You knew about the puppet business and kept quiet. That's an extra offense. You totally deserve that beating." Standing outside the tent, Minato listened to their bickering. With his familiarity with Jiraiya, he'd already pieced together what had happened. Apparently, Jiraiya had roped Jindai into making some improper puppet. Tsunade had found out, and in the end, everyone got thrashed by Tsunade. Minato let out a weary sigh. Honestly, none of them ever let him have a moment's peace. Despite bracing himself for what he might find, Minato was still taken aback when he entered the tent and saw both Jindai and Obito, their faces swollen like pig heads. Just how badly had they been beaten? The moment Jindai and Obito saw Minato, their eyes lit up with surprise and relief. Before Obito could say a word, a dark blur shot out in a flash of deja vu. It was just like the last time, when Kakashi had been discovered spying on the Cloud Ninja. Before he could even finish his retreat instructions, Jindai had already darted away. Jindai threw himself at Minato, letting out a pathetic, hoarse wail. "Lord Minato, you're finally back. I've been bullied so much here, I got picked on by Obito, and then by Lord Jiraiya, and Lady Tsunade too. It was all Lord Jiraiya's mischief, but somehow I got blamed for everything. Lady Tsunade believed his lies and gave me such a beating. It nearly killed me. Wah, Lord Minato, I'm so badly hurt. You're the only one who treats me well here. I'd like to request permission from you to return to Konoha's ninja hospital for a more thorough treatment." Obito stared wide-eyed at Kamiyo's theatrics in disbelief. When had he ever bullied Kamiyo? Just as Obito was about to protest, he caught a glimpse of the people standing behind Minato Namikaze. Instantly, he shrank back, obediently lying down and pulling his blanket over his head, pretending to be dead. Minato Namikaze was feeling awkward as well. If you're going to make things up, shouldn't you at least check who's around first? "Kamiyo, could you please get off me first?" Kamiyo clung tightly to Minato's clothes, refusing to let go. "No, if Lord Minato doesn't agree, I'm not getting off." "Oh, I bullied you? Jiraiya blamed everything on you? I believed all the rumors about you." At the sound of this familiar, mocking voice, Kamiyo's piggy face twisted in fear. Kamiyo quickly climbed down from Minato, shutting his eyes tight. He staggered dizzily, mumbling as if sleep-talking. It's all Obito's fault for putting me under a Genjutsu with his Sharingan. That's why I talk nonsense in my sleep. I'm asleep right now. Anyone who hears these words should know they're just dream mutterings caused by Obito's Genjutsu. None of this has anything to do with me. It's all Obito's fault." Shuffling to his own bed, Kamiyo leapt onto it in a flash, cocooned himself in his blanket, and began trembling in fear. Obito panicked immediately. How could someone dump all the blame on him like this? He quickly threw off his own blanket and tried to explain, "I didn't use any Genjutsu on Kamiyo, and besides, I haven't even awakened Sharingan. Sensei Minato, Lady Tsunade, you have to believe me." Minato Namikaze sighed helplessly. "I believe you, Obito." Then he turned to Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, for my sake, please don't hold it against these two." Tsunade gave a heavy, disgruntled huff. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Since Tsunade didn't say anything more and just grunted, it meant she was willing to let it go. Otherwise, if Tsunade decided to give Kamiyo another beating, Minato really wouldn't have been able to stop her. Minato then said to Obito, "I just wanted to let you all know I'm back. Obito, let me take you to another tent, so you don't end up arguing with Kamiyo again." Obito agreed without hesitation. All right, he couldn't wait to be out of the same tent as Kamiyo, who knew what kind of trouble Kamiyo might cause next, possibly getting him beaten up by Tsunade again. Now, Obito lived by a single golden rule. When there's no danger around, Kamiyo is the biggest danger of all. So, for the sake of his own life, he resolved to cherish life and stay as far away from Kamiyo as possible. After that, Minato Namikaze turned to Jindai and said, Jindai, I'll take Obito to another tent now, so I won't disturb your rest. Take care and get some sleep. I'll come visit you again tomorrow. Jindai poked his head out from under the covers and called out his farewell. See you tomorrow, Lord Minato. Minato hoisted Obito onto his back, then exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade. Understanding his intent, Tsunade followed Minato, and together they left the tent. After settling Obito in another tent, Minato and Tsunade didn't immediately leave. Instead, they remained just outside Jindai's tent, speaking in voices loud enough for him to overhear. Lady Tsunade, since Master Jiraiya is still unconscious, there's something urgent I need to report to you. I've received intelligence from Konoha. We're preparing to strike first against the Sand Shinobi in the Land of Rivers, to force them back into the Wind Country before they can act. Oh, so we're going to take action against the Sand? When is the operation planned? In half a month. Konoha is currently gathering ninja, sending them covertly to the Land of Rivers. Once our forces arrive, we'll launch a surprise attack on the Sand Shinobi. Depending on how things develop, we may be sent there to provide support. All right, understood. Inside the tent, Jindai listened to every word of Minato and Tsunade's conversation, catching all the details. Then, Jindai scratched his backside, rolled over, and shut his eyes, intending to get some sleep. After all the fighting and a long argument with Obito, he was completely exhausted. As far as Jindai was concerned, the intelligence Minato and Tsunade discussed didn't matter in the slightest. From his perspective, the Sand Village sending ninja into the Land of Rivers was pointless from the start. The Sand Shinobi simply couldn't match Konoha's strength. The Konoha ninjas stationed in the Land of Rivers were just ordinary shinobi. There weren't any of the legendary Sannin there to command. To put it bluntly, Konoha didn't even consider Sand Village a real threat. Even with just average ninjas guarding the border, the Sand Shinobi in the Land of Rivers were at a disadvantage. So, Jindai figured, whether or not this intelligence was sent back to Sand Village, the outcome would be the same. As long as Konoha sent reinforcements to the Land of Rivers to fight the Sand Shinobi would inevitably be pushed back into the Wind Country. Since the result was a foregone conclusion, why should he bother wasting his time and energy? Who knows, if his intel keeps being accurate, once the third Kazekage is dead, those who know about his undercover identity might want him to stay on as a spy in Konoha. Come to think of it, the situation in the ninja world was getting tense. The third Kazekage was probably about to be ambushed by Sasori and killed any day now. He wondered just how many people actually knew about his undercover status. But then again, it was really the third Kazekage's own fault for trusting Sasori so much. No, that's not quite right. The third Kazekage didn't really trust Sasori. What he trusted was Chiyo. He did give a warning. After all, if the third Kazekage refused to listen, there was nothing Jindai could do. Lost in thought, Jindai soon drifted off into a deep sleep. Not far from Jindai's tent, Minato Namikaze and Tsunade waited patiently. They had been waiting from daybreak until nightfall, and then from nightfall until dawn again. After such a long wait, there was still no sign of any movement from Jindai. But how could there be any? After all, Jindai hadn't taken the matter to heart in the slightest. With a furrowed brow, Tsunade asked, Minato, do you think that kid even heard what we said? Minato Namikaze wasn't certain himself. Maybe, probably not. If he had, Jindai would have summoned his hawk and sent the information back to Sunagakure by now. Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance. Then go check on that kid for me. Once you're done, I'll help you follow up. Minato gave a nod and stepped inside Jindai's tent. He found Jindai sprawled across the bed, fast asleep, looking utterly relaxed. The sight made Minato's eye twitch. At this point, Minato was sure there was no way Jindai had heard anything yesterday. If he had, how could he possibly sleep so soundly? Minato reached out and gently shook the sleeping Jindai. Groggy, Jindai slowly woke up. Oh, it's you, Lord Minato. Minato asked. I just wanted to check. What would you like to eat? Instantly, Jindai perked up. Wait, do I actually get to choose? He'd been at the outpost for so long, eating whatever was served. The idea of picking his own meal was completely foreign. Maybe this was the privilege of a strong. Minato replied, I'll do my best. It depends on what the kitchen can make. With bright eyes and a raised hand, Jindai declared, I want sukiyaki. Minato's face fell. This is a field camp. There's no way we have sukiyaki here. Jindai looked genuinely disappointed. Really? That's a shame. I've never had sukiyaki before. Well, what about tempura? Can they make that? Minato agreed. Tempura is doable. Wait here a bit. I'll have them prepare it and bring some over for you. Thank you, Lord Minato. Minato waved it off. No need to thank me. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. I heard it was thanks to you that, when the cloud. Ninja weren't paying attention. You led Kakashi and the others to retreat. Otherwise, things could have ended much worse for them. Jindai lifted his chin proudly. Well, that's just what I ought to do as a member of Konoha. Minato smiled at him. I'll be back soon. Minato Namikaze left the tent and first met up with Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I'm going to bring some food to Jindai now. While Jindai is eating, let's coordinate the same way we did yesterday. In Minato's mind, there was no way Jindai would fail to overhear them while eating. After having someone prepare tempura, Minato brought it over to Jindai. Jindai, take your time and eat here. Just leave the empty plates on the table. Someone will come to collect them later. I have something else to take care of, so I'll be off. Minato and Tsunade met at their usual spot from the previous night. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru already knows that Konoha is preparing to launch an attack on the sand from the Land of Rivers. He's currently taking stock of the shinobi stationed at our post. If things look uncertain when we move out in half a month, we'll need to send a group of our ninja into the Land of Rivers. And if things go south during the operation in the Land of Rivers, we'll need to send a team of medical nin as well, right? Exactly. Once you've finished reviewing the list of medical nin, just hand it directly to Lord Orochimaru. After finishing their conversation, Minato and Tsunade hid themselves once more, keeping a close watch on Jindai's tent, waiting for him to make a move. Inside the tent. Sigh, this tempura is nothing like what I had in Konoha, but I suppose it's passable. After all, this isn't Konoha. If I were eating tempura like this in a Konoha shop, I'd probably flip the place upside down. All this just to drive the sand shinobi back to the Land of Wind? Isn't this a bit over the top? Wait, what's this, steamed buns? Tempura buns? Seriously, that's just too much. Staring at the tempura-covered steamed bun in his hand, Jindai shoved it into his mouth in a fit of annoyance, chewing twice before swallowing it whole. Phew, good thing I didn't chew any longer. I'd have tasted what it really was. Outside the tent, Minato and Tsunade continued their vigil, patiently waiting for Jindai to make a move. For more days went by. During these days, Minato had tried all sorts of methods to get Jindai to summon his ninja hawk, but every single attempt ended in failure. This baffled Minato to no end. He even began to suspect that Jindai might have realized the information was false from the start. But seeing the clear, clueless look in Jindai's eyes, Minato was certain Jindai had no idea the intelligence was fake. So why wasn't Jindai trying to send the information back to Sunagakure? By now, the person by Minato's side had changed. It was Jiraiya. In fact, the switch had happened 3 days ago. Tsunade had started to suspect that Jindai was just playing with him and almost stormed in to beat him up. Fortunately, Minato had stopped her in time. Just to be safe, and to prevent Tsunade from thrashing Jindai, Minato enlisted Jiraiya, who was finally able to walk again, to lend a hand. However, both Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya had tried several times, but Kamiyo remained completely unmoved. This was starting to get on Minato's nerves. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as he looked toward Kamiyo's tent not far away, and said to Minato in a serious tone, "Minato, let's give that kid Kamiyo a real shock." Minato asked, "A shock? What kind of shock?" "Just play along with whatever I say. Come with me." The same spot, the same people, everything felt familiar. Jiraiya put on an exaggerated expression and said to Minato, "Minato, I've received some top-secret intel. The Hidden Mist Village is planning a big operation. Word is they're going to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Sand Village, and it might happen in half a month." Feigning surprise, Minato replied, "Really? If the Hidden Sand Village isn't prepared, wouldn't that be disastrous for them?" Jiraiya let out a sigh. "Exactly. If the Sand Village doesn't know about this, they'll be in real trouble." The two of them kept going back and forth, painting an ever more perilous picture of the Sand Village's situation. Inside the tent, Kamiyo was covering his mouth, his face twisted in what looked like pain. But the pain was actually from trying desperately not to burst out laughing. The Mist Village attacking the Sand Village? Had the third Mizukage lost his mind? Why would he bother attacking a place as barren as the Sand Village? What could he possibly want? A mouthful of sand, perhaps? Everyone in the ninja world knew how poor the Sand Village was. Even if the ambush succeeded, so what? Honestly, only the Sand Village ever plotted against others. Nobody in their right mind would go after the Sand Village. There simply wasn't anything to gain. These past few days had been truly comfortable. Kamiyo lounged in bed daily, with the medical ninja girls bringing him meals. He could have left long ago, since his wounds were only superficial and had already healed. But Kamiyo stubbornly insisted he had internal injuries, and the medical ninja girls had no way to deal with his shameless antics. For these past few days, Kamiyo had finally been able to read in peace. Plus, every day he could overhear Minato, Tsunade, or Jiraiya gossiping about the Sand Village. It was genuinely entertaining. Kamiyo thought to himself that he'd love to spend the rest of his life in this tent, never having to go outside. As expected, Minato and Jiraiya had failed yet again. Now, it was already the 6th day, which meant they only had 1 day left. If Kamio still didn't summon the Ninja Eagle by tomorrow, then even if he managed it after that, there probably wouldn't be enough time left. Jiraiya was thoroughly baffled. What's with that kid, anyway? I made it sound so dire, almost as if the Sand Village was about to be wiped out, but he doesn't seem to care at all. Minato Namikaze said helplessly. According to the memories that Xiangyi managed to probe, Kamadai barely ever left the Sand Village, nor did he interact much with anyone. So he probably doesn't have any real attachment to the village. Minato let out a sigh. Now, this is troublesome. How can we get Kamadai to summon the Ninja Hawk? Jiraiya thought for a moment, and then suggested, why not ask your 3 students? They spent way more time with Kamadai than you have, so they must know him better. Maybe they'll have an idea. Minato's eyes lit up in agreement. That makes perfect sense. Without delay, Minato and Jiraiya gathered Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Minato gave the trio a quick rundown of the situation. Then he asked, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, do any of you have a good idea for how we might get Kamadai to summon the Ninja Hawk? Kakashi, Obito, and Rin exchanged glances, then replied in unison, that's easy. Minato looked at the confident trio and gave a gentle reminder, I thought it would be simple at first too, but every attempt so far has failed. Obito adjusted his sunglasses and said coolly, Sensei, you're just using the wrong approach. Kakashi shot back. Quit acting cool and help Minato-sensei solve the problem, will you? Then Kakashi turned to Minato and said, leave it to us, Minato-sensei. Obito, Rin, let's go. The 3 of them headed straight for Kamadai's tent. Minato and Jiraiya followed, curious to see how Kakashi's team would deal with the problem that had stumped them for 6 days. Kakashi and his teammates arrived at Kamadai's tent. Seeing them, Kamadai greeted them with a bright smile. Hey, you've come to visit me. Kakashi's tone turned serious. Kamadai, we have a mission. Noticing Kakashi's stern expression, Kamadai grew wary. A mission? What kind of mission? I'm still recovering from my injuries, you know. Obito kept up his cool act. If I'm fine, you're fine. Kamadai rolled his eyes at Obito. Fine, my foot. Kakashi's voice grew grave. This time, all 4 of us have to take part. It's a tough one. In 15 days, the 4 of us are heading to the land of Earth to ambush the IWNine supply convoy. Kamadai was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Kakashi. The 4 of us? Ambush the IWNine unit? What about Lord Minato? Kakashi answered, Minato-sensei and the others will create a diversion up front. The actual ambush will be just the 4 of us. Kamadai leapt out of bed in shock, his voice rising sharply. Are you out of your minds? The 4 of us ambushing an IWNine unit? That's a suicide mission. With an air of grim determination, Kakashi declared, it's true, this mission is extremely dangerous. But this is all for the sake of the Hidden Leaf. There's nothing to discuss. Get ready, Jindai. We move in 15 days. Without giving Jindai a chance to speak, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin swiftly left his tent. Jindai was left completely numb, his mind reeling. Among the 4 of them, only he and Kakashi could really be considered strong. How could a surprise attack on a Iwagakure unit possibly succeed? A whole Iwagakure unit. This wasn't just a small squad. A unit meant at least 10 shinobi, to begin with. Jindai paced anxiously inside the tent. The land of Earth isn't all that far from the land of Wind. Maybe he should just make a run for it? But even if he managed to escape, wouldn't the 3rd Kazekage punish him harshly once he got back? No, that wouldn't do. He should try writing a letter first, see if he could persuade the 3rd Kazekage to let him end his undercover mission. If it worked, that'd be best. If not, he'd have to come up with something else. Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya stood there, jaws slack and eyes wide, watching Jindai sneak out of the tent not long after Kakashi's team had left. Was it really that easy? Jindai crept out of the tent and made his way into a small grove, where he summoned his messenger hawk. He tied the letter to the hawk's leg, his voice urgent. Hurry and get this letter back to Sunagakure. If you're late, I'm finished. You have to be fast. If the hawk could show expression, it would be sneering right now. Finished? It would love nothing more than to see Jindai finished. If Jindai was done for, at the very least it could find a corpse to scavenge a few extra bites. Wait, if Jindai was doomed anyway, why not just eat him directly? Once Jindai was dead, it'd make sure there wasn't even a scrap of bone left. What are you staring at? Get going! Jindai was nearly frantic, while the dim-witted hawk just stood there, staring at him. In fact, Jindai could almost sense from its eyes that the bird was quietly mocking him. The hawk gave Jindai a disgruntled glare, though with its beady little eyes, it hardly made a difference, but it was the attitude that counted. With a flap of its wings, the hawk took off. As it soared, the hawk had the nagging feeling it had forgotten something important. Suddenly, Everything went dark for the hawk. Just before it lost consciousness, it finally remembered what it had left undone. Sure enough, it had already happened. Minato Namikaze, cradling the unconscious hawk with the utmost care, rejoined Jiraiya and Kakashi's team. He held the hawk like a precious treasure. There could be no room for error now. After regrouping, Minato untied Jindai's letter and, without even glancing at it, handed it straight to Jiraiya. Then, with practiced ease, Minato began drafting a letter of his own. Jiraiya, feeling rather curious, opened up Shindai's letter to see what he had written. He had no idea what to expect, but as soon as he started reading, his eyes widened in shock. His blood pressure shot up. His whole face turned a furious shade of red, veins bulging on his forehead. That little brat. How dare he say such things about me? Just wait until I get my hands on him. I'll tan his hide. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, intrigued by Jiraiya's reaction, crowded around him, eager to see what could have made him so angry. Uncle Kido, that so-called legendary Sannin Jiraiya, is nothing but a pervert. Everyone calls him a lecher, and I always thought he just liked pretty women, but it turns out he's not picky at all. He's after men, women, young and old alike. Not only did he ask me to use our proud Sand Village puppet techniques to satisfy his twisted desires, he even tried to take advantage of me. Luckily, I was clever enough not to fall for his tricks, otherwise I'd have lost all my dignity by now. But honestly, I don't know how much longer I can keep my virtues safe. A snort of laughter escaped from Obito before he could stop himself. Jiraiya shot him a dangerous glare. Obito coughed, biting his lip to stifle his laughter, and managed to say in a muffled voice, "Shindai really went too far. How could he say something like that about Lord Jiraiya?" Jiraiya flung the letter at Obito. "Don't laugh too soon. He wrote about the three of you, and Minato, too." Obito picked up the letter and began to read, and in an instant, he looked just like Jiraiya, face flushed, blood pressure soaring. What the heck? When did I ever drool when I talk? He's the real idiot. And his eyes, one high, one low, one big, one small. I, Uchiha Obito, am the smartest person in the world. Kakashi and Rin read Shindai's letter as well, and both their expressions soured. In the letter, Shindai accused Kakashi of having a secret crush on Jiraiya, but claimed that Jiraiya only wanted to take advantage of him, not Kakashi. Out of jealousy, Kakashi kept giving him trouble, constantly bad-mouthing him in front of Jiraiya, hoping that Jiraiya would get rid of him. The letter also claimed that Rin was smitten with him, pestering him every day and making his life miserable, refusing to leave him alone no matter what. Kakashi and Rin's fists clenched tight, their breathing growing heavier, and it was clear their anger was reaching its breaking point. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, carefully imitating Shindai's handwriting as he wrote his own letter, glanced up to see Jiraiya and the others about to explode with rage. Suddenly, he grew curious about what Shindai might have written about him. As soon as he read his part, Minato regretted it. Shindai's letter described Minato as an effeminate man who dressed like a woman every day, mingled with the kunoichi, and even used the women's bath and restroom. Minato's grip on his pen tightened noticeably. Even someone as even-tempered as he was now felt the urge to storm into the tent and give Jindai a good thrashing. In short, throughout the entire letter, whenever it concerned the Konoha ninja, not a single one of them was portrayed as normal, except for Jindai himself, who insisted he was the only sane person among them. In his letter, Jindai lamented endlessly about the torment and suffering he was enduring here, claiming he was on the verge of being driven mad. He concluded by stating that this group of lunatics was planning to send 4 genin, himself included, all covered in explosive tags, on a suicide attack against a Wagakure. There was no question he'd die on this mission, so he hoped the 3rd Kazekage would allow him to end his undercover career. If I don't go in there and give him a beating today, I'll stop calling myself an Uchiha. Utterly infuriated, Obito slammed his fist into the ground, seething with rage as he made for the tent, determined to settle the score with Jindai. Kakashi quickly grabbed Obito's arm. "If you confront him now, won't it be obvious that we've read his letter?" Obito ground his teeth. "I just can't let this go." Jiraiya's face had returned to its usual color, but the veins still stood out on his forehead. Jiraiya let out a furious, almost mocking laugh. "Of course we can't just let this go. But the mission comes first. Once this is over, we'll deal with that brat." Obito, Kakashi, and Rin Noera all nodded in perfect unison. "Got it. Achoo. Achoo. Shoo." Inside the tent, Jindai sneezed several times in a row. Rubbing his nose, Jindai muttered in frustration, "It must be this mission making me so uneasy. May the gods watch over me." Wait, no, the gods here are all villains. Who am I supposed to pray to? Never mind. I'll believe in whichever god is listening. Whoever you are, please, just keep me safe. Minato Namikaze, imitating Jindai's handwriting, wrote a letter and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, here's the letter I wrote according to the third Hokage's instructions. Please take a look. Jiraiya took the letter and began to read. Uncle Kuroto, the three legendary Sannin of Konoha, including the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, have suddenly gathered and seem to be discussing something important. Sensing something was off, I eavesdropped and uncovered a critical secret. Iwagakure plans to use my name as a pretext to provoke Konoha, but this is only a ruse. In reality, Iwagakure and Konoha have already formed a secret alliance. Their plan is to lure Sunagakure and Iwagakure into joining forces to attack Konoha, but their true intention is to draw you out, then join with Konoha's ninja to severely weaken Sunagakure. The reason for all this is so Iwagakure and Konoha can eliminate any threats behind them and then attack Kumogakure together. Uncle Kuroto, Sunagakure must be on guard. We absolutely cannot fall for this, or Sunagakure will suffer disastrous losses. Jiraiya finished reading the letter that Minato had written, perfectly mimicking Jindai's handwriting. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, knowing Inoki's personality, after making a move against Konoha, he'll definitely try to pull Sunagakure into this as well. That guy never fights a battle, he isn't sure he can win. So if Inoki is announcing an attack on Konoha, he'll absolutely want Sunagakure on his side. But if Sunagakure doesn't respond to his invitation, he definitely won't act rashly. In the end, the whole thing will probably just fizzle out. Minato Namikaze asked, is there anything else we need to add? If there are no other issues, I'll tie the message to Kamiyo's Ninja Hawk and send it off. Jiraiya nodded. No need to add anything else. Sometimes being too detailed actually works against us. It makes people suspicious. Let's leave them a bit of room for imagination. That'll be better. Go ahead, Minato. After Minato tied the letter to the unconscious Ninja Hawk, the group of 5 vanished from the spot in an instant. 5 minutes later, the Ninja Hawk slowly regained consciousness. Dazed for a good 30 seconds, the hawk then smoothed the feathers on its wing with its beak and took off into the sky. It was used to this by now. Nothing new, nothing to worry about. All it could do was silently hope that Kamiyo would meet his end soon. From their hiding place in the shadows, Minato and his 4 companions all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the hawk take flight. Minato whispered a prayer. Let's hope Kamiyo's hawk has smooth sailing and manages to deliver the message safely to the 3rd Kazekage. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the other 2 nodded in agreement, sharing the same hope that the hawk would reach its destination without trouble. After taking a deep breath, Jiraiya said, that's the fake intelligence taken care of. Now, it's time to deal with that brat. Anyone who wants in, raise your hand. Obito was the first to shoot his hand up, quickly followed by Kakashi and Rin Noara. Minato hesitated for a moment. After all, they had just used Kamiyo's hawk for their own purposes, and now going after Kamiyo felt a bit like burning bridges. Obito snorted. Kamiyo called you a wimp, sensei. Rin chimed in. Yes, sensei, he also said you hang out with Kunoichi all day long. Kakashi added in a mocking tone. He even said that you go to the bathroom and take baths with the Kunoichi sensei. A vein bulged on Minato's forehead as he slowly raised his hand too. Kamiyo had really gone too far with these rumors. How did he ever give off the impression of being a wimp? With Jiraiya taking the lead, the group quickly reached a consensus on how to deal with Kamiyo after a short discussion. 3 days flew by in a flash. During those 3 days, Kamiyo was on edge the entire time. Even though he knew the Ninja Hawk definitely hadn't reached Sunagakure yet. Maybe not even halfway there. He just couldn't stop worrying and wondering if the hawk had arrived. For the past 3 days, Kamiyo had been holed up in his tent, refusing to go anywhere. Now, only 12 days remained. 12 days before he would be sent off to Iwagakure as part of the Suicide Squad. Kamiyo racked his brains, desperately pondering what he should do if the 3rd Kazekage refused to end his mission as an undercover agent. If he simply abandoned his post and escaped back to Sunagakure, there was a chance he'd end up imprisoned in that man-eating jail. The 3rd Kazekage was certainly capable of such ruthlessness. Escape somewhere else, then? But Kamiyo had no idea where he could possibly go. He let out a deep sigh. At that moment, Kamiyo's stomach growled loudly. No one had visited him these past few days. The only times he received food were when the young medical ninja would come to check on his condition and kindly bring him a meal on the side. Though Kamiyo suffered from social anxiety, it was only around strangers. With people he knew, he was gregarious, full of charm, and had a silver tongue. With the medical ninja visiting his tent every day for checkups, Kamiyo couldn't avoid getting to know her. So, after making a small request, and perhaps thanks to his good looks, the medical ninja had readily agreed to help him. But today, she was nowhere to be seen, and Kamiyo was now so hungry his stomach felt pressed against his back. Forget it. I'll just go find something to eat myself. He got up from his bed, left the tent, and headed toward the logistics area, hoping to scavenge some food. TSK, the kid finally came out. I can't believe he stayed put for 3 whole days without stepping outside even once, someone remarked. Perched on the branch of a nearby tree were Jiraiya and Obito. As for Kakashi, Rin Noara, and Minato Namikaze, they all had their own matters to attend to and weren't so free. So, the task of keeping an eye on Kamiyo fell to the idle Obito and Jiraiya. Obito speculated, I think the only reason Kamiyo's out today is because no one brought him food. He's so hungry he had no choice. Otherwise, I bet he could have lasted a whole month inside that tent. Jiraiya whipped his head around, staring at Obito. What did you just say? Obito, unsure why Jiraiya was suddenly so agitated, repeated what he'd said. Jiraiya gave Obito a look that said this was beyond words. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If we just stopped anyone from bringing him food, he would have come out on his own. We waited all these days for nothing. Obito thought it over. Jiraiya actually had a point. He gave a sheepish laugh. Sorry, Master Jiraiya. I didn't think of that. Jiraiya sighed, but then his gaze turned resolute. Never mind. Go find Minato and the others. I don't want to miss this chance. He's had 3 days apiece. Now, it's time to settle old scores. Right away. Obito, brimming with excitement, dashed off to find Minato and the others. Not long after, Obito returned with Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, and Rin Noara to meet up with Jiraiya. Obito squinted, eyeing Kamishiro in the distance, who was holding some food and heading back to his tent. Lord Jiraiya, I'll leave it to you. Jiraiya's lips curled into a wicked grin. No trouble at all. In fact, I'm more than happy to do it. Just make sure you all stay quiet in a moment. Jiraiya performed a transformation jutsu, turning himself into an unfamiliar stranger. Using the body flicker technique, he appeared right in front of Kamishiro. Kamishiro stared blankly at the stranger before him. Who are you? Jiraiya's hands blurred through a series of seals. In the next instant, the light in Kamishiro's eyes vanished completely, as if he'd been plunged into a world of pure, velvet darkness. Jiraiya had cast the Genjutsu, darkness technique, on Kamishiro. This technique conjured a pitch-black environment, robbing the target of their vision. In this darkness, only the caster and their allies could see anything at all. In other words, Kamishiro was now as good as blind, while Jiraiya, Minato, and Kakashi could see perfectly. Watching Kamishiro panic and call out for help, Jiraiya and Obito both broke into mischievous smiles. Kakashi, Rin, and Minato weren't quite as dramatic, but each of them wore a faint smirk as well. Now, the fun was about to begin. Blinded by Jiraiya's Genjutsu darkness technique, Kamishiro flailed about in confusion, shouting anxiously. After several cries went unanswered, Kamishiro's expression grew tense. Could that stranger have been an enemy? Was this an ambush? Kamishiro quickly pulled out the scroll containing Shinmagetsu, intending to summon the creature immediately. But before he could unfurl the scroll, it was suddenly snatched from his hands. What the? Before Kamishiro could react, a sharp pain shot through his right eye socket. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his eye. Jiraiya, now holding Kamishiro's scroll, blew a triumphant puff onto his left fist. That punch had felt incredibly satisfying. Fuming, Kamishiro began forming seals, hoping to manipulate the iron sand beneath the ground with his magnetic powers. But before he could finish, his hands were seized, abruptly cutting off his jutsu. The one restraining him was none other than Minato Namikaze. With practiced ease, Minato produced a rope and bound Kamishiro's hands tightly, preventing any further jutsu. Kamishiro was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this a little unsporting? Who are you people? I'm a prisoner of Konoha, not a shinobi. If you're out for revenge, you've got the wrong guy. I can give you out. Before Kamishiro could finish, a punch landed squarely on his right cheek, snapping his words off mid-sentence. Soon after, an uncountable flurry of punches rained down on him. Not just punches, but kicks as well. And it was definitely more than one person. At least 3 or more were involved. Oh, aye, oosh, oosh, oosh. Wait, who are you guys? What are you doing? Even with his slow reactions, it finally dawned on him. These people weren't trying to kill him. They were just giving him a beating. If they'd meant to kill him, they would have already snatched his scroll, tied his hands, and finished him off like a lamb to the slaughter. But his attackers stayed silent, and he couldn't see a thing. So he ventured a guess, calling out, Obito. Obito, who'd been about to throw another punch, froze mid-motion, staring at him in disbelief. Just as Obito was about to blurt out, "How did you know?" 2 figures rushed over and quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Those 2 were none other than Jiraiya and Kakashi. Jiraiya and Kakashi shook their heads sternly at Obito, signaling him to keep quiet. When no one responded to his call for Obito, he tried shouting out other names: Jiraiya, Kakashi, Rin Noera, Tsunade, and so on. Only then did Obito realize he'd just been guessing, and he'd almost let the secret slip. At that moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly felt a pang of guilt. After all, he'd nearly named everyone, but never once called out Minato's name. Perhaps, in Kamiyo's heart, it was out of trust. He simply didn't believe Minato would do such a thing. True, Minato had only tied Kamiyo's hands and given him a firm slap at the start. He hadn't joined in on the beating since. Still, Minato couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. It felt as though he'd let down Kamiyo's trust. In fact, Minato's intuition was spot on. Kamiyo would never have believed Minato capable of something like this, even if his life depended on it. After all, Minato was such a good person, so gentle. How could he possibly do something so outrageously cruel? For the second time, since Tsunade last time, Kamiyo was left battered and bruised all over again. The second to stop was Rin Noera. After a while, she saw how pitiful Kamiyo looked and decided to stop hitting him. The third was Kakashi, who simply found it boring to keep hitting someone who wouldn't fight back. Surprisingly, the fourth to stop was Obito. But Obito didn't stop because he felt sorry for Kamiyo or found it pointless. It was just that his own hand was starting to hurt. Finally, Jiraiya was the last to stop, mainly because everyone else had already finished, and, as one of the legendary Sannin, it seemed a bit disgraceful to keep beating up a kid. Anyway, their anger had been vented, and it was time to call it quits. Phew. Obito let out a long, contented sigh. That single sigh gave away his position to Kamiyo. Still seething, Kamiyo gritted his teeth, got to his feet, and charged headfirst toward the spot where the sound had come from. Because Obito was completely off guard, he didn't react in time and took a brutal headbutt from Shindai right in the stomach. A harsh cough escaped his lips as Obito's eyes nearly bulged from the blow. He collapsed to the ground and rolled twice before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, Shindai managed to knock himself out cold with the same move. Jiraiya stepped forward to check on Shindai. After confirming he was indeed unconscious, he lifted the Genjutsu, Darkness Illusion. Ow man, that hurts like crazy. Obito groaned the moment he could speak again, clutching his stomach and wailing in pain. Kakashi eyed him with disdain. Even with both his hands tied, Shindai still managed to land a hit on you? Obito's face was ashen. I just wasn't paying attention, that's all. Rin Noera quickly stepped in to stop the bickering. All right, enough. Let's not argue. What are we going to say to Shindai when he wakes up and starts asking questions? Jiraiya rubbed his chin and thought. That's a real issue. Just now he was testing us, calling out our names. He's already suspicious. Can't blame him, though. We're at the Konoha base, and he only got roughed up, not killed. Realistically, only we could have done it. We're the obvious suspects. Rin offered a suggestion. Let's just say there really was an enemy who ambushed us, and because Shindai wasn't wearing a Konoha forehead protector, he got mistaken for the enemy and got hurt by one of us by accident. Kakashi clicked his tongue. That's a weak excuse. It was obviously a beating. No way that counts as an accident. I got too caught up in payback and forgot about covering our tracks. Minato Namikaze thought for a moment, then said, How about this? We say a cloud ninja snuck into the Konoha camp to capture one of our own, but grabbed the wrong person. When he realized his mistake, he got angry and beat up Shindai. Just as the cloud ninja was about to kill him, we arrived in time to save Shindai. How's that sound? Jiraiya clapped his hands. That's perfect. Let's go with that. Minato, you'll be the hero who saved him. That's what we'll tell everyone. Minato turned to the trio. Kakashi, take Shindai back to the tent. Rin, help treat his injuries. Rin nodded in agreement. All right, understood, sensei. Since Obito's stomach had taken a serious hit from Shindai's headbutt, the task of carrying Shindai now fell to Kakashi. As Kakashi, Rin, and Shindai moved off into the distance, Minato let out a weary sigh. Jiraiya nudged Minato with his elbow, raising his eyebrows. Why the sigh? Are you upset or something? Minato pressed his lips together before answering. Honestly, I'm starting to regret this a bit. Jiraiya scoffed. Regret? Regret what? That kid called you a sissy and said you bathe and use the bathroom with the kunoichi. How could you just let that slide? Just thinking about it made Minato clench his fists tightly. It seemed there really wasn't anything to regret. No, actually there was something to regret. He should have given Kamiyo one more good slap. Inside the tent, Kamiyo had no idea how long he'd been unconscious. Slowly, he drifted back to awareness. But when Kamiyo opened his eyes, he could only see a sliver of light. His eyes were swollen, and he could barely open them. Kamiyo, you're finally awake. With great effort, Kamiyo turned his head and saw Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera sitting on chairs beside his bed. He tried to sit up, but the pain was overwhelming. A stifled groan escaped his throat. Rin leaned forward with concern. Kamiyo, don't move around. You're all swollen right now. It'll hurt if you try. Just rest. If you want anything to eat or drink, tell us. And if you need to use the bathroom, Kakashi and Obito can help you. Kamiyo mumbled, his words a bit slurred. I got beaten up. They pinned me to the ground, and I couldn't fight back at all, you know? Obito replied, Of course we know. Kamiyo forced his eyes as wide open as they would go and stared straight at Obito, gritting his teeth. It was you guys, wasn't it? I knew it at the time. There had to be one of you in that group. Feeling extremely guilty, Obito waved his hands frantically. No, it wasn't us. Listen to me. Kakashi, worried Obito would give something away, quickly chimed in. Yeah, Kamiyo, it wasn't Obito. You nearly died, you know. It was Minato-sensei who saved you. Kamiyo frowned, puzzled. Lord Minato? Saved me? But those bastards, all they did was beat me up. It didn't seem like they meant to kill me. The moment Kamiyo called them those bastards, a vein visibly throbbed on the foreheads of all three, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Kakashi did his best to keep his voice gentle. Earlier, some cloud ninja snuck into our camp, trying to kidnap a Konoha ninja with a secret technique. But it seems they got the wrong person and snatched you instead. They were angry at their mistake and took it out on you. Just when they were about to kill you, Minato-sensei arrived in time and saved you. Kamiyo seemed unconvinced. Really? Kakashi answered with conviction. It's true. Who else do you think it was? You think Obito could have beaten you up like that? Kamiyo nodded. That's fair. Obito was just about to protest, but Rin pressed down on his thigh, signaling him to keep quiet. Obito's face instantly turned crimson. Rin's hand is on my leg. I'm not washing these pants for a month. Yet Kandai still found it hard to believe, because he couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing was orchestrated by someone on their side. Obito's not really a match for me, he said, but there was more than one person there at the time. If you all ambushed me together. Rin Noera looked into Kandai's eyes with absolute sincerity and said, Kandai, you're one of us. Why would we ever attack you? Kakashi chimed in, Exactly, Kandai. And think about it. Did you do anything to give away your identity? Maybe that's how the Cloud Ninja realized they'd grabbed the wrong person. Kandai thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled that he might have once mentioned he was a prisoner from the Leaf, not actually a Leaf Ninja. Could it really be that he'd wrongly blamed them? Kakashi's expression grew serious. If you don't believe us, we can call Minato-sensei over. If you can't trust us, surely you trust Minato-sensei. Kakashi stood up, as if to fetch Minato Namikaze right away. Kandai hurriedly stopped him. No need to call, Lord Minato. I believe you. I trust you all more than anyone. I believe every word you say. Yet deep inside, Kandai still felt something was off. It was a nagging feeling, a hunch he couldn't quite shake. His gut told him that, somehow, all three of these guys were connected to the beating he'd taken. But then, they brought up Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze beat him up? Kandai would never believe that, not in a million years. And just as they mentioned his name, Minato Namikaze appeared. He stepped into the tent, and when he saw Kandai awake, he smiled warmly. You're awake, Kandai. How are you feeling? Kandai, feeling a bit aggrieved, replied, Not good at all. I hurt everywhere. For the first time, Minato apologized to Kandai against his conscience. I'm sorry, Kandai. If I'd arrived a little sooner, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Hearing this, Kandai's doubts finally melted away. These three in front of him, or even that troublemaker Jiraiya, might lie to him, but Minato Namikaze never would. Minato continued, Oh, and one more thing. Remember how Kakashi and the others came to tell you there was a mission to attack the Stone Ninja in the Land of Earth? That mission's been canceled because it was too risky. Really, ow. Ouch. Kandai was so overjoyed that he pulled at his wounds. But even with the pain, he was happy. No more marching off to certain doom. What a relief. All right, Kandai, you get some rest. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, take good care of him. I have things to attend to, so I'll be going now. Minato felt a twinge of guilt as he left the tent in a hurry. Now, with his spirits high, Kandai's stomach started to rumble with hunger. He had left the tent earlier to look for food, but not only did he come back empty-handed, he also got a severe beating. Now, his stomach was still empty. Rin Noera heard Kamiyo's stomach grumbling. She stood up and said, Kamiyo, you must be hungry. Let me go get you something to eat. Kamiyo didn't refuse. He truly was starving. All right, thank you, Rin. He squinted at Kakashi and Obito. I need to pee. You too. Come help me to the bathroom. Kakashi and Obito both twitched their lips in exasperation. What else could they do? They just had to help. Kakashi and Obito, one on each side, helped Kamiyo up from the infirmary bed. As they did, Kamiyo's elbow accidentally bumped into Obito's stomach. Obito drew in a sharp breath. Because of that earlier headbutt from Kamiyo, Obito's abdomen was covered in bruises. Kamiyo gave him a look of disdain. Why are you so fragile, Obito? It was just an accidental nudge from my elbow. No need for that expression. Are you secretly rewarding yourself every night or something? How old are you now? About 10, right? You haven't even fully grown yet. Take my advice. Reward yourself less. Look at you. So weak you've gone pale. Obito rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. As if his pallor wasn't Kamiyo's fault in the first place. That headbutt from Kamiyo, Obito had honestly thought his intestines were about to snap. He only relaxed once Rin checked him over and assured him he was fine. Now that Kamiyo was wounded again, he was once more living a cloistered life in the Konoha encampment, rarely stepping outside. Meanwhile, Kamiyo's ninja hawk, after several days, finally arrived in Sunagakure and delivered the letter directly to the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage undid the scroll, and as he read, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately ordered the ninja behind him to summon Elder Chiyo and Ebizo for a council. After receiving Kamiyo's letter, the third Kazekage wasted no time instructing his subordinates to fetch Chiyo and Ebizo. When Chiyo and Ebizo arrived at the Kazekage's office, Chiyo asked, "Lord Third, what's so urgent that you called us here?" The third Kazekage handed Kamiyo's letter to Chiyo and Ebizo. As they finished reading, both Chiyo and Ebizo grew visibly serious. Ebizo inquired, "Did this letter come from the ninja we sent to infiltrate Konoha, Lord Third?" The third Kazekage nodded. "That's right. What do you two advisors make of this?" Chiyo asked cautiously. "Is it possible this intelligence is fake? For instance, could your agent have picked up false information? After all, it seems unlikely that a Wagakure and Konoha would cooperate." The third Kazekage produced another letter and handed it to Chiyo and Ebizo. This letter arrived the day before yesterday. It's from Inoki. He wants to use Konoha's attempt to seize the ninja with a magnet release, Kekii Genkai, as a pretext to go to war against Konoha. Inoki hopes to form an alliance with our Sunagakure. When he moves against Konoha, he wants us to respond immediately, launching a coordinated assault. As a gesture of good faith, Inoki is willing to send us a shipment of military supplies. But I don't quite trust that cunning old fox. My plan is to wait until those supplies actually reach Sunagakure before telling you both about this. Ebizo picked up the two letters and examined them carefully. With a serious expression, Ebizo analyzed. "We can't judge which is authentic based on these two letters alone, but I'm more inclined to trust the information our undercover agent uncovered. First, Iwagakure and Kumogakure have a strained relationship. Although Inoki does covet Konoha's resources, if Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out with promises of benefit, there's a real possibility they might cooperate. And if the two of them do join forces, then we, Sunagakure, sitting right behind them, naturally become the threat looming at their backs. They'd be worried that while their ninja forces attack Kumogakure, we might seize the chance to strike at them from behind. So drawing us out and dealing us a heavy blow, forcing us out of the war entirely, would be a very tempting move for them." The third Kazekage slammed his hand on the table in anger. This Inoki really had no sense of honor. He was actually plotting to deceive Sunagakure and launch a sneak attack. Granted, they'd tricked Iwagakure themselves before. The ninja with the magnet release wasn't really going to them. But if no one found out, it didn't count as deception. Just as the third Kazekage was about to voice his thoughts, Ebizo interrupted him. Ebizo continued, "Kazekage-sama, I know you're impatient, but don't rush. This is all just speculation for now. It's also possible our undercover agent got the wrong information. Inoki might genuinely want to team up with us to attack Konoha." Ebizo's words left the third Kazekage in an awkward spot, unable to stay angry with Inoki, but unable to let it go either. When it came to fighting, the third Kazekage was an expert. But when it came to strategy and cunning, even 10 of him couldn't match Ebizo. Fully aware of his own limitations, the third Kazekage humbly asked, "Then, advisor Ebizo, what do you think Sunagakure should do?" Ebizo fell silent, lost in thought. Chiyo quietly sipped her tea. Matters like these, she would leave to her brother. After all, this wasn't her strong suit. After a long silence, Elder Ebizo finally spoke. "The war hasn't officially begun yet. We cannot afford any mistakes at this stage. So, regardless of whether Inoki genuinely wants to cooperate with us or not, we must not collaborate with him. If Inoki wishes to send us supplies, we'll accept them all without hesitation. Whatever he wants to say, let him say it. It makes no difference. He would never dare to send his ninja forces into the land of wind to attack us. If anyone stands to lose in this, it's Inoki himself. But as for Konoha, we shouldn't let them have it too easy. If our undercover intelligence turns out to be wrong, and Inoki truly wants to work with us, then Konoha would simply escape a crisis unscathed. Sandame, I want you to write a letter to Konoha. Tell them that a Wagakure has approached us for an alliance, but that we have no intention of breaking our treaty with Konoha. For that reason, we've refused a shipment of promised military supplies from a Wagakure, and make sure to specifically mention the matter concerning Kamadai. The third Kazekage immediately grasped Ebizo's intentions. Elder Ebizo, you mean we should also extort a shipment of military supplies from Konoha, correct? Ebizo nodded. Exactly. If we were to ally with the Wagakure, it would spell disaster for Konoha. So, to avert this threat, Konoha would willingly pay us off with a shipment of supplies. They consider it a bargain to avoid a bigger crisis. On the other hand, if Konoha is plotting to cooperate with a Wagakure and we refuse to fall for their scheme, then they won't be able to do anything to us. The issue would simply fade away. But, to prevent us from turning against them once we discover the truth, Konoha would still have to offer us supplies to keep us quiet. Moreover, the fact remains that Konoha snatched the magnet release bloodline that we'd originally promised to a Wagakure. They're in the wrong here. So, no matter how you look at it, Konoha absolutely must provide us with these military supplies. At this point, Chiyo, who had been silent for a long while, finally spoke up. No matter what Wagakure and Konoha are planning, we stand to benefit either way, and Sunageki remains in a position of absolute safety. It's certainly a wise strategy. Since the war hasn't broken out yet, if we make the wrong move now, we'll lose our edge when the fighting starts. So, Sandame, I believe Elder Ebizo's proposal is a good one. You should give it careful thought. The third Kazekage tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Ebizo's plan was indeed sound. Whatever schemes of Wagakure and Konoha might be brewing, Sunageki would come to no harm, and they'd walk away with supplies from both sides. Besides, the third Kazekage had considerable faith in Kamadai's intelligence reports. After all, Kamadai had written last time to say he'd completely won Minato Namikaze's trust. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had no doubts about his identity. Kamadai was now working on gaining Jiraiya's trust as well. The undercover mission was progressing smoothly. That meant the information Shindai had received was almost certainly true. What a cunning schemer Inoki was. He even used Shindai as an excuse to provoke Konoha. Did he ever stop to think whether Shindai was actually the one leaking to them, or did he just shamelessly accuse him like that? The third Kazekage immediately penned a letter and dispatched 5 sand ninja to deliver it personally. Once the matter was settled, the third Kazekage let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, Shindai's intelligence had arrived in time. Otherwise, if the supplies from a Wagakure had already been delivered, he might really have ended up cooperating with Inoki to launch a joint attack on Konoha. If a Wagakure and Konoha truly joined forces, drawing them out and delivering a heavy blow would become a dangerous gamble. Now, more than ever, the third Kazekage felt that sending Shindai as a spy to Konoha had been the right decision. All that was left was to wait for the military supplies from a Wagakure and Konoha to arrive. Getting all this for nothing, it was simply delightful. In the days that followed, everyone waited expectantly for news from the other side. The Wagakure waited for word from Sunageki. Sunageki waited for a response from Konoha. Meanwhile, Konoha kept a close eye on both a Wagakure and Sunageki. At the Konoha outpost in the land of hot water, Jiraiya's rank had just been elevated. Well, not exactly a promotion, but as the deputy commander, Jiraiya was now acting as the chief strategist in Orochimaru's absence. Orochimaru, for his part, had departed for a secret mission. He had received intelligence that the Cloud Ninja commander in the land of hot water, Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, had lost control and injured many of his own men. Now that Killer Bee's rampage had been subdued, his mental state remained unstable, making him unfit for command. As a result, a team of Cloud Ninja led by A had already begun escorting him back to Kimogakure. Upon learning this, Orochimaru had originally wanted to launch an immediate assault on the Cloud outpost, but then another, far more intriguing idea struck him. A plan that would force Kimogakure to focus on its own troubles, leaving them with no strength to continue the standoff in the land of hot water. Truth be told, Orochimaru despised war. It consumed so much of his time that he couldn't pursue his research. His intention was to infiltrate Kimogakure and secretly break the seal on Killer Bee, thus releasing the Eight Tails. If he succeeded, Kimogakure would suffer a devastating blow, and there would be a period of respite from the fighting. Orochimaru could then use that precious downtime to devote himself to his experiments. During these research-starved days, countless wild ideas had sprouted in his mind, yet this damned war left him no way to test them. So, for the sake of that coming lull, Orochimaru resolved to go in person, infiltrate Kimogakure, break the Jinchuriki's seal, and unleash the Eight Tails. No one else knew of this plan, not even Jiraiya or Tsunade. Jiraiya and Tsunade only knew that Orochimaru was leaving for a few days to carry out a secret mission. They had no idea what exactly he was planning to do. Had Jiraiya and Tsunade known the truth, they would never have allowed him to go. This mission was far too dangerous. If Orochimaru were discovered, it would mean the immediate outbreak of war. For such a critical undertaking, the proper procedure was to report first to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other senior leaders of Konoha. Only after their approval could Orochimaru proceed. But by the time this entire process was completed, it would have already been too late. Orochimaru was never one to play by the rules, so he simply acted on his own initiative. Without hesitation, he slipped away from their base and set out directly for the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, for the past few days, Kamiyo had finally been able to read in peace, his mind brimming with fresh ideas. Armed with the foundational scientific materials Jiraiya had provided, he studied diligently, inspiration constantly sparking in his mind. Using the leftover materials from Jiraiya's puppet making, Kamiyo tested out his ideas, verifying each new spark of inspiration with his own hands. Each day was full and rewarding. Time seemed to rush by in a blink. 7 days passed in a flash. The Konoha outpost in the land of hot water remained calm and tranquil. Since the Hidden Cloud had not yet sent a new commander, and Orochimaru had told Jiraiya to maintain the status quo, there had been no fighting these past few days. Life continued as usual. People ate, drank, and slept in peace. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi received word that the representatives from the Hidden Sand were coming, led by the third Kazekage himself, bearing a letter. Hiruzen immediately dispatched a ninja to escort the Sand envoy to the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, this letter is from our Kazekage. He instructed me to deliver it to you personally, the Sand Ninja said. Hiruzen accepted the letter from the Sand Ninja's hands. Thank you for your efforts. Haruto, please see to it that our friend from the Sand Village are well taken care of. Yes, please come this way, Haruto replied. The ninja called Haruto led the 5 Sand Ninjas to their quarters for a well-deserved rest. Hiruzen returned to his office and opened the letter to read its contents. After scanning the message, a smile broke out on Hiruzen's face. It looks like Jiraiya and Minato have succeeded. Still, this batch of supplies must go to the Sand Village. In effect, we're trading these resources for Kamiyo and ensuring that the Hidden Sand won't ally with the Hidden Stone. And sending 5 Sand Ninjas here in person, it's clear they want to take the supplies back immediately. They're not wasting any time. Without delay, Hiruzen wrote a reply, stating that Konoha was willing to compensate the Sand Village with a shipment of supplies, as thanks for standing by their alliance and not betraying Konoha. After finishing the letter, Hiruzen arranged for several ninjas to transport the military supplies destined for the Sand Village. Once the Sand Ninjas received the supplies and the Hokage's letter, they didn't linger in Konoha. They set out at once, hurrying back to the Hidden Sand Village. One family rejoices, while another laments. With Konoha in high spirits, the village of Iwagakure naturally was not. The Iwnin whom Inoki had sent to deliver supplies to Sunagakure had also returned. Upon learning that Sunagakure had accepted the military supplies he provided, yet responded only with a perfunctory, "Thank you for such a generous gift," Inoki immediately understood. Sunagakure had no intention of allying with them, and had essentially swindled them out of their supplies. Fuming with anger, Inoki cursed, "What on earth did Konoha offer him, that he would refuse to join me in attacking Konoha? Clearly, if he teamed up with us of Iwagakure, and with Kimogakure as well, Konoha wouldn't be able to withstand us. We could split the spoils. Even that dirt-poor Sunagakure of his could live a little better. That puppet-brained, short-sighted brat. He's infuriating." Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi, seeing how worked up his father was, tried to soothe him. "Old man, you really need to calm down. Your back hasn't been in great shape lately, and you shouldn't strain it. The doctor said, at your age, once you throw it out, it'll just keep happening. Shut your mouth." Ow! With a sharp crack, Inoki clutched his lower back and let out a howl of pain. Kuratsuchi rushed over and began to massage his father's back, sighing helplessly. "Didn't I warn you? I told you to calm down, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you. This is going to become a regular thing." A few more days passed. Inside Sunagakure, the third Kazekage gazed at the crates of supplies brought from Konoha, his heart filled with satisfaction. With these materials, plus the ones Iwagakure had generously donated, the ninja of the Sand Village could finally gear up with some quality equipment. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. After all, if a ninja is to perform at their best, their weapons and gear can be a liability. They must be in top shape. While the third Kazekage was feeling pleased in a basement beneath Sasori's house, Sasori's puppet, Hiriko, was already near completion, just needing a few finishing touches. The puppet now had a distinct form, exuding an ominous, lethal aura. Muttering under his breath, Sasori said soon, "Very soon, Kankuro. You'll pay for your past mistakes." As for Kamiyo, he hadn't enjoyed many days of peace at headquarters before Kakashi and the others dragged him off for missions. Fortunately, these were mostly reconnaissance assignments, with no real danger involved. Most importantly, Minato and Namikaze had been accompanying them on these missions lately, so running into trouble was nearly impossible. Gradually, Kamiyo got used to this routine and stopped grumbling all the time during missions. With Orochimaru away from the base, Jiraiya simply needed to maintain the status quo, so there was no need to deploy Minato, the battlefield ruffian, to the front lines for now. With more free time on his hands, Minato Namikaze balanced leading his team with personally training Kakashi, Obito, and Jindai. Minato looked at Jindai, standing before him, a touch of helplessness in his eyes, and began to instruct, "Jindai, you can't just stop moving after throwing a punch. Your biggest issue is that once you land a strike, you leave everything hanging. You need to think about how to follow up after your first punch, how to connect it to the next, so your opponent never gets a chance to catch their breath." Minato felt that training Obito was actually easier than guiding Jindai. Jindai might have a natural talent for puppet techniques and his own bloodline abilities, and he could be clever in a fight. But none of that could change the fact that he simply didn't know how to fight. Even Obito, for all his faults, understood that when you brawl, you have to keep the pressure on, trading blows from both sides, never giving your opponent an opening. Yet Jindai just didn't get it. Jindai would throw a punch, then habitually pause and wait for the other person to move before launching his next attack. Wasn't that just handing the other side an opportunity? If his strength vastly exceeded his opponent's, maybe it wouldn't matter. But if they were evenly matched, this bad habit could cost him dearly. Minato continued to point out his faults. And another thing, why do you always instinctively back away? In battle, every step you retreat could hand your enemy the upper hand, letting them seize initiative and putting you at a disadvantage. You have to break these bad habits. And don't keep using "I'm afraid of fighting" as an excuse. Even running away takes skill. You have to catch your opponent's mistake to make your escape. What if there's no chance to run? Then you'll have to create your own opportunity, and that means you have to actually fight. Jindai's face flushed bright red. Minato's words left him no room to argue. Jindai thought, if only Minato knew my true abilities, he definitely wouldn't say such things. But even if Minato didn't know the full extent of Jindai's power, even if he found out later, his assessment wouldn't change. Because these shortcomings were entirely independent of Jindai's raw strength. Feeling somewhat discouraged, Jindai replied, "I understand, Lord Minato. I'll work hard to break those habits." Then Minato turned to Obito, who was snickering at the side, and said sternly, "Obito, wipe that grin off your face. You have no right to laugh at Jindai. I know what you're thinking. You believe that as soon as you awaken the Sharingan, you'll become instantly powerful, right? That's a foolish notion. The Sharingan is only a tool. Even after you've awakened it, if your own abilities aren't up to par, it won't do you much good. It won't make you significantly stronger. Relying too much on the Sharingan will only hold you back. Besides, you haven't even awakened your Sharingan yet, so you need to train even harder. The Sharingan is like the cherry on top. When your own strength increases, the day you unlock your Sharingan, your abilities will combine with it to create truly formidable power." Now Obito's face flushed bright red. He had just been laughing at Jindai's embarrassment, but he hadn't expected his own turn to come so soon. And Jindai's barely suppressed chuckle only made Obito's face turn redder. Next, it was Kakashi and Rin Nohara's turn. But Minato Namikaze had nothing but praise for Kakashi and Rin, which instantly left both Jindai and Obito feeling a bit disgruntled. Seeing their indignant expressions, Minato offered them a sweet deal. "If you meet today's training standards, I'll give you a special session." Jindai responded with enthusiasm right away. "Don't worry, Lord Minato. I'll definitely meet the standard." The last time Minato cooked a special meal for them, Jindai had been astonished to discover just how skilled Minato was in the kitchen. So now, Jindai was eagerly looking forward to Minato's home-cooked meal. Obito quickly declared his own determination. "I'll meet the standard too." It wasn't that Obito cared much for Minato's cooking. He just didn't want to be outdone by Jindai. Seeing Jindai and Obito's motivation fired up, Minato smiled and said, "All right, let's continue training." In the days that followed, Jindai accompanied Minato on missions, worked hard at training, and spent his free time studying. Life couldn't have been more fulfilling. But half a month later, a major event shook the ninja world. Without warning, the 8 Tails of the Hidden Cloud Village broke free from its Jinchuriki and went on a rampage, causing devastating destruction in the village. However, the Third Raikage led a team of elite ninja to seal the rampaging 8 Tails. The battle cost the Hidden Cloud 8 elite ninja, and the Jinchuriki, Blue Bee, died as well. These 8 elite ninja weren't just any jonin. They were as crucial to the Hidden Cloud as Minato was to the Leaf. Losing other ninja was one thing, but the loss of these 8 elite was a heavy blow to the Hidden Cloud village. Naturally, the next person to become Jinchuriki was the Rap Master Killer Bee. The true culprit behind the 8 Tails rampage was none other than Orochimaru, who had slipped into the Hidden Cloud in secret. At the Cloud Ninja outpost in the land of hot water, Blue Bee's loss of control had already resulted in several casualties among the Cloud Ninja, and once he regained his senses, Blue Bee was filled with regret. After becoming a Jinchuriki, Blue Bee noticed that the attitudes of those around him had changed. This left him both physically and mentally exhausted, and he often found himself imagining the terror of death. The tailed beast would seize these moments of weakness to invade the Jinchuriki's will, leading to dangerous loss of control. This was never the 8 Tails' intention. It was simply the effect of the tailed beast chakra on humans, something even the 8 Tails could not change. That is why a Jinchuriki must have a resolute and unwavering spirit. Overwhelmed by guilt, Blue Bee now found himself at his lowest point. Orochimaru, ever the schemer, infiltrated the Hidden Cloud village disguised as a medical ninja assigned to Blue Bee's care. Using a specially crafted Jinjutsu pill, Orochimaru left Blue Bee completely paralyzed and unable to move. Without delay, Orochimaru broke the iron armor seal that contained the 8 Tails, forcing a separation between Blue Bee and his tailed beast. In its unconscious state, the 8 Tails went on a rampage. The Jinjutsu pill was so potent that, no matter how hard the 8 Tails tried, it could not recall the events of that rampage. Orochimaru made a clean escape, leaving no one aware of his involvement in the chaos. Most in the Hidden Cloud village believed that Blue Bee, exhausted in both body and mind, had been overwhelmed by the 8 Tails chakra. They thought this caused the seal to fail, unleashing the 8 Tails and resulting in the disaster. The village suffered devastating destruction from the 8 Tails rampage, and many Cloud shinobi lost their lives in the effort to reseal the beast. With their own village in turmoil, the Cloud shinobi could no longer maintain their standoff against the Leaf Ninja in the land of hot water. They had no choice but to retreat to the border. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already returned to the Leaf's encampment. As soon as Orochimaru arrived, Jiraiya eagerly sought him out, sharing all the news of what had happened in the Hidden Cloud village. Orochimaru, the mastermind behind it all, listened calmly and simply replied, "That's good. The Cloud Ninja will be quiet for a while. I'm planning to return to the Leaf and rest. I'll leave things here in your hands for now." With those words, Orochimaru dusted himself off and left, paying no mind to Jiraiya's stunned expression. At this very moment, in the Hidden Sand Village, Sasori had completed his first human puppet, Hiriko, and was preparing to make his move against the third Kazekage. He penned a letter claiming to have developed a new puppet that perfectly compensated for the weaknesses of Puppet Nin in close combat. This creation excelled in both offense and defense, and Sasori promised that any ninja using his puppets would see their strength rise dramatically. Sasori emphasized that the third Kazekage should meet him alone outside the Hidden Sand Village that night, where he would personally demonstrate the puppet's capabilities. After sending a ninja to deliver the letter, Sasori sealed Hiriko into a scroll. He then sat before the puppets he had crafted in the likeness of his own parents, gazing at them in silence. Chiyo came to visit Sasori and found him once again gazing blankly at the puppets of his parents. The sight made Chiyo's heart ache. At present, Chiyo was secretly working with a group of medical ninja, developing a forbidden reincarnation technique. This jutsu would use all the caster's chakra as a medium, transferring life force to the dead. The caster's chakra would sustain the soul of the deceased, continuing until the caster's own life was extinguished. The true purpose behind Chiyo's secret research was simple. She wanted to bring her grandson's parents back to life. After all, seeing her grandson grieving every day, shutting himself away from the world, was a constant source of pain for Chiyo as well. She hoped to trade her own life to return Sasori's parents to him, so that he would no longer have to endure his loneliness. After watching Sasori in silence for a while, Chiyo chose not to disturb him and slipped quietly away. Once Chiyo had left, Sasori turned his head toward the door, his eyes reflecting a flicker of complicated emotion. But that complexity quickly faded, replaced by a deep and chilling intent to kill. The third Kazekage received Sasori's letter. As he opened it and read, a grin spread so wide it nearly reached the back of his head. The third Kazekage exclaimed, as expected of advisor Chiyo's grandson, hailed as a genius among puppet masters, and the one who has given Sunagakure even better puppets through his research. He truly is the backbone of our village. As time went by, the puppets developed by the second Kazekage had gradually fallen behind the times. After all, their mechanisms have been thoroughly studied by other shinobi, and many countermeasures against puppets now existed. With the old puppets lagging behind, it was inevitable that they would need to be upgraded. Sasori earned his title as a genius not just for his innate talent in puppet making, but also because he had improved Sunagekir's puppets many times over. The third Kazekage had no reason at all to suspect Sasori. He planned to meet him that evening, eager to see the latest puppet Sasori had created. As the third Kazekage went back to his paperwork, a memory surfaced in his mind, something that Kamishiro had once said to him. Uncle Kagetsu, be careful with Sasori. The third Kazekage shook his head. Be careful with Sasori? If even Sasori needed to be watched, then who in the village could be trusted? Kamishiro provided such valuable intelligence to Sunagekir before. I should write him a letter of commendation. He took out a blank sheet of stationery and began to write. Night fell. The third Kazekage stretched, glanced at the moon outside his window, and stood up from his chair. Time to go see Sasori. He made his way out of Sunagekir. Although Sasori's letter hadn't included a specific location, it wasn't hard to spot Sasori from a distance. After all, in the open desert, one's view was unobstructed. A lone figure was easy to spot. The third Kazekage approached Sasori, smiling as he greeted him. Sasori, have you been waiting long? The third Kazekage was merely making small talk with Sasori, but Sasori replied, I don't like waiting for others, nor do I like others waiting for me. The third Kazekage was taken aback. Was that really necessary? He was just being polite, but Sasori's bluntness left him at a loss for words. Luckily, no one else was around to witness his awkwardness. After a dry cough to regain his composure, the third Kazekage changed the subject. By the way, Sasori, in your letter you mentioned you've developed a new puppet that overcomes the weakness of puppet ninjas in close combat. One that's strong in both offense and defense. Let me see it. Sasori produced a scroll, unrolled it, and summoned Hiriko with a flourish. The moment he laid eyes on Hiriko, the third Kazekage's face lit up. Sasori, your new puppet is incredibly lifelike. It almost looks human. It was only the second time he had seen such a vivid puppet. The first had been Kamenagi of the Shinrai clan. But compared to that, Sasori's puppet seemed even more convincingly human. In fact, Hiriko was so realistic that the third Kazekage unconsciously mistook it for a real person, which left him feeling vaguely unsettled. Sasori ignored the compliment. After all, how could such a puppet not be lifelike, considering it was made from a real human body? Demonstrating as he spoke, Sasori explained, first, to address the puppet ninja's weakness in close quarters, this puppet is hollow inside. That means the puppeteer can hide within and operate it directly. He opened up Hiriko and slipped inside. The third Kazekage's eyes gleamed with interest. This was truly a clever idea. And with a puppet so lifelike, no enemy would suspect it was a puppet, let alone imagine there was someone hidden inside. Sasori continued his explanation. The mouth and the head can fire poison needles. He manipulated Hiriko to open its mouth, and instead of aiming at the third Kazekage, unleashed a barrage of poison needles to one side. The left hand is a double mechanism, and the back is heavily armored. Kunai and Shuriken can barely scratch it. As Sasori demonstrated each function, the third Kazekage found himself drawn in, fascinated. Sasori's new puppet was far more impressive than he had imagined. Truly a masterpiece. Already, the third Kazekage began to fantasize. If every puppet ninja in his village could be equipped with such puppets, their power would increase dramatically. From inside Hiriko, Sasori caught the look on the Kazekage's face and allowed himself a faint, mocking smile. Lastly, a tail made of iron, scorpion-like, can extend from the hole in the back. It's coated with deadly poison. Just the slightest scratch is enough to kill. Like this. Without warning, a tail shot out from the opening in Hiriko's back, plunging straight into the unsuspecting third Kazekage's body. The crimson tail of Sasori's Hiriko puppet thrust into the third Kazekage's body. The third Kazekage coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Sasori. Why? Why, you ask? If you really want to know, then I'll let you die with a clear understanding. With that, Sasori unfurled a scroll and summoned two puppets, the father and mother. Now, do you see why I had to do this? At the sight of these two puppets, the third Kazekage looked utterly bewildered. He was well aware that these puppets had been modeled after Sasori's own parents. But what did that have to do with Sasori's desire to kill him? Sasori, noticing the confusion etched on the Kazekage's face, grew visibly irritated. Though his voice remained cool, the anger simmering beneath, it was unmistakable. You still don't understand? Back during the Second Great Ninja War, if it hadn't been for your negligence, Would Konoha have been able to invade the Land of Wind? If not for your carelessness, my parents wouldn't have died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. And now, I'm here to make you pay for your mistakes, to pay with your life. The incredulity in the third Kazekage's gaze only deepened. Is this guy insane? Instead of blaming the Konoha ninja, he's pinning everything on me? Back then, he'd been commanding forces outside the Land of Wind's borders. How could he have known Konoha would send troops straight in the country? What was he supposed to negotiate with their enemies in the midst of battle, saying, "Hey, Konoha ninjas, you can't kill Sasori's parents, all right?" That's absurd. Losses are inevitable in war. He himself had fought prepared to sacrifice everything. No one wants to see their comrades fall, and it wasn't as if he'd intentionally sent Sasori's parents to die. The third Kazekage glared at Sasori, his voice sharp with fury. Your parents died with honor for the village. And you, their child, dare to tarnish that honor? Sasori, if you can't forgive, today I'll ugh. Mid-sentence, the Kazekage suddenly lost control and spat out a great gush of blood. The blood was noticeably darkened. Black lines began to spread across his entire body. Those lines were his veins, turning black from the poison. Sasori's tone was icy, tinged with disdain. Honor? What use is something so fleeting, so easily forgotten? As I said, my tale is laced with deadly poison. The more you force your chakra, the faster the venom spreads. Scorpion stepped out from within Hiriko, coming to stand in front of the puppet. He reached out, gently stroking Hiriko's head, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Are you satisfied with my Hiriko? The flesh of humans will one day decay, rot away into nothing but bones, and even those bones will eventually crumble to dust beneath the wind. But this Hiriko, this is everlasting, incorruptible, never to disappear, the ultimate work of art. This is eternal art. The third Kazekage's body trembled. Scorpion spoke first of how human flesh is destined to decay, and then declared that Hiriko would never rot. Coupled with Hiriko's lifelike appearance, the realization struck hard. The third Kazekage was shaken to his core. Is this a puppet you made from a human? Scorpion's eerie laughter twisted into something even more sinister. That's right. This is the eternal art I have created. Human puppets. Puppet master, I'll be taking your body. I'll make good use of it, turning you into a human puppet as well. A chill spread through the third Kazekage's limbs, not only from the poison, but from Scorpion's madness. He never imagined that the grandson of Chiyo, so respected within the hidden sand village, could be this deranged. As the third Kazekage prepared to fight to the bitter end, Scorpion struck first, manipulating Hiriko to lash out with its tail, binding the Kazekage tight. The tail constricted, sending waves of pain through the third Kazekage. And the poison Scorpion used, his own special concoction, acted swiftly and viciously. The fact that the third Kazekage had endured this long surprised even Scorpion, a testament to the Kazekage's resistance. But in the end, it would make no difference. As Hiriko's tail tightened, its sharp tip pierced the Kazekage's skin, pumping even more venom into his veins. Scorpion wanted him to die in agony. Now, the third Kazekage felt all his strength draining away, his life flashing before his eyes in a blur of memories. After becoming a ninja, he had fought for the hidden sand village. Ever since he had assumed the mantle of Kazekage, he had dedicated himself to his duty, never daring to relax, hoping to lead his village to greatness. And yet, how bitterly ironic, to die not at the hands of an enemy, but betrayed and killed by one of his own. Once more, the third Kazekage recalled the warning Shindai had given him. If only he had listened back then. Would things have turned out differently? But there are no what-ifs. This was reality. The reality was that he was dying. As the memories faded, the third Kazekage closed his eyes, his body going limp, life leaving him completely. Scorpion regarded the corpse with a blank expression, then packed it away inside Hiriko. As he did so, a folded piece of paper slipped to the ground. Scorpion stepped forward and picked up the paper from ground. As he read the contents, his eyes narrowed slightly. Kamiyo, is that kid the one? In the entire sand village, Scorpion was previously the only one who could craft truly unique puppets. It was the third Kazekage who discovered Kamiyo's talent for making puppets. Kamiyo, however, was lazy and half-hearted, so he made 2 puppets just to appease the third Kazekage. In front of Chiyo, the third Kazekage praised Kamiyo's puppets, so Chiyo brought one to Scorpion for him to examine. After seeing it, Scorpion thought there was something to it. Most puppets are hollow inside to allow for all sorts of mechanisms, but that means they can't perform truly delicate movements. But Kamiyo's puppet wasn't hollow. Instead, he built a skeleton within the body. With this internal skeleton, the puppet could be manipulated with much greater precision. Still, that was about the only aspect that caught Scorpion's interest. In every other way, Kamiyo's work didn't measure up to his own. Now, Scorpion's human puppets could also perform with incredible finesse, thanks to their existing bone structure. When it comes to puppet making, if he's not the best, no one else would dare claim the title. Huh. So the kid went undercover in Konoha, did he? Scorpion searched the third Kazekage's corpse and easily found Kamiyo's letter. He then took out a blank scroll and began to copy Kamiyo's handwriting, imitating his style perfectly. Once finished, Scorpion casually tossed the scroll onto the blood-stained sand. He cast one last glance back at the sand village, turned away, and, controlling his puppet Hiriko, vanished into the desert. After finishing his training and returning to his quarters, Kamiyo sneezed several times in a row. He touched his forehead. The temperature felt normal, so it wasn't cold. Kamiyo rubbed his nose and muttered, "Which jerk is thinking about me? If I don't know who it is, I'll just blame Obito. It's always Obito's fault anyway." The next day, in the sand village, several ninja found Chiyo and Ebizo, who were enjoying their tea. Advisor Chiyo, Advisor Ebizo, the third Kazekage has suddenly disappeared. Do you know where he might have gone? Chiyo looked puzzled. No idea. Have you searched elsewhere? We have. We've looked all over the sand village, even in some of the hidden places within the village, but there's no sign of the third Kazekage. Chiyo guessed. Could it be that the third Kazekage left the village for something? Ebizo frowned slightly. That doesn't seem right, sister. If the third Kazekage were leaving the village, there's no way he'd just go without saying a word. Chiyo's expression grew grave as well. To be honest, I've been feeling inexplicably anxious since last night. But the third Kazekage was still in the village yesterday, and his strength is formidable. Even if he were attacked, it's impossible that there wouldn't be any sign at all. Elder Ebizo gave orders to the ninja. No matter what, we must find the third Kazekage first. It's possible he's still somewhere in the village. Perhaps in a place we've missed. Send another team to search the outskirts as well. If you discover anything, report to us immediately. Yes, sir. The sand ninjas began searching for the third Kazekage, both inside and outside Sunagakure. Ebizo noticed Chiyo's hand trembling as she held her teacup. Sister. Chiyo set her teacup down, her tone serious. Ebizo, I have a very bad feeling right now. You stay here. I'm going to check on Sasori. Before Ebizo could respond, Chiyo had already hurried out. Chiyo arrived at Sasori's house, calling out for him. Her brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and she murmured, "Why isn't Sasori here either?" Just as she was about to leave, she noticed something odd on the floor beneath a shelf. The ground around the shelf bore obvious drag marks, signs of frequent movement. Following the traces on the floor, Chiyo moved the shelf aside and discovered a hidden underground passage. Seeing the passage, her heart began to race faster and faster. With a sense of foreboding, Chiyo stepped into the underground corridor, quickly entering a secret room. The moment she entered, a pungent, foul odor hit her. The secret room itself was spotless, completely at odds with the smell. Because there was no ventilation, the stench had nowhere to escape. Chiyo's face darkened. She recognized this smell all too well. It was the scent of decaying blood. Something had definitely happened in this room. Something terrible. With a heavy heart, Chiyo left the basement. Sister. No sooner had she stepped out than she heard Ebizo calling her name. Instinctively, she slid the shelf back into place, hiding the entrance to the basement from his view. Chiyo asked, "Ebizo, what is it?" Ebizo handed her a scroll. "We found this in the sand just outside the village. It was buried there, most likely last night. After a night of wind, the sand had covered it up, but you can still faintly see traces of blood on the surrounding sand." Chiyo unfurled the scroll. Inside, it contained only a single sentence. "Uncle Kaido, I have crucial information about Konoha that I must report to you in person. Please, Uncle Kaido, come meet me outside Sunagakure as soon as possible." When she saw those words, Chiyo let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Once she regained her composure, Chiyo frowned and asked, "Uncle Kaido? Konoha intelligence? So, does that mean this scroll came from the undercover agent the third sent to Konoha?" Ebizo's next words made Chiyo's heart clench with worry. "No, this scroll is very likely a forgery." Chiyo immediately pressed further. "Why do you think it's a forgery?" Pointing to the writing on the scroll, Ebizo explained, "Look at the ink here and the smudges around it. Because the scroll was rolled up, some of the characters are still a bit damp. There's no way this writing is more than 10 hours old. When I opened the scroll, I could clearly see the ink had stuck some of the pages together. That only happens the first time a freshly written scroll is unrolled. So after this scroll was written, it was never opened until now. If the third Kazekage never opened it, How could he have known its contents or have left the village to meet someone? So, I believe someone wrote this scroll after the fact, then discarded it in the desert to frame our undercover agent. Whoever did this, and with the third Kazekage missing, sister, we need to prepare ourselves for the worst. Chiyo's thoughts went to Sasori, but no matter how she tried, she simply couldn't believe her own grandson could do such a thing. Trusting her instincts, Chiyo took a deep breath and spoke to Ebizo. Ebizo, aside from the third, Sasori has gone missing as well. Still, Chiyo didn't mention what she had found in the basement. Belief aside, deep down, she felt uneasy. Sasori is missing too? First, the third Kazekage can't be found, and now Sasori has vanished as well. No matter how one looks at it, the two incidents seem connected. Growing anxious, Chiyo insisted. Ebizo, Sasori would never betray the village. Trying to calm her, Ebizo replied, "Don't worry, sister. No one's saying Sasori is at fault. Let's send people to look for both of them, and take it from there." Chiyo spoke in a low, steady voice. "Ebizo, let's find the third Kazekage first. We'll deal with Sasori's situation later." A forged scroll discovered in the desert, a message asking the third Kazekage to meet someone, and traces of blood on the sand. However you look at it, things don't bode well for the third Kazekage. The only person who could lure the third Kazekage out of Sunagakure would be someone he knew personally. And if they search for both the third Kazekage and Sasori together, it would be all too easy for people to link the third's disappearance with Sasori. Seeing Chiyo's distress, Ebizo let out a sigh. "Let's set Sasori's matter aside for now. Our priority is to send out a search party for the third Kazekage." Chiyo and Ebizo quickly gathered a large number of ninja, and from the very heart of Sunagakure, they fanned out to search for the third Kazekage. The search went on for 10 days straight. However, there was no way the Sand Ninja could find the third Kazekage, so in the end, they returned empty-handed. The third Kazekage had been missing for 10 whole days, leaving the Sand Ninja deeply unsettled. The leader of the village was nowhere to be found, and with the current tension in the ninja world, even just 10 days was enough to make the atmosphere in Sunagakure unbearably taut. In a small grove not far from the Konoha outpost in the land of hot water. "Whoa, oh my gosh, I did it. I hit Jindai." Obito was so excited that he ran 2.5 laps around the clearing. Just now, Jindai and Obito had been sparring, and Obito had actually managed to land a hit on Jindai. The two of them had sparred many times before, but Obito was usually the one getting soundly beaten by Jindai every time. At first, in front of Minato Namikaze, Jindai had tried to put on a bit of a show, but he hadn't expected Obito, who knew full well how strong he was, to push his luck, suddenly catching him off guard and managing to hit him squarely. It took Jindai quite a while to recover from that surprise. The first thing he did after recovering was to give Obito a thorough thrashing, not even caring if Minato Namikaze would notice. If Minato did ask, he'd just say that under Minato-sensei's guidance these past few days, his skills had improved by leaps and bounds, so beating Obito was a piece of cake. From then on, Jindai's sparring matches with Obito became one-sided beatdowns. Minato, unable to bear the sight, even tried to persuade Obito to pick another training partner, like Rin Noera, for example. But stubborn Obito was fixated on Jindai, insisting on sparring with him and repeatedly getting beaten up for his trouble. Yet Minato noticed that Obito was actually improving rapidly through these beatings, so he decided not to intervene anymore. If getting thrashed could make Obito stronger, then perhaps a few more beatings wouldn't hurt. This time, when Obito managed to punch Jindai, not only Kakashi and Rin were astonished. Even Minato himself was taken aback. For a brief moment, Minato's brow furrowed in surprise. Obito had improved, but not so much that he should be able to land a hit that easily. After all, to give credit where it's due, Jindai was a master at escaping. His dodging skills were exceptional, so it didn't make sense for him to get hit by Obito. And lately, Jindai had been acting a little strange. Take now, for instance. After getting punched by Obito, Jindai didn't retaliate. He just let Obito run around the grove, cheering and taunting him. Something was clearly off. Minato clapped his hands. "All right, let's take a short break." He walked over to where Jindai was sitting at the base of a tree and asked, "Jindai, what's wrong? You seem pretty distracted these past few days." Jindai bowed his head slightly, his voice listless. "I don't know why, but I've had a really bad feeling since a few days ago. It's hard to describe. If I had to compare it, it's like that time I got framed by Lord Jiraiya." Minato Namikaze exclaimed in surprise. "That feeling of being set up by Master Jiraiya? Are you talking about that puppet you made for him, the one Lady Tsunade found out about, and then she gave both of you a good beating?" Shindai's face darkened. "Lord Minato, there's no need to go into that much detail. As long as you know what happened, that's enough." Minato pondered for a moment before saying, Maybe the training's been too intense these past few days. How about this? You can have a day off. Shindai, go back to your quarters and get some proper rest. Maybe all you need is a good night's sleep. Shindai nodded silently and, looking rather defeated, trudged back to his tent alone at the camp. Lying on his bed, Shindai's brow was furrowed tight with worry. He couldn't shake the feeling that some huge disaster was about to fall squarely on his head. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. During this time, the strange goings-on in Sunagakure had finally caught the attention of both Konoha and Iwagakure. Both villages sent their own ninja into the Land of Wind to investigate. However, every time the investigating ninja were spotted by Sand Shinobi, they were met with fierce and relentless attacks. What little information they managed to gather all pointed to the same thing. Sunagakure was in total chaos. This made Hiruzen Sarutobi and Inoki extremely wary. They both suspected that something major must have happened inside Sunagakure to cause such upheaval. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of Sunagakure were in a complete panic. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had left the village leaderless. Although Chiyo and Ebizo had issued strict orders forbidding anyone from revealing the news, it was clear to all that such a secret wouldn't last long. The ninja sent to search for the third Kazekage would inevitably know the truth. Even with the strictest orders in place, there was always someone who would let the secret slip. It was only a matter of time before the entire village found out. Already, some of the villagers had learned of the Kazekage's disappearance, and the news was spreading rapidly. Once everyone in Sunagakure knew, it wouldn't be long before the other shinobi villages found out as well. Inside the Kazekage's office conference room, Chiyo, Ebizo, and the other senior officials of Sunagakure were in the midst of a meeting. Our ninja have already spotted Konoha and Iwagakure shinobi inside the Land of Wind. The third's disappearance won't stay hidden for long. Most of the villagers already know that the third is missing, and everyone is anxious. If this oppressive atmosphere isn't resolved soon, something terrible could happen. But at this point, only the third's return can truly settle things. The leaders of Sunagakure all spoke one after another, each voicing their deep concerns for the future of their village. Ebizo reached out and tapped the table, signaling everyone to quiet down. Once the meeting room had fallen silent, Ebizo began to speak. We have dispatched nearly every ninja in the village, pouring all our resources into searching for the third Kazekage, yet we have found nothing. At this point, we can no longer pin our hopes on finding him. If we continue like this, not only is it uncertain whether we will ever succeed, but the toll on our people and supplies is more than we can bear. So our top priority now is not to search for the third Kazekage, but to address the problems within our village. I propose that we first select someone to succeed to the position of Kazekage so that we can unite this scattered village and move forward together. A counselor, his expression grave, spoke up. The disappearance of the third Kazekage has left the village in a state of unrest. Many villagers deeply respect him and see him as a role model. Once a new Kazekage takes office, the people will surely expect the successor to continue the search. If the new Kazekage refuses, the villagers will be dissatisfied and may not follow the new leader's commands. But if the new Kazekage agrees, we'll be right back where we started, draining huge amounts of manpower and resources searching for the third Kazekage. Ever since the third Kazekage took office, he had devoted himself tirelessly to governing Sunagakure. This was evident to all. As a result, his prestige within the village was immense. Ebizo let out a sigh. Then his gaze sharpened. That's exactly why we need a new Kazekage more than ever. We have to shift everyone's focus outward. Only by doing so can we resolve the crisis facing our village. Upon hearing Ebizo's words, Chiyo's brow tightened instantly. Ebizo, when you say shift our focus outward, do you mean? Ebizo's expression grew even more serious, and he pronounced each word deliberately. I mean war. Within the Kazekage's office, Ebizo had just proposed using war to solve Sunagakure's problems. The moment he spoke, the entire meeting room fell utterly silent. Everyone stared at Ebizo in shock, Chiyo included. After a brief pause, Chiyo asked in a somber tone, right now, the entire ninja world is just one spark away from all-out war. If we take the initiative and start conflict, we become that spark. Can we really handle that? The other high-ranking officials shared Chiyo's concerns. Everyone knew the state Sunagakure was in. There wasn't enough money, and the number and quality of their ninjas simply couldn't compare to the other 4 great villages. Whoever started this war would be the first to shoulder the greatest burden. Everyone worried whether Sunagakure could withstand that pressure. Ebizo analyzed the situation for everyone. If we don't start a war, searching for the missing third Kazekage will waste a tremendous amount of manpower and resources. If this drags on, our village's situation will only deteriorate further. and even if a new Kazekage is appointed, it will be difficult to turn things around. Rather than letting things continue this way, why not take a gamble? We can use the disappearance of the third Kazekage as a pretext to launch a war. This would unite everyone, binding us together as one, instead of remaining scattered and disorganized as we are now, with a common enemy. All our people would stand together. The newly appointed Kazekage would also be spared from the villagers' discontent. With a shared goal, the villagers would have no reason not to follow the new Kazekage's orders. As for the pressure of launching a war, we can shift it onto other ninja villages when the time comes. That way, we can alleviate the burden on ourselves and resolve the situation. Chiyo considered for a moment, then said, shifting the pressure onto other villages. You mean Konoha and Iwagakure? Ebizo nodded. Exactly, Konoha and Iwagakure. While we don't know their exact circumstances, the fact remains that Konoha took the magnet release bloodline ninja, who was originally supposed to go to Iwagakure. We might be able to use this to spark a conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, forcing them into war against each other. Our village is at a critical juncture now. Conventional methods can't solve our problems anymore. Drastic measures are needed. So, do you all agree with my proposal? Chiyo was the first to express her agreement. The other advisors thought over Ebizo's proposal, and, realizing there seemed to be no other way, also nodded in assent. One of the advisors asked, then, who should be chosen as the fourth Kazekage? Ebizo replied, as things stand, there's only one candidate for the fourth Kazekage, the third's clansman and trusted confidant, Raza. Chiyo agreed, saying, indeed, only Raza is up to the task of being Kazekage. Compared to him, the others fall a bit short. A show of hands sealed the decision. Raza was confirmed as the next Kazekage. Ebizo sent a ninja to summon Raza. Soon, Raza arrived at the council room. Seeing all the leaders of Sunagakure gathered, he immediately understood what was happening. After all, so many days had passed without finding the third Kazekage, and the village's situation had been growing worse. It was clear that a new Kazekage was urgently needed to lead the village forward. If Raza was being honest, there really wasn't anyone else in Sunagakure who could fill this role besides him. After all, the third Kazekage had been grooming him for this very position. Whenever time allowed, the third Kazekage would discuss the affairs of various villages with Raza, helping him gain a clear understanding of the shinobi world's power dynamics. Ebizo then shared with Raza everything that had just been discussed. After hearing this, Raza's expression grew extremely serious. Although his guess had been correct, that he was being summoned here to become the Kazekage, he hadn't expected that taking on the mantle would mean walking straight into a nightmare from the very start. But on reflection, the situation truly was just as Elder Chiyo had described. After all, he hadn't inherited the position in the usual order of succession. He only became Kazekage after the third Kazekage disappeared, so it was inevitable that some people would refuse to accept his authority and would be hoping to find a third. To resolve this, Elder Chiyo's suggestion was certainly the most practical. Launch a war and redirect everyone's attention outward, so no one would focus on the missing third Kazekage anymore. That way, there would be no more trouble with people refusing to obey his commands. Raza agreed, saying, now that the third has disappeared, the village is in critical danger. I have no reason to shirk my duty. Once I take up the mantle of Kazekage, I will follow the advisor's counsel and prepare for war. Elder Chiyo nodded. In that case, let's announce your appointment as Kazekage right after this meeting. Now, we should discuss what pretext we'll use to start the war. Everyone discussed the matter for a while and came up with a few options, but failed to settle on a single plan. At this point, Raza proposed, since we want to provoke a conflict between Iwagakure and Konoha, forcing them into war, let's start with Iwagakure. Last time, Iwagakure sent us a shipment of military supplies, hoping to form an alliance with us to attack Konoha. The third Kazekage accepted the supplies, but didn't ally with them, and Inoki has been sending messages demanding the supplies back. We can use that as our reason, forge some evidence, and declare that Iwagakure is the primary suspect in the third's disappearance, and go to war with them directly. Once war breaks out, we'll spread rumors that Konoha has snatched away a magnet-release bloodline ninja who rightfully belonged to Iwagakure. Because of this, Inoki of Iwagakure wants to join forces with Sunagakure against Konoha, and Konoha, holding a grudge, retaliated against Iwagakure by attacking the third Kazekage and framing Iwagakure for it. As long as the rumors spread smoothly, we can tell Inoki it was all a misunderstanding, that we were fooled by Konoha, and since the war is already underway, he'll realize there's no point in fighting us to the bitter end. Instead, he might as well join us in attacking Konoha. Once we're attacking Konoha alongside Iwagakure, we Sand Ninja can gradually pull back and let them keep fighting. We can then watch from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to seize resources. After some discussion among Elder Chiyo and the others, Raza's proposal was approved. After all, those with nothing to lose are never afraid of those who have something to protect. There's no point in Inoki fighting them to the bitter end. With his opportunistic nature, Inoki would never lift a finger unless there was something to gain, but if there is benefit, he'll jump right in. And attacking Konoha, of course, promises plenty of gain. So in broad strokes, Raza's plan was sound. As long as there was a suitable justification to launch the war and the overall direction was kept in check, the minor details could always be adjusted and corrected as things progressed. After the meeting, Chiyo, Ebizo, and the other high-ranking officials gathered the villagers of Sunagakure together to officially announce the disappearance of the third Kazekage. At the same time, they declared that Raza would assume the role of fourth Kazekage and promised a thorough investigation into the third Kazekage's disappearance. With Chiyo and Ebizo, the village's most senior and respected figures, second only to the third Kazekage. Making the announcement, Raza's ascension to Kazekage was settled, albeit somewhat hastily. And as they had predicted, the moment the third Kazekage's disappearance was made public, voices rose up, demanding that the newly appointed Kazekage, Raza, take charge in searching for the missing leader. Naturally, Raza readily agreed, assuring everyone that he would uncover the truth behind the third Kazekage's disappearance. The next step was to fabricate evidence pointing to a Wagakure's involvement, and then, according to the plan, officially declare war on them. After returning to the Kazekage mansion, Raza sat down in the seat reserved for the Kazekage alone. The moment he settled into that chair, Raza felt a profound change within himself. It was as if everything was now within his grasp. But Raza knew this was merely an illusion. Thrust into the position unexpectedly, he now faced a mountain of troubles waiting to be resolved. After sorting through everything in his mind, Raza turned to Chiyo and Ebizo, who sat before him, and asked, "Advisors, do you know who the third sent as an undercover agent to Konoha?" Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged glances. Then, with a hint of embarrassment, they replied, "We honestly don't. To ensure the agent's safety, we felt it best for only the third Kazekage to know their identity." No one else was told. Shindai was quite the talent. Though he had lived in Sunagakure for many years, he only knew two people, Yakura and the third Kazekage, Karusa. As for everyone else, neither did Shindai know them, nor did they know him. Back then, the third Kazekage had once shown Chiyo a puppet crafted by Shindai and praised it to the skies, but he never mentioned Shindai's name. To the third Kazekage, Shindai's only redeeming quality was his skill with puppets. He was lacking in every other regard, so much so that the Kazekage felt embarrassed to mention his name. Chiyo then asked, "By the way, fourth Kazekage, that undercover agent possesses the magnet release Kekkei Genkai, just like you and the third Kazekage. He's from your clan. Do you have any clues?" After thinking for a moment, Raza replied, "There aren't many people from our clan. If there were any clues, I should be able to recall them right away. Wait, I do remember that many years ago, 2 of our clansmen died during a mission. Supposedly, they left behind a child, but I've never heard anything about this child, nor have I ever seen them, so I can't say for sure if it's true or not. As for the rest of our clan, those who are alive are accounted for, and the deaths are all recorded. It doesn't seem like anyone has disappeared without a trace." Ebizo sighed and said, "Our undercover agent has now lost their only contact and is completely isolated. If they can't get in touch with the third Kazekage for a long time, they might start to believe they've been abandoned. Under such immense psychological pressure, it's possible they could defect to Konoha of their own accord. This sort of thing has happened before. Originally, we wanted to use this agent to gather information on Konoha, sit back and watch as the tigers fight, then wait for the right moment to invade Konoha and seize the resources we desire. But now, that's become much more difficult. If we'd known, we would have had the third Kazekage tell us the identity of the agent beforehand." Chiyo put forward a suggestion. "Perhaps we could focus our attention on any Konoha shinobi using magnet release techniques. That way, we could identify our agent, right?" "Then we could." Before Chiyo could finish her thought, Ebizo shook his head and cut her off. "That won't work, sister. Konoha went so far as to provide us with a batch of military supplies just for this person. They'll surely keep him hidden away like a precious treasure, making it impossible for us to find or contact him easily. Hiruzen Sarutobi is a wily old fox. The magnet release bloodline inheritance ninja we originally intended for a Wagakure were snatched away by Konoha's shinobi. At first, we didn't blame Konoha, but a Wagakure did, and now Sarutobi may have already realized something's amiss. Moreover, we know nothing about this agent's current situation, so we can't trust him. In other words, This agent is now of no further use to Sunagakure. After listening to Ebizo's analysis, Chiyo let out a sigh as well. It was true. They knew nothing about this agent who had gone to Konoha. Trust was impossible. And what if the agent had already been turned by Konoha? Raza narrowed his eyes and spoke to Chiyo and Ebizo. Advisors, since we can't trust that agent and he's no longer of any use to Sunagakure, then we should make the most of the situation. Chiyo and Ebizo frowned in unison and asked, how do we make the most of it? A sly, almost sinister smile appeared on Raza's face. When we go to war with the Wagakure, aren't we planning to spread rumors and direct the flames of war toward Konoha? If we're going to spread rumors, the more believable they are, the more people will be convinced. We found a scroll out in the sands beyond the hidden sand village, didn't we? Even though it turned out to be a forgery, we can still treat it as if it were real. When the time comes, the rumor will spread like this. The Leaf Village stole from us. The Sand Village. The ninja with the magnet release bloodline limit, who was originally supposed to be handed over to the Hidden Stone. That ninja was turned by the Leaf, and by using his identity as a member of the 3rd Kazekage's clan, lured the 3rd Kazekage out of the village. Then, the Leaf's ninja ambushed and killed the 3rd Kazekage, finally making it look like the work of the Hidden Stone. Chiyo and Ebizo's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Isn't this a bit much? After all, that person became a spy in the Leaf for the sake of our village. For Raza to sell him out like this, it's just too heartless. Raza replied sternly, advisors, now is not the time for sentimentality. Yes, it is rather callous, but it's all for the sake of the village. Once it's known that it was one of our own who betrayed the 3rd Kazekage, the whole village will be swept up by hatred and anger, and that surge in morale could give us a significant edge in this war. High morale can make a world of difference in battle. Besides, if that undercover ninja really has been turned, then he's no longer a shinobi of the sand. He's a traitor. There's no reason for us to feel sorry for a traitor. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged uneasy looks. But all of this is still just speculation, isn't it? There's no proof yet that the spy has switched sides. The 3rd Kazekage was known for his forceful personality, but this newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza, seems even more ruthless, ambitious, and decisive. After all, Raza has only just taken office, so Chiyo and Ebizo didn't want to challenge his authority. And besides, for the Sand Village, that mysterious spy is now useless. Since that's the case, it's time to let him go. It's all for the good of the Hidden Sand Village. Chiyo and Ebizo nodded in agreement. Very well, we'll do as the 4th Kazekage says. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Raza's mouth. From today on, he would lead the entire Hidden Sand Village, and he would stop at nothing to make it strong. He, Raza, would become the greatest Kazekage in history. Damn, who the hell is out to get me now? Kamishiro muttered, pressing hard on his right eyelid, which was twitching like crazy. There's an old saying, left eyelid twitches, money's coming. Right eyelid twitches, trouble's coming. At this rate, what kind of disaster is about to hit him? Obito stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at Kamishiro with a provocative grin. Hey Kamishiro, what are you doing rubbing your eye? I didn't even hit you in the face. Kamishiro shot him a sour look. Obito, I'm in a really bad mood right now. A seriously bad mood. Don't mess with me, or I'll beat you till you look like a pig. Just as Obito was about to shoot back with his own tough words, Jiraiya suddenly appeared, looking flustered as he called out to Minato Namikaze. Minato, something big has happened. Minato Namikaze was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly asked, what's happened? Jiraiya's gaze instinctively flickered to Kamaya for a split second. Then he turned to Minato and said, come with me first. Minato nodded and spoke to Kamaya and the others. You all continue your training on your own for now. Minato followed Jiraiya to the operations command room. Minato inquired, Jiraiya-sensei, what was that urgent matter you mentioned? Is it something to do with Sunagakure? Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he replied, that's right. The 3rd Kazekage has gone missing, and Sunagakure has declared war on Iwagakure. Minato stared at Jiraiya in astonishment. The 3rd Kazekage is missing, and they're declaring war on Iwagakure? What on earth is going on? Jiraiya explained, I just received a message from Konoha as well. The 3rd Kazekage from Sunagakure has been missing for nearly a month now. A few days ago, Sunagakure officially announced the disappearance and appointed Raza as the new 4th Kazekage. They've also launched a full investigation into the disappearance. The results are in. They discovered an iwnin forehead protector and traces of blood on a patch of sand outside Sunagakure. Sunagakure believes that the 3rd Kazekage seized a shipment of supplies from Iwagakure, and in retaliation, Iwagakure attacked the Kazekage. That shipment, by the way, was a set of supplies Iwagakure provided as a gesture toward allying with Sunagakure for an assault on Konoha. Minato's brow furrowed tightly as he pressed on. So that means Sunagakure has already gone to war with Iwagakure? Jiraiya replied, Not yet, but it's only a matter of days. Sunagakure has already mobilized their ninja forces. It really looks like they're preparing for war, not just making threats. Right now, the old man has already sent Orochimaru and a squad of ninja to Bird Country, which borders the land of wind and the land of earth, to monitor the situation. If Sunagakure and Iwagakure start a full-scale conflict, the Third Great Ninja War will have officially begun. As for Kumogakure, they're still smoldering with resentment over the Eight Tails going on a rampage. Their relations with Iwagakure aren't good either, so it's very possible they'll seize the chance to get involved. Maybe even launch a surprise attack on Iwagakure. Minato stroked his chin, deep in thought, and said, So if Sunagakure and Iwagakure go to war, and Kumogakure tries a sneak attack on Iwagakure, that would mean Konoha is on the fringes of this conflict? Jiraiya shrugged. For us in Konoha, that's actually a stroke of luck. Everyone knows the Third Great Ninja War is inevitable. It's just that no one wants to be the one to start it. Even Kumogakure doesn't dare to be the first, which is why they've been locked in that standoff with us in the land of hot water for so long. Now that war has fully broken out, we actually feel a sense of relief. At least this way, we're no longer the ones being strung along, forced into a passive role. Minato Namikaze released his hand from his chin, the lines of worry on his forehead finally smoothing out. For Konoha, this truly is good news. But for certain individuals, like Kamiyo, this turn of events is far from favorable. Pressing his lips together, Minato said, It seems Kamiyo has only ever been in contact with the third Kazekage from the very beginning, and never with anyone else. So, it's very likely that he's only able to reach the third Kazekage. Now that the Kazekage has disappeared, Kamiyo might have completely lost all contact with Sunagakure. Now, it was Jiraiya's turn to stroke his chin thoughtfully. So, by that logic, we might be able to win that kid over, right? Truth be told, I rather like his style. Minato shook his head. Let's not rush into this. Instead of us telling him, it would be better to let him learn about the third Kazekage's disappearance on his own and let him come to terms with it himself. That way, if we do want to recruit Kamiyo, everything will feel much more natural. If we try to turn him immediately and let him know we've been aware of his undercover identity all along, I worry he might not be able to handle it. Jiraiya considered this, then nodded. All right, that makes sense. For now, we'll stay stationed here. After all, the main players at the moment are Sunagakure and Iwagakure, and we still need to keep an eye on Kumogakure as well. After his conversation with Jiraiya, Minato returned to the small grove where Kamiyo and the others were training. Kamiyo was pinning Obito to the ground, pummeling him so hard that Obito's signature goggles had flown off. Do you give up? Never. That's so unfair. You wait until Sensei's gone and then use sand iron to bind me? You're breaking all the rules. Obito, still pinned under Kamiyo and entangled in threads of iron sand, now had both cheeks puffed up from the beating. Kamiyo rolled his eyes at Obito. Unfair? How is it unfair? This is my ninjutsu. You can blast me with your great fireball all you want, but I can't use my sand iron on you. Obito, his words a little muffled, grumbled, I don't mind your ninjutsu, but can't you fight a little more above board? Stop ambushing me all the time. Kamiyo tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ambush. We're ninja, remember? The very meaning of ninja is a subterfuge and secrecy. If you like fair duels so much, why aren't you a samurai instead? While Kamiyo and Obito were still bickering, Kakashi's ears caught a faint sound. Looking to his left, Kakashi spotted Minato in the distance, watching them with a helpless expression. Minato gave Kakashi a meaningful look. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi turned to Kamiyo and said, Kamiyo, that's enough. I can sense Sensei is heading our way. Hearing that Minato Namikaze was on his way, Shindai immediately released the iron sand from Obito's body and hurriedly dumped it all into the nearby bushes. Believing he had concealed the evidence of his crime so well that no fifth person would ever discover it, Shindai let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Kakashi had warned him, or else Minato Namikaze would have noticed everything. Only after seeing that Shindai had hidden things to his satisfaction did Minato Namikaze reappear, striding toward the group. Curious, Shindai asked, Lord Minato, what happened? What was the big news that Jiraiya just mentioned? Obito, picking himself up from the ground, couldn't help but grumble, Shindai, you really are clueless. If Lord Jiraiya wants to speak to Sensei privately, it has to be a secret. There's no way he'd share it with you. Minato Namikaze smiled and said, Actually, it's not something that can't be told. You'll all find out soon anyway. Sunagakure has declared war on Iwagakure. Because he wanted Shindai to discover the disappearance of the third Kazekage on his own, Minato made no mention of that incident. But as soon as Shindai heard the news, it hit him like a bolt of lightning. He stood there, utterly stunned. The fact that Sunagakure had declared war on Iwagakure left Shindai completely dumbfounded. There was simply no reason for Sunagakure to attack Iwagakure. After all, the third Kazekage had sent Shindai to Konoha as a spy, planning that when Iwagakure and Konoha eventually went to war, Shindai could guide them to take Konoha's valuables. The third Kazekage was the type who would avoid unnecessary risks, extremely prudent and cautious. For Sunagakure to suddenly start a war with Iwagakure made no sense. It didn't seem like an order the third Kazekage would ever give. On the surface, anyone could see that Sunagakure was no match for Iwagakure, especially if they were the ones to initiate conflict, which could only mean something must have happened to the third Kazekage. That was the only explanation for Sunagakure making such a drastic move. Shindai anxiously turned to Minato Namikaze and asked, "Lord Minato, who is the Kazekage of Sunagakure now? Has the fourth already taken over?" Minato looked at Shindai in astonishment, just as bewildered as he was. By all accounts, Shindai, who had always been at the outpost, shouldn't possibly know anything about Sunagakure's internal affairs. So how did Shindai know that Sunagakure now had a fourth Kazekage? Wait a minute. Since Shindai was asking if it was the fourth Kazekage, that meant he was just guessing and wasn't actually sure. But what could his guess have been based on? The selection of the new Kazekage in Sunagakure had happened so hastily that even Minato had only just heard the news from Jiraiya. There was no way Shindai could have known. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Minato Namikaze asked, "Shindai, how did you know that Sunagakure already has a fourth Kazekage?" Shindai froze for a moment, suddenly realizing what he had just given away. He shouldn't know about the affairs of the hidden sand village right now. Damn, I'm about to be exposed. After stammering for quite a while, Kamiyo finally figured out how to hoodwink Minato Namikaze. Kamiyo explained to Minato, "You know I possess the magnet release Kekii Genkai, right? The third Kazekage and I are from the same clan, so I actually know him pretty well. Honestly, the third Kazekage is quite timid. He screams for ages if he so much as sees a mouse. With nerves like that, there's no way he'd ever take the initiative to declare war on another shinobi village. So my guess is the hidden sand village isn't being led by the third Kazekage anymore. They must have a new Kazekage in charge now." Minato Namikaze gave Kamiyo a strange look. If Kamiyo hadn't said the third Kazekage would scream at the sight of a mouse, Minato might still have believed him. But with that added detail, Minato became much more skeptical. After all, who could tell if Kamiyo was exaggerating for effect or simply trying to mislead him? Still, even though Minato had his doubts, he tended to believe Kamiyo was just using some hyperbole and, based on what he knew about the third Kazekage, had made a reasonable guess. After all, Minato really couldn't imagine how Kamiyo would know such insider information. As for Ninja Hawks, Minato hadn't sensed Kamiyo's summoning any recently. Not in the slightest. Minato nodded and said, "You guessed right, Kamiyo. The current leader of the Hidden Sand is indeed the fourth Kazekage. His name is Raza." Kamiyo's face twisted in annoyance. "So, Raza has taken over, which means the third Kazekage must have already been killed by Sasori. Sigh, just great. Now I'll have to establish contact with a new superior." Kakashi asked Minato, "Sensei, since the Hidden Sand has declared war on the Hidden Stone, what are our next steps?" Minato replied, "For now, there's no change. The Leaf has already sent people to scout the situation. We'll remain stationed here, as before. Our main opponent is still the Hidden Cloud Village." Obito picked up his sunglasses from the ground and, trying to look cool, said to Rin Noera, "Rin, I got careless just now." Rin pulled the corner of her mouth in exasperation. "Obito, you should really do something about those swollen cheeks. If you don't, they'll just get worse." Obito slapped his puffy cheek. Even with his brows knitted tight, he tried to keep up the cool act. "It's nothing. I'm Fina." Rin rubbed her temples a bit overwhelmed. She pushed Obito down and said, "You're already bleeding from your gums because of Kamiyo's punch. Stop pretending you're okay. Hold still. I'll help you with the swelling." As Rin's small hand gently moved over his face, Obito felt as if his very soul was about to float away. After Minato Namikaze announced the meeting was over, everyone returned to their own tents. Still uneasy, Minato sought out Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, in this recent stretch of time, Jindai hasn't summoned his Ninja Hawk, right?" Kakashi nodded affirmatively. "That's right. Ever since the last time we planned to use Jindai's hawk to send false information, and he summoned it once, I haven't sensed the presence of his hawk again." Hearing this, Minato finally felt relieved. Curious, Kakashi asked, "Is something wrong, sensei?" Minato replied, "You heard my conversation with Jindai earlier. I was puzzled about how he knew that the Hidden Sand Village had appointed a new fourth Kazekage, even though he hadn't contacted them. Through his hawk. Since Jindai hasn't summoned the hawk, It means he figured out on his own that the Sand Village had changed Kazekage. It really shows how well he understands the third Kazekage. Kakashi continued, Sensei, why did the Sand Village suddenly declare war on the Stone Village? Didn't the Stone Village want to cooperate with them before? Minato sighed. The third Kazekage of the Sand Village has disappeared. The Sand believes the Stone is responsible, so they declared war. Get ready, Kakashi. The moment the Sand Village officially attacks is when the Third Great Ninja War truly begins. Until the war ends, there won't be many days as peaceful as these. In a small grove of trees, Jindai held a freshly written letter in his hands, casting furtive glances around to make sure no one was nearby. This letter was meant for those in the Sand Village who knew about his identity as a spy, aside from the third Kazekage. His superior was now gone, so he urgently needed to find a new contact to keep in touch with. Jindai performed the summoning technique. A puff of smoke appeared, but no hawk emerged. Huh, it failed? That's never happened to me before. He tried again. Another cloud of smoke, but still no hawk. Refusing to give up, Jindai repeated the attempt several more times, but that wretched hawk simply wouldn't show up. Now, utterly baffled, Jindai sat there, at a complete loss. What on earth was going on? Could it be his hawk was already dead? In reality, Jindai's hawk wasn't dead. With war looming, messenger beasts were considered vital assets, so Raza had gathered all the village-owned summons for unified management and deployment. The hawk Jindai used had been given to him by the third Kazekage. It belonged to the village, not to Jindai personally. Now, Jindai no longer had access to any summoning beasts. Unable to summon his hawk, Jindai slumped to the ground, completely at a loss for what to do next. He couldn't reach anyone from the hidden Sand Village through his ninja hawk. So now, as an undercover agent without a superior, what did that make him? A sand ninja? No, not exactly. Strictly speaking, he wasn't one of the moment. After all, when he first came here as a spy, the third Kazekage had told Jindai to consider himself a leaf ninja. So was he a leaf ninja? Not really. He was still being evaluated and hadn't officially joined the leaf yet. Then, did that make him a ninja with no village, a man with no official status? What is going on here? How did things suddenly turn out like this? What truly unsettled Jindai was the thought that if he kept failing to contact the Sand Village, what if they simply forgot about him? If the people who knew about his secret mission forgot him, the only person left who even remembered him would be Itsong. If he could still summon his ninja hawk, he could have asked it to contact Itsong and have her reach out to the Sand Village leadership to find him a new superior. But now, without even his ninja hawk, Jindai had absolutely no way to reach Itsong or any other sand ninja. Jindai pressed his right hand to his forehead, deep in thought. There had to be a way, there had to be. If he could just calm down, surely a solution would come to him. Who am I kidding? Frustrated to the point of bursting, Jindai hurled the stone he'd been fiddling with in his left hand. Ouch! Who the heck is throwing rocks around? A familiar voice rang out. Toby clutched his head, storming over with an indignant look. When he saw it was Jindai, Toby exclaimed in surprise, Hey? Jindai, it's you. Aren't you supposed to be holed up in your tent tinkering with your gadgets right now? Jindai shoved the letter into his pocket, snapping, I do what I want. Got a problem with that? Toby pouted. Why are you so cranky? You're the one who threw a rock and hit my head. I should be the one who's mad. Jindai looked at Toby, his eyes suddenly shifting as if he'd changed masks. He forced a smile and called out, Come here, Toby. I have something I'd like your advice on. Toby sat down beside Jindai, puzzled. You want my advice? About what? Jindai weighed his words, then asked, Toby, say someone was stranded in another ninja village and couldn't contact anyone from their own village. What do you think they should do? Behind his sunglasses, Toby's gaze instantly turned odd. Jindai's question made it all too easy for Toby to imagine Jindai himself in that situation. After all, everyone around knew about Jindai's undercover business. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Toby's head. If he put Jindai himself into the scenario he just described, it would be, I'm trapped here, unable to reach anyone from the hidden sand village. Wasn't Jindai supposed to have a ninja hawk? How could he not get in touch with anyone from the hidden sand village? Could it be something happened to Jindai's ninja hawk? Today, Obito felt his mind was working unusually well, as if he'd suddenly become enlightened. He thought it was absolutely necessary to get a clear understanding of Jindai's situation. But in the process of finding out, he had to be careful. There was no way he could let Jindai notice anything. Obito paused, then came up with a flawless question to ask Jindai. Jindai, didn't that person have some kind of ninja beast for communication or something? If Kakashi or Minato Namikaze were present, they might have been floored by the directness of Obito's question. That was a pretty loaded question, wasn't it? A ninja beast for communication? Why not just point at Jindai and say Ninja Hawk outright? But Jindai didn't suspect a thing. Of all people, Jindai would never suspect Obito. After all, the Obito right now wasn't the secretive type. He was just a big, lovable oaf with nothing up his sleeve. Jindai heard Obito's question and replied, sounding exasperated. I already told you. I can't reach anyone in the village. So of course there isn't any ninja hawk. Ninja beast for communication. Obito's eyes lit up. No ninja hawk for communication? So Jindai's ninja hawk really was out of commission? That was fantastic. Obito really liked Jindai as a friend, but because Jindai was an undercover agent, Obito always worried that someday Jindai might leave them to return to the Hidden Sand Village, and might even become an enemy. But now, with the ninja hawk gone, Jindai had no way to contact anyone in the sand. That meant he couldn't go back. He'd have to stay in the Leaf Village. That's great. Obito was so overjoyed that he blurted out his thoughts. Jindai's expression grew more and more annoyed. Obito, I'm warning you. I'm really in a bad mood right now. If you're trying to provoke me and pick a fight, your wish is about to come true. Obito hurriedly waved his hands. No, let me explain. I'm not provoking you. It's just that Rin helped treat the swelling on my cheek not long ago, and I got so happy I couldn't help but say that's great out loud. Jindai's mouth twitched. Just listen to yourself. Now, answer me properly. I'm asking you a serious question. Obito thought for a moment before continuing. So, how is that person doing? Trapped in another ninja village? Is he suffering terribly? Jindai shook his head. No, the people in that ninja village are actually treating him quite well. Obito pressed on. And what about his own village? Do the people there treat him well? After recalling his days in the Hidden Sand Village, Kamiyo replied, Was this OS really? Not good, not bad. Mostly, that person didn't like to go out, hardly knew anyone. Life was tough, but just barely manageable. Obito looked seriously into Kamiyo's eyes and said, Let's put it this way. What if that person was you? If you had to choose a village to live in, would you pick the ninja village where you're trapped, or your own home village? Kamiyo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If it were up to me, I'd definitely pick the ninja village where I'm trapped. After all, the living conditions there are fantastic, there's plenty of good food, the people are nice, and most importantly, there are things I want to learn in that village. Obito clapped his hands. See? Isn't that great? Since you're living so well in the village where you're trapped, why go back? If you can't get in touch, then so be it. Kamiyo corrected him. I was speaking hypothetically about someone else, not myself. Obito shrugged. I was just using you as an example. Kamiyo, don't you think my point makes sense? Kamiyo considered this, then nodded. You do have a point, sort of, but that person grew up in their own village. What if, one day, their home village and the village where they're trapped end up at war? What happens to that person then? Obito was at a loss for words. If Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village really went to war, would they expect Kamiyo, who was born in the sand, to help Konoha attack his old home? That didn't seem right at all. While Obito was still searching for an answer, Kamiyo stood up from the ground, pouting and muttering. Honestly, what's wrong with me? Why am I discussing this kind of thing with a blockhead like you? I am tired. I'm going back to sleep. Kamiyo brushed the dirt off and left the little grove, heading back to his tent. He lay on his bed in the tent, eyes dull and spiritless, looking utterly dejected. At this point, Kamiyo simply assumed the ninja hawk was long gone. Sigh, life is so fragile. If only I'd known earlier, I might as well have plucked its feathers and roasted it for dinner. Now, Kamiyo had completely given up. But what else could he do? It wasn't as though he hadn't tried to think of a solution, but nothing came to mind. Sometimes, letting go takes real courage. Kamiyo figured he'd just go with the flow and deal with things as they came. Since he was here, he might as well settle in. Worrying wouldn't help anyway. Maybe, just maybe, someone who knew about his undercover mission was already trying to contact him. With that thought, Kamiyo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep. He drained his brain cells enough for one day. He was tired. Whatever happens, happens. Life would go on. Meanwhile, Obito had gone to find Minato Namikaze. Sensei Minato, I have something really important to report. Minato Namikaze looked puzzled. Obito, what do you want to report to me? Obito didn't answer right away. Instead, he stuck his head out of the tent, glancing around, clearly uneasy. Watching Obito's sneaky behavior, like a thief caught in the act, Minato couldn't help but ask, Obito, what are you looking for? Once he was sure no one was following, Obito replied, I was worried that Jindai might have tailed me. He's popped up in places I never expected more than once, so I was suspicious he might be shadowing me. But it looks like I'm safe this time. Sensei, what I want to tell you is actually about Jindai. There's a problem with his ninja hawk. He's lost all contact with anyone from Sunagakure. Minato's eyebrows shot up in surprise. How did you find that out? Obito proceeded to recount his earlier conversation with Jindai to Minato. When he finished, Minato was left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. Those two, Obito and Jindai, had really spilled everything to each other, hadn't they? Minato genuinely didn't know whether to chalk it up to their honesty or their naivety. After some thought, he decided Obito was just pure-hearted, while Jindai was a little slow on the uptake. Jindai did have a knack for pulling off some pretty outrageous stunts. Still, Obito's information was valuable. Now that Jindai had completely lost contact with Sunagakure, they couldn't use him to feed false information to the Sand Village anymore. But with that severed tie, the longer Jindai stayed here, the deeper his bonds with them would grow. That meant the chances of convincing him to join Konoha were only getting better. Obito continued, Sensei Minato, while I was talking with Jindai, I suggested that he join the ninja village he claims he's trapped in, which is actually us, Konoha. But he has a concern. Minato leaned in, curious. A concern? What kind of concern? Obito answered, Jindai's worried that if Sunagakure and Konoha end up at war, what would he do then? Minato actually felt reassured by that worry. Because if Jindai could so easily abandon Sunagakure for Konoha, given his unique value, they might accept him, but they'd definitely remain a bit wary. Minato smiled gently at Obito and said, That's nothing you need to worry about. If Jindai truly joins Konoha one day, we'll make sure he doesn't have to fight against Sunagakure. Obito let out a relieved breath. That's good to hear. Minato ruffled Obito's hair affectionately. Obito, even though Jindai always teases and roughhouses with you, you two are the closest of friends, and you already see him as a comrade. Let that bond keep growing stronger. If Shindai is willing to join Konoha, then, Obito, you must be one of the reasons he would choose to do so. Obito gave Minato Namikaze a strange look. There's something odd about the way that sounds. Minato could sense that, while Shindai seemed to get along quite well with Kakashi and Rin Noara, his relationship with Obito was clearly different. After all, Kakashi and Rin were usually calm and rational. Shindai, being an undercover agent, might still feel a bit like an outsider, even though Minato had promised to treat him as a true comrade. There was always a subtle distance. But Obito was different. He was the type of passionate, straightforward fool who, once he recognized someone as a companion, would never judge them by their background. That probably explained why Shindai got along so well with Obito, and why he chose to confide in him about these things. Shindai trusted Obito, and, perhaps more importantly, was sure that with Obito's level of intelligence, he wouldn't notice anything out of place. But what Shindai could never have guessed was that Obito had already known all about those matters for some time. Minato instructed, All right, Obito, just keep things as they are. Treat Shindai the way you always have. There's nothing else to worry about. I promise you, Obito, Shindai will definitely join Konoha in the future. And that future isn't far off. Obito nodded vigorously. Understood, Lord Minato. In the meeting room of the Tsuchikige's office in Iwagakure, Inoki's nose, which already had a bit of a red tinge, was now burning bright. Arg, how dare those bastards from Sunagakure pull something like this? Inoki tore the declaration of war from Sunagakure to shreds. The other senior members of Iwagakure, seeing how furious Inoki was, didn't dare utter a word. But really, who wouldn't be angry? How can anyone not be? If they had actually assassinated the third Kazekage, that would be one thing. But the truth was, they hadn't done any such thing. Yet Iwagakure was being blamed out of nowhere. Anyone would be furious. It took quite a while for Inoki to tamp down his rage before he asked, Has Sunagakure sent a reply? Tsuchikage-sama, yes, we've received it. They claim the evidence is irrefutable, that it was definitely us. If we don't hand over the third Kazekage, they'll launch an all-out war in 3 days. Inoki's freshly subdued anger erupted all over again. Now, in a fit of uncontrollable fury, he pounded the table so hard it echoed through the room. I'll give them their swimsuit Chiyo. Those Sunagakure blockheads. If we were really going to assassinate their Kazekage, we'd have made sure to cover our tracks. Who the hell would wear a forehead protector to an assassination? Absolute idiots. Everyone in the room was a veteran by now. Back during the Second Great Ninja War, Chiyo had been a flower on the battlefield, young and in her prime. Though he was old now, Chiyo in a swimsuit still seemed rather charming. A senior official asked, Lord Tsuchikage, what should we do next? Inoki snapped angrily. What else can we do? Can you hand over that brat, Kakuto? Isn't Sunagakure looking to start a war with us? Then, let's fight. Do they really think Iwagakure is made of mud and ashes? Assemble our forces at once, and set out to meet them in battle. Despite his fury, Inoki kept his wits about him and continued. At the same time, keep a close eye on Kimagakure and Konoha. Watch for any underhanded tricks from them. That's all. Dismissed. Move immediately. Once everyone had left, Inoki clutched his lower back and let out a groan. He had strained it when he slammed the table earlier, and the pain had been building up until now. 3 days later, in the land of birds. A unit of Sunagakure shinobi and a unit from Iwagakure stood on opposite banks of a river, staring each other down. The Sunagakure commander, face cold, demanded, "Will you hand over our Kazekage or not?" But the Iwagakure commander simply unleashed a torrent of insults, flinging words so harsh that the Sunagakure shinobi turned pale with rage. Enraged and united, the Sunagakure ninja fired back, hurling vitriol of their own. Every shinobi unleashed the most vicious, foul-mouthed curses they could conjure. The shouting match raged on for a full 15 minutes. Finally, the Sunagakure commander roared, "You Iwagakure bastards really have no shame at all. You assassinated our Kazekage, and now you strut about like nothing happened. Everyone, charge with me." The Iwagakure commander watched as Sunagakure's forces rushed at them, a mocking sneer on his face. Living in the desert with sand blowing in your faces all day, looks like your heads are filled with sand too. Everyone, use Earth Release ninjutsu and reshape the terrain. Earth Release was Iwagakure's specialty, allowing them to transform the battlefield and claim the advantage. As the Iwagakure shinobi unleashed their Earth Release techniques, the land in front of them shifted and changed, creating obstacles. The Sunagakure advance was immediately hindered. They have to fight through these barriers to reach their foes. Seizing the opportunity, the Iwagakure ninja took up strategic positions and launched wave after wave of Earth Release attacks. Sunagakure was quickly put on the defensive. But the Sunagakure shinobi were fiercely united, and their commander was no pushover. Under his leadership, they steadied themselves and struck back with the wind release techniques they had mastered. This clash between Sunagakure and Iwagakure in the Land of Birds marked the official outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. On the far edge of the main battlefield, 7 figures lurked in the shadows, observing the chaos. These 7 were none other than a reconnaissance squad, led by Orochimaru, sent to the Land of Birds to watch the conflict unfold. Orochimaru-sama, the battle between Sunagakure and Iwagakure has already begun. Should we return to Konoha and report directly to the third Hokage, or send the information back using a ninja beast? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the fierce chaos consuming the battlefield ahead, but he didn't answer right away. At first, Orochimaru was extremely displeased when he was sent to the Land of Birds to observe the situation. He had just released the 8 Tails from Kumogakure and was hoping to return to Konoha for a period of uninterrupted research. But after only a few days of peaceful study in Konoha, he was dispatched to the Land of Birds again, forcing him to abandon one of his experiments halfway through. But now, watching the brutal clash between the sand and stone ninja, with bodies strewn across the ground, Orochimaru didn't see corpses. He saw a treasure trove of precious experimental materials. Orochimaru was always in need of more material for his experiments. Once the fighting here died down, he was certain he'd be able to collect plenty of excellent specimens. He made up his mind immediately. Send the information to Konoha with a ninja beast. We'll stay here and keep watching the movements of Sunagakure and Iwagakure's forces. A few days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the report from the Land of Birds. He took several long puffs on his pipe. Sigh, war has come again. But perhaps it's for the best. It means we no longer have to worry that the next war will begin with Konoha. Sarutobi summoned a ninja and sent him to find Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, as well as the 2 counselors, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Now that the Great Ninja War had begun, it was only a matter of time before Konoha was pulled into the conflict. The village had to start mobilizing for war, gathering its ninja forces and preparing for battle at any moment. Kumogakure. When the third Raikage learned that Sunagakure and Iwagakure had started fighting, he was thrilled. After Kumogakure suffered heavy losses from the 8 Tails rampage, morale in the village had plummeted. What they needed most was a war to lift their spirits. Kumogakure and Iwagakure had always been at odds, and the third Raikage, and the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, could never see eye to eye. Now that Iwagakure had plunged into war first, there was no way the Raikage was going to sit back quietly. He immediately assembled a squad of Cloud Ninja, ready to make trouble for Iwagakure in the Land of Earth. Meanwhile, when Kirigakure heard that the 2 great villages of sand and stone had gone to war, they too began to stir restlessly. Although the third Mizukage still held power in Kirigakure, he had already begun to enforce the Bloody Mist policy. However, the current Bloody Mist policy wasn't as cruel or bloody as it would become later, under the control of the Mastabido and the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. For now, the policy in Kirigakure was simply survival of the fittest. The strong claimed everything, while the weak were left with nothing. Since he had implemented the Blood Mist policy to strengthen the power of the ninja, he needed to make sure it served its purpose. Naturally, the effectiveness of the Blood Mist policy would need to be demonstrated on the battlefield. The third Mizukage had also foreseen that the third Great Ninja War was bound to break out sooner or later, so in a sense, the blood mist policy was his way of preparing for it. He was holding onto a deep resolve, as many had opposed his blood mist policy, but he stubbornly pressed forward, enforcing it under immense pressure. So, as long as Kirigakure could reap great benefits from this war, it would prove that his blood mist policy had been the right choice. He was eager to see who would still dare to call it a failure. Therefore, the third Mizukage immediately began mobilizing for war, assembling his ninja forces and preparing to join the conflict at any moment. Many smaller nations and minor ninja villages also hoped to gain something from this war. The great ninja villages would feast on the meat, but at the very least, the smaller ones hoped to get a taste of the broth. However, for countries like the Land of Hot Water, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Birds, small nations chosen as battlegrounds by the major ninja villages, misfortune had truly befallen them. If they could even manage to survive, that would be lucky enough. As for seeking any benefit, they could forget about it. As soon as Sunagakure and Iwagakure went to war, the entire ninja world stirred with chaos and excitement. Within the Land of Birds, the fighting between Sunagakure and Iwagakure had dragged on for some time, with intense and frequent clashes. Over a dozen skirmishes, large and small, erupted within the span of a month. The Sand Ninja fought as if they had no regard for their own lives, each one fearlessly clashing with the Stone Ninja. With such indomitable morale, the Sand Ninja put the Stone Ninja at a disadvantage, even though the latter were stronger. Now, Inoki was at his wit's end. What he had feared had come to pass. A unit of Cloud Ninja had entered the Land of Earth. That damned third Raikage had sent people to strike at his rear. Now, with the battle against the Sand Ninja going poorly, Inoki was forced to send more ninja to the Land of Birds. At the same time, with the Cloud Ninja attacking from behind, he also had to dispatch a unit to intercept them. And if Konoha decided to get involved as well, things would become even more complicated. In Sunagakure, Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo stood atop the Kazekage Tower, feeling the wind and sand of their village. Fourth, the time is right, Chiyo said. Inoki must be struggling now, beset on all sides. It's time to spread rumors and shift the flames of war toward Konoha. Standing on the rooftop of the Kazekage Tower, Raza felt a surge of pride. This great ninja war had been started by none other than himself, Raza. Now, he was about to personally push this war into its next phase. For these two reasons alone, Raza would be remembered in the annals of Sunagakure's history with bold and vivid strokes. Hearing Ebizo say that it was time to draw the flames of war to Konoha, Raza began to speak. Ah, T-Sage. Just as Raza opened his mouth, a sudden gust of wind swept by, filling his mouth with sand. That one doesn't count. Let me try again. Raza cleared his throat, then solemnly declared, Very well. Let us begin the next phase and set the entire ninja world ablaze with war. After making his announcement, Raza remarked coolly, This harsh, sand-laden environment is the perfect crucible for forging strong shinobi. This time, Sunagakure will surely rise to greatness. Without hesitation, Ebizo sprang into action. Thanks to Ebizo's many covert agents spread across the great nations, the rumors circulated swiftly and without resistance. The story was that Konoha had stolen a magnet-release bloodline ninja whom Sunagakure was supposed to hand over to Iwagakure. That magnet-release ninja had been turned by Konoha, who used his kinship with the third Kazekage to lure the Kazekage out of the village, where Konoha's shinobi ambushed and killed him, then framed Iwagakure for the deed. There was also plenty of so-called evidence pointing to Konoha as the true culprit, making it seem they had set up Iwagakure for the blame. In just over a week, the rumor had spread through the 5 great nations, and many people were already aware of it. Inside the Hokage's office, aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo were all present. Hiruzen's expression was grave as he spoke. I assume you've all heard the news by now? Koharu's face twisted as if she'd swallowed something foul. Of course we have. The rumor is all over the outskirts of Konoha already, that our shinobi killed Sunagakure's third Kazekage and then framed Iwagakure for the crime. Hamura adjusted his glasses and suggested, Could it be that Iwagakure is under pressure and trying to frame us instead? Maybe we should hurry and open a dialogue with Sunagakure's new fourth Kazekage. Before Hamura could finish, Danzo cut him off. Danzo's tone was cold and ominous. Iwagakure trying to frame us? I doubt it. As soon as these rumors began spreading, I sent people to investigate. The word first emerged from the Land of Earth. Doesn't that seem telling? Hamura frowned in confusion. Is there a problem with the rumors starting in the Land of Earth? After all, wouldn't Iwagakure want to direct Sunagakure's anger at us? Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, then said, I think I understand what Danzo means. If Awagakure really wanted to turn Sunagakure against us, the rumors should have started in the land of wind, not the land of earth. So, what you're suggesting, Danzo, is that it isn't Awagakure framing us, but someone else manipulating things so Sunagakure targets Konoha. Am I right? Danzo nodded. That's exactly what I mean, Hiruzen. You've got it. Turning to Koharu Udatane, who frowned and said, if it wasn't Awagakure, then could it be Kimogakure? It can't possibly be Kirigakure, can it? Hamura Midokado's hand suddenly trembled as he adjusted his glasses, and a glint of insight flashed across the lens. Is it possible that this rumor was actually started by Sunagakure? Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura both turned to look at Hamura. Although Danzo's investigation and analysis had ruled out Awagakure as the source of the rumor, he hadn't been able to pinpoint who did spread it, nor had he considered Sunagakure. Koharu immediately refuted. How could Sunagakure be behind this rumor? What would be the point? Are they looking to start a war with us? With Konoha? What could that possibly do them? A confident smile curved at the corner of Hamura's lips as he began to explain to Hiruzen and the others. You remember, before Sunagakure declared war on Awagakure, there was a period of utter chaos there. The Sand Shinobi were especially agitated and restless, remember? The third Kazekage of Sunagakure may have disappeared much earlier than we realized, and the turmoil was all because they couldn't find him. In other words, if Sunagakure hadn't found a way to resolve the situation quickly, the village itself could have faced a serious crisis. You all know Chiyo from Sunagakure. She's been our rival for years now. I have to admit, Chiyo is both clever and resourceful. The new fourth Kazekage was installed hastily, almost. Certainly under Chiyo's and the rest of the leadership's direction. Such a rushed appointment of Raza as Kazekage was obviously meant to address Sunagakure's internal troubles. The internal problems of Sunagakure are likely far more severe than any outsider can see. So, the leadership must have decided that the best solution was to redirect their people's focus, to turn internal conflict into external conflict. And how do you turn internal strife into external conflict? War is the most effective method. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Danzo fell silent, each quietly weighing Hamura's words. It had to be admitted, Hamura's analysis made a great deal of sense. Still, Koharu had a lingering doubt. If Sunagakure wanted to turn their internal struggles outward and start a war, haven't they already succeeded? Why go so far as to spread these rumors and make Konoha their enemy? Hamura paused, letting the question hang in the air, then looked to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you know Inoki better than anyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi had more or less pieced together the truth, and spoke solemnly. Inoki is a man who only cares about profit. If Sunagakure and Awagakure go to war, Sunagakure is absolutely no match for Awagakure. But Inoki wouldn't go all out against Sunagakure either, because there's nothing to gain from them. If we think along the lines of Koharu's reasoning, Sunagakure declaring war on Awagakure is a calculated move. They're betting that Awagakure won't fight them to the bitter end. Now that the Great Ninja War has truly begun, their internal conflicts have already been successfully diverted outward. However, Awagakure is overall stronger than Sunagakure. If this drags on, Sunagakure can't possibly outlast Awagakure. Even knowing Awagakure won't go all out, the strain of war is something Sunagakure, already desperate for resources, simply cannot bear. And that's when Sunagakure's second scheme comes into play. They know full well Inoki is driven by self-interest, and now Kimogakure has sent a ninja force into the land of Earth, leaving Awagakure fighting on two fronts. So, if the attack on the third Kazekage turns out to be a misunderstanding, and we, Konoha, are the real culprits, then both Sunagakure and Awagakure become victims. Sunagakure could then propose an alliance to Inoki and wage war against Konoha. From what I know of Inoki, he would almost certainly agree to such a plan. After hearing Midokado Hamura and Hiruzen Sarutobi's analysis, both Danzo and Koharu Udatane looked extremely grave. Their deductions had all but unveiled Sunagakure's plot. Koharu Udatane gritted her teeth and said, "Those people from Sunagakure are certainly cunning. Not only did they resolve their internal issues, now they can collaborate with Awagakure to attack Konoha and reap the benefits for themselves." Danzo frowned deeply. But if Sunagakure's goal from the start was to partner with Awagakure against Konoha, Inoki wouldn't have refused them. Why bother going to war with Awagakure first? Sarutobi ventured to guess. Sunagakure is desperately short on resources, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind has apparently been cutting their funding for some time. That's why their number of ninjas has been dwindling. Almost half compared to the time of the Second Great Ninja War. War is war, and even with Awagakure's allies, there would still be casualties. For a village with far fewer ninja than the other four great villages, Sunagakure probably has no real intention of joining Awagakure in an all-out assault on Konoha. I suspect that Sunagakir's real plan is to incite Iwagakure to fight Konoha, then withdraw and watch from the sidelines, waiting for a chance to seize resources from either us or Iwagakure. Midokado Hamura sighed and said, "The newly appointed Kazakage of Sunagakure, Raza, may have taken office in a hurry, but he's not someone to be underestimated. Hiruzen, we in Konoha must start preparing for battle." Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent, deep in thought. After a moment, Hiruzen made up his mind. "We'll gather our ninja forces and deploy them to the land of grass, which borders the land of earth. We'll seize advantageous terrain there and prepare to face Iwagakure on the battlefield. At the same time, we'll abandon our positions in the land of hot water and reassign all Konoha shinobi stationed there to the land of grass. From now on, our main adversary will be Iwagakure. Additionally, we'll send more ninja to the land of rivers, which borders the land of wind. Although we expect Sunagakure to retreat behind the scenes later on, in the early stages, they'll definitely put on a display of cooperation with Iwagakure." Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and let out a frustrated sigh. "I have to admit, Sunagakure's plan is quite formidable. They've calculated that Inoki has no choice but to cooperate with them, and we, in turn, are left with no choice but to engage." Midokado Hamura echoed his sigh. How could it not be formidable? After all, they're using the disappearance of their third Kazakage as the pretext for war. With an entire village's leader missing, they can fabricate any evidence they want, and there's really nothing we can do about it. Kohra Udatane narrowed her eyes at Hamura. "Hamura, when you were analyzing just now, I couldn't help but feel you sounded like a child. One of those children with an especially large head." Hamura looked puzzled. "A child? My analysis was so thorough. Surely my image should be a bit more impressive than that. How could I possibly be a big-headed child?" Hiruzen's voice took on a stern tone. "All right, that's enough idle talk. We have plenty of work ahead of us. Let's each do our part and get these orders delivered immediately." Inside the Tsuchikige's office at Iwagakure, Inoki, too, had heard the rumors. Staring at the alliance proposal from Sunagakure in his hand, the veins on his forehead bulged with anger as he gritted his teeth. Did they really think I'd have no choice but to agree? That brat Raza is seriously underestimating me. A consultant, frowning in concern, asked, "Tsuchikige-sama, are we really going to accept an alliance with Sunagakure? Their entire village is full of schemers. They can't be trusted at all." Whenever Inoki got angry, his nose would turn bright red, and right now, it was as red as ever. Still, unlike last time, he didn't erupt in a fit of rage. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Of course I know those backwater schemers can't be trusted. But right now, we simply have no other choice. Those bastards from the Hidden Cloud Village aren't even bothering to fight the Leaf or the land of hot water anymore. They're just coming here to harass us. And now that these rumors are out, the Leaf aren't fools either. They're bound to notice something's up. For all we know, they've already gathered their ninja and are preparing to go to war with us. If we refuse to form an alliance, then all this mess will end up on our plate alone. As for the Hidden Sand Village, if they retreat, they'll just hunker down in their own territory. Now, tell me, who's going to go all the way to that godforsaken place to fight them? Will the Leaf go? Will the Cloud? Are we supposed to go?" One question after another, Inoki pressed the gathered leaders of the Hidden Stone Village, leaving everyone in the room silent and at a loss for words. The Sand Village really does rely on its harsh, impoverished environment to be utterly fearless. The truth is, nobody seems to have a good way to deal with them. If you want to attack the Sand Village, you have to march your forces across the deserts of the Land of Wind first. And just crossing that wasteland is enough to grind an army down to nothing. And the desert is the Sand Ninjas' home turf. Even if you somehow reach the gates of their village, they hold the advantage as defenders. In a real battle, we wouldn't have the upper hand. Even if we won, it would be pointless. The Sand Village has no money, no resources. What are we supposed to haul sand back as spoils? That'd make us look like fools. Inoki let out a deep breath and continued with clear-headed analysis. Right now, our only real option is to cooperate with the Sand Village. Unless something unexpected happens, the Leaf are almost certainly already making preparations. Maybe they've even started moving. If we don't agree to this alliance, we'll have to face pressure from both the Sand Village and the Leaf, and you can bet the Cloud Village will want a piece of the action too. That's when things will really get out of hand for us. If we join forces with the Sand, we'll finally have the breathing room to deal with the Cloud Ninja who keep pestering us. Then, together with the Sand, we can launch an attack on the Leaf. The Leaf Village isn't some barren wasteland like the Sand. It's overflowing with wealth, and there are plenty of spoils to be had. So there's no reason for us to turn down a partnership with the Sand Village. Of course, those Sand Shinobi are probably looking to use us, hoping we'll do the hard fighting while they swoop in afterward to pick up the leftovers. Humph. As if we'd let them get away with that. Once the alliance is set, I want you to relay this order to every squad leader, all the way down to the smallest teams. When we fight alongside the sand, we make them take the lead. If they don't charge in, neither will we. If it turns into a war of attrition, let them play that game. After all, we at the Stone Village can afford to wait and see. Whether the sand can hold out is their problem, not ours. The leaders of the Hidden Stone Village echoed him in unison. Yes, sir. Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders quickly reached the Leaf's forward base in the land of hot water. When Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze heard the news, they were left completely stunned. The situation had changed so fast, it seemed that, in the blink of an eye, the Leaf had become everyone's target. Furthermore, using his status as a member of the 3rd Kazekage's clan, Kamiyo supposedly lured the 3rd Kazekage out of the village, after which Konoha's ninja attacked the Kazekage. If they hadn't known for a fact that Kamiyo was stationed at Konoha's outpost in the land of hot water and hadn't gone anywhere near Sunagakure, they might, just maybe, have believed it. As if. This rumor was just outrageously absurd. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze had already received orders to withdraw from the land of hot water and head for the land of grass. At the same time, they learned about these rumors, which left both Jiraiya and Minato at a complete loss for words. Jiraiya frowned and asked, "Is everyone in Sunagakure as shameless as that brat Kamiyo?" Kamiyo is probably a lot better than them. Minato thought for a moment and decided to defend Kamiyo. After all, Kamiyo would be their comrade in the future. How could he speak ill of his own teammate? Jiraiya then asked, "So, does Kamiyo already know about the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance?" Minato shook his head. Kamiyo figured out on his own that Sunagakure had a new Kazekage, but I haven't told him about the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance yet. Jiraiya's expression grew a bit complicated, and he suggested, with all the so-called evidence Sunagakure claims to have found, Kamiyo's being painted as some unforgivable traitor who abandoned his home and country. If you ask me, you'd better go tell that kid now. At least give him some time to process the news. Once we get to the land of grass, there'll be fighting right away. If he only finds out then, with his personality, there's no way he won't kick up a fuss, right? Minato felt Jiraiya's concern was completely valid. Absolutely. When Kamiyo learned of this, there was no doubt he'd raise a ruckus, and a serious one at that. Minato sighed. "I'll go find him now and tell him about it." Jiraiya nodded. "All right, I'll go find Tsunade and gather all the ninja. Once we packed up everything at the outpost, we'll set off immediately. Minato, just come to the assembly point before we leave." Minato left the operations command tent and headed for Kamiyo's tent. Completely unaware that he was about to receive a big surprise, Kamiyo was busy fiddling with the circuitry inside Kaminazuki's body. As soon as Minato entered the tent, he was greeted by the sight of an unclothed Kaminazuki. Even though she was a puppet, she looked so lifelike that Minato, ever the bashful young man, couldn't help but blush. "Ahem, Kamiyo, could you please put your puppet away? I have something important to talk to you about." Whoa! Kamiyo was so absorbed in his work that he hadn't even noticed Minato had come into the tent. Minato's sudden voice nearly scared Kamiyo out of his wits. When Kamiyo saw who it was, he grumbled at Minato Namikaze. "Lord Minato, why are you just like Obito? At least Obito makes some noise when he appears, but you're completely silent. People's scaring people. Someone's going to get frightened to death." Minato let out an awkward laugh. "Sorry about that. It's just that this is a really urgent matter, and since we're about to leave here, I came straight in." Kamiyo's eyes lit up in surprise. "We're leaving? Does that mean we're going back to Konoha?" Minato looked at Kamiyo with a touch of sympathy and shook his head. "No, we're heading to the land of grass. If nothing unexpected happens, both Sunagakure and Iwagakure will soon declare war on Konoha together. So we need to get to the land of grass right away and prepare for battle." Kamiyo was stunned. Weren't Sunagakure and Iwagakure fighting each other? How did it suddenly become both villages joining forces against Konoha? Maybe he hadn't slept well last night. His ears must be playing tricks on him. Minato took hold of Kamiyo's arm and firmly pressed him into a chair, speaking seriously. "Kamiyo, what I'm about to tell you may be hard to accept, but it's the truth. So, get yourself ready." Seeing Minato so serious, Kamiyo swallowed nervously. What could possibly have happened to make Minato, who was always so gentle, look like this? Suddenly, Kamiyo felt like he didn't even want to know. Knowing would probably just mean trouble. "The 3rd Kazekage has disappeared." Kamiyo tilted his head, his eyes going wide with confusion as he looked at Minato. That was it. That was the big news. He'd known about that for ages, ever since Raza had taken over as the 4th Kazekage. He even knew who killed the 3rd Kazekage. Kamiyo let out a sigh of relief. For a moment there, he thought it was something serious. What was so difficult to accept about this? Minato gave Kamiyo a strange look. Kamiyo actually relaxed after hearing the third Kazekage had gone missing. It almost felt like Kamiyo and the third Kazekage didn't get along at all. Noticing Minato's odd expression, Kamiyo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained, "The third Kazekage is just missing. If he were dead, now that would be a real problem." Minato's expression grew even stranger. Dead, and it's only not so good. Why did it sound like, coming from Kamiyo's mouth, the third Kazekage's disappearance was nothing to worry about? Kamiyo was getting more and more uneasy, and he didn't even know what to say anymore. But then he thought about it again. Wait, from Minato and the other's perspective, he and the third Kazekage never got along. Didn't they basically sell him off to a Wagakure? So why was he feeling guilty at all? Minato gave his head a shake, nearly losing track of what he meant to say because of Kamiyo. The important matter was still waiting. Minato Namikaze continued. The third Kazekage disappeared. At first, Sand Village's investigation led them to a forehead protector belonging to a stone ninja. Using the excuse that stone shinobi had attacked the third Kazekage, they declared war on a Wagakure. But now, Sand Village claims to have found new so-called evidence. First, there's a scroll. Its contents read, "Uncle Kagutsu, I have very important intel on Konoha that I must report to you in person. Please, Uncle Kagutsu, meet me outside the Sand Village as soon as possible." Then, they discovered a large amount of iron sand at a certain location, along with fragments from puppet battles and scraps of Konoha ninja uniforms. Based on this, Sand Village concluded that you were intercepted by us and turned by Konoha. Using your shared lineage with the third Kazekage, you lured him out of the village, and our Konoha shinobi ambushed and killed him, then staged the scene to frame a Wagakure. It seems that Sand Village doesn't know your true identity, but they've issued an order. If any ninja from Konoha is found to use magnet release, they are to be killed at any cost. In other words, Kamishiro, you are now a wanted man in Sand Village. According to the Hokage's analysis, Sand Village will soon ally with Stone Village and jointly declare war on us, Konoha. That's why we must hurry to the Land of Grass, intercept the Stone Shinobi, and engage them in battle. Kamishiro was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging wide open in disbelief. Minato waited for Kamishiro to regain his composure, but even after a while, Kamishiro showed no response. Minato called out to Kamishiro a few times. Kamishiro finally snapped out of it, his voice a little hoarse as he asked, "Lord Minato, you're not joking with me, are you?" Minato's expression grew grave. "I'm not joking. This is the truth, Kamishiro." Kamishiro felt as if his mind had crashed. He simply couldn't process any of it. "Kamishiro, Lord Minato, is it all right if I have a moment to myself?" Minato nodded. "All right, I'll come find you when it's time to set out." No sooner had Minato stepped out of the tent than Kamishiro's wild laughter erupted from inside. A manic, rolling laughter bubbled out, loud and unrestrained. Minato grew concerned about Kamishiro's mental state. Had he lost his mind? Inside the tent, Kamishiro clutched his forehead, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. But it wasn't the laughter of joy. It was laughter born from sheer outrage. "Minato-sensei, is Kamishiro going to be all right?" Outside the tent, Obito, who was already aware of the situation, heard Kamishiro's unhinged laughter and couldn't help but worry. Minato, too, hearing Kamishiro's fit of laughter, grew anxious that Kamishiro might break down. Without delay, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Obito, Kakashi, and Rin Noera over. Minato Namikaze was hoping Obito and the others could have a good talk with Kamiyo, help calm him down, and keep him from actually losing his mind. Rin Noera voiced her concern. "Just hearing Kamiyo's laughter, you can tell something's wrong. His usual laugh sounds kind of sly, but right now, it has a mournful ring to it." Kakashi put on his trademark deadpan look and glanced at Minato. "Sensei, you don't mean to send us in to talk to Kamiyo, do you?" Minato chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you're all the same age, and you get along with him. He'll probably listen to you more than he would to me." Obito, full of energy, clenched his right fist and smacked it into his left palm. "Leave it to us. We'll definitely talk some sense into Kamiyo. Kakashi, Rin, let's go." With Obito in the lead, head held high and chest out, the three of them marched boldly toward Kamiyo's tent. Kakashi and Rin followed, right behind him. Suddenly, inside the tent, Kamiyo, having laughed enough, slammed his hand down on the table and roared, "Damn you, Raza! I'll never forgive you. 30 years the east of the village, 30 years the west. Today you bully me. Tomorrow I'll bully your kids." That shout startled Obito so much he leapt back, scrambling behind Kakashi and Rin for cover. Kakashi and Rin both turned to stare at Obito, speechless. Where did all that bravado go just now? Obito, a bit embarrassed, stammered, "And maybe we should wait a bit before going in. If we go now, Kamiyo might beat us up." And in the future, our kids might get it too. Kakashi and Rin exchanged a glance and said in unison, agreed. From Kamiyo's furious shouting, it was obvious he was absolutely livid. Barging in now would be like jumping right into the line of fire. Kamiyo's rant continued. Ebizo, I hope you get so young you drop the ol from your name and end up buried at sea. Chio, I hope you, old hag, put on a swimsuit and go. Try to seduce that big-nosed, crusty Inoki. And may all of you end up as human puppets made by that scorpion guy whose puppet skills aren't even half as good as mine. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin had no idea who Ebizo and Chio were, so Kamiyo's curses didn't really mean much to them. But Minato understood. He drew a sharp breath. Wow, he's really cursing them out. It was clear to Minato that Kamiyo was truly, outrageously angry this time. But what's this about a scorpion and human puppets? Some kind of desert scorpion? Or puppets that look like people? Kamiyo's chest was heaving with fury. How was he supposed to know he'd written a scroll that would make the third Kazekage leave Sunagakure? How was he supposed to know he'd been turned by Konoha? How was he supposed to know that after luring out the third Kazekage, Konoha's ninja would attack him? He was working undercover here, living each day on edge, constantly fearful, always on high alert. Every day was a battle of wits against formidable ninja like Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Wasn't that hard enough already? And after all this, he was labeled a traitor? This whole thing was definitely a scheme cooked up by Raza, Chio, and Ebizo. There was no need to think twice about it. After all, declaring war on Konoha was a huge matter for Sunagakure. It was impossible for just one person to make that decision. Besides, the bizarre turn of events that led to him being branded a traitor, there was a good chance that this was Raza's handiwork, that conniving scoundrel. Even though Jindai had never met Chio and Ebizo, both the third Kazekage and Yitsong had mentioned them to him before. Chio and Ebizo, when it came to their own people from the village, were actually pretty decent. But Raza, he was ruthless enough to target his own son, even sending assassins after him. So to pin such a malicious accusation of treason on him, Raza was definitely capable of something that vile. Jindai's eyes flashed with a fierce, almost predatory intensity. He never wanted to be an undercover agent in the first place. It was the third Kazekage who forced him into this role. Now the third Kazekage had simply closed his eyes and washed his hands of everything, leaving Jindai stuck with the label of traitor pressed on him like a brand. Raza, that snake, really was as treacherous as they came. Originally, this dirty trick was supposed to be pulled on Yitsong, but who would have thought Jindai would be the first to fall victim to it? Jindai's heart was full of grievance. How could anyone treat another person like this? When he first learned the third Kazekage had gone missing, he'd still been thinking about reaching out to the others from Sunagakure. Even when he couldn't summon his ninja hawk anymore, even when he lost all contact with the village, he still held onto the hope that someone would come looking for him. But in the end, all he got was the news that he'd been made out to be a traitor. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Jindai muttered bitterly, "No bloodline, no fancy eyes, just cannon fodder like me. What's so great about you all? If you don't want me, I don't want you either. Even among cannon fodder, there are ranks. One day, I'll make you realize what a powerful pawn you've thrown away. This is infuriating. I just can't swallow this. You'd better watch out, or one of these days I'll send that masked Obito to give you a world of trouble." Outside the tent, Obito and the others listened for any sign of movement from within. When things went quiet, Kakashi and Rin turned in unison to look at Obito. Catching their gaze, Obito felt a jolt of anxiety. "Why are you two looking at me like that?" Kakashi said. "It's about time we go in, don't you think?" The bravado Obito had shown earlier had completely vanished. Now, he looked a little sheepish. Obito cleared his throat awkwardly. "Kakashi, you go in first. I'll hang back and think about how to persuade Jindai." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, studying him. "Obito, don't tell me you're scared." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito froze. With Rin Noara right there beside him, how could he possibly admit that he was afraid? Obito stiffened his neck and retorted, "Who's scared? I'm not afraid at all. Let's go. I'll show you. I'm not scared of anything. Rin, listen. I'm the bravest man in the world." With that, Obito forced himself to march right at the front. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask. The provocation had worked. He had no interest in being the first to step into the tent. Dealing with Kamadai on a normal day was already enough to give him a headache. Now, with Kamadai in a bad mood, that was simply asking for trouble. Besides, comforting people wasn't exactly Kakashi's strong suit. Sarcasm, on the other hand, was. Trailing behind Obito, Rin Noara whispered softly, "You can do it, Obito." Instantly, Obito felt as if he'd been injected with pure adrenaline. Kamadai's words about being cool echoed intermittently in his mind. Forcing down the smile tugging at his lips, Obito put on a cool front and said, "Rin, just watch me in action." All it took was Rin's simple encouragement, and love-struck Obito charged toward Kamadai's tent, as if electrified. The moment Obito's loud voice entered the tent, he shouted, "Kamadai, I heard you've become a traitor." Kakashi and Rin, who had just started to step inside, immediately jerked back, then in perfect unison, slapped their foreheads. This idiot. He was supposed to help calm Kamadai down, not provoke him even further. Not far away, Minato Namikaze let out a helpless sigh. He was starting to regret choosing Obito for this. Wasn't this just pouring oil on the fire? Kamadai glared at Obito, his expression one of utter annoyance. "What? Are you here to mock me?" Obito held his head high and strode right up to Kamadai, then gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder, sending Kamadai stumbling straight into a chair. Obito didn't notice that Kamadai's face had gone completely dark. He just continued on his own. "So what if you've been framed as a traitor? It's not a big deal. Listen, you absolutely don't need to care about it. If you do, then I really will laugh." At hearing Kakashi's words, Obito was taken aback. With Rin Noara right beside him, how could he possibly admit he was afraid? Obito stiffened his neck and retorted, "Who's scared? I'm not scared at all. Let's go. I'm not afraid of anything. Rin, let me tell you, I'm the bravest man in the world." With those words, Obito mustered up his courage and marched to the front of the group. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of Kakashi's mouth, hidden beneath his mask. His goading had worked. He certainly didn't want to be the first to enter the tent. Dealing with the usual Kamiyo was troublesome enough, but now, with Kamiyo angry, he knew he stood no chance. Besides, comforting others had never been Kakashi's strong suit. He was far better at sarcasm. Following behind Obito, Rin Noara whispered softly, "Good luck, Obito." In an instant, Obito felt a surge of energy, as if he'd been injected with pure adrenaline, and Kamiyo's words about being cool echoed sporadically in his mind. Suppressing the grin that threatened to break out, Obito tried to sound nonchalant. "Watch me, Rin. I'll show you how it's done." All it took was that one little good luck from Rin, and love-struck Obito was suddenly brimming with confidence, heading straight for Kamiyo's tent. No sooner had he stepped inside than Obito called out at the top of his lungs, "Kamiyo, I heard you turned traitor." Kakashi and Rin, who had just been about to enter the tent themselves, abruptly stopped in their tracks and, in perfect unison, slapped their foreheads. This idiot. He was supposed to help calm Kamiyo down, not provoke him. Not far away, Minato Namikaze let out a helpless sigh. He was starting to regret sending Obito. This was only making things worse. Kamiyo glared at Obito, clearly in a foul mood. "What? Did you come here just to mock me?" Obito held his head high, strode right up to Kamiyo, and clapped him hard on the shoulder, so hard that Kamiyo stumbled and plopped down onto a chair. Obito didn't even notice Kamiyo's face had darkened completely. He just kept talking. "So what if you've been wrongfully called a traitor? It's nothing. Listen, you don't need to care about that at all. But if you do care, then I will really laugh at you." Rin had already taken a quiet step back, while Kakashi thoughtfully zipped the tent closed for Kamiyo. The very next moment, just as Kakashi and Rin expected, Obito's anguished cries rang out from inside the tent. "Ow! Kamiyo, what are you doing? I'm here to comfort you, really. You have to believe me. Just don't hit my face." "Comfort? I'll comfort you, you blockhead. Who do you think I am? Who needs your kind of comfort? And you call this comforting? You're just here to stir up trouble." After a while, the sounds of Obito's suffering finally faded from the tent. Kakashi and Rin figured that was enough. After Kamiyo had worked out his anger on Obito, his mood should have improved at least a little. Kakashi unzipped the tent again, and he and Rin Noara were immediately met with a scene so shocking and awkward that it nearly burned their eyes. They saw Kamishiro cradling Obito horizontally with his right arm, while his left hand rested on Obito's chest. His eyes were fixed on Obito with a gaze so tender and full of feeling that it was hard to watch. Obito, on the other hand, stared back at Kamishiro in utter terror. Kamishiro's gaze sent chills down Obito's spine, making his skin break out in goosebumps. Kamishiro, you've already beat me up. What more do you want? Don't do anything crazy." Kamishiro's left hand gently kneaded Obito's chest as he asked in a soft, almost whispering tone, "Obito, are we good friends?" Right now, Obito felt something was seriously off about Kamishiro. A sense of dread crept up on him, making him clench up. "We are." With a playful slap to Obito's chest, Kamishiro pouted and teased. "I'm asking you, so why are you tossing the question back to me?" Obito was starting to get seriously creeped out, a note of fear in his voice. I guess we are. Kamishiro, can you just act normal?" Kamishiro pursed his lips and replied, "I'm being normal. It's all your fault, Obito." My mood was already bad, and you just had to provoke me. You made me lose control, so I gave you a couple of light punches. Are you okay? Does it still hurt? Want me to ask Rin to come over and soothe you? Standing at the tent entrance, Rin Noera shivered so hard it was as if a chill shot straight through her. Without a second thought, she retreated 3 meters in one leap. What did this have to do with her? She definitely didn't want to get drawn into the bizarre atmosphere between Kamishiro and Obito. Obito also shuddered, and despite his swollen, pig-headed face, he shook his head desperately. No, 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 that won't be necessary. I'm not hurt at all. In fact, I feel great. Kamishiro raised his eyebrows at Obito, his expression full of subtle mischief. Oh, Obito, you have such unique tastes. I may not get it, but I respect it. Since we're good friends, could you do me a favor in the future? Now Obito was truly panicking. He wanted nothing more than to escape, but there was no way out. What kind of favor? Kamashiro's eyes narrowed, and his voice lost its playful tone, turning serious. Obito, when you become strong one day, help me beat someone up. Leave the 3 smaller ones to me. The big one is yours. Obito frowned, sensing that whoever Kamishiro wanted him to deal with wouldn't be easy. He asked cautiously, who is it? Kamashiro's eyes flashed with anger as he ground out, someone utterly shameless, the kind who treats people like dirt and burns bridges after crossing them. You don't need to know now. You're not strong enough yet. I'll tell you when you are. Outside the tent, Minato Namikaze was already starting to piece things together. It had to be Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo. But those 3 together must be pushing a combined age of 150, and they're the little ones? So who's the big one? Minato Namikaze, who had just made a wrong guess, was now pondering over who this big one Shindai mentioned could be. Shindai's voice rose again, teasingly, with a playful smile. Well, what do you say, Obito? All right, I promise. Whatever you want, I'll agree to it. Right now, Obito just wanted to get away as quickly as possible. He agreed without thinking, figuring he could deal with it later. Who knows, maybe Shindai would forget all about it anyway. With a dramatic change of expression, Shindai put on a 1-second face-switch performance for Obito. The moment Obito agreed, the smile vanished from Shindai's face. He let go of Obito without warning, letting him drop straight to the ground. Obito landed hard on his rear, staring blankly at Shindai. This wasn't the Shindai from a moment ago. How could someone change faces so quickly? Shindai shot a sidelong glance at Obito, who was still sitting there in a daze. What's wrong? Are you expecting me to help you up or something? Obito sprang to his feet in a flash. Watching Shindai as he stuffed a bunch of small parts in his backpack, Obito couldn't help but ask, Shindai, what are you doing? Shindai rolled his eyes at Obito. Don't tell me Lord Minato or the others didn't mention it to you. We're leaving soon, aren't we? If I don't pack up, are you going to buy all this stuff for me? Obito hurriedly covered his pockets. I don't have much allowance left. Shindai snorted. With your measly pocket money? I'm not interested. If I wanted real cash, I'd just go straight to Jiraiya. Obito looked puzzled. Why would Jiraiya give you money if you ask? Shindai puffed out his chest with pride. Obito, you know, everyone needs a skill to rely on. Got it. Obito didn't really understand what Shindai meant, but Kakashi, Rin Noera, and Minato Namikaze caught on instantly. All 3 of them were inwardly exasperated. After lying in a hospital bed for days thanks to Tsunade's beating, had Shindai really forgotten all about it? Seeing that Shindai seemed to be in a good mood, Obito ventured. Shindai, are you feeling better now? Shindai shot back irritably. What makes you think I was ever not okay? I'm a model of emotional stability. Now get moving, unless you want to snoop through my personal things. Obito's lips twitched. Emotionally stable? Then why was his head swollen like a pig's? And besides, they were all guys here. What could he possibly see that he shouldn't? Obito left the tent. Kakashi, Rin, and Minato all gave Obito a big thumbs up. Nicely done, Obito. For the first time, Obito didn't feel happy at all about being praised. Once Shindai finished packing, he slung his overstuffed bag onto his back and walked out of the tent. Outside, Minato, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito were all waiting for him. Obito waved at Kamiyo, calling out, We've been waiting for you, Kamiyo. Hurry up, let's get going. Coming, Kamiyo replied, jogging over to Minato Namikaze's side. Minato greeted him with a warm smile. We've all been here the whole time, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Kamiyo stared at Minato in surprise, struck by the unexpected reassurance. Wow, that was oddly powerful. For a moment, Kamiyo felt genuinely moved by Minato's words. Minato took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. All right, the journey to the land of grass will be our last bit of peace for a while. Kamiyo, I hope you're ready. There's a high chance that our mission there will involve real combat. I want you to stand together with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, facing whatever comes as a team. Kamiyo nodded. I understand what you mean, Lord Minato, I promise I won't be a burden to Kakashi and the others. Minato shot Kamiyo a helpless glance. Still putting on an act, huh? Being a burden? What Minato really wanted was for Kamiyo to fight alongside Kakashi and the team as equals. After all the times Kamiyo's abilities had slipped out during training, it was almost laughable to pretend otherwise. But Minato decided not to call him out. Kamiyo was in a good mood, and there was no point in ruining it now. Besides, Obito's face was still swollen and would take a while to heal, so this wasn't the time for teasing. All right, time to move out. I think we're the last ones left. Minato led the group, bringing Kamiyo, Kakashi, and Obito to join the main force as they set off for the Land of Grass. A week later, Kamiyo arrived at the Leaf Encampment in the Land of Grass alongside the Konoha Ninja Battalion. The base was thick with tension. Everyone wore grim, determined expressions, hurrying about their tasks. Kamiyo even spotted wounded shinobi, some missing arms or legs, being rushed to the medical tents for treatment. It was clear the Konoha forces here were already deep in battle. Nerves tightening, Kamiyo swallowed hard. Tsunade had already vanished, using her body flicker technique to slip away. Her hemophobia was acting up. She'd accidentally caught sight of some blood, and her body was already trembling. If she saw any more, her knees might just give out and send her to the ground right there. She was one of the legendary Sannin. After all, she had to maintain her dignity. Minato, frowning, turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, it looks like the war for Konoha has already begun. Jiraiya's expression was equally grave. Yes, it has. Come on, let's head to the command post and find out what's happening. Jiraiya then addressed Kamiyo and the rest of the group who had just arrived from the Land of Hot Water. Go to the supply tent in an orderly fashion to collect your gear, then find a spot to rest and set up camp. We'll assign missions after that. Shindai followed Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara, along with the other ninjas, to the supply area to collect their tents. Then, they searched for an open space to set up camp. Under Shindai's direction, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin set up their tents in a triangular formation. And Shindai's tent was pitched right at the center of the triangle formed by the other three. Not for any particular reason, but simply because it made him feel safer. Although Kakashi and Rin were clearly reluctant, under Shindai's persistent reasoning, complete with tears, complaints, and dramatic threats, they finally happily agreed. You know, I came here all alone, far from home, and you're the only people I know in this strange place. And you're aware that I'm now wanted by Sunagakure. Every day, I'm living in fear, constantly on edge, with no sense of security. If you don't help me, I really don't know who else I could turn to. After all, I've lost everything. With those words, and the pitiful expression Shindai put on for effect. Of course, Kakashi and Rin weren't fooled for an instant, but Obito fell for it completely. After this little performance, even though Kakashi and Rin knew Shindai was putting on an act, they had no choice but to agree. Inside the operations command room, the commander this time was not Orochimaru. He had already gone to the Land of Rivers to take charge of the battle there. Now, Nara Shikaku was in command here, assisted by Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. Minato Namikaze, who was friends with the Inoshikacho trio, hadn't seen them for a long time. He was delighted to see all three here, though it was clear that this wasn't the time for catching up. Jiraiya asked, Shikaku, what's the situation here right now? Shikaku reported, Lord Jiraiya, the situation isn't good, but at least it's stabilized for the moment. Right now, both Sand and Stone ninja forces are in the Land of Grass, and it's difficult for us Konoha ninjas to fight both sides head-on at the same time. Fortunately, the third Hokage sent us here ahead of time to set up our positions, so we've secured many of the advantageous spots in the Land of Grass. Also, the Sand and Stone ninja each have their own agendas. If they joined forces and attacked together, even with the terrain on our side, we'd struggle, but neither wants to sacrifice their own men first, so they're both hesitating, waiting for the other to make the first move. Because of this, our situation has barely stabilized, and for now, we're evenly matched. Minato replied with a serious expression. I've brought all the ninjas from the Land of Hot Water here to support you. Shikaku, whatever you need us to do, just give the order. Nara Shikaku nodded. After this, I'll disperse the ninja you've brought into the various units. That should greatly ease the pressure on those holding the front lines. Besides, I suspect the alliance between the Sand and the Stone villages won't last much longer. They're not truly united. Suspicion and wariness run deep between them. Such a partnership is bound to fall apart soon. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, his voice tinged with hope. If their alliance ends, does that mean things will get much easier for us here in Konoha? Shikamaru Nara, however, shook his head gravely. On the contrary, I think we'll be facing even greater pressure. If the Sand and Stone villages part ways, we'll be facing the full force of a Wagakure head-on. Even though we hold many strategic positions, the stone ninja are masters of earth release. The terrain we rely on can be easily neutralized by their jutsu. What's more, Sunagakure will be watching us like hawks from the rear. Now all eyes are on Kumogakure, the cloud village. Will they strike at Awagakure? Or will they come for us? And let's not forget Kirigakure, the mist. So far, they've stayed out of the fray, but we can't afford to let our guard down. In short, the situation for Konoha right now is far from optimistic. Hearing Shikamaru's analysis, both Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze grew visibly more serious, the weight of the situation settling over them. After a slow exhale, Shikamaru said, Jiraiya, Minato, you've both traveled a long way and must be exhausted. Rest for now. Later, I'll have some special assignments for you. Jiraiya and Minato nodded in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, at Konoha's encampment in the Land of Grass. Inside a tent, Kamiyo was busy setting things up. The fighting here was fierce, so there was no chance of the luxuries they'd enjoyed in the Land of Hot Water. No proper beds this time. All he'd managed to get from logistics was a simple set of bedding, meant to be spread right on the ground. Kamiyo couldn't stand it. What if some creepy crawlies or mice found their way onto him in the night? What if he rolled over in his sleep and landed straight on the hard floor? Kamiyo's personal ninja way was, no matter how hard things get, never make yourself suffer. Wait, wasn't Kamiyo's ninja way supposed to be, only by enduring what others can't can you achieve what others never will? Ninja ways are written in stone, but people aren't. We have to adapt with the times. So Kamiyo put the materials Jiraiya had given him to good use and crafted himself a bed. Once it was done, solid and sturdy, he laid out his bedding and stretched out on top, perfectly comfortable, as if he were on vacation. Then Kamiyo took out paper and brush, but this time he wasn't writing a letter. There was no one to send it to. Instead, he began to draw. As a master puppet maker, Kamiyo's artistic skills were second to none. He created 3 wildly abstract paintings. Each one featured a round face with big ears, abstract art taken to the extreme. These 3 paintings represented Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo. Of course, Kamiyo had never actually met any of them, so he painted entirely from the impressions in his mind. The reason why Jindai painted these 3 pictures was to spur himself on. It was these 3 culprits who, for reasons he couldn't quite grasp, had made him a traitor. Screw it, I'm done pretending. With 3 swift punches, Jindai shattered the freshly finished paintings. Forget motivation. These were just an outlet for his frustration. This won't do. When I've got the time, I'll make 3 puppets to vent my anger on. That's the best thing about being a puppeteer. If you need something to take your anger out on, you can just make it yourself. Jindai let out a long sigh. Though he still felt out of sorts, at least he was a bit more comfortable now. Jindai, I'm dropping by. Hey, how come you've got a bed in here? Obito stepped into Jindai's tent, and his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a bed. Jindai rolled his eyes skyward. Why don't you just go get one for yourself? Really? Did I miss out on getting a bed? I'll go grab one right now. Obito dashed off as quickly as he had arrived. Jindai shook his head. Humans can be so foolish. Half an hour later, Obito stormed back in, fuming. Jindai, you tricked me. There aren't any beds at all. Jindai lounged on his bed, legs crossed, casually flipping through a scroll filled with scientific knowledge. He barely looked up. I never said you could get a bed from the logistics department. Obito's face flushed red with anger. You told me to get one. Do you have any idea how embarrassing that was? Everyone looked at me like I was an idiot. I've never been so humiliated. Jindai glanced sideways at the now beet-red Obito and replied calmly. I told you to get one. I never said you could get it from the logistics department. Obito's teeth clenched so hard they ground audibly as he glared at Jindai. Then, to Jindai's surprise, Obito did something completely unexpected. With a sudden leap, Obito hurled himself onto Jindai's bed. Now Jindai was flustered. What are you doing, Obito? Obito, stubborn as ever, replied. What am I doing? I'm sleeping here now, unless you give me a bed. There aren't any beds. I made this one myself. Get off. Jindai tried to push Obito away, but Obito clung to the edge of the bed with a death grip. I don't care, whether you make it or fetch it. You promised, so now you owe me. Now, it was Jindai's turn to get red in the face. Hey, fine. I'll make you one, all right? Just get off first. Seeing Jindai so flustered, Obito felt a wave of satisfaction. But Obito wasn't about to fall for it. You make the bed first, then I'll get off. Otherwise, this one's mine. Jindai stared at Obito in disbelief. When did he get so clever? Jindai had planned on tricking Obito off the bed, but this time his scheme had failed. After a couple more futile pushes, Jindai realized Obito wasn't budging and gave in. He should have known better than to tease Obito. In any case, making a bed wasn't that much trouble. If one needed to be made, so be it. Soon, Obito's bed was ready. With a look of annoyance, Kamishiro said to Obito, who was still lounging on his bed. It's done. Now hurry up and get off my bed. All right. Obito leapt off the bed in a lively motion, then circled around the new bed, inspecting it from every angle. His face was already beaming with delight. I forgive you. With that, Obito hoisted up the bed and dashed off. Kamishiro stood there in disbelief. Not even a word of thanks. Just that shameless claim of forgiveness. Who could put up with that? But Obito was already gone, vanished without a trace, leaving Kamishiro unable to vent his frustration. Muttering under his breath, Kamishiro climbed back onto his bed and continued reading. The next day, while Kamishiro was still asleep, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze had already made their way to the Operations Command Center to meet with Shikaku Nara. With a grave expression, Shikaku addressed them. Lord Jiraiya, Minato, I have a new assignment for the two of you. Jiraiya and Minato nodded, their faces equally serious. Go ahead, Shikaku. You can count on us. Shikaku's tone was heavy. From here on out, the two of you will form a team and operate independently. There's no set end date for this mission. It could last a month, maybe even several months. You'll have to rely on your own skills to survive. Your task is to go deep behind enemy lines and act at your own discretion. Whether that means cutting off their supply lines or launching surprise attacks on their troops, it's up to you. The important thing is to keep the pressure on them. Minato, only you can handle this, given your speed and mobility. Lord Jiraiya, your role will be to assist Minato. And if you manage to gather any intel, please make sure to get it to us as quickly as possible. Jiraiya and Minato accepted the assignment in unison. Understood. Minato then spoke to Shikaku. Shikaku, there's someone rather unique in my squad. His name is Kamishiro. He's the ninja with the magnet release. Bloodline limit. He's currently operating with Kakashi and the others, so I'd appreciate it if you could look out for them a little more. Shikaku was surprised. So that magnet release ninja is working with you, Minato? Can he be trusted? Minato nodded. He can. Besides, Kakashi and the others will be keeping an eye on him. Shikaku agreed. Understood. I'll make sure to look after your students and that magnet release ninja. Now then, Minato, Lord Jiraiya, once you've made your preparations, you can set out at any time. After leaving the command center, Minato turned to Jiraiya. Sensei, once I've packed up, I'll go find Kakashi and the others to give them some instructions. After that, I'll come meet you. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the camp. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze split up to act separately. In fact, Minato didn't have much to pack. After all, he had only just arrived at the outpost yesterday. All he needed to do was gather his essential gear for the mission. Once he was ready, Minato headed toward the tent where Jindai and the other three, including Kakashi, were staying. Having accepted the mission and prepared to set out immediately, Minato, after packing up, went to find Kakashi, Rin, Obito, and Jindai to give them some final instructions. Kakashi and Rin were already awake when Minato arrived. He took the opportunity to wake up Obito, who was still fast asleep, and then, with a bleary-eyed Obito in tow, made his way to the central tent to rouse Jindai. Jindai, rubbing his drowsy eyes, asked, "What's going on? Is it time to eat?" Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "Can you think of any other reason we'd all come looking for you besides food?" Jindai scratched his cheek. "Well, I can think of a few, but I'd rather not say. With everyone coming to find him like this, it could only mean a group meal, or more likely, some work that needed doing." Jindai really wasn't in the mood for work. Kakashi found himself speechless at Jindai's response. He really doesn't hold back, Kakashi thought. Should I call him honest, or just crafty? Minato clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. "All right, quiet down, everyone. I'll be heading out on a mission with Jiraiya-sensei, and it's likely we won't see each other for quite some time. So before I go, there are some things I need to tell you all. From now on, the four of you will operate as a unit. I've already spoken with Shikaku. You won't be split up and will instead be assigned together to a ninja battalion, where you'll follow orders as a team. Kakashi, you've always been level-headed and able to calmly determine the best course of action in any situation. While I'm away, you'll lead the team." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Minato-sensei. This wasn't the first time Kakashi had taken charge, so he wasn't surprised by the responsibility. Minato then turned to Rin. "Rin, remember, you're a medical ninja, and that makes you indispensable. The presence of a medical ninja gives combat ninjas the confidence to fight with everything they have, knowing that no matter how badly they're hurt, there's someone who can treat them. That sense of security pushes them to give their all. Your job is to provide timely aid when your teammates are injured. Sometimes you let your emotions get the better of you, but you're their final line of defense. Your first priority must always be to protect yourself. Do you understand?" Rin answered, "Yes, Minato-sensei. I understand." Next, Minato looked at Obito. "And finally, Obito, Your skills have improved greatly compared to before. I've seen all your progress. Your hard work hasn't gone unnoticed." Hearing Minato's praise, Obito puffed out his chest with pride. Shindai didn't even want to talk about Obito anymore. It was obvious that Minato Namikaze was about to follow up with a "but what was Obito so pleased about anyway?" But, sure enough, just as Shindai expected, Minato continued, "Obito, you tend to act on impulse, and when you're impulsive, you don't listen to orders. I know sometimes you just want to prove yourself, and other times it's for your teammates. However, your impulsiveness could easily make an already difficult situation even worse. What coming next is real war, Obito. You need to learn to restrain yourself. Think things through before acting. If you're not sure what to do, ask Kakashi. You're a team. Trust your comrades." Obito pouted and replied in a low voice, "I understand, sensei. I'll keep it under control." Lastly, Shindai. Minato turned his gaze to Shindai. Before Minato could say another word, Shindai immediately cut in. "You don't have to worry, Lord Minato. You know I'm the calmest one here. I'll never drag Kakashi or the others down. You don't need to worry about me at all." Minato pressed his lips together and called him out directly. "Drop the act, Shindai. I already know everything." Shindai stared at Minato, stunned as if he'd been struck by lightning. Snapping back to his senses, Shindai forced a laugh. "What do you mean? I'm not pretending at all. Minato sight. There's no need to keep pretending, Shindai. Your magnet release, your puppet skills, they might not be the very best, but they're definitely high level. You have the strength of a Jonin. I already know." In an instant, Shindai shot an angry glare at Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. It had to be those three who exposed him. He disguised himself so well, flawlessly, and if not for something they said, how could Minato have possibly found out? The three of them simply rolled their eyes at him. As if it was their fault, Shindai's lousy disguise was so obvious that only a blind man wouldn't have noticed. Minato looked Shindai in the eye and spoke earnestly. "Shindai, you can't go back to the Sand Village now. Clearly, they've completely abandoned you. I, along with Obito, the others, Jiraiya-sensei, and even the third Hokage, we all sincerely hope you'll join Konoha. Truly become one of us. We really do see you as our comrade. While I'm away on this mission, think carefully about it. When I return, I hope I can hear your answer. Before that, I'd also like you to fight alongside Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Stand together with them through thick and thin. Will you do that, Shindai?" Minato's gaze burned with conviction as he looked at Shindai. Shindai found it hard to handle the intensity of Minato's stare. Now that Minato had learned the truth about his abilities from Kakashi and the others, there was no point pretending anymore. Although his true strength had been revealed, his undercover identity remained a secret. Even though that undercover role was now useless, it still meant that he had won, at least in one way. His infiltration had been flawless. Shindai nodded and agreed. "All right, I understand, Lord Minato. I promise you." Minato Namikaze gave him a bright, sunny smile and reached out to ruffle Shindai's hair. Finally, Minato reminded them, "When you're carrying out the mission, make sure you're careful. Don't underestimate your opponent. And never let your guard down. Always stay highly alert and focused, and anticipate any challenges or difficulties that might arise. At the same time, observe and analyze your surroundings thoroughly. Make sure every detail is taken care of, so you don't suffer injuries, fail the mission, or incur unnecessary losses due to carelessness. Also, keep calm and clear-headed. Even when facing sudden situations or pressure, you need to be able to make the right decisions quickly, ensuring your own safety and the success of the mission." In unison, Kakashi, Obito, Rin Noara, and Shindai responded, "Yes." Minato let out a long sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "I believe you can do it. All right, I should get going." Until next time, Minato left the tent and joined Jiraiya at the entrance to the base. "All set." "Yes, everything's settled." Jiraiya stretched and looked off into the distance. "Well then, let's head out." Jiraiya and Minato left the base together to carry out their assignment. Not long after Minato's departure, Kakashi received word that all the ninjas who had come from the land of hot water to support the land of grass were to assemble immediately. Kakashi gathered Obito, Rin, and Shindai and headed to the clearing where everyone was gathering. Since Shindai had been living at the hot water base for quite some time, and thanks to the notorious incident where Tsunade had given both Jiraiya and Shindai a good thrashing, he'd become quite well known. Many people recognized Shindai as someone close to both Minato and Jiraiya. Being the center of so much attention made Shindai feel extremely uncomfortable. Standing behind Obito, he moved a little closer, almost pressing against him. Noticing Shindai pressed up behind him, Obito squirmed and complained, "Hey Shindai, don't get so close. It's scorching out here." Shindai pouted, "I don't care, I'm staying right here." Kakashi and Rin exchanged confused glances, unsure what was going on with Shindai now. Obito turned to look at Shindai and immediately realized why. Shindai was visibly anxious, his eyes darting around and his hands fidgeting nervously. Obito asked in surprise, "Are you having a bout of social anxiety?" Shindai insisted stubbornly, "Careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. I'm not socially anxious, not at all. I'm just not used to being in crowded places." Obito sighed and joked, "If you were cremated, I bet only your mouth would be left." Despite the jab, Obito didn't press further, allowing Shindai to keep sticking close by his side. Not long after, Nara Shikaku appeared ahead of them. With an air of officialdom, Nara Shikaku addressed the group, then gave a brief overview of the situation regarding the Konoha shinobi in the Land of Grass. In short, the outlook was grim. "Next, you'll all be assigned to various posts. I will now announce your assignments. You have 1 hour to prepare, then immediately head to your designated positions," Shikaku declared. He began reading out the list. Kakashi Itaki, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, Shindai. You four are to report to the logistics post in the northwest. Shindai hadn't expected to hear his own name. Did this mean he was officially a Konoha shinobi now? But hadn't Minato just said he wanted Shindai's answer when he returned? Wasn't this a bit like acting first and asking permission later? Shindai whispered, "What does logistics post mean? Are we just going to stay here and handle supplies?" Obito explained, "Of course not. If that were the case, they wouldn't have called our names. The logistics post is just behind the front lines, which means our next task is almost certainly to transport equipment and supplies from logistics to the front." Shindai thought about it. That still sounded better than fighting on the front lines. After the assignments were announced, Shikaku concluded, "In 1 hour, everyone must be at their posts. No delays." Dismissed. Shindai, Kakashi, and the others returned to their tent to pack up. Looking at the bed in his tent, Shindai felt a pang of regret. All that effort for nothing. But then he reconsidered. At least he'd gotten 1 night's sleep. Not a complete waste. If he'd made it and hadn't even slept a single night, then it really would have been pointless. Shindai patted his bed. "I'll sleep on you when I get back. See you later." Once they finished packing, Shindai regrouped with Kakashi and the others. Kakashi, now their leader, asked, "Does everyone have everything? Check again. Once we leave, there's no coming back." Obito and Rin began double-checking their packs. Shindai patted his own backpack and said confidently, "I'm all set." Kakashi, exasperated, insisted, "Set or not? Check again." Grumbling, Shindai opened his backpack and went through his things one by one. "How could I possibly forget anything? I made sure to bring every single thing I could. Wait, where's my Kaminazuki scroll? Oh, right, it's by my pillow." Kakashi's listless, deadpan eyes followed as Jindai spun around and dashed back to his own tent, wordlessly watching him go. Jindai rummaged beneath his pillow and successfully found the scroll. Last night, after fiddling with Kaminazuki for a while, he sealed it into the scroll and absent-mindedly shoved it under his pillow. He returned, scroll in hand, stuffed it into his bag, and gave his backpack a confident pat once more. "All set, no worries." Kakashi rolled his eyes but ignored Jindai, turning instead to Obito and Rin Noara. "How about you two? Got everything?" Obito and Rin nodded in unison. "Yes, we've packed everything." "In that case, let's head out." Following the map, Kakashi led Obito, Rin, and Jindai toward their assigned logistics base. They traveled deep into the night before the four finally arrived at the logistics outpost. The base was stocked with a vast amount of supplies. It couldn't just be set up openly on the surface, as that would make it an easy target for enemy attacks. If logistics fell, and the front line lost its supply line, the entire operation could collapse in an instant. Battlefields are ever-changing. If supplies were dispatched straight from the main camp, the fight might already be over by the time they arrived. Thus, the logistics base served as a relay station, positioned to immediately resupply the front lines at a moment's notice. Their assigned logistics base was established underground. It had been hollowed out by Konoha's Earth-style ninja, a subterranean stronghold. Above ground, a squad of Konoha shinobi patrolled the perimeter, keeping watch on all sides. Kakashi approached the patrol squad with his team, confirmed their identities, and a Konoha ninja led them down into the underground base. Inside, the first thing that caught their eyes were rows upon rows of massive wooden crates. These crates were filled with supplies, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and all manner of emergency medical gear. The officer in charge of this outpost was a special jonin named Takei Katsuhiko. Takei Katsuhiko greeted the four of them with a bright smile. "At last, some extra hands. This is a real relief." Obito asked curiously, "Is manpower really that short here?" Takei Katsuhiko nodded. "Absolutely. We're severely understaffed. Since we handle logistics, there aren't many ninja here, just 20. In total. Sometimes sand or stone shinobi try to cut off our supply lines to the front, so we're always at risk of being attacked. Last time, a 5-man supply team was ambushed. None of them made it back. We've had a few attacks before, too. That's why, from an original 20, only 11 of us are left. Jindai's mouth fell open in shock as he stared at Takei, Katsuhiko, stunned. At first, I thought the logistics unit would be safer than the front lines, but now it seems just as dangerous. Kakashi turned to Takei, Katsuhiko, and said, Captain Takei, the 4 of us will follow your orders from here on out. Takei Katsuhiko replied gravely, Good. Now that you're here, a lot of pressure is off our shoulders. Without you, there'd be no one left. To run supplies, there's a batch of equipment that needs to be delivered to the front. Once you've checked it, head out immediately. Kamashiro's little face scrunched up in dismay. They had just arrived. Wouldn't they even get a break? The 4 from Kamashiro's team had barely set foot in the logistics camp before being assigned to deliver a load of supplies to the front lines. Takei Katsuhiko quickly counted out several large crates and sealed them into 2 scrolls. He reminded them, I've marked the destination on your maps. Make sure the supplies arrive before the morning after tomorrow. If you're ambushed and can't protect the cargo, destroy it at once. It must not fall into enemy hands. Kakashi nodded. Understood. We'll head out right away. Kakashi shouldered one of the large scrolls, and Obito picked up the other. With the boys present, and since Rin, the only girl, was a medical ninja, it naturally fell to the guys to do the heavy lifting. As for Kamishiro, if they made him carry something, it would just lead to a lot of complaints. Kakashi glanced back at Obito, Rin, and Kamishiro. Let's move. Taking advantage of the cover of night, the 4 set out at once. As they traveled, Kakashi instructed, Stay alert. You all heard what Captain Takei said. It's very likely we'll run into ambushes. From sand or stone ninja. Keep your guard up. Kamishiro, use your third eye from high vantage point, and keep watch all around us. At times like this, Kamishiro certainly wouldn't be joking around. Their own safety was on the line. Kamishiro used his sand iron to form an eye and send it soaring upward, pressing his left hand over his own eye to transmit the visual feed directly into it, scanning the surroundings intently. By midday the next day, nothing had happened. Their journey so far had gone smoothly. When they reached a riverbank, Kakashi stopped. Let's take a short break. Kamashiro's been using his jutsu since last night. He must be exhausted. Must be exhausted? I'm completely wiped out, okay. Kamishiro dropped his third eye and plopped down on the ground. Honestly, to say he was completely wiped out was a bit of an exaggeration. Maintaining the third, I didn't use much chakra. Still, the fatigue was real. Even if each use only took a little, the constant strain added up over time. Kakashi took out the map and checked their position. At this pace, we should reach the front lines by tonight. When Kamio heard that they wouldn't arrive until nightfall, his face fell instantly. What? It's only midday now, and we still have half a day to go. Kakashi put away the map and said, We've been moving fast. We should reach the front line encampment around 8 or 9 this evening. Generally speaking, the enemy rarely launches attacks during daylight, and the closer we get to the front lines, the less likely our supplies will be intercepted. So, Kamio, just keep using your third eye intermittently to watch our surroundings. Still, we can't lower our guard. Stay alert as we move forward. We'll rest for 10 minutes and then head out again. The sooner we get these supplies to the front, the sooner we can breathe easy. Kamio sighed deeply. It was truly exhausting, mostly mentally. The constant fear of an enemy ambush left his nerves stretched taut. Thinking about how every day ahead would be like this, Kamio felt a wave of despair wash over him. He missed that bed back at the base, the one he'd only slept in for a single night. The 10-minute break seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and before Kamio could really rest, it was time to set off again. With a weary groan, Kamio fell in line behind Kakashi and the others as they continued their journey. But luck was on their side. The supply run went smoothly, and they reached the front-line encampment a little after 8 in the evening. When they arrived, Kamio was stunned by the scene in the camp. Everywhere he looked, there were wounded soldiers. Not far ahead, the battle still raged, the sky aglow with fire, a fierce and desperate fight. Countless other ninja were preparing to leave the camp and rush to the front. Seeing so many wounded, far more than he'd seen at the Konoha outpost in the Land of Grass, and in far worse condition, Kamio felt a chill creep through his heart. If the camp was like this, how much worse must things be out there on the battlefield? Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all wore heavy expressions. Kakashi quickly found the ninja in charge of receiving and distributing supplies. Once they handed over the 2 scrolls full of provisions, their mission was complete. With their task finished, Kamio and the others had to head straight back to the logistics base. After all, more supplies might need delivering at any moment. The trip back was even smoother. Not only were there no ambushes, but nothing at all out of the ordinary happened. When Takei Katsuhiko saw Kakashi return with his team, he asked, "How did it go? Was everything all right?" Kakashi replied, "It went very well. We didn't run into any trouble, and we've successfully delivered the supplies to our comrades on the front lines." Takei Katsuhiko said with concern, "The fighting at the front must be fierce, isn't it?" Kakashi nodded gravely. "It's very intense out there." Takehiko Takei let out a sigh. "The frontline outpost where you've been delivering supplies is protected by a natural ravine. It's a formidable barrier. Under no circumstances can we let the sand or stone shinobi break through. If they do, there won't be any more advantageous terrain to slow them down in this area. Well, you've worked hard enough for now. Take a short break. Let your other teammates handle the next delivery." Rest, however, was a relative term. The base was crammed with supplies, so there were no beds or comforts to be found. Resting meant lying on the ground for a while or leaning back against a crate of supplies. It wasn't as if Jindai could conjure up a bed here, either. That would be far too disrespectful, given the circumstances. He found a spot in the corner, sat down, and leaned against a nearby supply box. His mind was filled with the wounded he'd seen earlier in the frontline camp. The sight had been so harrowing that he couldn't shake it from his memory. War, how truly detestable. There's nothing to like about it. Over the next week or so, Jindai and his 3 companions made 3 more supply runs, delivering everything from equipment to medical supplies. Luckily, all 3 trips went smoothly. Each load arrived at its destination without incident. After they returned from the latest run, Takehiko Takei gathered the 4 of them to share some news he'd just received. In short, the sand and stone villages had fallen out. The sand shinobi had withdrawn from the land of grass. On the surface, this should have been good news. But in reality, it was anything but. With the sand shinobi gone, the stone shinobi no longer had to worry about their former allies. They launched a full-scale assault on the leaf shinobi stationed in the land of grass, making the situation even more dire than before. Meanwhile, the sand shinobi, having retreated from the land of grass, moved into the land of rivers. There, they clashed with leaf shinobi, looking for chances to seize leaf resources. To ease the pressure on the leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a page from the Sand's playbook and spread rumors that the rampage of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in the Cloud Village might be connected to the stone. Perhaps out of revenge, Cloud Shinobi began launching frequent surprise attacks on the stone from behind. This gave the leaf some much-needed breathing room. As for the Mist Shinobi, a contingent had already entered the Land of Waves, though their intentions remained unclear. After a day's rest, Jindai and his team, Kakashi and the others, received another mission. They were to deliver a new batch of supplies to a different frontline outpost. Once again, Jindai and his 3 teammates took on a supply run to yet another outpost, and they were already on their way. On the road, Jindai grumbled, "Why isn't it the usual outpost we've been delivering to? This one's so much farther away." Obito sighed helplessly. "There's nothing we can do." Didn't Captain Takei say it already? The front line we're heading to is seeing fierce fighting. Supplies from several logistics bases are all being sent there. Rin tightened the straps on her body. This time, each of the 4 of them was carrying a large scroll filled with all sorts of supplies. She let out a weary sigh and said, "Who knows how long this war will drag on?" Kakashi reminded them, "All right, enough chit-chat. Up ahead is the forest. Stay alert, Jindai." Yeah, I know." By now, Jindai didn't even need Kakashi to finish his sentence. He already knew what Kakashi wanted him to do. Jindai created a third eye, sending it soaring into the air, then followed along as the group entered the woods. The 4 of them wove their way through the forest. Apart from the sounds of their hurried footsteps and the occasional chirp of insects, everything was eerily quiet. "Wait!" Jindai suddenly called out to stop Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. The 3 halted immediately. Kakashi asked gravely, "What is it, Jindai? Did you notice something?" Pressing his left eye, Jindai carefully examined the image being transmitted by his third eye. His tone was serious. "There's something up. On a tree trunk far to our left, I didn't spot anyone, but I did see a shadow. One that really looks like a person's." Kakashi asked, "Can you confirm it?" Jindai's expression was grave. "It's a tricky spot. The place is full of leaves. If my third eye tries to get a clear look, it'll have to go through the branches, which would put it dangerously close and might get it noticed. Should I try to confirm?" Kakashi thought for a moment, then said, "Don't confirm for now. Let's pretend nothing happened and keep moving. If that shadow really is an enemy, they'll have to move. As we do, which means we can confirm without alerting them. If it is the enemy, there's a good chance we're already surrounded by enemy ninja, so be ready for battle." Jindai, Obito, and Rin all nodded. Kakashi pulled out a map, pretending to check their route, then led them onward. As they moved, Jindai confirmed again and reported to Kakashi, "It's definitely the enemy. I saw their Awagakure forehead protectors. I've spotted 4 so far, but there could be more I haven't noticed. They're slowly closing in on us. Looks like they're about to make their move. Kakashi gave his orders, slow down and get ready for combat. When the fight starts, hand all your scrolls to Rin. Rin, once you have them, hide at once. Rin replied, understood. The 4 of them continued forward, each of them tense, knowing a battle was imminent. Jindai kept providing updates on the situation. They're 500 meters away from us. They're 300 meters out, and I've spotted another one. That makes 5 Awagakure shinobi in total. Only 200 meters left. Hearing that they were just 200 meters away, Kakashi gave a low command, move. Kakashi tossed 3 smoke bombs, shrouding Kamiyo's team completely in a thick haze. Taking advantage of the cover, Kamiyo, Kakashi, and Obito all handed their scrolls to Rin Noera, who immediately slipped away and hid herself in a patch of tall grass. The concealed Awagakure shinobi instantly realized they'd been discovered and hurled kunai and shuriken into the smoke. But Kamiyo, Kakashi, and Obito were already gone. Kakashi appeared behind one of the Awagakure shinobi like a ghost, drew his short blade, and with a swift, clean movement, slit the enemy's throat. Kamiyo had already summoned Shinmuzuki. With a flick of his right hand, the ninja blade sprang out, and he drove it straight through another Awagakure shinobi from behind. Now much stronger than before, Obito stood atop a high tree branch, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Fire style, dragon fire technique. With the seals complete, Obito unleashed a bolt of fire that shot in a straight line, its speed and power both formidable. The flame struck another Awagakure shinobi, snapping his bones and engulfing him in a roaring blaze that reduced him to ashes. Thinking they could ambush the Konoha shinobi, the Awagakure team instead found themselves outmaneuvered, 3 of their own taken out in an instant. The battle seemed all but decided. With only 2 Awagakure shinobi left, it should have been an easy cleanup. But unexpectedly, 3 more Awagakure emerged from underground. It was an 8-man squad, and their leader was a proper jonin, an elite among shinobi. Although 3 had been taken out by surprise, 5 remained. There were no low-level genin among these Awagakure, only jonin and shunin, all of them intent on intercepting supplies and eliminating the Konoha shinobi transporting them. Earth-style, rock pillar rod. 2 Awagakure shinobi performed the same Earth-style jutsu. The ground below transformed into a forest of sharp stone rods, which flew toward Kakashi in a deadly barrage. Kakashi immediately used the body flicker technique to dodge, and the stone rods impaled the tree trunk instead. The Awagakure jonin set his sights on Kamiyo and charged straight at him. Not yet aware that the enemy was a jonin, Kamiyo manipulated Shinmuzuki, blade at the ready, and rushed to meet him head-on. Earth-style, stone fist. A layer of stone encased the Awagakure jonin's fist. He smashed it down onto Shinmuzuki's blade. The Awagakure jonin was completely unharmed, while Shinmuzuki was sent flying. Fortunately, Kamiyo's chakra threads were still attached to Shinmuzuki, otherwise, who knows where it would have landed. Now, Kakashi and Obito each faced off against 2 Awagakure shinobi in fierce pursuit. Kamiyo quickly regained control of Shinmuzuki and activated its hidden mechanism. Shinmuzuki Needle Rain. A gap opened in Kaminazuki's chest, and from within shot out a barrage of Sunbon needles, all aimed at the IWN jonin. The IWN jonin quickly performed an earth release. Earth-style wall, raising a sturdy barrier of earth that blocked every single Sunbon needle sent his way. After successfully fending off the attack, the jonin formed hand seals once more. Earth release, moving earth core. The ground beneath Kamiyo suddenly gave way, sinking rapidly to form a deep pit, and Kamiyo plummeted straight down. But the IWN jonin's assault wasn't over yet. Earth release, rising stone spears. At the bottom of the pit, countless sharp rocks erupted upward, forming a deadly bed of spikes. As Kamiyo fell, the sight made his scalp tingle. A cold certainty gripped him that if he hit those spikes, they would pierce clean through him. Worse yet, the surrounding rock walls were slick and smooth, offering him no handhold to catch himself and stop the fall. Acting fast, Kamiyo's hands flew through a rapid sequence of seals. Magnet release, iron sand wings. With astonishing speed, the iron sand stored within Kaminazuki surged to Kamiyo's shoulders, coalescing into a pair of powerful wings. With a powerful beat of his new wings, Kamiyo soared out of the pit and hovered in midair. The IWN jonin's gaze grew sharp and intense as he took in sight of the iron sand wings unfurled behind Kamiyo. So, it's you, the magnet release ninja who aided Konoha in attacking the Kazekage of Sunagakure and tried to pin the blame on us. The moment he saw those iron sand wings, The Jonin immediately recognized Kamiyo as the traitor from Sunagakure, the very one who'd framed a Wagakure and brought them disgrace. Although Onoki and the upper echelons of a Wagakure knew this was a rumor deliberately spread by Sunagakure, that knowledge was confined to the highest ranks. Everyone else believed it to be the truth. After all, if it weren't true, why would their Tsuchikage have joined forces with Sunagakure to attack Konoha in the first place? Hearing the Jonin's accusation, Kamiyo's face darkened. Irritated, Kamiyo shot back. What nonsense are you spouting? Traitor? Framing you? You idiots have been duped by those scoundrels from Sunagakure, and you don't even realize it. Now, the IWNine Jonin radiated murderous intent. Duped, you say? Huh. You sided with Konoha in battle, and now you're still trying to wriggle out of it. The people of Sunagakure truly have no shame. Kamiyo was left speechless, choked by the Jonin's words. Working for Konoha now, those rumors had taken on the weight of fact in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth. He felt as if he'd swallowed a fly, disgusted and utterly frustrated. The IWNine Jonin fixed Kamiyo with a hate-filled glare. Remember my name before you die, boy. Iwagakure Jonin, Haku Tatsuki. Kamiyo stared in shock. He was actually facing a Jonin? No wonder the pressure had been so immense. He cast a quick glance toward Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi was holding his own against two IWNine, neither gaining nor losing ground, but it was clear he wouldn't be able to finish them off quickly either. Meanwhile, Obito was also facing off against two IWA ninja. He was being battered all over the place, barely able to fight back. Still, he darted around so quickly that the two IWA ninja couldn't catch up with him for the time being. Judging by the looks of it, all four of those IWA ninja seemed to be about Chunin level. Right now, neither Kakashi nor Obito could come to his aid in time. In other words, Shindai would have to face this IWA Jonin, Patoju, on his own. Damn, I'm really tempted to make a run for it. Shindai shot a wary glance at Patoju and said, Hey, I dare you to call me a traitor again. Patoju was taken aback. Who would actually provoke someone like this? Shindai goaded him. What's wrong? Don't have the guts. Patoju let out a cold laugh. Don't have the guts? Kid, do traitors like you actually take pride in what they've done? I may not be from Sunagakure, but someone like you, who betrays his own Kage and his own village, deserves to die. Shindai took a deep breath. That hit the spot. His anger was boiling over. Now, running was the last thing on Shindai's mind. He wanted to fight. He'd provoked Patoju into calling him a traitor on purpose, just to stoke his own fury. Shindai knew himself well. If his anger wasn't high enough and he started losing the battle, he'd be out of there in a flash. But now that his rage was peaking, Shindai roared back. I'm the traitor? The ones who betrayed me were your damn Sunagakure. All you brainless fools with rock for brains. You're nothing but pawns. With a fierce sweep of his sandiron wings, Shindai unleashed a barrage of sandiron feathers from their core, raining them down on Patoju from every direction. Earth-style wall. This time, Patoju raised 5 stone walls around himself, forming a barricade to block Shindai's sandiron feathers. When the barrage finally ceased, there was no movement from within the stone walls. Shindai frowned, sensing that something was off. Magnet-style, sandiron trident. Summoning his power, Shindai shaped the sand iron into a trident and hurled it at the stone walls. With a thunderous crash, the walls shattered, only to reveal that Patoju was nowhere to be seen. Shindai's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he sensed movement from behind. He whirled around just in time to see Patoju weaving hand signs, his fist as massive as a stew pot, swinging straight at Shindai. Earth-style, weighted rock technique. Patoju increased the weight of the rock, encasing his fist, boosting the power of his blow. Shindai hurriedly responded, magnet-style, sandiron wall. His sandiron wings shifted, transforming into a sturdy wall that blocked Patoju's punch. The solid sandiron wall was smashed through, leaving a gaping hole, but it managed to halt Patoju's attack. But with his wings transformed into a wall, Shindai began to plummet from the sky. Shindai wanted to transform his iron sand back into iron sand wings and take to the air once more. On the ground, he knew he was no match for Hashitsuchi, who specialized in earth release techniques. But in the sky, as long as he stayed wary of Hashitsuchi's sudden attacks like before, he'd have a slight advantage. But to Shindai's surprise, his iron sand wouldn't obey him at all. It simply plummeted straight to the ground. He was utterly stunned by what he saw. It didn't take him long to realize why this was happening. It was the effect of Hashitsuchi's earth release, added weight rock technique. After smashing his fist into the wall of iron sand, Hashitsuchi had used this jutsu to drastically increase the weight of the iron sand, which explained why Shindai suddenly lost control over it. What's more, Hashitsuchi himself was now much heavier too, and as a result, he dropped far faster than Shindai, landing on the ground first and already beginning to weave hand signs. If Jindai just fell helplessly to the earth, he'd be in serious trouble. Desperate, Jindai directed Kaminazuki to charge straight at the hand-signing Hashitsuchi. Kaminazuki, Blade Vortex. Every joint on Kaminazuki's body sprang open, unleashing blades that slashed at Hashitsuchi in a relentless storm. Hashitsuchi was forced to halt his hand signs and defend himself against Kaminazuki's fierce onslaught. The iron sand stored inside Kaminazuki was still infused with Jindai's chakra, so manipulating it was effortless for him. But now, with the added weight, Jindai couldn't control the rest of the iron sand. His combat strength had taken a significant hit. Still, Jindai kept Kaminazuki attacking Hashitsuchi. If he wanted to form hand signs himself, he'd have to stop controlling Kaminazuki for a moment. But if he did that to use his magnet release, Hashitsuchi would either dodge or interrupt his hand signs, and Kaminazuki would likely be destroyed under Hashitsuchi's assault. Jindai narrowed his eyes. It was time to put his recent efforts to the test. While Kaminazuki pressed the attack, its four eyes suddenly lit up with a faint red glow. Jindai had activated Kaminazuki's automated target-seeking attack system. The two eyes were actually cameras, locking on a Hashitsuchi and launching a series of pre-programmed attacks, relentless and precise. Of course, the system still had flaws. Right now, it could only lock on to targets within its field of vision. If Hashitsuchi disappeared from sight, Kaminazuki would simply freeze in place, clueless. And since the attack patterns were preset, Kaminazuki couldn't adapt or change tactics. With such intense attacks, the battery would only last about a minute. But a minute was more than enough time to weave some hand signs. As soon as he landed, Jindai formed hand signs and pressed his palms to the ground. Magnet release, iron sand surge. Jindai channeled chakra into the ground, manipulating the iron within the earth to rise up and form a wave of sand iron, surging forward like the tide toward Haku, Doki. Jindai formed hand seals and unleashed magnet release, sand iron surge. Seeing the sand iron rolling toward him like a sea wave, Haku Doki was startled. He wanted to evade, but the swift and fierce slashes from Shimajetsu left him no chance to dodge right away. After casting his jutsu, Jindai kept the chakra threads attached to Shimajetsu, manually controlling its movements. As the sand iron wave drew nearer, Haku Doki, under Shimajetsu's relentless attacks, seized an opportunity. He blocked with a kunai, then quickly formed two simple hand seals. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. When the smoke cleared, only a tree stump remained at the spot. Jindai's eyes widened in disbelief. Good grief, I completely forgot about the substitution technique. The sand iron swept over the tree stump, burying it completely. Jindai stood atop the sand iron. At the same time, he sensed that the weight that had been imposed on his special sand iron had vanished. So Jindai manipulated the special sand iron once again, compressing it densely on his shoulders to form wings, and hovered in the air. Now that Haku Doki had vanished without a trace, Jindai stayed alert, carefully watching his surroundings. As long as he remained in the air, it wouldn't be so easy for Haku Doki to launch a sneak attack. Besides, he had already fallen for a trick once. There was no way he'd be fooled again. Jindai also controlled some ordinary sand iron to swirl protectively around his body. If Haku Doki tried to use earth release, added weight rock technique to make his sand iron heavier, so be it. These ordinary grains didn't matter much, and there was still a heap of sand iron covering the ground. Jindai waited and waited, but Haku Doki still didn't reappear. He furrowed his brow in suspicion. Had Haku Doki run away? That couldn't be. After all, his four teammates were still locked in battle. Jindai glanced over at Kakashi and Obito's side of the fight. Kakashi truly lived up to his reputation as a genius. Though his opponents were both Chunin from Wagakure and older than him, Kakashi relied on his exceptional speed and reflexes to keep them on the defensive. One IWNin's left arm hung limp, blood dripping steadily from his wounds. If not for his comrades' constant support, Kakashi might have finished him off already. It seemed only a matter of time before Kakashi took care of those two. As for Obito on the other side, well, best not to mention it. Obito had been chased from start to finish. Though he wasn't hurt, he was covered in dirt and looked utterly bedraggled. Still, from the look of things, he was managing to hold his own. Right now, the most formidable among the enemy, Patatsuki, had his eyes fixed on him, which meant that Kakashi and Obito were under much less pressure. Once Kakashi dealt with the two IWNin he was fighting, he could then help Obito take care of the two IWNin chasing after him. But where had Patatsuki gone? With the enemy hiding so persistently, even Jindai was at a loss. If only they had a sensory ninja, someone who could sense chakra would immediately know where the enemy was hiding. That would make things so much easier, instead of fumbling around blindly. Watching Obito running for his life, Jindai clicked his tongue in exasperation. Obito, that fool. He remembered that Obito had some explosive tags in his ninja tool pouch. Why couldn't he throw a couple of explosive tags while escaping? All he was doing was running, nothing else. It was downright embarrassing. While Jindai kept a sharp watch for any sneak attacks from Patatsuki, his eyes fixed on the fleeing Obito, his expression suddenly tensed. He had just spotted the ground not far from Obito's side quivering. Jindai's face changed in an instant. He recognized this technique. Back in the Land of Rivers, when Minato Namikaze had led Kakashi and the others to intercept him from both Sunanin and Iwnin, he had seen an Iwnin use this very jutsu. Earth-style, underground submarine. It allowed the user to transform the solid earth below into a liquid-like state with chakra, letting them swim swiftly through the soil. With all 4 Iwnin present on the battlefield, it was crystal clear who was lurking underground. It was Patatsuki. Jindai's analysis was spot on. Patatsuki was indeed the one beneath the earth. Since Jindai was now hovering in midair, and the ground was covered in iron sand, not to mention Patatsuki's previous ambush attempt, Jindai would be on guard against another sneak attack. Succeeding a second time would be nearly impossible. Given that, Patatsuki needed to find a way to distract Jindai and create an opening for an attack. So, Patatsuki considered using either Kakashi or Obito. But Kakashi was fast, and speed wasn't Iwnin's strong suit. Patatsuki had no confidence in successfully ambushing Kakashi. Obito, on the other hand, seemed clumsy. He didn't even fight back, just kept running. Compared to Kakashi, the chance of a sneak attack on Obito was much higher. Jindai roared at Obito, "Obito, run towards me. Don't worry about anything else." The moment he heard Jindai's shout, Obito ran straight toward him without a second thought. Jindai immediately manipulated Kaminezuki. Its left arm began to transform rapidly, revealing a missile half emerged from its frame. Without hesitation, he launched the missile straight at Patatsuki, who was attacking Obito from underground. This missile was a low-grade one Jindai had crafted using materials given to him by Jiraiya. Its power was far inferior to the previous missile he'd used, but it was more than enough to get Obito out of danger. The missile exploded behind Obito, and the blast wave sent him flying through the air. He crashed into a tree and landed hard on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Obito couldn't understand why Kamiyo had told him to run in his direction, only to unleash such a massive explosion behind him. All he knew right now was that his whole body ached as if he were about to fall to pieces. Controlling Shimuzuki, Kamiyo swooped in and grabbed Obito up. The very spot where Obito had just been lying was suddenly bristling with sharp earthen spikes the next second. Obito had narrowly avoided being skewered. Now he was trembling with fear, his face gone pale. He was about to open his mouth to thank Kamiyo when, all of a sudden, a figure burst from the smoke behind Kamiyo. It was none other than Haku Tatsuki, who had been lurking and waiting for the right moment. And now, that moment had come. Kamiyo's attention was fixed on Obito, both hands occupied as he manipulated Shimuzuki, his back completely exposed, with no time to form hand signs. "Kid, D." Haku Tatsuki roared. "Earth release, weighted rock technique." Once again, Haku Tatsuki increased the weight in his fist and smashed it toward Kamiyo. Kamiyo felt every hair on his body stand on end. The enemy was far too close. There was no time to dodge. All he could do was raise the iron sand wings behind him to shield his back. Haku Tatsuki's fist, heavy as a boulder, struck Kamiyo squarely between the shoulders. The blow drove Kamiyo straight into the ground. With Kamiyo losing control, Shimuzuki could no longer hold onto Obito and collapsed to the earth. Obito stared, stunned, at Kamiyo, now half buried in the ground. His eyes went wide with shock, his pupils dilating until they nearly doubled in size. Obito's dark irises slowly turned crimson, and two Tomo appeared. Witnessing Kamiyo take a devastating blow on his behalf, Obito awakened the two Tomo Sharingan in both eyes. Seeing Kamiyo smashed into the earth by Haku Tatsuki, Obito's anger boiled over, and his twin Sharingan eyes ignited with a furious glow. Enraged beyond measure, Obito locked onto Haku Tatsuki, who was now standing on the ground, and his hands started weaving hand signs with lightning speed. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Obito spat out a volley of flames, each blazing like a phoenix flower seed, raining in all directions toward Haku Tatsuki. But Haku Tatsuki darted left and right, skillfully dodging every tongue of flame. Just as Haku Tatsuki prepared to charge Obito in hopes of finishing him off, several kunai, each rigged with explosive tags, whistled through the air toward his back. He wasn't struck by the kunai themselves, but hadn't expected the explosive tags. The resulting blast hurled Haku Tatsuki away in a violent shockwave. Those kunai, rigged with explosive tags, had been thrown by Kakashi. Everything happening with Kamiyo and Obito had unfolded so quickly, and Kakashi was busy fending off 2 rock ninja of his own, making it impossible for him to rush over and help right away. Right now, all I can do is take whatever spare moments I have to toss a few kunai with explosive tags to offer some support. After being thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion, 2 IWNin Chunin rushed at Obito from both sides. Obito didn't even move his body or his head, just flicked his eyes left and right, then stepped quickly back. The 2 IWNin Chunin who were about to attack from either side hadn't expected Obito to react so swiftly, retreating at the very last moment. Both of them tried to pull their attacks back at the same time. If they hadn't, they would have ended up hitting each other. And that was the opening Obito had been waiting for. In his eyes, the movements of the 2 IWNin seemed to slow down, every detail clear as day. Obito twisted his arm behind him, drew a kunai, and struck at the IWNin to his right. The IWNin crossed his arms to block, but Obito's kunai stabbed straight into his forearm. The other IWNin launched a flying kick at Obito. Obito leaped backward, dodging the kick and widening the distance between them, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball erupted from Obito's mouth, forcing the 2 IWNin to immediately raise an earth style earth wall to defend themselves. 1 against 2, Obito was holding his own after awakening the Sharingan, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Jindai was sprawled out on the ground, limbs splayed, staring up at the sky with lingering fear on his face. That was a real close call, just now. As Bakudo's punch was about to land, Jindai shielded his back with the wings on his shoulders, absorbing some of the blow. Then, just as he was about to be slammed into the ground, his iron sand wings shifted form in an instant, bracing in front of him and cushioning the impact. If it hadn't been for Jindai's quick thinking, dissipating both Bakudo's punch and the force of the fall, he might not have walked away from that at all, not with his slim build. Even so, having taken the brunt of the shock, every bone in his body ached. Seriously, this is way too rough. If only we could settle things with a war of words, I'd win for sure. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jindai sat up, only to witness something that left him utterly stunned. Obito hadn't run away. He was still facing off against the 2 IWNin Chunin, fighting head-on. Wait a second. Did I get hit so hard I'm hallucinating? Why do Obito's eyes look red? No, that must be my imagination. There's no way. Did I just see the Sharingan, and a double tomo at that? Jindai's jaw dropped as he stared at Obito in disbelief. This was no illusion. Obito had truly awakened the Sharingan. But that shouldn't be possible. Wasn't Obito supposed to unlock his Sharingan only after Kakashi became a Jonin? And because of Kakashi, too? Right now, Kakashi was still a Chunin, still entangled with those 2 IWNin himself. Rin Nohara's voice echoed in the air. Kamiyo, are you alright? Rin, who had been hiding, suddenly appeared not far behind Kamiyo, calling out to him with concern. When Rin saw Kamiyo sent flying by a powerful punch, her heart skipped a beat. She could no longer afford to stay hidden. She hurriedly crept closer, desperate to check on Kamiyo's condition and offer him healing. Luckily, Rin herself was unharmed. If something were to happen to her, it wouldn't be about the Sharingan anymore. It would just be a question of whether she could hold back her tears. So, did Obito awaken his Sharingan for her sake? No way, right? Could it be that Obito was just wearing colored contacts? Regaining his composure, Kamiyo stopped Rin, who was inching closer from behind. Rin, I'm Fine. Don't come out. Keep hiding. Kamiyo turned his gaze to Obito and Kakashi. Kakashi had just defeated a stone ninja Chunin and was now locked in a fierce retreat in advance with another, edging gradually toward Obito. Obito, though empowered by the awakening of his Sharingan, was still struggling as he fought head-on against 2 stone ninja Chunin. The fight was far from easy. At first, Obito had managed to wound one of them with a kunai, but only thanks to the element of surprise. Initially, Obito had fought clumsily, running more than attacking, but the sudden awakening of his Sharingan sparked a surge of power that threw the 2 stone nin into disarray. Now, however, the 2 Chunin had adapted to Obito's new rhythm and were once again pressing him hard. Meanwhile, Kamiyo searched for Patatsuki, and soon spotted him not far away. Patatsuki, for his part, was also on the lookout for Kamiyo. He wasn't sure if that punch earlier had actually finished Kamiyo off. He needed to see the body to be sure. A plan forming in his mind, Kamiyo's eyes flickered with cunning. He promptly lay flat on the ground. Patatsuki hurried toward the spot where he had smashed Kamiyo into the earth. When he arrived, he saw Kamiyo sprawled in the crater, tongue lolling, eyes rolled back so far the pupils were invisible, not a breath left in his body. He looked as dead as could be. A smug grin crept onto Potatsuki's face. Confident in the punch he delivered, Potatsuki was now convinced, almost instinctively, that Kamiyo was nothing more than a corpse. He might only know the earth-style, weighted boulder jutsu, and not the lightweight boulder version, but even so, that single technique had been enough to elevate him to the rank of jonin. He'd claimed the lives of more than a few jonin with a single punch. Besides, this was one of their Tsuchikage Inoki signature moves. How could a mere brat possibly survive it? Potatsuki drew a kunai, intending to sever Kamiyo's head as a trophy to take back. But in the instant the blade touched Kamiyo's neck, Kamiyo's entire body turned pitch black. Potatsuki's heart lurched with shock. It was the Iron Sand clone. The real Kamiyo was hiding beneath the Iron Sand clone. Kamiyo beamed a radiant, sunlit smile at Pokutoki. Magnet release. Iron Sand binding coffin. Pokutoki leapt backward, trying to evade, but the Iron Sand had already coiled itself tightly around him. He was utterly incredulous. He'd actually been tricked by a mere kid. Taking advantage of the fact that the Iron Sand hadn't yet covered his entire body, Pokutoki immediately formed hand seals. Earth release. Stone armor. A mass of rock swept over Pokutoki, encasing him completely. At the same time, he used earth release, weighted rock technique, to further fortify the stone's hardness. Kamiyo's Iron Sand, too, closed in, enveloping Pokutoki from head to toe. A surge of exhilaration shot through Kamiyo's heart. At last, the tables had turned. This wretched guy had finally given him an opening. Kamiyo had managed to deceive Pokutoki, luring him in with the Iron Sand clone and making the overconfident jonin believe Kamiyo had fallen to his fists, only to approach and be caught off guard. Then, using the Iron Sand from the clone, Kamiyo unleashed magnet release. Iron Sand binding coffin, wrapping and restraining Pokutoki. The commotion drew the attention of Obito, Kakashi, and the three Iwagakure shinobi. All eyes turned toward Kamiyo. Obito's face broke into a delighted grin. "Kamiyo, you're alive." Kamiyo snapped back, half exasperated. "Can't you wish me some good luck for once? Hey, listen up. Leave this jonin to me. You and Kakashi take care of those three. Tune in quick. I've already soaked up most of the heat for you. If you can't win now, you'd better hand over those pretty eyes of yours and let me have a turn." Obito quipped. "Pretty eyes? These are my Sharingan, you know. No way you're getting them. And besides, I feel unstoppable right now." Seeing Kamiyo safe, Obito's heart brimmed with relief, as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted. Just a moment ago, Obito had blamed himself, thinking Kamiyo wouldn't have been in danger if not for him slowing the team down. Now, filled with new resolve, Obito joined up with Kakashi, and together they launched an all-out attack on the three IWNE. Meanwhile, Kamiyo focused on finishing off Pokutoki. Magnet release. Iron Sand funeral. Kamiyo compressed the Iron Sand, intent on crushing the jonin trapped inside. But before the Iron Sand had closed in, Pokutoki had already shielded himself with a layer of stone, and, using the weighted rock technique, had made his armor even denser, tougher than before. The rock was simply too solid. Kamiyo couldn't crush it. So his plan to squeeze Pokutoki to death with Iron Sand had failed. Kamiyo tried several more times, not just with crushing force, but also by sharpening the Iron Sand into spikes, hoping to pierce the stone armor. Each attempt ended in failure. Kamiyo rubbed his chin, deep in thought, searching for another way. Actually, the safest approach right now would be to simply leave Pota's shoe alone, letting him remain wrapped tightly within the Iron Sand coffin. Because the density of the Iron Sand coffin was extremely high, no air could get in. All they had to do was wait for Pota's shoe to die from lack of oxygen. But Jindai felt oddly detached from the process. After all, this guy had punched him with everything he had. If not for his quick thinking, his bones might have been shattered on the spot, or his body could have been badly deformed from being slammed into the ground. A sudden idea flashed in Jindai's mind. He dropped the hand that had been stroking his chin and began forming hand seals with both hands. Magnet release. Iron Sand spinning top. Jindai transformed the Iron Sand, encasing Pota's shoe into a triangular pyramid, then set it spinning rapidly. His plan was to make Pota's shoe dizzy, rendering him unable to maintain his own jutsu. Trapped within the Iron Sand, Pota's shoe was already struggling to breathe due to the lack of air. His breaths were becoming shallow and labored. He didn't dare to breathe too quickly, since the faster he inhaled, the more rapidly the limited oxygen inside would run out. And on top of that, Jindai was relentlessly trying to kill him. Potashu was seething with frustration. As a jonin, he had ended up falling into the hands of a mere kid. This was utterly humiliating. To be caught by a child wasn't unheard of. Potashu had seen plenty of young but powerful ninja before. What stung was that this particular kid was a traitor from Sunagakure, the very one who had pinned all the blame on their Wagakure, and that it had been his own carelessness, his own lapse in vigilance, that allowed Jindai to ambush him so successfully. If only he hadn't let his guard down, if only he'd thrown a few kunai from a distance before approaching Jindai. But there were no if-only-s in battle. Jindai's repeated attempts to kill him forced Po to Shu to keep his jutsu up at all times, which made his breathing quicken even more, and the suffocating sensation grew stronger, making him feel lightheaded and dizzy. Jindai paused for a brief moment, giving Po to Shu a fleeting chance to relax just a little. But the crisis was far from over. He was still utterly immobilized, unable to form seals or break free of the iron sand, and his head was spinning so badly that, at this rate, he might suffocate to death even without further intervention from Jindai. His only hope now was for his comrades to come to his rescue. However, as Kakashi and Obito continued their coordinated assault, yet another Iwagakure Chunin was caught off guard by Kakashi and fell to his blade. Now, aside from Po to Shu, only 2 IWNIN remained on the battlefield. If 4 IWNIN Chunin couldn't deal with Kakashi and Obito, what chance did the last 2 have? Victory was all but assured. Already dizzy, Po to Shu was spun like a top by Jindai. At first, he thought it was just the lack of oxygen making him even dizzier, a mere trick of the mind. But as the iron sand spinning top whirled faster and faster, Tokiji Toshi also realized he was truly spinning. The dizziness from lack of oxygen, combined with the intense spinning, made Tokiji Toshi feel nauseous almost instantly. Clenching his teeth tightly, he dared not vomit. Now, trapped in a sealed space, he knew that if he threw up, the vomit would flow back and block his airway. If he were to die by choking on his own vomit, Tokiji Toshi thought, that would be the last thing he'd ever want, better to suffocate outright. However, some things are simply beyond one's control, no matter how hard you try. A retching sound escaped his lips. In the end, Tokiji Toshi couldn't hold it back. He vomited. Just as he had feared, trapped in the enclosed space, the vomit flowed back and blocked his windpipe. Already deprived of oxygen, with his airway now blocked, Tokiji Toshi's situation became even more dire. His face shifted from red to blue, and the intense centrifugal force of the spinning pressed hard, making his eyes bulge. At last, Tokiji Toshi was suffocated to death by his own vomit, alive and helpless. After spinning the iron sand top for a while longer, Kamiyo felt that Tokiji Toshi inside seemed to have stopped resisting. Kamiyo couldn't tell if he had simply passed out from dizziness or something else, so he morphed the sand iron encasing Tokiji Toshi into sharp spikes and drove them inward. This time, nothing stopped the spikes. They pierced in smoothly. Kamiyo loosened some of the sand iron, and blood began to seep and flow from the wounds. Looks like it's done. Kamiyo dissolved the sand iron, and Tokiji Toshi's corpse, riddled with holes, dropped to the ground. Kamiyo quickly pinched his nose shut. What's that smell? Garlic. Remembering Tokiji Toshi's fate, the cautious Kamiyo formed a sharp sand iron spear and hurled it at the corpse. The spear went straight through Tokiji Toshi's body, and blood continued to pour out. Kamiyo breathed a sigh of relief. That troublesome IWNIN Jonin was finally dealt with. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kamiyo exclaimed, "What a fair and exhilarating fight that was!" Of the 2 remaining IWNIN Chunin, one met his end as Kakashi plunged a short blade into his throat, while the other was hit head-on by Obito's fire style, great fireball jutsu, and burned to death. Kamiyo was utterly astonished. The supremely kind-hearted great fireball jutsu actually killed someone? The IWNIN assault was finally over. All the enemy ninja had been slain. Kamiyo flopped down onto the ground, then sprawled out completely, gasping for breath. He had pushed himself to the limit. His chakra was nearly depleted, and though the punch Tokiji Toshi had landed on him had been cushioned twice, minimizing the damage, Kamiyo was still injured. During the heat of battle, with adrenaline surging, there was no sense of pain. But the moment the fight ended and his body relaxed, a wave of agony swept through him. Rin, come over here and heal me, quick. I think I'm dying. Shindai cried out to Rin Noera, feeling the pain crash over him. Rin, who had been concealed, hurried over and began to examine Shindai's injuries. Obito and Kakashi also rushed to Shindai's side. Obito, worried, asked Rin, is Shindai going to be okay? Rin carefully checked Shindai's condition. Shindai's got extensive bruises on his back, a cracked scapula, multiple contusions, and his chakra is nearly depleted. His body's clearly overdrawn. Other than that, I don't see anything else too serious. Hearing this, both Obito and Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Obito looked at Shindai, who was wailing miserably, and said, "Well, it sounds like you're not as badly hurt as last time, when Lady Tsunade gave you a beating." Shindai, still full of energy, retorted. That's nonsense. You and Kakashi are both fine, but I'm taking all the hits here. I'm in agony. Kakashi crouched in front of Shindai, a hint of resignation in his voice. All right, Shindai, quit your moaning and save your strength. We owe this victory to you. If you hadn't stopped that IWA, Jonin, Obito, Rin, and I would all be in serious danger. Obito's gaze was intense as he looked at Shindai, his tone earnest. Thank you, Shindai. Shindai, wincing in pain, met Obito's eyes and realized Obito's Sharingan was still activated. It struck him as odd, knowing that Obito had awakened his Sharingan because of him, rather than Kakashi as in the original story. Obito, could you turn off your special eyes? They're giving me the creeps. Huh? Oh, sure. Obito deactivated his Sharingan, and the sight of his dark eyes put Shindai at ease. But deep down, Shindai felt uneasy. Obito was supposed to awaken his Sharingan because of Kakashi, but now it had happened because of him. That meant things could change. What if, in the future, Obito shed tears not for Rin, but for him? That thought was unsettling. He'd rather be buried than have Obito mourn for him that way. After Rin finished treating and bandaging Shindai's wounds, she also tended to Obito and Kakashi. Both Kakashi and Obito had taken some knocks during the fight, though their injuries weren't as severe as Shindai's. Once the treatments were done, Obito found Kaminazuki and returned it to Shindai. Shindai sighed as he looked at Kaminazuki, whose legs had been destroyed. It was because Obito had narrowly avoided being impaled by the earth spikes unleashed by Tatsuki, and Shindai had used Kaminazuki to shield Obito. As a result, Kaminazuki's legs had been damaged by the spikes. Seeing Kamiyo sigh, Obito apologized with a tinge of guilt. Sorry, Kamiyo. It's all because of me. Not only did you get hurt, but even your Shimuzuki. Kamiyo waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. If it was so easily damaged, that just means it wasn't sturdy enough to begin with. I'll have to change the materials. Once the war is over and he has some time, Kamiyo plans to thoroughly study metals and upgrade the material for Shimuzuki's body. Besides, researching metals would also benefit his magnet release ninjutsu. His Kekkei Jinkai is the magnet release, not just iron sand. As long as it's a magnetic metal, Kamiyo can control it. A little while later, Kakashi, Obito, Kamiyo, still lying on Obito's back, and Rin Noara all surveyed the corpse of Pakitoju. Obito stared at Pakitoju's corpse, his face darkening, and asked in confusion, This, Iwnin Jonin. Why does it seem like he wasn't killed by your iron sand after all, Kamiyo? From his perch on Obito's back, Kamiyo rested his chin on Obito's shoulder, scrutinizing Pakitoju's body on the ground. You're not the only one. Honestly, I felt that way too. It almost looks like he's suffocated. He must have run out of air, trapped inside my iron sand. Rin, ever the medic, glanced at Pakitoju, whose mouth was slightly agape, and offered her analysis. He did suffocate, but it wasn't just from lack of oxygen. He choked on his own vomit, which blocked his airway. Kamiyo, Obito, and Kakashi all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Dying by choking on your own vomit. What a truly unique way to go. After a soft sigh, Kakashi said, All right, let's stop analyzing how he died. Our mission isn't over yet. We still need to deliver the supplies. Obito, you carry Kamiyo. I'll take 3 of the supply scrolls, and Rin, you take 2. Let's move out. Kakashi and Rin hefted their supply scrolls, and the 4 of them pressed on toward their destination. Time flew by. Kamiyo's team has now spent 5 months at the logistics base. During these 5 months, they've lost count of how many supply runs they've completed. They've also faced countless battles, large and small. The 4 of them have grown rapidly, and their teamwork and coordination have only grown stronger. Whenever a fight broke out, Rin, as the medic, would immediately hide herself. Then Kamiyo, Obito, and Kakashi would work together in perfect sync. Sometimes a single glance was all it took to understand each other's intentions. Obito, with his awakened Sharingan, was making the fastest progress. He mastered several advanced Uchiha fire-style jutsu and battled with growing confidence. After unlocking the Sharingan, Obito was like a different person. But this was only in terms of strength. Obito still acted rather goofy most of the time. During these 5 months, the ninja world underwent tremendous changes. The Hidden Cloud Village, after its initial surprise attacks, had now dispatched several ninja squads to the border where the Land of Earth and the Land of Waterfalls met. They frequently launched raids against the Iwnin inside the Land of Earth, which was essentially an outright declaration of war against Awagakure. Meanwhile, the Hidden Mist Village made its move 2 months ago. Starting from the Land of Waves, they landed along the coastline of the Land of Fire, marching inland to wage war against Konoha. As for the ninja of the Hidden Sand Village, they continued their back-and-forth skirmishes with the Leaf Ninja in the Land of Rivers, small-scale battles with Nothing decisive. Because of this, Orochimaru left the land of rivers and returned to the land of fire to personally command the fight against the Mist Ninja. Both Iwagakure and Konoha were now forced to split their forces, sending shinobi to fend off the attacks from the cloud and mist, leaving their main armies still locked in a stalemate in the land of grass. However, the battles between Iwagakure and Konoha were no longer as fierce as they had been at the start. From the beginning, Minato, Namikaze, and Jiraiya had been sent behind enemy lines to harass the Iwagakurine's rear in the land of grass, causing untold trouble for them. Thanks to Minato's incredible mobility, he and Jiraiya appeared and vanished like ghosts. The Iwagakure supply convoys were frequently intercepted by the two of them. On several occasions, Minato and Jiraiya even discovered the marching routes of the Iwagakure, analyzed their next moves, and alerted the Leaf forces, dealing heavy blows to the enemy. By now, the Iwagakure in the land of grass had completely run out of patience with Minato and Jiraiya. Their operations had been severely disrupted by the ongoing actions of these two. Yet despite the war, with Konoha being so intense, Iwagakure simply did not have the resources to deal specifically with Minato and Jiraiya as well. Not that they could do much even if they tried. After all, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique defied all logic. It would be one thing if Minato alone could move at such impossible speeds, but he could also bring other people along with him. The losses Minato and Jiraiya had inflicted on them were already substantial. Now, with Iwagakure and Konoha both suffering surprise attacks from the cloud and mist, their battles in the land of grass were no longer as intense as before. The Iwagakure had hoped that since the fighting with the Leaf had died down, and with the mist now attacking their rear, surely Minato and Jiraiya would retreat as well, right? Not at all. Minato and Jiraiya remained as active as ever behind enemy lines, ambushing Iwagakure wherever they could. To make matters worse, just a couple of days ago, Minato and Jiraiya managed to sneak into the heart of the Iwagakure encampment. Jiraiya summoned the toads of Mount Myaboku, and together they unleashed the fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet, setting one of the Iwagakure supply depots ablaze. A significant stockpile of Iwagakure military supplies was stored there, and setting it ablaze caused the enemy real pain. When they tried to pursue, Minato, Namikaze, and Jiraiya simply dusted off their hands and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. The Iwagakure station in the land of grass were fuming, but there was nothing they could do about Minato and Jiraiya. Frustrated, they reported the incident to Inoki, hoping he would send someone strong enough to deal with the troublemakers. Upon receiving the news, Inoki realized that the issue of Minato and Jiraiya needed to be addressed. If these two were allowed to keep harassing their positions so brazenly, the morale of the Iwagakure in the land of grass would plummet. Meanwhile, Cloud Ninja infiltrating the land of Earth for surprise attacks had become a regular occurrence. From Inoki's perspective, the main focus of the coming war for Iwagakure might shift away from Konoha and center on the Cloud Village instead. Therefore, the Konoha ninja in the land of grass had to be contained, so they could deal with the threat from Cloud Village more effectively. After pondering this for a moment, Inoki summoned two individuals. One was a burly man sporting a thick beard, dressed in purple attire with a chest plate. The other wore a conical hat and traditional armor. Both were Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, Rashi, the host of the Four Tails, and Han, the host of the Five Tails. Inoki believed that sending ordinary ninja would be futile. Only Jinchuriki could stand a chance against Minato and Jiraiya, and their presence would also intimidate the Konoha forces in the land of grass. Inoki addressed them sternly. Rashi, Han, take a few comrades with you. Head to the land of grass and deal with those Konoha ninja, Minato, Namikaze, and Jiraiya, who've been relentlessly harassing our positions. Rashi and Han accepted the mission, casually picked 3 more ninja to accompany them, and set off for the land of grass. Sigh, when will these days ever end? After delivering supplies for nearly half a year, Kamishiro felt like he'd turned into a tireless delivery machine. Over the past few months, their original logistics team of 11 had lost 3 more members, leaving only 8. The shortage of personnel meant deliveries became even more frequent. Even their captain, Takei Katsuhiko, had to pitch in. There were several occasions when, after returning from a delivery, they barely had time to catch their breath before heading out again with the next load. Kamishiro couldn't remember the last time he'd done something he actually wanted to do. Lying beside Kamishiro, Obito gazed at the sky and sighed. That's war for you. There's just no way around it. Rin Noera sat quietly beside Obito and Shinrai, her head bowed as she gazed absent-mindedly at a tiny flower on the ground. We're already quite lucky, she murmured. All we have to do is deliver some supplies, rather than fighting on the front lines. Things are truly brutal out there. Shinrai pouted. sounding a little aggrieved. I want a break. I am exhausted. Kakashi, could you talk to Captain Takei for me? You guys keep working. I'm taking a rest. Obito shot upright, instantly refusing. No way. We're a team, Shinrai. How can you just take a break by yourself? Shinrai rolled his eyes and retorted. I'm not even a leaf ninja yet. Here I am, working for you for free. Pretty sure I'm not getting paid, either. Aren't I just your unpaid labor? And honestly, haven't I done enough? I've been helping you all for months without a single paycheck. Don't guilt-trip me. Obito protested. What do you mean, guilt-tripping? You are a leaf ninja now, and you're our teammate. Shinrai replied with a mocking tone. Oh, really? I'm a leaf ninja? Do I have a leaf headband? Do I get paid? I've got nothing. Why? Am I working so hard? Because you're an idiot? Or because Kakashi's a brooding introvert? Or is it just because Rin is pretty? Veins bulged on the foreheads of both Obito and Kakashi at the same time. They'd all been together for so long, yet Shinrai's words were still as infuriating as ever. But Rin didn't find Shinrai annoying. After all, he did say she was pretty. What's more, ever since Shinrai had joined their group, the atmosphere had brightened. Obito and Kakashi used to argue constantly. Now they still bicker from time to time, but not nearly as often. Originally, Kakashi had been cold, rational, sarcastic, and unsmiling, always keeping his feelings locked away. But since Shinrai's arrival, Rin clearly sensed that Kakashi's closed-off heart was gradually opening up. With a huff, Obito tore off his own headband and shoved it into Shinrai's hands. Then he dug into his pocket, pulled out his little wallet, and stuffed that into Shinrai's hands as well. Shinrai stared at the headband and wallet in his hands, looking blankly at Obito. What are you doing? Ignoring Shinrai, Obito turned to Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi, Rin, hand over your wallets. Kakashi and Rin quickly understood what Obito was getting at. They each took out their wallets and handed them to him. Obito collected their wallets and thrust them into Shinrai's hands too. Now you've got a headband and money. Satisfied? Shinrai stared at Obito in disbelief. Wait, are you crazy? Shindai stuffed the 3 wallets into his own pocket, then handed the forehead protector back to Obito, declaring in a righteous and forceful tone, I just feel the mission's intensity is too high. I'm exhausted, body and mind, and I just want a few days off, that's all. It's not like I'm quitting the team. Once I'm rested, I'll be back. And seriously, what kind of person do you take me for? You think you could buy me off with money? That's insulting. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin stared at Shindai's bulging pockets, their eyes flat and expressionless. What was he trying to say by shoving all those wallets into his own pockets? With all the seriousness he could muster, Shindai scolded Obito for trying to bribe him, calling it a disgraceful act. Obito tapped his own head and said with absolute confidence, Shindai, your lies are powerless before my wisdom. You just want to slack off. Admit it. Now it was Shindai's turn to give that deadpan stare. Wisdom? Are you sure your brain isn't just filled with water? Obito, ever himself, turned red in the face. You're the one with water for brains. Shindai turned to Rin and said, Rin, let me tell you, Obito wears sunglasses, slicks back his hair, and never says more than 6 words at a time. He puts on this whole cool guy act just to get your... Before Shindai could finish, Obito let out a sharp yelp, drowning out the rest of his words. Obito lunged at Shindai, clamping both hands tightly over Shindai's mouth. You can't say that. That's way out of line. Shindai rolled his eyes dramatically. From Obito's perspective, Shindai rolling his eyes was just him being mocking again. After all, Shindai was always rolling his eyes at either him or Kakashi. Obito, now visibly upset, snapped. You're rolling your eyes at me again? Don't say another word, or I swear I'll fight you. Rin, watching Shindai's eyes roll back, suddenly grew alarmed. Hey, Obito, you're covering both his mouth and his nose. He's rolling his eyes because he can't breathe. Obito, realizing what Rin had said, saw that Shindai's face was turning blue and quickly let go. Shindai coughed twice, then gulped in huge breaths of air. Obito, feeling guilty, shuffled backward, trying to put some distance between them. He hadn't gone far before Shindai's furious roar rang out. Obito, you idiot. I'm going to get you for this. Shindai pounced like a ferocious tiger, tackling Obito, and the two of them began a very close and energetic scuffle. Kakashi glanced up at the sky, then looked at the two wrestling on the ground and calmly reminded them, there are 3 minutes left in our break. Once time's up, we move out. With his nose bruised and face swollen, Obito asked, Kakashi, how much farther do we have to go? Kakashi checked the map. At this pace, we got a little more than a day left. Both of Shindai's eyes were blackened, and his left cheek was swollen. He asked in confusion, why are the places we're delivering supplies to getting farther and farther away? Ever since Obito awakened his Sharingan, his strength had grown increasingly formidable. Shindai's magnet release techniques and puppet mastery were impressive, yet close-quarters combat was not his strong suit. Now, with Obito able to fight back, it was truly uncertain whether Shindai could best him in hand-to-hand combat. Obito's rate of improvement after unlocking the Sharingan had become alarmingly rapid. After putting away the map, Kakashi said, "Our battles with the Idolin aren't as fierce as they were at the start. The frontline positions near us have enough supplies, so our current delivery point is actually a bit farther away." Shindai complained, "Can't each ninja village just send out one person to fight, and whoever wins decides the war? All this back-and-forth fighting is really exhausting." Kakashi replied sternly, "Enough grumbling. Stay alert. The frontline post we're supplying this time is very close to the Iwanin's position, so we have to be extra careful. Let's stick to our usual formation and move out." Rin Noera stayed in the center, with Kakashi and Obito taking the lead, while Shindai brought up the rear, using his third eye to scout the surroundings. Meanwhile, elsewhere as Shindai and the others were transporting supplies, Minato, Namikaze, and Jiraiya were resting in a concealed spot. Minato was studying a map intently and analyzed to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sensei, according to the intel we just got from the Iwanin, they plan to occupy this area and ambush our supply teams here. This is a crossroads. Every supply team from all three of our logistics bases has to pass through it. If the Iwanin sees this spot, our comrades at the front, close to the enemy, will lose their supply line, and the Iwanin could intercept everything. We simply must drive them out of here." Jiraiya's expression was grave as he examined the location Minato had marked on the map. He nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, then let's head out now. In war, it's all about logistics. Supplies are the backbone of our comrades on the front lines, so we absolutely cannot allow the Iwanin to take control of this vital route." Without delay, Minato and Jiraiya set off toward the marked location. After half a day of swift travel, they reached their destination. However, upon arrival, both Minato and Jiraiya frowned deeply. According to the Iwanin's plan, there should have been an ambush waiting, yet there wasn't a single enemy in sight. Suddenly, Minato and Jiraiya leapt backward just in time as two blazing fireballs, seething like molten lava, hurtled toward the spot where they had just been standing. The fireballs struck the ground with explosive force, spewing molten rock in all directions and setting the surrounding trees ablaze. At the same time, 5 figures appeared, surrounding Minato, Namikaze, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya caught sight of 2 of them, and his face filled with shock. "It's you two? Onoki actually sent you?" Minato looked puzzled and asked, "Who are they?" Jiraiya's voice grew grave. "They're the Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, the Four Tails host, Rashi, and the Five Tails host, Han." "What?" A change swept over Minato's face as he turned his gaze to Rashi and Han. "So, they're Jinchuriki too, just like Kushina Uzumaki." Rashi let out a cold snort. "We thought the 2 of us would be facing off against Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki, but it turns out it's just the 2 of you." Jiraiya's expression turned grim. "Looks like we've been deceived. The intel we got from the Iwanin was a lie." Han sneered. "Of course it was. Jiraiya, you and your student are quite slippery. Tracking you down is no easy feat, so rather than searching for you, we figure it would be better to lure you to us." Minato locked his eyes on Rashi and Han, then turned to Jiraiya with a suggestion. "Master Jiraiya, let's give it a try." Jiraiya stared at Minato in surprise. Try facing off against 2 Jinchuriki? Was he serious? With unwavering resolve, Minato declared, "If Jinchuriki join the war, it'll be a disaster for our comrades. So I want to try, see if we can hold them here." Jiraiya thought Minato's idea was reckless. But, just as Minato said, if Iwagakure's 2 Jinchuriki joined the fight, it would be catastrophic for the Konoha ninja station here. The losses would be unimaginable. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his eyes growing resolute. "All right, let's give it a try." Minato and Jiraiya had fallen into Rashi and Han's trap, now surrounded by the 2 Jinchuriki and 3 elite Iwanin. If Rashi and Han intended to enter the war as Jinchuriki, they would pose a grave threat to the Konoha ninja in the Land of Grass. That's why Minato resolved to try and stop them here. Minato hurled 2 flying Thunder God Kunai, one at Rashi, one at Han. Han's armor was no ordinary armor. It was a special steam-powered suit, capable of unleashing tremendous power through bursts of steam. Because of this, Han had earned the title Steam Ninja. Channeling chakra into his steam armor, Han released a powerful burst of steam through the vents, blowing Minato's kunai away. The kunai thrown at Han was sent flying by the blast of steam, but the one aimed at Rashi drew dangerously close. Yet, Minato made no move to use his flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the kunai's location. Because Rashi was now wreathed in flames that surged from his body like molten lava, it was clear he was guarding against Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique and any surprise attacks from close range. Rashi's hands flickered rapidly through a series of hand seals. Lava style, scorching river flow. Several balls of lava burst from Rashi's mouth, hurtling toward Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Minato and Jiraiya each dodged in a flash, moving apart to avoid the attack. These lava orbs packed tremendous power. Ordinary ninjutsu would be useless against them. Once Minato and Jiraiya evaded, the lava spheres struck the ground. The earth exploded into craters on impact, and sprays of molten rock ignited the surrounding trees in an instant. At that moment, Han made his move. Harnessing the steam armor that enveloped his body, Han exploded forward at blinding speed, charging at Jiraiya and launching a flying kick. Han was so fast that Jiraiya had barely enough time to cross his arms in front of him and block. Han's kick landed squarely against Jiraiya's forearms, sending Jiraiya flying. Spinning through the air in a full 360, Jiraiya landed smartly and brushed the boot mark from his arm. Not bad at all. But Jiraiya was far from unscathed. Beneath his calm exterior, his arms were trembling slightly from the blow, and bruises were already forming. Han gave a cold snort. Jiraiya, is talking tough all you know how to do? Without hesitation, Han once again unleashed his steam armor, rushing at Jiraiya with blistering speed. Rashi's gaze also settled on Jiraiya. To both Rashi and Han, though Minato Namikaze was officially their primary target, it was Jiraiya they truly wanted to defeat first. After all, Jiraiya was a legendary ninja from their own generation, whereas in their eyes, Minato was just a green rookie, barely out of the academy. Rashi decided to team up with Han against Jiraiya and leave the three IWA Jonin to deal with Minato. Just as Rashi prepared to join the attack, a distinctively shaped kunai landed in the dirt not far in front of him. In an instant, Minato appeared at the kunai in a burst of brilliant motion, battle-ready and focused on Rashi. Your opponent is me. Minato hurled several Flying Thunder God kunai at Rashi, then instantly teleported to one of them, thrusting the blade at Rashi's neck. There was a sharp metallic clang. Minato's kunai could not pierce Rashi's neck. It struck as though against solid rock. Rashi swung his arm, aiming a heavy blow at Minato. But Minato vanished again, reappearing at another of his kunai, agilely evading Rashi's attack. Glancing down, Minato frowned as he noticed that the high temperature had partially melted the blade of his Flying Thunder God kunai. Old Purple had been maintaining his lava release chakra mode, his entire body shrouded in searing magma. Anything he touched would melt instantly, and the armor not only enhanced his defense, but was also lethal to opponents. A perfect balance of offense and defense. Despite his lack of agility, Old Purple was formidable in every other way. His defense was nearly impenetrable, his attacks were overwhelming, and his lava release techniques could sweep across a vast area. If Minato Namikaze couldn't break through Old Purple's defenses, then no matter how fast he was, there was nothing he could do to truly threaten him. Still, Minato had to keep Old Purple and the other three Iwagakure Jonin occupied. He couldn't let Old Purple interfere with Jiraiya. He needed to find a chance to coordinate with Jiraiya for a breakthrough. Minato darted around the battlefield, using the Flying Thunder God technique to blink in and out of existence, harassing and blocking Old Purple from getting anywhere near Jiraiya. Old Purple grew more and more frustrated by Minato's relentless interference. He tried to unleash ninjutsu to attack Minato, but Minato was simply too fast. Every time Old Purple released a technique, Minato vanished before it could land. Meanwhile, the three Iwagakure Jonin kept manipulating the terrain with earth release techniques, doing their best to disrupt both Minato and Jiraiya. Minato seemed unfazed by the shifting ground, but Jiraiya was having a much harder time. After kicking Jiraiya away earlier, Han once again unleashed a surge of steam from his armor, boosting his speed as he charged at Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly responded with Needle Jizo, channeling chakra to harden his long silver hair and wrapping it tightly around his body for protection. If Han dared to kick him now, the soles of his feet would get impaled. But Han's steam armor was absurdly tough. When he kicked into Jiraiya's hardened, spiky hair, he didn't even flinch. Needle Hell! Jiraiya fired off his hardened hair like a barrage of Sunban, launching a dense volley at Han. Han's armor erupted with a blast of steam, blowing Jiraiya's hardened hair and needles away as if they were nothing. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to put some distance between them. Fire-style, Flame Bullet. The instant he pulled away, Jiraiya formed a string of hand seals, gathered chakra-infused oil in his mouth, and spat it out. At the same time, he ignited it with Fire Release, shooting a blazing ball of flame straight at Han. Steam burst from a vent on the left side of Han's armor, propelling him swiftly to the right and allowing him to dodge the incoming fireball. Between attacks and defenses, Jiraiya glanced over at Minato's side of the battlefield. Minato had succeeded in keeping Old Purple occupied, but just barely. As long as Old Purple maintained his lava release chakra mode, Minato would find it almost impossible to inflict any real damage. Still, even as he held Old Purple at bay, Minato managed to find a brief opening to eliminate one of the Iwagakure Jonin. Now Laozi finally understood why the mission had emphasized that Namake's Minato must be dealt with first. Although he himself could withstand Minato's attacks, thanks to his lava release, and the continuous chakra supply from the tailed beast, which allowed him to maintain his lava release chakra mode and leave Minato with no opening, it was a different story for others. Other ninjas simply stood no chance against Minato's blistering speed. Most couldn't even finish forming hand signs for their jutsu before being cut down. As for the other two Iwagakure Jonin, even if they tried to help, there was little they could do. In fact, there was a good chance Minato would kill them as well. So Laozi ordered them to fall back and not approach carelessly, lest Minato catch them off guard and kill them unexpectedly. With a grim expression and murderous intent in his eyes, Laozi stared at Minato in the distance. This Namake's Minato was simply too great a threat to Iwagakure. He had to find a way to take Minato down. Hey, looks like there's a fire over there. Yeah, maybe it's a forest fire started by accident. Kamiyo and his group had reached the edge of the forest. From afar, they could see the sky glowing red, shrouded in thick smoke. Animals were fleeing the forest in droves. With quick reflexes, Kamiyo snatched up a rabbit, deftly snapped its neck, and hung it at his waist. He thought roasting rabbit meat would be a nice change of pace. After days of nothing but ration pills, he felt as if even his blood was thinning out into ration paste. Kakashi frowned as he studied the map. Just our luck. If we cut straight through the forest, we'll reach the supply line at the forward post by taking the rightmost path. If we go around, it'll be a huge detour, probably more than a day's delay. Obito asked, so what should we do? Kamiyo shrugged. What else? We go around. I'm not about to walk into a forest fire and roast myself, thanks. Kakashi glanced at the sky and came to a decision. We'll go through the forest. Kamiyo reached out and touched Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi, are you sure you haven't been addled by the heat? Kakashi irritably brushed Kamiyo's hand away. I'm serious. Look at the sky. The fire's causing the air to heat up fast, which creates an updraft. That updraft will form rain clouds, and with the temperature rising, it should start raining soon. Kamiyo looked up at the forest canopy. Sure enough, dark clouds were gathering overhead, and it really did look like rain was on the way. Obito, utterly confused, asked, Kakashi, where'd you learn all this weird stuff? Kakashi folded up the map, his tone light, but laced with a biting sarcasm. Maybe if you spent less time goofing off and more time reading, you'd know too. Obito snapped irritably. Who's doing something so pointless? Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at Shinrai. Do I really need to repeat the conversation you and Shinrai had? Shinrai's eyes widened in disbelief, but he straightened up instantly. Hey, I didn't mess with you. This has nothing to do with me. Under Shinrai's exaggerated winks, Obito realized that Kakashi already knew the truth and immediately surrendered. All right, I admit it. I was wrong. Rin Noera asked curiously, what happened? Since both Obito and Shinrai were quick to admit fault, Kakashi decided to let it slide and simply said, let's get moving. Shinrai and Obito both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Shinrai shot Obito a disgruntled look. Hey, did you give us away? Obito shook his head at once. I didn't say a word. Shinrai clicked his tongue. Then Kakashi must have overheard us talking. That's just too much. We'll have to be more careful from now on, got it? Obito nodded again. Got it. Lately, Shinrai had been thinking about his future. At this point, he had nowhere to go except Konoha. Once the war was over, Shinrai didn't want to keep doing ninja missions. He'd have to find a way to make his own living. So Shinrai began pondering how he might earn money in the future. He had no intention of working for someone else. The best option was to open his own shop and become his own boss. But what kind of shop should it be? After tossing around a few ideas, inspiration struck, something that combined his interests and skills. The source of his inspiration? None other than Jiraiya. Puppets. Specifically, adult puppets designed to solve the loneliness of single men in the future. His target customers? People like the perpetually single Kakashi and Irika, for example. As for funding, if he approached Jiraiya, he was sure the man would be intrigued. He'd start by building the business in Konoha, growing it strong, and then gradually expand to other countries, until adult puppet shops dotted the whole shinobi world. That was Shinrai's grand ambition. Since all this was still just in the planning stages, at night during their breaks, Shinrai would occasionally chat with Obito, asking about what kind of girls Obito liked, excluding Rin Noera, of course, to help with his puppet design for the future. But since Shinrai was still a bit shy about it, He really didn't want anyone besides Obito to know. Led by Kakashi, Shinrai, Obito, and Rin Noara made their way into the forest. Just as Kakashi had predicted, not long after they entered, a torrential downpour began, quelling the forest fire and stopping it from spreading further. The flames dwindled, growing weaker and weaker. But as they ventured deeper into the woods, the whole group came to a sudden halt, as if on cue. Hey, did you guys hear that? It sounds like a fight up ahead. I heard it too. It sounds pretty intense. Could this forest fire have been started by those guys fighting over there? Jindai and Obito tossed their thoughts back and forth, each adding their own speculation. Rin Noara turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, it must be our leaf ninja and the stone ninja fighting over there. Should we go help them? Kakashi frowned deeply. Their mission was to deliver supplies, and they had no idea what the situation was on the other side. Rushing in recklessly could put them all in danger. After a moment of consideration, Kakashi made his decision. Our mission is to deliver these supplies. That comes first. We'll skirt around the area where they're fighting, get the supplies to the front lines as quickly as possible, and then alert our comrades there so they can send reinforcements. Jindai gave Kakashi a big thumbs up. Good call. But before Jindai could lower his thumb, a blazing fireball came hurtling down from the sky, crashing into the ground not far from their group. The fireball hit with a violent burst, sending molten rock flying in every direction. Jindai, Kakashi, and Rin reacted in time and dodged aside, but Obito wasn't so lucky. Some of the molten rock splattered onto his backside, sending him leaping and yelping in pain. It wasn't that Obito didn't want to dodge. Jindai's way of dodging had been to pull Obito right in front of him, which ended up dragging Obito into the line of fire. With a single swift kick, almost divine in its precision, Jindai stomped out the flames that had ignited on Obito's pants. Obito clutched his backside, desperately rubbing at the burn and grumbling. What the heck just happened? Why did a chunk of molten rock just fall out of the sky? Kakashi stared at the burning ground ahead, his tone grave. This is ninjutsu. Jindai looked up and called out, look at the sky. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all glanced upwards. There were countless tiny red dots in the sky. Activating his Sharingan, Obito peered closer and exclaimed in shock. Those are fireballs. No, those are molten fireballs, just like the one that just hit us. A storm of blazing molten fireballs was raining down from above. Kakashi quickly assessed where the fireballs would land and said urgently, this is bad. When those hit the ground, the molten rock will splash everywhere. It's nearly impossible to dodge all of it. Jindai caught Kakashi's meaning instantly. Forming hand seals, he pressed his palms to the earth. Magnet release, iron sand spinning top. He summoned iron sand from beneath the ground. Unlike the last time, when he'd simply wrapped the sand around a tree, this time he shaped it into a spinning top, circling around them in a protective ring, deflecting the molten fireballs and shielding them from the deadly spray. The four of them, who had just been planning to take a detour, now found themselves under sudden attack by a downpour of molten fireballs. The fireballs exploded relentlessly wherever they struck, splattering molten rock in every direction. There wasn't a single spot left untouched by the searing spray. There was no way to avoid it entirely. Protected by the whirling magnet release, iron sand Euro conjured by Jindai, the splattering magma either bounced off the spinning iron sand or was drawn into its swirling mass, shielding the four of them within. Jindai manifested a third eye, which floated upward to survey the scene. Once he confirmed that no more fiery magma balls filled the sky, he dispelled the iron sand Euro. Obito looked around at the pools of magma in confusion and asked, what on earth happened up ahead? Why are there so many magma fireballs? Jindai regarded the magma, which hissed and smoked as it met the rain, and spoke gravely. Whatever's going on, there's no way we can head forward. Let's get out of here quickly. Kakashi's expression was equally serious, and he agreed with Jindai's suggestion. Judging by the destructive power of those magma fireballs, the battle ahead was definitely not something they could approach. Earth-style, rising stone spears. Suddenly, the ground beneath the four of them trembled. Instinctively, all four leapt into the air, just as a forest of razor-sharp rocks erupted where they'd stood moments before. The group looked ahead and spotted two figures, both pressing their hands to the ground. It was clear that these two had cast the Earth-style jutsu just now. Jindai's face tightened. Judging by their attire, these two looked exactly like that of Wagakure Jonin, Tsuchiki, meaning they were likely Jonin from the Hidden Stone as well. These two IWA Jonin, unable to intervene in the clash between Rashi, Han, Minato Namikaze, and Jiraiya, had opted to keep watch over the surrounding area, wary of any unexpected developments. While on guard, they sensed four people approaching. The two IWA Jonin hurried over to investigate, and if the newcomers turn out to be Leaf Ninja, they plan to eliminate them. Upon confirming that Jindai's group were indeed Konoha Shinobi, the IWA Jonin wasted no time attacking. However, they hadn't expected their opponents to react so swiftly, leaping away to evade the stone spikes. From their vantage point, it seemed Jindai's group consisted of one Chunin, two Jinin, and another ninja whose rank was unclear, judging by his age, probably no higher than Chunin. The two IWA Jonin had already expended much of their chakra and stamina harassing Namikaze's Minato and Jiraiya with repeated Earth-style techniques, but they felt confident. Dealing with a handful of Chunin and Jinin should be a simple matter. Kakashi eyed the two IWA Jonin warily. Has the fighting up ahead finished? This is bad news. He assumed those magma fireballs had been unleashed by these two IWA Jonin. After all, their ragged, dirty appearance suggested they'd just come from a fierce battle. Rin, hide yourself. Jindai Abito, use that move now. Rin Noera immediately retreated to the rear as Jindai began weaving hand signs. Magnet release, magnetization technique. Shindai magnetized his own body, then pressed both hands onto Kakashi and Abito's shoulders, causing their bodies to become magnetized as well. Abito swiftly formed a string of hand seals, then brought his right hand up to his mouth. Fire style, majestic dragon, fire, jutsu. A colossal fire dragon burst forth from Abito's mouth, roaring toward the two distant IWNE. As the fire dragon surged toward the enemy, Shindai crouched and gripped Kakashi's arms, who stood with his back to Shindai and his feet seemingly braced on Shindai's legs. If you looked closely, it seemed as if Kakashi was standing on Shindai's legs, but in reality, Kakashi's feet hovered just above Shindai's thighs. The reason for this was the magnetic force between Shindai and Kakashi's bodies. Magnets repel when their poles are alike, and attract when their poles are different. Shindai used his magnet release, magnetization technique to make Kakashi's body positively charged, while his own body was also positively charged, causing a repulsion between them. By pulling Kakashi's arms and drawing him as close as possible, Shindai aimed to maximize this repulsive force, planning to launch Kakashi forward at high speed. This method was inspired by the time Shindai had tinkered with the electrical systems in Kaminazuki's body. He had even tested it in combat, and the results were excellent. However, the drawback was obvious. It could only propel someone in a straight line. That's why someone needed to provide cover, ensuring the enemy couldn't dodge. Naturally, that role fell to Abito. The fire dragon surged toward the two IWNine, who split to evade, one rolling to the left, the other leaping to the right. So, the target became clear, the IWNine who dodged by leaping. Everyone knew that without anything to push off against, evading in midair was impossible. Shindai gritted his teeth, forcing out his words through clenched jaws. How about now? Can I let go? Tighter, just a bit more. At this speed, can you even see your target? Assuming that the earlier magma fireballs had been unleashed by these two IWNine, Kakashi remained cautious. These two are strong. We need to take at least one out first. Shindai could only pull Kakashi's arms even tighter, pressing him closer to intensify the repulsive force. He strained so hard that veins bulged on his neck. Now, is this enough? Let go. The moment Kakashi gave the word, Shindai released his grip. Kakashi shot forward like a bullet, so fast he was nearly invisible to the naked eye, streaking straight for the airborne IWNine. The incredible speed blurred his vision, but from the outset, Kakashi had already locked onto his target, his short blade held crosswise as he hurtled unerringly toward the IWNine. The stone ninja noticed Kakashi's sudden assault, but by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Kakashi swept past the stone ninja in a blur. His short blade sliced through the ninja's neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, cleanly severing head from body. But Kakashi's momentum was too great. He couldn't stop himself in time. He tumbled across the ground, rolling a fair distance before finally coming to a halt when he collided heavily with a boulder. Wincing from the pain, Kakashi bared his teeth, but his spirits soared. After all, he had just taken down a stone ninja with a single strike. The other stone ninja was left standing there in utter shock, unable to process how easily his comrade had been killed. Was this really the speed of a Chunin? Was this some kind of joke? Was he really a Jonin in Chunin's clothing? While the Chunin was still frozen in disbelief, Abito had already formed hand seals, readying another jutsu. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Abito called out. A fierce, straight jet of flames shot out, streaking toward the stunned stone ninja at incredible speed. Snapping out of his daze, the stone ninja immediately used the body flicker technique to dodge. Shindai, give me a boost, Abito shouted. He kicked out with both feet, aiming at Shindai. Shindai's face darkened. Why are you always making trouble? He grumbled. He had no choice, though. Since Obito was already coming at him, Shindai raised both arms to shield himself. Obito landed lightly on Shindai's forearms and, using the repulsive force from Shindai's magnet release, magnetized jutsu, launched himself like a spring toward the remaining stone ninja, diving into combat. Shindai and his team of 4 had run into an ambush by 2 stone ninja jonin. Thanks to the repulsive force from Shindai's magnet release technique, Kakashi had managed to cut down one of the jonin instantly. Now, using the same force, Obito propelled himself toward the last remaining jonin. As he closed the distance, Obito hurled several kunai at the stone ninja. The stone ninja, quick on the draw, produced his own kunai and deftly deflected every single one of Obito's projectiles. Now, they were almost face to face. Obito aimed his kunai at the stone ninja's neck, but just as he was about to strike, the ninja lashed out with a powerful kick, sending Obito flying. Obito tumbled across the ground and exclaimed in disbelief, "How come it's so different from Kakashi?" Shindai couldn't help but retort, "You think you could take him out like that? Give me a break. Compared to Kakashi's speed just now, you're moving like a turtle. That guy's a jonin. If he's on guard, there's no way he'd fall for such a simple attack. You idiot." By now, Kakashi had already gotten back on his feet and returned to Shindai's side. Obito, having missed his mark, also regrouped with them. It would be difficult and dangerous for any of them to defeat a jonin alone. But the 3 of them together? Just one jonin? No reason to be afraid. Shindai summoned Kamenaji, ready to charge alongside Obito and Kakashi. Just as the trio was about to launch their assault, the distant sound of something crashing echoed across the battlefield. The 3 members of the Kamio team turned toward the direction of the voice, only to see a cluster of towering trees crashing down, and from amidst the chaos, 2 figures burst forth. Kamio, Kakashi, Obito, and the hiding Rin Noera all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with utter disbelief. It was Jiraiya. However, the fallen trees weren't Jiraiya's doing. They were knocked over by someone chasing him. And the one pursuing Jiraiya was Han. Steam erupted from every vent in Han's armor, roaring like a locomotive as he charged forward, barreling straight ahead and flattening any trees in his path in relentless pursuit of Jiraiya. Jiraiya caught sight of the 4 Kamio teammates, stunned and gaping at the scene. He too was taken aback. Fearing that Kamio's group might get caught in the crossfire, Jiraiya made a quick decision. He stopped running, formed hand signs in a blur, and pressed his palms to the ground. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. As Han hurtled forward, the ground beneath his feet suddenly turned soft. Looking down, he realized he was sinking into a marshy mire. Before Jiraiya could press his attack against Han, a black rectangular block hurtled down from above, crashing heavily onto Han, who was now trapped in the swamp. This black block was Kamio's doing. Snapping back to his senses, Kamio immediately unleashed his magnet release, Iron Sand Rectangle, conjuring a massive iron sand block that slammed down onto Han. Someone who could send even Jiraiya running was clearly dangerous. And seeing Han's peculiar armor, Kamio recognized him as Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki from Awagakure. If Han decided to turn his sights on them, they'd be in deep trouble. So when Kamio saw Han bogged down in the swamp Jiraiya had created, he wasted no time. Better to strike first and ask questions later. When Jiraiya saw Kamio's Iron Sand Rectangle hit its mark and pin Han down, he immediately gave Kamio a big thumbs up. "Nice work, kid." Kamio didn't bother acknowledging Jiraiya. Instead, he shouted to the still-stunned Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera, "That's the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. We have to leave Jiraiya-sama to handle this himself. Let's get out of here. This place is way too dangerous." With that, Kamio turned and sprinted off without hesitation. Jiraiya's mouth twitched in annoyance. He'd intended for Kamio's group to escape, of course, but it still stung to see how quickly they left him behind without a second thought. Kakashi and Obito glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded and said, "The kid's right. Get moving. This is not a fight you can take part in." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Kakashi, Obito, and the hidden Rin Noera took off at top speed. They had heard of Jinchuriki before, living weapons, symbols of a nation's military might. But before Kamio's team could get far, the Iron Sand Rectangle pinning Han was suddenly flung aside. Steam blasted out from the vents in Han's armor, and he burst free of the swamp in a surge of raw power. The man, covered in mud, fixed his gaze on Kamishiro, who was running desperately ahead, not daring to look back. Once more, all the vents on the steam armor covering Han erupted with a blast of steam, not toward Jiraiya, but aimed straight at Kamishiro. Jiraiya felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't expected Han to pursue Kamishiro instead. He clapped his hands together with force. Wild Lion's main technique, channeling chakra, Jiraiya extended his hair until it formed thick, lion-head-shaped locks that tightly wrapped around Han. But the power of Han's steam armor was immense. Even as Jiraiya's hair bound him, Han dragged Jiraiya along for several meters before Jiraiya barely managed to steady himself and pull back with all his might. Realizing he was being restrained by Jiraiya's hair, Han simply changed tactics. He swung around and charged directly at Jiraiya, steam blasting furiously from the vents on his armored arms as he swung a massive punch at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, he released the Wild Lion's main technique and used the body flicker technique to dodge away. Han's fist crashed down onto the ground, splitting the earth open with a thunderous crack, leaving a giant crater, testament to his overwhelming strength. Han shouted toward the Iwagakure Jonin nearby. "Tsuchiya, stop them." Tsuchiya responded immediately. "Yes, Lord Han." Earth-style, earth flow wall. A barrier of earth shot up in front of Kamishiro, blocking his escape route. But Kamishiro summoned his iron sand and smashed straight through the wall, continuing his desperate dash forward. Tsuchiya kept unleashing earth-style jutsu, trying to block Kamishiro and his three companions from escaping. Meanwhile, Han, now freed from Jiraiya's hair and with his punch evaded, charged toward Kamishiro once again. Jiraiya tried to bind Han with the Wild Lion's main technique again, but Han, powered by the steam armor's speed, was too fast. Jiraiya was a moment too late. Kamishiro glanced back, only to see Han barreling toward him like a raging bull. A chill ran through his entire body. "Damn it, why is he so fixated on me?" Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all shouted in unison, "Kamishiro, run!" Kamishiro was almost in tears. Did they think he didn't know he had to run? His legs were already pumping so fast they were about to catch fire, but there was simply no way to go any faster. As he ran, Kamishiro gathered his iron sand upon his shoulders, shaping it into wings, and taking to the sky to escape. But with a sudden, explosive burst of steam, Han rocketed into the air as well, closing the distance even faster than Kamishiro. Kamishiro stared in terror as Han hurtled through the air toward him. "Stay away from me." Just as Kamishiro thought his luck had finally run out, a strangely shaped kunai came whistling toward him at incredible speed. At the very instant the kunai was about to strike Kamishiro, Minato Namikaze appeared in front of him, whisking Kamishiro away with the Flying Thunder God technique, and brought him safely to Jiraiya's side. Kamiyo's heart was pounding furiously after narrowly escaping death. He was completely dazed. He had almost been struck by Han, but Minato Namikaze, like a savior descending from the heavens, had used the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk Kamiyo away to safety. The image of Han charging at him with terrifying ferocity had left Kamiyo's mind reeling, unable to process what had just happened. Minato gently ruffled Kamiyo's hair with a reassuring smile. "Are you all right, Kamiyo?" Still shaken to his core, Kamiyo snapped back to reality, unable to hold back any longer. "Ah, Lord Minato, you made it just in time. I almost got taken out back there." His tears and snot smeared all over Minato Namikaze's clothes. Minato glanced helplessly at Kamiyo, who was now using the hem of his cloak as a handkerchief, but said nothing. It was clear Kamiyo was genuinely terrified. Just as Kamiyo was blowing his nose into Minato's cloak, the fabric suddenly slipped from his hands. Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique once again. Within seconds, he reappeared beside Jiraiya, who held one of Minato's marked kunai. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara had also been brought along. After rescuing Kamiyo, Han and the Iwagakure ninja, Toya, had immediately turned their attacks on Kakashi and his team. At the same time, Rashi had rushed onto the scene. Seeing Rashi, Kamiyo felt a chill run down his spine. "Lord Minato, Lord Jiraiya, how did you two manage to provoke those two?" Jiraiya sounded annoyed. "Kid, it's not like we went looking for trouble. They're the ones who came after us." Rashi, borrowing the power of the tailed beast, maintained his lava release chakra mode, another tail sprouting behind him. He moved his hands in a rapid series of seals, preparing his jutsu. Lava release, scorching lava flow. Rashi slammed his hands onto the ground. Channeling his Kekkei Genkai, he transformed the earth and stone into molten lava, guiding it into a surging flood that roared toward Kamiyo and the others. Jiraiya bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A thick cloud of smoke burst forth. As it cleared, a massive toad appeared, looking every bit like a hardened gangster. This was Gamabunta, the great toad of Mount Myaboku. Taking in the torrent of lava and the tailed cloak around Rashi, Gamabunta's expression grew serious. "Jiraiya, why do you always summon me for this kind of trouble?" Standing atop Gamabunta's head, Jiraiya replied with a rueful grin. "If it were any easier, I wouldn't have needed you. Come on, let's do this." Gamabunta formed a few hand seals with his webbed fingers, drew in a deep breath, and his cheeks ballooned. Water style. Water bullet. He spat out a barrage of giant water bullets, sending them crashing into the surging lava. As the water met the searing heat, a tremendous cloud of steam erupted, shrouding the battlefield in swirling mist. As the molten lava cooled, it gradually shifted from a liquid to a solid state, forcing the flow behind it to split and divert elsewhere. Minato, hurry up and use the Flying Thunder God technique to send these brats. But before Jiraiya could finish saying the words send them away, Han, clad in his steaming armor, charged straight at Minato Namikaze. Hurry, put your hands on me, Minato shouted. Shindai, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin immediately pressed their hands on Minato's body. With a flash, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the four of them to another location, still at the edge of the battlefield, since he needed to rush back to aid Jiraiya. This place is dangerous. All you need to get out of here right now. Just as Minato prepared to teleport back, Shindai tugged at his cloak. Wait, Lord Minato, I have a question. That Five-Tails Jinchuriki's armor, is it made of metal? Minato didn't quite understand why Shindai was asking, but he answered, yes, it is. That makes things much easier. Without wasting a moment, Shindai drew the iron sand from within Kemonosuke's body and condensed it into a ball, handing it over to Minato. At the sight of the iron sand, Minato instantly understood Shindai's plan. As Shindai shaped the iron sand, he used magnet release, magnetize, imbuing the sand with magnetic properties so it could cling to metal. Lord Minato, try to get this iron sand to stick to that bastard's armor. Scare me. Will he? I'll make sure his armor's out of commission. Just thinking about how close he'd come to wetting his pants in terror made Shindai grind his teeth in frustration. A Jinchuriki thinks he's so great, huh? Minato considered it. If Shindai's magnetic sand really did the trick and ruined Han's armor, it would be a huge advantage for his and Jiraiya's fight. Rashi had maintained his lava-release chakra mode all along, his body shrouded in scalding, rock-hard lava. Minato's attacks could barely scratch his defenses. And Han's body was completely encased in armor, tough enough that Minato's attacks couldn't pierce it either. What's more, a misstrike risked being seared by the jets of steaming vapor that his armor could unleash. Jiraiya had already suffered several burns, but thanks to Minato's speed, he had managed to teleport Jiraiya away just before the steam could reach him. Minato's tone grew grave. Stay at the edge of the battlefield. If things go south, don't push your luck, withdraw immediately. Shindai added, Lord Minato, while you're at it, could you take care of that Iwagakure ninja for us? Who knows, the moment you leave, he might come after us. Minato nodded. I understand. Be careful, all of you. Minato Namikaze vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, Iwagakure's elite jonin, Tsuchiya, was also skirting the edge of the battlefield, cautiously concealing himself as he searched for Jindai and his companions. Han had given him strict orders, capture Jindai. If that proved impossible, then kill him. Under no circumstances should this magnet-release bloodline ninja fall into Konoha's hands. Tsuchiya successfully sensed the location of Jindai's group of four. Just as Tsuchiya was silently closing in, a kunai came hurtling toward him at lightning speed. He prepared to dodge, but in a flash, all he saw was a streak of yellow. Another instant passed, and the streak of yellow vanished as quickly as it appeared. Looking down at his chest, Tsuchiya saw 3 gaping holes right over his heart, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wounds. Clutching his chest, Tsuchiya slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with bitter regret. Was this really how it was going to end? So quickly, so carelessly? No matter how unwilling he was, with his heart pierced, all Tsuchiya could do was wait for death to claim him. Meanwhile, Jindai, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were already in position at the very edge of the battlefield, far enough to observe the fight while awaiting Minato's next move. Minato returned to the heart of the battle, where Jiraiya and Gamabunta were joining forces against Rashi. Empowered by the tailed beast chakra, Rashi's strength had soared to yet another level. Han, steam billowing from his entire body, was preparing to coordinate with Rashi in an assault on Jiraiya. But the moment he saw Minato return to the fray, he immediately shifted focus, redirecting all his aggression toward Minato. In his left hand, Minato held the ball of iron sand that Jindai had given him. In his right, he drew 3 special kunai marked for the Flying Thunder God technique, his eyes narrowing with razor-sharp focus on Han. Tension hung in the air. The next clash could erupt at any second. With calculated precision, Minato hurled the 3 kunai at Han. The weapons streaked toward Han from the left, right, and center, 3 directions at once. Left, right, or straight ahead? Han was racking his brain, tried to deduce from which kunai Minato would appear. But he quickly dismissed the need to guess. After all, Minato would inevitably emerge from one of those three kunai. With that certainty, there was no point in speculation. Han resolved to push his speed to its absolute limit, determined to strike down Minato the instant he appeared, no matter where it was. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the moment, that familiar flash of yellow appeared on Han's left. Boil release. Monster strength unleashed. Han instantly brought his chakra to a boil, flooding his body with power and swinging a mighty fist toward Minato. But when it came to speed, trying to outpace Minato was like challenging a bolt of lightning to a race. At the very instant Han's fist was about to land on Minato Namikaze, Minato once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the location of a special kunai on his right, causing Han's punch to hit nothing but air. Han's reflexes weren't bad either. He immediately twisted his body and unleashed a spinning kick toward Minato. But Minato, quick as ever, used the Flying Thunder God technique once more, shifting to another kunai positioned directly in front of him. At that moment, Minato tossed the sand iron sphere given to him by Shindai onto Han's armor. The sand iron sphere instantly broke apart, its grains clinging to the surface of Han's armor. Without missing a beat, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique again, pulling some distance between himself and Han. Han paid the sand iron no mind, instead watching Minato with a troubled look. With a cold snort, Han said, "Slippery as an eel, aren't you? Is running away all you leaf shinobi know how to do?" Minato replied in the gentlest tone, "In that case, could you take off your armor?" A faint twitch played at the corner of Han's mouth beneath his metal mask. Without this armor, and without borrowing the power of the tailed beast, he knew he might not be a match for Minato Namikaze. There was no helping it. If he couldn't land a hit on Minato, he was stuck. "Shindai!" Minato called out to Shindai. "Shindai, hurry up! Watergate-sensei is calling you!" Obito shouted excitedly, shaking Shindai's arm. Shindai scowled. "Quit shaking me. I'm not deaf. You're making it impossible for me to concentrate. Kakashi, hold him down." For the first time, Kakashi followed Shindai's order and firmly held Obito in place, making sure he wouldn't distract Shindai. Shindai focused all his attention on controlling the sand iron stuck to Han's steam armor, sending it through every opening and seam. The inner workings of Han's steam armor were exceptionally intricate, designed to maximize his boil release abilities. Shindai's task now was to use the sand iron to sabotage the delicate mechanisms inside the armor, then block every vent and opening. It didn't take long for Shindai to finish his work. A sly grin curled on Shindai's lips. All done. Now things are about to get interesting. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all turned to look at Han in the distance as soon as Shindai spoke. Minato was already preparing to face Han again. After all, Shindai's plan was just a gamble. Minato knew he couldn't rely solely on the sand iron to win. Han, meanwhile, noticed that this time Minato had thrown out only a single Flying Thunder God kunai. His eyes lit up immediately. Just one Flying Thunder God kunai? That made things much simpler. But Han failed to notice the three other kunai that had fallen nearby during the earlier exchanges. Thinking he finally had his chance, Han called upon his boil release, unrivaled strength, instantly pushing his chakra to the boiling point. Yet the moment he activated the steam armor, Han suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Because Han heard the clanking and banging sounds coming from his steam armor, but the expected steam didn't appear. Han's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Those clanking and banging noises were the sound of his steam armor's components shattering. "This is bad." Feeling the temperature on his body spike rapidly, Han tried to stop his technique, but it was already too late. The vents in his steam armor had been blocked by Shindai's iron sand, leaving no way for the steam to escape. If this continued, before Minato Namikaze could launch his Flying Thunder God attack on Han, there was a sudden, thunderous boom. Han exploded right where he stood. The blast sent a wave of scorching heat through the air. Minato Namikaze stared in shock at Han, who had just blown himself up in place. He had thought Shindai's method would only disable Han's steam armor. He never expected it to make Han detonate outright. At the same moment, Jiraiya and Rashi stopped fighting, their attention drawn to Han's direction. All around, fragments of the shattered steam armor lay scattered. Han stood there, stripped bare, his body covered in severe burns, his face nearly unrecognizable. Shindai's grin stretched almost all the way to the back of his head. "What a rush." With a cough, Shindai said coolly, "When the enemy is shamed, strip him of his armor." Minato Namikaze tried to seize the opportunity to finish Han off. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of tailed beast chakra erupted from Han's body, enveloping him in a cloak of dark red energy. Two tails materialized behind him, and more were rapidly forming. Rashi frowned and called out, "Hey Han, Are you going full-tailed beast transformation? Han's voice rasped with fury. I'm going to slaughter them all. So that's how it is. Then let's just end this fight now. Rashi and Jiraiya both pulled back, making their way to Han's side. Rashi's tailed beast chakra burst forth as well, his body similarly shrouded in the dark red energy, with more tails appearing behind him. This overwhelming, ominous chakra made both Minato and Jiraiya tense and wary. Meanwhile, Shindai, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all began to tremble uncontrollably. Han and Rashi, now half-transformed into their tailed beast forms so that only the vaguest outlines of their human shapes remained, hadn't finished changing. The tailed beast chakra around them became even more immense. When the two gigantic beasts finally stood before everyone, all present were struck with utter terror. Shindai looked at Rashi and Han in disbelief. Were these two perfect Jinchuriki? By now, Han and Rashi had completed their full-tailed beast transformations, becoming the Four Tails and Five Tails themselves. Through relentless training, Han and Rashi had mastered their tailed beast powers, so even in their fully transformed states, they retained their self-awareness. At the same time, two-tailed beast bombs began to form in the mouths of the Four Tails and Five Tails. Jiraiya said gravely, Minato, they're about to unleash tailed beast bombs. We need to retreat for now. Yes, sir. Minato Namikaze reached out and placed a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. With a flash, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them to where the four members of the Kamiyo team were waiting. There was no need for Minato to say a word. Immediately, the four pressed their hands onto him in unison. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, whisking them away from the battlefield in an instant. Back on the battlefield, two-tailed beast balls detonated, unleashing explosions so powerful they shook the earth and sky. Even from a great distance, the shockwaves nearly swept Kamiyo's group off their feet. Minato gazed deeply at the sight of the explosion, his brow furrowed in concern as he murmured, so that's the true power of the tailed beasts. A fleeting image of Kushina Uzumaki crossed Minato's mind. That same power resided within her. Far away in the hidden leaf, Kushina Uzumaki was fast asleep. In her dreams, she was haunted by a vast, terrifying shadow, looming in darkness with 9 swaying tails. A new vessel. I can sense your fear and your turmoil. Do you know? The one binding you isn't me. It's yourself. Let me set you free. Come, let it all go. With a gasp, Kushina jolted awake, sitting bolt upright in bed, her breath coming in ragged bursts. Sweat soaked through her nightclothes. Land of grass. Jiraiya stared at the distant explosions, utterly shocked. That was far too close for comfort. Kamiyo, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all gaped at the devastation, stunned speechless. The power of the tailed beasts was simply overwhelming. If anyone had been caught in those explosions, they'd be battered black and blue. Or worse. Jiraiya let out a long breath and said, It's time for us to retreat as well. With 2 Jinchuriki from Iwagakure joining the fight, there's no way we can stop them. There's no point in continuing the mission. Let's fall back to base. Minato nodded gravely. Agreed. But I wonder, do they send the Jinchuriki just to deal with us? Or are they planning to throw them into the main battle as well? I think I'm hurt. Kamiyo suddenly collapsed onto the ground, trembling all over, his face twisted in agony. Rin immediately rushed to check Kamiyo's injuries. But I can't find any wounds. Kamiyo looked to be in terrible pain, but no matter how hard Rin tried, she couldn't find the source of his injury. Sweat began to bead on her brow in her frustration. Kamiyo croaked out weakly. It must be because your medical ninjutsu isn't advanced enough, Rin. That's why you can't find my injuries. Jiraiya-sensei and Minato-sensei should take me back to base and have the senior medical ninjas take a look. The moment he finished, everyone around him shot him an unimpressed look, their eyes as dull as dead fish. Rin stood up and, without the slightest hesitation, gave Kamiyo a sharp kick. The only thing lacking here is your sense of shame. Kakashi spoke in a low, sinister tone. Shindai, we need to leave this place immediately. It's not safe here. Earlier, you hit that 5 Tails Jinchuriki with your iron sand, and now he's been chasing you relentlessly. Now you've blown him up too. If he catches up to us, who knows what can happen? Shindai jumped to his feet at once. I can hold on a bit longer. Let's get going now. The memory of Han's pursuit still sent chills down Shindai's spine. Han had chased him like a rabid dog. All he'd done was knock him with an iron sand rectangle. Did Han really need to go after him so ferociously? And now, having just blown up Han's steam armor, if Han came after them again, Shindai couldn't imagine what he might do. Jiraiya twitched at the corner of his eye and grumbled. Kid, you really are quite the actor, aren't you? Since there were supplies to deliver, Minato Namikaze decided to escort Shindai and the others himself, asking Jiraiya to return to headquarters first and report on their mission and the Jinchuriki situation. Oh, Obito's awakened his Sharingan already, and that IWA ninja with the detachable head. You three took him down together? It's only been a few months, but you've all grown so much. Listening to the three of them recount all that had happened over the past few months, Minato smiled with pride. Hearing Minato's praise, Shindai and Obito straightened up, chests out, wearing expressions of pure pride. Rin couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling softly. The ever-cool Kakashi, with his mask on, gave nothing away about his feelings. Shindai, without warning, yanked Kakashi's mask right off. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. He, too, was clearly happy. But as soon as Shindai pulled off his mask, Kakashi's smile vanished. He quickly put the mask back on, then, in a flash, used body flicker to appear behind Shindai, hooked his foot to trip him, and sent him tumbling to the ground, then landed a punch right on Shindai's left eye. Kakashi's movements were so smooth and quick that not just Obito and Rin, but even Minato was left gaping in amazement. Clutching his left eye, Shindai protested angrily. Ouch! Kakashi, what's your problem? I was just worried your mask was making it hard to breathe, so I wanted to help you get some fresh air. How could you repay kindness with violence? Kakashi replied with a mocking tone. I noticed your left eye was a little itchy, so I thought I'd help you scratch it. Consider us even. Just as Shindai was about to retaliate with a barrage of words, Minato turned and asked, By the way, Shindai, have you made your decision? As soon as Minato spoke, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all turned to look at Shindai. They all knew what Minato meant by have you made your decision? He was asking if Shindai would join the Hidden Leaf. Shindai looked back at Minato and asked, If I join the Leaf, does that mean I have to go back there first? Minato Namikaze nodded. Of course. After all, we need to register your identity. Without a moment's hesitation, Jindai agreed. I'm in. Minato pressed his lips together, feeling that Jindai's eagerness was driven by the chance to return to Konoha. He reminded him, Jindai, this is important. You need to be sure. Once you join Konoha, you'll have to live by our ways from now on. Jindai replied with a helpless smile. Lord Minato, I've been doing missions for Konoha for half a year now. If I didn't want to join, I would have run off long ago. Why would I keep living as an undocumented outsider if I didn't have to? Minato was momentarily at a loss for words. Jindai's reasoning was hard to argue with. With a smile, Minato said, Well then, let me welcome you to Konoha in advance. Obito clenched his fists, his voice trembling with excitement. Jindai is finally one of us, a Konoha shinobi. This is the best news. Obito seemed even more thrilled than Jindai himself. Kakashi and Rin also looked genuinely happy, though not as outwardly exuberant as Obito. After all, from their perspective, it was only natural that Jindai, betrayed by Sunagakure, would choose to join Konoha. Minato addressed the group. Once you've delivered these supplies, come straight back to the base with me. I'll speak with Shikaku and have other shinobi take over the transport duties. Then, stay at the base for a few days. If Iwagakure doesn't plan to use their Jinchuriki in the war, we'll return to Konoha together and get Jindai's identification sorted out. You've all worked hard these past months, so take this opportunity to rest up. But if Iwagakure does decide to send their Jinchuriki into battle, Jindai, your paperwork might have to wait a little longer. Jindai nodded. Understood, Lord Minato. But there's something I'd like to ask. Go ahead. I've hauled so many shipments of supplies. There's a reward for that, right? With a greedy glint in his eye, Jindai rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. You couldn't really blame him for being money-minded. Back in Konoha, Minato's treat at the restaurant had been expensive, and now that Jindai was planning to open his own shop, even with Jiraiya's investment, he'd need some funds to get started. Minato chuckled. Of course there is. Don't worry, Konoha won't let you work for nothing. Jindai broke into a dazzling smile. That settled it. After safely escorting the four of them and the supplies to the designated frontline camp, Minato brought them back to the base. As soon as he returned, Jindai collapsed onto the bed he'd built himself, moving only when it was time to eat. 3 days passed in this blissful idleness, until Minato gathered Jindai, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin together. Minato Namikaze spoke to the four of them. The investigation is complete. The Jinchuriki from Iwagakure has already left the land of grass and returned to the land of earth. It seems Iwagakure never intended to have their Jinchuriki participate in the battle. Most likely, Jiraiya-sensei and I caused them some trouble with our interference in the rear, so they sent the Jinchuriki to deal with us. Obito pursed his lips and said, Some trouble? Just some trouble was enough for Iwagakure to send not one, but 2 Jinchuriki to deal with you and Lord Jiraiya. Jindai didn't seem interested in the details. At this moment, He was visibly excited, and he eagerly asked, "So, if a Wagakure doesn't plan to use their Jinchuriki, does that mean we can go back to Konoha?" Minato smiled gently. "That's right. Now that things have settled down in the land of grass, I can take you all back to Konoha for a while. And Jiraiya-sensei will be returning with us as well. Pack your things. We'll be heading out right away." "All right." Jindai was so happy that he literally bounced with joy. He darted into his tent, hurriedly crammed all his belongings into his pack without a second thought, and quickly returned to Minato's side. Not long after, Kakashi and the others finished packing as well, and they all regrouped with Minato and Jindai. Jindai, still full of energy, called out, "Lord Minato, let's go. All right, let's move out." With everyone ready and Jiraiya already waiting for them, Minato led the four on the road back to Konoha. On the way, Jindai noticed that Minato kept staring absent-mindedly at his right palm. Curious, Jindai asked, "Lord Minato, why do you keep looking at your hand?" Minato replied, "I have an idea for a new jutsu forming in my mind. I'm thinking about how best to develop it." Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. "Oh, Minato, you want to create a new jutsu? What kind of technique? Maybe I can give you some advice." Minato pinched his chin, deep in thought. "It's something similar to the tail beast ball." Jiraiya stared at Minato, dumbfounded. Create a technique similar to the tail beast ball? Was he serious? "I'm afraid I really can't offer much advice on that one. Good luck, you're on your own." Not wanting to dampen Minato's enthusiasm, Jiraiya could only cheer him on. Meanwhile, Jindai's eyes sparkled with realization, so Minato was about to start creating the Rasengan. If Minato was inventing the Rasengan now, did that mean he could learn it in the future too? Imagine casually whipping one out in the middle of the fight. What a wonderful technique, a ball that you could add anything to. Later on, Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki, would become a legend in the shinobi world, all thanks to this very ball. One dumpling isn't enough? Then just make another. Still not enough? Keep adding more. After all, with so many shadow clones, he could make as many dumplings as he wanted. A few days later, when the gates of Konoha finally appeared before his eyes again, Shindai felt a flood of mixed emotions welling up inside him. He remembered how, back then, he'd first come to Konoha as an undercover agent, racking his brains for ways to join the village. Now, at last, he could truly join Konoha, but he was no longer a spy. The twists of fate are truly unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in a bigger sausage. Who could have foreseen it? Once inside the village, Shindai's eyes sparkled as he turned to Minato Namikaze. "Lord Minato, will you treat me to a meal? I'm craving some barbecue." Minato's body tensed at the memory of that last meal. Shindai had nearly emptied his wallet. And this time it wasn't just Shindai. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara were tagging along as well. Obito wasn't exactly a light eater, either. He could pack away food just like Shindai. Though, thankfully, Obito's appetite wasn't quite as fearsome. Still, with the four of them together, Minato seriously doubted his wallet could survive another onslaught. "We should stop by the Hokage's office and see the third first. Afterward, let's have Jiraiya-sensei treat everyone." Without hesitation, Minato deftly shifted the burden onto Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya was loaded. Jiraiya, blissfully unaware of the potential consequences, thumped his chest with gusto. "Sure, I'll treat you all. Consider it a celebration for Shindai joining Konoha. Eat as much as you want. No need to hold back." Minato glanced aside, feeling a bit guilty, and prayed that Jiraiya had brought enough money. Jiraiya and Minato led the group, Kakashi and the others in tow, into the Hokage building, where they met Hiruzen Sarutobi in his office. Seeing his disciple Jiraiya and grand disciple Minato together, Hiruzen was clearly delighted. None of the three bothered to hide anything from Shindai, discussing Konoha's current situation right there in the office. All in all, Konoha's position was looking fairly stable at the moment. With the Hidden Cloud Village growing increasingly aggressive, the Hidden Stone Village had been forced to focus its main efforts on the cloud, which meant Konoha's shinobi station in the Land of Grass could finally relax a bit. What Shindai hadn't expected, though, was that the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village were now at war. And, as it turned out, Orochimaru was the mastermind behind it all. Originally, Mist ninjas had planned to sneak into the Land of Fire via the coastline, aiming to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. However, Orochimaru intercepted them. With a cunning ploy, Orochimaru set a trap, luring both Mist and Sand shinobi to the Land of Tea. The two sides clashed fiercely and deep. Grudges were formed. Now, both Mist and Sand had dispatched their ninja forces to the Land of Tea, turning it into their battlefield. Now, Shindai finally understood why. In the future, Yi Tsong would become a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Mist, betrayed by the Sand and sacrificed in a deadly scheme. It turned out that even Shindai couldn't make sense of it. After all, the land of wind and the land of water were so far apart. One was a country of endless deserts, the other surrounded by the sea. The two had nothing in common, let alone any deep-seated grudges. Why would they need a hero like Yetsong from Sunagakure to be sacrificed as a token of reconciliation? The Wagakure and Kimogakure were at each other's throats, and Sunagakure and Kirigakure were on the brink of war. Ironically, the most beleaguered of all, the Hidden Leaf, had become the one in the best position. Once business was settled, Minato Namikaze began to praise Shindai, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and smiled kindly. Masahiko already filled me in on your performances. You all did extremely well. So Obito, Rin, I hereby promote you both to Chunin. As for you, Kakashi, you're being promoted to Special Jonin. Obito was overjoyed at first, but the moment he heard that Kakashi was promoted to Special Jonin, his mood soured. Once again, he was a step behind Kakashi. Jiraiya grinned and chimed in, wow, 11 years old and already a Special Jonin. Kakashi, you're the first ever. With Shindai's hopeful gaze upon him, Minato Namikaze spoke solemnly. Third Hokage, I vouch for Shindai with my own name. I request that you allow Shindai to join the Leaf. Minato was utterly earnest as he addressed Hiruzen, pledging his personal guarantee and asking for Shindai to be accepted into the village. Hiruzen turned to Shindai with a pleasant smile. And you, Shindai? What's your answer? Shindai responded with equal seriousness. I have long admired the Hidden Leaf. To me, it's like a lighthouse guiding ships through the night, a true model for all the shinobi world. Lord Hokage, you are the very soul of the Leaf. Without you, the village would be like the sky without the sun, or the night without the moon, utterly devoid of light. Back when I was in Sunagakure, I already looked up to the Leaf, and I've always admired the Hokage. The very first time I saw you, I could tell there was something extraordinary about you. Lord Hokage, you often enjoy a puff or two on your pipe, yet your teeth are as white as jade. That little mustache of yours is full of character, and just look at your build. Even Lord Jiraiya has to take a step back. Your image is exactly what I imagine a true Kage to be. Every word you say is filled with wisdom and insight. It feels like a revelation, a lesson that benefits me deeply. You are truly knowledgeable and farsighted. No wonder you became Hokage. Most importantly, it's because of visionary leaders like you, Hokage-sama, with your exceptional management skills, that the Leaf can nurture powerful shinobi like Lord Jiraiya and Lord Minato. Jiraiya, Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all stared wide-eyed at Shindai, who was still going on and on, his flattery pouring forth nonstop. It wasn't as if they'd never heard anyone butter someone up before, but to hear someone like Jindai flatter so outrageously with such a serious expression, it was truly a first, even in all of history. The smile on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew a bit stiff. He ran his tongue along his teeth. Just last night, his wife, Bawako Sarutobi, had been grumbling at him for smoking all day, complaining that his teeth were stained with nicotine. And was every word Jindai said really filled with wisdom? It didn't seem so, did it? Wasn't he just speaking in plain, everyday language? Where's the philosophy in that? Jiraiya, seeing that Jindai was still going on and on, finally couldn't take it anymore. He nudged Minato Namikaze with his elbow, signaling for him to step in and rein things in a bit. At this point, even Jiraiya felt embarrassed on Hiruzen Sarutobi's behalf. Now, unbelievably, Jindai had started praising Hiruzen's wife as well. Had he ever even met her? Wasn't this just forced flattery? Awkwardly, Minato reached out to tug at Jindai's sleeve. Jindai, that's enough. The third Hokage just asked if you're willing to join Konoha. All you have to do is say yes. Jindai's face grew solemn. Master Minato, I have to correct you there. What do you mean, that's enough? Everything I said comes straight from my heart. Are you saying I'm wrong? Minato's face darkened a little. What was he supposed to say? That Jindai's endless flattery of Hiruzen Sarutobi was inappropriate. Feeling a bit ashamed, Minato replied, No, you're right. Everything you said is right. Seeing that Jindai was about to launch into another speech, Hiruzen quickly cut him off. He already had goosebumps all over. Jindai, so you're willing, right? With utmost seriousness, Jindai declared, I, Jindai, am willing to join Konoha. I will dedicate myself, body and soul, to Konoha. I will give everything I have for the village. Where the leaves dance, the fire will never die. I want to be that spark, lighting up Konoha. Hiruzen looked at Jindai, face wrinkled in discomfort. It had been a long, long time since he'd felt this embarrassed. Forcing a warm smile, Hiruzen said, All right, welcome to Konoha, Jindai. In a moment, Minato will take you to register your identity. Since you're just joining, you'll have to start out as a genin. I hope you understand. Standing straight as an arrow, Jindai responded immediately. I understand completely. If it's the Hokage's decision, then it must be right. I will carry out your orders without fail. Hiruzen let out a dry laugh. Good, Jindai. I'm glad you have such resolve. Minato, take him along now. Right now, all Hiruzen wanted was to get Jindai out of the room as quickly as possible. He'd been Hokage for so many years and had seen it all, but he'd never had anyone flatter him quite so relentlessly as Jindai just had. As he watched Jindai follow Minato and the others out, Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead, surprised to find it slick with perspiration. Just now, Kamiyo's flattery was so over the top that it made Hiruzen Sarutobi break out in a sweat. After they left the Hokage building, Obito grumbled, Kamiyo, you really are shameless. How could you say something like that? Lord Hokage doesn't even have pecs, and even if he did, there's no way they'd be bigger than Lady Tsunade's. Kamiyo shot Obito a sideways glance and sneered. How do you know he doesn't? Have you ever seen Hokage-sama without his clothes on? Obito snapped back. No, I haven't seen the Hokage naked, but come on, you don't need to see him naked to know that. Kamiyo curled his lip and said, You never know. Maybe the Hokage just keeps it all wrapped up. Enough already. Let's just get back to business. Minato Namikaze cut in, putting a stop to Kamiyo and Obito's increasingly ridiculous debate about whether anyone had seen Hiruzen Sarutobi unclothed. Since the Hokage building was always bustling with people, Kamiyo and Obito's loud conversation drew curious looks from all around. Minato was genuinely worried that if he let them go on, their conversation would spiral even further out of control. Thanks to Minato and Jiraiya's presence, Kamiyo's registration went off without a hitch. Soon, Kamiyo was holding a freshly printed ID card and a gleaming Konoha forehead protector, his official declaration that he was now a ninja of the Hidden Leaf. Clapping his hands, Jiraiya announced, All right, to celebrate Kamiyo joining Konoha, Obito and Rin becoming Chunin, and Kakashi being promoted to Special Jonin, I'm taking everyone out for barbecue. Yeah, everyone cheered. An hour and a half later, Jiraiya, his face ashen, leaned over to Minato and whispered, Why didn't you warn me those two kids could eat so much? Minato watched Kamiyo and Obito making short work of the food and replied helplessly, I thought it was just Kamiyo. I didn't expect Obito would get competitive with him. Kakashi and Rin had finished eating and were now sipping juice at the table. In truth, Obito was already full, just like Kakashi and Rin. But seeing how much Kamiyo could eat, his competitive streak flared up. He simply had to outdo Kamiyo, and that's how things had gotten to this point. Jiraiya took out his wallet and peeked inside, still fat with bills for now. But that might change soon. He grumbled, If those two keep trying to outdo each other, why am I the one who has to suffer? Minato tried to reassure him, Jiraiya-sensei, maybe just cut back on those kinds of places for a while. Jiraiya protested. Are you joking? That's impossible. Do you know how tough those girls would have it if I stopped spending money there? Minato couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. At his age, still talking about young ladies, he really had no shame. Why couldn't Jiraiya just kick that habit? Aside from Jiraiya and Obito, who both looked a little worse for wear, the rest left the barbecue restaurant thoroughly satisfied. They were both leaving for different reasons. Jiraiya because his wallet was empty, and Obito simply because he had eaten too much. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Kamishiro suddenly realized something important. Where was he going to sleep tonight? With a toothpick dangling contentedly from his lips, Kamishiro strolled out of the restaurant, only to be struck by the realization. Where was he going to spend the night? He hurriedly started heading toward the Hokage's office, having completely forgotten to ask Hiruzen Sarutobi to assign him a place to stay. Minato Namikaze noticed Kamishiro's anxious look and asked, Kamishiro, where are you going? I'm heading to the Hokage's office. I still haven't been given a place to stay. Hearing this, Minato and Jiraiya immediately grabbed Kamishiro's arms, one on each side. Kid, the old man's not getting any younger. Let him have a little peace and quiet, Jiraiya said in a tone that was hard to describe, trying to persuade Kamishiro otherwise. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's student, Jiraiya could easily tell how everyone had been left speechless by Kamishiro's praise for the Hokage earlier. After all, when Kamishiro had said, Lord Hokage, your chest muscles are even more impressive than Lady Tsunade's, Hiruzen hadn't even bothered to argue. If Kamishiro went to bother Hiruzen again, Jiraiya, genuinely worried the Hokage, might have a nervous breakdown. Kamishiro looked puzzled. Peace and quiet? What's so great about that? It's still early, and the Hokage probably isn't off work yet, right? Minato turned to Kamishiro and said, Don't worry about your housing. It'll be sorted out soon. For now, just stay at Jiraiya-sensei's place. He had considered inviting Kamishiro to his own home, but recalling what Kamishiro had previously done to his appliances, Minato quickly changed his mind. He hadn't even had those appliances repaired yet. If Kamishiro paid another visit, they might never recover. Jiraiya's house was big, with plenty of empty rooms. Minato only had a 2-bedroom apartment, so Kamishiro would definitely be more comfortable staying at Jiraiya's. Jiraiya shot Minato an annoyed glare. Minato, you've changed. You never used to be like this. I want some peace and quiet too, so see ya. With that, Jiraiya vanished in a flash. Minato stared blankly at the spot where Jiraiya had just been. He ran away? You gotta be kidding. Helpless, Minato turned to Obito, Kakashi, and Rin Noara. I'd love for Kamishiro to stay with me. But sensei, you know I live in the Uchiha compound. Kamishiro isn't an Uchiha, so he can't stay with us. I'm used to living alone. He's way too noisy. Sensei, I'm a girl. It really wouldn't be appropriate. Minato sighed. Kamishiro, until we get your housing sorted out, you'll have to stay with me for now. With an innocent expression, Kamishiro looked at Minato Namikaze and said, Lord Minato, I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Besides, didn't I already stay at your house before? Don't you trust me yet? Minato really wanted to retort. It's precisely because you stayed before that I can't relax. Last time, he was only gone for a little while, and by the time he returned, every household appliance had been taken apart. If he'd been any later, Minato worried Kamishiro might have dismantled the entire house. Originally, Minato had planned to visit Kushina Uzumaki later that day, but on second thought, he decided to postpone it until tomorrow. After everyone had parted ways, Minato brought Kamishiro back home. Wow, nothing's changed at all. These parts are still sitting right here. Kamishiro's eyes widened in surprise as she spotted the pile of components on the table. Minato's mouth twitched. After that day, they'd left Konoha together. Neither of them had come back, so of course nothing had changed. He glanced around his house. After half a year away, dust covered everything. Kamishiro, help me clean up, will you? With all this dust, we can't stay here. No problem. The two of them set to work tidying up the house. Before long, the place was sparkling, completely transformed. There was just one problem. Other than the light bulbs, not a single appliance worked. Minato decided that after visiting Kushina tomorrow, he'd take everything to get repaired. That night, Minato slept poorly. He kept worrying that Kamishiro might try her hand at the poor, battered appliances again, but in the end, his fears proved unfounded. Kamishiro slept soundly and didn't cause any trouble. The next morning, Obito and the others arrived bright and early to find Kamishiro. After freshening up, Kamishiro bid Minato farewell. Lord Minato, I'm going to explore Konoha with Obito and the others. All right, don't stay out too late. I know. Once Kamishiro had left, Minato packed up all the appliances that needed fixing and headed out. He dropped them off at the repair shop, then entered the secure district and made his way to the building where Kushina Uzumaki was staying. When Minato appeared again, Kushina was overjoyed. And when she heard that he could remain in Konoha for a while, she was even happier. That's wonderful, Minato. Since you have some time to rest, how about I teach you the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques? Haven't you always wanted to learn them? Minato looked a bit embarrassed. He truly did want to study the Uzumaki sealing arts, but lately he was even more eager to develop the Rasengan. Yet, seeing Kushina so excited and full of anticipation, Minato couldn't bring himself to refuse. With a smile, he replied, I'd be honored. I'll be counting on you. Teacher Kushina. Kushina Uzumaki was quite pleased to hear Minato Namikaze call her Teacher Kushina, and she straightened her back with pride. Minato, as usual, began recounting his recent experiences to Kushina. However, he left out the part about fighting the two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, worried that Kushina might become anxious if she knew. While Minato and Kushina enjoyed their pleasant time alone together, Shindai was also having a wonderful time exploring the Hidden Leaf Village. Wow, no wonder everyone says Konoha is so prosperous, he exclaimed. Although Shindai had visited Konoha before, he had never really explored the village. But today, with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin showing him around, he finally had a chance to experience the true Konoha. Even though the village was in the midst of wartime, daily life seemed undisturbed. The villagers all went about their business, as usual. Suddenly, Obito dashed off out of nowhere. Shindai turned to Kakashi and Rin and asked, Where's Obito rushing off to all of a sudden? Kakashi pointed ahead. He's probably going to help Granny Dongson. Rin smiled and said, Obito is always so kind and warm-hearted. If he sees someone in need, he'll never just stand by. Up ahead, an elderly woman was standing still, holding a basket of groceries and rubbing her aching back. She looked exhausted. Obito hurried over to offer her his arm and walked alongside her to help. This is far enough. Thank you, child. Granny Dongson, it's me, Obito. Don't you recognize me? Oh, Obito, is that you? Obito wasn't wearing his usual goofy goggles and baggy, slouchy clothes. Today, with his dark sunglasses, slicked back hair, and sharp, all-black Uchiha outfit, He looked quite dashing. Granny Dong-sun, who usually got along with Obito, didn't recognize him at first. Obito's complete transformation caught her off guard, making it hard even for his close friends to recognize him at first glance. Once Obito revealed who he was, the old lady began to shower him with praise. "Oh my, Obito, you look so smart and handsome now. I barely recognized you. You look so much better than before." "I've always been this handsome," Obito replied, grinning from ear to ear. It was the first time anyone had ever complimented his looks, and it felt fantastic. After chatting with the old lady for a while, Obito scratched his head sheepishly and walked back to rejoin Shindai and the others. Kakashi, ever the sharp-tongued one, remarked, "What's there to be so happy about? That just means Granny Dong-sun never thought you were handsome before." Obito's good mood was instantly deflated. "What are you talking about?" he protested. "Didn't you hear Granny Dong-sun say, 'I'm even more handsome now'? That means I was always good-looking. Just even better now." Shindai rolled his eyes. "Obito, I really can't stand your slander. Back then, you looked like a complete fool. There was nothing cool about you. If it weren't for me, you'd still be stuck playing the idiot." Obito's face turned crimson as he tried to argue back, but Shindai suddenly snapped his fingers. "Wait a second." Obito actually waited, and Shindai turned to Rin Noero beside him. "Rin, tell me, do you think Obito is handsome now?" Rin nodded. "Yes, he is." Obito's expression transformed instantly. His smile lit up his whole face, beaming with pride. Then Shindai pressed on, asking Rin, "And what about before?" Faced with Obito's hopeful gaze, Rin could only reply gently, "Everyone has their own unique charm, I suppose." Unable to detect the subtle undertone in Rin's voice, Obito thought she was praising him. Immediately, he puffed out his chest like a triumphant warrior. Shindai and Kakashi exchanged glances, mouths twitching in silent amusement. The two of them tacitly fell silent, for there was nothing more to say. During the first few days, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin took Shindai on a tour around Konoha, helping him get familiar with the village streets. In the days that followed, they showed him the best places to eat, drink, and have fun. Thankfully, Minato Namikaze had given Shindai a generous sum of money as a reward for his hard work delivering supplies in the land of grass. Otherwise, Obito and his friends' pocket money wouldn't have been nearly enough to keep up with Shindai's zest for fun. Their new home was also ready. Because Shindai couldn't bear to be far from Minato, and still hoped to score a few home-cooked meals at his place, he insisted that their new house be right next door to Minato's. Now Shindai had a new home in Konoha, and with the help of Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, all the furniture had been arranged just right. To show his gratitude, Shindai treated the three of them to dango, specifically the three-colored kind. It was, after all, the cheapest option. As for why Minato wasn't invited. Recently, Minato had been leaving early and coming home late every day, so Shindai hadn't even had the chance to treat him. But Shindai didn't need to think hard to guess where Minato was spending his time. He was obviously off visiting Kushina Uzumaki. Every morning when Minato left, his radiant smile was so dazzling it nearly blinded Shindai. But by the time he came home at night, that smile was gone, replaced by exhaustion, so much so that Shindai felt awkward even thinking about dropping by next door. The reason Minato was so tired was that he'd been studying sealing techniques with Kushina every single day. If it were just the lessons, Minato wouldn't be so worn out, but he was also spending his evenings at the training grounds, racking his brain over how to invent the Rasengan. That's what left him truly drained. As for Jiraiya, he was nowhere to be found, so there was no chance to invite him either. Having had his fill of fun, Shindai had planned to stay home today and spend some time on his favorite hobbies. For example, reading some books, studying puppetry, or researching different metals. Last time, after Kaminazuki's legs were destroyed, Jindai couldn't let it go. That's why he wanted to find a stronger, tougher metal to rebuild Kaminazuki's framework. Besides, it had been ages since Jindai had enjoyed some time alone like this. The solitude felt wonderful, giving him a sense of freedom to do whatever he pleased. Yet, while the dream was vivid, reality was disappointingly stark. Even though he'd told Obito, Kakashi, and Rin yesterday that he wouldn't be going out today, from the forceful banging at the door, Jindai instantly knew it was that rascal, Obito. Jindai opened the door, annoyance in his voice. "Hey, Obito, didn't I tell you yesterday? I'm not stepping outside today." Obito looked unusually serious as he said, "Jindai, I need your help." Seeing how grave Obito was, Jindai asked suspiciously, "What kind of help?" Obito looked a bit embarrassed. "Rin's birthday is in 3 days, so I was hoping—" A knowing smile spread across Jindai's face. He teased, "You want to ask me for advice on what gift to get for Rin, right?" Obito nodded. "Yeah, I want to give her something different this year." Curious, Jindai asked, "So, what did you give her before?" Obito thought for a moment. Last year, I gave her a kunai, not just any kunai, mind you, but one engraved with my name. The year before that, I gave her some face paint. And the year before that, a pair of goggles. Obito listed off the gifts with pride, as if reciting a cherished collection. Jindai's face darkened as he listened. Hold it, hold it. What kind of gifts are those? Obito looked puzzled. What's wrong? You don't think they're good? I picked each one out carefully. For example, the face paint. Rin loves putting 2 stripes on her cheeks. So I picked my favorite orange for her. And the kunai, since it has my name on it, every time she uses it, she'll think of me. It's like I'm fighting by her side. Obito trailed off, growing shy as he spoke. Jindai was speechless, almost losing his breath in exasperation. Have you ever seen Rin use orange face paint? Have you ever seen her wear goggles? Have you ever seen her use that kunai with your name on it? Well, maybe she used the kunai. Maybe she's already thrown it at an enemy. Jindai's string of questions left Obito totally speechless. The truth was, he really had never seen Rin wear the goggles or put on orange face paint. Obito tilted his head in confusion. But why? Jindai couldn't help but retort. You dummy, who gives gifts based on what they like themselves? You're supposed to give Rin something she likes. Obito clenched his right fist and smacked it into his left palm. That makes sense. Don't tell me I've been giving the wrong gifts all along. Drop the don't tell me, you idiot, and you're trying to win Rin over like this? The fact that she's still friends with you just proves Rin has an unbelievably good temper. Kamiya was at a loss for words. If Obito kept pursuing Rin in this way, he might as well spend some money at the adult puppet shop he planned to open in the future and commission something more reliable. Kamiyo's scolding left Obito visibly flustered. Obito grabbed Kamiyo's hand and pleaded, Kamiyo, you have to help me. You promised, remember? You said you'd help me win Rin over. Kamiyo cleared his throat. Since you're asking with such sincerity, I suppose I'll reluctantly agree. But from now on, you have to do exactly as I say. I told you before to keep your sentences to 6 words or less, and you couldn't even manage that. Obito protested. It's torture to only say 6 words at a time. Kamiyo sighed. Asking Obito to speak like that really was a bit much. Well then, do you have any ideas yourself? Or, tell me, what is Rin like? Obito thought for a moment. What Rin likes? She enjoys collecting all kinds of seashells, she loves strawberries, and she's really into flower arranging. Oh, and she also loves painting. Kamiyo, what do you think about giving Rin flowers for her birthday? Kamiyo nodded approvingly. At least your brain is finally working a little. You thought of giving flowers. But that's too ordinary. There's no novelty in it at all. Obito's eyes lit up as he suggested. Then what about seashells? Kamiyo shook his head. Not quite. Think about it. Rin already collects seashells. Unless you can find a truly unique one, it's not going to impress her. And with her birthday just 3 days away, there's no time to hunt for something special. Instead of more seashells, why not go for something different, something truly creative? Obito was just about to speak, but Kamiyo cut him off. And if you're about to say you'll paint her a picture yourself, I'll nail you to the wall as a living exhibit. You know full well your artistic skills are nothing to brag about. Obito's mouth twitched. Damn it. He didn't expect Kamiyo to see through him so easily. Obito asked, puzzled. Then what should I give her? Kamiyo let out a long sigh. Today's plans had been completely derailed by Obito. Never mind. Let's go out for a walk and look for inspiration. Sitting here racking our brains won't help. Besides, I don't really know what Rin likes either, so I can't give you any real advice for now. Obito nodded eagerly. Kamiyo, I'm counting on you for Rin's birthday present. Kamiyo replied confidently. Just leave it to me. With me on the case, this is nothing at all. Kamiyo left home with Obito to wander the streets in search of inspiration. But as soon as they stepped onto the street, Kamiyo and Obito ran into someone they never expected to see. It was Kakashi and Rin Noera. With a teasing tone, Kamiyo said, Oh my, Obito, looks like you've missed your chance. Kakashi got there first. He's already out on a date with Rin. Obito's face turned a deep shade of green, his fists clenching tight, disbelief written all over his eyes. No, I don't believe it. Without hesitation, Obito dashed over. Rin. Hearing someone call her name, Rin Noera turned and was surprised to see Obito. Obito. Obito ran right up to her, shooting Kakashi a fierce glare. A glare so intense that Kakashi was left speechless. What did he do to deserve such a look from Obito? Noticing Kamiyo approaching, Kakashi asked, puzzled, Didn't you say you weren't going out today? Kamiyo shrugged. Some people just couldn't let me stay home, so here I am. What about you? Out on a date with Rin? Obito, flustered and indignant, protested. That's impossible. There's no way. Right, Rin? He stared at Rin with hopeful eyes, as if he'd burst into tears if she said yes. Rin quickly waved her hands. Of course not. Now Kakashi understood why Obito had glared at him, and he could only sigh as he turned to Kamiyo. Don't make wild guesses. I'm just heading to the ninja tool shop and happened to run into Rin, that's all. Hearing both Rin's denial and Kakashi's explanation, Obito finally let out a huge sigh of relief. His mood brightened immediately, and he muttered under his breath, "See, I knew it. Kakashi's such a loser. How could Rin ever like him?" Now, it was Kakashi's turn to look displeased. His gaze toward Obito grew increasingly dangerous. Obito, curious, asked, "Rin, where are you headed?" Rin replied, "I'm going to pick up some ninja tools, too. I was also planning to buy some flowers. My flowers at home have all withered, and then get some groceries." Obito, eager to please, offered, "That's a lot to carry. It'll be hard to manage it all. Rin, let me go with you and help out." Camille watched Obito with mounting disdain. Weren't they supposed to be out looking for inspiration? Obito was so distracted by Rin that he completely forgot their mission. Was he really going to spend the whole day fawning over her? What a waste. None of his carefully laid plans would get done today, all just to watch Obito act like a lovesick puppy. If he'd known, Camille would have just refused to come along. Meanwhile, inside the barrier zone where Kushina Uzumaki was staying, Kushina Uzumaki woke up with a start once again. It was the same dream as before. She reached for the glass of water on her bedside table, taking a sip to calm herself. On the table sat a photograph, an image of an elderly woman with striking red hair. This woman was one of Konoha's legends, Mito Uzumaki, wife of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Kushina Uzumaki gazed out the window. The scenery remained unchanged, just as it had always been. After finishing her morning routine, Kushina stepped into the corridor, where two members of the ANBU suddenly appeared behind her. They were the same two who had been keeping watch over her all this time. One of the ANBU asked, "What's on the agenda for today?" Kushina responded, a hint of impatience in her voice, "I'm supposed to practice sealing techniques with Minato today. Didn't I mention this before?" At that moment, her attention was caught by a butterfly fluttering just outside the window, completely distracting her. "Just make sure you don't leave the barrier, Kushina." That line again, always the same. "I know." Accompanied, more like escorted, by the two ANBU, Kushina made her way to the meeting spot within the barrier, where Minato was already waiting for her. Her spirits instantly lifted. She bounded up to Minato, brimming with energy. "Minato, let's have a good training session today. You're such a quick learner. You've already mastered one sealing technique. The Uzumaki clan has plenty more, so we can keep going." Minato scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed. "Sorry, Kushina. Today, I want to train a different technique somewhere else, so I actually came to tell you about it." Feeling a bit guilty, Minato avoided meeting Kushina's eyes. Kushina thrust her face close to his, clearly annoyed. "What technique?" Minato jumped at her intensity. Well." Kushina pressed him further. "You said somewhere else?" Minato quickly replied, "At the third training ground." Kushina's expression darkened. "Is it a technique you can't even tell me about?" "It's not that," Minato explained. "It's just that I haven't finished developing it yet, and it's quite dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt because of it." Eager to complete his work on the Rasengan, Minato didn't want to delay any longer after learning one sealing technique from Kushina. That's why he had come to talk to her today. He tried to explain that the only reason he hadn't told her more was because the technique was unfinished, and he didn't want her getting injured. But Kushina felt deeply disappointed. She had been looking forward to spending time training with Minato each day. She couldn't shake the feeling that Minato was just brushing her off, making excuses because he was tired of being with her. "I see. Got it. Minato immediately sensed that something was off with Kushina. The next second, Kushina, fuming, shouted, "If you don't like being with me, why don't you just say so?" Minato Namikaze hurriedly denied, "No, it's not like that at all." Just as Minato was about to explain himself, a voice called out from nearby. "Hey Minato, you still haven't submitted your mission report to Lord Third Hokage. Didn't you say you'd turn it in yesterday? Since you didn't show up, the Hokage asked me to check in with you." At the same time, three kunoichi spotted Minato and couldn't hide their excitement. "Minato, do you have some free time later? Want to go on a date after this? You'll come, right?" Minato automatically tuned out the kunoichi's enthusiastic calls, suddenly remembering he still hadn't filed his report about the mission in the Land of Grass. "Oh right," Minato exclaimed, then quickly turned to Kushina Uzumaki. "Sorry, Kushina, I have to go. I'll come visit you next time." Kushina tried to grab Minato to stop him, but as soon as she took a step forward, two ENBU behind her pressed her shoulders down. "Wait, if you cross this line, you'll leave the barrier." Kushina was now standing at the very edge of the barrier zone. She watched Minato's retreating figure with a hint of sadness, then turned back and walked inside, her spirits sinking. In the corridor, Kushina leaned against the wall, her head bowed as a phrase echoed through her mind. "We are here to be vessels for the Nine Tails." That was something Mito Uzumaki had told her long ago. Kushina remembered Mito's words to her. But before that, go out and find someone you love, and fill that vessel with love. That way, even if you do become the Nine-Tails vessel, even as a Jinchuriki, you can still live a happy life. But just waiting around won't bring love to you. The words just waiting around won't bring love to you echoed endlessly in Kushina's mind. Her gaze gradually grew resolute, and she crossed her hands. 2 chains emerged from her palms. Seizing the moment while the 2 ENBU behind her were distracted, Kushina swiftly bound them in place with her chains, leaving them unable to move. Without a backward glance, Kushina dashed off. The 2 ENBU were dumbfounded. What just happened? It's Kushina's sealing technique again. Hurry and break the seal, so we can catch up. They struggled desperately, trying to break free of the chains formed by Kushina's sealing jutsu. But the chains held fast, completely immovable. It's no use. I can't break free. Same here. As she gets older, her sealing jutsu just keeps getting stronger. While the 2 unlucky guards wrestled with the chains, Kushina had already slipped out of the barrier zone and was now running along the streets of Konoha. Kushina Uzumaki's expression suddenly twisted with pain. Without the aid of the barrier's seal, the Nine-Tails began to stir restlessly within her. Yes, that's it. You of the Uzumaki clan have always prided yourselves on the power of your sealing jutsu. But while you harness that power, you're also being used. Now, you yourself are trapped in the whirlpool of your era. Only I can free you from the ones who have cast you into this predicament. Don't let go of your hatred. Trust no one. The Nine-Tails inside Kushina kept whispering its temptations, trying to sway her heart. With her emotions thrown into turmoil, Kushina struggled to focus enough to suppress the beast. The Nine-Tails managed to break free from one of the chains binding it. Kushina clutched her head. Well, if it isn't Lady Kushina. Pressing a hand to her forehead, Kushina looked up and saw the streetwise Kakashi, Obito, Rin Noera, and Kamishiro approaching. Obito carried a basket of groceries in his left hand and a bouquet in his right. Naturally, both were for Rin. Rin had wanted to carry them herself, but after the misunderstanding earlier where Obito thought she was on a date with Kakashi, Obito was determined to show off. There was no way he'd let an opportunity like this slip by. On this point, Kamishiro and Kakashi were in rare agreement. Hopelessly devoted, Kamishiro glanced at Kushina with curiosity, sizing her up. It was his first time meeting her in person. The rumors were true. She really was the red-hot-blooded habanero. No dye could ever match the fiery shade of her hair. Kamishiro touched his own hair, jet black by nature, and wondered if he should dye it. Maybe something red or green, now that would turn heads. Rin noticed Kushina was breathing heavily, her face slick with sweat. She hurried over, worry etched across her face. Lady Kushina, are you feeling unwell? Kushina shook her head. No, I just need a moment to catch my breath. There's a bench right over there. Lady Kushina, let me help you sit down. Rin gently guided Kushina to the bench, helping her take a seat. After a few moments, Kushina's breathing eased and her strength returned. Kakashi, aware of some matters concerning the barrier district, couldn't help but ask, Lady Kushina, shouldn't you be in that area right now? Just hearing about the barrier district made Kushina bristle with anger. She didn't hesitate to land a punch squarely on Kakashi's head. None of your business. Kakashi rubbed the fresh lump on his head, a strained smile tugging at his lips. He had just asked one little question. Obito couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at the sight of Kakashi's new bump. Obito piped up, Lady Kushina, hasn't Lord Minato come looking for you? At the mention of Minato, Kushina's irritation flared even more. Do you see him standing next to me? Immediately after, Obito looked utterly pitiful, 2 big lumps swelling on his head. He'd celebrated too soon. Sure, Uzumaki Kushina had smacked him and Kakashi around before, but never so out of the blue. Today, it felt as if Kushina had swallowed a stick of dynamite. Her temper was explosive. Then Kushina turned her gaze to Jindai. So, you're the blabbermouth little brat Minato's always talking about, right? Jindai stared at Kushina in confusion. A second later, Jindai was clutching his head in disbelief, looking at Kushina. What was that for? He hadn't even said a word. Hitting Kakashi and Obito was one thing, but why did he have to get it too? Kushina let out a long breath, then smiled. Much better. You kids sure picked the perfect time to show up. Kakashi, Obito, and Jindai all shot Kushina a look of deep resentment. But Jindai wasn't just glaring at Kushina. He glanced at Rin too. Why wasn't Rin getting hit? Jindai had now met the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's mother, Minato's wife. But after this first meeting, his impression of Kushina was terrible. Seriously, who punches someone in the head the moment they meet? Actually, he could forgive the punch, But why did Rin get off scot-free? Kushina noticed a defiant look on Jindai's face and narrowed her eyes. What? Got a problem with that? Obito nudged Jindai with his foot and whispered, "Don't mess with Lady Kushina. She really does hit for real." Jindai stiffened his neck and said, "Yeah, I do have a problem." He pointed at Rin. "If you hit Rin on the head too, then I'll accept it." Kushina, Rin, and Obito all stared at Jindai in shock. Kakashi covered his face, looking as if he'd already surrendered to his fate. After a brief pause, Kushina burst out laughing, clutching her stomach, while Rin's face turned pitch black. As for Obito, well, as ever, he was hopelessly devoted, hardly worth mentioning. In the end, Rin's head stayed unscathed, but Obito ended up with yet another lump. Obito volunteered to take the hit for Rin, and Kushina certainly wasn't one to hold back. Since Obito volunteered, she made sure to give him an extra one. Oddly enough, Obito seemed quite delighted about it. Watching Obito grin foolishly, Jindai and Kakashi said in unison, "Hopeless idiot." Sitting next to Kushina, Rin asked, "Lady Kushina, are you going to look for Sensei Minato?" Kushina nodded, a bit of guilt flickering in her expression. "Yeah, I want to apologize to Minato." The scent of gossip immediately erased the pain in Jindai's head, and he asked curiously, "What happened? Did you two lovebirds have a fight?" Kushina Uzumaki's cheeks flushed bright red as she retorted, "What do you mean, young couple? Minato and I aren't even together yet. Don't go around spreading rumors, you little brat." She lowered her head again and muttered softly, "Just now, when Minato came to find me, I lost my temper at him. I didn't mean to, really. It's just that I was looking forward to it. He promised we'd train together every day while I was in Konoha. Maybe Minato's already tired of me." Jindai curled his lip and scoffed. "With how lovesick Lord Minato is, he can't wait to be glued to your side every day. There's no way he'd get tired of you." Kushina snapped her head up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on Jindai. "Oh, tell me more." Jindai explained, "I used to live with Lord Minato, and now I stay in the room next to his. Every morning when he heads out, he's practically beaming from ear to ear. I can even sense the sweet scent of romance wafting from his room. He looks forward to seeing you every single day. Getting sick of you is out of the question. But just so you know, if you punch me on the head just because you were in a bad mood over all this, I'll look down on you. I'm not your tool for showing off how lovey-dovey you two are." Jindai's gaze grew increasingly aggrieved as he looked at Kushina. If he ended up getting a bump on his head for something like this, that would be truly unfair. Kushina, however, completely ignored Jindai's wounded expression. Her disappointment vanished in an instant, and a smile curled naturally onto her lips. "Is that really true?" "Not at all. I was just joking," Jindai grumbled, feeling that Kushina was being a bit too much, asking him again if it was true. It was bad enough enduring their public displays of affection. Did she really need to rub it in even more? This was just too much. But Kushina clearly didn't believe Jindai's denial. With a cheerful whoosh, she jumped to her feet, called out, "I'm going to find Minato," and dashed off toward the third training ground, bubbling with happiness. Jindai and Kakashi didn't really care either way, but Obito, who was even more hopelessly romantic than Minato, couldn't take it at all. Watching Obito's envious, slightly dazed expression, it was obvious he'd already cast Rin in Kushina's place, and himself as Minato. Seeing Obito lost in his daydreams, Jindai decided it was time for a reality check. He leaned in close to Obito's ear and whispered, "You're not Lord Minato, and Rin is nothing like that feisty Kushina. Snap out of it." Obito finally came to his senses, smacked his lips with a touch of regret, and complained to Jindai, "What did you do that for?" He'd been wrapped up in such a beautiful fantasy, he didn't want to wake up at all. Jindai shot him a look of disdain. "I was afraid that if I let you keep dreaming, you'd never wake up. Stop chasing impossible dreams. Better hurry and catch up. Maybe learn something while you're at it." Obito looked puzzled. "Huh? Learn? Learn what?" Kamiya replied to Obito, "Lord Minato may be a hopeless romantic, but he's also a master when it comes to wooing women. Even someone as fiery as Lady Kushina couldn't escape his charm. If you could pick up even a fraction of Lord Minato's skills, you wouldn't need my help. Your chances of winning Rin's heart would skyrocket." "Really? But is Minato-sensei truly a master at this? I've never seen him chat with any girls, you know." Obito tilted his head, clearly skeptical about Kamiyo's claim that Minato was such a flirt. Kamiyo snorted and scoffed. "And what makes you qualified to question me? Lord Minato saves all his moves for Lady Kushina. Of course you wouldn't know anything about it." Obito eyed Kamiyo up and down, suspicious. "Kamiyo, isn't this your first time meeting Lady Kushina? How do you know Minato-sensei uses all his techniques on her?" Kamiyo puffed out his chest, replying with pride, That's because Minato and I are cut from the same cloth. I'm a hidden master in the art of flirting too. So, if anyone understands Lord Minato best, it has to be me. Kakashi, who had accidentally overheard their conversation, couldn't help but chime in with his usual sarcasm. Oh? Then where's your girlfriend? Kamiyo was instantly flustered and shot back at Kakashi, shouting, None of your business. I'm still young, okay? I'm not in the mood for flirting yet. Is that enough for you? Impatiently, Kamiyo turned to Obito and asked, So, are you coming or not? Just say the word. If you're not going, I'm heading home. Without hesitation, Obito replied, I'm coming. If what Kamiyo said was true, if Minato really was a master at winning hearts, and he could learn even a little from him, maybe Rin would pay him as much attention as Kushina did to Minato. That would be a dream come true, Kamiyo urged. Then let's get moving. Lady Kushina said they'd be at Training Ground 3. If we're late, we'll miss out, and might only catch Lord Minato and Lady Kushina kissing or something. Without another word, Obito dragged Kamiyo off toward Training Ground 3. Rin let out a sigh and hurried after them. Kakashi, confused, called out, Rin, you're going too? Rin just shrugged helplessly. I have to. Obito's still got the flowers and groceries I bought. That idiot Obito. Kakashi was at a loss for words. When it came to Obito and Kamiyo, he truly didn't know how to deal with them. Rin ran off to catch up with Obito and Kamiyo, and after a moment's hesitation, Kakashi followed as well. Though he put on an indifferent front, deep down Kakashi was also curious. Was Minato truly the master of romance Kamiyo claimed him to be? At Training Ground 3, the ground was full of pits and craters. Every single one of them had been made by Minato himself. Minato Namikaze gathered a strangely misshapen blue orb in his right hand, then pressed it forcefully onto the ground. A loud explosion echoed, and yet another crater appeared in the earth. Minato slumped to the ground, gasping heavily for air. Jiraiya, standing nearby, offered some advice. Take a break, Minato. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Minato replied with a hint of frustration. It either refuses to take shape or explodes all of a sudden. It's so unstable, impossible to control. Jiraiya walked behind Minato and began examining the whirl in Minato's hair. I've heard that when refining chakra, the direction of a spin should match the swirl on your head. If that's true, then this technique might also... Minato looked somewhat skeptical. Isn't that just an old superstition? But Jiraiya's face was serious. Not necessarily. I've always refined my chakra using a rightward spin, and the whirl on my head also turns right. Curious, Minato asked. So which way does mine go? Jiraiya's expression twisted as if he were suffering from indigestion. Seeing Jiraiya hesitate, Minato asked in confusion, What's wrong? You have two whirls, one spins left and the other spins right. Minato was utterly astonished. What? Then which direction should I use? Jiraiya spread his hands helplessly. I have no idea. Just take a break. You must be exhausted. Here. Jiraiya pulled out a double popsicle, broke it in half, and asked Minato, 2 flavors. Which one do you want? Either is fine. Minato furrowed his brow, then suddenly froze. It was as if Minato had been struck by a flash of inspiration, his gaze fixed on the 2 popsicle halves in Jiraiya's hand as countless ideas flooded his mind. If it doesn't matter which direction. Suddenly, Minato dashed forward. Jiraiya called after him in confusion. What is it? Aren't you having a popsicle? Well, I guess I'll take both then. Minato, now filled with excitement, exclaimed, That's it, Jiraiya-sensei. If I can make both spins at the same time while refining. A perfectly round blue orb formed in Minato's right hand. His voice trembled with excitement. It had worked. Jiraiya stared in astonishment at the orb in Minato's hand, then broke into a smile. What incredible talent for ninjutsu. I've heard that people with 2 whirls are all geniuses. Minato was overjoyed. I'll name it, the Radiant Popsicle Double Spin Jiraiya-style orb. Jiraiya's face fell immediately, and he couldn't help but grumble, what a clumsy and long-winded name. The popsicle, after all, was the spark that inspired it. Spiral. That was chosen because it considered the direction of the swirls. Jiraiya, because he was the one who inspired Minato Namikaze. Dual, signifying the technique combination of chakra spinning in 2 directions. Ball. That's the defining trait of this jutsu. And then, when you string all of these together, Jiraiya looked at Minato with an expression that was hard to describe. Genius he might be, but when it came to naming things, he simply had no talent. Hearing Jiraiya's grumble, Minato stared back in confusion. Is that really so? Jiraiya didn't bother to argue about the name any further. He knew all too well that Minato was blissfully unaware of how terrible he was at naming things. When Minato first mentioned he wanted to develop a technique similar to the tailed beast bomb, Jiraiya assumed it was just talk. After all, that was a jutsu only tailed beasts could perform. How could a human possibly pull it off? Yet now Minato had actually managed to create it. Granted, its size was nowhere close to the tailed beast bombs, but at least in appearance it was just as round. Jiraiya said to Minato, "All right then, the development of your new jutsu can take a break for now. I have other tasks to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Make sure to get some rest, understood?" With a soft pop, Minato's ball vanished. He replied, "All right." But as Minato had unleashed his technique, deep in the woods of the third training ground, 5 pairs of eyes were secretly watching. Kushina, Uzumaki whispered, "What are you little troublemakers doing here?" Obito, ever the blunt one, answered, "We wanted to see Minato-sensei flirting with girls, ow." Jindai stomped hard on Obito's toes, then put on a fawning smile. What Obito means is we wanted to watch Lord Minato develop his new jutsu. Kushina shot Jindai a puzzled look, then turned to glance at Rin Noara and Kakashi. "And what about you two?" Rin shook her head. "Not me. I just need to retrieve the groceries and flowers for dinner and flower arranging. Obito has them both." Hearing this, Obito looked down awkwardly at the baskets and flowers clutched in his hands. Kakashi thought for a moment, then casually replied, "Everyone else was coming, so I figured I'd tag along." Kushina felt a wave of irritation. In her eyes, the heads of these 4 brats were practically shining with an annoying, glaring light. After Jiraiya left, Minato began gathering his things, ready to head out as well. As he was packing up, he happened to spot Kushina peeking out from behind a tree. Surprised, Minato called out, "Kushina, what are you doing here? Isn't this a bit risky for you?" Realizing she'd been discovered, Kushina was instantly mortified. Kushina Uzumaki shot a sideways glance at her side. Shindai and the others had vanished, hiding in another patch of tall grass. Kushina's eye twitched in annoyance. Those brats. Just when I need their help, they run off without a trace. Now that Minato Namikaze had spotted her, Kushina had no choice but to step out into the open. Scratching her head with an awkward laugh, she said, "Well, you see, the 3rd Hokage said I could come out of the barrier. I have special permission from him." Kushina didn't dare meet Minato's gaze. Minato, without a hint of suspicion, took her words at face value. "Oh, I see. That explains it." Meanwhile, Shindai was whispering an explanation to Obito nearby. "See that? Lady Kushina's lie was so clumsy, but Lord Minato didn't even hesitate for a second. He just believed her. That's what you call being blinded by love." A sudden realization dawned on Obito. So that's what it means to be love-struck. I guess I'm not like that all. Shindai shot Obito a disdainful look, then added, "Rin just said she wants to go on a date with you tonight." Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Shindai rolled his eyes. "Of course not. I was messing with you. You're a hopeless case, textbook love-struck, beyond saving." Kakashi watched Shindai and Obito's antics in silence. Luckily, Rin's attention was focused entirely on Kushina and Minato. Otherwise, their act would have been exposed long ago. Kushina, who had been sneaking around, was finally noticed by Minato. Minato looked over her shoulder in puzzlement. "Strange, I don't see the people who were supposed to be watching you." Afraid she'd be found out, Kushina quickly interrupted. "Let's not talk about that right now." She then bowed deeply to Minato, bending at a perfect 90-degree angle. "I'm really sorry for losing my temper with you earlier." Minato stared at her in surprise, then lowered his head guiltily. "No, I should be the one apologizing. I broke the promise we made to each other." Shindai nudged Obito. "So, what did you learn from that?" Obito looked at him, completely lost. "Learn? What was I supposed to learn?" Shindai sighed, exasperated. "Honestly, you're hopeless. Did you not see? Lady Kushina apologized first, but Lord Minato still took all the blame himself. That's a classic move when it comes to winning a girl's heart. This way, Lady Kushina feels that Lord Minato really cares about her, cherishes her, and truly likes her. Do you get it now?" Obito's head slowly tilted to one side. He felt like he understood a little, but most of it went right over his head. Shindai didn't expect Obito to grasp all of it anyway. Even a glimmer of understanding was already a miracle for someone from the Uchiha clan. Sensing that the atmosphere had grown a bit awkward, Kushina Uzumaki quickly changed the subject. "That technique from earlier, is that the jutsu you mentioned you wanted to master?" Minato Namikaze was surprised. "Oh, you saw it." Kushina, a little embarrassed, gave a soft, Minato fell silent for a moment before replying, "Actually, I broke our promise and rushed to complete this jutsu, because I wanted to create something that could protect you." Kushina looked puzzled. "Huh, what do you mean by that?" Minato's thoughts drifted back to the battle in the land of grass with Rashi and Han. "We're still at war. We never know when you might be sent to the front lines. And as the war continues, the battles will turn more and more into struggles against tailed beasts, against enemy Jinchuriki. This new jutsu responds to the chakra reserves of a Jinchuriki. I wanted to teach it to you, which is why I... Lifting his head, Minato's face softened into an affectionate smile as he looked at Kushina. Because I don't want to lose you. Kushina stared at Minato, utterly stunned. Hearing Minato's words, Kamishiro couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. If I were a girl, and Lord Minato said that to me, I'd be head over heels right away. This time, Obito nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I felt the same. That was seriously cool, what Sensei just said. Rin Noera clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with hope. If my future partner could be even half as wonderful as Minato-sensei, I'd be perfectly content. Hearing Rin's heartfelt wish, Kakashi glanced over at the clueless Obito and, ever the deadpan, delivered his signature sarcasm. Rin, don't get your hopes up. That's never going to happen. Rin shot back, exasperated. Kakashi, what are you saying? Why not? Kakashi wisely decided to keep quiet. Kamishiro sighed. With Lord Minato being so charming, who could possibly resist? And Lady Kushina's heart is completely his. Next, they're definitely going to seal the deal with a kiss. Obito's eyes sparkled as if lit from within. A kiss? I really want to see that. Just the thought of kissing made Rin blush and look away shyly. Maybe we shouldn't watch. It feels wrong to spy on Minato-sensei and Kushina. Kamishiro smirked. Then go on ahead, Rin, you can leave. We'll watch. But as soon as Rin heard she might be sent away, she quickly protested. No way. Kamishiro gave her a curious look. HM, didn't you just say you didn't feel right about it? Rin, face burning red, stammered and tried to save face. I'll stay. Don't get the wrong idea. I just think it's nice to witness such a beautiful love between Minato-sensei and Lady Kushina. Shindai sneered. If you want to watch them kiss, just admit it. Why pretend? Even Kakashi, the brooding type, is keeping quiet for once. Kakashi pressed his lips together, shot Shindai a glance, and then looked away. There was no point arguing with Shindai. You could never win, and in the end, you'd only wind up more frustrated. Rin clenched her tiny fists, itching to rip that smug grin off Shindai's face. Kushina's cheeks were flushed red as she stared, dazed and emotional, at Minato for a long time. Her feelings surged uncontrollably, but that emotional turmoil gave the nine-tails sealed within her the opening it had been waiting for. In an instant, Kushina's eyes transformed, her pupils flashing into crimson, beast-like slits. Clutching her head, Kushina cried out in pain. Minato, alarmed and anxious, gripped Kushina's shoulder. Kushina, what's wrong? When the red chakra began to swirl around her, Minato's eyes widened in shock. This is Tail Beast Chakra. She's transforming. The very next moment, a cloak of the beast chakra enveloped Kushina, and a single tail whipped out, striking Minato and sending him flying. A deep, jagged wound tore across his chest. Minato hurtled backward in a spray of blood, crashing hard to the ground. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all turned to stare at Shindai. Is this the kiss you were talking about? For once, Shindai was speechless. Wasn't this supposed to be a gentle, lips-to-lips moment? Inside Kushina's mindscape, the nine-tails loomed behind her, several of its chains already snapped. Seeing Minato, sent flying, bleeding profusely, Kushina screamed in agony. Minato. The nine-tails whispered temptingly. I warned you not to trust anyone. Sooner or later, this man will use you. Come, release the seal, and you'll finally be free from all this pain. Kushina turned, fear-stricken, to face the beast. Only a handful of chains remained, and all that was left was a single massive stake pinning it through the chest, inscribed with sealing marks at its base. The nine-tails threatened. If you refuse, I'll possess you and kill you myself. Kushina collapsed to the ground, terror filling her eyes. Just then, a sealing mark appeared in the mindscape. The nine-tails glared viciously at it. A sealing jutsu? Who dares? Back in the real world, three tails had already sprouted from Kushina. Minato pressed his right hand to Kushina's abdomen, channeling the sealing jutsu. He shouted, Kushina, wake up, stay with me. Snapping back to his senses, Kamiyo's scalp tingled with anxiety. What do you mean by smack on the lips? Lady Kushina has lost control. Can't you see she's already cloaked in the tailed beast shroud? Obito, Kakashi, Rin Noera, and Kamiyo also burst out from the bushes, ready to help Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina's sudden loss of control had dealt a heavy blow to Minato, who was completely unprepared for the outburst. Now, Minato was using sealing techniques with all his might to restrain Kushina, who was teetering on the brink of losing herself entirely. Minato-sensei! They all called out, their voices full of worry. Minato's eyes widened in alarm when he saw Kamiyo and the others appear. Why are you all here? You need to get out. This place is dangerous. Obito frowned, glancing at the battered Minato. Sensei, aren't you the most dangerous one right now? You're even coughing up blood. Gritting his teeth, Minato forced out his words. I can't hold Kushina for much longer. You all need to leave, evacuate everyone nearby, and hurry to inform the third Hokage. Get back up. Kakashi's tone was grave. Rin, go alert the others. Obito, Kamiyo, let's help Minato-sensei suppress Lady Kushina. Minato looked at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi studied Kushina with a heavy gaze and explained, Minato-sensei, right now you need our help to restrain Lady Kushina. Only then will you have a chance to bring her back to her senses. Isn't that right? Minato took a deep breath, his eyes turning sharp. I'm counting on you. Kakashi and Obito each grabbed one of Kushina's arms, holding her down on either side. Kamiyo unfurled a scroll, summoned Kaminazuki, and directed the creature to tightly restrain Kushina from behind. Inside Kushina, the Ninetales was astonished by the sealing technique Minato employed. After all, Minato wasn't even of the Uzumaki clan, yet he could strengthen the four-symbol seal in his own way. Who would have thought that even after Hashirama Senju's death, the shinobi world would still produce someone with such potential? The tailed beast shroud around Kushina swirled together, forming the head of a fox, which roared at Minato. Why would a ninja with your kind of talent be so obsessed with this little girl? Pouring all his strength into reinforcing the seal inside Kushina, Minato replied with unwavering resolve, I admire strength, especially those stronger than myself. That's why I love Kushina. How could I ever let her leave me? The Ninetales, completely baffled by the concept of love, was left speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? Kamiyo couldn't help but retort. That's called true love, you silly fox. What would you know? Shindai manipulated the sand iron stored within Kanazuki's body, enveloping Kushina Uzumaki completely. Within the realm of consciousness, Kushina Uzumaki was stunned, frozen in place after hearing Minato Namake's heartfelt confession. Her mind drifted back to the memory of the first time Mito Uzumaki brought her to the Spiral Tower. Mito had told Kushina, the Uzumaki clan has splintered and lost everything. Once famed for our powerful life force and mastery of sealing techniques, our strength was abused, turned into fuel for war. Some even sought to seal our very existence within this spiral itself. Yet, our power can also bring peace. Here, the strength of the Jinchuriki seal is enhanced. Together with the outer barrier, it forms a double-layered protection. As long as you remain in this place, there's no need to worry about the seal failing. Back then, little Kushina had timidly asked, do I really have to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Mito gently ruffled Kushina's hair. From what I see, you're an incredibly strong child, and your hair is an even more vibrant red than mine. Young Kushina lowered her head, a little disappointed. Is this what you wanted to show me? Mito looked up. What I wanted to see is above, at the very top of this spiral tower. Kushina followed her gaze upward. A spiral staircase. No, it's more than that. It's a helix, a spiral staircase. Come, let's climb it together. Mito took young Kushina's hand and led her up the stairs. Curious, Kushina asked, a helix? Mito explained, a whirlpool is flat, an image that never changes. A spiral is three-dimensional. As you climb, it might seem you're just circling the same staircase, but the steps shift little by little, and the scenery beyond changes as well. Little Kushina wondered, what's up there? It's what I carry within me, the contents of my vessel. When they reached the very top of the spiral tower, young Kushina cried out in excitement, wow. Before her eyes, the statues of the Hokage from every generation came into clear view, so close it felt as if she could reach out and touch them. Mito sat on the steps, gazing at the statue of Hashirama Senju, her eyes softening with affection. Whenever I feel troubled, I come here and look up at him. Kushina was puzzled. Is this what's inside your vessel, Lady Mito? Oh, this person looks like he might be your husband. Recognizing the statue of Hashirama Senju, young Kushina spoke her realization aloud. Uzumaki Mito smiled as she spoke. Yes, Kushina. Even though it may feel like we're caught in a whirlpool, as long as we keep climbing upwards with our own strength, we can find the love that belongs to us. And when that time comes, that whirlpool will be transformed into a spiral. In the days to come, I hope you'll be able to see a world different from the one you know now, Kushina. Snapping out of her memories, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes shone with determination. Even I can defy fate. With a resounding cry, several adamantine chains burst forth from Kushina's body, tightly binding and restraining the Ninetales. In a realm outside her mind, Kushina slowly regained consciousness, her gaze gradually clearing. Minato Namake's looked into Kushina's eyes and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Looks like you're back with us. Minato. Minato's expression turned serious. Let's face this together, both of us side by side. Obito, still clinging desperately to Kushina's arm, grumbled, Hey, shouldn't it be all 5 of us here? Minato managed a strained smile. Right, all 5 of us. Jindai stared in terror at the emergence of Kushina's 4th tail, and even as he watched, a 5th tail was forming at breakneck speed. Moreover, the translucent cloak of the tailed beast chakra around Kushina was turning a deep, ominous red. Clear evidence that Kushina's consciousness wasn't fully restored, or perhaps she was slipping away again. Within Kushina's mind, the 9 tails had already gathered a tailed beast bomb, breaking free from the adamantine restraints. Jindai shouted anxiously, Forget about 4 or 5 people. Just hurry and suppress Lady Kushina, or we'll all be flat on the ground. Magnet release. Iron sand binding coffin. Without hesitation, Jindai unleashed his jutsu, tightly wrapping Kushina's entire body in iron sand. But a 5th tail had already appeared behind Kushina. Just as she had regained control for a moment, Kushina's consciousness faded once again. She was forcibly pulled back in her mind space, with the immense power of the 9 tails hurled her away, chains and all. Now, with 6 tails, Kushina's strength was overwhelming. Even though she was bound tightly by Jindai's iron sand, her arms broke free with ease. With a single punch each, she sent Obito and Kakashi flying. At the same time, her 6 tails lashed out, smashing Kanemazuki to pieces, scattering mechanical parts all across the ground. Jindai looked at the wreckage of Kanemazuki with a heavy heart. I just finished upgrading you. How could you fall apart so easily? When Jindai saw the rampaging Kushina about to stab Minato with her razor-sharp fingers, he quickly used iron sand to cover her hand. But Kushina's hand still struck Minato squarely in the abdomen. Minato Namake's coughed up blood as he was sent flying backward. If it hadn't been for Kamiyo using iron sand to cover Kushina Uzumaki's hand, spreading out the force, Minato's abdomen would have been pierced clean through. Even so, with that kind of blow, several of Minato's ribs snapped, compounding his injuries. Blood gushed from his mouth uncontrollably. What was even worse, Minato's being knocked away meant he could no longer maintain the sealing jutsu that kept the 4 symbols seal active inside Kushina. Kushina was already on the verge of sprouting a 7th tail. Minato shouted toward Kamiyo, Kamiyo, use your iron sand to restrain Kushina. I can't hold her, Kamiyo protested, but even as he said this, he manipulated the iron sand with his magnet release, forming it into a triangular prism that enclosed Kushina within. A flying thunder god kunai embedded itself in the iron sand prism, and in an instant, Minato appeared right at its surface hands. Pressed against it, reinforcing the seal and the iron sand, trying desperately to keep the 4 symbol seal inside Kushina intact. Within the space of her consciousness, Kushina saw the gravely injured Minato and cried out, tears streaming down her face. Enough, Minato! Run! Get out of here now! As if hearing her, Minato, out of breath and barely conscious, murmured, I will never leave. Never. Kushina's head was already breaking out from Kamiyo's iron sand prism. She roared at Minato. Take your hands off the seal. She's my Jinchuriki now. This has nothing to do with you. Even gravely wounded, Minato's voice remained unwavering. No, it doesn't matter. I can feel it. Kushina's heart has always had me in it. Now that the 9 tails consciousness had taken over Kushina's body, with 7 tails unfurled, her power surged to a new level. Even with Minato's sealing jutsu, Kushina's right hand burst through the iron sand prism, slamming down at Minato's head in a furious blow. At the same time, another of the 9 tails shot out from the iron sand prism, striking Kamiyo squarely in the abdomen. Kamiyo's eyes went wide, bloodshot and bulging, as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was hurled backward. Kamiyo! Obito and Kakashi, still down and unable to get up after being struck by the rampaging Kushina, saw Kamiyo sent flying as well and cried out in shock. With Kamiyo injured, the iron sand prism began to crumble. Kamiyo was numb with pain and frustration. Couldn't they just pretend to surrender, lull the 9 tails into dropping its guard, and then hit it with a surprise attack to seal it away? Did they really have to fight so head-on like this? If that punch landed, Minato Namake's head would be gone for sure. And if Minato Namake's was finished, the rest of them would be next. No time to think. Lying on the ground, Kamishiro spat out the blood in his mouth. Despite the searing pain throughout his body, he shouted at the top of his lungs, If you throw that punch, you'll regret it. Kurama. Kushina Uzumaki, taken over by the 9 tails will, froze mid-punch. She turned her head, looking at Kamishiro in disbelief. That moment of distraction from the Nine Tails triggered a resonance between Minato Namikaze's chakra and Kushina Uzumaki's chakra, drawing them both into the realm of consciousness. Within that psychic space, Minato Namikaze found himself face to face with Kushina Uzumaki in the looming form of the Nine Tails, its tailed beast ball crackling with energy. Kushina Uzumaki, seeing Minato appear like a savior descending from the heavens, suddenly recalled the words of Mito Uzumaki echoing in her mind. We came here as vessels for the Nine Tails. But before that, find someone you love and fill that vessel with love. If you do that, even as a Jinchuriki, you can still live a life of happiness. Minato Namikaze was already forming a Rasengan in his hand. Kushina Uzumaki snapped back to herself and began weaving hand signs. The chains, which had been wrenched free by the Nine Tails, once again bound the beast, wrapping even tighter around its massive form. The Nine Tails shook off its daze, and though it was still plagued with questions, it knew it had to deal with the immediate threat first. Minato Namikaze, Rasengan at the ready, dove down from midair, closing in fast. The Nine Tails tried desperately to complete its tailed beast ball to unleash its full might. But Kushina Uzumaki summoned all her strength, tightening the chains around the Nine Tails, especially the one at its throat, making it impossible for the beast to finish forming the tailed beast ball. The unstable orb of chakra began to show signs of breaking apart. Now Minato Namikaze was almost upon it, and with no other choice, the Nine Tails spat out a severely weakened version of the tailed beast ball. That's why. I will never let you take Kushina from me. Minato's Rasengan and the Nine Tails' tailed beast ball collided in midair. In an instant, a blinding white explosion filled the entire mindscape. Minato Namikaze was forcibly ejected from the consciousness space, his body collapsing to the ground, eyelids heavy as he looked toward Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina stood motionless for a moment. Then, in the next instant, all traces of the tailed beast's chakra vanished from her, and she returned to her true self. Her body gave out, and she slumped to the ground, unconscious. Relieved at last, Minato also couldn't hold on any longer and fell into unconsciousness himself. Kamishiro, his ribs badly broken from Kushina's tail strike, saw her return to normal and rolled his eyes back, fainting away without another sound. Kakashi and Obito each crawled toward Minato Namikaze and Kamaya. Seeing blood still seeping from Kamaya's mouth from time to time, Obito grew anxious. Kakashi, what do we do? Kamaya doesn't look good at all. Minato-sensei's not doing well either. With trembling legs, Kakashi managed to stand up. We have to get help, right away. Just then, a tall figure appeared behind Kakashi. The moment they saw who it was, both Kakashi and Obito were overwhelmed with relief and joy. Lord Jiraiya. Obito. Kakashi. I brought reinforcements. Following behind Rin Noara, a squad of shinobi rushed onto the scene. Jiraiya's face was grim as he looked at the unconscious Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Kamaya. He turned to Kakashi and Obito and said, "You two did well. Leave the rest to us now." Very few people in Konoha knew that Kushina Uzumaki was a Jinchuriki. It was top secret. Kakashi and the others only knew because they were Minato Namikaze's students. Otherwise, even with Kakashi's rank as a special jonin, he would have had no right to know about Kushina's true identity. Now that Rin Noara had brought backup, and the crisis here was over, Jiraiya explained to the shinobi that all this was the result of Minato's mishap while experimenting with a new jutsu. He instructed them to rush the gravely injured Minato and Kamaya, as well as the unconscious Kushina, to the ninja hospital for treatment. Though Kakashi and Obito had been knocked out of the fight by a single, wild blow from Kushina, their injuries were far less severe than Minato's and Kamaya's. After a short rest, they'd recovered enough to at least walk on their own. With Rin's support, they immediately headed to the hospital. Once everything was settled, the third training ground stood empty but for Jiraiya. Surveying the devastation left by Kushina's rampage, Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh. That was way too close. I'd barely left before all this happened. Minato and that kid sure have rotten luck. Still, Minato was fortunate if he hadn't learned sealing techniques from Kushina. Things could have ended much worse. Well, the mission can wait. We'll talk when Minato wakes up. Still shaken, Jiraiya left the third training ground and set off to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi about what had happened. 3 days later, Minato Namikaze's eyes fluttered open, and he suddenly sat bolt upright in his hospital bed. Kushina. Glancing around, Minato realized he was no longer at the third training ground. He saw Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kushina Uzumaki, Rin Noara, Kakashi, and Obito all gathered in the room, each looking at him. Minato blinked in surprise. Kushina Uzumaki bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. Unable to hold back any longer, she rushed into Minato Namake's arms, clutching him tightly. Ow, ow! Minato, aching all over, couldn't help but cry out in pain. Jiraiya chuckled and said, finally awake. Huh? If you'd slept any longer, Kushina would have worried herself sick. Minato gradually relaxed, gently patting Kushina on the back. Don't cry. I'm just glad you're all right. As the group watched this heartwarming scene, smiles naturally appeared on their faces. But just then an ill-timed, sarcastic voice broke the mood. The moment you wake up, you call out for Lady Kushina. Not once do you even mention my name. When I woke up, did anyone come and hug me? And all this don't cry. I'm just glad you're okay. Am I not the one who's actually hurt here? On the hospital bed, next to Minato, Kamishiro, wrapped head to toe in bandages, looked at Kushina and Minato with a look of deep grievance. Seeing Kamishiro so thoroughly bandaged, Minato asked with concern, Kamishiro, are you all right? Kamishiro replied sourly, now you remember me? Too late. Go on, keep doting on your girlfriend. It's not like I'm important at all. Rin Noera tried to console him. Don't say that, Kamishiro. We've been watching over you the whole time. Besides, you only woke up 5 minutes before Lord Minato. We were just as worried about you, weren't we? Unable to move his body, Kamishiro could only turn his head and grumble. Who knows if you were watching over me or over Lord Minato? Minato turned to Kamishiro with genuine gratitude. I'm really sorry, Kamishiro. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you helping Kushina and me by time, I wouldn't have had the chance to reseal everything. TCH. Minato scratched his head, at a loss for what to do. Kamishiro continued to grumble to himself. It's all Obito's fault. I hadn't even planned to go out that day, but as soon as I did, I ran into Kakashi and Rin causing trouble. Then I bumped into Lady Kushina, and before I knew it, I got smacked on the head for saying nothing at all. I just wanted to see Lord Minato and Lady Kushina kiss, but instead, I missed the kiss and ended up getting beaten up. Talk about injustice. Everyone in the hospital room was left speechless by Kamishiro's complaints. Obito walked over to Kamishiro's bedside and held out his arms. All right, enough whining. How about I give you a hug? Will that do? Kamishiro turned his head to look at Obito, giving him a look as if he were staring at a complete fool. If it were Rin who wanted to hug me, I'd at least have to think about it. But you? Give me a break. Obito instantly bristled. Hey, Kamishiro, what's that supposed to mean? Why can't I hug you? Rin Nohara's expression looked as if she'd just swallowed a fly. Utterly unpleasant. What did he mean? Even if she wanted to hold him, she'd have to think twice. She definitely didn't want to hold Kamishiro. Tsunade's eye twitched as she grumbled. This brat still knows how to get under everyone's skin. Jiraiya's face twitched in sync. Yeah, who could argue with that? Suddenly, Kushina Uzumaki stood up and walked over to Kamishiro's hospital bed. Kamishiro saw Kushina staring at him in silence. Her eyes locked onto him and instantly lost his nerve. After all, she was known for her fists doing the talking. Forcing a strained smile, Kamishiro tried to joke, I was just kidding. You could tell I was joking, right? Surely you're not that humorless. Now Tsunade's mouth twitched, and just as shameless as ever. Jiraiya was right there with her, lips twitching as he echoed. You said it. Thank you, Kamishiro. Kushina bowed deeply, a perfect 90 degrees, offering Kamishiro her heartfelt thanks. Kamishiro was caught off guard, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. That's right. Kushina had apologized to Minato in just this way that day. Straightening up, Kushina looked at Kamishiro with sincerity. Until you and Minato are fully recovered and discharged, I'll make sure to take good care of you both. Oh, okay. Snapping out of his daze, Kamishiro shrank back a little, startled. He'd thought he was about to get scolded. But soon a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Oomph. His head hadn't been hit for nothing, and he didn't suffer those injuries for free. Minato let out a sigh of relief, his smile returning. Even for him, there were times when Kamishiro was simply too much to handle. Minato turned to ask, Jiraiya-sensei, weren't you off on a mission? And Lady Tsunade, weren't you in the land of grass? Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Tell me about it. I'd barely left when all this happened behind me. How was I supposed to focus on the mission? Minato looked a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected anything like this to happen, either. Then Tsunade explained, things have settled down in the land of grass. With Shikaku and the others there, there's not much reason for me to stay. I'm not much use outside of medical care, and I can't fight on the front lines. So I came back, and as soon as I arrived, Jiraiya found me. The wounds on you and this kid? I directed the medical need in your treatment. So that's how it is. Minato glanced at Kushina by his side, relieved that everything had worked out. Now, Kamishiro and Minato were recuperating in a ninja hospital. Jiraiya had left to resume his mission the same day Minato regained consciousness. And Kushina, true to her word, had started looking after both Kamishiro and Minato. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara visited the ninja hospital every day to see Kamiyo and Minato Namikaze. Kamiyo, ever curious, asked about Minato's signature jutsu, which still carried the unwieldy name Light Wheel Ice Pop Double Dry Style Ball, the Rasengan. Minato didn't hesitate at all. He explained directly to Kamiyo how to train and the technique, holding nothing back. Having learned the Rasengan's training method, Kamiyo decided he'd give it a try on his way home. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki was peeling fruit for Minato and Kamiyo, as Obito, seated in a chair, asked Kamiyo with curiosity, "Kamiyo, what did you mean by Kurama the other day? It seemed like right after you said that, Lady Kushina, who was about to punch Sensei Minato in the head, suddenly stopped her fist." Kakashi thought back and agreed. "Now that you mention it, it really was like that. Lady Kushina was enveloped in that dark red chakra, so it should have been impossible to see her eyes. But at that moment, I feel like I caught a glimpse of something unbelievable in them." Minato started pondering as well. "You're right. If Kushina hadn't hesitated just then, my head might have been knocked clean off." And it was obvious that, at that moment, something inside Kushina was distracted, which gave me a chance for my chakra to resonate with hers so I could enter her consciousness. Kushina frowned and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember in my mind space, I saw the Nine-Tails Fox face looking absolutely shocked." Hearing their discussion, Kamiyo felt a guilty pang and buried his head under the covers, not daring to speak. But Kushina yanked the blanket off Kamiyo's face. "Hey, Kamiyo, since you brought it up, you must know what's going on, right?" Everyone in the hospital room turned their eyes to Kamiyo. 5 people, but 6 pairs of eyes. Why 6 pairs? Because there was another, hidden pair inside Kushina, Kurama's. The Nine-Tails, once again securely sealed, glared at Kamiyo with all its might. More than anyone, it wanted to know how Kamiyo knew its name. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Kamiyo decided to play to his strengths and started to bluff. "Oh, come on, you're all imagining things. You must have misheard me. I was shouting horn, not llama. Isn't Kushina's tailed beast called the Nine-Tails? When it roars, it's so loud and grating, just like a horn, so I called it the Nine-Horn. Besides, that was my first time meeting Lady Kushina, and learning her tailed beast was the Nine-Tails. How could I know any more than that? Maybe the Nine-Tails just glared at me because I yelled that it sounded like a horn." Minato and the others thought Kamiyo's explanation actually sounded pretty reasonable. After all, as Jindai had said, that day really was the first time he'd ever met Kushina Uzumaki, and the first time he'd learned about the Nine-Tails. There was no reason for him to know anything more. Thinking about it this way, maybe they really had misheard him. Yet the Nine-Tails was now staring intently at Jindai, its gaze fixed firmly through Kushina's eyes. The Nine-Tails was certain, there was no mistake. Neither Minato nor the others had misheard. What Jindai had said was definitely Kurama, not Kalarma. All of a sudden, a phrase echoed in the Nine-Tails' mind. A blue-eyed boy, calling out the names of the nine-tailed beasts with laughter. The Nine-Tails scrutinized Jindai. He was indeed a boy, but his eyes were black, not blue, so he didn't quite fit the description. The Nine-Tails was feeling very uneasy now. It wanted nothing more than to pin Jindai down with a giant paw and demand an explanation. How did he know its name? And did he also know the names of the other tailed beasts? Time passed quickly. A full week had gone by. That's one thing about being a ninja. Even the gravest wounds heal fast, as long as you survive. Both Jindai and Minato's injuries were nearly healed. To Jindai, these 7 days felt like paradise. Every day, he lounged in bed, looked after by Kushina Uzumaki. He hardly had to lift a finger. As usual, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin would stop by the ninja hospital to visit Jindai and Minato before heading off to train. "Kushina-sensei, why does the food taste so bland today?" "Kushina-sensei, I'm so thirsty. Can I have some water?" "Kushina-sensei, could you hand me the scroll on my nightstand and open it up in front of me?" "Kushina-sensei." Finally, Kushina Uzumaki couldn't take it anymore and roared, "You little brat, don't push your luck. I said I'd take care of you, not be your maid. And don't think I don't know your injuries are almost healed, so cut it out already." Jindai replied, sounding pitiful. All right, I just can't help it. My life's been nothing but hardship. I was betrayed by my own village, intercepted by Lord Minato, barely survived day to day on the dangerous battlefield before I could officially join the Leaf. I've had more brushes with death than I can count. And finally, when I thought I was safe in the Hidden Leaf, I almost lost my life again. But it's fine, I don't blame anyone. I just have terrible luck, that's all. Kushina-sensei, don't take it the wrong way, I'm just saying. Veins bulged on Kushina's forehead, and Minato could only look on helplessly. Kushina gritted her teeth and snapped. "Thirsty, are you? Want the scroll opened in front of you? Just you wait." Soon enough, Kushina had the water ready and handed it to Jindai. Kushina, Uzumaki asked with a forced smile. Do you need me to feed you? Oh, that would be so embarrassing. Sorry to trouble you, Lady Kushina. Kushina's reply, squeezed out through clenched teeth, was, don't mention it. Drink up, and if you have any other requests, just let me know. Kushina picked up the cup and began to help Kamishiro drink. Watching from the side, Minato Namikaze was a bundle of nerves, terrified that Kushina might smash the cup on Kamishiro's head at any moment. With a complex expression, Minato glanced at Kamishiro, who was clearly enjoying himself. Even he wouldn't dare boss Kushina around like this. Brave, truly this guy was fearless. Standing at the doorway, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had overheard the entire exchange and could see everything through the glass window. Rin stared in disbelief. Has Kamishiro lost his mind? Does he have a death wish? Kakashi was equally stunned by Kamishiro's outrageousness. Who knows? Maybe Kamishiro just wants to make the most of these last few days. Obito nervously wiped his brow for Kamishiro. I have a feeling that as soon as Kamishiro gets discharged, he'll be right back here again. Kakashi's deadpan eyes peered at Kamishiro through the window. Take maybe out of that sentence. If he keeps this up, it's only a matter of time before he's back in here. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were all utterly shocked by Kamishiro's courage to order Kushina around. Another 2 days passed. A medical ninja came to check on Kamishiro and Minato. Your injuries have healed. You're both ready to be discharged. Just take it easy for the next week. Don't push yourselves too hard. Hooray. Finally leaving the hospital, Kamishiro leapt off the hospital bed with a cheer. As comfortable as his stay had been, the days had dragged on, and boredom had set in. There was hardly anything to do besides read. Besides, all the inspiration he'd gained from reading needed to be put into practice, and there was still work to be done repairing Kanazuki. Right now, Kanazuki was still a pile of broken pieces. Minato smiled as well. His days in the ninja hospital had left him feeling like he was practically rusting from inactivity. With a radiant smile, Kushina turned to Kamishiro and said, Kamishiro, to celebrate your discharge, let me treat you to a meal. Kamishiro looked at her in delight. Really? That's awesome. Obito, Kakashi, Rin, you owe me. You're about to enjoy a feast thanks to me. Kushina turned her gaze on the trio, narrowing her eyes. Oh, you guys want to join? No, I've got something else to do. I need to get back to training. I have to help an old lady out later. The three of them hurriedly declined, each scrambling to answer before the others. Minato cast Kamishiro a glance filled with sympathy, but he still tried to reason with Kushina. Kushina. However, Kushina Uzumaki shot Minato Namikaze a sharp look. What's wrong? Do you want some too? Minato instantly stood up straight and shook his head. No, I just ate. I'm fine, thanks. Jindai wasn't a fool either. He could sense something was off. He quickly took several steps back. I think I'm pretty full as well. But Kushina reached out and hooked her arm around Jindai's neck, her eyes narrowing as she smiled sweetly. How can that be? Weren't you just complaining about not having enough to eat at your last meal? Don't worry, I'll make sure you're absolutely stuffed this time. Every hair on Jindai's body stood on end. He hurriedly tried to explain. Lady Kushina, you said you wanted to take care of me. I never forced you to do anything. Kushina's smile was radiant. That's right, I volunteered. I never said you forced me. All right, let's go. I promise you'll get more than enough to eat. With that, Kushina locked her arm tightly around Jindai's neck and all but dragged him outside. Jindai shot a desperate look at Minato and Obito, silently pleading for help. But Minato and the others simply turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't seen a thing. After all, Jindai had been asking for it these past few days. Now karma had caught up, and it wasn't like they hadn't tried to warn him. If he didn't listen, there was nothing they could do. Of course, Jindai knew full well he'd brought this on himself, and had done it deliberately. After all, the moment Kushina saw him, she'd smacked him hard across the face and then sent him straight to the hospital. Jindai, ever the grudge holder, figured that since he was already injured, acting up a little during his recovery wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he'd been hurt because of Minato and Kushina. But what Jindai failed to consider was Kushina's explosive temper. Minato was honestly amazed that Kushina had managed to hold back for so many days. There were several times when Minato thought Kushina was about to lose it, but somehow she gritted her teeth and kept on taking care of Jindai. Jindai struggled with all his might, shouting at Kushina, "You can't do this. This is biting the hand that feeds you. I ended up in the hospital because of your tail." Kushina replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Exactly. That's why I've been putting up with you and taking care of you in the hospital all this time. But now you're discharged, so your debt's settled. How can it be that simple? I even helped Lord Minato suppress MMPH. Minato, moving in a flash, clapped a hand over Jindai's mouth. Jindai, you can't say that. After all, Kushina being a Jinchuriki was a closely guarded secret. If Jindai let that slip, it would be disastrous. Realizing he couldn't say more, Jindai quickly changed his tack. If my debt's repaid, then there's nothing between us anymore. Why are you still out for revenge? Let me go. Kushina Uzumaki grabbed Jindai by the scruff of his neck and lifted him in front of her, smiling with deceptive gentleness. Right now, I simply want to invite you for a meal. Nothing else mixed in. Jindai could tell that Kushina was dead set on giving him a beating, so he turned to Minato Namikaze for help. Lord Minato, aren't you going to do something? She's completely out of control. I'm your benefactor, you know. Minato looked a bit conflicted as he spoke to Kushina. Kushina, maybe we should. But Kushina turned to look at Minato, her red hair swirling as if moved by an invisible wind, and her eyes shining brightly like two lanterns. Seeing this, Obito and his two companions recoiled in fear, tripping over themselves to back away. It wasn't just the three of them. Minato himself looked terrified and immediately fell silent. Kushina dragged Jindai into a narrow alley beside the ninja hospital and began to feed him. Groans and cries echoed through the alleyway. Half an hour later, Jindai emerged behind Kushina, thoroughly fed, with a face battered and bruised. A genuine, satisfied smile lit up Kushina's face. The frustration that had built up over the past few days had finally melted away. She felt refreshed and invigorated. Unlike Jindai, who had a terrible first impression of Kushina, she actually thought well of him. After all, when Minato had talked about Jindai, he'd made him sound quite interesting to her. And, in a way, Jindai reminded her of herself. Both of them had come to Konoha alone. But unlike her, who at least had Mito Uzumaki, Jindai had no one at all. Moreover, if it hadn't been for Jindai getting the Nine Tails to hesitate last time, both she and Minato would have been in mortal danger. So in truth, Kushina really wanted to get along well with Jindai. It was just that, sometimes he was so infuriating she could barely restrain herself. With a gentle smile, Kushina looked at the battered Jindai and said, "Come on, let's get you something to eat." Jindai shuddered reflexively, waving his hands frantically as he mumbled, No, I'm good. I'm full, really, can't eat another bite." Kushina raised an eyebrow. "This time, I'm not going to hit you. It's a real meal, to celebrate you and Minato getting discharged." Jindai asked cautiously, "So does that mean Lord Minato and Obito's group are coming too?" "Of course." "Well, all right then." Jindai rubbed his cheek. He'd already taken the beating. Might as well enjoy a free meal. If he couldn't win against Kushina, he might as well eat her poor. Obito sidled up to Jindai and poked at the swelling on his head. "That's a huge lump. I bet in a little while it'll be gone, just like it was never there. It's kind of amazing, honestly." Jindai winced in pain from Obito's poking and was just about to retort when suddenly he froze, caught off guard. Obito's words stirred a faint spark of inspiration in Kamiyo's mind. He stood frozen on the spot, his mind suddenly alight with possibility. Kamiyo looked battered and bruised now, but with a ninja's healing abilities, he'd likely be as good as new in no time. But then, could Shinwazuki, his puppet, also recover from injuries on its own? No matter how tough the material, everything has its limits. No matter how sturdy, could it withstand a tailed beast bomb? Of course, that was just a metaphor. After all, a material that could block a tailed beast bomb probably didn't exist. As a puppet, Shinwazuki couldn't possibly recover like a human. And even if it could, human healing took time, a luxury not always available in battle. What Kamiyo wanted was a way for Shinwazuki to restore itself instantly, the moment it was damaged. Just then, Kamiyo watched as Obito stepped through a puddle, sending ripples across the water surface, only for it to settle and return to stillness almost immediately. In that instant, the tangled threads of inspiration in Kamiyo's mind suddenly wove themselves into a single, clear idea. Obito, seeing Kamiyo still rooted to the spot, asked in confusion, "Hey Kamiyo, why are you just standing there? Let's go." A wild joy lit up Kamiyo's face. "Ah, I get it. I know what to do now." Without another word, Kamiyo tore off, sprinting towards home. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Obito exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss over Kamiyo's sudden burst of excitement. Kakashi eyed Kamiyo's mad dash and guessed, "Maybe Kamiyo's taken one too many hits from Lady Kushina." Kushina pursed her lips. "That can't be it. I was actually holding back. I didn't hit him that hard." Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stared at Kushina, wide-eyed with disbelief. Kamiyo's face was covered in bruises and swelling. And that was her definition of going easy? Minato, concerned, said, "We should go after him, just in case something really is wrong." Kamiyo burst into his house and hurriedly grabbed a lump of iron sand. Channeling his magnetic release technique, he began manipulating the iron sand with focused intent. Under his control, the iron sand shifted and morphed, changing shape again and again. Just then, Minato and the others arrived, entering to find Kamiyo working furiously with the iron sand. Obito had just opened his mouth to speak when Kamiyo cut him off. "Don't distract me. I need to focus completely right now. I'm overflowing with inspiration. If I don't seize it, who knows when it'll come again." Obito snapped his mouth shut, standing silently as he watched Kamiyo at work. They all sensed Kamiyo was on the verge of creating something important, so none of them dared interrupt him, not so much as a twitch. An hour sped by in the blink of an eye. Kakashi and the others looked as if they'd been frozen in place, not moving a muscle. However, their expressions began to grow increasingly peculiar. For a whole hour, Shindai had been continuously manipulating the iron sand, changing its shape over and over. It looked almost as if he was simply playing. Another 2 hours slipped by. Obito's legs were so numb from standing that he could hardly keep upright anymore. The boredom was unbearable. Afraid of disturbing Shindai, he didn't dare move an inch from his spot. Just as Obito was about to quietly shift his feet and try to sneak away, Shindai suddenly sprang up from his chair. With a look of delight, Shindai gazed at the cube of iron sand in his hands. "I finally did it. It really works this way." Phew. At the news of Shindai's success, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin Noara all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Truth be told, it wasn't just Obito. Kakashi and Rin Noara were just as restless and ready to give up. Obito immediately leaned in to examine the cube of iron sand in Shindai's hands, puzzled. "It doesn't seem all that special. Isn't it just iron sand in a different shape? Shindai, you can change its form with ease. Did this really need 3 hours?" Kakashi also stepped forward, eyeing the iron sand cube thoughtfully. If Shindai spent 3 whole hours on this, it can't be just about changing its shape. There must be something unique about it. Shindai snapped his fingers. "Exactly. Kakashi, try smashing this iron sand cube with all your strength." Kakashi didn't hesitate. He threw a punch at the iron sand cube, shattering it instantly. Yet in the very next moment, the scattered iron sand gathered itself up and reformed into the cube. Rin Noara was baffled. "But there's nothing special about it, is there? Kakashi smashed it. And then you just regrouped the sand yourself, right, Shindai?" Kushina Uzumaki stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I feel like I'm starting to see something, but I can't quite put it into words. There's definitely something odd about this cube itself." Lady Kushina, you're on the right track. Lord Minato, did you notice anything?" Shindai was brimming with pride. If even Minato Namikaze couldn't figure it out, that would be a true triumph. But Minato, a genius among geniuses, had already discerned the secret. After Kakashi smashed the iron sand cube, you didn't control the sand to reform the cube, did you? It reassembled itself automatically. Even though Minato had seen through it, Shindai wasn't disappointed. The excitement still danced in his eyes. Nodding, Shindai explained, "That's right. I didn't control the iron sand at all. It reassembled into a cube on its own. With magnet release, I can give non-magnetic objects magnetism, so I layered different levels of magnetism onto the iron sand, from strong to weak, one layer after another, until a cube formed. After Kakashi shattered the cube, the most magnetic iron sand gathered first to the center, then layer by layer, it continued to amass until finally, the iron sand cube was reformed." Obito clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. "Honestly, it doesn't seem all that impressive." Shindai retorted with irritation. "If you don't understand, just keep quiet. The stronger the magnetism, the harder this cube becomes, sometimes even tougher than ninja tools. But no matter how hard the material, if you push it past its limits, it will still break. The problem with puppets is that if one part gets damaged, that part can't be used anymore. And if the whole thing breaks, you're left unable to fight at all. But if I use the principle of this iron sand cube to create a puppet, then..." Kakashi immediately caught on to Shindai's idea. "Then even if the puppet gets completely destroyed, the magnetism can pull it back together, rebuilding the puppet, right?" A broad grin nearly stretched to the back of Shindai's head. "Exactly. That means I'd have a puppet that's practically indestructible. And I could use the properties of magnetism for all sorts of things, like rearranging the iron sand in real time during battle to change its shape, or firing off the sand as hidden weapons using positive and negative polarity, and so on. I'm convinced, once I develop this puppet, it's going to be incredibly powerful." Minato and the others listened in growing astonishment. From the way Shindai described it, the puppet he was about to create really did sound promising. Shindai had drawn inspiration from the bump on his head and Obito splashing in the puddle. And after an initial experiment that worked right away, Shindai was brimming with excitement. As long as he kept refining this idea, his Shimijutsu would become a tenacious fighter, almost impossible to defeat. But so far, it was only the first attempt, and there were still many problems to solve. For example, he had to stabilize the magnetism, figure out the best arrangements for the iron sand, and work out how to install mechanisms inside such a unique puppet. All these challenges lay ahead for Shindai. Suddenly, Shindai remembered something. By the way, Lord Minato, do you know about the ninjutsu called Lightning Blade Transformation? Lightning Blade Transformation? Minato thought for a moment before replying. Yes, I do. It's a summoning talisman that lets you conjure ninja tools instantly. No hand seals required, just touch the seal on your hand, and you can summon a weapon in a flash, right? Shindai quickly responded, yes, that's the one. Lord Minato, do you know where I could get one of those Lightning Blade Transformation summoning talismans? Minato answered, those talismans are considered strategic resources, so you won't find them for sale in any ninja tool shop. But if you want, I can help you get a few Lightning Blade Transformation summoning talismans. That would be fantastic. Thank you so much. With the advent of the Thunderlight Sword, Jindai no longer needed to load massive amounts of weaponry onto Shimizuki. As long as the weapons were stored within the Thunderlight Sword, he could retrieve them at any moment. The greatest advantage of the Thunderlight Sword lay in the speed with which ninja tools could be drawn and thrown. It could all be accomplished in the blink of an eye. This lightning-fast retrieval gave him the upper hand in battle, allowing him to dictate the flow and keep his opponent on the defensive. Moreover, the summon tools were not limited by shape or size. In other words, whether Jindai wanted to store shuriken, kunai, or even missiles, he could fit them all inside. It was incredibly convenient. For Jindai, the difference between having the Thunderlight Sword and not having it was truly enormous. All right, you all can leave now. I need to get to work. Jindai was already itching to dive into his research. Obito asked in confusion, aren't you coming to eat? I can't think about food right now. I need to start my research immediately. By the way, Lord Minato, I'll need to take some leave for a while. Please, don't assign me any missions, unless I finish developing my puppet. Interrupting me midway could ruin my inspiration, and that would be a big problem. Jindai planned to complete the new Shimizuki in one go. He had no time for missions. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Jindai. You're not just using this as an excuse to avoid missions, are you? Obito and Rin exchanged dubious glances with Jindai as well. What are you saying? That's ridiculous. I'm completely above board. There's nothing shady about my intentions. Jindai's face turned bright red. He had indeed come up with excuses to dodge missions before, but this time he was genuinely focused on creating a new puppet. He had no thought of slacking off. So, despite telling the truth, Jindai found himself met with disbelief, and he was furious. But there was nothing he could do about it. His history of excuses spoke for itself. At that moment, Minato Namikaze spoke up. All right, since you're working on a new puppet, Jindai, focus on your research. If any missions come up, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, you three go ahead. Once Jindai completes his puppet, he can rejoin you. With Minato's support, Jindai immediately straightened his back, brimming with confidence. See, Lord Minato knows how to look at the big picture. You all should take notes. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin looked at Jindai in exasperation. What did this have to do with seeing the big picture? Rubbing his hands together a bit sheepishly, Jindai said, Lord Minato, I do have one more request. Minato raised an eyebrow. What is it? Go ahead. Well, Lord Jiraiya gave me some basic Konoha technology materials before, and I've finished reading them. I was wondering if you could help me get my hands on some more advanced technology documents. Minato Namikaze readily agreed. Sure, I'll ask someone about those scientific materials, and I'll give them to you along with the summoning talisman. Hee. Thank you so much, Lord Minato. Jindai grinned so widely his gums showed, a clear sign of just how happy he was. Kushina Uzumaki asked, Jindai, are you really not coming to eat? It won't take much more time, right? Jindai shook his head. No, I'm really not going. While I'm still inspired, I want to write down my research plan. If I eat, I'll just get sleepy and forget everything. Now everyone was convinced that Jindai truly couldn't wait to start his research. After all, with how much he usually loved to eat, there's no way he'd skip a meal unless he was genuinely eager. Kushina said, all right then, we'll go ahead. When Minato comes home, I'll have him bring you some food. Jindai hadn't expected Kushina to be so thoughtful, and even remembered to bring him a meal. Thank you, Lady Kushina. Kushina put her hands on her hips and looked at Jindai. Call me sister. Minato, Kakashi, and the others all looked at Kushina in surprise. It was the first time they'd ever heard Kushina ask someone to call her sister. Minato quickly realized why. First, Jindai had helped both him and Kushina. Second, Kushina was originally from the Uzumaki clan of Yuzushio village in the land of whirlpools, and was brought to Konoha because of her special constitution. Similarly, Jindai was once a ninja from Sunagakure, who also came to Konoha due to his unique bloodline limit. Their shared experiences gave Kushina a special fondness for Jindai. Jindai didn't overthink it. If she wanted to be called sister, so be it. It wasn't as if it would cost him anything. Sister Kushina. Kushina beamed with delight. All right, take your time with your research. We'll be off now. After Minato and the others left, Jindai immediately took out paper and pen and began sketching out his plan. His mind was sharp and energetic. Maybe he'd finally gotten enough rest in the hospital. He wrote without the slightest fatigue. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. Jindai stretched his arms, looking with a deep sense of accomplishment at the densely written pages covering the desk. Are you done writing? Whoa! A sudden voice startled Jindai, so much he nearly jumped 3 meters straight into the sink behind him. He turned to see who it was. Obito? Why is it you? Weren't you eating? Obito sat right across from Jindai, but Jindai had been so absorbed in his work he hadn't noticed him at all. Obito pointed to the food on the table and said, I already ate. It's the middle of the night now. I came to bring you dinner. Jindai jumped down from the edge of the pool, patting his chest in relief. You scared me to death. Didn't Sister Kushina say Lord Minato would bring it to me? Why did you come instead? Obito looked at Jindai with a hint of grievance. Jindai, have you forgotten something? Jindai stared back in confusion. Huh? Forgotten what? A gift for Rin. After finishing his meal, Obito had brought some food prepared for Jindai to his house. But since Jindai was so absorbed in his work, Obito didn't want to disturb him and simply waited. He waited for several hours before Jindai finally put down his pen. By now, Obito was full of resentment. Sure enough, Jindai had forgotten about helping him choose a birthday present for Rin Noera. Jindai scratched his head, puzzled. Wait, didn't Rin's birthday already pass? Obito's gaze grew even more mournful. Yes, but something happened last time. Everyone pretty much got hurt, and you and Sensei Minato ended up in the hospital for nearly half a month. Of course we missed Rin's birthday. Even if we missed the day, we can still give her a present. Can't we? I thought you'd help me come up with something while you were in the hospital, but I guess you completely forgot. Jindai cleared his throat awkwardly. Whatever the situation, it was best to sound confident first. Forgot. Not me. I already had something in mind. I was just waiting to see if Rin really mattered to you, so I waited for you to ask. I was only pretending just now. Obito rolled his eyes. Jindai, you know, you're a terrible liar. If you've really thought of something, then tell me. I want to hear what you come up with. Doubting me, are you? Watch closely. I'm only going to show you once. Jindai pulled out a piece of wood, then grabbed a kunai. With swift, deft movements, the kunai danced in his hands. In no time at all, a lifelike wooden figurine of Rin Noera emerged from the block. Jindai tossed the wooden carving to Obito. Well, not bad, right? Obito looked down at the figurine in his hands, delighted. Not bad. It's amazing. It looks just like her. Rin will definitely love this. Thanks, Jindai. But just as Obito was about to leave, Jindai grabbed his arm. I never said you could give this one to Rin as your present. Obito blinked in confusion. Huh? Why not? Didn't you carve this so I could give it to her? Jindai let out a low chuckle. I made this myself, so it only counts as my gift. If you want to give her something, you'll have to carve one yourself. Obito stared blankly at Jindai. But I don't know how. Didn't I just show you? Obito's eyes widened. You moved so fast. Who could see what you were doing? Jindai spoke to Obito in a sincere, heartfelt tone. That's up to you, Obito. Sometimes it's not the gift itself that matters, but the thought behind it. Obito frowned deeply. But last time, didn't you say I should give Rin something she likes? It means the same thing. All right, you could try carving a statue, just like this one for Rin. I've taught you everything I can. Now it's up to you. I need to get back to work. With that, Jindai ushered Obito out of the house and closed the door. His eyes shone as brightly as if he were gazing at a beautiful woman, fixed on the freshly written project plan on his desk. Finally, some peace and quiet. But this is just the plan. It doesn't even count as the opening act. After gulping down a few bites of the meal Obito had brought, Jindai dove into his research. Obito scratched his head as he returned to his own home. He flopped onto his bed, clutching the wooden statue of Rin that Jindai had carved, and stared at it intently. He gazed at it for a long while, then slowly brought the statue closer to his face, and he pressed a kiss to it. Obito's face turned as red as a monkey's behind, and he shyly pulled the covers over his head. Obito, how could you do that? No way. That's just too embarrassing. It took him a long time to recover before he finally pulled the covers down again and looked at the statue of Rin once more. Obito remembered what Jindai had said about the importance of sincerity. But all those kunai and goggles he'd given Rin before, He put his whole heart into those, too. Oh well, I'll listen to Shindai one more time. Obito sprang up from the bed, full of determination. All right, time to get started. I'm going to carve a Rin even more beautiful than Shindai's, and I'll give it to her as a gift. He found a piece of wood, grabbed a kunai, and began to try his hand at carving. Before long, he had finished one. But honestly, his carving wasn't even abstract. It couldn't even be called a person. Without hesitation, Obito tossed it aside, grabbed another piece of wood, and started again. Days passed, one after another. On the third day, Minato Namikaze brought Shindai the lightning blade and the advanced tech blueprints he'd requested. When Shindai saw the materials Minato brought, he was utterly stunned. This wasn't just advanced technology. These were the core secrets of their technological knowledge. Since Minato himself didn't really understand much about technology, he'd simply gone to Konoha's research department and tracked down the chief. The chief, seeing that it was Minato making the request, and personally delivering it, no less, assumed it must be something important and handed over a portion of the core technical documents without hesitation. Minato, not really knowing what he'd received, brought the whole stack of materials straight to Shindai. However, most of these scientific documents actually came from Orochimaru. They were the ones Orochimaru had discarded as unimportant. Yet, even the materials Orochimaru had cast aside were still considered cutting-edge technology in the current ninja world. With these resources, Jindai's technological prowess could advance by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, for the past 3 days, Obito had been locked in a battle of wills with the statues. He'd carved well over 100 statues of Rin no Era. What started as misshapen lumps had, bit by bit, begun to take on a more human form. Obito had just finished carving another statue. As he looked at it in his hands, he realized that, though still very abstract, it was the best he'd made so far. And yet, Obito felt that no matter how hard he tried, this was probably as good as it would ever get. When it came to this sort of thing, he really didn't have much talent. Staring at the highly abstract statue in his hands, Obito was at a loss for words. Will Rin really like this? With a heart full of uncertainty, Obito took the statue and left home to look for Rin no Era. At this time of day, Rin was probably helping out at the ninja hospital. So, Obito made his way to the hospital and found her there. Obito, what brings you here? Rin had just finished treating a wounded patient with the other medical ninjas and was quite surprised to see Obito show up at the hospital. Obito couldn't bring himself to look Rin in the eyes. He stammered, well, Rin, could you come with me for a moment? Rin agreed cheerfully. Of course. I was just about to head home anyway, and then join you guys for training this afternoon. Let's go together. Obito and Rin walked side by side, leaving the hospital behind. Obito was so nervous that he ended up walking awkwardly, arms and legs moving out of sync. He never looked especially bright, and now he seemed even more clueless. His mind was a mess of nerves as he agonized over whether or not he should actually give the statue to Rin. He was completely torn. This statue was the best he'd ever made, but comparison could be cruel. If he hadn't seen the statue Jindai had carved, Obito might have actually thought his own work looked pretty good. But unfortunately, his own statue was meant to imitate Jindai's, and with that comparison, even Obito couldn't fool himself. His version just wasn't attractive. After walking together for a while, Rin turned to him and asked, "So, Obito, what did you want to talk to me about?" Obito shuddered. There was no avoiding it now. He stopped in his tracks, mustered his courage, and said, "Rin, I have something I'd like to give you." Rin looked puzzled. "Give me something?" Obito scratched his head and replied, "Because of Lady Kushina's situation, I missed your birthday, didn't I? So today, I wanted to make it up to you with your birthday present." Rin no Era suddenly understood, smiling as she said, "Oh, so that's what this is about. I'd already forgotten all about it." Obito took a deep breath and handed the statue to Rin. "Rin, this is my gift for you. I hope you'll like it." Rin's eyes lit up with surprise as she gazed at the statue in Obito's hands. "Wow, this statue is beautiful." Obito let out a sheepish laugh. "Huh, really? As long as you like it, Rin." In the end, Obito still didn't have the courage to give her the statue he made himself. He quietly swapped it out, presenting instead the statue carved by Kamiyo as Rin's gift. Obito sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Rin really liked this statue. If he had given her his own creation, she probably wouldn't have looked so delighted. But, Obito, are you sure you didn't grab the wrong one? Obito was caught off guard by Rin's words. Why do you say that? Rin flipped the statue over to show Obito its base. Because there's something engraved here. Obito, you big dummy, I look down on you. I don't think you'd insult yourself, would you? Obito's face twisted as if he'd just swallowed something dreadful. Was Kamiyo some kind of mind reader? Achoo. Back at home, deeply absorbed in his research, Kamiyo suddenly sneezed hard. Rubbing his nose, Kamiyo muttered, I wonder how that Obito kid is doing. It If he dares to give Rin the statue I carved, he's in for it. Why am I worrying about his love life, anyway? I should focus on perfecting my Kaminazuki. With that, Kamiyo threw himself back into his work, heart, and soul. Meanwhile, Obito was mortified, unsure how to explain things to Rin. After all, he'd already given her Kamiyo's statue. If he handed her his own now, it would be obvious he'd only picked someone else's work because he couldn't bring himself to give her his own. Rin would definitely figure out that he tried to pass off someone else's creation because he was embarrassed about his own handiwork. Just as Obito was about to say he'd grabbed the wrong present, Rin suddenly stepped to his left, eyes fixed on the hand he'd been keeping behind his back. Obito, the statue you really want to give me is in your left hand, isn't it? Obito broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected Rin to catch on so quickly. What should he do? What now? Seeing Rin's hopeful gaze, Obito felt even more embarrassed about revealing the statue he'd made. Now, caught between a rock and a hard place, Obito had no choice but to bite the bullet. He pulled out the statue he'd been clutching in his left hand, the one he'd made himself. Obito lowered his head and apologized. Sorry, Rin. Actually, the one you're holding was made by Kandai. I really wanted to carve a statue that looked even better than his as a birthday present for you, but I'm just too clumsy. No matter how hard I tried, it always turned out like this. Maybe I should just forget it and get you a different birthday gift instead. Just as Obito was about to take the statue back, Rin Noera suddenly grabbed his hand and gently took the rather abstract figurine from him. Rin looked into Obito's eyes with sincere seriousness and said, "Why are you apologizing? This is your gift to me, Obito. Why would I want you to change it? Sure, your carving isn't as pretty as Kandai's, but I actually find yours much more interesting. Compared to Kandai's, I like the one you made even more. Obito, don't compare your weaknesses to other people's strengths. You're really talented in your own way. Besides, I doubt Kandai's first carving was any better than yours. What you made is already wonderful." Obito stared at Rin in a daze, feeling his heart pound wildly in his chest. Achoo, achoo. Kandai sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose vigorously, eyeing the scattered iron sand on the table that he had lost control of during his sneezing fit, and grumbled, "What's going on? Who's talking behind my back? Oh, whatever. If I don't know who it is, I'll just assume it's Obito." Obito snapped out of his trance and quickly lowered his head, his face turning as red as a monkey's behind. "Oh, really? Rin, as long as you like it. Obito, can you help me hold these two statues? Make sure your left hand is free." "Huh? Oh, okay." A bit confused, Obito gathered both figurines in his right hand. Then, Rin reached out and took Obito's left hand in hers. Obito jolted as if struck by lightning, his heart instantly floating with joy. "She's holding my hand. Am I dreaming? Obito, you should be more careful when carving. Look at all these cuts on your left hand. You didn't even treat them. Hold on for a second. I'll take care of it." Obito took some ointment for treating wounds from his ninja pouch and, ever so cautiously, applied it to the cuts on his left hand. He felt a tinge of disappointment. So, she just wanted to treat his hand, not really hold it. But that tiny sliver of disappointment vanished almost immediately. Isn't this holding hands, too? For Obito, this definitely counted as holding hands. After she finished applying the ointment, Rin wrapped his hand with a bandage. "All done. Hand it over to me, okay?" Obito passed his own carved statue to Rin, while keeping the one Kandai had made. "Rin, I'll just take this one with me." "Okay." Rin Noera nodded. After all, that gift wasn't meant for her. Obito stared at the wooden statue carved by Kamiyo in his hands, especially the words etched at the base. "Obito, you big idiot. I look down on you." He pursed his lips in annoyance. "Here goes nothing." Without hesitation, Obito hurled the statue far into the distance. After tossing it away, he immediately felt refreshed and carefree. Smiling, he turned to Rin and said, "Rin, let me walk you home." Rin cast a subtle glance in the direction where Obito had thrown the statue, silently praying that it wouldn't hit anyone. If it did, and someone saw it was a statue of her, they might think she was the one who threw it. Hey, who's the troublemaker tossing things around like this? Obito's old neighbor, Granny Dongsun, had landed hard on her backside. The statue hadn't hit her directly, but had landed on the ground in front of her, frightening her enough to make her fall. Just then, Kakashi appeared and helped Granny Dongsun up. "Are you alright, Granny Dongsun? That was a close call. Some people just have no manners, throwing things wherever they please." Kakashi glanced at the ground ahead, and, upon spotting the statue of Rin, his expression twisted into an odd mix of surprise and amusement. Perhaps it was because spring was near, the season when all things come alive. As Obito and Rin strolled together down the streets of Konoha, in another part of the village near the barrier zone, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were also walking side by side. Kushina asked curiously, "Minato, that jutsu you used back then, It felt a lot like the tailed beast bomb the Nine Tails tries to use. How'd you come up with it? Minato replied, I saw Jinchuriki unleash the tailed beast bomb on the battlefield, so I used that as a reference. I wanted to create a jutsu for you, Kushina, that could stand up to Jinchuriki. With a hint of pride, Minato said to Kushina, I even gave it a name, Luminous Spiral Twin Jiraiya-style Ice Pop Ball. Kushina burst out. That sounds so corny, and the name is way too long. Minato, unfazed and not feeling the name was corny at all, looked puzzled. Really? I thought it sounded pretty cool. Kushina pointed at herself and asked, You made that jutsu for me, right? In that case, can I be the one to name it? I'm fine with that. Minato didn't really care about the name. He just thought it sounded awesome. Kushina grabbed Minato's hand. Come with me, Minato. I'll take you somewhere that will really get our creative juices flowing. Hand in hand, Kushina pulled Minato along as she ran forward. Watching Kushina's figure ahead, Minato couldn't help blushing slightly. Oh no, is this what they call butterflies in your stomach? Kushina led Minato to the very top of the spiral tower. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery and the Hokage rock that seemed close enough to touch, Minato Namikaze exclaimed in wonder, I can't believe there's such a beautiful place. A butterfly fluttered past Minato, and he held out a finger. The butterfly landed gently on his fingertip. As the butterfly took off again, Kushina Uzumaki suddenly spoke up, Rasengan. Minato turned to look at her. That's the name for your new jutsu. What do you think? Kushina asked, a little nervous. Rasengan, Minato repeated, and under Kushina's hopeful gaze, he flashed her a bright, gentle smile. Yeah, that's a great name. Seeing Minato's warm smile, Kushina's face bloomed into a genuine, happy grin as well. Minato spent some time training in sealing techniques with Kushina, but eventually he had to leave on a mission. The task of bringing lunch to Jindai had originally been Minato's responsibility, but now it had fallen to Obito and the others. Shortly after Minato left, Kakashi and his team also received a mission and set out as well. Ugh, I'm so hungry. What's going on with Obito and the others today? Why aren't they here yet? Jindai had been holed up at home for days, tinkering with his puppets, rarely setting foot outside. He had completely lost track of time, unable to tell day from night. Whenever exhaustion got the better of him, he'd take a short nap and then go right back to work. By now, his puppet had really taken shape, the overall structure was done, and now it was time to focus on the details. Just as Jindai was debating whether to push through his hunger or step out to grab something to eat. Maybe I'll just tough it out a little longer. Usually if I wait past the hunger, it fades away. He was about to get back to work when, suddenly, the door swung open. At last, you're finally here. I'm starving. Jindai called out, expecting to see Obito and the others. But standing in the doorway was Kushina Uzumaki. Huh? Kushina, what brings you here? He asked in surprise. Kushina walked in, set the food she was carrying on the table, and said, If I didn't come, you'd probably starve in here without Minato or Obito bringing you meals. Obito and his team already left for their mission. They told me about it. I can't believe they didn't tell you. Jindai thought back and vaguely remembered that, when Obito and the others brought him food yesterday, they'd mentioned heading out on a mission. But he'd been so absorbed in his work that their words had gone in one ear and out the other. He just gave a distracted reply and didn't really register it. Scratching his head, Jindai said, I forgot. But, Kushina, is it all right for you to be out and about now? Kushina Uzumaki nodded. Yes, while I was teaching Minato sealing techniques, I made a lot of progress myself. The seal within me is now extremely stable. Even outside the barrier zone, I don't have to worry about the Nine Tails affecting the seal. Still, I need to monitor it for a while, so I can only leave the barrier for a limited time. When the time comes, I have to go back. Looking at you like this, if Minato and the others didn't bring you meals, you'd probably starve yourself before you'd even think of eating. From now on, I'll cook every day and bring your food over. Jindai stared blankly at Kushina for a moment, then asked in confusion, Kushina, why does it seem like you're so nice to me? A second later, a new bump appeared on Jindai's head. Take that seam out of your sentence. Kushina sat down across from Jindai, then smiled and said, Maybe it's because you and I are alike. We both came to Konoha alone from other villages. That makes you feel familiar to me. All right, eat up. Jindai lowered the hand, rubbing his head, opened the lunchbox, and began to eat. Jindai was the sort of person who could be incredibly quiet when he wanted to be, but when he started talking, he really couldn't stop, and he never seemed to learn his lesson. Sure enough, he couldn't help himself again. Kushina, you really should be gentler. Don't just hit people at the drop of a hat. Look at Lord Minato. He's so gentle. You should really take a few lessons from him. A vein was already twitching on Kushina's forehead. So even eating can't shut you up? Sensing signs of another beating, Jindai fell instantly silent. Kushina glanced at the figure beside Jindai. Standing next to him was the puppet Kamanazuki in its basic form. Since Jindai hadn't finished the exterior yet, Kamanazuki was currently just a human-shaped figure made of magnetic iron sand. Kushina asked curiously, "Your puppet still isn't finished?" Jindai swallowed his mouthful of food and replied, "Not even close. There's still a lot of problems I haven't solved. For example, since Kamanazuki is made entirely of magnetic iron sand, I need to come up with a magnetic suppressor that won't interfere with its own properties. Otherwise, this kind of thing can happen in battle." He picked up a kunai and tossed it into the air. Suddenly, the kunai was instantly pulled and stuck to Kamanazuki's body. Jindai explained, "A powerful magnetic field will attract any metal object to Kamanazuki, which could be fatal in a fight. That's the first problem I have to solve. There are plenty of other issues waiting for me, too. Luckily, Lord Minato brought me some technical manuals. Without those, given what I knew back then, I would have had to give up for the time being." Shindai told Kushina Uzumaki about many of the problems he had encountered, but Kushina listened with a dazed expression in her eyes, completely unable to understand. To make matters worse, she inexplicably started to get a headache. After Shindai finished his meal, Kushina took the empty lunchbox, tossed out a quick, "I'll come back at lunchtime tomorrow," and dashed off without another word. Shindai shook his head and sighed. "So, she's not exactly a model student. I was just wasting my breath, talking to her." Another month passed by. Counting only the all-out war, and not the earlier skirmishes, this full-scale conflict had already dragged on for over a year. For more than a month now, Shindai hadn't left his house at all, completely absorbed in his puppet research at home. During this month, it was all thanks to Kushina bringing him meals every day that Shindai was able to focus on his work with peace of mind. However, there were several times when Kushina worried that Shindai might be losing his mind. On more than one occasion, when Kushina came by to deliver his food, she found Shindai's eyes bloodshot, his face exhausted, but his expression wild with excitement, a look of sheer mania. Whenever Kushina saw him like this, she knew just what to do. She'd step in and knock him out with a well-placed punch, forcing him to get some proper sleep. Shindai's progress on Shimuzuki was picking up speed, and he was now nearing the final stages. At present, Shindai was crafting skin for Shimuzuki, but this time, the skin was different from what he had made before. The new skin was also made from magnetic iron sand, but each grain was now coated with skin-like material, which would adhere to Shimuzuki's body via magnetic attraction to form a realistic surface. Now, Shindai held his hands around a yellow-white ball of iron sand. He tossed the ball onto Shimuzuki's body. The moment the iron sand ball touched Shimuzuki, it instantly broke apart, spreading evenly across his body surface. In just a few heartbeats, the yellow-white sand covered Shimuzuki from head to toe, forming an incredibly lifelike skin. Shindai looked at Shimuzuki, his excitement impossible to conceal. He connected Shimuzuki with chakra threads, then twitched his ring finger. In an instant, Shimuzuki's entire right arm exploded into a spray of iron sand, scattering in all directions. But just as suddenly, the sand stopped in midair. Had he let the sand fly freely, the room would have been riddled with tiny holes from the iron sand projectiles. With another twitch of his finger, Shindai commanded the scattered iron sand to gather neatly, reforming the right arm. Then, with another subtle movement, Shimuzuki's right arm shifted shape, transforming into a cannon barrel. At the same time, lightning blade technique was triggered, and a missile loaded into the barrel in the blink of an eye, ready to launch at any moment. Kamishiro was getting more and more exhilarated with each experiment. After another flick of his finger, Kamanazuki's left arm detached and floated in the air, transforming into a cylindrical column of iron sand. Inside that column, he had placed sealing talismans for the Thunderlight sword technique. The iron sand cylinder was riddled with dense holes, each one packed with sunbon needles. The only regret was that Kamishiro wasn't particularly skilled with poisons. If he could coat them in venom, the effect would be remarkable. At the moment, Kamanazuki's body contained 3 Thunderlight sword sealing talismans. 2 of them were loaded with various ninja tools, while the third stored all kinds of missiles crafted by Kamishiro himself, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice, convenient as could be. Kamishiro curled all 5 fingers at once. Instantly, the sunbon and missiles were resealed within the talismans, the iron sand cylinder dispersed, and Kamanazuki's left arm reformed. His right arm returned to normal as well. The entire process was smooth and seamless, almost like a well-rehearsed performance. Meanwhile, thanks to the core Konoha technology documents given to him by Minato Namikaze, Kamishiro's understanding of the magnet release bloodline limit had reached an even deeper level. Magnetism is one aspect of electromagnetic forces, particularly manifesting as magnetic field strength. Its existence is closely tied to the arrangement of electrons in matter and their interaction with magnetic fields. Magnetic and electric fields are interconnected physical phenomena. A changing electric field generates a magnetic field, and a changing magnetic field generates an electric field. In other words, Kamishiro snapped his fingers, and blue currents of electricity instantly spread across Kaminazuki's entire body. At the same time, sparks of electricity danced at Kamishiro's own fingertips. Now, by harnessing his magnet release bloodline limit, Kamishiro could effortlessly generate electric currents, not as a ninjutsu like lightning release, but simply as electricity born from magnetic forces. This phenomenon is called electromagnetic induction, the process by which kinetic energy is transformed into electrical energy through a magnetic field. There were countless ways to put this electricity to use, though Kamishiro couldn't demonstrate many of them at home. Looking at Kaminazuki, whose body was crackling with electricity, Kamishiro pressed a hand to his forehead and burst out laughing. It's done. It's done. Sasori of the Red Sand, you're nothing but a petty piece of trash. You couldn't compare to me before, and now you're only fit to eat my dust. Human puppets? Worthless. My Kaminazuki now leaves you in the dust by 100 leagues. I can't wait to face you, to trample those proud puppets of yours into the ground. At the height of Kamishiro's elation, the door suddenly swung open. I could hear you laughing from halfway down the block, Kamishiro. What's so funny? Kushina Uzumaki stopped short. Kaminazuki's skin had just been finished, and Kamishiro hadn't dressed him yet, so he stood there stark naked. And there was Kamishiro, grinning at the naked Kaminazuki. No matter how you looked at it, the scene was more than a little awkward. Kamiyo's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he sensed something was wrong. He realized he was laughing right in front of Kaminazuki, who stood there with nothing on but her flawless figure. Even though she was just a puppet, anyone looking in would surely find this scene more than a little indecent. Kamiyo's face changed dramatically as he noticed Kushina Uzumaki's hair starting to rise, even though there was no wind. That was always a sure sign Kushina was about to start swinging. Wait, Kushina. It's not what you think, I swear. So, this is a new puppet you've been working on lately, huh? I have to say, it looks beautiful. If I didn't know better, I'd almost believe you had a twin sister. It's so lifelike. Kushina clicked her tongue in amazement as she studied Kaminazuki. With several lumps already swelling on his head, Kamiyo planted his fists on his hips and declared proudly, Kaminazuki isn't just beautiful. Let me say it plainly. There isn't a single puppet in the whole shinobi world that can hold a candle to my Kaminazuki. Oh, that's a bold claim, Kushina replied, her curiosity piqued. By the way, I thought I heard you laughing and cursing at someone just now. Were you talking about that scorpion of the sand? Kamiyo sneered. That's right. Sasori, the so-called genius puppet master of Sunagakure. Everyone says his puppetry is the best, but honestly, I don't see the big deal. He's just a loveless, despicable, shameless guy. I am the best puppet master, not just in Sunagakure, but in the entire shinobi world. Kushina gave Kamiyo a look that was hard to read, clearly noticing just how much he disliked this Sasori fellow. She pressed on. So, have you ever fought him with your puppets? Who won? Kamiyo answered with complete confidence. We haven't fought yet, but I'd win for sure. A snicker slipped past Kushina's lips, and she burst into laughter. Kamiyo twitched his mouth and let out a dismissive, whatever, believe what you want. There was no use explaining the intricacies of Kaminazuki's design to someone like Kushina, who had never been a model student. She'd either not understand or end up mocking him, which would just annoy him even more. Kamiyo decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Kaminazuki was finally completed, after all. Kushina then asked, so your puppet is finished. Are you ready to meet up with Kakashi and the others? The thought of leaving peaceful life in the leaf and heading into the chaos of battle filled Kamiyo with dread. He responded half-heartedly. After working so hard, I need a few days rest, don't I? Anyway, Kakashi and his team usually don't get sent straight into combat. Kakashi and Obito are both getting strong, and Rin's always got their backs. Whether I'm there or not won't make much difference, so I'll go when I'm rested. Kushina pressed her lips together and said, Minato really did call it. He guessed exactly what you'd say. Kamiyo asked in confusion. Huh? What do you mean by that? Kushina Uzumaki explained. Before Minato left on his mission, he gave me a heads up. He said that once you finish your puppet, you'd probably find all sorts of reasons to stay in the village instead of leaving. So he specifically told me to talk to the third Hokage as soon as your puppet was done. That way, we can make sure you'd have to regroup with Kakashi and the others. Kamiyo's expression grew incredulous. Lord Minato, that's just not fair. How would he do this to me? He's not treating me like a person at all. This is just too much. Kushina cleared her throat, trying to defend Minato. Hey, you can't say that. We're at war now, and you're a proud Konoha genin. Minato even went out of his way to ask the third Hokage to let you stay home and do your research in peace. Otherwise, every ninja is expected to follow orders and be ready to head to the battlefield at any moment. You wouldn't have been able to enjoy the comfort of working on your research. Besides, Obito and the others have been waiting for you to rejoin the team. Could you really let them keep hoping you'll come back to fight by their side while you hide out in the village? Kamio mumbled under his breath. What's so glorious about being a genin? And I'm not really hiding. I just wanted a bit of rest. All right, I'll go. Kushine, what's going on with the situation in the ninja world right now? It had been about 2 months since Kamio arrived in Konoha from the Land of Grass, and he figured things must have changed by now. Kushine's face grew serious. The situation in the ninja world changes by the day. I heard Minato had several clashes in the Land of Fields with both A, the Raikage of the Cloud Village, and Killer B, the new Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Kamio exclaimed in surprise. Wait, wasn't the Cloud Village locked in a deadly struggle with the Rock Village? Why are they fighting against Lord Minato and the others now? Kushina shrugged. Who knows? From what I've heard, the Cloud Village raided a lot of Konoha supplies, so Minato was sent to deal with them. But since the Cloud Ninja couldn't handle Minato, they had to send out A and their Jinchuriki. Still, now it seems the Cloud Village has almost completely withdrawn from the war. Kamio asked blankly, what happened? Why did the Cloud Village just pull out of the war? Kushina explained, the third Raikage of the Cloud Village died. I heard he led a ninja squad in a surprise attack on the Rock Village, but the Rock Ninja saw through their plan. The third Raikage and his unit were ambushed by tens of thousands of enemy ninja. To let his comrades escape, the third Raikage fought alone, drawing the enemy away and holding them off for 3 days and nights until he finally collapsed from exhaustion. Because of this incident, the morale in the hidden Cloud Village was dealt a heavy blow. Driven by the desire for revenge, they threw themselves desperately into battle against the hidden Stone Village. But a war fueled by hatred alone could never last long. Before long, the Cloud's high command began to recall their shinobi stationed elsewhere, as if they were preparing to withdraw from the war altogether. Jindai's mouth fell open. He had expected the situation to change, but not so drastically. The third Raikage had actually died just like that. Curious, Jindai asked, by the way, was there really an army of 10,000 stone shinobi? Kushina let out a dismissive laugh. No way. That number is definitely exaggerated. If there were even a few thousand stone shinobi, that would already be impressive. She continued, the hidden stone village suffered a serious blow from this as well, and they become much more cautious. I've heard that they now avoid direct clashes with us on the battlefield whenever possible, and they'll retreat from fights they can avoid. Still, they're definitely biding their time, recovering their strength. They could attack the Leaf at any moment. Right now, for us in the Leaf, the real headaches are the Sand and Mist villages. Originally, they were tangled up in a chaotic brawl over in the Land of Tea, but as the fighting dragged on, their conflict spilled over into the Land of Fire. So we Leaf Shinobi had no choice but to get involved in their mess. Judging by the current situation, this war might be over in as soon as a year. Jindai paused to think. It was just as Kushina said, the war might really end within a year. After all, Kakashi was about to turn 12. At the age of 12, Kakashi would become a true Jonin. After that, in the Battle of Canopy Bridge, he would receive Obito's Sharingan. Soon after, Rin Noera would become the Three Tails Jinchuriki, return to the Leaf with the intention of destroying it, only to be stopped by Kakashi. In the end, the fighting would reach the very gates of the Leaf, and after that battle was won, the Third Great Ninja War would be more or less over. Jindai looked at Kushina with a strange expression. Wait a second, Kushina, you've been in the Leaf this whole time. How do you know the situation so well? Kushina gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. You caught me. Minato sends me messages from time to time, and he tells me about what's going on, so I know a little bit here and there. All right then. Jindai's expression grew serious. In his heart, he couldn't feel happy at the thought that the war might soon be over. The reason, of course, was because of Obito and the others. Obito, Rin Noera, and Kakashi were his close friends now. Deep down, Jindai really didn't want to see Obito become that masked man who abandoned himself and lived shrouded in darkness. He much preferred the silly, goofy Obito he knew. Nor did he want the kind-hearted Rin, who'd always treated him so well, to become a mere sacrifice, a trigger to push Obito into the abyss. Kakashi, too, suffered greatly, both physically and mentally, after losing Obito and Rin Noera, his two teammates, one after the other. As his friend, Kamio couldn't bear to see them in pain, swallowed by endless darkness. The truth was, if only Obito could have been saved, perhaps all those tragic events that followed could have been avoided. But should things really be changed? Kamiyo wanted to change Yakura's future precisely because, to him, Yakura wasn't that important in the grand scheme of things. Yet Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were all vitally important. But what if the entire future changed as a result? One of Kamiyo's sources of security was his knowledge of what was to come. Even though those memories were gradually becoming blurry, he still remembered the general direction of events. If things changed, that sense of security would vanish. Of course, if the future could change for the better, that would be wonderful. But what if things took a turn for the worse? Kamiyo was struggling with this dilemma. In fact, he'd wrestled with it before, but since he couldn't find a satisfying answer, he had deliberately pushed it out of his mind. Now, though, the time was drawing near. These events were about to happen, and Kamiyo could no longer pretend to forget. Because of Kamiyo, changes were already taking place. Take Obito's Sharingan, for example. Originally, Obito was supposed to awaken his Sharingan during the battle at Canopy Bridge. But now, because of Kamiyo, he had awakened it much earlier. With his Sharingan, Obito's strength, just as he didn't want Kakashi to suffer the devastating loss of both Obito and Rin Noara, Kamiyo couldn't bear to see his friend tormented both physically and mentally. As a close friend, Kamiyo didn't want them to be swallowed by pain and sink into endless darkness. In truth, if only Obito could have been saved, perhaps all those chains of tragedy might never have occurred. But should he really change things? Kamiyo's desire to change Yakura's future stemmed from the fact that Yakura's fate wasn't crucial to the grand scheme of things. However, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were all vitally important. What if the entire future changed as a result? One of Kamiyo's sources of security came from his knowledge of what was to come. Even though those memories were starting to blur, he still had a general sense of the direction things should take. If everything changed, that sense of security would vanish. And while it would be good if the future turned out better, what if it spiraled into something worse? Kamiyo was torn. In fact, he had wrestled with this dilemma before. The lack of any clear answer had made him deliberately push it out of his mind. But the time was drawing near. These events would soon unfold, and Kamiyo could no longer force himself to forget. In fact, because of Kamiyo, some changes had already begun to take shape. For instance, Obito's Sharingan. Originally, Obito was supposed to awaken his Sharingan during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, but now, because of Kamiyo, it had awakened much earlier. With the Sharingan, Obito's strength was climbing rapidly. He was no longer the slow, talentless boy he once was. And this could very well lead to changes in the outcome of the Canopy Bridge incident. It was possible that now, the Dancing King, Uchiha Madara, already had his eyes on Obito, plotting how to lure him into darkness. Come to think of it, why did Madara choose Obito in the first place? After all, Obito had always been considered the weakest in his clan. How could Madara have seen something special in him? Surely Madara wasn't some kind of prophet who foresaw Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan unlocking the overpowered ability Kamui, right? And as for that mama's boy Black Zetsu, he probably didn't care about Obito at first either. Obito didn't have the chakra of Indra or Ashura after all. Kamiyo racked his brains, and then suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He finally understood why Obito had caught Madara's eye. Madara's choice wasn't about Obito's abilities, but about his character. At this moment, Obito brimmed with kindness, always going out of his way to help those weaker than himself. The Uchiha clan believed strongly in love, but they were also extreme. When they lost that love, it was replaced by hatred just as powerful. Once hatred consumed their hearts and clouded their eyes, they would swing to the other extreme, making them all the easier to manipulate. Moreover, the Sharingan, known as the eye that reflects the soul, can be awakened and continually evolve through intense emotional stimulation, ultimately transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In other words, no matter how poor Obito's natural talent or abilities might be, as long as his heart is filled with extreme hatred, he can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly making a dramatic leap in power. So, Uchiha Madara doesn't care at all about Obito's actual abilities. It's precisely because Obito is so affectionate that he's more likely to become extreme, making him easier to manipulate. And that's why he became Madara's chosen target. Shindai felt a bit troubled. Even knowing all this, what good would it do? Although Obito has now awakened the Sharingan and become much stronger, undergoing a significant transformation, his personality hasn't changed. So, if he was a target before, he'll still be a target now. Should he just stand by and do nothing? But as a good friend, knowing full well the calamity that awaits them, and yet doing nothing, what kind of friend would that make him? Would he even be human? Shindai scratched his head in frustration. I should have just hidden away in some forgotten corner from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't be tangled up in all this. Kushina Uzumaki stared at Shindai's outburst in confusion, unable to understand what had suddenly gotten into him. Hadn't she just been explaining the situation in the ninja world to him? Was this really worth such a dramatic reaction? Hey Shindai, what's going on with you? Shindai let out a heavy sigh and, visibly troubled, asked, Kushina, can I ask you something? Kushina's curiosity was instantly piqued. What kind of question? After thinking for a moment, Shindai replied, it's about feelings, I suppose. Kushina immediately sat up straight, her demeanor turning serious. A question about feelings. She couldn't help but wonder which girl Shindai liked. Could it be Rin Noera? After all, as far as she knew, Rin seemed to be the only girl Shindai's age that he knew in Konoha. But wait, Obito liked Rin, didn't he? Could it be that Shindai's distress was because both he and Obito liked Rin, and since Obito was his good friend, Shindai didn't know what to do, so he wanted to ask her for advice? Kushina could barely contain her excitement. It felt like she was about to hear some juicy gossip. Clearing her throat, Kushina said solemnly, Go ahead and ask. I'll help you analyze it thoroughly. Shindai hesitated for a moment, then said, I have a friend. The moment Shindai started with those words, Kushina almost burst out laughing. It's as she suspected. What comes next surely won't surprise her. I have a friend who knows that his friends might run into something truly awful. He's really torn up about whether or not he should help them, because if he does, things could get even worse. Really, what he wants is just a peaceful life, doing things he enjoys, and he doesn't want to get caught in the middle of all this. But if he doesn't help, it feels like he'd be letting everyone down, like he's not even being a decent person. So, if it were you, Sister Kushina, what would you do? Kushina's eyes went wide in disbelief as she stared at Kamishiro. Why would you ask me that? Shouldn't you be asking? She quickly clapped her hand over her mouth, realizing she'd almost said too much. Kamishiro looked puzzled. What should I be asking? Kushina took her hand away, letting out an awkward laugh. Oh, nothing. Never mind. Kamishiro pressed on. Sister Kushina, if it were you, what would you do? If you helped, there's a real chance my friend would get dragged deep into trouble, maybe never able to get back to a peaceful life. There could be endless problems. Maybe everything would change for good. Kushina tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Then she asked, But haven't you already made up your mind? Kamishiro frowned in confusion. Huh, what did I do that? I'm asking you because I don't know. Kushina began about to explain, but Kamishiro cut her off quickly. No, it's not me. It's my friend's problem. Not mine. Kushina slapped her palm on the table. Let's just say you are this friend. You know something terrible is coming for your friends. You have the power to change things. But you're afraid of making things worse, afraid it'll ruin your peaceful life. So you hesitate to help. But if you don't help, you feel like you're failing as a person, right? Kamishiro nodded. Yeah, that's exactly it. Kushina broke into a smile. If you were truly afraid of losing your peaceful life, you wouldn't even be asking this question. The only reason you're asking is because you're already prepared for things to change. That's why you're struggling with this. So, you're not really torn about whether you should help or not. What you're missing is a reason to convince yourself to step out of your peaceful life and help. Kamishiro's face scrunched up. To be honest, he wasn't at all satisfied with Kushina's answer. She'd said he just needed a reason, not that he was truly conflicted about helping or not. Kamishiro didn't agree with that at all. To him, it really did feel like he was stuck, unsure whether or not to help. If he'd already decided to help, surely he'd have found a reason by now. Seeing the look on Kamishiro's face, Kushina knew right away that he wasn't happy with her answer. So Kushina Uzumaki said, if you know for certain that your friend's going to face something terrible, but you just let it happen, afterwards, wouldn't you feel guilty and blame yourself? Jindai nodded silently. When Rin Noera dies, Obito is consumed by darkness, and Kakashi drowns in pain. If he, knowing everything, does nothing and lets it all unfold, how could he not feel remorse and guilt? Kushina continued, since you'd feel guilty, do you really think you could go on living peacefully if you chose that quiet life? Jindai stared at Kushina, momentarily stunned. Her words made sense. When that time came, could he really live on in peace with a clear conscience? Jindai wasn't a cold or unfeeling person. He knew he couldn't do it. Kushina smiled warmly. It seems you understand now. If you don't help, you'll never return to a peaceful life. Besides, you're afraid of something even worse happening in the future. But do you really know what's coming? Jindai shook his head. Of course he didn't know what would happen. He was only guessing. Kushina gently placed her hand on Jindai's head and ruffled his hair. Since you don't know what the future holds, why worry so much about it now? At the very least, helping your friends isn't a bad thing, is it? Who can say what tomorrow will bring? All we can do is make the most of this moment, so we won't have regrets. Jindai frowned deeply, losing himself in thought. Kushina didn't disturb him. She waited quietly, letting Jindai work things out on his own. She believed he would. Jindai mulled over Kushina's words. Yes, who really knows what the future holds? He'd been born into this world, and Obito had awakened the Sharingan early. That alone proved that this world wasn't a rigid, unchanging script. Maybe the future already had shifted. And now, he was friends with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. If he allowed them to be hurt, he'd feel guilt, grief, and regret. Since things had already changed, maybe changing them a bit more wouldn't hurt. The Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out yet. There were plenty of people from Madara to choose from. It didn't have to be Obito. And when Obito and the others grew stronger, he could have them work for him. After all, they owed him. He could still enjoy his days in peace. Yes, that's it. That's the answer. Having convinced himself, Jean Dai's brow gradually relaxed. He let out a long breath, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Kushina looked at him gently. I see you've made up your mind. A smile unknowingly spread across Kamashiro's face as he nodded. I've figured it out. Now Kamashiro felt completely at ease, stretching out lazily in contentment. Kushina Uzumaki, curious, asked, what kind of danger will Obito and the others face? It must be serious if it had you so conflicted. Halfway through his stretch, Kamashiro was caught off guard by Kushina's question. He suddenly choked and burst into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Kushina sis, who said Obito and the others were in danger. I was just asking for a friend. That's all. Kushina gave Kamashiro a look that said, don't bother pretending. I see right through you. She teased him in an exaggerated voice. Oh, you're asking for a friend? Which friend? In Konoha, your friends are pretty much just Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, right? Kamashiro huffed indignantly. I used to be with the Sand Village, you know? Doesn't that mean I had friends there too? Kushina snorted. Oh, really? Minato says you barely ever left your house in the Sand Village. After all those years, it sounds like you can count the people who know you on one hand. Are you sure you even had any friends there? Kamashiro shot back, annoyed. Don't underestimate me. Of course I had friends. I had a really good friend in the Sand Village. Her name is Yakura. Huh. Kushina looked at him with a mocking smile, making it clear she didn't believe a word he said. Kamashiro felt thoroughly insulted. His face turned bright red as he insisted. I'm telling the truth. I really do have a friend named Yakura. Kushina replied offhandedly. Yeah, I believe you. I really do. Kamashiro was so exasperated he thought he might explode. Is honesty really so hard to believe these days? With a defeated sigh, Kamashiro plopped down on a chair, resigning himself. Fine, think whatever you want. Kushina didn't press any further. If Kamashiro didn't like Rin, then honestly, she wasn't all that interested either. Standing up, Kushina said, all right, take a couple of days to rest. In 2 days, I'll take you to see the Hokage. Kamashiro let out a disgruntled huff and turned away. He was so mad, he didn't want to talk to Kushina anymore. Oh, whatever you say, Kushina sis. 2 days, right? I'll be ready to go see the Hokage with you. Already sporting several bumps on his head, Kamashiro now had yet another fresh one, making him look like a nesting doll. Still, he managed to force a fawning smile at Kushina. Kushina gave him some final instructions. Take these 2 days to rest up. Go take a bath for starters. I don't even know how long it's been since you washed. You're starting to smell. And another thing, put some clothes on your puppets. Kamashiro sniffed himself and realized she had a point. Kushina cease. See you later. After watching Kushina Uzumaki leave, Kamiyo finally let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he'd seen that troublesome ancestor off. Once Kamiyo had finished dressing Kemonozuki, he sighed again. In just 2 days, he'd be heading back to the battlefield. The thought alone made him miserable. Somewhere in the ninja world, in a place known as the Graveyard of Mountains, the elderly Madara Uchiha sat atop a tree stump, using it as a makeshift chair. A thick tube was connected to his back, and looming behind him was the colossal Geto statue. From the earth, a pitch-black mass wriggled its way out, a shadowy figure, none other than Black Zetsu. Madara's voice was harsh and raspy as he asked, "How did it go?" Black Zetsu gave his report. "Madara, the person you wanted me to investigate. One of them is currently on a mission with his team at the border of the Land of Fire. Another remains imprisoned in Konoha's jail, and I'm still searching for the last one." Hearing this, Madara merely murmured, "I see." After Black Zetsu finished his report and Madara responded, the two fell into a heavy silence. Black Zetsu assumed Madara was deep in thought, until he heard the faint sound of snoring. Only then did he realize Madara had actually fallen asleep. Ahem! Black Zetsu cleared his throat with a staged cough. Madara opened his eyes and let out a weary sigh. "I find myself dozing off more and more these days. My time is almost up." Once revered as the king of the battlefield, he was now just a feeble old man clinging to life in the shadows. The indignity of it all left Madara deeply frustrated. Black Zetsu, puzzled, asked, "Madara, you transplanted your Rinnegan into Nagato. Why not continue grooming him as your successor? Why look for another agent? Isn't that redundant? If you're worried, Nagato might stray from your plans. I can keep an eye on him. But by searching for someone else, you're just increasing the number of people who know your intentions. Doesn't that double the risk? Madara's voice was hoarse as he replied. You are merely a manifestation of my will, lacking any real power. If Nagato ever goes astray, you won't be able to restrain someone who wields the Rinnegan. That's why I need a second safeguard. True, the more people who know, the greater the risk. But my plan is meant to unfold only after my death, so I will lose control over Nagato. Completing this plan won't happen overnight. It will take years, at least 15 or more. Too much can change in that time. That's why I need another agent, someone who can keep Nagato in check. If one betrays me, the other can carry on my will. Inside, Black Zetsu was sneering. He might lack brute strength, but he was the one manipulating the fate of the entire ninja world. If he wanted to control Nagato, it would be child's play. Still, Madara Uchiha's caution was understandable. A double layer of security never hurt. If things really did go wrong with Nagato, just as Madara feared, his chosen stand-ins could step up. Black Zetsu asked, puzzled. But Madara, why did you pick those three? Especially that kid. He's slow-witted and weak, hardly of any real use. Madara glanced up at Black Zetsu. You're supposed to be a creation of my will. How is it that you haven't inherited any of my intelligence? Fortunately, Black Zetsu's face was black to begin with. If it were white, it would have turned black with indignation. After all, he could almost claim to have shaped and manipulated the fate of the entire ninja world. Did he really lack wisdom? Inheriting Madara's intelligence? If anything, it should be Madara inheriting his. He was merely a pawn, and yet he dared to flip the board. Clearly, it was simply that Madara was too foolish and Black Zetsu too clever. The gap was so wide, it was impossible for Madara to understand. Madara explained to Black Zetsu, that kid you called slow and weak is actually my first choice as a stand-in. I chose Obito because he's different from the other. Uchihas. Obito is kind-hearted, and only someone truly kind can, after losing a loved one, erupt with such hatred as to undergo a profound transformation. The other two are merely backups in case something happens to Obito. If he doesn't falter, I have no intention of using them. Uchiha Shana has inherited my will. He's a cunning and devious man, deeply dissatisfied with Tobirama Senju's policies toward the Uchiha, and has always longed to reclaim sovereignty from the Senju. The problem is, he's a bit foolish. His attempts to incite rebellion among the Uchiha were noticed by Tobirama, and after being arrested, he's been locked away in prison ever since. If Shana were to act as my proxy, at least his loyalty would be unquestionable. He would stop at nothing to carry out my orders, but he lacks the necessary hatred, so I don't have much faith in his strength. As for the third, she was from my own era, when my father, Uchiha Taijima, was clan leader. She possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and her ocular powers were quite remarkable. She even had 2 kinds of ocular techniques transplanted into her, but was ultimately sealed away by a joint effort from the Senju and Sarutobi clans. No one knows her name, so the clan calls her Nameless. She resents the Uchiha, the shinobi, and the ninja world itself. If I can harness that hatred, she can be controlled. However, her hatred is filled with uncertainty. After all, it's not a grudge that I planted, so unless I have no other choice, I wouldn't select her. That's why. For now, I only want you to locate where she's sealed. Even if you manage to find her prison, I don't intend to break the seal and let her out right away. Black Zetsu asked, besides those 3, is there truly no other suitable candidate? Uchiha Madara replied with a cold indifference. My energy is limited. I can't scrutinize everyone's past myself. That's precisely why I created you, to investigate and watch in my stead. If, later on, you discover someone fitting, you may bring them to my attention. Black Zetsu assented. Understood. I'll keep an eye out for any other promising candidates. Madara emphasized, but don't lose sight of your priorities. Your main task is to monitor Obito, wait for the right moment to act, and then bring him to me. And continue searching for the place where Nameless is sealed. It should be somewhere within the Land of Fire. Search carefully. Even if she can't serve as my proxy, she could still be an ace up our sleeve, a secret weapon for us to use in the future. That's all the explanation you need. Don't ask such foolish questions again. Now go, get to work. Black Zetsu almost lost his composure. What's with the act, really? He's not supposed to know all this. What's wrong with asking a few questions? Black Zetsu's form melted into the earth, leaving the mountain graveyard behind to get to work for Boss Madara. 2 days later, Kushina Uzumaki arrived at the Hokage's office with Kamishiro. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi laid eyes on Kamishiro, he felt a little uneasy. After all, Kamishiro's flattery last time had left a deep impression on him. He tried to forget about it, but seeing Kamishiro brought it all rushing back. Sarutobi did his best to maintain a friendly expression and smiled. It looks like you've finally perfected your puppet research, Kamishiro. Congratulations. Oh, come now, Lord Hokage. There's no need for such formality. Next time I return, I'll custom make one just for you. You'll be more than satisfied. Though I'll have to make sure Lady Bawako doesn't find out. Kamishiro waggled his eyebrows at Sarutobi in a sly, slightly indecent way. Sarutobi was a bit baffled by Kamishiro's words. Custom make one? Keep it a secret from his wife, Bawako? Why? Noticing Sarutobi's confused look, Kamishiro grinned mischievously and said, Lord Jiraiya was really pleased with his, you know. Suddenly, Sarutobi's eyes lit up in realization. He instantly understood what Kamishiro meant. At first, Sarutobi hadn't quite grasped what Kamishiro meant by customizing a puppet. But the moment Kamishiro mentioned Jiraiya's satisfaction, Sarutobi got it in an instant. Jiraiya's character. Now that was something Hiruzen Sarutobi knew all too well. After all, he and Jiraiya were cut from the same cloth, both with a deep appreciation for all things beautiful. In simpler terms, they were both hopelessly enamored with women. If only it were possible to customize one. Hiruzen found himself daydreaming about ordering a younger version of Lake Biwa. Wait a minute, if you could really choose anything, why still pick Lake Biwa? Of course, if you could customize. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts started to drift into fantasy, Kushina Uzumaki's perplexed voice broke through. Kamiyo? Third Hokage? What are you two talking about? What's this about customizing? And Jiraiya-sama likes it too. Both Hiruzen and Kamiyo coughed awkwardly and replied in unison. It's nothing. Kushina, watching the strange exchange between Hiruzen and Kamiyo, couldn't help but feel bewildered. Hiruzen, with a satisfied smile, said, Kamiyo, let's talk about this later. After the war is over, you can give me all the details. Kamiyo put on a knowing look and replied, Hokage-sama, you can count on me. I guarantee you'll feel like you're young again. In that moment, all of Hiruzen's previous discomfort about seeing Kamiyo vanished without a trace. Clearly, this was a truly outstanding shinobi, someone devoted heart and soul to Konoha. Hiruzen then asked, So Kamiyo, are you planning to regroup with Kakashi and the others? Kamiyo answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course. After all, I'm on their team. Hiruzen's brows knit together ever so slightly as he said, Kamiyo, that might not be the best idea. Perhaps. I should assign you to another squad for now. You can work with them until Kakashi's team finishes their mission, and then I'll arrange for you to rejoin them. Kamiyo shook his head vigorously. No way, no way. I don't want to team up with strangers. I can wait. Once Kakashi and the others finish, then I'll join them. Kushina turned to Hiruzen and asked, Third Hokage, are Kakashi and his team on some secret mission? Is that why it's inconvenient? Hiruzen took a thoughtful puff on his pipe before answering. It's not that Kakashi's team is unavailable. It's Kamiyo who's inconvenient. Kamiyo looked genuinely confused. Huh? Me? What's so inconvenient about me? I'm a guy. There's no such thing as inconvenient days for me. With a swift motion, Kushina gave Kamiyo a sound smack upside the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Rubbing his head, Kamiyo looked at Hiruzen and asked, Hokage-sama, just tell me straight. Maybe I'm more convenient than you think? Hiruzen exhaled a stream of smoke and explained, Kakashi's team is at the border of the Land of Fire, but their opponents are sand shinobi. And since he used to be a ninja from Sunagakure, that could be problematic. At last, realization dawned on both Kamiyo and Kushina. So that was the reason. It turned out Sarutobi Hiruzen was concerned that, since Jindai used to be a ninja of the hidden Sand Village, he might have reservations about fighting against Sand Village ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, and now you're wanted by the Sand Village. Your magnet release and puppet techniques are quite recognizable. If they spot you, they'll definitely come after you. So the battlefield where Kakashi and the others are stationed is especially dangerous for you. Jindai found Sarutobi's reasoning quite convincing. Still, the idea of teaming up with strangers was absolutely unappealing to him. He'd much rather stay in Konoha for the time being. Just as Jindai was about to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen if he could take on some logistics work in the village, Sarutobi spoke again. I've also heard that this time, the one commanding the Sand Ninjas is none other than Chiyo, the advisor of the hidden Sand Village. Sarutobi hadn't even finished his sentence when Jindai immediately cut in. Lord Hokage, I'll go. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jindai puzzled. Based on what Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya had told him, whenever Jindai heard about danger, he would usually want nothing to do with it. Why the sudden change? With gritted teeth, Jindai declared, That old hag Chiyo, I swear, I'm going to give her a taste of her own medicine. She dared to frame me. In all my life, I've never been so wronged. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Kushina exchanged glances, then both turned with complicated expressions to observe the seething Jindai. Neither of them had expected that Jindai would actually be willing to fight the sand ninjas just because Chiyo was there. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned him. Jindai, Kakashi is now a special jonin, and Obito and Rin are chunin. Their mission will definitely involve fighting. You can be sure that you'll be facing the sand ninjas, and since you used to be one of them, once you join, there's no backing out halfway. Jindai said through clenched teeth. They're the ones who played dirty first. From the very beginning, I was forced into this. No one ever asked what I wanted. And when I was no longer useful, they just threw me under the bus. I've never been treated so unfairly in my life. If they want to burn bridges, fine, but this is too much. Lord Hokage, you don't have to say anything more. I'm a Konoha ninja now. I won't go easy on them, just because we once came from the same village. It's not like I ever really knew them anyway. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Jindai in silence for a moment, then spoke. Since you've made up your mind, Jindai. Very well. As the Hokage, I now order you. Proceed immediately to the border of the Land of Fire. Join up with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, and the four of you will carry out your mission together. Jindai made a quick trip home, gathering everything he needed into his backpack. After tidying up, Kushina Uzumaki helped adjust Jindai's Konoha ninja combat uniform, then ruffled his hair and reminded him, be careful on the battlefield and stay safe. Understand? Jindai bid farewell to Kushina. I understand. Kushina and Izen, I'm heading out now. Watching Jindai as he left, Kushina let out a sigh. Another one is gone. Having left Konoha, Jindai was now filled with a rush of excitement. He was about to face Chiyo. How could not be thrilled? Since he couldn't find Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, at the moment, he'd test the strength of the Kaminabi technique on Chiyo first. After all, she too was an elite puppet master. What's more, compared to Raza, Jindai disliked Chiyo even more. When the third Kazekage disappeared, Sasori vanished on the same day. Wasn't Chiyo's younger brother, Ebizo, supposed to be clever? Could he really not suspect Sasori was involved? Jindai refused to believe that Ebizo and Chiyo hadn't realized Sasori was the culprit. Most likely, they simply didn't want to accept it, or were trying to cover for him. After all, Sasori was Chiyo's grandson and Ebizo's grandnephew. And Jindai? He was just an ordinary Sunagakure ninja with a magnet release, Kekiai Genkai. Nothing special. He had no status, no connections, which was why he was so easily abandoned, made to bear the blame for the third Kazekage's disappearance. That way, perhaps Sasori could eventually return to the village. Border of the Land of Fire. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara had just fought a fierce skirmish against the Sand Shinobi. They were on the verge of victory, but reinforcements from the Sand forced the trio to retreat for now. Ugh, those Sand Shinobi are shameless. Don't they know not to hit people in the face? No wonder it's the village Jindai used to live in. They all love to go for the face. Outrageous, Obito muttered, his face swollen and bruised. All right, stop complaining and hold still. Let me treat that for you, Rin said, taking out an ointment and gently applying it to Obito's wounds. Obito asked, Kakashi, what should we do next? Kakashi consulted the map. We're already deep in enemy territory. It's too dangerous to stay. Let's pull back for now. The trio withdrew from their position, making their way back to the Konoha camp. Jindai had already arrived at the Konoha encampment ahead of them. Right now, he stood stiffly in the command room, feeling quite self-conscious. And the person in charge here was Orochimaru. Back in a land of hot water, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were all stationed at the outpost, but Jindai had only met Jiraiya and Tsunade. He had never seen Orochimaru. Now, seeing Orochimaru for the first time, Jindai couldn't help but feel deeply uneasy. It felt as though a cold, venomous snake had its eyes fixed on you, as if you had become its prey, never knowing when it might suddenly strike and sink its fangs into you. Even though Orochimaru's face remained expressionless, Jindai couldn't shake the feeling that he was plotting something sinister. Orochimaru glanced down at the scroll in his hand. Kakashi and his team are currently out on a mission. No one knows when they'll return. Since Lord Sarutobi has instructed you to continue working with them, you should wait here at the base until they come back. Throughout the conversation, Orochimaru never once looked Jindai in the eyes, almost as if he thought Jindai wasn't even worth his attention. But Jindai understood. Orochimaru was always a cold, distant person. This wasn't anything personal. In his eyes, Jindai simply wasn't worth the trouble. Orochimaru continued flipping through other scrolls, but when he noticed that Jindai hadn't left, he finally looked up and met his gaze. Why are you still here? Is there something else? Jindai hesitated, a bit embarrassed. Lord Orochimaru, I have a rather bold request. Just say it. A faint crease appeared on Orochimaru's brow. He clearly disliked people who beat around the bush, finding a waste of time. Sensing Orochimaru's impatience, Jindai hurriedly blurted out, "Lord Orochimaru, I want to challenge Chiyo." For a brief moment, Orochimaru was taken aback by Jindai's words. Then, for the first time, his gaze lost its icy sheen and was instead tinged with genuine interest. "You used to be a ninja from the hidden sand, so you probably know more about Chiyo than I do. She's a top-tier puppeteer, but also a formidable all-rounder, skilled in taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques. She's even the sworn rival of Hanzo the Salamander, leader of the Hidden Rain. You know who Hanzo is, right? Among ninja, he's considered the pinnacle of our world." It was his offhand remark that led to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and me being called the three legendary Sannin of the Leaf. To be someone Hanzo considers his rival is a whole different level of strength, far beyond any opponents you've faced before. Jindai's face grew serious. "If I had to compete with that old woman in anything but puppetry, I'd lose without question. But if it's just a contest of puppetry skills, I refuse to believe I'm inferior to her." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at Jindai. "Oh, and what makes you so confident?" "Honestly, I've seen plenty of people who overestimate themselves and boast without merit. They rarely meet a good end." Jindai raised a finger. "First of all, Chiyo's main method of attack is her puppets. But my magnetic release ninjutsu is a natural counter to puppetry. The moment my technique infiltrates a puppet or a person, it can paralyze them completely, rendering them useless. Against a puppeteer, magnetic release offers a clear and decisive advantage." Then Kamiyo raised a second finger. "Next is the puppet itself. I'll admit that Chiyo's secret white technique has some merit, but not much. Chiyo controls a set of 10 puppets known as the Chikamatsu Collection of 10 Puppets. These were crafted by Monzaemon, the founder of the Puppet Masters and the second Kazakage's monk. With this, she can manipulate one puppet with each finger, and they can work together to launch coordinated attacks and perform combination ninjutsu. However, those are truly relics from a bygone era. In my eyes, they're nothing more than antiques. Lord Orochimaru, as a scientist, you must understand the critical importance of technological advancement and iteration." So, Kamiyo unfurled a scroll and summoned Kaminazuki. With enthusiasm radiating from him, Kamiyo asked, "Next, may I introduce to Lord Orochimaru the puppet I've developed through my own research?" Orochimaru was about to refuse. After all, he had his own matters to attend to, and no time for Kamiyo's demonstrations. Yet what came out of his mouth was, "Very well, I'll listen to your presentation." He was momentarily stunned by his own response, but then found a reasonable explanation for it. Perhaps, seeing Kamiyo's passion as a researcher, he was willing to give him a moment to share his creation. With fervor, Kamiyo began to explain the technologies incorporated into Kaminazuki to Orochimaru. When the explanation was finished, Orochimaru's expression turned a bit odd. "Why do I get the feeling that your puppet uses some of the technology I've developed myself?" Kamiyo scratched his head in embarrassment. "That's true. I had originally asked Lord Minato for some advanced technology materials, just a bit more sophisticated than the usual stuff. To my surprise, Lord Minato handed me core technology documents. It was with those that I managed to create this generation of Kaminazuki." Orochimaru was a little surprised. "So you're saying that, in just 2 months, you managed to master those core technologies on your own?" Kamiyo answered honestly, "Well, there's still some parts one don't fully understand. Some of the knowledge goes beyond what I can currently grasp, so it's a bit challenging to process." If Kamiyo didn't have all sorts of strange ideas swirling around in his head, he would have been at a complete loss when Minato suddenly handed him such advanced material. At this point, Orochimaru began to see Kamiyo in a new light. Even though the technology he had given to Konoha was just his cast-offs, the researchers there still found it tremendously difficult to fully decipher. Yet Kamiyo had managed to reach this level in only 2 months, and all on his own. That, indeed, was the mark of a genius. There are many prodigies in the shinobi world, be it in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, but those with true talent for scientific research are rare. At least so far, Orochimaru had yet to encounter one. When he learned that Jindai had used the core technology he himself had discarded to independently develop and construct the Shinmuzuki puppet, Orochimaru concluded that Jindai was a scientific genius. Of course, Jindai could not compare to him, Orochimaru thought. After all, Jindai had built upon Orochimaru's own research, while everything Orochimaru had achieved was the result of his own painstaking exploration. Still, that did not prevent Orochimaru from feeling a measure of appreciation for Jindai now. To be able to independently comprehend his technical data was already quite impressive. After all, In Orochimaru's eyes, the entire technological landscape of the shinobi world was hopelessly outdated. Orochimaru gave his evaluation of Jindai's Shinmuzuki. Your puppet is indeed well made, a truly creative design. You've fully harnessed your abilities as a magnet-release shinobi, skillfully combining magnetism with puppetry. Hearing Orochimaru's praise, Jindai's chest rose with pride, and a subtle smile of satisfaction crept across his face. Compared to compliments from people like Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, or Obito, who understood little of such matters, Orochimaru's praise meant far more to Jindai, carrying real weight. But Orochimaru's tone changed. There are also many issues. You're trying to use converted electrical currents to power your puppet, aiming for it to act independently of your control. A good idea, in theory. However, the puppet's internal electrical system is primitive, with very low conversion efficiency. The drive and control mechanisms are also subpar, unable to realize the full potential of your puppet. You also haven't completely eliminated the effects of magnetism on these components, so malfunctions are highly likely. If you were simply controlling the puppet manually, it would be quite outstanding. But if you wanted to act autonomously, there are too many shortcomings in the core components. It's just not viable. With those words, Jindai's proud posture slowly deflated. He muttered under his breath, there just wasn't enough time. If I had more time, I could definitely refine Shinmuzuki even further. That single, if I had more time, from Jindai, made Orochimaru's gaze grow distant for a moment. Time. The deaths during the Second Shinobi World War, his apprentice Nawaki, Tsunade's lover Dankato, and countless others lost in the conflict, had made him keenly aware of life's fragility. It was then that the desire arose in him to master all ninjutsu and reshape the shinobi world. But human energy is always limited. Within the constraints of a mortal lifespan, he found it impossible to achieve that goal. So he began to pursue immortality, hoping that through scientific research, he might discover a way to make life eternal, thus overcoming the limits of mortality and maximizing his own potential. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Jindai and asked, Jindai, correct? This war won't last much longer. When it's over, would you be interested in becoming my assistant? A surge of intense interest immediately welled up in Jindai. If he could work as Orochimaru's assistant, he was certain he would gain a wealth of new knowledge. But Jindai quickly regained his composure. Orochimaru's research spanned a wide range of subjects. The areas Jindai wanted to study didn't really involve the human body, yet Orochimaru's expertise in mechanics, while formidable, was ultimately rooted in his focus on human experimentation. And Orochimaru didn't exactly seem easy to get along with. What if something went awry in an experiment, and he ended up as nothing more than a disposable test subject? No, that was far too dangerous. He wasn't someone obsessed with the pursuit of power. His interest in puppetry was driven by curiosity, not ambition. There was no need to risk his life. Jindai forced a laugh and said, It's an honor that Lord Orochimaru would consider me, but let's talk about it after the war. For now, I'm more interested in taking down Chiyo. Orochimaru looked thoughtfully at Jindai. When he first mentioned the idea of becoming his assistant, Jindai's expression was full of longing, but almost instantly, it shifted to one of wariness. Wary of me, is he? Why would he be wary? No one was aware of the experiments he conducted. At least, not as far as he knew. To everyone else, he was a hero fighting for Konoha. Granted, he might not seem the easiest person to approach, but if that were the only reason, Jindai wouldn't have spoken so candidly and at such length with him. Orochimaru could tell that when Jindai spoke about his puppets, it was as if he had found a kindred spirit, someone he truly wished would understand and acknowledge his work. If that was the case, then his invitation to be his assistant should have been accepted immediately. Jindai's response, then, was a clear refusal. Given Orochimaru's nature, once someone rejected his offer, he would never extend it a second time. After all, opportunities came only once. If you missed your chance, he had neither the patience nor the inclination to offer it again. Still, Orochimaru was convinced Jindai's caution must have a basis. It couldn't be unfounded. So, Jindai must know something. That's the only explanation for his wariness. His taboo experiments were well hidden. There was no way Jindai could know about them. So what could it be? A cold sweat broke out on Jindai's forehead. He felt once again the chilling sensation of being watched by a venomous snake. Had he said something wrong just now? As Jindai grew increasingly uneasy, Orochimaru spoke again, his tone calm. In that case, let's revisit the matter after the war. Though I still doubt. You have what it takes to defeat Chiyo. With that puppet of yours and your mastery of magnet release, you just barely qualify to face her in battle. If there's any news about Chiyo taking action, I'll let you know. Now, then, I have other matters to attend to. That's all for now. Yes, thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Kamiyo left the command room. Once outside, Kamiyo let out a deep breath and wiped his forehead, only to realize it was already drenched in cold sweat. The pressure Orochimaru put on him was simply overwhelming. Of the 3 legendary Sannin, aside from that one time Tsunade punched him, Kamiyo had never felt any pressure when dealing with Tsunade or Jiraiya. But Orochimaru? He was an absolute master of intimidation, oppressive from the very first meeting. As for killing Chiyo, Kamiyo had only said he wanted to deal with her, not necessarily kill her. Though Kamiyo was confident in his Kaminatsuki technique, when facing someone as wily and battle-hardened as Chiyo, just having Kaminatsuki and the advantage of magnet release wasn't nearly enough. Kamiyo was well aware of this. That's why, from the very beginning, he never planned on trying to kill Chiyo himself. His true goal was to test Kaminatsuki's abilities in puppet combat against Chiyo, and if he could land a slap on the old woman's face, that would count as a victory. Then, he'd make a quick getaway. Guided by a station ninja, Kamiyo arrived at the tent assigned to him. Lying on the ground, Kamiyo tossed and turned, stewing over how the hidden sand village had slandered him with such wild rumors. Chiyo went out of her way to protect her grandson Sasori, the true culprit, and treated Kamiyo like a disposable pawn, even putting a bounty on his head. One slap? That could never be enough. Besides, he might not even get the chance to land that slap on Chiyo. Suddenly, a wicked plan took shape in Kamiyo's mind. He shot upright and let out a sinister, chilling laugh. Old hag, I'm going to ruin your spotless reputation. Kamiyo sat in the tent, plotting exactly how to utterly disgrace Chiyo. The simplest way to destroy Chiyo's reputation would be to spread rumors. But if he was going to spread rumors, why not drag Raza and Ebizo into the mud along with her? With devilish cunning, Kamiyo began devising a series of schemes in his mind. Fisk, if only I knew Shadow Clone Jutsu. Iron Sand clones are a bit too risky. Kamiyo considered using shadow clones to spread the rumors. If a shadow clone was caught in the act, it could simply vanish in a puff of smoke, leaving no trace behind. But with Iron Sand clones, once dispelled, the leftover sand would make it obvious who was responsible. I really need to give this some serious thought. The next day, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin returned. When they reported in, they learned that Kamiyo had already arrived at the base and would soon be joining their team for future missions. The 3 of them immediately asked for Kamiyo's tent location and dashed over, bursting inside in a flurry of excitement. Kamiyo, you rascal, you finally made it. As soon as Obito stepped into the tent, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Because they'd been up late talking the night before, Kamiyo was still asleep, and Obito's booming voice startled him so badly he sprang upright like a startled cat. Obito, what's wrong with you? Why do you always have to be so jumpy? Do you believe I'll end you right now? Kamiyo glared at Obito through gritted teeth, looking as if he might just devour him alive. Obito, however, wasn't scared in the least. In fact, he seemed even more exhilarated. After all, while Kakashi was reserved, always wearing that serious facade, and Rin Noera, gentle as she was, usually kept to herself, only Kamiyo would bicker and fuss with him like this. He found it delightful. Kakashi asked, Kamiyo, when did you get here? Kamiyo hopped down from his bed, took a swig from his canteen, and replied, last night. Rin looked puzzled, but everyone here is a sand ninja. Kamiyo let out a derisive snort. Sand ninja? I beat up sand ninja for a living, especially that old crone Chiyo who's leading them. I'm telling you, Kamiyo and that old woman are mortal enemies. Obito stroked his chin and eyed Kamiyo appraisingly. Hey, why do you seem right? You mentioned going dark before. Did you actually turn evil or something? Kamiyo rolled his eyes. Nonsense. I haven't gone dark. Listen up, you 3. From now on, you'd better treat me with some respect. In fact, you all ought to be working for me, slaving away. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all exchanged glances, thinking Kamiyo was acting crazy again, and chimed in unison, you're nuts. Hands on his hips, Kamiyo shouted at the trio, you 3 really don't appreciate anything. You have no idea what I'm about to do for you. If you don't start treating me better, does your conscience even work? Obito picked his nose absent-mindedly and asked, so, tell us then, what exactly are you doing for us? Kamiyo curled his lip. I do good deed without leaving my name. So I'm not saying, anyway, you just got back from your mission, you won't be sent out again so soon, right? Kakashi, having seen right through him, gave a sly smile. Your plan to slack off just failed. We just finished our last mission, but as soon as they heard you joined our team, the ninja who assigns missions gave us a new one. Kamiyo puffed out his chest. Slack off? I'm brimming with energy. Just wait. I'll show you all the power of the new generation Kamiyo. So when do we set out? Kakashi replied. We leave in 3 hours. The mission is to intercept a group of sand ninja transporting supplies. Shindai raised an eyebrow. TSK to SK, Before, our supplies were intercepted, and now it's our turn to intercept someone else's. Fine, see you in 3 hours, then. I'm going back to catch some more sleep. I was up late last night, and I'm still tired. With that, Shindai burrowed back under his blanket, showing Obito and the others nothing but the back of his head. Obito and his two teammates stared at Shindai, utterly speechless. They had a mission to set out on in just 3 hours. How could he still think about taking a nap? Still, since they had just returned, a bit more rest sounded good to them too. Even an extra hour would help. 3 hours later, at the entrance to their camp. Ah, that nap really hit the spot, Shindai said, shouldering his small backpack, letting out a lazy yawn and stretching in satisfaction. Kakashi glanced at the mission scroll in his hand. Let's head out. According to the intel here, the Sand Ninja convoy will arrive at the designated spot in 7 hours. We're about 2 hours away from there ourselves. Led by Kakashi, Obito, Rin Noara, and Shindai set off toward their target. 2 hours later, their group reached the designated location. Kakashi was about to start setting up traps, but Shindai stopped him. Hey, no need for traps. Just wait and watch my show. Kakashi squinted at Shindai. Haven't seen you in over 2 months, and you seem a lot more cocky now. Shindai retorted. Cocky? I call it confidence. Just wait, I'll show you what a real trump card looks like. Also, there's something I need to confirm. Rin Noara looked puzzled. Something to confirm? Yeah, Shindai replied, his voice unreadable. Obito wanted to ask what he meant, but Kakashi stopped him. If Shindai says he's putting on a show, let's just watch. 5 hours passed. The Sand Ninja convoy finally appeared, 5 of them in total. Shindai glanced back at Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, holding up 2 fingers and pointing at his own eyes, then at theirs, signaling them to watch closely. He took off his leaf headband, then, with a flicker of body flicker technique, appeared right in front of the 5 Sand Ninja. Startled by Shindai's sudden appearance, the Sand Squad captain shouted, "Enemy attack! Prepare for battle!" The 5 Sand Ninja immediately began forming hand signs to attack, but Shindai raised a palm. Wait! All 5 Sand Ninja paused in perfect unison. Obito stared in confusion at Kakashi. Kakashi, why did they all stop just because Shindai said wait? Who knows? Kakashi replied, just as baffled. If Obito was bewildered, Kakashi was even more so. Shindai unfurled his scroll and summoned a massive surge of iron sand. Before everyone's eyes, the iron sand molded itself into Shimajetsu. The captain of the Sand Ninja Squad, upon witnessing Shindai's technique, immediately changed his expression. Magnet release? Puppetry? You're that traitor. Shindai regarded the 5 Sand Ninja before him with a blank, unreadable face. A traitor? So what? What do you intend to do about it? All 5 Sand Ninja glared at Shindai with hatred. Of course, we'll kill you, traitor to our village. Upon hearing their response, Shindai burst into laughter, the joy in his voice unmistakable. So now I can truly sever every lingering thought. There's nothing to feel guilty about anymore. After discovering Shindai's use of magnet release and Shimajetsu, the 5 Sand Ninja stared at him with even deeper hatred. In their eyes, Shindai had not only caused the death of the 3rd Kazekage, but had also plunged Sunagakure into the chaos of war. Shindai laughed louder, clutching his stomach as if he couldn't contain himself. Obito, who was already struggling to keep up, was even more bewildered now. Why is Shindai laughing? There's nothing funny. Those guys are about to kill him. What's he laughing for? Kakashi and Rin glanced sidelong at Obito, pressing their lips together. Rin quietly said to Obito, "Didn't you hear what Shindai just said? He's severed all ties. He has nothing left to be ashamed of." What he needed to confirm before was exactly this. Now, Shindai and Sunagakure stand on opposite sides, once and for all. The 5 Sand Ninja formed hand seals in unison, preparing to unleash their jutsu upon Shindai. Meanwhile, the fingers of Shindai's right hand danced swiftly through the air. Shimajetsu, Barrage Missile. Shimajetsu's right arm shifted form, transforming entirely into a cannon barrel, its surface fitted with 5 small-caliber muzzles. Instantly, lightning-charged blades filled the 5 barrels with miniature missiles. The cannon spun, and a volley of small missiles shot toward the 5 Sand Ninja at lightning speed. As soon as one round was fired, 5 more missiles were loaded instantly and fired again. Shindai unleashed a relentless bombardment on the 5 Sand Ninja. In this world of shinobi, missiles were a rare sight. Their size was unwieldy, and they required a launcher, which made them inconvenient to carry. Although they packed more punch than explosive tags, the latter were far more practical, so no one really used missiles. Especially in the technologically backward Sunagakure, no one had even seen such a weapon. So, the 5 Sand Ninja simply assumed these were some kind of ninja tools. 2 of them even tried to block the missiles with kunai. The moment they did, the missiles exploded on the spot, obliterating them without a trace. Luckily, the 5 sand ninja had been standing apart, and the power of a single missile was limited. After the 2 who tried to block were blown to dust, the other 3 were hurled away by the shockwaves from blasts. Kamiyo manipulated Shinmuzuki to unleash a barrage of firepower on the remaining 3 sand shinobi, blasting them into a frenzied retreat. Obito and the other 2 stood with their mouths half open, staring in a daze as Kamiyo rained down explosions. It wasn't as if they hadn't witnessed Kamiyo's missile bombardment before, but it used to be just one missile at a time. Once it exploded, that was it. They had never seen anything like this relentless onslaught. After a while, Kamiyo stopped the bombardment. Although he had made a few missiles, there weren't that many in total. He just wanted to enjoy the thrill for a bit. The 3 surviving sand shinobi now had their heads spinning from the blasts. Their ears rang so loudly that they couldn't hear anything else. Among these 3, 2 were puppet masters who sent their puppets charging straight at Kamiyo. With a sneer, Kamiyo curled his lips and beckoned with a finger. Shinmuzuki shot forward at lightning speed. Shinmuzuki didn't bother to dodge, letting the 2 puppets' attacks strike its body directly. With a metallic clang, the puppet's blows failed to even scratch Shinmuzuki's defenses. At the same time, a portion of the iron sand coating Shinmuzuki began to spread onto the 2 puppets. Not only did the puppets freeze up, their mechanisms paralyzed, but the iron sand-covered sections began to crack and crumble, filling the air with the harsh sound of grinding and shattering. Under the stunned gazes of the 2 puppet masters, their puppets were ground to dust right before their eyes. Pathetic puppets like these? I'd be embarrassed to even show them off. Kamiyo scoffed. His fingers danced nimbly, and Shinmuzuki charged at the 3 sand shinobi. The sand shinobi unleashed their jutsu, hurling attacks at Shinmuzuki. Their techniques blasted open holes in Shinmuzuki's body, but in the blink of an eye, the iron sand would gather and repair the damage, as if it had never been hit. The 3 sand shinobi stared, eyes wide in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Is that even a puppet? What kind of puppet can do this? If we can't destroy it, how are we supposed to fight? The last 3 sand shinobi were already thinking of escape. They turned and tried to run. You really think you can get away? Kamiyo called after them. Shinmuzuki, iron sand scatter. Sparks of electricity flickered over Shinmuzuki's body, and then its entire left arm burst apart. The arm disintegrated into countless tiny iron sand bullets, and supercharged by the current, they shot out at blinding speed, instantly riddling the 3 sand shinobi. The iron sand bullets then flowed back, reforming Shinmuzuki's left arm as if nothing had happened. The battle was over. Kamiyo had claimed victory with ease. He guided Shinmuzuki back to his side, striking a triumphant pose for Obito and the others. Victory was within my grasp. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin leaped down from the tree branches, circling Shinmuzuki as they examined Kamiyo's creation from every angle. Obito let out an impressed whistle. Kamiyo, you really pulled it off, didn't you? Shindai retorted with annoyance. What do you mean I actually managed to do it? Of course I could figure it out. It's only natural. I am a genius. Rin Noera poked Shinazuki's arm with curiosity. So, Shindai, does that mean your Shinazuki is basically invincible? Kakashi replied with certainty. There's no such thing as an invincible existence. Everything has its weaknesses, just like the 5 elemental jutsu counter each other. So, Shindai's Shinazuki must have its own flaws as well. Shindai pouted at the 3 of them. Seriously, can't you 3 just compliment me for once? Can't you appreciate the moment? This was my first battle with this generation's Shinazuki, and I performed brilliantly, took down those sand ninja with ease. Doesn't that deserve a little praise? The 3 offered Shindai some extremely half-hearted compliments, then went right back to discussing what Shinazuki's weaknesses might be. Shindai was left speechless. Honestly, it would have been better if they hadn't bothered at all. Of course, Shinazuki had its weaknesses. In fact, there were quite a few. After all, Shinazuki was made of magnetic iron sand, so its most obvious flaw was its magnetism. High temperatures could destroy the internal magnetic structure, causing it to lose its magnetism. A strong magnetic field could alter the orientation of the iron's magnetic domains, making it non-magnetic, but only another magnet release user could pull that off. Intense vibrations could also disrupt the internal structure of the iron, leading to demagnetization. So, when it came to magnetism alone, Shinazuki had plenty of vulnerabilities. In a way, its strength and its downfall both lay in its magnetic nature. But this was only the first generation of Shinazuki. These weaknesses would be addressed in future iterations. Shindai would make sure of it. Kakashi found the supply scrolls that had been flung far away with the 5 sand ninja and said, "All right, 3 scrolls of supplies, just like always. Obito, Shindai, each of us carries 1 back to the base." With the supply scrolls on their backs, Shindai, Kakashi, and Obito, together with Rin Noura, hurried back to the Konoha encampment. The days that followed settled into a monotonous routine for Shindai, Kakashi, and their team. Take a mission, carry it out, complete it. Over and over, tedious and dull. More than a month passed this way. Chio never appeared, but instead, Shindai received news of someone else. For over a month, Shindai and Kakashi's team had been running mostly ambush and raid missions. With only 4 of them, their squad wasn't suited for direct confrontation with the Sand Ninja forces. Likewise, the Sand Ninja didn't want head-on fights with Konoha either. If they saw a small group, they'd attack, but if outnumbered, they'd retreat. After all, the Sand Ninja were caught between battles with both Konoha and the Mist, and numbers weren't on their side. At the border, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure were all tangled in a chaotic all-out brawl. For example, if the Sand Ninja and the Leaf Ninja are fighting, there's no telling when a squad of Mist Ninja might suddenly burst in and join the fray. The team of 4 led by Kamiyo had just completed a mission. They had ambushed and taken out 3 Sand Ninja. Now, having returned to their base, they planned to report their success, take a short break, and then accept another assignment. However, just as Kamiyo finished submitting the mission report, he overheard a conversation among some nearby ninja. Did you hear? There's a Sand Ninja who's really skilled with fire-style techniques. He fought fiercely against the Mist Ninja and killed a lot of them. The Mist are seething with hatred for him right now. Fire-style? I heard it's actually one of those legendary Kekii Genkai. Supposedly, it's Scorch Release. Oh, right, I think it's called. Kamiyo rushed up to the group, his voice urgent. Is it Yeat's song of the Scorch Release? Yeah, that's the name. Hearing this confirmation, Kamiyo froze on the spot. Kakashi and his team walked over, and Kakashi looked at Kamiyo with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Kamiyo? Do you know this person? Kamiyo snapped out of his daze and nodded. Yes, back when I was in the Sand Village, she was my only friend. At those words, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all fell silent. An only friend, now an enemy. Kamiyo must be feeling awful. Kakashi thought to himself that when they took on the next mission, he should try to avoid any encounters with this Yeat song. But suddenly, Kamiyo turned to Kakashi, his tone serious. Kakashi, take a mission that will let me get close to Yeat's song. Kakashi looked at him, confused. Why? Kamiyo explained, it's been a long time. I want to see her. There are things I still need to say to her. Obito tried to dissuade Kamiyo. Kamiyo, you two are on opposite sides now. If you meet, it could end in a fight. Why not wait until the war is over? Meeting up then shouldn't be a problem. Kamiyo shook his head. No, I need her help. If it's her, I think she can do it. What? Are you out of your mind? Obito couldn't hold back. He found it completely unbelievable that Kamiyo would want to ask for help from an enemy. Kakashi and Rin had the same thought. Kamiyo must be crazy, and not just a little bit. Kamiyo gave a wry smile. I'm perfectly sane. I really do need her help. If I try to do this alone, it'll be nearly impossible. But with Iitsang's help, it just might work. Rin asked, curious. Kamiyo, what do you need her help with? Kamiyo quickly outlined his plan. All 3 of them stared at him in shock, their eyes wide. Whoa, that's seriously underhanded. Yeah, that's really dirty. If she gets discovered, she won't be able to stay in the hidden sand village either. Why would she possibly help you? Jindai snorted. So, when they spread rumors about me, that's not underhanded? That's not dirty? I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Besides, never mind. Whether Iitsang will help me or not, we'll only know once we meet. In any case, Iitsang would end up betrayed later anyway. The harder she fought the Mist Ninja now, the harsher the Sand Village would stab her in the back when the time came. So, what he was doing now was just helping Iitsang collect a bit of interest in advance. Still, Jindai wasn't sure if Iitsang would actually help him. Even he, someone who thought he had no real attachment to the Sand Village, had given the village several chances. And right now, Iitsang's love for the Sand Village ran deep. Kakashi frowned, weighing whether he should go along with Jindai's plan. As the team leader, he was responsible for everyone, so he had to think this through carefully. Jindai addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, if Iitsang agrees to help me, then that old lady Chio will lose face and won't be able to stick around and command anymore. That would be a huge advantage for the Leaf Village. What's more, even if Iitsang does end up fighting us, we could just make a run for it. As long as we don't run into a monster like Lord Minato blocking our way, a few of us escaping shouldn't be too hard. Obito now sided with Jindai as well. Kakashi, let's do it. I can tell Jindai really means it this time. Rin Noura chimed in. That's right. She's Jindai's only friend. I'm sure he misses her a lot. Obito and Rin were already starting to imagine things in their heads. With a wistful air, Obito said, I can sense it, the way Jindai is so eager to see this girl called Iitsang. That feeling, I know it well. He shot a sideways glance at Rin. Rin, oblivious to Obito's look, sighed, exactly. Jindai must really like her. Otherwise, someone as cautious as him wouldn't risk so much just to meet her. Obito let out a sigh, slowly shaking his head. I just hope it doesn't end in tragedy. Two people who care for each other, forced to fight just because they're on opposite sides. At first, Jindai was pleased to hear Obito and Rin speaking up for him. But the more he listened, the more off it sounded. With a strange expression, Jindai looked at Obito and Rin. Are you two out of your minds? Itsong and I are just friends, purely friends. She's 6 years older than me, almost 18 now. Sure, I think of her as a good friend, but she's always seen me as a kid brother. Obito and Rin both looked instantly embarrassed. So, it turned out they'd just been overthinking it. But Obito's mind immediately went astray. 6 years apart? That's not so bad. When you're 18, she'll only be 24. Doesn't that sound much better? It's just a 6-year gap, not 60. So, Shindai didn't hesitate to smack Obito on the head. Put your hopeless crush away. Do you think everyone's like you? Shindai turned to Kakashi, who was still deep in thought, and asked, Kakashi, have you made up your mind? After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, if it's just a 6-year difference. Well, in that case, fine. I'll take a mission that gets me close to Yakura. Shindai's face darkened like a lump of coal. This annoying, tight-lipped guy. He'd assumed Kakashi was wrestling with whether or not to accept the mission, but it turned out he'd gone down the same path as Obito and Rin, letting his mind wander. Kakashi went over to the ninja in charge of assignments and picked up a mission in his old line of work, transporting supplies. The area where Yakura was stationed was a battleground for leaf, sand, and mist ninjas. At their rank, the 4 of them weren't qualified for frontline combat missions over there. Once the mission was set, Shindai urged them on impatiently. Let's move. Hurry up and get going. On the road, Shindai walked at the front, while Obito, Kakashi, and Rin followed behind. The 3 of them were whispering conspiratorially. Obito said, something's fishy. Rin nodded, yeah, I get the feeling something's off. Obito added, usually whenever we get a mission, Shindai drags his feet until the last possible second before leaving. But this time, he's hustling us out the moment we got the assignment. Rin agreed, exactly, and he normally walks behind us, but now he's leading the way. Kakashi chimed in, just look at the grin on his face. You can tell, he's really looking forward to meeting Yakura. Obito declared, I think I've figured something out. Rin urged him, well, spill it. What did you notice, Obito? Obito explained, Shindai just said he sees Yakura as a good friend, but Yakura treats him like a little brother. Isn't it possible that Shindai likes Yakura, but Yakura only sees him as a kid? That would mean it's a secret crush. He's just too embarrassed to admit it. So he claims it's pure friendship. Rin exclaimed, hey, that actually makes a lot of sense. Kakashi clicked his tongue. TSH, no wonder Shindai's got all these theories about love. Turns out he's speaking from experience. Just secret, unrequited experience. Shindai turned around with a puzzled look at the trio. What are you 3 whispering about back there? Why are you slowing down? Move it. Obito replied, coming. No need to rush us. Kakashi added, I know you're eager, but don't get ahead of yourself. Some things can't be rushed. Rin Noera said, although it might be hard to change all at once, I believe that when you grow up, you'll definitely be able to do it. Kamiyo, you can do it. Kamiyo frowned so deeply it looked like his brows were tied in knots. What are you all talking about? That's nonsense. The 3 of them, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, replied in unison, nothing. Kamiyo curled his lip in irritation. He couldn't shake the feeling that these 3 were talking behind his back. The journey ahead was still quite long. It would take more than a day to reach their destination. Kamiyo and his team didn't rush to look for Yitsong. After all, there was no point searching blindly right now. They didn't even know Yitsong's exact whereabouts. Charging around the battlefield without a plan would only put them in greater danger. The ninjas stationed at the encampment might know something, since even those assigned to the base were talking about Yitsong. Kamiyo's group arrived at the frontline camp and handed the supply scroll to the ninja in charge. Then Kakashi helped Kamiyo inquire about Yitsong. Oh, you mean Yitsong, the one with the scorch release? It really surprised us that the Sand Village has a ninja like her. Luckily, her main targets are the Mist Ninjas. Otherwise, she'd be a huge headache for us. Kakashi asked, so, do you know where Yitsong is now? She should be in the southeastern sector. That area is where the Sand and Mist Ninja are clashing most fiercely. You'd better avoid it. It's extremely dangerous over there. Kakashi nodded. Understood. Thank you. With that, Kakashi led Kamiyo, Obito, and Rin away from the camp. He turned to Kamiyo and said, you heard it too. Yitsong is likely in the southeastern region, where the Sand and Mist Ninja are fighting. Kamiyo stroked his chin thoughtfully. The real question is how we can find her safely. Here's what I suggest. When we reach the edge of that area, let's not go in right away. I'll use my third. I'd scout ahead. First, I'll try to locate Yitsong. Once I confirmed her position, you all wait for me. I'll go meet her alone. If she spots you, we might not even get a chance to talk. At first, Obito and the others thought it was too dangerous for Kamiyo to go alone. But on second thought, he was right. They were leaf ninjas, and if Kamiyo went alone, there was at least a chance he could talk to Yi Song, something the rest of them probably couldn't manage. Kakashi reminded him, "We'll set up traps around our hiding spot. If anything goes wrong, head straight back to us." Kamiyo nodded. Got it. Once they reached the southeastern edge, the group found a place to hide. Kamiyo transformed iron sand into an eye, which floated up into the sky. Using the surrounding cover, he began to search for Yi Song's location as discreetly as possible. During his search, Kamiyo discovered many sand and mist ninja scattered throughout the area, with fierce battles erupting in several spots. Hours passed, yet Kamiyo found himself empty-handed. Although Yakura was somewhere within this region, the territory was vast, and Yakura was hardly someone to stand still like a statue. She would be on the move, never staying in one place for long. Just as Kamiyo finished searching a small section and was about to move on to another area, he suddenly noticed several objects on the ground that looked suspiciously like people. He brought his third eye closer for a careful look. They really were people, 3 mummified corpses of mist ninja, their bodies completely drained of moisture. At this sight, Kamiyo's spirits instantly lifted. Yakura was known for her mastery of a scorching release jutsu, an art that could use intense heat to evaporate the water from an opponent's body in a flash, leaving only a desiccated corpse behind. It was clear that these 3 corpses on the ground matched the characteristics of Yakura's scorch release, steam kill technique perfectly. Seeing wisps of heat still rising from the bodies, Kamiyo realized they hadn't been dead long. Yakura couldn't have gone far. To get a better view, Kamiyo guided his third eye to rise into the air, expanding his search from above. And sure enough, he soon spotted Yakura, locked in combat with 4 mist ninja. Yakura fought at close quarters against the 4 opponents, for fireballs floating behind her. But these were no ordinary fireballs. They were fire orbs formed by combining wind and fire chakra, producing the unique nature of scorch release. The mist ninja countered with water-style techniques, but the moment Yakura flung a fireball, the water was instantly vaporized. When a fireball touched a mist ninja, their body's moisture evaporated in an instant, and they crumpled to the ground as mummified corpses. It was a devastating, one-sided display. Yakura, aided by her 4 blazing orbs, annihilated the mist ninja in just a few moves, turning them all into husks. What excited Kamiyo even more was that Yakura was alone. This was the perfect opportunity. After the fight, Yakura let out a long, weary sigh. The relentless battle had clearly exhausted her. Just as Yakura turned to leave, a floating eyeball appeared before her, staring at her unblinking. She froze mid-step, startled to see the eyeball fixed on her with such intensity. A chill ran down Yakura's spine. The sight of a disembodied eye was downright unsettling. Just as she was about to destroy the eyeball, it suddenly began to dart around wildly. Though it moved erratically, it didn't go away, almost as if it was trying to get her attention. Yakura suddenly stiffened as a realization struck her. Most magnet-release ninja from the Sand Village could use a certain technique. The third eye. Could it be that a magnet-release ninja from the Sand Village was trying to send her a secret signal? But this eyeball was wobbling around with no discernible pattern at all. Are you the eye created by the magnetic release ninja technique from our village? Are you trying to tell me something? I can't make any sense of your movements like this. On the other side, Jindai was utterly exasperated by Yakura. What's gotten into Yakura? Has she gotten dumber? That's just an eyeball. It can't hear anything. Why is she talking to it? Jindai guided the third eye to float forward in front of Yakura, then stopped and wobbled it again. Yakura seemed to catch on a little. You want me to follow you, is that it? Jindai was getting anxious because of Yakura too. This blockhead, what's with all the mumbling? Just follow already. I'm making it so obvious. When Yakura finally took a few steps toward the eyeball, Jindai let out a relieved breath. Finally, this idiot got the message. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, you 3 wait here. I'll just be nearby. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Just wait for me. Pressing a hand to his left eye, Jindai hurried off in the direction indicated by the eye. He'd barely gone a few steps when Obito started shaking Kakashi excitedly. Come on, let's move. Now's our chance. Kakashi looked at Obito in confusion. Hold on. Stop shaking me. Move where? Isn't this Jindai's business? Obito asked in a conspiratorial tone. Kakashi, don't you want to know what Jindai and Yakura are going to talk about? Rin Noera still sounded a bit worried. But what if? Obito cut her off, not giving her a chance to finish. Don't you want to see what Yakura actually looks like, Rin? Rin was momentarily speechless. Of course she wanted to. In fact, she was absolutely dying to know. Obito hurried Kakashi along. Quick, Kakashi, or we'll lose them. Kakashi made up his mind instantly. We have to keep ourselves hidden. Don't give ourselves away. Let's go. We'll follow and see what happens. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin trailed quietly after Jindai. Guided by the eyeball, Yakura moved forward. But now, Yakura had grown wary. After all, the magnetic release ninja, using the third eye to lure him forward, might not actually be an ally. Over the past month, Yakura had heard stories from other battlefields about the rogue magnetic release ninja from Sunagakure, who had killed many sand shinobi. So Yakura kept his right hand in his ninja tool pouch, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the eyeball dissolved into iron sand and dropped to the ground. A familiar voice called out. Long time no see, Yakura. Jindai stepped out from behind a tree, his gaze fixed on Yakura in the distance. The instant Yakura saw Jindai, he froze right where he stood. Shindai smiled as he spoke to Yitsong. It's only been a little over a year since we last met. Surely you haven't forgotten who I am? If our bond is that weak, I'd be pretty disappointed. Yitsong, snapping back to herself, saw that Shindai's eyes were rimmed with red. Her voice trembled as she said, When I got back to the village and found you missing, I thought you were dead. What's wrong with you? Kid, how could you just disappear without a word? Do you know how worried I was? Even the letter ninja Eagle brought me made no sense, just that you were on some secret mission. You could have at least explained. Hearing their exchange, Obito sighed. See, didn't I tell you their relationship isn't ordinary? Kakashi frowned in puzzlement. Not ordinary? Honestly, it just seems like what Shindai said earlier. Yitsong treats him like a kid brother. It's just a sister worrying about her little brother, that's all. Rin agreed. I feel the same. There's something very pure about the bond between Shindai and Yitsong. Although, Yitsong really is beautiful. Obito shook his head. Kakashi, Rin, you two just don't get it. Only someone like me can really see what's going on here. Next up, an emotional reunion. Yitsong took a step forward and rushed towards Shindai. But suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks, staring at Shindai's forehead in disbelief. A Leaf Village headband? You're the traitor. From the sand, aren't you? How could it be you? Weren't you always terrified of fighting? Tell me, Shindai, this isn't true, is it? Shindai let out a sigh. Yitsong, it's true. But it wasn't me who betrayed the Sand Village. It was the Sand Village that betrayed me. Seeing Yitsong already in tears, pulling out a kunai and preparing to attack, Shindai hurriedly said, Can't you wait and hear me out? With a pained expression, Yitsong replied, I don't want to do this either, but you've already killed so many of our comrades, Shindai. I can't let you keep making the same mistakes. I won't kill you, but I will. Break your arms and legs and drag you back to the village. I'll beg Lord Kazekage to spare your life. I promise I'll plead for you. Shindai pressed his aching brow and spoke to Yitsong with unusual gravity. Yitsong, you know what kind of person I am. You know how afraid I am of fighting, so much so that I hid my strength and refused to leave the village. Do you really think I'd leave the sand for no reason, join the Leaf, and help them lure out Uncle Kido just to have him killed? Uncle Kido may not have treated me especially well, but at least he gave me a place to stay and never let me go hungry. In your eyes, am I really the kind of ungrateful traitor who'd stab my friends in the back? If that's really what you think, then why would I risk so much just to see you? If I wanted to kill you, I could have lured you here and set up a trap. Why bother with all this? So, I hope you let me explain. Isn't it better to make your decision after hearing me out? Yitsong halted what she was doing. After a long silence, she wiped away her tears with her sleeve and, eyes still red, looked at Kamishiro and said, Go on, I'm listening. Kamishiro let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Yitsong was at least willing to hear his side of the story. What Kamishiro feared most was that Yitsong, who now had such deep love for Sunagakure, would simply attack him without giving him a chance to explain. Kamishiro turned to Yitsong and said, Back then, the message I had hawked delivered to you said I was going on a special secret mission. You must have heard that Sunagakure was going to trade a ninja with a magnet release bloodline limit to a Wagakure. That ninja with the magnet release was me. Yitsong's eyes widened in shock. In fact, she had suspected at the time that the person might be Kamishiro, since he'd also disappeared during that period. But she never expected it to truly be him. She had never imagined that the magnet release ninja Sunagakure traded to a Wagakure was, in fact, Kamishiro. With a conflicted look, Yitsong gazed at him. So, you were disappointed in Sunagakure, and that's why you joined Konoha? Kamishiro shook his head. Yitsong, let me finish. That wasn't the reason for my disappointment. The truth is this was all part of a plan, a scheme devised by the higher-ups of Sunagakure. The trade with the Wagakure was a ruse. The real purpose was for Konoha to intercept me, so I could be planted as an undercover agent in their midst. Uncle Kagutsu was never the type to come up with such a plan, so this must have been decided by Elder Chiyo and the others at the top. I didn't want to go, but Uncle Kagutsu didn't give me a choice. I was a Sunagakure ninja, his clansman. If I refused, he threatened to throw me in prison. You know what kind of person Uncle Kagutsu is? Unyielding to the core. If I said no, he really would have locked me away, and you know what that prison's like. In there, it's every man for himself. So, as the plan dictated, I went undercover. While I was there, I sent Uncle Kagutsu a lot of letters, hoping he'd let me come back. I wanted to fight for Sunagakure. I never wanted to be a spy. But almost every letter I sent vanished without a trace. I never got a single reply. What else could I do? I had no choice but to keep going. From their hiding spot, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin felt a pang of guilt. Naturally, those letters disappeared. After all, they had intercepted every last one. Meanwhile, Yitsong stared blankly at Kamishiro, unable to process that he was, in fact, Konoha's undercover agent. Jindai continued. Honestly, even then, I never planned to betray the hidden sand village. Sure, the psychological pressure was heavy, but being a spy is just being a spy. I always figured that when my mission was over, I'd go back to the sand, hole up in my shabby little house, and live my own life again. But after Uncle Kaido disappeared, everything changed. I couldn't summon the messenger hawk we used for contact, which meant I had completely lost touch with the sand. But even so, I kept hoping they would reach out to me. I trusted them so much. It never crossed my mind that they might want to abandon me. But what did I get in return? I learned that, in their eyes, I'd already been turned by the Leaf. They used my connection to Uncle Kaido's clan to lure him out of the village, so the Leaf Ninja could ambush and kill him, then disguise it as an attack by the Stone Village. And then they issued another order. If any ninja in the Leaf was discovered using magnet release, no matter the cost, they were to be eliminated. Yitsong, tell me, what was I supposed to do? Did I betray the Sand Village? It was them who sent me in as a spy. It was them who called me a traitor. And now, it's them who want me dead. So tell me, what should I do? Yitsong opened her mouth, but no words came out. Jindai stepped right up to her, just a step away. Yitsong, I'm from the same clan as Raza. That man, he's a despicable, shameless scoundrel. He'll do anything to get his way. In his eyes, there's nothing but personal gain. This kind of vicious scheme? I'm sure it was his idea. He only became Kazekage because Uncle Kaido disappeared, and to secure his position, he wanted to shift the village's internal strife elsewhere and start a war. People like me were just sacrificial pawns. As for Chiyo and Ebizo, those two old snakes definitely had a hand in planning all this. Yitsong, do you know who else went missing the day Uncle Kaido disappeared? Yitsong shook her head. I don't know. Everyone was so focused on searching for the third Kazekage, nobody noticed anyone else. Jindai let out a cold laugh. They really can keep secrets. I'll tell you, but keep it to yourself. If that old crone Chiyo finds out, she might come after you early. That same day, along with Uncle Kaido, Chiyo's precious grandson Sasori also vanished. Yitsong was stunned. Are you saying the third Kazekage's disappearance was Sasori's doing? But how could you know that? You weren't even in the village at the time. Jindai replied, how I know isn't important. If you doubt my story, there's an easy way to confirm it. Just do me one favor. What favor? You just need to quietly spread the contents of the scroll. When the time comes, you'll naturally find out whether I'm telling the truth or not. With these words, Kamiyo handed a scroll over to Yakura. Yakura unfurled the scroll, and, after reading its contents, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Is everything in here real? Kamiyo answered honestly, no, most of it is fake. I want to get back at Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo. But the information about Sasori is true. Yakura frowned. Human puppets? Turning living people into puppets? That's just too cruel. Do those puppets really exist? Kamiyo wasted no time and began to lay out his plans for Yakura. Yes, they exist. And the one who killed Uncle Kagutsu was definitely one of Sasori's human puppets. Yakura, maybe Chiyo, and the others will claim this is all slander, but there are traces you can follow. The simplest way to verify is this. After you spread the contents of this scroll, go find Chiyo. But don't ask her directly if it's true. Even I think. Some of this is far-fetched, and if you ask her outright, she'll definitely get suspicious. Instead, ask her how these rumors should be dealt with. Because this involves her grandson Sasori and the human puppets. I don't believe she'll be able to keep her composure. Just pay attention to her expression. That's all you need to do. Understand? Understand. Huh? Yakura suddenly realized something was off. How had she so naturally agreed to help Kamiyo spread rumors? Just moments ago, she was talking about breaking Kamiyo's arms and legs and dragging him back to Sunagakure. Still, Yakura was willing to trust Kamiyo, just this once. She had known him since he was 4 years old. In many ways, Kamiyo had grown up under her watchful eye. So when it came to Kamiyo's character, Yakura knew him well. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Kamiyo would never have left home, nor would he have gotten involved in these troublesome, convoluted affairs. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, who were secretly eavesdropping, were left utterly dumbfounded by what they'd heard. It sounded as if Kamiyo knew who had killed the third Kazekage, turning living people into puppets. How horrifying and cruel could you get? And as for Yakura, her change in attitude was startlingly quick. Just a few words from Kamiyo, and she was convinced. But perhaps this only proved how deep the bond was between them. Even after Kamiyo had been slandered as a villain guilty of every crime, an exile and a traitor, Yakura was still willing to believe in him. Yakura gazed down at the scroll in her hands, a storm of conflicting emotions churning in her heart. She looked up at Kamiyo, her eyes full of complex feelings. Kamiyo, I hope you haven't lied to me. I don't want to think you're using me, and I don't want us to end up as enemies. Kamiyo raised his arm and gently wiped away Yitsong's tears. She was a full head taller than he was. Of course I don't want us to become enemies. Come on, we're adults. Now, no need for tears. You should always keep your guard up and not trust everyone so easily. What if I really did turn bad? If I set a few traps here, you'd be done for. And if you find out what I'm saying is true, don't go off doing something foolish, like confronting them and asking why they did what they did. You're just a ninja. No matter how famous you are now, you're still just a ninja with no real power. If Raza, Chiyo, or the others decide to deal with you, there's nothing you can do, just like me. I'm powerless, too. If I hadn't kept my wits about me, I might not even be alive right now. Yitsong sniffled and grumbled. Quit acting like a grown-up, you little brat. I'm the big sister here. Kamiyo pouted. Big sister? You're only a little older than me. Other than that, I'm way more mature than you. Honestly, from where I stand, you're not much different from a child. So hopelessly naive. Yitsong gave Kamiyo a playful smack on the head. Naive? You're the one who's hopelessly naive. Phew, that felt good. It's been a while since I've done that. Kamiyo glared at Yitsong, rubbing his head in protest. Seeing Kamiyo puffed up with annoyance, cheeks bulging like a hamster, Yitsong couldn't help but burst out laughing. That sense of strangeness melted away. The old familiarity returned. Kamiyo shot back. What's so funny, huh? All right, I'll stop laughing. Yitsong took a few deep breaths, and after calming herself, asked, How have you been? Those leaf ninjas, have they bullied you at all? Kamiyo shook his head. Bullied? Not all. They've all been really good to me, treated me like one of their own. No one's picked on me or looked down on me just because I used to be from the sand. It's just, I can never go back to those lazy days spent at home. I guess that's what troubles me most. Yejank Sikit. You know, I used to tell you all the time to get out more. But seeing that you're doing all right, I can relax. I suppose those leaf ninjas aren't so bad after all. In the shadows nearby, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, who had been eavesdropping, looked rather put out. Not so bad. What's that supposed to mean? Hadn't they taken such good care of Kamiyo that he'd become nice and plump? When he first arrived, he was so skinny they wondered if he'd been mistreated back in the sand. Kamiyo asked, By the way, do you still have a scroll I gave you back then? Yitsong nodded and took it out of her ninja pouch. Of course. I've carried it with me this whole time. Hand it over. I'll upgrade it for you. Shindai took the scroll from Yetsong's hand and summoned the item sealed within. What appeared was a black orb, about the size of a watermelon. The moment it materialized, the orb tried to change shape, but Shindai quickly pressed a button, forcing it to stop. Curious, Yetsong asked, So, what exactly is this thing? While dismantling the orb, Shindai explained, It's something that could save your life. Inside this orb are poisoned Senbon needles and iron sand. There's a drive mechanism that can use the iron sand to carry you through the air for a short distance. As soon as it's summoned, it activates automatically, which is why I stress so many times in my letter, don't summon it unless it's absolutely necessary. Once he'd taken the orb apart, Shindai summoned a few small missiles from the lightning blade, then began modifying the orb. Hearing that this was meant to protect her, Yetsong couldn't help but feel touched, even if she tried to play it cool. Come on, I'm Yetsong of the Scorch Release. Do I really need this little gadget to save my skin? Oh please, when danger comes, your name won't matter. Even if you shouted to the heavens, no one could help you. Enough said. After Shindai's modifications, the orb had doubled in size. He resealed it into the scroll and handed it back to Yetsong. I'll say it again. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. Yetsong grumbled, as if I'd ever need it. Still, she obediently tucked the scroll into her ninja tool pouch. Shindai reminded her once more, if you realize I was telling the truth, don't do anything unnecessary. Just follow your orders as if nothing happened. Keep your wits about you. Even if I've been betrayed by my village, I'm now a leaf ninja, so we're on opposing sides. Don't try to speak up for me, or you'll only make things harder for yourself in the Sand Village. As for what comes next, we'll see. Maybe after the war, Sand and Leaf will become allies again, and you'll be able to visit me in the Leaf Village. Yetsung gently hugged Shindai, resting her chin atop his head. Her heart ached. She had no other family, and saw Shindai as her younger brother. But now, because of the war, they were on opposite sides. Softly, Yetsung whispered, "Take care of yourself, Shindai." Shindai didn't reply, feeling strangely awkward. Why awkward exactly? Well, Yetsung was now a head taller than him, so as she hugged him, his head was pressed right against her chest. "Umph. I remember it used to be pretty flat." Yetsung was a bit puzzled when she heard Kamashiro's murmuring, but the words that followed made her cheeks instantly flush a deep red. "What have you been eating? Haven't seen you in over a year, and you've developed so well." Kamashiro, shameless as ever, even leaned in closer, rubbing his head against her. Yetsung's face shifted from red to purple, her chest heaving with anger. Kamashiro, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't take it. Go to hell." Yetsung suddenly jerked her head up, then brought it down hard, her chin smacking forcefully against Kamashiro's forehead. Ouch! Both Kamashiro and Yetsung gasped in pain at the same time. Obito and his two companions, who had been secretly watching, all winced simultaneously. Just looking at it made their heads ache in sympathy. Both Kamashiro and Yetsung staggered back several steps, one clutching his head, the other holding her chin, tears of pain welling in the corners of their eyes. Kamashiro rubbed his head vigorously. "What's wrong with you?" Yetsung was furiously massaging her chin. "You really have turned bad in Konoha, turning into a little pervert." Kamashiro protested. "Who are you calling a pervert? Everyone knows I'm the most upright person around." Yetsung clenched her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut, embarrassed and angry. You just try to grope me." Kamashiro rolled his eyes. "Grope? Please. If anyone was doing anything, it was you. You hugged me first, didn't you? Don't try to pin this on me." Kamashiro's shameless retort left Yetsung and Obito's trio utterly speechless. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were all stunned by Kamashiro's outrageous claim. Admittedly, Yetsung had been the one to hug Kamashiro first, but it was clearly just an innocent, friendly hug. And they had all seen it. Kamashiro had been the one to nuzzle his head against her. To them, it was obvious. Yetsung, as the girl, was being taken advantage of. Her reaction was perfectly justified. Kakashi and Rin both turned to Obito. "Obito, didn't you say we just don't get it? Why don't you analyze this? Do you think Kamashiro actually has a crush on Yetsung?" Obito stammered for a long moment, unable to get a word out. Looking at it now, Kamashiro really didn't seem to be harboring a secret crush on Yetsung. If he did, could he really say something so shameless? Was this truly just plain friendship? Kamashiro, that blockhead. How could he not be moved by such a stunning beauty? But since he'd already spoken up, Obito wasn't about to let Kakashi and Rin call him a liar or doubt his expertise. After all, he prided himself on being a master of secret crushes. Obito cleared his throat and insisted stubbornly. "Did you see how gentle Kamashiro was when he wiped away Yetsung's tears just now? That was real tenderness, wasn't it? He just slipped up for a second, that's all." Kakashi and Rin exchanged puzzled looks. "Slipped up?" Obito spoke with exaggerated seriousness, spouting nonsense. Of course, when you're in front of someone you like, you always want to show your best side. Just now, Jindai accidentally let his true colors slip? Yes, that's exactly it. Watching Obito talk such rubbish, Kakashi and Rin could barely hold back their laughter. He couldn't even keep up the act. He got exposed right away. Did Jindai even try to put on an act? Did they really think Kakashi and Rin couldn't see through it? "Who's there?" Yakura hurled a few kunai toward where Obito and his friends were hiding. The three of them were startled and immediately dodged the flying weapons, but couldn't help but land heavily on the ground. Spotting the Konoha headbands on their foreheads, Yakura turned his gaze to Jindai. After all, this area was the main battleground between sand and mist, so Konoha shinobi were almost never seen here. So these three leaf ninja were obviously here with Jindai. Jindai looked at the three, his eye twitching in exasperation. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were all mortified, caught in the act of spying. How could they not be embarrassed? Jindai narrowed his eyes at them and said, "Didn't I tell you to stay put and wait for me? Don't tell me you got lost and wandered all the way here." Kakashi and Rin immediately turned to look at Obito. "Aren't you the talkative one? Then talk your way out of this." After all, it was Obito's idea to spy in the first place, so now that they were caught, it was only right for him to try and explain. Sweat was already breaking out on Obito's forehead. Why are they all staring at him? Everyone agreed to sneak a peek, so why was he the only one being thrown under the bus? This is so unfair. Jindai let out an impatient grunt. Feeling the full force of Jindai's hostile glare, along with Kakashi's and Rin's distrust of his expertise, Obito made a bold decision. Obito squeezed his eyes shut and declared loudly, We just wanted to see what the person Jindai has a crush on looks like. As soon as the words left his mouth, not only were Kakashi and Rin staring at Obito in shock, but even Jindai and Yukuro were left open-mouthed, gaping at him in disbelief. Kakashi and Rin discreetly gave Obito a thumbs up. What a brave soul. Yukuro gave Jindai a strange look. You have a crush on me? That's news to me. Jindai's face instantly turned bright red. Don't listen to his nonsense. Me have a crush on you? Don't make me laugh. That's the funniest joke I've heard all day, huh? The kind I like is gentle. Someone gentle. You get it? Kakashi and Rin's thumbs shifted over to Jindai. Another brave one. Yukuro, mortified and furious, smacked Jindai on the head again. So, I'm not gentle, huh? All the times I've looked after you mean nothing? Jindai hurriedly tried to explain. No, that's not what I meant. You're gentle. You're the gentlest person ever. There's no woman in this world gentler than you. Itsong suddenly placed her hand on Kamashiro's head and spoke with earnest gravity. Kamashiro, I see you as my little brother. Even if I were the gentlest woman alive, it wouldn't change a thing. You're just a kid in my eyes. Kamashiro tried to argue, but Itsong gave him no chance. Smiling cheerfully, she said, All right, that's enough. This area is dangerous. Our village's ninja and Miss Ninja are everywhere. It's not safe for you to linger here. Take your companions and leave, quickly. Kamashiro was so frustrated he nearly ground his teeth to dust, both hands clenching tightly in silent protest. He was utterly stifled. Itsong turned to Obito and the others. Gone was the warmth she'd shown Kamashiro. Her voice turned cold and sharp. For Kamashiro's sake, I'll let you all go this time. But there won't be a next time. She looked back at the still fuming Kamashiro, then flicked him lightly on the forehead with her finger. Maybe, when you've grown from a brat into a man, I'll give it some thought. As the words faded, Yitsong performed a body flicker technique and vanished on the spot. Kamashiro stood there, momentarily stunned. Then he clutched his forehead, fixing Obito with a look of deep, lingering resentment. The force of that grudge was so intense, Obito felt an icy chill shoot straight up his spine. Trouble was brewing, big trouble. Obito looked pleadingly at Kakashi and Rin Noera for help. Kakashi glanced around, then said, Kamashiro, it's not safe here. Let's pull out and regroup elsewhere. Kamashiro nodded, though his gaze never left Obito for even a second. Obito felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, cold sweat prickling all over. He couldn't shake the feeling that Kamashiro might strike him down at any moment. With their nerves on edge, Obito followed Kakashi, Kamashiro, and Rin as they made a smooth retreat from the area. Obito had assumed Kamashiro would lay into him the moment they got clear of danger, but strangely he didn't. Even after returning to the Konoha encampment, Kamashiro didn't so much as raise a hand or utter a single curse at him. He simply stared at Obito with a brooding, mournful gaze. The psychological torment was unbearable for Obito. He almost wished Kamashiro would just beat him up and be done with it. Kakashi and Rin were also deeply curious. Given Kamashiro's temperament, it was unthinkable that he'd let Obito off the hook like this. 3 days passed. During that time, Kakashi and Rin asked Kamashiro why he hadn't gone after Obito. Kamashiro's answer was, beating him up would only be a relief for Obito. As long as I don't make a move, he'll stay on edge, worrying every day about whether I'll strike. That way, he'll be living in constant misery. At that, Kakashi and Rin could only sigh. When it comes to psychological torment, Kamashiro is a true professional. And so another 3 days slipped by. Obito simply couldn't take it anymore, and, tail between his legs, went to find Shindai. Shindai, I was wrong. Why don't you just beat me up already? Shindai's smile was dazzling. You're not wrong, Obito. How could you possibly be at fault? Turns out I've been secretly in love with Yitsong all along. Good thing you said it out loud that day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known myself. Shindai's words, dripping with sarcasm, made the hairs on the back of Obito's neck stand on end. So, even after all these days, Shindai was still furious. Every day, Obito lived in constant fear, never knowing when Shindai might come to settle the score. The torment was unbearable, so in the end, Obito decided to take matters into his own hands and seek out Shindai for a well-deserved beating. But just as he'd steeled himself for a thrashing, Shindai showed no intention of laying a finger on him. And yet, Obito could feel the anger radiating off Shindai. Cautiously, Obito asked, Shindai, aren't you mad at me? Shindai smiled leniently, replying, well, why would I be mad at you? You did absolutely the right thing. Like I said, you're not at fault. How could you be? Obito felt a cold chill in his heart. Not mad? If this isn't being mad, he'd eat his own head and let Kakashi kick it around like a ball. With a miserable face, Obito pleaded, Shindai, I really was wrong. Just hit me already. I won't even fight back, I promise. Shindai shot him a sidelong glance. Do you truly know what you did wrong? Go on. Tell me, what exactly was your mistake? Obito pouted and confessed. I shouldn't have egged Kakashi and Rin on to spy on you guys, and I definitely shouldn't have said you had a crush on Yitsong. Shindai narrowed his eyes. That's what I don't get. Why on earth would you think I have a crush on Yitsong? Because, well, I told Kakashi and Rin that I really understood these things, so... The more Obito spoke, the quieter he became, until in the end, Shindai could barely hear him at all. But even without catching the last few words, Shindai could pretty much guess what Obito meant. Shindai couldn't help but laugh, more out of exasperation than amusement. So, just to show off your so-called expertise in front of Kakashi and Rin, you blurted out that I have a crush on Yitsong. Is that it? Obito hurriedly replied. Honestly, I really do think you like Yitsong a lot. That's why I said it. It wasn't just made up out of thin air. Shindai's teeth ground together audibly. I like Yitsong a lot. Of course I do. I've known her for 6 or 7 years. She's my only friend in Sunagakure. If I didn't like her, would I hate her instead? Besides, do you really think I'm like you? If I actually had that kind of feeling for her, I wouldn't be skulking around in secret. I'd go straight for it. Who has time for all this pining and secrecy? Obito let out an awkward laugh and said, All right, Shindai, you're really something. But honestly, you didn't lose anything, did you? How about this? Why don't you just punch me twice and we'll call it even? Shindai roared at Obito. Didn't lose anything? Do you have any idea how outstanding I am? What if, when I grow up, Yakura actually falls for me? My dream is to marry 2 wives, one to massage my shoulders, the other to rub my legs. If Yakura ends up being my wife someday, and I can't marry a second one, not only would I lose out, but I'd also have to be the one massaging her shoulders and legs. Don't you get it, you idiot? Obito stared at Shindai in utter disbelief. How shameless does someone have to be to actually say something like that out loud? But Shindai had already tackled Obito to the ground and was now giving him a righteous lesson. An hour later, inside the tent where Kakashi and Rin Noara were resting, Obito, sporting a face full of bruises but striding in with exaggerated pride, announced, Now, do you see my expertise? I wasn't bragging. Shindai really does like that Yakura, and Yakura even said she'd consider it when Shindai grows up. He might have admitted defeat in front of Shindai and taken a beating, but Obito was determined to regain some dignity elsewhere. For example, by making sure Kakashi and Rin recognized his keen insight. Kakashi, his tone dripping with sarcasm, remarked, Oh, look at you swaggering around again after getting thrashed by Shindai. Obito snorted, T.S.H., I'll tell you what, all I did was call Shindai out on his real feelings. He just got embarrassed and lashed out. In fact, when Yakura said she'd think about it after he becomes a man, Shindai was over the moon. Rin pressed her lips together and said to Obito, Honestly, Obito, maybe you should just stop talking right now. Obito replied with confidence, Why shouldn't I say it? You two doubted me before, didn't you? But you can't doubt me now. If Yakura says she'll consider it once Shindai's a grown man, she's definitely not just treating him like a little brother. Oh, then what does she see him as? A son? Or maybe a father figure? Of course, she sees him as, wait, what? A mom. Obito's hair practically stood on end in shock. He spun around, horror-stricken, to see Shindai standing behind him, stammering, When did you get here? Shindai's voice was cold as ice. So Yakura sees me as a mom, huh? Looks like that beating wasn't enough to teach you a lesson. Still running your mouth. I guess I'll have to tear it off for you. Obito immediately clamped his hands over his mouth, shaking his head desperately. Shindai rolled his eyes at the terrified Obito. You know you're scared, but you still can't keep quiet. Well, hardhead. I'm too tired to hit you again today. We'll save it for next time. Kakashi asked, Shindai, I've been meaning to ask you about what you said the other day, that scorpion. Did he really kill the 3rd Kazekage of the Sand Village? Shindai took a seat, sipped some water, and replied, Yes, it was him. Kakashi was puzzled. But how do you know that? Shindai answered, Well, I guessed. What? You guessed? Kakashi was taken aback. Shindai spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yeah, I've thought he was trouble since we were kids, so I figured it had to be him. Lacking any real evidence, that was all Shindai could say. Kakashi and Rin's faces twitched at the answer. Was it really that careless? Obito asked, confused, but what if you guessed wrong? Shindai's tone was absolutely certain. No chance. It's definitely him. If I'm wrong, I'll eat this table. Yet despite Shindai's confidence, without any proof, they simply couldn't believe it. Rin frowned and asked, Then, did you also just guess about the human puppets? That's different. I once saw one of his puppets. By carefully examining the smallest details, I was able to spot some clues. This time, Kakashi and the others believed Shindai's story. They had no idea what Shindai's experience in the Sand Village was like, so whatever he said, they could only take his word for it. Obito asked with curiosity, "How do you even make a puppet out of a living person? Do you hollow them out and put parts inside?" Shindai gave a disdainful laugh. "If it were that simple, he wouldn't be a genius puppet master, second only to me. But you don't actually need a living person. That part one made up. A corpse is enough. I just wanted to show Yi Tsang how truly twisted Scorpion is." Kakashi and the others stared at Shindai in exasperation. Not a single honest word came out of his mouth. And if he bragged one more time about being the greatest puppet master, their ears would start ringing. Learning that it didn't require a living person, just a corpse, left the three of them speechless. Obito, still curious, asked, "Shindai, what's the difference between a human puppet and other puppets?" Shindai nodded. "Of course there's a difference. If there weren't, why would Scorpion break such a major taboo to make human puppets? The biggest difference is that human puppets can use ninjutsu. A human puppet is made from someone who was once alive, and during the process, their chakra from when they were living is preserved. That's why the puppet retains all the ninjutsu and bloodline abilities the person had in life. In other words, to make a human puppet, you have to do it while the body is still fresh. If you wait too long and the chakra disappears, the body loses all its value. If the internal mechanisms of an ordinary puppet are exposed and understood by the enemy, then that puppet becomes nothing to fear, utterly useless even. In contrast, the main offensive technique of a human puppet lies in the ninja arts it retains from life. Even if the enemy learns the layout of its internal mechanisms, it doesn't matter, because a human puppet doesn't rely on those. It draws on the jutsu it wielded while alive. The true advantage of a human puppet is its limitless use of jutsu. As long as its chakra isn't depleted, the puppet can keep casting the techniques it once mastered in life. There's no such thing as running out of uses for jutsu. Of course, in my eyes, human puppets are worthless. My Kaminezuki is far more formidable. After all, my magnet release is the ultimate counter to puppets, human puppets included. Having finished his explanation, Kamio puffed out his chest with pride. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all twitched with irritation at his boastful display. Can he even talk without bragging about himself, they thought. Kakashi pressed on with another question. "Still, Kamio, I'm not saying Yi Tsang won't help you, but do you really think anyone will believe the things you're spreading? Some of it just sounds too outrageous." Kamio let out a derisive laugh. "Who cares if they believe it or not? All that matters is whether it grabs people's attention." Kakashi frowned in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Kamio thought for a moment before responding. "Let's put it this way. Imagine Lord Jiraiya visits a pleasure district, gets his clothes stolen, and ends up streaking naked down the street. Would you believe that?" All three, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, shook their heads in unison. "We can believe Lord Jiraiya visiting a pleasure district, sure, but him getting all his clothes stolen and running naked through the street? No way. He's one of the legendary Sannin. A ninja that powerful wouldn't end up like that, even if his clothes were stolen." Kamio snapped his fingers. "Exactly. No one would believe it. But that sort of story spreads like wildfire. Jiraiya's name alone draws attention. And when you add a pleasure district, stolen clothes, and public nudity, those elements together are irresistible. Whether the story is true or not doesn't matter. If the protagonist is famous enough and the story sensational enough, it'll circulate everywhere. Onlookers don't care. If it's real, even if they know it's fake, they'll treat it as real because it satisfies their thirst for gossip. You see what I'm saying?" Kakashi and Rin nodded at the same time. They understood now. The truth didn't matter, only whether the story was attention-grabbing. Obito, however, shook his head, clearly not following their logic at all. Shindai sighed helplessly. "Obito, when will you finally get a clue? Let me put it this way. Imagine Rin planned to confess to you today. That's pretty outrageous, right? But even if Kakashi and I knew for a fact it wasn't real, we'd still talk about it. Do you get what I mean now?" Rin gave Shindai a dissatisfied smack on the shoulder. "Shindai, what kind of example is that supposed to be?" Obito tilted his head in confusion. "So, Rin was going to confess to him today, but that wasn't so outrageous, was it? Ha ha ha." Watching Obito break into a silly grin, Shindai and Kakashi exchanged glances, each seeing the same look of exasperation in the other's eyes. This idiot really is hopeless. Shindai let out a quiet sigh. Well, now it's up to Yi Tsang. It had already been half a month since Yi Tsang and Shindai parted ways. At first, Yi Tsang was torn about whether or not to spread the contents of the scroll. After all, the revelations inside were explosive, almost unbelievable. But then, remembering how Shindai was falsely accused, forced to become a rogue ninja, driven from his home and compelled to join Konoha, unable to return to the village he called home, all because of what Raza and the others had done, Yitsong's anger flared up again. So, Yitsong secretly spread the information from Scroll. In truth, Yitsong only had 5 days to leak the story, as a mission took him away midway. When he finally returned to the outpost, he was stunned. Every sand ninja at the base was whispering about it. Did you hear? The real reason the fourth became Kazekage was because he's Lady Chiyo's son, her illegitimate child, no less. Unbelievable. No wonder the elders unanimously supported him for Kazekage. There was more to it than we thought. And get this. Rumor has it the fourth's father is none other than Inoki. I heard that. Supposedly, during the Second Shinobi World War, Lord Ebizo wanted to get a shipment of supplies from a Wagakure for Sunagakure, so he persuaded his own sister, Lady Chiyo, to get close to the Tsuchikage, Inoki. That's how the fourth was born. No wonder Wagakure was willing to let bygones be bygones and fight Konoha alongside us. Turns out, Inoki learned his own illegitimate son became Kazekage, so he agreed to the alliance. TSK. And they say Inoki's a crusty old man with a nose as red as a beet and short as a turnip. Honestly, Lady Chiyo did make a big sacrifice, but that doesn't erase what her grandson Sasori did. Human puppets. As her own grandson, he invented such a heartless technique. There was a time when ninjas kept disappearing from the village. Could that have been Sasori's doing? It's very possible. It must have been Sasori's doing. Maybe even the third. You can't just say things like that. Yakura's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the time had come. With a deep breath, Yakura made his way to Chiyo's tent. Upon entering, Chiyo saw Yakura return and greeted him with a warm smile. You're back. Thank you for your hard work, Yakura. Yakura hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Lady Chiyo, well, I just got back. I overheard a lot of the ninja in the camp talking about you, Lord Ebizo, and the fourth. Aren't you going to stop them? Chiyo's brow furrowed slightly. They're talking about me? Those ninja wouldn't be foolish enough to gossip in front of her. In truth, Chiyo had sensed something was amiss. Whenever she ventured out, she'd noticed many ninja lowering their heads, avoiding her gaze. She simply hadn't given it much thought before. Now, hearing Yakura's words, Chiyo realized that whatever they were saying couldn't be anything good. When Yakura, hesitating to speak, mentioned that the other ninja were gossiping about her, Ebizo, and Raza, Chiyo immediately understood that their talk was certainly not flattering. Chiyo turned to Yakura. Yakura, it's all right. Just tell me directly. Yakura looked troubled. Lady Chiyo, I really feel awkward saying this. Chiyo's tone became serious. They're speaking ill of us, aren't they? If I ask them myself, they'll just hide the truth. Only you can tell me everything. Please, Yakura, go on. Yakura's expression changed, and with a heavy sigh, as if making a difficult decision, he said to Chiyo, Lady Chiyo, I only heard this myself, so please don't be angry. But here's what they've been saying. They claim the fourth is your and Inoki's illegitimate child. That during the Second Great Ninja War, Lord Ebizo handed you over to Inoki. And that's how the fourth was born. They say that's why, after the third disappeared, the village promoted the fourth to Kazekage. At these words, Chiyo's expression darkened. She and Inoki had an affair? And Raza, their supposed illegitimate son? She had never even heard of such a thing. Besides, neither she nor Inoki could use magnet release. How could they have a child like Raza, gifted with that ability? Yakura watched Chiyo's reaction closely and pressed on. They also say that when our village declared war on a Wagakure, and then IWA later forgave us and agreed to work together against Konoha, it was because Inoki discovered the fourth was his and your child, so the alliance was formed. And your grandson, Sasori, did not simply disappear, he defected. Sasori developed the forbidden human puppet technique, turning living people into puppets. The disappearance of the third Kazekage may be connected to Sasori, since he also vanished around that same time. When Chiyo heard this about Sasori, she suddenly shot to her feet. Her eyes narrowed to slits, and her arms, pressed against the table for support, began to tremble. Seeing Chiyo's reaction, Yakura already had her answer in her heart. All those outrageous rumors, that Chiyo and Inoki had an affair, that Ebizo had given her to Inoki, that the fourth Kazekage was an illegitimate child, though unbelievable, had never provoked such a reaction from Chiyo. She had always found them hard to believe, but never this shaken. After all, they clearly sounded false. But when it came to Sasori, Chiyo's response was far too intense. That alone spoke volumes. A deep sense of disappointment welled up in Yakura's heart. She loved Sunagakure and took pride in being a shinobi of the village. Yet, The person she treated as a younger brother, the timid Kamiyo, had gone undercover in Konoha for the sake of Sunagakure, only to be abandoned by Chiyo and the others, while Sasori was allowed to shift the blame onto him. Yakura let out a quiet sigh and, remembering Kamiyo's advice, refrained from doing anything unnecessary. She addressed Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, these are clearly slanders, malicious rumors that have seriously damaged your reputation, as well as that of Lord Ebizo and the fourth Kazekage. I believe we must take action to put a stop to these rumors. Chiyo sat back down, her face clouded as she fell into deep thought. The rumors about her being Raza's mother or having an affair with Inoki were simply too absurd. For her to come forward and clarify them would be humiliating. But when it came to Sasori, Chiyo felt this might be the only rumor with a grain of truth. To outsiders, even this sounded far-fetched. Sasori, after all, was her grandson, a true child of the village. The concept of human puppets was unheard of. Besides, in their eyes, the traitor who had infiltrated Konoha was the one responsible. Sasori couldn't possibly be involved. But Chiyo couldn't see it that way. She recalled that blood-soaked room, and how Sasori's disappearance coincided exactly with the day the third Kazekage vanished. Even Chiyo felt that Sasori might have had something to do with the third Kazekage's disappearance. Back then, she had hesitated about whether to reveal the truth. But Raza had decided to make the most out of an otherwise useless undercover agent, using the village's hatred and outrage toward the traitor to boost morale among the shinobi. He pinned the blame for luring and attacking the third Kazekage on that spy. And so, the disappearance of the third Kazekage was officially declared unrelated to Sasori. That's why Chiyo kept this matter secret, her own selfishness at work. She thought perhaps it was all a misunderstanding about Sasori, and held on to the hope that one day he might return. That's why she concealed the scent of blood in Sasori's room and hid the fact that Sasori went missing on the very same day as the third Kazekage. It was only later, when they sent shinobi to search for Sasori, that she mentioned the approximate time of Sasori's disappearance. If, among all these rumors, the ones about Sasori are true, then the person spreading them must have actually seen Sasori. In fact, on the day both Sasori and the third Kazekage vanished, it's very likely that this person was a direct witness. But who could it be? Suddenly, the possibility of a spy lurking among them flashed through Chiyo's mind. But almost immediately, she dismissed the thought. After all, that spy shouldn't have been in Sunagakure at the time. So, it must have been someone who was present in the village back then. And then, who was the one spreading rumors within the camp? For someone to spread rumors here, either enemy shinobi have infiltrated their base, or it's an insider stirring up trouble. If it's an insider, perhaps the person spreading the rumors is the very same one who witnessed that day. Chiyo felt overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. After a moment's thought, she spoke to Yakura. These rumors must be suppressed immediately. Otherwise, they could seriously damage morale. Yakura, I'll leave this matter to you. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to intervene directly. And one more thing, Yakura, do whatever you can to root out the person spreading these absurd rumors in the camp. We can't let them spread any further. Yakura nodded in agreement. Understood, Lady Chiyo. I'll gather all the shinobi in the camp right away, put an end to these rumors for now, and find out exactly who is responsible for spreading them. Chiyo nodded. I'm counting on you, Yakura. Once Yakura left the tent, she immediately called together all the shinobi stationed at the camp, issuing a strict order. Any further spreading of rumors would be met with the harshest of punishments. And with that, there was nothing more to do. After all, could she really report herself? Back in her own tent, Yakura's mood was heavy. At first, she'd been torn. She wanted to trust Jindai, but she also hoped, deep down, that it wasn't true, that perhaps Jindai had made a mistake. But now, with the truth confirmed, Yakura was heartbroken. Chiyo had always been her idol. To discover that her idol could do such a thing was something Yakura simply couldn't accept. Then there was Raza and Ebizo. These people weren't just village leaders, they were the very pillars of Sunagakure. And yet this was how they treated Jindai, who had risked everything to act as an undercover agent for the village. They had forced Jindai to become a traitor, now exiled, unable to return home, and left with no choice but to become shinobi of Konoha. Yakura recalled Jindai's words to her. You're just a shinobi. No matter how much fame you have now, in the end, you're still just a shinobi. You hold no real power. Yitsang's eyes flickered for a moment. She wondered if she fought even harder, killed more mist ninjas, and rose to an even higher rank and position, would she be able to clear Kamashiro's name and give him a chance to return to Sunagakure one day? But in truth, it wasn't just Yitsang spreading these rumors. Kamashiro was doing it too. His methods, however, were far more direct and unabashed. Kamishiro prepared a stack of scrolls containing the exact same contents as the one Yitsong had, and whenever he went on a mission, he would simply toss them everywhere he went, leaving them for anyone to find. Thanks to Yitsong's efforts, almost all the Sand Shinobi already knew what was written on those scrolls, so even if someone picked one up, it caused little stir. But the Mist Ninjas had no idea. Once the contents reached them, the news spread like wildfire. Within days, the rumors had reached the Stone Ninjas, and even the reclusive Cloud Village had caught wind of the matter. What no one expected was that Inoki would actually issue a public statement. And that statement was truly something else. A secret hidden for so many years has finally come to light. During the Second Great Ninja War, I fell in love with Chiyo, the flower of Sunagakure, at first sight. With Ebizo's help, we had a romantic encounter. When I learned that Raza was my son, I was overjoyed and deeply gratified. Who would have thought my son would become Kazekage of Sand? He really is worthy of being my illegitimate child. Inside the Konoha encampment, Kamishiro was clutching his stomach, rolling on the ground in laughter, gasping for breath. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera watched Kamishiro, worried he might actually laugh himself unconscious. Rin sighed helplessly, trying to reason with him. Kamishiro, you're going to laugh yourself to pieces at this rate. That's enough already. What if you pass out from lack of oxygen? Besides, the ground's filthy. Don't roll around down there. Clinging to Obito's pant leg, Kamishiro began pulling himself up. Obito grabbed his pants for dear life, barely keeping them from being yanked down. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pull my pants. Rin's right here. Kakashi rolled his eyes, stuck his hands in his pockets, and, with a sly smile hidden beneath his mask, teased, "Oh, so it'd be fine if Rin weren't here." Obito's face darkened. It wouldn't be fine even if she wasn't. Still clutching his aching stomach, Kamishiro was laughing so hard his abs hurt, tears streaming down his cheeks. Between gasps, he managed to say, "I can't take it. That old man Inoki is a real character. He just claimed a Kazekage as his son for free." And the last line, making sure to call Raza his illegitimate child. I really want to see the looks on Raza and Chiyo's faces right now. Rin, still baffled, asked, why would Itsukage issue a statement like that? Isn't he just ruining his own reputation? Shindai wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said to Rin Noera, No, this hasn't damaged his reputation at all. In fact, it's made him even more famous. Kakashi, Obito, tell me. When Chiyo, once known as the flower of the shinobi in her youth, was rumored to have had a fling with Inoki and even bore a son who eventually became Kazekage, isn't that quite something? Kakashi and Obito thought for a moment and answered in unison, That's incredible. Rin Noera frowned and said, But isn't this all made up? Shindai spread his hands. So what? It's not Inoki who's embarrassed. It's Raza. It's Chiyo. It's the entire Sand Village. Now, they're the laughing stock of everyone. I have to admit, this surprise really caught me off guard. I just wanted to mess with them a little, but I didn't expect Inoki to get dragged in too. This is just too much fun. Clutching his stomach, Shindai burst out laughing again. While Shindai reveled in his amusement, inside the Kazekage's office in Sunagakure, Raza gripped a scroll in one hand and a piece of paper in the other. The veins bulged on his hands, twisting both the scroll and the paper in his grasp. But it wasn't just the scroll and paper that were contorted. Raza's own face was twisted with rage. Across from him, Ebizo's expression was equally foul, as if he'd just swallowed something vile. Suddenly, Raza slammed his fists on the desk with a thunderous bang and roared. Just who is the idiot spreading these rumors? That old fossil Inoki. How dare he shamelessly claim I'm his illegitimate son? The only illegitimate children here are his whole rotten family. Raza ranted on for a full half-hour before he finally calmed down, while Ebizo sat in silence, letting him vent. When his tirade was over, Raza turned to Ebizo and asked, Advisor Ebizo, what should we do now? Should we issue a clarification immediately? With a stern face, Ebizo nodded. A clarification is necessary. After all, there are always some fools out there who'll believe this kind of nonsense. Then Raza asked gravely, Advisor Ebizo about Sasori. Ebizo replied, There's no evidence proving that Sasori was responsible for what happened to the third Kazekage. It's just that Sasori and the third Kazekage disappeared on the very same day. For all we know, they might both have been attacked by some unknown party. After all, Sasori was his grandson, so Ebizo was bound to take his side. Raza's eyes narrowed slightly. Attacked by some unknown party at the same time? Raza found that hard to believe. He knew that Sasori was a rather reclusive person who rarely left home, so his interactions with the third Kazekage were minimal. Although the third Kazekage did recognize Sasori's talent with puppets, their relationship was strictly one of superior and subordinate. The place where the third Kazekage disappeared had already been confirmed to be outside the village. That night, the third Kazekage and Sasori left the village together. What could possibly be so secret that it couldn't be discussed inside the village? Moreover, why did Chiyo and Ebizo deliberately conceal the fact that Sasori and the third Kazekage disappeared on the very same day? No matter how you looked at it, something just didn't add up. Still, Raza had no intention of digging deeper into this matter. After all, both Chiyo and Ebizo commanded even greater respect than he did as Kazekage, and right now, the war effort desperately needed their support. So what should we do next? Do we just carry on as if nothing happened and keep fighting against the Leaf and Miss Shinobi? Ebizo suggested, let's have my sister return first. These rumors will only undermine her command. Let the other shinobi take over battlefield leadership for now. Besides, the war has entered its later stages. That Inoki fellow is holding back for a reason. He's definitely planning a major strike against the Leaf. We'll wait and seize that moment, then attack Konoha while they're weakened. Fourth Kazekage, you should try to get in touch with the Raikage right away. Raza asked, puzzled, why contact him? Didn't the Hidden Cloud village already withdraw from the war? Ebizo replied with certainty, that's just on the surface. The cloud is also biding its time, waiting for the right moment. Bruce, this fourth Raikage is newly appointed. He's bound to be eager to prove himself. If we propose an alliance, he's unlikely to refuse. You must have noticed how resilient the Leaf has been during this war. Even if we attack during their moment of weakness, our odds of victory are still slim. That's why we need allies, and the Hidden Cloud is our best bet. After a moment's thought, Raza nodded his agreement. All right, I'll begin reaching out to the cloud right away. During these days, Jindai couldn't stop smiling. He was especially delighted whenever even the Konoha shinobi at their base started whispering about the rumors swirling between Chiyo, Raza, and Inoki. Just as Jindai's team returned to base after finishing a mission, a shinobi approached him. Jindai, Lord Orochimaru wants to see you. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all looked at Jindai in surprise. The messenger had only called Jindai's name, clearly indicating that Orochimaru wanted a private meeting. He had no intention of inviting the others. When had Jindai ever interacted with Orochimaru? And what could possibly make Orochimaru seek him out alone? For a moment, Jindai was taken aback by the summons, but he quickly gathered his thoughts. If Orochimaru wanted to see him, it most likely had something to do with news about Chiyo. All right, I'll head over right away. Jindai turned to Kakashi and the others. I'm off to see Lord Orochimaru. He made his way to the command tent where Orochimaru was stationed. Inside the tent, Jindai saw Orochimaru once again. Nothing about him had changed. He still gave off that unsettling sense of concealed mischief. To Shindai's surprise, Orochimaru praised him, saying, "You did quite well spreading those rumors." Shindai asked in astonishment, "Lord Orochimaru, how did you know I was behind it?" Orochimaru explained, "It was simple. You harbor strong resentment toward Chiyo, and those scrolls were distributed in the areas where your team carried out missions. It wasn't hard to deduce that you were responsible." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shindai scratched his head and replied, "I see. I thought I'd cover my tracks perfectly." Orochimaru, with a hint of curiosity, continued, "But the rumors first surfaced at the Sand Shinobi outpost. I'm quite interested to know how you managed to spread them there." About that, I asked a friend from my old days in Sunagakure to help me out." Shindai wasn't keen on talking to Orochimaru about Yeat Song in detail. Orochimaru noticed Shindai's reluctance and didn't press further. Instead, he said, "We've got information on Chiyo now." Shindai's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Orochimaru. A subtle smile played at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth as he said, "Your rumor was outrageous, but surprisingly effective. It seems Chiyo was influenced by it and left the outpost. Looks like she intends to return to the Land of Wind, and she's traveling alone." Shindai exclaimed in delight. "Alone? That's the perfect opportunity. I'll take her out myself." But Orochimaru quickly added, "Chiyo left through the back route of their outpost. Sending shinobi to ambush her would most likely end in failure. As a commander, I can't give such a foolish order. So, if you plan to go after Chiyo, I'll allow it, but I won't offer you any assistance. Let me warn you one last time. Even if your puppets are superior to Chiyo's, ninja battles are never decided by puppets alone. Besides, your puppets, you're no match for her. In my opinion, your chances of failure are high, and your risk of dying is not low, either. I heard from Jiraiya that you're quite afraid of combat. If you dread fighting so much, why risk something so dangerous?" At that, a sly grin spread across Shindai's face. With a mischievous chuckle, Shindai said, "Lord Orochimaru, I'm a man of great justice, but utterly shameless." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at Shindai's answer. Justice and shamelessness. Can those really go together? With a sinister edge to his voice, Shin Dai explained, I act with justice, but I fight without shame. I'll use any dirty trick I can think of, and if I can't win, I'll just run. All I want is to discuss that old hag Chiyo, then make my getaway. Orochimaru regarded Shin Dai with a strange look, and for a moment, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. A shameless Shin Dai might fail, but he'd never lose his life. Orochimaru nodded and tossed a scroll to Jindai. Catching it, Jindai heard Orochimaru say, This is a map predicting Chiyo's escape route. If you want to catch up to her, you'll have to set out right away. But I can't promise you'll be able to catch her. And didn't Minato Namikaze teach you all? Eavesdropping on a strategy meeting is a serious offense. Jindai paused for a moment. Clearly, Orochimaru's last sentence wasn't directed at him. Turning his head, Jindai's eyes instantly turned blank with exasperation. He spotted Obito's head peeking in from the doorway. How'd he know at a glance? It was Obito, because only Obito sported such a slick-back hairstyle here. Obito, Rin Noara, and Kakashi all shuffled in with their heads lowered. As they entered, Rin whispered complaints under her breath. Obito, I told you we shouldn't be eavesdropping. Obito looked deeply embarrassed. He'd only come out of curiosity. Kakashi and Rin had tried to pull Obito away, but by accident, they'd overheard Jindai planning to ambush Chiyo, and couldn't help listening in. Kakashi apologized to Orochimaru. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, had no intention of making an issue out of it. With time spent scolding them, he thought they'd be better off doing something useful. Since Jindai is part of your squad, I'll let it go this time, but there won't be a next time. Relieved, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all let out a collective breath. They were all a bit intimidated by Orochimaru. Jindai bid farewell to Orochimaru, saying, Lord Orochimaru, we'll take our leave now. With that, Jindai walked over to Obito and the others, herding the trio out while grumbling. You three really can't get enough of spying, can you? Don't you know snooping around will bring you nothing but trouble? Suddenly, Obito raised his head and asked Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, can we go with Jindai? Jindai smacked Obito on the head. Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Move it. Orochimaru had already picked up another scroll and was reading, not even looking up as he said, Jindai is a member of your squad. Whether you go or not is up to you. Obito's eyes lit up, but just as he was about to speak, Jindai clamped a hand over his mouth. Jindai glared at Obito. Say another word, and I'll rip your tonsils out. Then Jindai called out to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, Obito's head got squashed by but when we woke up this morning, I might have damaged his brain a bit, so please don't take his babbling seriously. You're busy, we won't bother you any longer. Dragging Obito along, Jindai left the command tent with Kakashi and Rin. After returning to his own tent, Shindai let go of Obito and shot him a fierce glare. Are you out of your mind? Saying stuff like that right in front of Lord Orochimaru. Aren't you afraid he'll eat you alive? Obito rubbed his stiff face and replied, Of course I'm scared, but I still want to go with you. That Chiyo is the commander of the Sand Ninja here, a senior advisor to the Hidden Sand Village. Even Lord Orochimaru said she's strong, said you can't beat her. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? I'm confident I can handle it alone. If you guys come with me, that's when it gets dangerous. That's final. See you. Shindai started gathering his things, ready to leave as soon as he was packed. Inside Shindai's tent, he stuffed items into his small backpack, determined to give Chiyo a real shock this time. Enough to make that old fox completely lose her composure. Obito, rejected by Shindai, stood with his hands on his hips. Aren't we teammates? We're supposed to be a unit. How can we let you take on a mission alone? Shindai replied offhandedly, This one's a solo mission. Obito tugged on Kakashi's sleeve. Say something, will you? Are you just going to stand by and watch Shindai throw his life away? Shindai raised a fist at Obito. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not throwing anything away, and I'm in a good mood, so don't make me punch you. Truth be told, Kakashi was also worried about Shindai. Orochimaru himself had said the mission was risky, and that failure, or even death, was a real possibility. Kakashi spoke to Shindai. Shindai, this mission isn't a solo job. Lord Orochimaru said you're a member of our squad, so it's up to us to decide if we go. And since I'm the team leader, it's my call. Obito, who usually grumbled about Kakashi being in charge, didn't object this time. He chimed in, That's right. Kakashi's the leader. You have to listen to him. Shindai shot Kakashi a sideways look. What, Kakashi? Now you want to boss me around too? Kakashi sighed, feeling the headache coming on. Do you think I want to? First, Lord Orochimaru told us Chiyo will be leaving from behind their base. That means you'll have to circle around the Sands camp and chase at full speed, which also means you won't be able to judge your surroundings accurately. There's a real chance you won't even find Chiyo, and instead, you'll get yourself surrounded by Sand Ninja. Am I wrong? But if the three of us go, me, you, and Obito, we can move in a triangle formation, each of us watching a different direction. That way, it's much safer. Shindai paused in his packing. Kakashi did have a point. Rin Noera, listening from the side, suddenly realized something was off. Hold on. It sounds like none of you plan to take me with you. Kakashi said to Rin Noera. This mission is very dangerous, so? Rin immediately puffed up with indignation. So, I'm not part of the team anymore? Is this just the three of you now, and I'm just extra baggage? Kakashi replied helplessly. That's not what I meant at all. Obito jumped in, making the decision before anyone else could speak. Then let's just get going already. Shindai grumbled under his breath. Get going? No one even asked if I agreed. Oh, whatever. Straightening his back, Shindai addressed Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. If you all want to come with me, fine. But from now on, Kakashi is stripped of his captaincy. I'm the leader now. Do you all agree? Obito immediately responded. I agree. From now on, you're the captain. Kakashi cast his trademark deadpan look at Obito. So, just like that, he was ousted as captain? Nobody was even going to ask for his opinion? Thankfully, Rin. I agree too. Kakashi turned his blank stare to Rin. Why did even Rin want to take away his captaincy? Kakashi was about to say something when Shindai continued. Since everyone agrees, I'm the captain now. Kakashi thought. Seriously? No one is going to ask me? I'm just out like that? That's a bit much, isn't it? His mouth opened and closed. But in the end, he chose not to say anything. So be it. Let them strip him of his title. It's only temporary anyway. Besides, his opinion clearly didn't matter at all, since no one was listening to him. Shindai gave his orders. Since I'm captain now, from here on out you all follow my lead. Understood? If you don't get it, you're not coming. Understood. Obito and Rin responded with eager enthusiasm. Then, Shindai, Obito, and Rin all turned to look at Kakashi, who hadn't said a word. Somewhat begrudgingly, Kakashi muttered, got it. Shindai slung his small pack over his shoulder and said, let's head out right away. Time's tight. I'll explain the details of the mission on the road. And so, Team Kakashi, wait, that's not right anymore. It's now Team Shindai. Under Shindai's leadership, they set off to pursue Chiyo. On the road, Shindai addressed the other three. Since you eavesdropped, you already know I'm going after Chiyo. Remember, when it comes down to it, it's just me and Chiyo one-on-one. No interference. The three of you just stay hidden. Your only job is to get me to Chiyo safely. Obito asked in confusion. Huh? We're not allowed to help? I was planning to go all out. Why do you want a one-on-one anyway? Wouldn't it be better if we just ganged up on her? Shindai tugged at the corner of his mouth and remarked sarcastically. Just one Chiyo, and you think I'll sweep through my enemies? What? Am I supposed to chop off her arms and legs, place them at the four corners, and then call a massacre? As for ganging up on her, honestly, even with a few more people, we probably couldn't take Chiyo down. Relying solely on our strength, there's simply no way to kill her. Rin Noera was completely baffled. If you know yourself that you can't kill Chiyo, Shindai, then why take the risk and go after her at all? Shindai let out a sigh. Did you really think I was just talking when I said I'd be fine on my own, but it'd only be dangerous if you all came along? Yvette made thorough preparations. My goal is simple, to discuss Chiyo, to get under her skin, and then see if I get a chance to slap that old face of hers. So I never intended to fight her head-on. I plan to use every possible trick to disrupt her. If you all join the fight, it would actually put me at a disadvantage, since it might force a direct confrontation. Do you see my point now? This time, not only Kakashi and Rin, but Obito also understood. So that's how it is. Shindai, how do you plan to get under Chiyo's skin? Shindai smiled mysteriously. You'll see when the time comes. If we don't find Chiyo, there's no point in telling you now. But trust me, I'm absolutely certain I'll get her to lose her cool, big time. They want to mess with me together with Ebizo and Raza? Let's see who really gets the last laugh. A string of wicked, gleeful laughter burst from Shindai, sending chills down the spines of his three companions. When it came to being devious, none of them had ever seen anyone surpass Shindai. Not even Jiraiya could compare. So, the three of them truly believed Shindai could get under Chiyo's skin. Meanwhile, on the road returning to the Land of Wind, Chiyo was traveling at a leisurely pace. She wasn't in any hurry. In fact, she was taking her time. To Chiyo, there was no danger now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to travel alone. Besides, she wasn't about to get busy anytime soon, so there was no need to rush. She treated the walk as a stroll, making her way back to the village while pondering the matter of Sasori and speculating about who could have been spreading rumors. Suddenly, Chiyo stopped in her tracks. Her drooping eyelids twitched unexpectedly, and a wave of unease surged within her. At this moment, only one conviction filled Shindai's heart. In every person's life, there are some things that simply must be done, and for Shindai, he had found his. Right now, Shindai was a hero, a fearless warrior. a shining example of someone who stands tall amid overwhelming adversity, bravely shouldering his responsibilities. Shindai feared neither hardship nor challenge. With unwavering faith and extraordinary courage, he vowed to defend justice and peace. Faced with the darkness lurking in the ninja villages, Shindai would use his wit and strength to shelter the weak and shield them from harm. It was precisely this belief that made Shindai forget his timidity and fear. Now, Shindai was brave and fearless, undaunted by authority, vowing to fight to the end against the forces of darkness led by Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara looked at Shindai with undisguised disdain. Hey, can you at least try to have some shame? Who says their innermost thoughts out loud? And in the third person, no less. This isn't some heartfelt confession. It's just you bragging about yourself. If you want revenge, just say so. Why drag belief into this? Hearing the three of them tear down his act, Shindai protested. Hey, I'm the captain here. Everything I say is the truth. You have no right to question me. Yeah, you're right. It's all true, every word. Your sense of conviction is really something, Shindai. You're the model for us all. No one could possibly be a better example than you. Obito and the others echoed Shindai's words with half-hearted enthusiasm. Shindai was just about to lose his temper. He'd even prepared the perfect scowl. But then he stopped, freezing both his expression and his steps. Pressing a hand to his left eye, Shindai began observing through his third eye. The other three halted as well, realizing that Shindai must have noticed something. They clamped their mouths shut, careful not to disturb him. He finally found our main target. Things are going suspiciously well. Shindai let out a sly chuckle, his third eye having spotted Chiyo. They've been tracking her for 2 days straight now. And it was the kind of tracking where they hadn't rested for a full 48 hours. Thanks to their cooperation, they'd managed to avoid any sand ninja. Whenever they caught sight of any, they simply detoured around them, making the journey smooth sailing. Now, having found Chiyo so easily, it almost felt too lucky. To avoid his third eye getting too close and alerting Chiyo, Shindai dismissed it. Barely containing his excitement, Shindai told Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, I've found Chiyo. I'm going in for the hit now. You guys can try to spy again, but don't mess it up like last time with Itsung or Lord Orochimaru. Don't get caught right away. I can handle this mission on my own, but if you three join in, then I don't stand a chance. If you ruin my shot at taking down that old hag Chiyo, I swear, I'll make your lives miserable every single day after this. Got it? The thought of being harassed by Shindai day in and day out was a serious threat to Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Kakashi told Shindai, don't worry, go ahead. I promise, this time we absolutely won't get caught. We'll observe from the farthest safe distance. Chiyo won't even know we're there. Shindai nodded. Remember what you said. I'm heading out now. Just as Shindai took his first step forward, he suddenly turned back to Kakashi and called out, Kakashi, I want to apologize in advance. Kakashi looked at Shindai in confusion. Apologize in advance? What for? But Shindai had already dashed off ahead, leaving Kakashi without a chance to ask. Ever since Chiyo's eyelids started twitching, it hadn't stopped. She was gripped by an inexplicable sense that her honor was at risk. Suddenly, Chiyo halted and spun to face the woods ahead, shouting, Show yourself. Shindai emerged from behind a tree, his face clouded as he stared at Chiyo. Chiyo frowned at him. Who are you? Since Shindai wasn't wearing a Leaf Village forehead protector, Chiyo didn't attack right away. Shindai sneered. Don't recognize me? You old scoundrel. Didn't you, together with your illegitimate son Raza and your younger brother Ebizo, the one you handed off to Inoki and the other village elders, all declare me a traitor? After you've branded me a traitor, you're saying you don't know who I am? Chiyo's pupils contracted sharply. You're the undercover agent sent to Konoha? Shindai unleashed a torrent of invective. You old hag. I work myself to the bone as a spy in the Leaf, and with just a few words from your mouths, I become a traitor? Is there anyone in this world more shameless than you lot? Really, whatever lowlife means, it fits you perfectly. You're no different from the worst of them. And you dare call yourself the flower of the shinobi? Just look at those wrinkles, tight enough to trap a fly. You must not have been much to look at when you were young, and you're short as can be. No wonder that old fossil Inoki took a liking to you, and together you brought that disgrace Raza into the world. You should try filling your head with something worthwhile. Sure, there's not much water in the desert, but it's not completely dry, so you could at least have a drop of sense in that thick skull of yours, you stinking old crone. Phew, that feels good. Shindai let out a deep sigh, feeling cleansed and invigorated. Watching from the shadows, even Kakashi and the others felt a rush of satisfaction. It was so cathartic they almost wanted to jump in and hurl a few insults themselves. Chiyo's face turned green, but since she knew they'd acted without honor in this matter, all she could do was try to defend herself. Everything we did was for the village. As a shinobi of the village, you should understand our difficulties, the hardships the village faces. Bah! Shindai spat on the ground. You really are shameless, spouting such despicable nonsense. All you wanted was to drag the leaf into war. You never needed me for that. You're nothing but a bunch of scoundrels, thicker-skinned than a fortress wall, utterly worthless. No wonder that guy Sasori left the village. With a grandmother like you, it's a disgrace beyond words. Chiyo was furious at being scolded by Kamishiro. Even if their actions had been questionable, her anger flared, especially when Kamishiro brought up Scorpion. She drew out a scroll and summoned a puppet from within, though it was just an ordinary one. After all, the third Kazekage had once remarked that the person sent as an undercover agent had a certain talent for making puppets, but was otherwise completely inept. Even his puppet control was poor. There was no need for her to deploy her near Pine 10, her elite puppet troupe. I'm giving you a chance now. Come back to the village with me, and I'll help you assume a new identity so you can live in Sunagakure. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Kamashiro's tone was icy. No mercy? That's rich coming from you. You're the ones who made me into a traitor, and now if I won't return as Sunagakure with you, suddenly I'm the one at fault? Convenient how you twist the words. But if you want to talk about showing no mercy, maybe you should wait a moment. Don't you want to know the truth behind the third Kazekage's disappearance? Chiyo's body trembled, and for the first time, a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes. Hearing Kamishiro ask if she wanted to know the truth behind the third Kazekage's disappearance, a deep sense of dread welled up in Chiyo's heart. She was terrified that the truth might confirm her worst suspicions. Chiyo denied it at once. There's no way you could know. Back then, you couldn't have been in Sunagakure. Kamishiro let out a sinister chuckle. Oh, are you scared? Why couldn't I know? The third Kazekage is already dead, but Scorpion is still alive. Since he survived, why would I need to be in Sunagakure to learn the truth? All it took was to meet him and ask. It wasn't exactly difficult. Chiyo stared at Kamishiro in disbelief. You met Scorpion? A brilliant smile spread across Kamishiro's face. Yes, I have. In fact, we get along quite well. After all, we are both unparalleled puppet masters, kindred spirits, you might say. He told me the truth of what happened. Do you want to know why he killed Uncle Kaido and left Sunagakure? Chiyo's face was expressionless as she regarded Kamishiro, but her trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within her. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, upon hearing Kamishiro's words, could already tell he was about to start fabricating stories. After all, he'd been bad-mouthing that Scorpion fellow so harshly before. How could they possibly be on good terms? Kamishiro's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Because Scorpion believes that the deaths of his parents were caused by Uncle Kaido, you, Ebizo, and the other higher-ups. He thinks that if it hadn't been for your failures in judgment during the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha would never have been able to breach the village's defenses. He harbored deep resentment toward all of you, but he knew that, relying on his own strength alone, he could not take revenge on everyone. So, he began researching forbidden human puppet techniques, hoping to obtain great power and strike back at you all. To do this, he needed a powerful ninja with a Kekkai Genkai, a unique bloodline ability, to turn into a human puppet, thus greatly enhancing his own strength. That's why he set his sights on Uncle Kaido. Uncle Kaido had gained the title of the strongest Kazekage in history, thanks to his magnet release, Kekkai Genkai. Turning Uncle Kaido into a human puppet would give him the greatest boost in power. And so, he deceived Uncle Kaido. And then, just like this, Shindai crooked his finger, and from behind the tree, two figures emerged. One was Sasori, and the other was the third Kazekage. Chiyo stared blankly at Sasori and the third Kazekage, her eyes dazed. These two were actually Shindai's creations, formed using sand iron clones and transformation jutsu. Sasori's palm drove straight through the third Kazekage's chest from behind. Of course, Shindai hadn't witnessed it himself, so he could only imagine how it happened. Seeing Sasori pierce through the third Kazekage's chest, Chiyo seemed to freeze in shock. Shindai began to chip away at Chiyo's defenses. Just like that, Sasori ambushed and killed the third Kazekage. TSK. Uncle Kaido must have felt so utterly humiliated at the moment of his death, don't you think? Sasori was your grandson. You were the one he trusted most. Because he loved you, he extended that trust to Sasori as well. And yet it was Sasori who killed him. Lady Chiyo, if Sasori hadn't been your grandson, perhaps Uncle Kaido would have been more cautious. Maybe he wouldn't have died. So tell me, do you bear some responsibility for Uncle Kaido's? No, for Sunagakure's third Kazekage's death? You failed to protect your own children, and then your grandson, too. Not only did your grandson delve into these forbidden, inhuman puppet arts, but he also killed Sunagakure's Kazekage. And yet you continue to live comfortably. Isn't that a little shameful? If I were you, and had any sense of responsibility left, I'd simply commit seppuku, atone for my sins with my life. I wouldn't cling to life so shamelessly. Lady Chiyo, will you commit seppuku? I can even act as your second, and if you can't bring yourself to do it, I'd be happy to help. I promise, you won't feel a thing. It'll be a peaceful end. At this point, not just Chiyo's fingers, but her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Obito, surprised, turned to Kakashi and Rin Noara beside him and asked, "You don't think that old lady is actually going to go through with it, do you? She's shaking like a leaf." Rin frowned. No way. Would she really commit seppuku just because of a few harsh words? That's a bit much. Kakashi's expression was odd. If Shindai actually talks that old lady into committing seppuku, he'll brag about it to us for a year. Of course, Chiyo was not so fragile. Chiyo's trembling had finally ceased, and the chakra threads were now firmly attached to the puppet. That's just your side of the story. There's no way I could ever trust a traitor like you. Jindai threw his head back and let out a loud laugh, his hand pressed to his forehead. Chiyo, oh Chiyo, everyone knows in their hearts whether I'm telling the truth or not. You, a high-ranking member of Sunagakure, sheltered your own grandson and betrayed loyal shinobi of the village. When Sasori eventually comes for his revenge against Sunagakure, I'll make sure to lay every truth bare. I'll see to it that all of Sunagakure points their fingers at you, Ebizo, and Raza, one after another, cursing you all to your faces. Every time your names are mentioned, people will spit in disgust and call you the true criminals of the Sand Village, because you're the real culprits behind the death of the third Kazekage. But I suppose it doesn't matter to you. After all, your skin is thicker than the walls of this village. The instant Jindai's words fell, Chiyo suddenly leapt backward. At the very moment she retreated, the puppet tethered by her chakra threads exploded into fragments. A storm of iron sand pellets erupted outward, flying at incredible speed and with lethal force in every direction. The iron sand bullets were so dense and fast, and with no good cover nearby, there was nowhere for Chiyo to dodge. She had no choice but to rely on her puppet techniques to defend herself. Puppet technique, light shield seal. Chiyo's hands, once injured in battle and now transformed into puppet limbs, enabled her to perform puppet techniques with even greater precision. Using the mechanisms built into her puppet arms, she channeled her chakra to manifest a protective shield, blocking the barrage of iron sand bullets. The reason the puppet had suddenly shattered and unleashed a torrent of iron sand was because, while Jindai had been talking, he'd secretly manipulated iron sand from beneath the ground, attaching it stealthily to Chiyo's puppet. He then filled the puppet's insides through its joints and seams. Chiyo, stunned by Jindai's accusations, hadn't noticed the iron sand infiltrating her puppet. She only realized something was wrong when she suddenly lost control of the puppet, which prompted her immediate retreat. Jindai unfurled a scroll and summoned Shimajetsu. Controlling Shimajetsu, Jindai charged straight at Chiyo. Shimajetsu. Iron sand drizzle. Missing part of its iron sand body, Shimajetsu transformed itself into countless razor-sharp iron sand needles that shot toward Chiyo with blinding speed. Because Shimajetsu's entire body was composed of magnetized iron sand, shaped and controlled by Jindai's magnet release, it could perform simple magnet-style jutsu directly. Chiyo maintained her light shield seal, fending off the hail of iron sand needles. But even as she defended, Shimajetsu had already circled behind her, forging a blade out of iron sand and swinging it down in a deadly arc. Chiyo kept up her light shield seal, rolling out of the way of Shimajetsu's strike and quickly putting some distance between them. Chiyo fixed her gaze on Kamiyo, her expression serious. The third Kazekage said her ninjutsu talent was poor and your puppet skills were lacking. Looking at you now, that's clearly not the case. With your level of strength, why would the third ever send you to Konoha as an undercover agent? Kamiyo let out a cold laugh. Why don't you go ask Uncle Kudu in the underworld yourself? He launched a surprise attack at Chiyo, but it failed. Chiyo realized that Kamiyo's abilities were nothing like how the third Kazekage had once described them. She simply couldn't believe that, in less than 2 years, someone with such poor talent could have advanced to this degree. Chiyo produced 2 more scrolls and summoned 2 puppets, father and mother. However, these weren't the father and mother puppets crafted by Sasori. Sasori had taken his own creations when he left Sunagakure. These puppets were made by Chiyo herself, and she had equipped them with weapons such as katanas, chain blades, and steel wires, making them formidable in combat. Seeing the 2 puppets appear, Kamiyo protested, clearly annoyed. Hey, old hag. Don't you think you're underestimating me? Do you think I'm so weak that I'm not even worth you using the Chikamatsu 10 puppets? Brat, don't be so full of yourself. When I was fighting on the battlefield, you didn't even know what day it was. Chiyo manipulated father to attack Kanazuki, while mother lunged straight at Kamiyo. The chain blade of father lashed across Kanazuki, who made no effort to defend himself. The chain blade embedded itself deep into his body. But pulling the blade back was another matter entirely. Kanazuki's iron sand clung tightly to the chain, crawling up its length toward the puppet's frame. Seeing this, Chiyo acted decisively. She severed the chain blade to prevent the iron sand from spreading to father. As a member of Sunagakir's rare bloodline limit clans and a senior leader herself, Chiyo knew that magnet release was a natural counter to puppets. She couldn't let the iron sand make direct contact. Her eyes grew sharper as she glanced at Kamiyo. For a puppet master, the moment of manipulating a puppet in battle was when their real body was most vulnerable. As mother closed in, a blade sprang from her arm, slashing toward Kamiyo. To Chiyo's surprise, Kamiyo didn't even try to dodge. Sensing something was wrong, Chiyo tried to stop mother from attacking further. Kamiyo let out a sinister grin, then charged straight at mother and wrapped his arms around the puppet. In an instant, Kamiyo's body turned black, dissolving into a mass of iron sand that enveloped mother completely. With mother smothered in iron sand and under the power of magnet release, Chiyo instantly lost all control over her puppet. Under the crushing force of the magnetic sand iron, mother was smashed to pieces. Chiyo looked gravely at Kanazuki. Was that Sand-Eye a sand iron clone? How was he controlling this puppet? Could this puppet act on its own? Hey, is it really that shocking? Originally, that sand iron clone was meant to lure your Chikamatsu 10 puppets into attacking, but I didn't expect you to underestimate me so much and send out these 2 second-rate puppets. Chiyo glanced up at the sky, her expression growing even heavier. Jindai had used magnet release, sand iron wings to create a pair of sand iron wings on his back and soared high into the sky. Is Chiyo powerful? She might be, but what's the use if her opponent is flying? Let her try fighting him up there. He was flying so high. Even if you were as fast as Minato Namikaze or another ninja capable of flight, you might stand a chance, but for anyone else with him dominating the skies, no attack would ever reach him. As for how Jindai was controlling Kanazuki, he held a remote control in his hand. Admittedly, Kanazuki's driving mechanism had many shortcomings, and in battle against a ninja like Chiyo, flaws would be exposed everywhere. But with the signal receiver and the remote in hand, Jindai could maneuver Kanazuki with relative flexibility. It wouldn't move so awkwardly. That's why Jindai hadn't wanted Kakashi and the others involved. From the very start, Jindai stood in an unbeatable position. If Kakashi and the others showed up, there would be too many unknowns. Chiyo watched Jindai in the sky, her expression troubled. At that height, it would be extremely difficult for her to land a hit. And as for Jindai's puppets, they were all constructed from sand iron. This was the first time she had ever seen puppets like these. The third Kazekage had said Jindai was very talented in puppet making, which meant he probably crafted this puppet himself. Yet in other respects, the third Kazekage had been completely mistaken. No matter how you looked at him, Jindai's talent was extraordinary, not lacking in the slightest. Such a gifted individual should have been nurtured within the hidden sand village, not sent off as an undercover agent. Even if he'd become a spy, there's no way they would have let him go and become a traitor. Unfortunately, now he stood wholly on the opposing side, and she had no choice but to eliminate him. Otherwise, he could become a serious threat to the village. Chiyo was now filled with murderous intent toward Jindai. Since Jindai had shown up here, he must be trying to kill her. But a single unusual puppet wouldn't be enough to do the job. She needed to wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Jindai was still taunting from above, his tone laced with sarcasm. So, how does it feel to see your daughter-in-law ground to pieces? As a mother, you really have the heart to do it. Even Sasori never transformed those 2 sentimental puppets of his into weapons. Yet you, as his mother, did it without hesitation. What's wrong? Does it feel good to control your dead son and daughter-in-law in a fight? Did watching your daughter-in-law's puppet get smashed to pieces give you some twisted pleasure? You're a real sick old pervert. Disgusting. If that's the case, why not just cut to the chase and let me crush your son's puppet too? After all, you seem to enjoy it so much, don't you? As Scorpion's good friend, when I first heard how eager he was to get rid of you, I thought maybe he was going too far. After all, you're his grandmother. But now I see he wasn't wrong at all. You really deserve it, desecrating the memory of the people Scorpion loved most. Even I can't stand to watch this anymore. Faced with Kamiyo's relentless taunting, so intense it could almost be called psychological warfare, Even Chiyo, who had weathered many storms in her life, was seething with anger. Chiyo snapped. "You insolent brat, shut your mouth. Didn't you want to kill me? Hiding up in the sky won't get you anywhere." Camille laughed wildly. "Huh, did I make you mad? Who are you to get angry? I won't shut up, and I'll stay right up here in the air. What are you doing down there, anyway? Come up here and fight me, you senile old hag." Kakashi, Obito, and Rin listened in, each feeling their patience were thin. Obito muttered through clenched teeth. "How shameless. That's Camille for you. I can't believe he actually said, 'What are you doing on the ground?' I almost feel sorry for that old woman right now." Rin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it looks like she's about to explode." Kakashi stayed silent, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He was still hung up on the cryptic apology Camille had given him earlier, unable to shake the suspicion that more trouble was coming, and that somehow he'd be involved. High above, Camille hovered in the air, controlling the puppet of Shimijetsu to battle Chiyo's father puppet via remote. From his aerial vantage, Camille also launched magnet release attacks at Chiyo from time to time. Yet even with all this pressure, Chiyo still hadn't summoned the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. She was carefully watching Shimijetsu's attack patterns, knowing that magnet release was a devastating counter to puppets. Summoning the Chikamatsu 10 recklessly would do nothing to change the situation. Against magnet release, even the Chikamatsu 10 risked serious damage if they weren't careful. Chiyo realized that Shimijetsu's puppet completely upended traditional puppet design, almost entirely constructed from iron sand. Its attack methods were equally unconventional, using the magnetic properties of iron sand to reshape its body into a vast array of weapons. It could even conjure up small missiles, kunai, and shuriken for surprise attacks, making it virtually impossible to defend against. And with Camillo in the sky, not even the Chikamatsu 10 could reach him. "Hey, old hag, look up here. See who's right in front of me." Chiyo glanced skyward, and veins bulged across her forehead in barely contained rage. They were her son and daughter. Shindai used his sandiron clone, then transformed himself using the transformation technique into the likeness of her son and daughter. Without hesitation, Shindai slapped each of them across the face, scolding furiously, "Look at your mother. How could you end up with a mother like this? The two of you are dead, and yet she still uses your bodies as puppets for battle. Didn't it ever occur to you to stop her? She even turned your son, Sasori, into what he is now. Tell me, was she wrong or not?" Shindai, now mimicking their voices in a strained tone, pleaded, "Lord Shindai, we were wrong, but we never wanted a mother like this either. Please forgive us." Returning to his own voice, Shindai snapped, "Forgive you? Forgive you for what? You couldn't even control your own mother. Couldn't you have taken her with you when you died? Leaving such a menace behind in the world, and you want forgiveness for that?" Again, using a choked, remorseful voice, Shindai continued, "Ah, we don't deserve forgiveness. We are sinners. It's all our mother's fault. She made us into sinners. She even turned our beloved son into a monster. It's all because of her, because of you, because of you." Shindai's sandiron clones, now in the forms of Chiyo's son and daughter, glared at Chiyo with eyes full of anger. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stood with mouths agape, utterly speechless as they watched Shindai perform this entire ventriloquist act in midair. This was just too much. Who could possibly endure such a thing? Even the three of them, mere bystanders, found it hard to stomach. This was playing dirty to the extreme. No wonder Shindai said he wanted to discuss Chiyo, to shatter her composure. Really, who wouldn't break under this kind of assault? As expected, Chiyo had already lost her cool. "You brat, are you looking for death?" Furious, Chiyo directed her father puppet to charge at Shindai in the sky. Shindai laughed with delight. "Hey, you've already lost your mind? I have to say I'm disappointed. After all, this is just the beginning. Oh, and as a puppet master, you do know, don't you? The farther a puppet is from its master, the longer the chakra threads stretch, and the less precise your control becomes. A lapse in puppet control can be fatal for a puppeteer. For a so-called top-tier puppet master, you're not much, are you? Making such a basic mistake." Shindai pressed the remote control in his hand. Kanzuki's right arm morphed into a cannon. With a flash of lightning, he loaded a missile, aimed it at the onrushing father puppet, and fired. Seeing the missile streak toward her father puppet, Chiyo's heart skipped a beat. She tried desperately to maneuver her puppet out of harm's way, but was too late. The delayed response in her control caused Chiyo's father puppet to be blown apart by the missile, scattering into fragments. The ever-sarcastic Camillo never failed to make his entrance on time. "Well, old crone, you're not even trying to hide your intentions, are you? If you wanted me to destroy your son's puppet right in front of you, you could have just said so. What's with all this pretense?" Camillo looked at Chiyo's son, standing beside him. "Look at your mother. So ruthless. I thought it was just bad blood between mother-in-law. and daughter-in-law that she was trying to get me to destroy your wife's puppet instead. Turns out, she's fair and impartial. Pinching his throat, Kamiyo put on a pitiful act. Maybe it was just an accident. After all, she's my dearest mother. Without warning, Kamiyo smacked Chiyo-san on the head. An accident, really? Your mother is a top-tier puppet master. She wouldn't make a mistake a toddler wouldn't make. This was blatant, deliberate sabotage. And here you are, making excuses for her. She treats you all like beasts of burden. Won't even let you rest in peace after death, but rather sends you into battle as puppets. Chiyo's lips trembled with fury. She had never encountered anyone so revolting. Utterly shameless. Absolutely shameless. Chiyo pulled out a scroll. Her gaze locked onto Kamiyo, floating in the air. The look in her eyes was enough to devour him whole. You wanted to see the 10 of Chikamatsu, didn't you? As you wish. Chiyo unfurled the scroll, summoning 10 puppets in white robes, each with a unique form. These were Chiyo's most formidable creations, the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Each puppet was equipped with its own weapons, ninja tools, and fighting techniques. Puppet technique, Sampo Kyukai, the 3 treasures suction crush. 3 of the puppets formed a triangular formation, activating the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha mechanisms. A fierce whirlwind erupted, its powerful suction pulling a Kamiyo in the sky. Kamiyo beat his wings of iron sand, swiftly escaping the center of the vortex's pull. At the same time, he allowed Kamizuki and the 2 transformed iron sand clones to be drawn in without resistance. If Chiyo dared to absorb them, those 3 puppets would be lost for good. Chiyo, of course, knew she absolutely couldn't absorb Kamizuki or the 2 iron sand clones. She was merely biding her time, waiting for a chance to drag Kamiyo down from the sky. But Kamiyo was far too cautious, always hovering at a perfectly safe altitude. By the time the whirlwind's pull reached Kamiyo, its force had already weakened. Just as Chiyo was about to end the 3 treasure suction crush, Kamiyo's lips curled into a chilling smile. Too late now. Chiyo hesitated, instinctively suspecting it was another of Kamiyo's tricks. After all, Kamizuki and the 2 iron sand clones hadn't been absorbed. Have you grown senile? Did you forget about the iron sand that scattered when the first puppet exploded into pieces? At Kamiyo's reminder, Chiyo's pupils widened ever so slightly. A silent curse escaped her lips. This was bad. She had indeed forgotten about this. When Chiyo tried to control those 3 puppets, they had already been corroded by Kamashiro's iron sand, leaving them completely paralyzed and beyond her manipulation. Chiyo was fuming, her anger boiling over. It was all this wretched brat's fault. With his shameless antics, she simply couldn't keep her focus. Meanwhile, high in the air, Kamashiro was remotely controlling Shimijetsu, making a charge straight at Chiyo. Once more, he unleashed his magnetic release techniques, iron sand drizzle, iron sand spears, all flying toward Chiyo and her puppets in a relentless barrage. Chiyo maneuvered the 7 Chikamatsu collection puppets, simultaneously dodging the wild hail of attacks from above and fending off Shimijetsu's relentless assault. For Chiyo, whether it was evading Kamashiro's iron sand or blocking Shimijetsu's attacks, these were tasks well within her grasp. The real trouble was that she couldn't get close enough to strike at Kamashiro himself. Worse yet, even if Shimijetsu was blasted to pieces, it could always reassemble itself. She had to be extra careful, making sure her own puppets never touched the iron sand. Even as she fought him, Chiyo couldn't help but marvel at Kamashiro's Shimijetsu puppet. It was a true masterpiece, ingenious enough to establish an entirely new school of puppet making. Granted, it could only be wielded by a magnetic release ninja, which was quite a limitation. But that wasn't Kamashiro's weakness. Rather, he had thoroughly capitalized on the advantages of his unique abilities. What a shame. Such a prodigious talent should have belonged to the hidden sand village, but now he stood in opposition to them. Chiyo couldn't help but regret it. She should have stopped Raza back then. Yet this genius was utterly infuriating, both in action and in his foul mouth. Even now, Kamashiro's constant barrage of insults hadn't let up for a single moment. Noticing that ordinary taunts no longer had much effect on Chiyo, Kamashiro decided it was time to administer one final, crushing blow. From what he'd seen already, getting under Chiyo's skin and breaking her composure had worked remarkably well. If he hadn't unsettled her so thoroughly, there was no way he could have taken down Chiyo's mother and father puppets, as well as those 3 Chikamatsu puppets, with such ease. At the same time, Kamashiro remained clear-headed. He knew that Shimijetsu couldn't hold out much longer. Chiyo's 7 Chikamatsu collection puppets coordinated seamlessly, deliberately keeping their distance from Shimijetsu. No matter how many missiles or iron sand projectiles he fired, none could land a hit on her puppets. But if Chiyo happened to strike the signal receiver or drive unit within Shimajetsu, Kamishiro would lose his ability to control it remotely. Drawing in a deep breath, Kamishiro shouted toward Chiyo, "Hey, old hag, take a look behind your son and daughter. Do you see who's there?" Chiyo didn't even lift her head. As long as she avoided looking toward Shinrai, nothing he did could affect her. But how could Shinrai possibly let Chiyo have her way? 3 sand iron clones landed on the ground, sending up a swirl of dust. When the dust settled, both Chiyo and Kakashi, who had been hiding and watching, couldn't tear their eyes away. Chiyo's gaze was filled with hatred, while Kakashi's face was frozen in disbelief. Because behind the 2 sand iron clones that had transformed into Chiyo's son and daughter, the 3rd sand iron clone had used the transformation jutsu to become Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hataki. Obito and Rin glanced at Tsukumo, then at Kakashi. Both of them were stunned. Why would Shinrai conjure up Kakashi's father? They knew full well that the history with his father had always been a thorn in Kakashi's heart. But Obito and Rin soon understood the reason. Shinrai called out in a voice dripping with malice. "Chiyo, do you recognize this man? Judging by the emotion in your eyes, it's obvious you do, right? That's right. He's my idol. Known as Konoha's White Fang, he shook the ninja world with his name. A hero of Konoha, stronger than the legendary Sannin, Tsukumo Hataki. And at the same time, Lord Tsukumo is the man who killed your son and daughter. The very reason why Sasori holds such hatred towards all of you." "What?" Obito and Rin turned to Kakashi in shock. "Kakashi, is that true?" Kakashi's face darkened as he nodded. "Yeah, it's true." Now Kakashi understood why Shinrai had apologized to him in advance. This was what he'd been waiting for. It was true that Tsukumo Hataki's death had once led Kakashi to shut off his emotions, making him obsessively devoted to rules and missions. Yet with Minato, Obito, and Rin's guidance, especially after Shinrai joined their group, how could he possibly keep his feelings locked away? With Shinrai and Obito always stirring up trouble, he'd long since moved on. While this matter still lingered in Kakashi's heart, it no longer had much of an impact on him. Still, Kakashi was furious. To use his father to break Chiyo's composure, how outrageous. But, honestly, it was exactly the sort of shameless thing Shinrai would do. Shinrai put on a mocking tone. Well, Lady Chiyo, don't you have anything to say now that you see Lord Tsukumo? He killed Sasori's parents, and you deliberately broke those. Father and mother puppets yourself. If you think about it, Lady Chiyo, you and Lord Tsukumo have done the very same thing. So, seeing him again now, do you feel gratitude or hatred? Chiyo's eyes were bloodshot, and she spat out her words through gritted teeth, trembling with fury. You little brat, you've gone too far. Shindai pulled a face at Chiyo. Hey, brat, you went too far. So how could I not? Should I give Scorpion's parents a big, sloppy kiss? Or maybe I should just grab you and plant one. Would that be fair? Honestly, your intelligence is just beyond words. Did you land this advisor job by sucking up to your little brother? Otherwise, it makes no sense. How does someone with your IQ become an advisor? No wonder the hidden sand village has stayed poor all these years. I guess we finally found a reason. Anyway, I have nothing more to say to you. Lord Tsukumo must be getting impatient by now. Hey Chiyo, let me show you what real respect for the dead looks like. Chiyo immediately realized what Shindai intended, her voice turning sharp as she yelled at him. Don't you dare. You're still spouting nonsense? Watch me. See if I dare or not. Hataki Tsukumo drew his white fang short blade, swinging it down toward the necks of Chiyo's son and daughter. Even though Chiyo knew they weren't real, she still manipulated her puppets, charging in recklessly alongside them. But Hataki Tsukumo was swift. His blade flashed, and in a heartbeat, the heads of Chiyo's son and daughter were severed. Bastard! With a surge of fury, Chiyo controlled her puppets and instantly smashed Tsukumo's iron sand clone to pieces. Chiyo braced herself with both hands on her knees, panting, cold sweat dripping steadily onto the ground. This was the nightmare that haunted Chiyo in her darkest hours, jolting her awake in the dead of night. Now, forced to witness it again, even knowing it was fake, she couldn't bear it. Yet Shindai had no intention of ending things there. He formed a string of hand seals, and the iron sand on the ground began to swirl together, forming more than a dozen new clones of iron sand. Some took on the forms of Hataki Tsukumo, Chiyo's son and daughter. Others became Scorpion and the third Kazekage. Again and again, Tsukumo beheaded Chiyo's children. Again and again, Scorpion drove his blade through the third Kazekage's chest. Now trapped in this endlessly repeating nightmare, Chiyo's nerves stretched to their absolute limit. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and the quivering made her lose precision over her puppets. Two of them accidentally brushed against the iron sand, and in an instant they were paralyzed. And Chiyo, lost in a nightmare, didn't notice, Shindai was no longer in the sky above. Chiyo was caught in the cycle. Tsukumo ceaselessly severed the heads of her children. Scorpion relentlessly pierced the third Kazekage's chest. Even if Chiyo managed to destroy all these Iron Sand clones, they would immediately reform, the nightmare playing out again and again. Her mind scattered, hands shaking. She could barely control her puppets. Of the 10 Shikamatsu collection puppets, only 5 were still functional. And all the while, Chiyo remained oblivious. Shindai had already vanished from the sky above. At this moment, Kamiyo had already blended in with the Iron Sand clones, even using transformation jutsu to become one of them. Just as Chiyo, her eyes red with grief, smashed apart a Tsukumo Hatake clone, her son suddenly gripped an Iron Sand spear tightly and thrust it fiercely at her chest. Sorrowful as she was, Chiyo's instincts as a fighter remained sharp. With her formidable taijutsu, she slapped the Iron Sand spear right out of her son's hand, clenched her fist, and swung it at her son's body. Mother! Chiyo's movement froze abruptly. Hey, you old hag, I've been waiting for this. Let's see how you like a slap from me. Seizing the moment, Kamiyo dashed forward from the sidelines, his right hand raised high, and landed a resounding slap across Chiyo's face. He held nothing back. The blow twisted Chiyo's face, blood spattering from her gums as she coughed up a mouthful, her body sent flying backwards. As Chiyo was knocked away, Kamiyo wasted no time. He used magnet release, Iron Sand wings to shoot into the sky, instantly putting distance between them and leaving Chiyo with no chance to counter. At the same time, Kamiyo's chakra threads latched onto something caught in the blood Chiyo had spit out. Back in the sky, Kamiyo spread his arms wide, breathing in deeply, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. That felt amazing. This operation had been a complete success. Not only had he utterly broken Chiyo's composure, but he'd finally managed to land the slap he'd been dreaming about. Sure, it had been risky, but the thrill made the danger more than worthwhile. Kamiyo's gaze fell on the object his chakra threads had retrieved. It was one of Chiyo's teeth, knocked loose in the scuffle. Ah, old lady, your teeth are in pretty bad shape. One slap and a tooth pops right out. I'll be taking this as a trophy. Next time I see Sasori, I'll show it off to him. Let him know what I did to you. I'm leaving now. Want to try and stop me? I'll give you a chance. Chiyo clutched her swollen right cheek, glaring at Kamiyo with hatred. Kamiyo grinned and said, Don't look at me like that. I know I can't kill you. Never even planned to. I just wanted to get under your skin. I know you're getting senile, forgetful even, so I thought I'd help jog your memory of the past. How about it? Did you like my little gift? Well, I won't bother you any longer. Really, you're like a stray dog now. No, you truly are a stray. Your own grandson resents you and left the sand village. You're all alone in the world. I'm a good young man who respects the elderly and cherishes the young. So next time, when you're about to forget, I'll come by again and help you remember. No need to thank me. Looks like you're not planning to stop me, so I'll be on my way now. Bye-bye. Jindai controlled Kanazuki, steering it toward himself to recover it. Puppet art. Manipulative blade strike. Chiyo's right hand attached chakra threads to Kanazuki, and, following its path, she soared into the air as well. With a sudden swing of her left hand, she commanded 5 puppets to attack Jindai. If you're trying to block me like this, I'm afraid it won't work. Jindai ascended higher still. Then, with a thought, he dispersed Kanazuki into a cascade of iron sand, which began to fall from the sky. Chiyo's face was a mix of anger and helplessness. She couldn't land a hit on Jindai, and his magnet release was a perfect counter to her puppets. Jindai's command of the magnet release was remarkably skilled. Just in terms of mastery, he might already rival the third Kazekage. If Jindai continued to grow stronger, he would inevitably reach the power of the third Kazekage one day. And combined with puppets so well suited to his magnet release, he was a looming threat. To prevent her remaining 5 Chikamatsu puppets from being paralyzed by the iron sand, Chiyo unfurled a scroll and quickly sealed them away. With no other choice, Chiyo was forced back to the ground. The scattered iron sand of Kanazuki gathered itself together once more. Jindai also unfurled a scroll and sealed Kanazuki inside. Well then, goodbye. With a dramatic flair, Jindai beat his wings of iron sand, spun a full circle in the air, and then soared away. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, who had been secretly watching, saw Jindai depart and quietly slipped away as well. Chiyo stood frozen for a long, long time. No matter how she tried to hold back, her mind kept replaying the moments when Tsukumo Hatake severed her son and daughter-in-law's heads, and when Sasori stabbed the third Kazekage through the chest again and again. Chiyo, who had already been slightly stooped, seemed now completely crushed by the weight, her back curving even more deeply. At this moment, Chiyo felt no anger, only profound loss and regret. She hadn't protected Sasori's parents, hadn't protected Sasori himself, and hadn't taught him properly. If only she had noticed Sasori's changes sooner. If only she had reached out to him earlier, maybe none of this would have happened. Chiyo looked down at the fragments of mother and father, now mixed with iron sand on the ground. One by one, she picked up the pieces, placing them carefully into an empty ceiling scroll. Afterward, Chiyo checked the 5 paralyzed Chikamatsu puppets. Though they were disabled, there was no major damage. As long as she cleaned out the iron sand and repaired or replaced the broken parts, she could restore them. After collecting the 5 puppets into her scroll, Chiyo let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, she felt utterly exhausted. She rubbed her swollen right cheek, and with a lonely silhouette, began making her way back toward the land of wind. Shindai was sprawled out on the ground, gasping for breath. Using magnet release jutsu at such high frequency, plus creating so many sand iron clones, Shindai wasn't Jinchuriki, after all. He didn't have endless chakra. Even though sand iron clones consumed far less chakra than shadow clones, it was still a huge drain. Now, the chakra within Shindai's body was nearly depleted. He probably couldn't even perform a single jutsu anymore. But the thought of Chiyo's face, contorted in that look as if she just swallowed something foul, and the memory of that slap, made Shindai burst out laughing. But he hadn't laughed for long before 3 heads popped into his field of vision. No, not dog heads, but the faces of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera. Kakashi looked especially displeased, his piercing gaze fixed on Shindai. You still have the nerve to laugh? Don't you think you owe me an explanation for what just happened? Shindai, who was still basking in the triumph of outmaneuvering Chiyo, suddenly couldn't find it in himself to be happy anymore. That look in Kakashi's eyes made him feel genuinely threatened, anything but safe. Trying to placate him, Shindai forced a smile and said, I was just paying homage to Lord Tsukumo, really. That was all, just a tribute. Kakashi, would you please relax your eyebrows? You're scaring me. Kakashi's brows only knit tighter, his expression growing colder. Oh, you're scared? Just moments ago, you were so reckless and domineering. Didn't you even slap Chiyo right across the face? And now you're telling me you're scared. Shindai replied with an awkward chuckle. But she was the enemy. Besides, I was flying so high that she couldn't reach me anyway. But now, I don't have a single ounce of strength left, so... Kakashi let out a cold laugh. So, because you're completely exhausted and helpless now, you're suddenly afraid of people getting even. Is that it? Shindai shook his head at once. No. It's because I believe you're not that kind of person, Kakashi. Kakashi reached out his hand, and Shindai, startled, squeezed his eyes shut. Wait, we agreed. No hitting the face. Getting hit in the face is just humiliating. 1 punch is enough, just don't overdo it. But the pain he'd braced for never came. Peeking out from between his lashes, Shindai realized Kakashi had no intention of hitting him at all. Instead, he was offering a hand to help him up. Idiot, what are you still doing lying there? This is the rear of the Sand Shinobi encampment. It's still dangerous here. Chiyo might come back with reinforcements to search the area. We need to get out of here now. Shindai grasped Kakashi's hand and pulled himself to his feet, muttering under his breath, You gave me a real scare. For a second, I thought you'd lost your mind. Kakashi was completely exasperated. Cut out. Can't you give that mouth of yours a rest for even a minute? Here, Kakashi, this is for you. Kamiyo tossed something over. Kakashi caught it on reflex, opened his hand, and immediately felt a vein bulge on his forehead. What am I supposed to do with a tooth? Kamiyo grinned with pride. Oh, but this isn't just any tooth. It's from that old crone Chiyo herself. Kakashi's face darkened. I don't care whose tooth it is, I don't want it. Kamiyo replied, completely serious. Hey, you can't say that. This tooth is a real keepsake. Thanks to paying tribute to Lord Tsukumo, I managed to land a slap right on Chiyo's face. So really, part of the credit goes to Lord Tsukumo. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all twitched at the corners of their mouths. He really had a way of twisting logic. Gazing at Chiyo's tooth in his hand, Kakashi recalled what Kamiyo had said earlier. His voice grew somber. Hey, Kamiyo, you probably don't know about my father, do you? If you did, maybe you wouldn't see him as such a hero. Obito and Rin instantly started making faces at Kamiyo, signaling him frantically not to say anything reckless. They genuinely worried that Kamiyo's big mouth would push Kakashi over the edge and send him spiraling again. But Kamiyo threw an arm around Kakashi's shoulders and smiled. I know all about Lord Tsukumo, and knowing what he went through only makes me admire him more. He's the reason he's my idol. Ninja have an iron rule: follow orders. Breaking the rules can have serious consequences, even ruin a whole mission. That's not wrong, but you can't just follow orders blindly. For example, say the village tells us to deliver supplies, and it's absolutely critical. But on the way, we're ambushed by a Jinchuriki from another village. Are we supposed to just keep going and get ourselves killed? Or do we run? Kakashi shook his head, staring at the ground. It's not the same. My father could have completed his mission, but he chose to save his comrades instead. The mission failed, and the village suffered for it. Camille looked seriously into Kakashi's eyes. Obito once said something right. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are called trash. But those who don't cherish their friends are worse than trash. If Lord Tsukumo had abandoned his comrades, he would have betrayed his own humanity. He'd be nothing but a machine built to carry out orders. But people aren't machines. We have hearts. We have compassion. No matter how lifelike my Shimajetsu is, no matter how much she resembles a real person, she's still only a puppet. She needs instructions before she can act. But people are different. People have feelings, their own thoughts, and everyone has something precious they hold dear. For Lord Tsukumo, that precious thing is the bond of companionship. He was willing to break the rules for his friends, to protect those close to him. He truly safeguarded his comrades. He's a genuine hero. So, Kakashi, you have every reason to be proud of your father. Obito tilted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. When did he ever say something as profound as, in the world of shinobi, those who break the rules are called trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash? Rin Noura looked at Obito in surprise. Obito, I didn't expect you to have reached such an enlightened state. Then Rin turned to Kakashi, meeting his eyes with utmost sincerity. I agree with what Obito and Kamishiro said. Kakashi, I always thought Lord Tsukumo was a hero too. As Rin praised him, Obito gradually straightened up, growing more and more confident. If Kamishiro says he said it, then it must have been him. Ahem, Obito cleared his throat, then declared, That's right, I've always been pretty enlightened. And Lord Tsukumo is definitely a hero. There's no question about it. Kamishiro added fiercely. If anyone dares say Lord Tsukumo isn't a hero, the few of us will grab a sack, shove them in, and give them a good beating. Keep it up until they admit Lord Tsukumo's a hero. Kakashi's gaze flickered as he looked at Kamishiro, Obito, and Rin. He could feel the thorn in his heart slowly starting to dissolve. Kamishiro patted Kakashi's shoulder with a grin. So, Kakashi, you should learn from Lord Tsukumo. I'm your teammate. You're not allowed to bully me. You have to look out for me, protect me, and if there's danger, you go ahead and take the lead, or cover my retreat. Got it? Kakashi, who'd felt a little touched just a moment ago, suddenly lost all sense of sentimentality, rolling his eyes with exasperation. Bully Kamishiro? If Kamishiro and Obito didn't gang up to tease him, that would already be a blessing. Kakashi took a deep breath and said, All right, enough with the nonsense. You can keep this tooth for yourself. He tossed the Chiyo's tooth he'd been holding back to Kamishiro. Kamishiro turned to Obito and Rin, trying to pitch the tooth to them. Don't you two want it? This is the tooth of Chiyo, the Sand Village's senior advisor, once called the Flower of the Shinobi, and the rival of Salamander Hanzo, the one who gave Jiraiya and the others their Sannin titles. Wouldn't it make a great keepsake? It'd be a shame to throw it away. Obito and Rin shot back. Who keeps a tooth for a memento? Are we crazy? TCH, no appreciation for treasures. Fine, I don't want it either. Let's go. Shindai casually tossed the tooth onto the ground and returned to the Leaf Village outpost with Kakashi and the others. After several days of travel, Chiyo finally arrived back at Sunagakure and went straight to the Kazekage's office. Raza and Ebizo were both shocked when they saw Chiyo's swollen face, her entire body dirty and disheveled. She looked for all the world like a refugee. Worried, Ebizo asked, Sister, are you all right? Were you ambushed on your way back? Chiyo shook her head. No, I just took a nasty spill. She'd been made such a mess by that brat Shindai. If it were just Ebizo, she might have laughed it off and told him the truth, but now the fourth Kazekage Raza was here too. She really couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Raza and Ebizo exchanged odd looks as they stared at Chiyo. A fall? What kind of tumble would leave such a vivid handprint on her face? And she was speaking with a lisp. She must have lost a few teeth. Refusing to accept that explanation, Raza asked again, Are you sure it wasn't an attack? Advisor Chiyo, that mark on your face, it doesn't really look like the result of a fall. Chiyo gingerly touched her cheek, feeling a faint sting. That little brat Shindai hadn't held back in the slightest. Even after several days, the swelling still hadn't gone down completely. Still stubborn, Chiyo insisted, Really, it wasn't an attack. I just fell and accidentally hit myself. Seeing that Chiyo didn't want to talk about it, Raza and Ebizo decided not to press the issue. Ebizo turned to Chiyo and said, Sister, the fourth Kazekage and I have discussed it. We plan to pull our shinobi back from the border of the Land of Fire. Chiyo was surprised. Oh, with the Mist Ninja in the mix, we're all tangled up with them and the Leaf Ninja in a three-way fight. Our situation on the Fire Country's border isn't actually that bad. Why withdraw so suddenly? Do you have another plan? Ebizo replied, I believe Iwagakure is about to make a major move against the Leaf. There's no point getting bogged down with the Leaf and Miss Ninja over there. The fourth. Kazekage has already received a reply from the new fourth Reikage of the Cloud Village. He's agreed to cooperate with us and attack the Leaf when the time is right. So, what we need to do now is conserve our strength and wait for Iwagakure to act. Once they're done, we'll strike at the Leaf together with the Cloud Village and catch them completely off guard. Chiyo nodded. I see. That makes sense. Raza then asked, Advisor Chiyo, I heard those outrageous rumors started at our outpost first. Do you know who spread them? Immediately, Shindai's mischievous face popped into Chiyo's mind. Of course, she couldn't be certain it was him. By the time the rumors reached her, everyone already knew about them. Whether Shindai was the instigator or simply picked them up elsewhere, there was no way to tell. Yet Chiyo felt an inexplicable certainty. These rumors were spread by Jindai. For Jindai's thoroughly repugnant actions fit perfectly with such outrageous tales. If these wild rumors were indeed spread by Jindai, then everything would make perfect sense. However, Chiyo kept these suspicions to herself. She simply shook her head and said, I don't know. I've asked Yakura to investigate within the compound. Perhaps we'll have results soon. By the way, has the matter of the rumors been settled? Raza replied to Chiyo, It's been handled. I've issued a clarification. You must be tired after hurrying back to the village, Advisor Chiyo. You should get some rest. Ebizo accompanied Chiyo as she left the Kazekage building. On the way home, Ebizo asked, Sister, what exactly has happened? There's no need to hide anything from me. Chiyo walked in silence for a while before finally speaking. Ebizo, come with me. There's somewhere I want to go. Chiyo led Ebizo to Sasori's house and moved aside a shelf that had long gathered dust. Although it had been ages since her last visit, the stench of decay was as sharp as ever. Both Chiyo and Ebizo wrinkled their noses at the smell. Ebizo, pinching his nose and frowning, muttered, This smell, it's almost like rotting blood, and it seems to have been here a long time. Chiyo brought Ebizo down into the basement. The room was spotless, yet a heavy, lingering odor of decay hung in the air, weighing on Chiyo's heart. In a low voice, Chiyo said, This basement, I discovered it a long time ago. It was the day we learned the third Kazekage had gone missing. There was a hidden basement in Sasori's house, one even I didn't know existed. Inside, the scent of blood hung thick in the air. The third Kazekage vanished without a trace, and Sasori disappeared soon after. Although I am Sasori's grandmother, after his parents died in the war, he became so withdrawn, and I was always too busy to care for him. Unknowingly, he became a stranger to me. I had no idea what he was thinking. Back then, I couldn't shake the feeling that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was somehow connected to Sasori. Ebizo, I was truly terrified at the time, afraid that Sasori had something to do with it. So almost instinctively, I hid the existence of this basement. Ebizo tried to comfort her. Sister, I understand how you feel, but this basement doesn't prove anything. Nothing is certain yet, is it? Chiyo then told Ebizo everything about Jindai. Ebizo was utterly shaken by what he heard. He never expected that the spy sent by the third Kazekage would turn out to be a genius, someone capable of destroying Chiyo's mother and father puppets, and even damaging 5 of the near-legendary Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Although that boy named Kamishiro managed to do it by relying on his Kekiai Genkai, magnet release, which counters puppets, and by using psychological tactics to break Chiyo's mental defenses, it's still an astonishing feat. Judging from Chiyo's dejected appearance, the blow she suffered must have been immense. But it's understandable. After all, Chiyo was forced to watch over and over again scenes she considered nightmares. As for the rumor that Sasori created human puppets using living people, it's almost certainly true. This secret underground room looks spotless, but the stench of rot and blood is overwhelming. It's clear that a lot of blood seeped into the cracks here, lingering for so long that the air is still thick with the smell. So the disappearance of the third Kazekage, it really is highly likely that Sasori was behind it. Chiyo slumped and said, Ebizo, I want to retire. I couldn't save my son and daughter, nor did I raise Sasori properly. I am tired. Ebizo hadn't expected Chiyo to be so deeply affected this time, even to the point of contemplating retirement. He pondered how to comfort her, but found no comforting words to offer. They were both getting old, having given everything to their village. Chiyo's own children died in the war, and in her devotion to the village, she neglected Sasori, who, as a result, was highly likely to betray Sunagakure. It was only natural for Chiyo to feel exhausted. Ebizo sighed and said, Actually, I'm pretty worn out too. Maybe it's time for me to retire as well. But, sister, the war is reaching a critical point. Let's wait a bit longer. When it's all over, we can both retire together. Chio nodded. All right, let me tell you. Back then I was actually terrified. If Chio had caught me, that would have been the end for me. After all, close combat isn't my strong suit. The safer move would have been to have my Iron Sand clone deliver that slap. But why did I take such a huge risk? Because I was absolutely brimming with conviction. I remembered a saying, those who are born aren't afraid to die. If they were afraid, they wouldn't have been born at all. So why fear anything? When you face someone, just go for it. It was with this unshakable belief that I pulled it off. And what does that prove? No answers. You must be waiting for me to say it, right? Well, here it is. It proves that I am a man of extraordinary courage and intelligence. A perfect blend of brains and bravery. It had been nearly a month since Kamishiro slapped Chio. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noera had been listening to Kamishiro brag about it for almost a month as well. Obito groaned. Kamishiro, can't you give a rest? My head is about to explode from hearing this. Kamishiro glanced at Obito with mock disdain. Obito, you're just not up to it. Look at Kakashi. He listens so attentively. HM, what's wrong? Are you done talking, Kamiyo? Kakashi pulled out whatever was stuffed in his ear and looked at Kamiyo with a puzzled expression. Kamiyo's mouth twitched and his left fist clenched tightly. Kakashi is exactly the kind of sly trickster who always tries to cut corners. Kamiyo turned to look at Rin Noera on the other side. Obito, don't follow his example. Learn from Rin instead. Kakashi frowned slightly, meeting Kamiyo's gaze with a look of confusion. Why is he suddenly scolding me? Rin, whose eyes had gone vacant, snapped back to attention when she heard Kamiyo call her name. Huh? Kamiyo, did you call me? A vein throbbed on Kamiyo's forehead. Rin, do you have something stuffed in your ears too? No, I was just spacing out. Kamiyo was so annoying. His constant rambling was enough to wear anyone down. Under such stress, Rin had learned to empty her mind, and once she did, she could tune out all the noise around her and enjoy a bit of peace. Kamiyo's right fist clenched unconsciously. One after another. Why are they all so infuriating? After all he had accomplished, what was wrong with bragging a little? Obito asked. Kamiyo, do I still need to keep learning? Like hell you do. Fuming, Kamiyo spun around, giving the three of them nothing but the back of his head. Kakashi and Rin turned to Obito in confusion. What's up with him now? Obito shrugged. Who knows? Kakashi clapped his hands. All right, we're almost at the base. Let's finish the mission, take a day off, and pick up a new assignment tomorrow. When they returned to their base, they found Guy sitting on the ground, looking utterly defeated. Gamashinui and Ebisu were by his side, trying to comfort him. Obito hurried over. What happened? Did something go wrong? Genma's voice was heavy with grief as he replied. While we were on a mission, we ran into the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. At the most critical moment, Guy's father arrived. To protect us, he faced the 7 of them alone so we could escape. But Guy's father. Ebisu took off his sunglasses and rubbed his swollen, red eyes. Guy's father opened the 8th gate of the 8 Gates formation, the Gate of Death, to fight the 7 swordsmen. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be alive right now. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were all overcome with grief. The 8th gate, the Gate of Death. Once opened, there's no surviving it. Kamiyo wasn't close to Guy and his friends, so he simply stood quietly behind Obito, saying nothing. Still, upon hearing that Guy's father, Might Dewey, had opened the Gate of Death to take on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kamiyo couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity about what that scene must have looked like. It must have been spectacular. After all, even the legendary Madara would one day acknowledge the brilliance of Guy's moves. Although he was quite curious about the power of the 8 Gates formation, Gate of Death, even if Jindai could learn the 8 Gates, he would never actually do it, not even if his life depended on it. That kind of suffering was simply too much for Jindai to bear. Guy wiped away his tears and stood up from the ground, his eyes shining with determination as he declared, "There's no need to be sad. My father gave his life to protect what mattered most to him. I'm proud of him. I'll carry on his will and keep moving forward." Obito gave Guy a thumbs up and said, "I believe in you, Guy. You can do it." Guy returned the gesture with a thumbs up of his own, forcing a smile that looked even harder than crying. The way his bright white teeth flashed nearly blinded Jindai for a moment. "Thank you, Obito. I know I could do it too." The sudden burst of brotherly affection sent a chill down Jindai's spine, making his skin crawl. Just then, a ninja approached them and said, "Kakashi's team, report to the operations command room. Lord Orochimaru wants to see you." Kakashi and his team made their way to the command room. Orochimaru addressed the 4 of them. "The Sand Shinobi have already withdrawn from the border here. With only the Mist Shinobi left, there's no real threat anymore, so we no longer need so many people stationed here. You're to return to Konoha and await further orders." It seems Minato Namikaze is in Konoha right now, so you'll likely be working with him when the time comes. The thought of reuniting with Minato Namikaze had Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all visibly excited. But Jindai couldn't share in their happiness, because, by now, the war was already in its later stages. If they were about to meet up with Minato, that meant the great upheaval for Kakashi's team was drawing near. And what was coming next would be the true test for Jindai. Jindai followed Kakashi and the others out of the operations room. Obito bubbled with excitement, telling Rin and Kakashi how, when they saw Minato-sensei, he was going to show him how much he'd improved. But as he talked, Obito began to feel something was off. From what he knew of Jindai, shouldn't he be even more excited than he was? Shouldn't he be recounting everything he'd done to Chiyo, narrating every thought and feeling, and insisting he had to tell Minato-sensei all about it? Why was he so quiet? This wasn't like Jindai at all. Obito turned to look at Jindai and saw him frowning, his expression unusually serious. Puzzled, Obito asked, "Jindai, what's wrong? You don't look happy at all. We're about to see Minato-sensei." Snapping out of his thoughts, Jindai shook his head and quickly replied, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about Guy's father. He was truly remarkable, so selfless. It's such a shame to lose a ninja like him." Obito, Kakashi, and Rin exchanged confused glances, unsure what to make of Jindai's expression. When they learned of Kai's father's death, none of them noticed any particular emotional change in Kamiyo. Instead, what they felt more was curiosity. Why did he suddenly become so melancholy after leaving the operations command room? Wasn't his reaction to this grief coming a bit too slowly? Kamiyo, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara were preparing to return to Konoha. Kamiyo was inside his tent, gathering his belongings. Yet his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Because now that they were joining up with Minato Namikaze, it was very likely that a whole series of events was about to unfold. First, the IWNine would trap Obito under a rock. Then, Uchiha Madara would save him and begin brainwashing him. While Obito was being manipulated, Rin Noara would be made the Three Tails Jinchuriki. The original plan was to destroy Konoha, but Kakashi would intervene, resulting in Rin's death. In the end, Rin's death would send Obito down a dark path, and Kakashi would withdraw into himself. That was how things were supposed to play out. If everything went smoothly, and Obito was never trapped by the IWNine, then none of what followed would ever happen. But Kamiyo didn't believe things would go so easily. Obito had been chosen by Madara Uchiha himself. How could Madara give up on him so easily? If the first attempt failed, there would be a second. If the second failed, there would be a third. There was no way Madara would let go of Obito without a fight. That meant Kamiyo had to keep a constant watch over Obito. No, that wasn't enough. He'd have to keep an eye on Kakashi and Rin as well. If Madara couldn't get to Obito, who's to say he wouldn't find a weakness in Kakashi or Rin instead? Wait, that wasn't right. He himself could also become a target. This time, when they returned to Konoha, they'd probably be able to rest for a few days. Kamiyo would need to come up with some preparations by then. A wave of tension rippled through him. After all, the name Madara Uchiha was far too infamous. Even if he was now a toothless old man, he was still terrifying, especially with such a loyal apprentice at his side. Once he finished packing, Kamiyo met up with Kakashi and the others, and they immediately set out for Konoha. Several days passed. At last, Kamiyo, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara arrived at Konoha. Their first stop was to find Hiruzen Sarutobi, since Orochimaru had given them a scroll to pass on to him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, calmly smoking his pipe, unrolled the scroll that Orochimaru had entrusted to him. With a note of surprise, Hiruzen remarked, "So those rumors were you're doing, Kamiyo? Well done." After Chiyo's departure, the new commander of the Sand Ninja adopted a far more cautious approach. Thanks to your rumors, Chiyo left, and the tense three-way struggle at the border between Konoha, Suna, and Kiri has eased considerably. Shindai gave his shoulders a little shake and puffed out his chest proudly. "Lord Hokage, I really have to tell you about how I attacked Chiyo." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Shindai in surprise. "You even attacked Chiyo?" Just as Shindai was about to begin his story, Kakashi swiftly took out two small objects and plugged his ears. Rin Nohara's gaze turned vacant, and Obito clutched his ears with a pained expression. Shindai's mouth twitched. What's with these three? They didn't want to hear it, but honestly, he wasn't eager to tell them either. So Shindai began to embellish, describing his entire ambush on Chiyo to Hiruzen Sarutobi in vivid, painstaking detail. Since it was his first time hearing it, Hiruzen listened with great interest, thoroughly absorbed in the tale. However, when Shindai recounted how he used Tsukumo Hatake, Chiyo's son, daughter, grandson, and even the third Kazekage to distract her, leaving her unable to focus in battle, and how he even slapped her across the face, Hiruzen's expression grew complicated. Though Hiruzen hadn't witnessed the fight himself, just hearing Shindai's account was enough to sense how stifling and humiliating the battle must have been for Chiyo. Hiruzen knew all too well how, during the Second Shinobi World War, Chiyo had been driven mad with grief when she learned that her son and daughter had been killed. Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi, and seeing that Kakashi had finally stepped out of Tsukumo Hataki's shadow, he felt genuinely happy for him. He still felt deep regret over what happened to Tsukumo Hataki. Back then, with war looming, Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village had already started clashing, and Hiruzen spent his days strategizing with Kohor Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo, paying no attention to the public opinion swirling within the village. By the time Hiruzen realized what was happening, it was already too late. That was the first time Hiruzen truly understood just how terrifying public opinion could be, enough to drive a ninja as strong as Tsukumo Hataki to take his own life. Hiruzen asked, "Shindai, is it really true that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was the work of that Scorpion?" Shindai replied with certainty, "That's right. I'm convinced Scorpion did it." "Convinced? Because I don't have any proof." Hiruzen couldn't fathom how Shindai could be so unabashed about admitting he had no evidence. Hiruzen's gaze returned to the scroll in his hands. "No wonder Orochimaru holds you in such high regard. He wrote here that you have quite a talent for technology, and after the war, he wants you as his assistant." Shindai was stunned. What? Lord Orochimaru still hasn't given up on that? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked in confusion. You're not willing? Orochimaru is my student, and I know him well. He doesn't take on disciples lightly. So far, he's only accepted one, and he's always been dedicated and responsible. Even if you just become his assistant, you'll learn a great deal from him. Kamiyo let out an awkward, forced laugh. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just don't think I'm worthy of Lord Orochimaru, so I'd rather not. Hiruzen spoke sternly. You shouldn't underestimate yourself, Kamiyo. You're a Konoha ninja now, and we're all comrades. Since Orochimaru values you so much, I'll make the decision. When the time comes, I'll suggest that he take you as his disciple directly. But Kamiyo, you'll have to prove yourself. Understood. Suddenly, Kamiyo felt a wave of emotion welling up, almost to the point of tears. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. How did it suddenly escalate from being an assistant to becoming a disciple? Kamiyo wanted to push back. After all, being an assistant didn't sound so bad. At the very least, he could slack off a bit, and maybe Orochimaru, seeing his lack of motivation, would lose interest in him. But his three good friends clearly weren't going to let him off the hook. Rin Noero whispered eagerly, Kamiyo, hurry up and agree. That's Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi chimed in, don't be stupid. This is an incredibly rare opportunity. Don't mess it up. If you miss it, it's gone for good. Obito was the most direct of all. Lord Hokage, Kamiyo says he's willing. He even promised to do his best. Kamiyo stared at Obito in disbelief. What do you mean? I'm willing and I'll do my best. Just as Kamiyo opened his mouth to protest, Hiruzen beamed and said, glad to hear you understand. I'll talk to Orochimaru about it. And from now on, you should train hard under him. I have high hopes for you, Kamiyo. All right, I bet you're eager to see Minato. You should be home right now, so go ahead. When there's a mission, just follow Minato's lead. Kamiyo's mouth hung open as he gaped at Hiruzen. Wait, no, that's not right. I didn't say anything. It was Obito who answered for me. Kamiyo wanted to protest, but Obito was already dragging him out of the office, with Kakashi and Rin excitedly following as they went off to find Minato Namikaze. As Kamiyo left the Hokage's office, he felt completely dazed. He thought he had made it clear when he refused Orochimaru the first time. Someone as sharp as Orochimaru should have picked up on his intent. And what was this old man Hiruzen up to? How did things end up with him being handed off to Orochimaru as a disciple out of the blue? Worst of all, the old man wouldn't even hear him out. He just listened to the nonsense his three friends spouted and made the decision right then and there. Obito hovered nearby, his tone dripping with mock sincerity. Congratulations, Jindai. With Lord Hokage's recommendation, you're sure to become Lord Orochimaru's apprentice. Imagine that. A student of one of the legendary Sannin. Lord Minato himself was trained by Jiraiya, another of the Sannin. That's incredible. Jindai bared his teeth in a scowl at Obito. Oh, congratulations, my foot. Who asked you to make decisions for me without permission? Obito blinked in confusion. I just thought you were so happy you couldn't speak, so I spoke up for you. Don't you want to be Lord Orochimaru's apprentice? That can't be true, can it? At this point, Jindai could only swallow his frustration. How could he admit he didn't want this? Right now, Orochimaru had a huge following of adoring boys and girls. Back at the compound, Jindai would often overhear people gushing about how handsome Orochimaru was, an aloof, ascetic heartthrob. And, to be fair, they weren't wrong. Orochimaru certainly was the cool, distant type, so much so that even his gender seemed to fade away by the end. If Jindai dared to say anything bad about Orochimaru now, those fans would drown him in spit before he could finish. Jindai was fuming. Of course I want to be Lord Orochimaru's apprentice. Obito, you're great. I'll remember this. I'll make sure to repay you properly. Obito shivered suddenly. If Jindai wasn't being sarcastic, he'd get down on his knees and let Jindai ride him like a dog. But why? This was supposed to be a good thing. Then Jindai shot a glare at Kakashi and Rin Noara as well. You too. I'll remember this too. After spewing his threats, Jindai stormed ahead, sulking. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin exchanged puzzled glances. Kakashi asked, "What's his problem this time?" Obito shrugged. "No idea. Jindai's mind is a mystery. Sometimes he's inexplicably happy, sometimes mad for no reason. He's even harder to figure out than Lady Kushina." Rin offered theory. "Well, Lord Orochimaru is a very serious person, right? And Jindai is the complete opposite. He's never serious, always joking around, even telling the coldest jokes. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to be Lord Orochimaru's apprentice. Orochimaru's too strict and serious for him." Obito, Kakashi, and Rin tilted their heads, picturing the scenario. Jindai, in his mind, teased the ever-serious Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, do you know why I don't like telling jokes behind people's backs?" Orochimaru said nothing, his face as unreadable as ever, just staring at Jindai. Jindai pressed on, "Because if I have that much time on my hands, I'd rather just stab them in the back." "Huh, isn't that hilarious?" Orochimaru remained silent, his expression unchanged as he continued to look at Jindai. At that thought, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all suddenly understood why Jindai didn't want to become Orochimaru's disciple. Though Jindai struggled with social anxiety, when it came to people he knew, he was a complete chatterbox, always talking, always scheming, and always pranking his friends. All three of them had fallen victim to Jindai's mischief. Not a single one had been spared. For someone as talkative as Jindai, spending time with the cold and aloof Orochimaru would be nothing short of torture. So, I actually think it's a good thing. Yeah, me too. Who knows? Maybe following Lord Orochimaru around will finally fix that awful personality of his. Exactly. That's why we have to make sure Jindai becomes Lord Orochimaru's disciple. Honestly, I think only Lord Orochimaru stands a chance at straightening him out. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin exchanged glances once again, and in each other's eyes, they saw unwavering resolve. It was a determination far greater than the day they'd sworn to become ninja and protect Konoha. Jindai, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin soon arrived at Minato Namake's front door. Obito knocked cheerfully. "Sensei Minato, we're here." But it wasn't Minato who answered the door. Instead, it was Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina stood there in an apron, a spatula in her left hand, clearly in the middle of preparing a meal. When she saw the four of them, her face lit up with a warm, happy smile. "You're back." Jindai sized Kushina up and down with a playful grin. Well, looks like Big Sis Kushina has turned into a real housewife. Honestly, you really look the part." Kushina's cheeks flushed at Jindai's teasing, and she shot him a mock glare. "You little brat. The moment you open your mouth, you start provoking people. Are you looking for a beating?" Kushina raised a fist, ready to make her point. Jindai instantly leapt back, deftly dodging behind Obito for cover. "Hey," Obito protested, exasperated. Jindai always hid behind him whenever trouble started brewing. Why couldn't he hide behind Kakashi for once? Obito stepped back himself, quickly positioning Kakashi between him and the danger. But Jindai stuck to him like a shadow. Wherever Obito moved, so did Jindai. Now it was Kakashi's turn to sigh. These two were at it again. Kushina couldn't help but laugh at the scene. "Obito, you and Jindai really are becoming more and more alike these days." Obito shrugged helplessly. "Can you blame me? After falling for his tricks so many times, you start to learn." Kushina turned to Kakashi. "What about you, Kakashi? Aren't you going to hide behind Rin?" Kakashi turned his head away, feigning indifference. "I'm not as shameless as those two." "Oh, give me a break. Next time, I'll have Kaminazuki's lightning zap you. You show off." Both Obito and Jindai immediately started scolding Kakashi for putting on airs. "Who's Kushina?" Minato Namake's stepped out of the room, and, seeing that it was Jindai and the others, greeted them with great delight. "You're back. It looks like things have settled down over there." Jindai just couldn't hold it in any longer and had to tease them a little. "Wow, Lord Minato and Sister Kushina greeted us with exactly the same words. Their first reaction was, 'You're back.' Talk about a match made in heaven." He gave a dramatic sigh. While we were out there risking our lives, Lord Minato and Sister Kushina were enjoying their sweet moments together. Honestly, I'm just a little jealous. Minato, never good at handling this kind of teasing, immediately blushed crimson. Flustered and a bit tongue-tied, Minato stammered, "Ish, that's not true at all." Thunk. Kushina Uzumaki blew on her knuckles, clearly annoyed, and shot a warning at Jindai, who now sported a fresh bump on his head. "Say one more word and you can forget about dinner." Exhale. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all felt a rush of satisfaction, like taking a cool bite of ice cream on a hot summer day. Then again, Jindai brought it on himself. He knew he'd probably get clobbered, but he just couldn't resist making a joke.